System detected. The host in front of the screen is about to achieve financial freedom this year, reaching the peak of life. Super Tycoon. System seeking binding. Ding. System binding in progress. Binding completed. First binding rewards 10 trillion immediately. Please bind as soon as possible. I habitually sent 3 dog emojis in the comments section, and unexpectedly, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind the next second. Ding. Super Tycoon system binding in progress. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100% binding completed. Immediately, a system panel appeared in front of me, visible only to myself. Host, Lin Dong, balance 10 trillion yuan, physique 15, spirit 28, ordinary skills can be added freely, requires consumption of tycoon points, 0. I had just sent the dog emojis and was still reeling, wondering what this panel meant. Is 10 trillion real? The voice in my mind echoed again the next second. Welcome, host, to the Super Tycoon system. This system is bound one-on-one and cannot be transferred. If the host dies, the system will disappear. The host's balance is linked with major banks in the world and can be paid directly through fingerprint, facial recognition, or scanning. System gameplay. The host will receive 1 tycoon point for every billion spent. Tycoon points can be used to enhance physique, increase comprehension, add skills, and upgrade skill levels. The system has only one rule. The host is not allowed to haggle over prices. Those who haggle are not worthy of this system. I was still pondering the authenticity of the so-called Super Tycoon system when the door to the infirmary opened. A stunning woman in her 30s, dressed in a white medical uniform, approached. This is the school infirmary's doctor, named Chen Xian. Seeing that I was awake, she said, you can leave now. Remember to eat more blood-nourishing foods when you get back. Your health is poor, and you can't go on like this. Try to take things lightly and don't let anger affect your health. Thank you, Dr. Chen. I understand, I said as I unsteadily got up and walked out of the infirmary, still feeling a bit dizzy. Walking around the school, many classmates pointed and whispered as I came out. At Jiangnan University, there are many couples breaking up every day, often leading to dramatic scenes. It's the first time in the school's history. However, I wasn't in the mood to care about that now. As I exited the school gate, I felt a bit thirsty. Remembering the system I had just bound in the infirmary, I thought I would test if it was real. So I headed to the nearby vending machine to buy a bottle of mineral water. Just as I completed the payment, ding! Super Tycoon system successfully paid 3 yuan. Balance, 99 trillion, 99 billion, 997 yuan. Hearing the system's voice in my mind, I suddenly burst out laughing. The Super Tycoon system is actually real. So from now on, I am richer than anyone in the world. The world's richest person is nothing compared to me. Even the entire Forbes list combined doesn't match my spare change. Who would have thought that just sending a few emojis would lead to my financial freedom? From now on, I will live differently. The first 20 years were too constraining. For the next few decades, I will live splendidly, freely, and gracefully. All those who look down on me will be dealt with harshly. After calming down, I suddenly felt a bit hungry. I opened the map on my phone and navigated to the most expensive hotel near the school, ready to enjoy a lavish meal. Before long, I arrived at the hotel entrance. This is the highest class and most expensive hotel in Jiangnan province. In the past, when I walked by with my ex-girlfriend Zhang Shan, she had said she dreamed of dining here. Who would have thought that now, her dream had become my reality? As soon as I entered, a tall, fair-skinned waiter approached me with a professional smile and asked, "Sir, how may I assist you? I came here to eat, what else would I be doing?" With the system backing me, I don't need to be as meek as before. "May I ask how many of you are there?" the waiter politely inquired. "Just me," I replied. I said a bit impatiently. "Then, please this way, sir," the waiter gestured. I thought he would take me straight to the dining area, but instead, he led me to the front desk. "Sir, do you have a membership card?" a smiling staff member at the front desk asked. Several others were nearby. These waitstaff could rival flight attendants. Almost all of them were over 1.7 meters tall, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Truly, this is a high-end hotel. Even the front desk staff looked stunning. After staring at those beautiful waitstaff for a while, I reluctantly turned back to the front desk and replied, "No, sir. Sorry, our food is all imported premium products and will be discarded if not finished, hence the high prices. If you don't have a membership card, a deposit is required for dining. Our membership cards are 1 million for regular, 2 million for premium, and 5 million for VIP, the attractive front desk staff continued to explain. As expected of a high-end hotel. In the past, I would have run away without a second thought, but now I'm different. I confidently said, "Then let's set a small goal first. I'm a bit hungry." "Excuse me, sir, how much did you say?" I didn't hear clearly. The front desk staff was stunned and stammered when I mentioned setting a small goal. I said to recharge 100 million for me, just like what Boss Ma refers to as a small goal. Is that clear? I explained again. Upon hearing my confirmation, he realized I wasn't joking. However, he had never dealt with such a big client, so he took out a walkie-talkie. Manager Zhao, are you there? Please come to the lobby, he called out. Shortly after, a beautiful woman in her 20s, dressed in a black professional skirt suit, approached. She was clearly a level above the other staff, no wonder she was the manager. What is it? The beautiful manager asked as she walked to the front desk. The previous staff member whispered a few words in her ear. The manager was initially surprised but then composed herself and asked me, Sir, may I ask if you want to recharge a membership card for 100 million? Yes, I replied. Sir, which bank will you use for payment? The beautiful manager began operating the front desk computer and continued, any method is fine. For fingerprint payment, please verify the amount is correct, then click confirm and place your finger on the scanner. She turned the computer screen toward me to show the amount. I checked and confirmed it was indeed 100 million, then tapped confirm with my finger and placed it on the fingerprint scanner. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice from the front desk announced, transfer successful. Amount received, 100 million yuan. Hearing the transaction completion prompt, the front desk staff who had called the manager now regretted it deeply. If he had handled it directly, this business would have been his, but after calling the manager, he would only get a small share. Zhao Xian came back to reality and said to me, Sir, please show me your ID card. I will process your membership. I handed over my ID card and said, I am a student at Jiangnan University nearby. From today on, I will be eating here 3 meals a day. Please prepare the best ingredients according to the breakfast, lunch, and dinner standards. If I can't make it for a meal, just carry on preparing for the next one. As soon as I finished speaking, the people present were taken aback. If they were using the best ingredients for 3 meals a day, even for one person's share, it would cost tens of thousands a day. If I missed a meal, it would just go to waste. That's just too extravagant. It's beyond the description of a tycoon, it's simply a godly rich person. Everyone looked at me with stars in their eyes, all wanting to lean on this big tree, willing to make any sacrifice for it. They don't hope to marry into such a top-tier wealthy family, but just having any connection would be immensely beneficial. At this moment, with just a hint from me, these people would likely line up to go to his bedroom. Okay, Mr. Lin, we will do as you requested. Zhao Xian replied politely. After processing the membership card, they took me to a luxurious private room. Mr. Lin, this is our hotel's best private room. Your dishes will be served shortly. Here is my business card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. I will provide you with the highest level of service, Zhao Xian said, handing me his personal business card. I accepted Zhao Xian's business card directly because I might have some dealings with him in the future. However, as I took the card, Zhao Xian deliberately or inadvertently brushed his long, delicate hand against the back of mine, sending a shiver of nervous excitement through me. What delicate hands! This woman knows how to seduce, she's truly enchanting, I thought to myself. Before long, a table full of dishes was served: lobster, abalone, king crab, shark fin, bird's nest, Japanese tomahawk steak, French foie gras, Spanish ham, and caviar. All the world-class top ingredients were present. Every dish looked fantastic and was very appetizing, along with a bottle of 83 Lafite. I tasted each dish, and it's no surprise that it's an 8-star hotel. It had the perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor. Mr. Lin, how does it taste? Are you satisfied? Zhao Xian asked, bowing slightly behind me. Since he was so close, I could feel Zhao Xian's warm breath on the back of my neck, which was quite pleasant. If only I could have some post-meal exercise afterward, that would be even better. Indeed, it's a great hotel, with perfect color, aroma, and flavor. I was very satisfied. I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Lin. Please take your time. If you need anything, just call for me. I won't disturb your meal, Zhao Xian said as he prepared to leave. Miss Xiao, look, with so many dishes, I can't possibly finish them alone. And with such great ingredients, it would be a shame not to have a beautiful companion. It just feels like something is missing. Would you do me the honor of dining with me? I asked. I genuinely thought Zhao Xian was great. Both his figure and looks were top-notch. His outfit accentuated his strengths, and the scent he wore could easily stir a man's hormones. Even his casual gestures were enough to make my heart race. Dining with such a beautiful person would definitely be a treat. Mr. Lin, this seems inappropriate, and I'm currently on duty, Zhao Xian hesitated, reluctantly saying. He actually wanted to dine with me. Such opportunities to deepen relationships were rare for him. Despite being the lobby manager here, he hadn't tried many of the top ingredients on the table. However, he understood that a woman should have some reserve. The best seduction comes from being elusive, neither too close nor too distant. A woman's allure is never as strong when fully revealed. wearing something slightly transparent is far more enticing. What's inappropriate about it? If your boss gives you trouble, just tell me, I'll go talk to him. If that's not enough, I'll just buy the hotel and make you the boss, I said grandly. Then I will gladly accept your invitation, Jia Xin said, no longer holding back, as he sat down to pour me some wine. If he made any more excuses, it might upset me, so he had to tread carefully. The two of us finished the meal, laughing and chatting happily. Zhao Xian occasionally gave me hints during the meal, which made him also feel a bit restless, but I held back. My main task now was to spend money. After finishing my meal, I walked out of the 8-star hotel. Looking back, I saw Zhao Xian bowing to send me off with a few waitstaff, and suddenly I felt like the world had become incredibly beautiful. What does territory matter? If I wanted to, I could gather a harem of 3,000 beauties right now. Besides the hotel, I was also thinking about how to spend my money next. After some thought, I decided to buy an apartment because I had long since wanted to move out of the school dormitory. In a room meant for 4, only 2 of us were left. The other 2 had girlfriends and rented places outside, and the one remaining had also been getting along great with his girlfriend and planned to move out. I had also considered renting a place outside to live with Jiang Shan, but she flatly refused. Just thinking about how Jiang Shan had been taken by Huang Junlang within a few days made my heart ache. If only I had known to use a stronger approach back then. Now it was too late. I cursed under my breath, what a lucky brat Huang Junlang is. At that moment, my old second-hand phone rang. I picked it up to see it was a call from his roommate, Lu Peng, so I answered it. Where are you, Donzi? We're in the infirmary. Dr. Chen said you've already left. We heard about what happened. Please don't do anything foolish. Remember, old things must go for new things to come. Once you feel better, we can arrange a gathering to help you find someone better. Lu Peng's anxious voice came through the phone. Feeling somewhat reassured, I replied, De Peng, where are you headed? How could I do something foolish? Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon. Are you really okay? Then tell me where you are right now, and we'll come find you. Lu Peng continued to press. I'm already home. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back in a couple of days, I said, refusing directly. I was busy spending money lately, so I used going home as an excuse. After some small talk, we hung up. Then I took a taxi to Jiangnan International Mansion. Why? Because the properties here are the most expensive in Jiangnan province, starting at an average of 200,000. Of course, the location is also the best. The entire Jiangnan International Mansion is surrounded by rivers, with only one exit and 3 sides bordered by water. There are only 6 buildings here, each 38 stories high, with the smallest units being over 200 square meters and the largest exceeding 1,000 square meters. This is truly a gathering place for the wealthy, with luxury cars everywhere in the parking lot. Cars worth less than $1 million are too embarrassed to drive in here. I pushed open the door and entered the sales office of Jiangnan International Mansion. The lobby felt a bit empty, with only 5 or 6 saleswomen sitting together chatting. Not one of them came over when they saw me walk in. Jiangnan International Mansion has been open for 3 years, but the properties have not sold out because they are simply too expensive. When it first opened, there were quite a few people looking to buy, but after 2 years, those who could afford it have bought. Now, those who can't afford it still can't. As a result, most of the staff who were there when the sales office first opened have left. Many of the saleswomen took away millions with them. Now, many of those left are just here to get a guaranteed base salary. When they saw me walk in, they noticed my attire and immediately understood I wasn't there to buy a house, so they continued chatting among themselves, completely ignoring me. At this moment, I felt a bit awkward. It was clear that the people chatting didn't want to acknowledge me, and there was no one at the front desk, so I didn't even know who to ask if I had questions. However, after standing for 2 or 3 minutes, a young woman in her mid-20s walked out of the restroom in the sales office. Her name is Cui Jia. She just started selling houses at Jiangnan International Mansion last month, having entered thanks to her uncle who spent 10,000 yuan on gifts to get her in. She comes from a small town and thought that selling houses in such a prestigious place would surely make her a lot of money. However, after more than a month, she hadn't received a single client. Sir, are you here to look at properties? Cui Jia asked as she walked up to me. Yes, I replied. Cui Jia felt a surge of happiness. She finally had a chance to show a client around. She continued, so, sir, what type of unit are you looking for? What types of units do you have here? I continued to respond. Cui Jia then started rattling off a long list of properties, explaining that there weren't many units left here, so my options were limited. In the end, I chose a large flat on the 22nd floor of Building 3, which was 500 square meters. Cui Jia picked up the keys from the front desk, and the 2 of us went to view the property. As soon as they left, the people in the lobby began discussing. Look at him still coming to view properties. His clothes are all from street vendors. He obviously looks like a loser. Does he even know where he is? 1 square meter here would take him a lifetime to afford. Only a rookie like Chui Jia would take him to look at properties. Isn't that a waste of time? He probably came from the countryside and has no idea about the prices here. Once he finds out, he'll be shocked to the core. Just wait until he makes his choice, and then we can laugh at him. 2.5 hours later, Chui Jia and I returned to the sales lobby. The two of us sat on the edge of the lobby, and Chui Jia made me a cup of tea. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with what you've seen? Chui Jia asked as she sat across from me. I'm not particularly satisfied. The location of Building 3 isn't that great. Does Building 1 still have any units available? I think Building 1 has the best location. Since I'm buying and money isn't an issue, I want the best. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. Let me check for you, Chui Jia said as she picked up her tablet to look up properties in Building 1. Mr. Lin, because Building 1 has a better location, there's only one unit left. It's on the top floor, a large duplex flat occupying both the 37th and 38th floors, the crown jewel of Building 1 with a total area of 1,300 square meters. However, it is quite expensive, so I wouldn't recommend this option, Chui Jia said, pointing to the property on her tablet with a smile. Can we go take a look? I didn't even ask about the price. I just want to see the property because it seems like it could be perfect for me. Sure, we can go take a look, but let's go now. I interjected. Chui Jia thought for a moment and replied, Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment while I go get the keys. As Chui Jia returned with the keys and we were about to go view the property, a seasoned employee in her 30s spoke up from a distance. Xiao Jia, are you two going to see the crown jewel of Building 1? Yes, Lu Jia. Xiao Jia, she said the properties here aren't for just anyone to view, especially not the crown jewel of Building 1, which was designed by foreign masters. Who would be able to pay for any damages? She continued to provoke. Sister Lu, I will be careful, and Xiao Jia, you just arrived and don't understand the depths of this industry. To work in our line of work, you must have good judgment. Do you think he looks like someone who can afford a house here? This Sister Lu continued to point at me without any hesitation and said, Sister Lu, I believe Mr. Lin is not that kind of person. Well, since you don't listen to what Sister Lu says, then it's up to you. However, after coming out, you must wipe the floor clean and leave no trace of footprints, understood? Got it, Sister Lu, Chui family. After speaking, he took me straight to the top floor of Building 1, the Building King. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Dong was stunned. It truly was the king of the building, with an extravagant decoration to the extreme. Lin Dong walked to the 3-meter-high, over 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the view before him, feeling a sense of standing atop the peak, surveying all the mountains as small. Mr. Lin, this is the king of Building 1. The floor-to-ceiling window in front of you is made of bulletproof glass imported from abroad, 10 centimeters thick. Even a regular missile can't break it, and its transparency is extremely high, allowing sunlight to shine through without any obstruction. Just the value of this window exceeds 10 million. And the magnificent chandelier above you is imported from France and can switch between more than 10 colors. This is the kitchen. This is the bedroom. This is the study. This is the wine cellar. This is the bathroom. This is the reception room. This is the entertainment room. Then the two of them went to the 28th floor. Here is an indoor swimming pool that can be regularly filled with purified sterile water every morning, which is safe to drink, Chui Jia said, and then cupped some water in her hands and took a sip, intending to make Lin Dong feel that the water was very clean. After their exploration, over an hour had passed. As they exited the house, Chui Jia said to Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, you can go back to the sales office to rest for a bit. I'll finish cleaning the floor and come right away. Then Chui Jia took a towel to wipe the floor. No need to clean. I'll take this house. Chui Jia trembled at Lin Dong's words. Mr. Lin, what did you just say? I said no need to clean. I'll take this house. Really? Of course. Lin Dong replied affirmatively. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Shall we go handle the paperwork now? Chui Jia asked excitedly. Sure. The two returned to the sales office. On the way, Chui Jia felt a bit unreal. Lin Dong was actually going to buy this house. She had just calculated that the total price of this house was 398 million, and her commission would be 3,980,000. She had never seen so much money in her life. With that amount, she could buy 10 houses in her small county. In fact, it was precisely because Chui Jia came from a small place and was new to the industry that she believed Lin Dong's words without a doubt. If it were someone else, they wouldn't believe that Lin Dong, who looked like a nobody, could buy a house for 400 million. They wouldn't believe it even if you beat them. Of course, they wouldn't have brought Lin Dong to see it. After returning to the sales office, Chui Jia busily prepared the contract and called the manager, who then brought the finance team over. By the time everything was settled, it was already evening, but not a single employee from the sales office had left. They found it hard to believe that Cui Jia had really sold the king of building one. It wasn't until the payment was completed that they had to accept this fact, and their hearts were bleeding. 4 million, that was 4 million. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Dong had stood in the lobby for a while without anyone approaching to assist him. At that moment, whoever went to him would have claimed that 4 million. Sister Lu was so frustrated she could have slapped herself. 4 million. Last year, she had to accompany a wealthy man for a month to sell a house worth 800,000 before finally signing the contract. She had spent an entire month just to earn 80,000. While Cui Jia had just made 4 million in half a day, which made her feel like she could vomit blood. After Lin Dong left the Jiangnan International Mansion, he called Zhao Xian, had dinner at a hotel, and then spent over 10,000 on a new model phone, throwing his old second-hand phone straight into the trash. Returning to the top floor of Building 1 at Jiangnan International Mansion, this was already Lin Dong's home, and he would likely be living here for a long time to come. He called his university tutor to request a few days of sick leave. The news of Lin Dong spitting blood and going into shock at school had spread, and his tutor naturally knew about it, so he didn't make things difficult for Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't want to go to school these days. Returning would surely invite a lot of ridicule. Tomorrow, when his brother buys a luxury car, he would drive it straight back to school and see who dared to mock him. You, Jiang Shan, gave up our 3-year relationship for a bag worth over 10,000. When I return to school driving a car worth hundreds of millions, let's see if you regret it, damn it. Lying on the imported leather sofa, Lin Dong felt that the life of the rich was truly comfortable. He glanced at the panel in front of him. Post, Lin Dong balance, 999999501986412 yuan physique, 15, weak, plus spirit, 28, normal, plus skills, can be freely increased, requires spending godly rich points plus godly rich points. For the physique, spirit, and skills all had a plus sign next to them, and he already had 4 godly rich points. Without hesitation, Lin Dong allocated all 4 godly rich points to his physique. The physique section changed from 15 to 19. In an instant, Lin Dong felt a warm sensation in his body. The weakness caused by malnutrition over the years was noticeably improving. He felt strength surging through him and noticed that he had actually become more muscular. Such an effect. If I spend dozens of godly rich points on physique, wouldn't I be better than an Olympic champion? Lin Dong felt that life was shining brightly. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and saw 2 friend requests. One was from Zhao Xian. The other was from Cui Jia. Lin Dong accepted both. Soon, Zhao Xian sent a message. Lin Dong, are you asleep? Not yet. Is there something, Sister Xian? Can't I send you a message if there's nothing? Of course. How could I not? I'm happy to receive a message from Sister Xian. You're so sweet, Lin Dong. I'm off this Sunday, do you have time? I want to invite you to go swimming. After reading the message, Lin Dong's mind conjured an image of Zhao Xian in a bikini, and his body felt a rush of heat. Damn, this is blatant temptation. How can one resist the allure of this fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged sister? In the end, Lin Dong realized he couldn't resist at all, so he replied, I have time, I have time. How could I not when Sister Xian invites me? Then it's settled, see you on Sunday. Okay, Sister Xian. Good night, Lin Dong. Good night, Sister Xian. Lin Dong found himself looking forward to Sunday arriving quickly. After playing on WeChat for a while, feeling it was rather dull, he realized his social circle was small. Most of his friends on WeChat were just acquaintances from school, middle school, high school, and university. A few class groups were quite lively, but Lin Dong rarely chimed in, and then there were just some relatives from home. Only a few roommates sent messages to check on him. Lin Dong's parents had passed away in an accident when he was under 10, and he had lived with his second uncle until high school. At that time, his 2 uncles and 1 uncle fought fiercely over his guardianship. During that period, his second uncle and aunt treated him exceptionally well. Lin Dong thought that even without his parents, he would have a good life with his second uncle, so he ultimately chose him. However, once the guardianship was secured, Lin Dong's life became difficult. He endured beatings and scoldings, and often ate leftovers, leading to chronic malnutrition. It was only after he became more aware that he realized they were not fighting for his guardianship but for his parents' nearly 2 million compensation. Since starting high school at 16, they hadn't given him a single cent. If it weren't for his aunt and older aunt's support, he would probably have already dropped out. Originally, the nearly 2 million compensation agreed upon was supposed to be given to Lin Dong when he turned 18, but now he hasn't seen a single cent. For this matter, his aunt, older aunt, and uncle have often argued with his second uncle and second aunt, but what can be done? The money is in someone else's hands, and his second aunt directly said that all that money has been spent on Lin Dong over the years. Lin Dong silently estimated that in his uncle's house over the years, they probably spent no more than 5,000 yuan on him, mostly just necessary middle school tuition and 1 or 2 sets of cheap clothes each year. Thinking of this, Lin Dong felt that life was really a mess. Leaving the WeChat interface, Lin Dong opened the Douyin app. When he has nothing to do, Lin Dong likes to scroll through Douyin. He saw that the streamer he followed, Shui Weier, was live streaming, so he clicked in. Shui Weier was a streamer Lin Dong had followed on Douyin since she first started broadcasting, and it had been over a year. Lin Dong could be considered one of her first fans. From just a few fans, she now has 50,000. The number of people in her livestream has grown from just a few to 200 or 300 now. However, Lin Dong had never sent her gifts. He just liked to listen to her voice and her songs. In fact, with Shui Weier's talent, she could do better, but her live streams only featured her voice without showing her face, which made it hard to attract big names on Douyin. After all, how many people are there who specifically listen to songs? Most are there to see pretty girls. So despite her beautiful voice and singing, she remained a small streamer, neither hot nor cold. Recently, due to Jiang Shan's situation, Lin Dong hadn't entered Shui Weier's livestream for nearly a month. As soon as he entered the livestream, he heard her familiar voice singing Obsessive Love. The kind of heartbreak I give for you, you will never understand. Why should I force myself to love everything about you? You fiercely push me away, my defenses, tightly closing the door, counting my tears. Hearing this song, Lin Dong's eyes instantly became moist. Humble love always ends without results. A devoted admirer ends up with nothing. After one song, gifts began to fly in the live stream again. However, they were all small gifts, a few yuan, a dozen yuan, none over 100. Still, Shui Weier thanked each one. She was just a small streamer, so it was good enough to have people sending gifts. Thank you to brother Xinu for the gift. Thank you to brother Gaoshan Lu Shui for the gift. Thank you to sister Xin for the gift. Lin Dong felt that he wasn't short on money now and should send some gifts to the streamer he liked, so he topped up his Douyin account with 10 million yuan. Then he started sending gifts to Shui Weier, choosing the most expensive gift, the World Star. Shui Weier was in the livestream thanking the brothers and sisters who sent gifts. She could receive a few hundred yuan in gifts after streaming for several hours each day, and getting 1 or 200, 2 or 300, she was already very satisfied. She wasn't unwilling to show her face, it was just inconvenient in the school dormitory where she lived with 3 other roommates, and they all dressed casually. Plus, she was studying music and didn't want people to like her face and send gifts. She hoped they liked her singing instead. Some big names had privately messaged her wanting to meet and support her, but she had refused, feeling that it seemed like a transaction. Although she needed money, she just didn't want to do that. Suddenly, Shui Weier felt a flash of light in the livestream. Is this the effect of the World Star? In over a year of live streaming, she had never received a World Star, but she had seen others receive it in other streams. A World Star costs 2,000. Usually, she would earn that much in a week of streaming, but today someone actually sent her a World Star? Shui Weier still hadn't seen who had sent the World Star, and the light flashed again for the second time, the third time, the fourth time. The special effects of the World Star began to appear continuously in Shui Weier's livestream. A small matchstick, sent to the host Shui Weier World Star X10, a small matchstick, sent to the host Shui Weier World Star X11, a small matchstick, sent to the host Shui Weier World Star X66, sending over 66 World Stars continuously not only caused a screen explosion in the host's livestream but also promoted it across the entire Douyin channel. Suddenly, many live streams saw that a tycoon had appeared in Shui Weier's livestream. Wow, a previously unknown livestream has revealed a tycoon, we should go take a look. Wait for me, I'm going too. Shui Weier's livestream was suddenly flooded with numerous onlookers, and the number of viewers skyrocketed from over 200 to more than 1,000, and it was still increasing. Thank you to the little matchstick brother for the World Star, thank you. Moi, Shui Weier loves you. Shui Weier was so excited that she didn't know what to say. However, the special effects showed no signs of stopping. A small matchstick, sent to the host Shui Weier World Star X666. A small matchstick, sent to the host Shui Weier World Star X999. A small matchstick, sent to the host World Star X1314. Finally, Lin Dong stopped sending World Stars at the number 1314, simply because he was a bit tired. Shui Weier's live stream exploded, with the number of viewers reaching 100,000. Damn, the matchstick boss is amazing. The matchstick boss is mighty. Does the matchstick boss need a follower? Shui Weier was a bit dazed. What does 1314 World Stars mean? In terms of money, that's over 2 million. Even if she took half, she would get 130,000. She looked at the person sending the gifts, called a little matchstick, who had followed her a long time ago but had never sent gifts before, and unexpectedly sent so many today. Shui Weier directly sent a private message. Thank you for the gifts, can we add WeChat? Lin Dong saw Shui Weier's private message and sent over his WeChat ID. In no time, the other party added him. Thank you for your gifts, little brother. No problem, I've listened to you sing for so long without sending gifts, I felt quite embarrassed, so I made up for it all today. Thank you for your support, if I have time, I'll sing just for you. My name is Li Shuiwei, what's your name, little brother? I'm Lin Dong. The two chatted about some trivial matters, with Li Shuiwei thanking Lin Dong in 2 out of 3 sentences. Lin Dong went to the 3-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view by the river, which was bustling, charming, and beautiful. He took a few pictures of the night view with his newly bought phone and posted them on his Moments. Caption: The night view by the river is still very enchanting. Lin Dong rarely posts on Moments, but today he was in a great mood, so he couldn't help it. After posting, Lin Dong felt a bit tired and lay down on the luxurious 4-meter-wide bed in his bedroom to sleep. Lin Dong was asleep. However, some people on Douyin couldn't sleep, especially those big streamers. Don't be fooled by the fact that the top 3 streamers have sent over $1 million. But that was all from the guild, and they wouldn't get a single cent. The real money would go to those behind them, the chives. Just now, a small streamer's livestream had someone directly sending over 260,000, and small streamers like this wouldn't have guilds supporting them, so it was truly a big boss sending gifts. Why was there still such a thick chive knot in the bowl? Some of them have already started researching Shuiwei's livestream, hoping to bring this big shot over. Li Shuiwei lay on her dorm bed, unable to sleep. Tonight, her 3 roommates had gone to socialize with the boys in another dorm. She made an excuse about feeling unwell and didn't go. In reality, she rarely participated in such activities. After all, her family couldn't compare to the other 3, and they had nearly exhausted their finances to send her to the music academy. Sometimes, she would only go when she couldn't find a way to decline. She was truly grateful she hadn't gone tonight, otherwise, she would have missed out on the Big Shot's generous donation. A one-time donation of 2.6 million was something even those big streamers rarely encountered, let alone a small streamer like her. Just before she ended her stream, a guild had already contacted her, expressing their desire to package her, promote her, and connect her with a couple of well-known streamers to stimulate this big shot. Given this big shot's generosity, it was possible he might donate tens of millions in one go. The guild knew the temperament of these big shots very well. What did they care about the most? Of course, it was face. They absolutely couldn't lose face in front of their favorite streamers. As long as they grasped this point, they could keep these big shots showering gifts. Of course, the guild's goal in promoting was to profit from her. She wouldn't see any money and might even have to share her earnings. But Li Shuiwei refused. She didn't want to deceive Lin Dong in such a way, only to be threatened later that she wouldn't be able to survive in the streaming world. Li Shuiwei didn't know if she would regret her decision, nor did she know if Lin Dong was just acting on a whim. And with the more than 1 million in shares, she needed to think about how to use that money wisely to improve her family's situation. So, she was destined to be sleepless tonight. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's WeChat moments were bustling. The post he made about the riverside night view had already received hundreds of comments. The angle he captured was so good that it was obvious he had taken it from a building over 30 stories high in the Jiangnan International Mansion. What is Jiangnan International Mansion? It's the most expensive property in the entire Jiangnan province, starting at 200,000 per square meter, with even a small unit costing at least 50 million. Lin Dong actually posted a photo taken here. Comment 1, Lin Dong, where did you steal this picture? Nice angle. Comment 2, Donzi, are you working part-time here? Can you introduce me? Maybe I can make friends with the local tycoons. Comment 3, Donzi, are you being kept by a rich woman here? Any connections left? I don't want to work hard anymore. There were all sorts of comments, but no one asked if Lin Dong had bought a house there. The next day, when Lin Dong woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He got up, washed up, and walked to the window, looking at the riverside scenery, still feeling as if he were dreaming. What should I do today? Oh right, I need to buy a car. Then Lin Dong suddenly remembered, I don't even know how to drive. What to do? Should I find a driver? How can I enjoy driving if I have to find a driver? And do I really need to find a driver for a sports car? Isn't that ridiculous? If I sign up to learn now, it would take at least a month. Lin Dong felt he couldn't wait that long. Then he remembered that there seemed to be a skill bar in the system, where skills could be freely added. So, Lin Dong opened the panel. He had gained another godly rich point. Last night he had spent 10 million on Douyin, bringing his total to over 500 million. So he earned another point. Lin Dong clicked the plus sign next to the skill point and entered car driving. Immediately, the system began to load. A few seconds later, Lin Dong felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind, all about driving a car. Which one is the brake? Which one is the accelerator? Which one is the clutch? How to start? how to shift gears, how to turn, how to reverse. It felt as if he had personally driven before, and it was incredibly clear. Lin Dong was excited. This system was truly amazing. He couldn't wait for a car to be right in front of him to try it out. After leaving the international mansion, Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel again. As soon as he reached the entrance, Zhao Xian came out to greet him. Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Lin Dong felt that Zhao Xian was genuinely capable and very tactful. Last night, she had been calling him brother so affectionately on WeChat, and today she addressed him as Mr. Lin. This clear distinction between public and private was something Lin Dong appreciated. After finishing breakfast, as they walked out of the hotel, Zhao Xian deliberately leaned closer to Lin Dong and whispered in his ear, "Don't forget our agreement, brother Lin Dong." The breath that brushed against Lin Dong's ear made his heart flutter, and he inwardly cursed, "What a temptress." Lin Dong spent another few $100,000 to change into a new outfit. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothing, and Buddhas rely on gold adornments. After swapping out his street vendor clothes for designer brands, he indeed felt refreshed, especially after adding 4 luxury points to his physique last night. He looked much more spirited, almost like a different person compared to yesterday. He resembled a rich second-generation heir. If he had worn this outfit to buy a house yesterday, he wouldn't have been left waiting in the lobby for a few minutes. After changing his outfit, Lin Dong went to a Mercedes-Benz dealership. After selecting a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over $3 million, he paid and drove it away. Since he had changed into a new outfit, he didn't encounter any salespeople looking down on him, nor did he have to slap them in the face with his card. Driving the newly purchased G-Class, Lin Dong felt no awkwardness at all and immediately thought that this system was truly impressive. However, there was still one problem. He could drive, but he didn't have a driver's license. How could he get a driver's license? It seemed that none of the people he knew had that capability. Zhao Xian? Lin Dong thought Zhao Xian should be able to help. After all, as the lobby manager at an 8-star hotel, she must know some influential people. So he drove the car to the entrance of the Golden Leaf Hotel and called Zhao Xian. "Brother Lin Dong, you miss your sister so soon?" Zhao Xian's magnetic voice came through the phone. "Sister Xian, I need your help with something," Lin Dong said straightforwardly. "Just tell me what you need. Sister Xian will not refuse anything she can do. Can you come out to talk? I'm at the hotel entrance, in a new Mercedes G-Class on the left, not yet registered." "Okay, brother, wait for me a moment, I'll be right out." Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, Zhao Xian appeared outside Lin Dong's car. She got into the passenger seat and asked, "What does my brother want help with?" "I want to get a driver's license. Do you have a way to do that?" "Money is not an issue," Lin Dong said directly. "A driver's license?" Zhao Xian felt a bit puzzled. How could someone like Lin Dong, a super rich second-generation heir, not have a driver's license at this age? But since he didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask. That shouldn't be difficult. "When do you need it?" Zhao Xian asked. "The sooner, the better. Then give me your ID card, and I'll take a photo." "Okay." Lin Dong took out his ID card and handed it to Zhao Xian. After she took a photo with her phone, she sent the picture to someone else. Then she made a phone call. "Hello, sister, I sent you a photo of an ID card. Can you have brother-in-law help me get a driver's license as soon as possible?" Okay, I got it. "Thank you, sister, and please thank brother-in-law for me." After hanging up, Zhao Xian said to Lin Dong, "You can get it by this afternoon at the earliest." Thank you, Sister Xian. How much do I owe you?" "I'll transfer it to you." "What money? Since you call me Sister Xian, there's no need to be so polite." "Alright, is Sister Xian free? Accompany me to a place." Lin Dong no longer held back. "A brother's invitation means you have to make time." "Then Sister Xian, please take a seat, we're off." Lin Dong started the car and left the Golden Leaf Hotel. He took Zhao Xian to a Porsche dealership. As soon as they entered, a beautiful female sales representative approached them. She noticed they had just gotten out of a newly purchased Benz G-Class, and Lin Dong's attire clearly indicated he was from a wealthy family. Therefore, she greeted them enthusiastically. "Sir, madam, are you here to look at cars?" "Yes," Lin Dong replied. "What model are you interested in? Do you have the Porsche 911 in stock?" "Yes, we do." "Then take us to see it." "This way, please." The saleswoman led them to the Porsche 911. "We currently have 2 in stock, one red and one black. Which one would you like to see?" Lin Dong casually glanced and said, "I want this red one, just give me the invoice." "Ha!" The saleswoman was a bit taken aback. He was buying it without even looking? That was simply extravagant. "Sir, aren't you going to take a look?" "Haven't I already looked? This red one looks great." The saleswoman had been working there for a while and had never seen someone buy a car like this, just a glance at the exterior without even checking the interior before asking for the invoice. "Then please follow me." She then took them to the front desk and began to introduce the car's features to Lin Dong. "Sir, this red Porsche 911 is the latest top-spec sports car, equipped with a 6-cylinder horizontally opposed twin-turbo engine." Before she could finish, Lin Dong interrupted, All right, no need for the introduction, just tell me the price. What optional features would you like? Just choose the best. Please wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you." 2 minutes later. "Sir, the total is 3.28 million. After paying, the two sat on the sofa in the lobby, waiting for the staff to process the paperwork. Zhao Xian thought that Lin Dong was buying the car to ask her to help drive it back. After all, one person couldn't drive 2 cars home. Although she didn't understand why Lin Dong chose red, she still suggested, "Lin Dong, the red one doesn't seem suitable for you. Why not take the black one? I think that one suits you better." "This isn't for me, it's for you. I think Sister Xian, you driving the red one fits your temperament better," Lin Dong replied with a smile. "For me? Lin Dong, are you joking?" Zhao Xian asked, somewhat shocked. "Do I look like I'm joking?" "This is for you, Sister Xian." No, this is too expensive, I can't accept it." Zhao Xian quickly refused. "Sister Xian, since you call me brother, don't be so polite. You know this amount is nothing to me, just the cost of 2 meals. If you refuse, can we still have fun together in the future?" "Well, alright, then thank you, Lin Dong." Zhao Xian was also incredibly happy inside. She was still driving a car worth over 100,000, and her annual salary was only around 5 to 600,000. Each month, rent, clothes, and cosmetics took up half of her salary, and she had a younger brother who had just graduated from college and was unemployed. Most of her remaining money was sent back home. So, despite her glamorous appearance, she had no savings and couldn't afford such a luxury car. Moreover, the red Porsche 911 was a model that any woman would love. The beautiful saleswoman had just walked up behind them, overhearing their conversation. The way she looked at Zhao Xian was filled with envy and jealousy. She too wanted a brother who could casually gift her a luxury car worth over 3 million without batting an eye. "Sir, please provide your identity or ID number so we can process the insurance and registration for you." "Sister Xian, use yours," Lin Dong said, looking at Zhao Xian. "Brother Lin Dong, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Although Lin Dong said the car was bought for her, Zhao Xian thought it was just for her to drive, not realizing that the registration would be directly under her name. If that were the case, the car would truly belong to her, and at that moment, Zhao Xian felt a bit dizzy from the sudden surprise. "Did we not agree that it was a gift for you? Did you think I was joking? Well, okay, Brother Lin Dong, thank you so much." Zhao Xian still handed her ID to the beautiful saleswoman. About 10 minutes later, the beautiful saleswoman came back. "Sir, the paperwork is complete. Here are the keys and documents, you can take the car now." "Sister Xian, take it, let's go." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he stood up and left. Zhao Xian took the documents and keys and went to drive the car. The 2 cars drove one after the other on the road. Not long after they set off, Lin Dong received a call from Zhao Xian. "Brother Lin Dong, where are we going now? How about we go to a hotel for dinner?" "But I'm not very hungry yet." "I'm not hungry either," Zhao Xian replied. "Then how about coming to my place for a bit?" Lin Dong asked. "Sure." The two arrived at Jiangnan International Mansion, parked the car, and walked towards Building 1 together. Zhao Xian was naturally familiar with the name Jiangnan International Mansion, and since it was so close to her workplace, every time she passed by, her gaze was filled with envy, dreaming of owning a place there. Although that dream felt a bit distant, it was still nice to come in and take a look. They entered the elevator of Building 1 and went straight to the 27th floor. Even though Zhao Xian had mentally prepared herself, she was still a bit dizzy from the luxury before her eyes. The magnificent chandelier overhead, the floor-to-ceiling windows that spanned an entire wall facing the river, and the sofa, the TV, the wall art, each item exuded a sense of opulence. Living in such a luxurious house every day, Zhao Xian felt she would be willing to live 10 years less. "Sit." Lin Dong gestured for Zhao Xian to take a seat and poured her a glass of water. "Brother Lin Dong, your house is really beautiful. The night view of the river from here must be stunning." Zhao Xian pointed at the huge floor-to-ceiling window and asked. "It's okay, if you want to see it, you can come anytime." "Really?" Zhao Xian asked uncertainly. "Of course. By the way, Sister Xian, where are you from?" "I'm from Yun City, and I've been working in Jiang City for 3 or 4 years. So, have you bought a house in Jiang City?" "Not yet. The housing prices in Jiang City are so high, I don't know when I'll be able to afford one," Zhao Xian sighed. "With your salary, Sister Xian, getting a mortgage for a house in Jiang City shouldn't be too much pressure, right?" Lin Dong asked, somewhat puzzled. "Actually, my salary isn't that high, and I have to support my parents and younger brother. Renting a place, buying clothes, and cosmetics are all significant expenses, I can't save much at all, Zhao Xian said, her voice tinged with melancholy. Then why don't you move in with me? I can't possibly use such a big house by myself, and this way, you can save on rent. Lin Dong didn't know why he said that. Logically, he had only known Zhao Xian for 2 days, and inviting someone to live together felt a bit abrupt, but the words just slipped out, and he felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. Lin Dong didn't know that when he was with Jiang Shan before, he was very humble, basically always listening to Jiang Shan, and he rarely had a say. But it was different with Zhao Xian. She always took him as the main focus in her words and actions, asking for his opinion on everything. As a man, who doesn't have a bit of machismo? Who doesn't hope that a woman would take him as the center? So Zhao Xian's way of handling things and her instinctive way of speaking made Lin Dong very comfortable, and he subconsciously liked being with her. Is this okay? Zhao Xian asked hesitantly. Although she said this, she was extremely excited inside. As long as she moved in, it would mean she had climbed up the big tree that was Lin Dong. As for whether Lin Dong would do anything out of line, she didn't care at all, and she might even intentionally tempt him. After all, women. Everyone goes through that day. Zhao Xian had always been a person with ideas. From high school to university, she was the school beauty, with many suitors, including some handsome guys and wealthy second-generation heirs, but she had rejected them all. This meant that Zhao Xian had never been in a relationship. She knew what she wanted. If she only wanted to find an ordinary man to spend her life with, she could date 10 or 8 without any problem. But she didn't want that. She wanted to realize her own value, to change her fate, to change her family's fate. For those who could help her realize her life's value, the difference between something used and something brand new was like heaven and earth. So she had never been in a relationship, waiting for this day. Lin Dong was the goal for her to realize her life's value. As long as she could climb up the big tree that was Lin Dong, she didn't need to reach the top. Just getting to the first branch would be enough. She had never thought about marrying a super-rich second-generation heir like Lin Dong. Such people would have their families find them a suitable match for marriage. She positioned herself correctly. Since she had decided to walk this path, she had never thought about marriage in her life. So when Lin Dong invited her to live together, she felt happiness had come too suddenly, making it hard for her to react. What's wrong with that? Anyway, I can't live in such a big house alone. Having someone to talk to is good. Of course, if you have a boyfriend, just pretend I didn't say anything to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Lin Dong said. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, Lin Dong. I've never been in a relationship. I just wondered if this would disturb you. Zhao Xian hurriedly replied, afraid Lin Dong would misunderstand. Never been in a relationship? Impossible. Lin Dong thought to himself, but he said, it won't disturb me. I like a lively atmosphere. Living alone in such a big house feels a bit empty. If you don't come, I'll find a couple of people from school to liven things up. Since you said that, thank you. Then I'll move in tomorrow? That's settled then. Do you need my help? No, I can manage by myself. Besides, I don't have much stuff. Alright, you can take a look around now and see which room you want to stay in. You can choose any room on this floor. I live on the upper floor. Of course, if you want to stay upstairs, that's fine too, but remember to close the door at night, Lin Dong teased. Lin Dong, I'm living down here to keep the door open for you. You can come in any time, Zhao Xian said with a hint of flirtation in her voice. Enchantress, Lin Dong thought to himself. Sister Xian, didn't you want to invite me to swim? You can do that anytime. There's a swimming pool upstairs. Great. How about we go now? Zhao Xian tempted. Ahem. Let's skip it for now. Another day. Lin Dong felt that he was no match for Zhao Xian in conversation, and with her half-reclining posture and seductive demeanor, this woman was simply born to charm. Lin Dong thought that if he continued talking, he might as well be raising his little brother. Zhao Xian stood up, walked in front of Lin Dong, leaned down, and whispered in his ear, then Lin Dong, you can ask me out anytime. I've already bought my swimsuit, and no one has appreciated it yet. Lin Dong was stirred by Zhao Xian's teasing, feeling a rush of heat all over. He really wanted to pin this enchantress down and take action, but he restrained himself and stood up, saying, Sister Xian, feel free to look around. I'm going upstairs to get something. We'll head back to the hotel later. With a flushed face, Lin Dong found an excuse to go upstairs. He really couldn't take it anymore. He now felt that inviting Zhao Xian to stay with him was a complete mistake. If he was teased like this every day, who could stand it? Wasn't that asking for his life? Zhao Xian stayed behind, giggling. She thought Lin Dong was too cute. Moreover, she was pretty sure that Lin Dong was still a virgin. A super-rich second generation like him was actually a virgin? Who would believe that? Could it be that Lin Dong had issues in that area? No way. If that were the case, where would her advantage lie? How could she climb up this big tree? No, Zhao Xian could only silently comfort herself. If Lin Dong knew what Zhao Xian was thinking now, he would probably take action right then and there. How could she doubt his abilities? That was simply too insulting. He would show her what it meant to be a knight of 9 times. Reaching the top floor, he entered the bedroom and threw her onto the luxurious bed. He had come up to escape Zhao Xian. This woman was too good at teasing, and Lin Dong was having a hard time, though he didn't feel any aversion at all. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. He discovered that the few photos he posted of the night view of the river had over 100 comments. Lin Dong read a few, and most of them were mocking him. He only replied to a few close friends but didn't mention that he had bought a house here. No one would believe it anyway. Back in the chat interface, Lin Dong saw several messages waiting for him. Cui Jia sent a good morning. Another was from his cousin, Wang Li, the eldest daughter of his aunt, who was 2 years younger than him and studying in another city. They had a good relationship. During high school, he lived at his aunt's house for the first 2 years, only staying at his elder aunt's house during his senior year. The pressure was higher in senior year, and his younger cousin, who was a mischievous little boy, would affect his studies, so he moved to his elder aunt's house, who only had one daughter, 2 years older than Lin Dong, and now she had graduated and was working. Wang Li, brother Lin Dong, where did you take those photos? They're beautiful. Lin Dong replied, I took them in Jiangcheng. If you like them, come visit Jiangcheng during the holidays, and I'll take you to see them. Soon, she replied, really? You better not be lying to me. Lin Dong, absolutely true. When have I ever lied to you? Wang Li, alright, it's settled then. As soon as the holidays start, I'll come find you. Lin Dong, okay. Wang Li, brother Lin Dong, I'm currently a live streamer at Well Live at night. Remember to come support me. Lin Dong, little girl, you can stream too? Wang Li, brother Lin Dong, you're so outdated. All 4 of us in the dorm are streaming. It's not only fun but also a way to earn some pocket money. Lin Dong, then I'll come by tonight to check it out and help you gain some popularity. Wang Li, by the way, brother Lin Dong, are you still working part-time? I earned over 3,000 from streaming last month, and my mom sent me another 1,500. I'll transfer 2,000 to you later. Take sister Jiang Shan out for some good food. Lin Dong felt a bit touched at this point. Although they had seen each other rarely since he moved out of his aunt's house in the second year of high school, their bond was still there. Lin Dong, no need, you should buy some nice clothes for yourself. When you come to Jiangcheng for vacation, I'll give you a surprise. Wang Li, what surprise? Lin Dong, it's a secret. Wang Li, so annoying. Lin Dong, I'm not chatting with you anymore. I have class. Bye. Lin Dong, bye. Before long, Lin Dong saw that Wang Li had transferred 2,000 to him via WeChat. After thinking for a moment, he accepted it. Wait until tonight. I'll shower you with gifts worth 1,000 or even 10,000 times that. Lin Dong felt it was about time and went downstairs, tossing a set of keys to Zhao Xian. Since he had said it, he had to follow through. If it became unbearable, they could just not live here anymore, right? They could buy another place. It wasn't that they lacked anything, just that they had more money. In his mind, they couldn't act recklessly before establishing a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. He wanted to be a responsible man. Then the two prepared to head back to the Jinya Hotel. At that moment, on the 33rd floor of the Jinya Hotel, in the chairman's office, the hotel's general manager, Lu Xian, was standing opposite a man in his 30s. The man was reclining in the chairman's chair, his feet propped up on the desk. This man was Yi Hong, the chairman of the Jinya Hotel and its largest shareholder. Lu Xian, has there been anything going on at the hotel recently? Yi Hong asked. He was in Jiangnan province on business and had come by to take a look. This was an unexpected visit, as he usually only came once or twice a year. Chairman Yi, everything is running smoothly at the hotel, and the business volume is steadily increasing, about a 20% growth compared to the same period last year, Lu Xian replied. Not bad, Lu Xian, you're doing well. Year-end bonuses will double, and hotel staff bonuses will increase by 50%. Thank you, Chairman Yi, Lu Xian said respectfully, bowing slightly. Alright, if there's nothing else to report, you can get back to work. I just came by to take a look and will be leaving soon, Yi Hong said casually. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, Chairman Yi, there's something I need to report. Yesterday, a guest at the hotel applied for a membership card and directly deposited 100 million. Oh, was it under a personal name or a company name? Yi Hong showed interest. Under a personal name, and yesterday he spent 1.5 million on a meal, saying he wanted the hotel to prepare a meal for him every day, the best quality. If he couldn't come, it should be thrown away. Sounds like a nouveau riche to me. How old is he? The information shows he's 21, seems to be a student at Jiangnan University. 21? A student? Spending 100 million on meals? Have you met this person? Chairman Yi, I haven't met him. He was received by the lobby manager, Zhao Xian, yesterday. Then call Zhao Xian to me. Yes, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian directly called over the intercom. Is Manager Zhao there? Please respond. After a while, a voice came through the intercom. Manager Lu, Manager Zhao went out this morning and hasn't returned yet. Lu Xian glanced at Yi Hong and said into the intercom, does anyone know what she went out for? Don't know, she didn't tell us. Lu Xian stopped speaking, looking at Yi Hong and said, Chairman Yi, I'll call her right now. Yi Hong said expressionlessly, no need, we'll wait here to see when she comes back. Lu Xian, how do you manage things when employees leave the hotel during work hours without notice? I'm sorry, Chairman Yi, it's my negligence. I will strengthen management and thoroughly rectify the hotel, Lu Xian replied cautiously. At that moment, he was also somewhat angry. What was up with Zhao Xian? She usually performed well at work. How could she drop the ball at such a critical moment, causing him to get scolded? Neither of them spoke. Yi Hong was playing with his phone, while Lu Xian stood still, not daring to move, hoping Zhao Xian would return soon. The two returned to the hotel. Lin Dong went directly to the dining room. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, headed straight for General Manager Lu Xian's office. Just as she reached the front desk, someone informed her that General Manager Lu was looking for her. Upon discovering that the General Manager was not in the office, Zhao Xian took out her walkie-talkie and called out, hello, General Lu, this is Zhao Xian. I am currently at your office door. May I ask where you are? Lu Xian, feeling a bit flustered at the chairman's firm stance, finally heard Zhao Xian's voice through the walkie-talkie. He replied, Zhao Xian, come to the chairman's office. Hearing Lu Xian ask her to go to the chairman's office startled Zhao Xian, and his tone seemed a bit off. The fact that he wanted her to go to the chairman's office meant that the chairman had arrived. This Chairman Yi was a mysterious figure. She had been working at the hotel for over 3 years and had only seen him once a year during the annual meeting. Now, he suddenly wanted to see her, and it just so happened that she was still on duty at the hotel. If this matter was not handled well, she could even lose her job. She hadn't yet secured her position with Lin Dong, and if she lost her job, it would be troublesome. Zhao Xian hurriedly made her way to the chairman's office. A few minutes later, she arrived at the door of the chairman's office. Knock, knock. Zhao Xian knocked twice on the office door. Come in. A steady voice came from inside. Zhao Xian pushed the door open and saw General Manager Lu Xian standing, with Chairman Yi Hong sitting across from him. Chairman Yi, General Lu, hello, I am Zhao Xian, Zhao Xian said, trembling as she closed the door and walked over. Yi Hong observed Zhao Xian closely after she introduced herself. She was very beautiful, with a great figure, and her work attire accentuated the charm of a professional woman. He hadn't expected the hotel to have such an outstanding woman. Being a lobby manager seemed a bit beneath her. Manager Zhao, leaving your post without permission during work hours and not even giving a heads up, how did you come to hold the position of lobby manager? Yi Hong asked sternly. Zhao Xian felt even more nervous upon hearing Yi Hong's immediate reprimand. The aura of these higher-ups was overwhelming, but she still explained, I'm sorry, Chairman Yi. I left the hotel without permission this time to accompany a client. Accompany a client? When did our hotel need the lobby manager to accompany clients? Is it because of the hotel's needs or because you personally want to climb up to these people? Yi Hong said sharply. He was well aware of women who wanted to rise to the top at any cost, and he clearly thought Zhao Xian was one of them. Initially, he had a good impression of Zhao Xian when he first saw her, but upon hearing her say she went to accompany a client, he assumed she was that kind of woman, as they often played such games. Accompanying clients meant dining, drinking, and even more. Chairman Yi, you can punish me, fire me, but please do not insult me. Today, it was because Mr. Lin wanted to buy a car, and since he drove one here, he asked me to help bring the car back. Mr. Lin is also a VIP of our hotel, which is why I went, Zhao Xian said, a bit angrily. Zhao Xian felt wronged. Yi Hong completely viewed her as a woman who could be bought with money, which she found unacceptable. At least she was still pure. She was already 27 this year, and in this tempting society, it was not easy for a woman as beautiful as her to resist temptation and hold on to her integrity. Who is Mr. Lin? Yi Hong asked. He should be the VIP who recharged 100 million yesterday, Lu Xian answered this time. Where is he now? Mr. Lin is currently dining in room 3, Zhao Xian replied. Let's go meet this VIP together and see if what Manager Zhao said is true. After Yi Hong finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the office, with Lu Xian and Zhao Xian quickly following behind. Lin Dong was enjoying the finest food in a private room. Being rich felt great. These were dishes he had never even dared to dream of before, and now he was eating half of them. Just as he was getting into it, the door to the room was pushed open. Lin Dong thought it was Zhao Xian and said, Sister Xian, come and have some too. But when he turned around, he saw a man in his 30s walk in, with Zhao Xian following behind him, and in front of Zhao Xian was a man in his 40s or 50s. He didn't recognize either of the two men besides Zhao Xian. However, seeing Zhao Xian's somewhat unpleasant expression and slightly red eyes, Lin Dong had an inkling of what was going on. Mr. Lin, hello, I am the owner here, Yi Hong. May I ask if you are satisfied with the ingredients and service here? If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them, and we will definitely meet your needs, Yi Hong said politely as he approached Lin Dong. He was quite interested in Lin Dong, who could spend 100 million on food and entertainment at such a young age. He must be a rich second generation. It wouldn't hurt to get to know him and make a friend. He was a businessman, and having more friends meant more opportunities. The Golden Leaf Hotel was just one of his many ventures. He also managed several other businesses, and perhaps in the future, he could collaborate with Lin Dong or the family behind him. Hello, Boss Yi, I am quite satisfied here. That's good to hear. I heard Mr. Lin is also a top student from Jiangnan University? Truly impressive for someone so young, Yi Hong said with a hint of flattery. Yes, but let's not talk about being impressive. I know my own worth. Mr. Lin is being modest. Jiangnan University is one of the top 5 universities in the country. Those who get to study there are bound to be elites in various fields. Here's my business card. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Yi Hong handed Lin Dong a shiny golden business card. Boss Yi, I want to ask you something, Lin Dong said as he took the card. Please, Mr. Lin, is this hotel for sale? Yi Hong was taken aback by the question. Not just Yi Hong, but also Lu Xian and Zhao Xian behind him looked confused. Mr. Lin, are you joking? Yi Hong said with a smile. Do I look like I'm joking? If this hotel is for sale, I'll buy it. What's there to joke about? Lin Dong said seriously. Mr. Lin, do you know this hotel cost over 10 billion to build, not including the land? Are you sure you want to buy it? Of course. If you want to sell, just name a price. If not, then forget it. Yi Hong stared at Lin Dong for a while, feeling he couldn't quite see through this kid who was more than 10 years younger than him. Spending 100 million on food and entertainment was one thing, but now he was directly asking if the hotel was for sale? There were many who could take out a few 100 million in cash, but very few could take out a few billion. Even if Lin Dong's family had assets in the thousands of billions, they wouldn't let him play around like this. Could he be one of those hidden family heirs? Only they would dare to play like this, Yi Hong thought to himself. If Mr. Lin is truly interested in buying, it's not impossible, but I need to discuss it with a few other board members. After all, this hotel isn't solely mine. But I must remind you, we want cash. Then go ahead and ask. Just let me know as soon as you have an answer, Lin Dong said nonchalantly. All right, Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal. I will get back to you shortly, Yi Hong said before turning to leave the private room. Lu Xian followed him out. Zhao Xian had also planned to leave, but Lin Dong called her back. Sister Xian, wait a moment, I have something to say to you. Zhao Xian thought for a moment and decided to stay. Work could be set aside, but she had to hold on to this big tree that was Lin Dong. Just now, when Lin Dong mentioned buying the hotel, she was genuinely shocked. This was hundreds of billions, and in cash. If Lin Dong really buys it, given their relationship over the past 2 days, he definitely won't fire her, and there might even be a chance for a promotion. She truly hopes the boss sells the hotel to Lin Dong, and that Lin Dong has the strength to buy it. She has already registered with the boss. If the ownership doesn't change, it's uncertain whether she can keep her job. Yi Hong returned to the office, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message in a small group of only 4 people. Guys, someone wants to buy our Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangcheng. Are we selling? Soon, a response came from someone named Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng, who is it? So rich. Yi Hong, a college student named Lin Dong, studying in Jiangcheng. Liang Jia, a college student? Old Ji, you're not being fooled, are you? Can a college student come up with hundreds of billions to buy our hotel? Chen Dongsheng, I think so too. Yi Hong, do I look like someone who can be easily fooled? Li Bin, yes. Yi Hong, I'm not joking with you guys. Seriously, are we selling or not? Others are waiting for my reply. Chen Dongsheng, that depends on you, you are the largest shareholder. Yi Hong, your shares combined are more than mine. If I say sell and you all unite to say no, then I have no way. Liang Jia, is he really going to buy? Who is this person? Are you sure he has that kind of strength? Yi Hong, it should be reliable. He just charged 100 million to a membership card at the hotel yesterday for food and drinks. Liang Jia, in that case, it shouldn't be just talk. What do you think he is? So young and can come up with so much cash. Chen Dongsheng, he could be one of those hidden family heirs. Li Bin, you should know, haven't you dealt with these heirs? Li Bin, if he can really come up with hundreds of billions in cash to buy the Golden Leaf Hotel, it's basically certain he's one of them. They are usually sent out to experience hardship first, and when the time comes, they will take over part of the family business. Yi Hong, should we investigate? Li Bin, absolutely not. If you get found out, you won't even know how you died. Yi Hong, is it really that serious? What kind of society are we in now? Are you overreacting? Li Bin, there are some things you haven't encountered, and you don't know the depths of it. Their power can be quite terrifying. If there's a chance, I'll take you to see for yourselves. Liang Jia, I've long wanted to see just how impressive these so-called hidden ones really are. Chen Dongsheng, me too. Yi Hong, alright, so, are we selling the Golden Leaf Hotel or not? Li Bin, what price is he offering? Yi Hong, he asked me to quote. Li Bin, what about you too? I don't mind, you decide. It's not like we lack this bit of money. If the deal goes through, I want to meet this person. Liang Jia, I think we can sell for 180 billion. When the hotel was fully set up, it was only about 120 billion. Over the years, we've made back several billion, so selling for 180 billion would be about double the profit. I happen to have a good project here. We can invest the funds into that. Yi Hong, what project? Liang Jia, not finalized yet. Once it's settled, we can find a time to meet and discuss. Chen Dongsheng, I think that's good. Olji, just quote 200 billion to him. If he tries to negotiate, hold firm at 180 billion. If he goes lower, just say it's not for sale. Yi Hong, alright, I'll quote 200 billion and see what he says. I'll head over now and get back to you later. After discussing, Yi Hong prepared to go downstairs to quote Lindong. Golden Leaf Hotel. Room 3. Zhao Xian stayed behind and asked Lindong, are you really going to buy the hotel? I do want to buy it, but I'm afraid your boss won't sell. What kind of person is your boss? Lindong asked. I'm not sure either. Director Yi rarely comes to the hotel. He usually only shows up during the annual meeting. I heard he has many other companies, and Jin Yi Hotel is just one of them. So mysterious? That might be a bit difficult then. He shouldn't be short on money, Lindong said. This bit of money? 200 or 300 billion is just referred to as this bit of money? Is this the circle of these super rich people? It's truly terrifying. Zhao Xian was almost numb. She had worked at this top hotel in Jiangnan for 3 or 4 years, leveraging her advantages to meet many clients and make numerous friends, several of whom were worth tens or hundreds of billions. She thought she was getting close to this circle. But then Lindong gave her a lesson in the past couple of days. It turned out that what she had encountered was just the tip of the iceberg. In front of these real super-rich individuals, perhaps a whim or a passing interest could lead to spending hundreds of billions. Those so-called billionaires she knew, in front of Lindong and Director Yi, probably wouldn't even count as little brothers. The money others casually spent in a single sentence was several times her entire worth. How could she compare? They weren't even in the same league. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian looked at Lindong with even more infatuation. This was the ideal man in her heart. Although young, his temperament was impeccable. Even a casual meal involved discussions of businesses worth hundreds of billions, reminiscent of ancient kings pointing out the landscape. If Lindong knew Zhao Xian's thoughts, he would probably laugh his teeth out. Impeccable temperament? Kings pointing out the landscape? Just 2 days ago, I was dumped by my girlfriend over a bag that cost more than 10,000 yuan. And I'm left with just over 1,000 yuan as a poor loser. In this materialistic society, as long as one is a normal person, suddenly possessing such endless wealth would likely elevate their temperament. They might even be better at playing the game than I am. Zhao Xian watched Lindong, who was eating, and withdrew her gaze filled with spring feelings, saying, it's not necessarily the case. Every commodity has a price. If Lindong offers a high enough price, Director Yi will definitely sell. Director Yi is a shrewd businessman. Maximizing profit is his goal. Listening to you analyze it like that, it really is possible. Come on, Shen Jia, don't just stand there, sit down and eat something. If we buy this hotel, I'll let you manage it. Lindong casually said while eating. Zhao Xian heard Lindong's words. Her mind buzzed, nearly making her faint. What did Lindong just say? He would let her manage the hotel if he bought it? Let her be the general manager? Don't be fooled by the fact that she was currently the lobby manager. The difference between that and the general manager was just one word. But the status and treatment were not on the same level at all, several tiers apart. General Manager Lu Xian was the highest-ranking official besides Director Yi and a few board members. When Director Yi wasn't around, he was the local emperor, with an annual salary and bonuses exceeding 10 million. How much did she earn in a year? Now Lindong actually said he would buy the hotel and let her be the general manager? Wasn't that a leap to the sky? Lindong, are you joking with me? Zhao Xian said, feeling a bit dazed. Joking? Why does everyone think I'm joking? Didn't I say it before? If your boss makes things difficult for you, I'll buy the hotel and make you the boss. I saw your eyes were red when you just came in. You must have been caught by your boss this morning when you went out with me." As soon as Zhao Xian heard this, her eyes turned red again, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. But this time it was different from before. Before it was grievance, now it was moved and happy. "Lin Dong, we've only known each other for 2 days. Why are you so good to me? You gave me a car, let me stay in such a luxurious room for free, and now you're buying the hotel to promote me," Zhao Xian said, her voice a bit choked. Lin Dong noticed something was off with Zhao Xian's voice and turned to look. "Sister Xian, why are you crying?" Just as Lin Dong was about to say something, the door to the private room was pushed open. Zhao Xian quickly adjusted her demeanor and stepped aside. Yi Hong walked in, with Lu Xian still following behind him. Lu Xian had been trailing Yi Hong to the chairman's office and was now following him down. There was no choice, this was the moment that would determine his fate. The hotel might be changing owners, and if the owner changed, could he still hold the position of general manager? Given Zhao Xian's relationship with Lin Dong, it seemed unlikely. His current position had an annual salary of 6 million, plus bonuses around 10 million. Moreover, Director Yi was rarely at the hotel, making this his domain, where he could discreetly skim off a few million. Such a good job would be hard to find again. Over the years, he had used his power to exploit many female staff members who aspired to climb the ranks, even hinting at Zhao Xian several times, but she had ignored him. If it weren't for Zhao Xian's strong work capabilities, he would have gotten rid of her long ago. At this moment, he could only pray that this deal would not go through, otherwise, his good days would truly be over. "Lu Xian, you and manager Zhao step out for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with Mr. Lin," Yi Hong said after entering the room and addressing Lu Xian, who had followed him in. "Yes, Director Yi. Yes, Director Yi." Lu Xian and Zhao Xian replied in unison before leaving the private room. "Mr. Lin, do you truly want to buy this hotel?" Yi Hong asked after sitting down. "Of course, Director Yi. If you want to sell, I want to buy," Lin Dong replied. "Mr. Lin, I just discussed with a few shareholders. If you genuinely want to buy this hotel, the price is this. What do you think?" Yi Hong said, making a scissor gesture with his hand. 20 billion? Yes, Mr. Lin. You know this hotel is located in the most prosperous area of Jiangcheng, which is also the most bustling area of Jiangnan. The renovations are up to the highest standards, and the profits are steadily increasing every year. Buying it at this price is definitely not a loss. Alright, then it's 20 billion. However, I'm not very familiar with the handover process. You can contact Zhao Xian directly. She will be the general manager here from now on, Lin Dong said nonchalantly. Just 20 billion, how big of a deal is that? In fact, he had never spent $200 so easily before. Quick decision. Since Mr. Lin agrees, then it's settled. However, the handover procedures are a bit cumbersome and may take about a week. According to the rules, Mr. Lin needs to pay a 10% deposit. If the transaction fails due to your reasons, we will not refund the deposit. Understood. Yi Hong took out his phone and made a call. Soon, a voice came through the line. Hello, Director Yi, this is Zhou Wenhua. What instructions do you have? The person on the line was Zhou Wenhua, the financial director of Jinya Hotel. Director Zhou, please come to room 3, Yi Hong said into the phone. Okay, Director Yi, please wait. I'll be there shortly, Zhou Wenhua replied. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Lu Xian, you all come in too, Yi Hong said. The door to the private room opened, and Zhou Wenhua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Xian entered together. First, I want to announce something. I have reached an agreement with Mr. Lin. Jinya Hotel will be transferred to Mr. Lin for 20 billion. Director Zhou, please prepare to receive the deposit and issue a receipt. The transaction will be completed within a week, Yi Hong said, looking at the three of them. The expressions of the three varied upon hearing this news. Zhou Wenhua appeared indifferent. He had been with Yi Hong for a long time and held positions in other places as well. Selling Jinya Hotel would actually lighten his burden. Lu Xian, on the other hand, looked ashen. He was a senior professional manager hired by Yi Hong from a headhunting company. Although losing this job would make it easy to find another, finding one as good as this would be difficult. The happiest person was Zhao Xian, her face flushed with excitement, looking quite lovely. Zhou Wenhua provided Lin Dong with an account, and Lin Dong directly transferred 20 billion, which was 10% of the deposit, in exchange for a receipt issued by Zhou Wenhua. After completing the deposit transfer, the deal was essentially settled, and Yi Hong's gaze towards Lin Dong had changed somewhat. According to Li Bin, this kid could come up with so much cash to buy the hotel. He must be one of those hidden family heirs. Yi Hong didn't know much about this group. They were somewhat mysterious and had a frightening amount of power, making them inaccessible unless one reached a certain level. It was said that these people were not just wealthy. At this moment, Lin Dong said, "Boss Yi, I'm still a student and don't have much time to handle the handover. You can just contact Sister Zhao Xian directly. She will be the general manager here from now on." "Director Zhou, let's do as Mr. Lin says," Yi Hong said to Zhou Wenhua. "Yes, Chairman Yi." Then Yi Hong turned to Lin Dong and said, "Mr. Lin, the deal has been made, so we can consider ourselves friends now. Calling you Mr. Lin feels too formal. I'm Yi Hong, a few years older than you, so let me take advantage of that. How about calling me Brother Yi? Since Brother Yi says so, then don't call me Mr. Lin anymore, just call me Brother Lin. Ha ha, good, Brother Lin is indeed straightforward. If you ever come to Lake City, make sure to contact me, so I can show you some local hospitality." "Don't worry, Brother Yi, when I get to Lake City, I will definitely look for you," Lin Dong said. He thought of his cousin Wanli, who was studying at university in Lake City. There might indeed be times when he would need to help her. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Brother Lin. I need to hurry back to Lake City this afternoon. Remember, when you get to Lake City, you must find me. I have some connections there," Yi Hong said. Definitely. Yi Hong left, accompanied by Zhou Wenhua and Lu Xian. Zhao Xian stayed behind, knowing that she would be serving this incredibly young boss from now on. "Sister Xian, this hotel will be entrusted to you from now on," Lin Dong said to the remaining Zhao Xian. "Don't worry, Chairman Lin, I will not let you down and will manage the hotel well." In the chairman's office of the Jinya Hotel, Yi Hong and Lu Xian were inside. "Lu Xian, the hotel is about to change owners. If you want to stay on, I can talk to Brother Lin. Even if you can't become the general manager, being a department manager is still possible." When Lu Xian heard that Yi Hong wanted him to stay on as a department manager, he felt he couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. Moreover, the status difference between a department manager and a general manager was significant, not to mention the disparity in treatment. He quickly said, "Chairman Yi, if you leave, I don't want to work here anymore. I want to follow you. Lu Xian, I don't have a suitable position for you here at the moment. How about I give you this year's salary, and you can look for another job? What do you think?" "Chairman Yi, we still have a few years left on our contract. You can't just leave me like this," Lu Xian said anxiously. "Lu Xian, I've already said what I needed to say. Why don't you understand? Do you need me to spell it out for you? Do you think I don't know what you've been doing these past few years? It's just that you haven't crossed my bottom line yet, so I've been turning a blind eye. If I were to pursue this, the things you've done aren't insignificant. They could easily land you a 10 or 8 year sentence." Hearing Yi Hong say this, Lu Xian was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He thought the things he had done were somewhat discreet, and for a hotel with an annual turnover of billions, they seemed inconspicuous. He never expected the boss to know about it. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lu Xian said, "Chairman Yi, I understand. I will pack my things and leave immediately. You've worked for me for a few years, so go find Director Zhou and collect your annual salary for this year before you leave." "Thank you, Director Yi," Lu Xian said before leaving the room. After leaving the hotel, Lin Dong planned to buy a sports car, but after driving around for a while, he found nothing he liked. All he saw were mass-produced cars, and the slightly more expensive ones were out of stock and needed to be ordered. After buying a laptop and some branded clothes for a change, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. Lying on the leather sofa, he checked his system and found he had gained 20 God points. Host, Lin Dong balance, 99999978992598996 physique, 19, weak, plus spirit, 28, normal, plus skill, car driving technique, beginner, plus God points, 20. His physique had reached 19 points, but he was still weak. His spirit remained at 28 points. The skill section now included a beginner-level car driving technique. Lin Dong added 11 God points to his physique. His physique jumped to 30 points, changing from weak to normal. His body began to heat up continuously. After a full minute, the heat gradually diminished. Lin Dong then added 6 God points to his spirit, raising it from 28 to 34 points. He instantly felt a coolness in his mind. It seemed he had really become smarter. The remaining 3 points were all added to the car driving skill. After doing all this, Lin Dong felt a bit sweaty and went to the 28th floor. After taking off his clothes, he jumped straight into the crystal-clear swimming pool. How refreshing! Lin Dong swam back and forth in the pool, lying on the edge and sighing. Climbing up the poolside, Lin Dong saw a huge mirror. Approaching it, he saw a person reflected inside. "Is this me?" Lin Dong couldn't believe it. Although the person in the mirror looked like him, his body had completely transformed. The previous Lin Dong, though handsome, had a weak physique that couldn't support his nearly 6-foot height. But the person in the mirror had a well-defined physique, exuding strength. After being stunned for a while, Lin Dong finally came to his senses and said, the system is truly invincible. After changing into a new set of branded clothes, Lin Dong stood in front of the huge mirror again. The reflection showed a handsome, well-proportioned man who looked like a top-tier rich guy with a family fortune. With this appearance, he could easily be a pretty boy. Lin Dong said with a touch of arrogance, "Gentlemen, please keep an eye on your girlfriends, sisters, and younger sisters, because I'm going out. Ha ha." In the evening, Lin Dong walked into the Golden Leaf Hotel with the confident stride of a wealthy man. "Hello, Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin." For beautiful receptionists greeted Lin Dong with admiration in their eyes. News had spread throughout the hotel that Lin Dong was about to become the owner, and Zhao Xian had already started taking over the general manager's duties, while the former general manager, Lu Xian, had packed up and left. After entering the lobby, the four receptionists began to gossip. "Director Lin is so young and handsome. Yeah, handsome and rich. He's simply the dream lover of us all. You flirt, Director Lin wouldn't even look at you. How do you know? What if Director Lin likes someone like me? Director Lin likes someone like Manager Zhao. Don't you know that eating the same dish all the time gets boring? If one day Director Lin wants to change his taste, our chance will come." Lin Dong didn't hear the gossip behind him. After entering the lobby, Zhao Xian came up to him. "Sister Xian, why are you still here? Didn't I ask you to be the general manager? Haven't you gone to take over?" Lin Dong asked, puzzled. "Director Lin, I've already taken over the general manager's duties. I came specifically to welcome you. Here is your driver's license." Zhao Xian handed Lin Dong a small notebook. "Thanks, Xian Jia. You go ahead with your work. I'll leave after I finish eating. By the way, could you ask when your sister and brother-in-law are free? I want to invite them to dinner to show my gratitude." "Sure, I'll ask them. I'm quite busy right now and don't understand a lot of things, so I won't keep you company, Lin Dong." Zhao Xian called a front desk staff member to take Lin Dong to eat, and then she left. "Mr. Lin, please," the front desk girl said respectfully. "I can find it myself. You don't need to go." "Mr. Lin, we've already reserved a private room for you today, so let me take you there," the front desk girl insisted. "A private room? Why change?" Lin Dong asked. "Mr. Lin, you were a VIP of the hotel yesterday, so you used room 3, but today you are the chairman of the hotel, and the chairman's exclusive room is room 1, the front desk girl explained. "All right then, lead the way," Lin Dong said, no longer concerned. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong wandered around Jiangcheng for a while. Although it was getting dark, Jiangcheng was a city that never slept, with many shops staying open until midnight. However, Lin Dong still couldn't find the sports car he desired. After inquiring, he learned that limited edition sports cars were basically sold out as soon as they were released and would not reach 4S dealerships. Only some top car dealerships had them for sale, and the prices were much higher than the original release price. Lin Dong thought for a moment and realized that the only person he knew who might have connections was Yi Hong, the former owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. So he called Yi Hong. The call connected quickly. "Lin, little brother, you came to Huqing so soon?" Yi Hong's voice came through the phone. "Yi Ge, I'm still in Jiangcheng, but I have something I need your help with. I want to buy a globally limited sports car. Do you have any connections?" Lin Dong asked. "Little brother Lin also likes to collect limited sports cars?" "Yi Ge, what man doesn't like cars?" "Ha ha, that's true. Little brother Lin, you asked the right person. I just happened to open a car dealership with some friends, specializing in reselling some second-hand cars." Yi Hong indeed partnered with friends to open a car dealership, but the cars they dealt with were all top models, and they wouldn't even look at anything under 10 million. "That's great. Yi Ge, please help me find something suitable for me. Little brother Lin, I have a Bugatti Veyron limited edition supercar that was released 3 years ago, with only 8 units worldwide. The original release price was 60 million, but since it's a limited edition, the price has gone up to around 80 million. What do you think? Sounds good. Yi Ge, do you have any pictures? Send me a couple to take a look." "Sure, I'll send them to you shortly. I think this car suits you well. Driving it into Jiangnan University will definitely make an impression." "Ha ha, Yi Ge really understands me. I'll just transfer the money to you directly. Are you coming to Huqing to drive it, or should I have it shipped to you?" "I'll come over during the May Day holiday. I have some things to do in Huqing then," Lin Dong said. He planned to visit his cousin Wang Li during the May Day holiday and help her improve her living standards, as some things were hard to explain over the phone. Lin Dong directly transferred 80 million to Yi Hong. Money was just a number to him now. After securing the sports car, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. He opened the newly bought laptop, downloaded Whale Live, and registered an account with a username Little Matchstick. Lin Dong had never watched Whale Live before, mainly because he couldn't afford a computer. Whale Live was the largest live streaming platform on computers, while Douyin was the largest on mobile, with both dominating about 80% of their respective markets. Entering his cousin Wang Li's live stream room number, Lin Dong saw that it was almost 11 o'clock, and the girl was live streaming enthusiastically. Entering the live broadcast room, Wang Li was thanking those who sent gifts, but these gifts were quite meager, only 10 or 8 yuan. Lin Dong glanced at the top of the leaderboard, it was just over 10,000, while the second place had dropped to a few hundred. Lin Dong thought it was necessary to remind this girl during the May Day holiday that her brother was now a billionaire. Wasn't her gratitude a bit too cheap? If others found out, where would he put his face? He charged 10 million into his account, preparing to send gifts to Wang Li. He initially wanted to send a few million but thought better of it, fearing it might scare the girl. He decided to wait until May Day to go to Lake City and leave her a little family fortune, so she could give her aunt a heads up, preventing any suspicion that he had done something illegal. Thanks to Brother Wang for the gifts. Thanks to Little Star for the gifts. Thanks to Senior Brother for the supercar. Thank you. Thank you. After watching for a while, Lin Dong noticed someone named Senior Brother had sent Wang Li a supercar, which cost 200 each. This Senior Brother was at the top of the leaderboard. Lin Dong sent a message. Little sister, call me brother and I'll help you take the top spot in a second. Lake City, Yunhu University Dormitory. Wang Li was live streaming, thanking those who sent gifts. A message caught her attention. Without hesitation, she called out, "One Little Matchstick, is it true that you can help me take the top spot?" Of course. Lin Dong continued sending gifts. Then thank you, Little Matchstick. At that moment, the Senior Brother at the top of the leaderboard sent a message. Bro, who are you? Want to take my top spot? Let's see if you have the strength for that. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered to reply. He directly chose the most expensive super rocket. Take off. One Little Matchstick sends a Super Rocket X1 to the live streamer Little Tuanzi. Lin Dong sent a message. Are you following? Senior Brother sends a Super Rocket X1 to the streamer Little Tuanzi. One Little Matchstick sends a Super Rocket X2 to the streamer Little Tuanzi. One Little Matchstick sends a Super Rocket X3 to the streamer Little Tuanzi. One Little Matchstick sends a Super Rocket X66 to the streamer Little Tuanzi. Each Super Rocket costs 2,000. And 66 had already surpassed 100,000. The Senior Brother at the top of the leaderboard had followed more than 10 times but didn't dare to continue. The popularity of the live broadcast room began to soar because sending 66 super rockets meant advertising across the entire channel. The messages started flooding the screen. Wow, a big shot. Why does this one Little Matchstick feel a bit familiar? Oh my, this is the super big shot from Douyin. Last night, he sent 2 million worth of gifts to a streamer in just 1 hour. Is it true? Absolutely him. Didn't expect him to show up here. A big shot is a big shot. He just sent 66 super rockets. Is he really that impressive? Why haven't I heard of him before? He just rose to fame, mostly sending gifts in smaller live rooms. Now I get it. Lake City, Yunhu University Girls Dormitory. Wow. Lily, who is this? So generous? Could it be another senior who has a crush on you? Exactly, much more generous than Joe Sudong. That Joe Sudong even said he liked you. We gave him your live stream ID, and he only sent over 10,000. This guy named One Little Matchstick is really generous. At this moment, Wang Li was also confused. She didn't know this One Little Matchstick at all, yet he came in and directly sent over 100,000 worth of gifts. She had just started live streaming, and the supporters were mostly alumni from her school, most of whom were her classmates. Joe Sudong was her senior, 1 year above her, and was pursuing her. Sisters, do you think I should add him as a friend? Wang Li asked. Streamers usually add some wealthy friends just to keep them around, allowing them to continuously send gifts. It is said that some streamers even meet these wealthy individuals in person and make certain sacrifices to retain them. Lily, don't worry about him for now. He has only sent over 100,000. Our Lily is not that cheap. If he wants to pursue you, he will definitely be exposed at school. Lin Dong stopped after sending over 100,000, not because he was reluctant to spend money. He wouldn't even blink if he were to send his cousin tens or hundreds of billions, but he was afraid that sending too much would scare the girl. He decided to visit Lake City during the May Day holiday. After sending gifts, Lin Dong didn't reveal his identity and exited the live stream, casually browsing on Whale Live. Whenever he found a streamer he liked, he would send a wave of 66 superfires. After an hour of browsing, he had sent gifts more than 10 times, giving away over 1 million just like that, and had made the news over 10 times. Lin Dong's ID, a little matchstick, had gained some popularity on Whale Live. Many small streamers hoped this big shot would enter their live streams. As soon as he did, it would mean a wave of 66 superfires, and it could also drive traffic. After wandering for more than an hour, just as Lin Dong was about to go downstairs, he noticed the words area in the upper right corner of his computer. Lin Dong clicked on it, and the computer interface switched. It displayed locating, please wait. In less than 10 seconds, a batch of new live streams appeared, likely all close to Lin Dong, many possibly still in Jiang City. He chose a popular one and entered the live stream, only to find that the streamer was actually Han Shiyun, one of the 3 campus beauties of Jiangnan University. Han Shiyun was a prominent figure at Jiangnan University. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also talented. At the freshman gala, her sexy and enchanting dance moves captivated over 80% of the male population at the school. Since then, she had been the center of many discussions, rumored to have flings with several rich and handsome boys from different schools, yet none had managed to win her over, with Huang Junlang being one of them. These rich and handsome boys competed for her affection by sending imported food, designer clothes, luxury bags, and even one super-rich second-generation heir gifted her a BMW sports car worth hundreds of thousands. This was true skill navigating among many wealthy suitors without letting anyone easily win her over, which only heightened their competitive spirit and desire to conquer. Being multi-talented and a super beauty, she was naturally adored by many at Jiangnan University, and her live stream had thousands of viewers. Lin Dong's appearance caused quite a stir in the live stream, especially since he had just sent over 1 million and had made over 10 advertisements, with his account level already exceeding 100. On Whale Live, sending gifts allows for leveling up. Sending 10,000 raises the level by 1, with no upper limit, and the higher the level, the more dazzling the entrance. Lin Dong had just sent 172 million, which meant he was at level 172, the highest in this livestream, placing him at the top as soon as he entered, while the second place was only over 120. Welcome, a little matchstick brother, to the live stream. As soon as Lin Dong entered, he heard Han Shiyun's voice. Without wasting time, he sent a wave of 66 superfires. A little matchstick sent a Super Rocket X1 to streamer Han Xiaoxiao. A little matchstick sent a Super Rocket X66 to streamer Han Xiaoxiao. Thank you, a little matchstick brother, for the superfire. Moi, do you want to listen to a song or watch a dance? Han Shiyun asked, wanting to keep this big shot around. Wow, the matchstick big shot is here. Matchstick Big Shot is amazing. No matter which live stream, as long as he enters, it's a standard wave of 66 superfires. Worship the Matchstick Big Shot. I've been chasing you for so long, and I finally see you. Does CEO Matchstick need a little brother to carry bags? Countless bullet comments appeared on the screen. At this moment, another big shot entered the live stream, his level even higher than Lin Dong's, reaching 298, instantly pushing Lin Dong to second place. This big shot, named Lang Lang, sent a barrage as soon as he entered. Because of his high level, the text of his barrage sparkled in gold, easily attracting everyone's attention. Shiyun, tonight I'll take the top spot. Will you really go on a date with me? Yes. Zhu Lang, if you take the top spot tonight, I'll go on a date with you tomorrow, Han Shiyun replied in a soft and melodious voice. The onlookers instantly erupted. Damn, who is this? Is the goddess going to be taken away? This is our school's rich and handsome guy, Huang Junlang. His family is loaded. Looks like Huang Junlang is really going all out to win over Han Shiyun tonight. Tomorrow there will be big news. I've even thought of a title, Rich and Handsome Huang Junlang Spends Millions to Win Over Campus Beauty Han Shiyun. That sounds good. It will definitely top the campus headlines. Lin Dong was originally prepared to leave. But seeing this, damn, Huang Junlang, who already had Jiang Shan, still came here to pursue Han Shiyun and wanted to take the top spot to date her? Dream on. Damn it. I have to ruin your good fortune. I'll collect some interest from you tonight and slowly gather the principal later. Huang Junlang was also determined to win over Han Shiyun tonight. He had pursued her for so long and spent quite a bit of money, yet he hadn't succeeded, nor had he been rejected. Each time left him itching for more. Han Shiyun was indeed a woman who could trigger an excess of male hormones. His parents were in business and were somewhat well known in Jiang City, with a net worth exceeding $1 billion. So he spent money lavishly and was famous for being a rich and handsome guy at school. In the 3 years of college, any woman he set his sights on, he would directly throw money at, and he had never failed. Moreover, he had dated several female streamers, but with Han Shiyun, it had all fallen flat. Over the past few months, he had spent hundreds of thousands without even touching her hand, and of course, the other suitors were in the same boat. However, this only fueled Huang Junlang's desire to conquer her. No matter how much he had to spend today, he had to win over Han Shiyun. This would not only satisfy his desires but also slap the other suitors in the face. As for Jiang Shan, they had already been there, and he was getting tired of it. If Zhang Shan didn't mind, he could still play around for a few more days. If she wanted to compete for Han Shiyun's affection, she might as well roll over and die. Han Shiyun had been feeling quite down lately. Although her family was average, she had been raised with great care by her parents since she was cute from a young age. Plus, she had a talent for singing and dancing, and from middle school to high school, she was basically the center of attention at school. Even when she got to college in Jiang City, it was no different. She quickly became the object of everyone's admiration. She had been floating between several rich and handsome guys, making them send various gifts to compete for her attention, with some even directly gifting her luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. However, she didn't dare accept the cars and could only take clothes and bags as gifts. She sold these gifts at a low price, making quite a bit of money. Later, she even thought of using live streaming to have those people send her gifts. In just a few months, she earned over 1 million in gift shares, which delighted her, as it was much faster than selling gifts at a low price. But recently, she noticed that these people had started to lose interest in her, with 2 or 3 already turning to others. More importantly, one of her 2 main protectors, Huang Junlang, was also pursuing someone else. It was said that he had been seen going in and out of the Golden Leaf Hotel with Jiang Shan every day, which gave her a strong sense of crisis. She knew that this relationship couldn't last much longer. After all, no one was a fool. Having invested so much in her without any substantial benefits, they might as well pursue someone else. So she made a decision tonight, hinting to those pursuing her that whoever could take the top spot on her leaderboard tonight would get to date her. Right now, one of the 2 major guardians, Huang Junlang, had already arrived, and they were just waiting for Zhang Yong. As long as the 2 of them were there, they would definitely rake in a fortune tonight. After hearing Han Shiyun's response, Huang Junlang began preparing to seize the top spot. He glanced at the total amount of gifts for the top position, which was 780,000, all from that kid Zhang Yong. He himself was in second place, having spent nearly 400,000, which meant he just needed to spend another 400,000 to take the top spot. Of course, this was assuming Zhang Yong didn't show up. Over the past 2 years, he had also spent over 2 million on gifts, but he had used that money to support several smaller streamers. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Yong's ID, Brave to the World, entered the livestream. The level 380 account pushed Huang Junlang down the leaderboard. Sure, I'm here. Zhang Yong sent in a barrage of comments. Welcome, Brother Yong. Thank you for your support. Sure, I've come fully prepared tonight. I will definitely win you over. Brother Yong, Shiyun is waiting for you. Huang Junlang's comment interrupted. Zheng Er, I'm still here. Don't speak so confidently. It won't be good if you end up with egg on your face. Huang Daxian, I never even considered you a threat. Let's see who has the real skills. Although they were saying this, both of them felt a bit anxious inside. Their family backgrounds were similar, and neither of them was a fool. Continuing to compete like this would surely lead to mutual destruction, but they couldn't help it. Just thinking about Han Shiyun's delicate body and alluring voice made them feel invigorated. No more nonsense. They chose to launch super rockets. Lang Lang sent streamer Han Xiaoxiao a super rocket X1. Yang Chuan Tianya sent streamer Han Xiaoxiao a super rocket X1. Lang Lang sent streamer Han Xiaoxiao a super rocket X66. Yang Chuan Tianya sent streamer Han Xiaoxiao a super rocket X66. Half an hour later, Lang Lang sent streamer Han Xiaoxiao a super rocket X1314. Yang Chuan Tianya sent streamer Han Xiaoxiao a super rocket X1314. The live stream room was almost going crazy. The number of viewers had exceeded 100,000. Countless impressive comments from big shots appeared on the screen. Han Shiyun was also going a bit crazy, but it was from happiness. She never expected the 2 of them to be so generous, each having spent over 2 million on gifts. With this wave, her share of the gifts would likely exceed 3 million, which was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Huang Junlang and Zhang Yong also began to come to their senses. If they continued to spend like this, it would be fine if they managed to win over Han Shiyun, but if they didn't, it would probably drive them mad. This wasn't like an auction, although it was also the highest bidder who wins. The gifts sent out couldn't be taken back, so Huang Junlang called Zhang Yong. When the call connected, Huang Junlang didn't waste any time and said directly, Zheng Er, I'm prepared to spend 5 million to win over Han Shiyun. If you exceed that amount, I'll back out, and you can return the gifts I've just sent to me. How about that? Zhang Yong was silent for a moment before replying, Huang Daxian, if you transfer 3 million to me now, I won't compete with you for Han Shiyun. If you think that's unacceptable, we can keep fighting it out. Huang Junlang thought for a moment and said, alright, I'll transfer you 3 million. But you are not allowed to contact Han Shiyun in the future. Deal. Zhang Yong's voice came through the phone. Huang Junlang directly transferred 3 million to Zhang Yong. People at their level, while a bit of a rogue, still kept their word. Huang Junlang calculated that he needed to spend nearly 400,000 more to climb to the top spot, which meant he had already spent over 6 million on Han Shiyun. Even though his family was worth billions, spending over 6 million at once still made him feel a bit pained. However, as long as he could win over Han Shiyun, it would all be worth it. The reason he was willing to spend such a large sum on Han Shiyun was that she had once said she had never had a boyfriend. Not having had a boyfriend meant that her purity was still intact, and the allure of such an exceptional woman could stimulate a man's hormones far more than someone like Zhang Shan. In the live broadcast room, after Zhang Yong received 3 million from Huang Junlang, he directly exited the live stream, with the rocket stopping at 1314. The onlookers in the live room were left bewildered. How could someone who was just fiercely competing suddenly withdraw? Huang Junlang immediately sent another 200 rockets, just enough to surpass Zhang Yong and take the top spot. Shiyun, I'm now number 1. Zhang Lar has admitted defeat and left. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow night. The live room erupted into chaos again. What the hell? A date at night? Everyone knows what that means. It's over. My heart is breaking. No, my goddess, please don't go. Not going is impossible. The big shot has spent money. Looks like another goddess is about to fall tonight. In an instant, the live room was filled with all sorts of comments. This was exactly the effect Huang Junlang wanted. He was declaring his claim. Han Shiyun was now at a loss. She didn't understand why Zhang Yong had suddenly left. She had looked into both of their backgrounds, and they were quite similar. Originally, she had planned for the two to compete fiercely, ultimately having their gifts rank equally, and then she would accompany both of them on a date. With 3 people on a date, they surely wouldn't do anything out of line, but now that Zhang Yong had suddenly exited, her plan was disrupted. Although she had received over 5 million in gifts, going on a date alone with Huang Junlang would definitely lead to problems. With this thought, Han Shiyun silently sighed in her heart. Her originally flawless plan had been thrown into disarray, and she could only accept it. At least she still had over 2 million in gift shares to comfort her. Junlang, I'll be waiting for your call tomorrow. Han Shiyun's voice rang out in the live room. The live room exploded again. It's over, my goddess. I can't breathe from the heartache. Another goddess is about to leave us. Huang Junlang's massive golden bullet comments reappeared on the screen. Ha ha, good. Shiyun, tomorrow I will make sure you have a wonderful night. However, at that moment, Huang Junlang was thinking, having spent over 6 million, I will definitely make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Lin Dong felt the timing was right and sent a bullet comment. Since he was also a high-level account, his comments stood out. I heard that if you take the top spot, you can date the host? Lin Dong asked. Big Shot Matchstick, please save our goddess. Exactly, Big Shot Matchstick. Quickly rescue the goddess from the demon's hands. Rescue my ass. Big Shot Matchstick took the top spot. The goddess belongs to him now. Then I also want Big Shot Matchstick to take down the top spot. Ordinary comments flooded the screen. I just want to ask the host, if you take down the top spot, can I date you? Lin Dong continued to ask. Yes. Han Shiyun replied. Good. Lin Dong stopped talking and directly sent rockets flying. A small matchstick, sent to the streamer Han Xiaoxiao, Super Rocket X1, 10 minutes later. A small matchstick, sent to the streamer Han Xiaoxiao, Super Rocket X666, half an hour later. A small matchstick, sent to the streamer Han Xiaoxiao, Super Rocket X1314, 1 hour later. A small matchstick, sent to the streamer Han Xiaoxiao, Super Rocket X2520, 2 hours later. A small matchstick, sent to the streamer Han Xiaoxiao, Super Rocket X5200. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Huang Junlang was dumbfounded. Han Shiyun was also dumbfounded. The popularity in the live broadcast room had risen to over 300,000. 5,200 super rockets, what does that even mean? That's over 10 million. The largest single instance of tipping since Whale Live was established. Chaizong is awesome. Chaizong is mighty. Chaizong is domineering. Chaizong, you are my idol. Chaizong, I want to have your babies. Countless such comments appeared on the screen. At this moment, Huang Junlang felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Over 6 million just went down the drain, and he didn't gain a thing. He was filled with murderous intent. He took out his phone and called Jiang Shan. He needed to vent. The call connected. Hello, Junlang, what's up? Why are you calling me so late? Jiang Shan's voice came through the phone. Shan, come out right now. I'm waiting for you at the school gate, Huang Junlang said into the phone. Junlang, it's already past 2 in the morning. Can we talk about it tomorrow? I told you to come out right now. Huang Junlang gritted his teeth. But, no buts. You get out here immediately. And if you don't come out tonight, you know the consequences. After saying that, Huang Junlang hung up the phone with a snap. On the other end of the line, Jiang Shan had just been woken up by Huang Junlang's call. She had only said a couple of sentences before being frightened by him. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Shan slowly got up, trying not to wake her roommate, so she carefully fumbled to get dressed. When she was with Lin Dong, this kind of situation would never happen. Lin Dong truly loved her to the core and always thought of her. Whenever she said she was hungry, no matter the time, Lin Dong would directly bring food to her dorm building and then call her. Lin Dong had never spoken to her in such a tone. Moreover, Lin Dong respected her. They had been together for 4 years, and just because she said she wasn't ready, he had never crossed the line. But after being with Huang Junlang, aside from being nice to her at the beginning, giving her gifts, once he had her, his true colors began to show. Last month, he even forced himself on her when she was unwell, showing no concern for her body at all. Now, it was already 2:30 in the morning, and she had to force herself to get up to see him. It was definitely just his lust taking over. Thinking of this, tears began to flow uncontrollably down Jiang Shan's face. She could only blame herself for being too foolish, too naive, and too vain. Jiang Shan's roommate and best friend, Zhu Yan, woke up to the noise and saw some movement on Jiang Shan's bed. Shan, what are you doing? Zhu Yan rubbed her eyes and asked. Nothing, Yan, you go back to sleep. I'm a bit hungry. Junlang is waiting for me at the school gate to take me to eat, Jiang Shan replied. Zhu Yan noticed that Jiang Shan's tone was off. Since there were only the two of them in the dorm, she got up and turned on the light, only to see Jiang Shan on the bed, getting dressed while sobbing. Zhu Yan hurried over and hugged Jiang Shan tightly. Shan, what's wrong? Did Huang Junlang bully you again? No, not at all. What do you mean not at all? I can tell something's wrong. Shan, I told you long ago that Huang Junlang is not a good person, to stay away from him, but you didn't listen, and now look what happened. Yan, I'm fine. Still trying to deceive me. I've noticed you secretly crying several times at night, Shan. I really don't understand. Lin Dong loves you so much. Why did you choose Huang Junlang? Just because he has money? Yan, stop it. Shan, leave Huang Junlang. Go back to Lin Dong. He is the one who truly loves you and can really make you happy. Huang Junlang is just playing around. In these years, he has had at least 10 girlfriends, all just for a few days before tossing them aside. Yan, it's too late. Everything can't go back. Jiang Shan could no longer control herself and began to cry in Zhu Yan's arms. A few minutes later, after crying enough, Jiang Shan broke free from Zhu Yan's embrace and started to get dressed again. Zhu Yan stopped her, saying, Shan, it's so late, don't go out. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yan, I can't. Junlang is still waiting for me at the school gate. If I don't go out, he won't want me anymore. If he doesn't want you, then so be it. What's the big deal? But I'm already pregnant with Junlang's child. If he doesn't want me anymore, what should I do? Jiang Shan cried. Shan, you. Sigh. At that moment, Zhu Yan didn't know what to say and could only let out a sigh, but she withdrew her hand that was stopping Jiang Shan from getting dressed. After Jiang Shan got dressed, she hurried to the school gate. Han Shiyun was now excited, her face flushed. Thank you, President Chai, for the 5,200 super rockets. President Chai, I love you. Moa. Then she directly sent a friend request to Lin Dong. After they added each other as friends, Han Shiyun sent a message. President Chai, let's add WeChat. This is my phone number. I'll wait for your notification tomorrow. They successfully added each other on WeChat. The next day, Lin Dong slept until noon before getting up. After washing up, Lin Dong went to the Jinya Hotel. Hello, Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin. As he walked through the hotel, he was greeted by many. After lunch, Lin Dong went straight to the chairman's office to rest. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Knock. Come in. Zhao Xian pushed the door open. Director Lin, the hotel handover has started. When do you have time? Sister Xian, I said I won't interfere with the handover. You can decide. Just let me know when payment is needed. Alright, then I won't disturb your rest. By the way, I'm moving in tonight. I'll leave the door open for you. Zhao Xian said and left the office before Lin Dong could respond. Damn, I've been flirted with again. Lin Dong sat in his chair, scrolling through his phone. He opened WeChat. Lu Peng sent a message. Donzi, when are you going back to school? Tomorrow, I guess. Lin Dong replied. Donzi, I have something to tell you. You must hold on. What is it? That bastard Huang Junlang posted the photo of you fainting from coughing up blood on the campus website, along with some of your past deeds. You are now famous. Damn, send it to me. After a while, Lin Dong received the picture Lu Peng sent. It was indeed a photo of him fainting in the small grove. That bastard, last night he only collected a little interest. Just wait and see how I play you to death in the future, Lin Dong cursed in his heart. Lin Dong played with his phone for a while longer. Then he sent a message to Han Shiyun. 6 o'clock tonight, see you at Jinya Hotel. Just report your name when you arrive. Okay, President Chai, I'm looking forward to meeting you, Han Shuryun replied. Han Shuryun was currently in class, but she had been keeping an eye on her phone since morning, afraid of missing a call or message from Lin Dong, the big shot. Compared to the half-hearted, flirtatious rich second generation like Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang, Han Shuryun preferred to deal with someone like Lin Dong, a big shot. She was indeed looking forward to meeting this big shot who casually spent over 10 million. So, after seeing Lin Dong's message, she immediately replied. Although she was a bit worried about encountering a fat-headed, big-eared pervert, she also secretly hoped that Lin Dong would be a truly capable and handsome rich guy. Han Shuryun knew about the Golden Leaf Hotel because it was close to the school and the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province, renowned at Jiangnan University. She had heard that even a casual meal there started at tens of thousands. She had never eaten there, but if she wanted to, she believed many rich second generation would invite her. The afternoon quickly passed. At 5:30, Han Shuryun arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel wearing tight jeans and a fitted shirt. It had to be said that Han Shuryun indeed had the capital to be proud. No wonder so many rich second generation were around her, completely captivated. Having danced since childhood, she had developed in all the right places, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a waiter approached her. "Excuse me, miss, are you here for accommodation or dining?" "Hello, my name is Han Shuryun. Someone invited me here," Han Shuryun replied politely. "Miss Han, hello, please follow me." The waiter led Han Shuryun to room 1. She had received the message in the afternoon that Director Lin wanted to invite a Miss Han Shuryun for dinner, so she was to take her directly to room 1. Once inside the private room, it was empty. Han Shuryun casually found a seat, still feeling a bit nervous. After a moment, the sound of the door opening echoed. Han Shuryun's body trembled, and she looked up towards the door. The door to the room opened, and a young figure walked in. Seeing the person who entered, Han Shuryun felt a vague sense of familiarity. "Are you Lin Dong?" Han Shuryun stood up and asked uncertainly. "Hello, classmate Han Shuryun. I am Lin Dong. I didn't expect classmate Han to know me. It seems I am indeed famous at school." Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. "Are you really Lin Dong?" Han Shuryun asked again. "Absolutely. Are you the one who sent me over 10 million in gifts last night? What's wrong? Don't I look like it? How is that possible? If you are Lin Dong, how could you?" Han Shuryun was momentarily shocked and speechless. In the past couple of days, Lin Dong had indeed become famous at Jiangnan University, but not for good reasons. His story circulated in WeChat circles and on the campus network. His girlfriend of 4 years was poached by someone else, and unable to bear the blow, she fainted from vomiting blood, with pictures attached. If this person was Lin Dong, how could he have been the one to be poached? It would be more likely for him to be the one doing the poaching. Who would break up with such a big shot? Had everyone lost their minds? Classmate Han, sigh, it's a long story. Let's sit down first and chat while we eat. Han Shuryun sat down, but her eyes remained fixed on Lin Dong. She couldn't believe that this person was the Lin Dong everyone had been talking about at school these past few days. Soon, the door to the private room opened again, and the dishes started coming in. In less than 2 minutes, a full table of lavish dishes was served. "Director Lin, the dishes are all served. Enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, just call me," the newly appointed lobby manager said before leaving the room. Director Lin? Or still Lin Dong? The waiter couldn't directly call the guest by name, so it should be Director Lin? But why was he called Director Lin? Han Shuryun had many questions in her heart. "Classmate Han, let's eat first. You must be hungry too," Lin Dong said, pouring her a bit of red wine. Han Shuryun looked at the large table full of dishes, many of which she had only seen on television, and couldn't believe they were now in front of her. She picked a dish to try a bit of, and it was truly delicious. No wonder it was an 8-star hotel. The two of them had almost finished eating. Han Shuryun couldn't help but ask, "Lin Dong, is it really you that everyone has been talking about at school these past few days?" "It is indeed me," Lin Dong replied. "How is that possible?" "There's nothing impossible, Han. I used to believe that love shouldn't be mixed with anything else, so I never revealed my identity. But, well, you saw the result. So that's how it is." Han Shuryun finally understood. He had been pretending to be poor. Who would be foolish enough to break up with such a big shot? "Actually, I just wanted to discuss Huang Junlang last night because he stole my girlfriend. Just to annoy someone, he dropped over 10 million. Lin Dong's true identity was a bit frightening. "Your girlfriend is Jiang Shan?" "Yes." "Lin Dong, don't be sad. When you give up one tree, a whole forest awaits you," Han Shuryun comforted. "It's fine. There's nothing to be sad about. After being dumped, I realized I might as well take advantage of my conditions. Don't you think so, Han?" "You're right, Lin Dong. But please keep today's matter a secret, Han. I'm used to being low-key. As a return favor, how about all your meals here being free from now on? Free? Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Han Shuryun. Han Shuryun left the Golden Leaf Hotel in a daze. The so-called loser Lin Dong that everyone had been talking about at school turned out to be a hidden super big shot. Who would believe it? And he was the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. How much is the Golden Leaf Hotel worth? 100 billion? Or 200 billion? And it seemed that the hotel was nothing in front of Lin Dong. How much money did he really have? 1,000 billion? Or 2,000 billion? Even more ridiculous was that such a big shot had been dumped by Jiang Shan. Han Shuryun knew Jiang Shan. They were both members of the school's dance club. Although they weren't very familiar, they knew each other. If Jiang Shan knew about Lin Dong's background, she would probably regret it deeply. She had picked a sesame seed and lost a big airplane. Since Lin Dong wanted her to keep it a secret and continue being low-key, she would do just that. It was just as well that no one was competing with her for Lin Dong. She had already decided to get close to him. It seemed that live streaming was out of the question. As soon as she went live, she would definitely be scolded, and anything could be said in the chat room. In most people's minds, she was probably already Lin Dong's person, but in reality, nothing had happened between them except for eating. Han Shuryun didn't want to be insulted by others anyway. She already had over 7 million in gift shares, enough to buy a bigger house for her family. As long as she got close to Lin Dong, would she have to worry about not having money to spend in the future? After finishing his meal, Lin Dong drove around Jiangqing for a bit, bought some ordinary clothes, and prepared to return to school the next day. It was better to keep a low profile. Back at the international mansion, Zhao Xian had already moved in and was tidying up the place. Lin Dong didn't disturb her and went straight upstairs. The next day, Lin Dong got up early. After washing up, he went downstairs. Upon coming down, he found Zhao Xian already ready to go to work. Good morning, Xian Jie. Mr. Lin, why are you up so early today? Xian Jie, I'm still a student. I haven't been to class for 3 days, and I'm planning to go back today. Then let's go together. The two cars, one red and one black, left the international mansion and arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. After breakfast, Lin Dong walked to school. He didn't drive the luxury car to school. The Golden Leaf Hotel was very close to the school, just about a 10-minute walk. The Mercedes-Benz is somewhat lacking in prestige. There are many rich second-generation students at school, and quite a few have cars worth 3 to 4 million. He has seen 2 or 3 Mercedes-Benzes, and there are even some luxury cars that are better than a Mercedes. Lin Dong plans to wait until the May Day holiday to drive back to school in his limited edition Bugatti, keeping a low profile for a few days first. What he wants is complete dominance. As he enters the school, there are many students coming and going. After 3 days of the Lin Dong incident brewing, it is now at its peak of attention. Most classmates are curious when they see Lin Dong. The female students are a bit better, smiling subtly when they see him and whispering after he walks away. The male students, however, are less discreet, starting to discuss him right next to him. Hey, isn't that Lin Dong? Looks like it. I heard he coughed up a lot of blood in the grove 3 days ago. I thought he'd be in the hospital for at least 10 days, but he's back so soon. He's really healthy. He probably didn't cough up that much. The photos didn't show much blood on the ground. You don't know. This kind of anger can really hurt the body. He could have just kicked the bucket. So serious? Lin Dong really has a strong life. Lin Dong acts as if he hasn't heard anything and continues walking to his classroom. He can't just go up and confront them, right? Besides, going up against 3 people alone would be asking for trouble. Just a few more days. Once I drive back in my limited edition Bugatti, I'll blind these kids with envy. Entering his classroom, most of the students are already seated. They all look up with curious eyes as Lin Dong walks in. As he returns to his seat, Lu Ping and a few others come over. They had lived together for more than a year when they first entered school, and they call themselves the 4 jerks of Zhengda, maintaining a good relationship. Dongzi, are you okay? Lu Ping asks. I'm fine. What are you all doing? Making it seem like I'm on the verge of death, Lin Dong replies. Good to hear. We were worried you might be down and out, weakening the prestige of our 4 jerks, says Fan Biao, one of the 4 jerks. It's just a woman. In this day and age, it's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but 2-legged women are everywhere, says another jerk, Zhou Wenhua. Alright, you don't need to worry about me. Do I look like someone with problems right now? Lin Dong says. Okay, as long as you're fine. Tomorrow night we're having a gathering. I've already arranged it. I'll let you know the location tomorrow afternoon. It's been a while since we all got together, Lu Ping says. Why are we having a gathering? Let's just hang out, Lin Dong asks. At this moment, Lu Ping leans in and whispers to Lin Dong, don't worry, this time our gathering isn't with students from our school, but from Jiangnan University of Media. The art students there are all stunning, way above the level of the girls in our school. How do you know students from the media university? Lin Dong asks. I just got a new girlfriend from there. What do you think? Lu Peng says proudly. Already switched? You change partners too quickly. It's because of guys like you, the fickle rich second generation, that I, a loser, end up with nothing, Lin Dong replies. Hey, don't compare me to that Huang Junlang guy. We're talking about feelings, he just throws money around. Look at who's been crying and begging after breaking up with me. We part on good terms, and I never mess with married women, Lu Peng retorts. I think they're pretty similar. Lin Dong responds, seeing Lu Peng about to argue again, and continues, alright, I was just joking. Tomorrow afternoon, right? I'll be there. Thanks, guys, that's more like it. The group returns to their seats. The morning class passed in a blur. Just before the lunch break, the homeroom teacher walked in and said, May Day is coming soon. This year's May Day cultural evening, like in previous years, requires each class to prepare a performance. Has anyone volunteered? The teacher looked around the room, but no one raised their hand. If no one volunteers, let's have Suing Xue perform a piano solo. But last year it was Ying Xue's piano solo, and if she does it again this year, it seems a bit unoriginal. How about someone collaborates with Ying Xue? One sings and the other plays the piano. Is there anyone who thinks they can sing well? As soon as the teacher finished speaking, someone stood up to volunteer, and it was the class monitor, Ding Wei. Teacher, I'll do it. As the class monitor, I should take the lead. As soon as he said this, everyone in the class scoffed. Seriously, when the teacher asked for volunteers, he didn't take the lead, but now he wants to take the lead by collaborating with Suing Xue? Even a fool could see the problem. Suing Xue is one of the three goddesses of the school, famously aloof, with people lining up 3 circles around the playground to pursue her. But she is different from Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun accepts gifts from anyone and then quickly sells them at a low price. Suing Xue, on the other hand, doesn't even look at gifts before tossing them straight into the trash. After Ding Wei volunteered first, several other boys also signed up to collaborate with Suing Xue. However, in the end, the homeroom teacher decided on Ding Wei. After all, he was the class monitor and held a certain status in the teacher's eyes. Ying Xue, Ding Wei, you have a few days to practice more. I don't expect you to win any prizes, but you can't embarrass yourselves either. After the teacher finished speaking, he left the classroom. Just as the teacher left, someone appeared at the classroom door. Is Lin Dong here? As soon as the voice sounded, everyone in the class turned to look at the door. Wow, isn't that one of the 3 goddesses, Han Shiyun? Did Han Shiyun just say she was looking for someone? Looking for Lin Dong? No way. Han Shiyun, who are you looking for? A classmate asked. I'm looking for Lin Dong, Han Shiyun replied. Holy crap, she really is looking for Lin Dong? Everyone looked at Lin Dong with incredulous eyes. Lin Dong was under the gaze of dozens of eyes. There was no choice but to stand up and walk out. When he reached the door, he said to Han Shiyun, let's go, and walked ahead. Han Shiyun obediently followed behind Lin Dong. As soon as Lin Dong and Han Shiyun left, the classroom erupted. Wow, it's only been 3 days, and Lin Dong has already gotten one of the 3 goddesses, Han Shiyun? Did you see that? Goddess Han was just following Lin Dong, looking like he was in charge. Come on, pinch me, tell me this isn't real. Be gentle. Ouch, it's over, it's not a dream. Wait, what was Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend's name? A classmate asked. I think it was Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan was taken away by Huang Junlang, right? And Huang Junlang is one of Han Shiyun's 2 protectors. Lin Dong is amazing. He played this beautifully. You steal my woman, I'll go after your goddess. This counterattack came so fiercely, now it's Huang Junlang's turn to spit blood. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the 4 jerks exchanged glances and simultaneously said, Old 3 is awesome. Suing Xue also showed a curious expression at this moment. As one of the 3 goddesses of the school, Han Shiyun had always mingled among several rich second-generation heirs, never being alone with anyone to avoid misunderstandings. But now she came to find Lin Dong alone? Does that mean she ultimately chose Lin Dong? What is it about Lin Dong that makes Han Shiyun so infatuated? Suing Xue couldn't figure it out. Lin Dong seemed to be more mysterious than he appeared on the surface. At that moment, Suing Xue felt a strong curiosity about Lin Dong, unaware that curiosity was the beginning of her downfall. Lin Dong took Han Shiyun to the playground behind the school. Since it was lunchtime, there were very few people on the playground, only a few couples wandering around. So, what is it, Han Shiyun? Why did you come to find me? Lin Dong asked. Can't I find you if there's nothing going on, Lin Dong? Han Shiyun retorted. Well, you could just text me or call. Why come directly to the classroom? Lin Dong, I'm helping you right now. Don't mistake my good intentions for something else. Oh, helping me? How so? Lin Dong inquired. Han Shiyun thought for a moment and said, Think about it, Lin Dong. Because of the scandal from a couple of days ago, whenever you show up, people will immediately say, look, that's Lin Dong, whose girlfriend was stolen a few days ago, and he was so angry he fainted from blood loss. But now that I've come to find you, when you appear, people will be discussing whether we are really together instead of you fainting from anger. Which of these two rumors do you think is better for you? Lin Dong thought about it and realized she was right. Then I should thank you, Han Shuryun. No need for thanks. I haven't thanked you for sending me so many gifts to keep me from dating Huang Junlang and treating me to lavish meals every day. But Han Shuryun, aren't you worried about ruining your reputation? No worries. Who told me I owe you? Han Shuryun said nonchalantly. Lin Dong and Han Shuryun continued to walk on the playground, chatting about trivial matters. However, the fact that Han Shuryun came to find Lin Dong and was immediately taken away by him was escalating. The school was not that big, and it involved one of the three major goddesses. The speed of this news spreading was extraordinary. Of course, the contributions of the other three notorious figures couldn't be overlooked, with communication being so convenient now. As soon as it was posted in the WeChat group, everyone would know. The fastest and most widespread version of the story was that 3 days ago, Huang Lang had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, Jiang Shan, leaving Lin Dong so angry he fainted from blood loss. 3 days later, Lin Dong had managed to win over the goddess Han Shuryun, whom Huang Junlang had pursued for months. Huang Junlang's face was flushed with anger. Many people initially didn't believe it. Han Shuryun had so many rich and handsome suitors, yet she had never been seen with anyone. Why would a loser like Lin Dong be able to win her over? But when they saw Lin Dong and Han Shuryun walking out of the school together from the playground, everyone had to accept this reality. Lin Dong had originally thought he would just stroll around the playground with Han Shuryun and then part ways. But suddenly remembering it was lunchtime, he naturally invited Han Shuryun to eat together. Han Shuryun certainly wouldn't refuse, and the two walked out of the school gate together. This scene was witnessed by many, including Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan. Huang Junlang watched Lin Dong and Han Shuryun walk out of the school together, nearly losing his temper and charging at them, but he ultimately restrained himself. He knew that rushing over would only make him feel more embarrassed. Just thinking about how he had spent 6 or 7 million without winning over the goddess Han Shuryun, only to see her so easily taken by a loser like Lin Dong, was enough to imagine Huang Junlang's feelings at that moment, comparable to how Lin Dong felt 3 days ago when he was dumped. Huang Junlang flung his hand and went straight back to the dormitory, losing all appetite for food, leaving Jiang Shan standing alone in place, looking somewhat miserable. Jiang Shan felt very sad seeing Lin Dong and Han Shuryun laughing and leaving the school together. Originally, the position next to Lin Dong was always hers, but she pushed Lin Dong towards someone else. Some things, you really only learn to cherish after you've lost them. She had to be cautious with Huang Junlang, afraid of upsetting him, while with Lin Dong, it was always Lin Dong being careful around her. Her status had suddenly dropped from princess to maid, making her realize the sacrifices Lin Dong had made during their 4 years together. Yen Yen was right. Perhaps she would never find someone who loved her like Lin Dong did in this lifetime. But everything was already beyond return. She had buried her own happiness with her own hands. Jiang Shan turned away with tears in her eyes. After they finished eating, the two took a nap at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Of course, Lin Dong rested in the chairman's office, while Han Shuryun booked a presidential suite. But with Lin Dong as the chairman, there was naturally no need to spend money. In the afternoon, they returned to school together. Going out for a meal took 2 to 3 hours, which left everyone imagining things. The afternoon passed quickly. Lin Dong walked through the campus. Indeed, as Han Shuryun had analyzed, the way everyone looked at him had changed from disdain to envy and jealousy. Lin Dong walked back to the Golden Leaf Hotel. As soon as he entered the door, 4 tall receptionists bowed and greeted him as usual. "Hello, Director Lin." Upon entering the lobby, the newly appointed lobby manager hurried over, bowing and saying, "Hello, Director Lin. No need to be so polite in the future, we're all on the same side. You go about your business, I can go up myself," Lin Dong said to the new lobby manager. "Yes, Director Lin." Lin Dong entered the elevator and disappeared from the lobby. However, Lin Dong did not notice that a beautiful woman was sitting in the guest waiting area, observing him. Sun Siyu had been sitting in the guest waiting area of the Golden Leaf Hotel for over an hour. She was a third-year student in the acting department at Jiangnan Media University. Students in her department typically start using their resources to secure roles in films during their third year, laying the groundwork for their future acting careers. Her classmates had begun to land roles in various films, with 2 even playing supporting female roles and gaining some fame. However, she had not secured a single role during her third year, not because she wasn't pretty enough. On the contrary, her looks and figure were among the best, even in a media university's acting department. The reason she hadn't gotten a role was that she had her own principles and was unwilling to please so-called directors and investors for a part. More importantly, she didn't lack money. Her parents had been in business, and although it wasn't large, they had assets worth several million. So, she had never lacked money growing up and naturally wouldn't sell her dignity for a role. Unlike those classmates from poorer backgrounds, who would not only sell their dignity for a chance but even their bodies. In fact, when she first entered her third year, a director had taken an interest in her and was ready to offer her a supporting female role, but it required her to have dinner with the investors. Naively, she thought it was just a meal. At the dinner table, both the director and the investors kept toasting her, but she turned them down. Unexpectedly, during the meal, the so-called investor's hand ended up on her thigh. The result was her pouring a glass of water on the investor's face, which infuriated the director, who threatened to blacklist her. Since then, very few directors had approached her for roles. Until today, when she received a call from a renowned director, saying he could offer her a supporting female role in a film with over $100 million in investment, but she needed to meet for further discussion. She thought for a moment and decided to meet first. However, after arriving at the Golden Leaf Hotel, she didn't receive any more calls from the other party, so she could only sit in the lobby's waiting area. Lin Dong's arrival caught Sun Siyu's attention. As soon as Lin Dong entered, four receptionists bowed to him. Although Sun Siyu was a bit far away and couldn't hear what they said, she could see the respect on their faces. Soon after, the hotel lobby manager also jogged over to bow. Sun Siyu had been sitting in the waiting area for over an hour, and at least 20 to 30 groups of guests had come and gone, but none of them made the staff bow. So Sun Siyu was almost certain that Lin Dong either had an impressive background or was simply the young master of this place or a descendant of its shareholders. However, this had nothing to do with her. She was just a bit curious and had to continue waiting for the call. About half an hour later, Sun Siyu's phone finally rang. "Hello, Director Xiang, where are you?" "I've arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel," Sun Siyu asked as she answered the call. "Miss Sun, I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. Just come to room 15-1 directly. I'll be waiting for you here." Director Xiang's voice came through the phone. "Director Xiang, is there something we can't discuss outside?" "Miss Sun, you have to understand, we're discussing business secrets. If they get leaked, what will we do if the investors pull out?" "Director Xiang, I think it would be better for us to talk outside. A private room would be the same, and no one would know." "Miss Sun, you have to understand, this is a film with an investment of over $100 million. The second female lead is an important role, and many people are eyeing it. I had to put in a lot of effort to get you here. You need to seize this opportunity. If you don't come, I can contact someone else." "Then go ahead and contact someone else. Goodbye," Sun Siyu said and hung up the phone directly. What a joke. She wasn't some clueless newcomer. It was almost dark outside. Would she even be able to come out intact if she went in? After hanging up, Sun Siyu picked up her bag and left the hotel, then took a taxi back to school. Asking her to sacrifice her body for a second female lead role? Dream on. On the 15th floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel, Room 1. This was the hotel's highest specification presidential suite. The price for one night was $66,666. At this moment in the room, besides the 30-something Chen Xiang, there was also a middle-aged man in his 40s and a woman in her 20s dressed like a secretary. After Sun Siyu hung up the phone, Chen Xiang's face turned a mix of green and red with anger. "Director Xiang, with your reputation in the industry, how could anyone dare to refuse you? They must not want to stay in the entertainment circle," said the short and plump middle-aged man, full of wealth. "Mr. You, this girl is still a novice. She doesn't understand the rules of our industry. She probably has a bit of money at home, so she hasn't made up her mind to step into this field," Chen Xiang said. "Oh, still a novice? That's great. I like this kind of girl. Can you get her for me? I'll add another 20 million to the investment," Yu Chunhai said. "Mr. You, that's a bit difficult. You just heard, this girl is completely resistant," Chen Xiang said awkwardly. "Then just let her be the female lead. Let's see if she can resist this temptation." But the first female lead has already been given to Yao Shui. If we change it at the last minute, it will definitely upset the other party. The contract hasn't been signed yet. It can be changed at any time. What can she do if she's unhappy? Yu Chunhai said nonchalantly. "Then I'll try my best." "Not try your best, but definitely." At this moment, Chen Xiang's heart was racing with 1,000 wild horses. These wicked capitalists, for their own interests, were once again meddling. Let a junior student who hasn't even graduated and has never acted in a play take on the leading role in a film with over 100 million in investment. And let a top-tier actress play the second female lead. If this news gets out, won't Zhao Shui's fans tear her apart? If the lead actress has good acting skills, it might be fine, and she could become an overnight sensation. But if her acting is subpar, the film would be ruined. At that point, if the investors can't recoup their costs and the public is in an uproar, wouldn't he be the one to take the blame? Although he cursed Yu Chung-hai in his heart, he still had to put on a flattering smile and say, "Don't worry, Mr. Yu, I will find a way to make it work." There's no choice, in this era, money talks. Although he has a bit of a reputation in the industry, he hasn't reached the point where he can ignore the capitalists. That kind of influence belongs to top directors. When they hint at wanting to make a film, countless A-list actors, even superstars, will flock to them. Countless capitalists will come knocking, eager to spend their money. Because for directors of that caliber, choosing whose money to use means who can make more profit. Not only can they make money, but the company's stock will also soar. That's how capitalists are. They are polite to those who can create profits for them. Shen Xiang is also striving towards this goal. He dreams of becoming a director of that level. The next day at noon, Lu Peng told Lin Dong that the evening's gathering would take place at the Jinya Hotel and advised him to arrive early to avoid being late. Lin Dong sent a message to Zhao Xian, asking her to inform the others that when he entered the hotel, he should be treated as an ordinary guest. He didn't want any complications at this point. After finishing his classes in the afternoon, Lin Dong arrived early at the Jinya Hotel, waiting in the chairman's office. The other 3 guests still needed to shower and change. Sun Siyu arrived at the Jinya Hotel again. However, this time she wasn't there to meet any directors. She was there because her roommate Zhang Min's new boyfriend was treating them. The 4 stood at the entrance of the Jinya Hotel, waiting for Lu Peng and the others to arrive. Min, is your boyfriend really treating us here? We were just joking yesterday. Should we change the location? Asked her roommate Chen Lan. They had heard that Zhang Min's new boyfriend wanted to treat them to dinner and could choose any place, so they casually mentioned the Jinya Hotel. They didn't expect him to actually plan to treat them there. Lan, it's fine, trust my judgment. If he can't even afford a meal, how can he be worthy of being my Zhang Min's boyfriend? Min, it seems your boyfriend is quite something. He must be a rich second generation. I'm so envious of you. Ask your boyfriend if he has any rich friends who are still single, and introduce one to us, said another roommate, Zhang Yun. Although he's treating you to dinner this time, he will also bring a few roommates along. You can see if there's anyone you like, and I'll help you set it up, Zhang Min replied. Are any of his roommates rich like him? I hope they aren't all poor losers. I'm not too sure about that. Yun, don't just think about finding a rich second generation. Finding a potential stock is also good. Sun Siyu interjected. Siyu, we're not the same as you. Your family is so wealthy. If all else fails, you can just go back and inherit the family fortune. How can we compare? You have to understand, for people like us, the best outcome is to find a rich second generation who loves us and get married. If we really want to become stars, who knows how much hardship we would have to endure. In the end, we might end up with nothing. Don't be so pessimistic. It's not that I'm pessimistic, but for us students without any background, how many times have we wanted roles that weren't just about eating, drinking, or even sleeping with someone? In the end, even if we sacrifice, we might not even get famous. So I don't want to be a star anymore. I just want to find a rich second generation and live a stable life. At this moment, Sun Siyu was also too weak to refute, because it was exactly as Zhang Yun said. If she didn't have her parents supporting her at home, she probably wouldn't be much better off than them. They hadn't chatted for long when Lu Peng arrived, driving a BMW X7 with the other 2 guests. Look, they've already arrived, those 4 in front, see? Lu Peng said. Wow, impressive. Clearly a level above our school. Exactly, no wonder they're from the performing arts department. They're destined to be big stars. Any one of those 4 could easily overshadow our class, except for Suing Xue. Especially the tallest one, she's not much worse than Suing Xue. Definitely goddess level. Beep, beep. Lu Peng honked twice as he parked at the entrance of the Jinya Hotel. My boyfriend is here, let's go, Zhang Min said, seeing Lu Peng's car as she and her roommates walked over. After Lu Peng and the others got out of the car, they met up. After a brief introduction, the group of 7 entered the Jinya Hotel and was led by a waiter to the reserved private room. Once seated, Lu Peng called Lin Dong. The call connected. Donzi, where are you? We're in room 46. Hurry over, you're the last one. Lu Peng said. Okay, I'll be right there, Lin Dong replied on the phone. Sorry, I have another roommate coming soon. You all go ahead and order whatever you want, Lu Peng said to the girls. After receiving the call, Lin Dong went downstairs. On the way, he called Zhao Xian, asking her to wait and arrange for the meal in room 46 to be complimentary under the pretext of a hotel promotion. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at room 46. Sorry, I got held up a bit, Lin Dong said apologetically. After Lin Dong sat down, dishes began to arrive one after another, and everyone started to eat. Besides Lu Peng and Lin Dong, the other 6 were dining here for the first time. Naturally, they praised the food. They ordered mostly standard dishes, unlike Lin Dong, who always ate the finest. When Sun Siyu saw Lin Dong, she felt he looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she remembered that he was the one who had been greeted with a bow by the waiter when they entered the Jinya Hotel yesterday. What a coincidence! Just yesterday, she thought she would never intersect with someone like him, and today they were sitting together for a meal. Although she was curious about Lin Dong's identity, she didn't dare to ask, as they weren't very familiar. After the meal, Lu Peng suggested going upstairs to sing, and everyone unanimously agreed. As an 8-star hotel, Genie offered everything from dining to entertainment. However, when it came time to settle the bill, they were surprisingly informed that the hotel was running a promotion, and their table had been randomly selected for a complimentary meal. Moreover, all their expenses for the day would be waived. Everyone was overjoyed, as this was worth several tens of thousands, and if they went to sing, it would easily reach 100,000. They even said this time didn't count and that Lu Peng should treat them again next time, to which Lu Peng readily agreed. Lin Dong just smiled without saying a word. Sun Siyu felt there must be something off about this. No hotel would run a promotion that offered a complete waiver. At most they would give a discount. Especially in such a high-end hotel, how could they just waive 100,000? It was like a dream. However, this only solidified her suspicion. Lin Dong was definitely a high-ranking figure in this hotel, but since he had no intention of revealing it, she saw no need to expose him. The group, led by the waiter, arrived at the KTV area. Once they entered the KTV private room, everyone began to let loose. Because the lighting in the private room was relatively dim, and after having a few drinks, Lu Peng and Zhang Min, the couple, directly hid in the corner and began to kiss passionately. This wave of dog food caught everyone present off guard. However, no one paid much attention and started to do their own thing. The 3 beautiful women were singing, while the 2 other guests, excluding Lin Dong, were playing on their phones. Lin Dong sat on the sofa feeling a bit bored. He wanted to leave but felt it would be inappropriate. He could only enjoy the singing of the beautiful women. It must be said that although they were from the performing arts department, their singing was not bad at all. Time slowly passed. When the beautiful women were tired and took a break, Lu Peng picked up the microphone and said, "Today, I want to thank the 3 beautiful ladies for gracing us with their presence." Then he pointed at Lin Dong and continued, "This is my brother Lin Dong, who is still single. If any of you beautiful ladies don't have a boyfriend, you can exchange contact information and get to know each other. Who knows, you might end up as a couple. Not to mention, my brother is absolutely loyal in relationships." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a mix of emotions. Was he being praised or mocked? He was indeed quite loyal enough to faint from anger after a breakup. Those who didn't know him might think it was a compliment, but those who did would definitely find it amusing. Lu Peng probably had a bit too much to drink. After Lu Peng finished speaking, he waited for the reactions of the beautiful women. He had learned from Zhang Min that none of the 3 beautiful women had boyfriends, which was why he set this up. The tallest one, Sun Siyu, Lin Dong probably had no chance with. A goddess of that level would be out of his league, even for someone experienced like him. However, he still had a chance with the other 2. Moreover, recently Lin Dong seemed to have changed a bit. He felt stronger, and his demeanor had shifted. He was no longer the submissive type he was when he was with Jiang Shan. He had become more confident. Overall, at first glance, he was quite presentable. Zhang Yun and Chen Lan showed no reaction to Lu Peng's words. They could see that among the 4 people in their dorm, apart from Lu Peng, who was a rich second generation, the others were all losers. It was evident from the fact that they all came in Lu Peng's car. Which rich second generation would ride in someone else's car? To save gas money? Don't be ridiculous. Would a true rich second generation care about that? Although Lin Dong was a latecomer, he didn't look like a wealthy person at all with his cheap clothes. While Lin Dong looked quite handsome and fit, could looks fill a stomach? Besides, they were from the Jiangnan University of Media and had seen all kinds of handsome guys. Lin Dong would only be considered average if thrown into their school. They didn't want to waste their youth on someone like him. While the 2 of them had no reaction, someone did. Sun Siyu was very curious about Lin Dong. Clearly, he was a big shot, yet he pretended to be a loser. Moreover, he hit it quite well, even his roommates hadn't noticed. Sun Siyu wanted to remind her 2 roommates that the rich second generation they admired was right in front of them, and not just any rich person, yet they acted as if they hadn't seen him. Once, there was a mountain of gold right in front of them, but unfortunately, they treated it like dirt. She was very curious about what expressions her 2 roommates would have if they knew Lin Dong's true identity. Frustration? Regret? For someone like them, who aimed for rich second generations as their ultimate goal, it would probably drive them crazy. Fine, if you won't go for him, then I will. So, Sun Siyu stood up, walked in front of Lin Dong, extended her right hand, and said, "Hello, Lin Dong. My name is Sun Siu, a junior from the Performing Arts Department at Jiangnan University of Media. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can be friends and get to know each other." As soon as she said this, the room fell silent. Lu Peng almost dropped the microphone he was holding. A goddess like Sun Siu was actually interested in Lin Dong? Who would believe it? The three guests simultaneously thought of it. Yesterday at noon, the goddess Han Shiyun also came to find Lin Dong. What kind of magic does Lin Dong have that attracts goddesses? One is a coincidence. But what about the second? Could there be a third or fourth? Has this guy started to turn things around after being dumped? At this moment, Lin Dong was also a bit dazed. He felt that ever since he had the system, his romantic luck had been somewhat overflowing. First it was Zhao Xian, then Han Shiyun, now it was Sun Si. All of them were goddess level. Which one should I choose? Only children make choices. I want them all. Soon coming back to his senses, Lin Dong stood up and said, "Hello, classmate Sun, I'm also very happy to meet you." The two shook hands briefly, then exchanged phone numbers and WeChat. Just then, the door to the private room was opened. A few people thought it was the waiter, but the first to enter was a short and chubby middle-aged man. Following him was the director Chen Xiang, who had arranged to meet Sun Si yesterday. Chen Xiang and Yu Changhai were accompanying two other investors tonight, but on the way, they saw Sun Si and a few classmates here. Yu Changhai had his secretary follow them to see which private room they entered, and after arranging the two investors, he hurried over here. After entering the private room, Chen Xiang introduced himself. "Hello, classmates, I am Chen Xiang." He then introduced the short and chubby middle-aged man beside him. "This is Mr. Yu from Xin Yuan Entertainment. We came here mainly to get to know you all. You should be students from Jiangnan Media University, right? Mr. You and I came to Jiangcheng to select roles for a film with an investment of over 100 million. Would you mind having a drink with us?" As soon as Chen Xiang finished speaking, Yu Changhai couldn't wait to walk up to Sun Si and said, "You must be classmate Sun Si. I am Yu Changhai from Xin Yuan Entertainment. Very pleased to meet you. I think you have a great temperament and are very suitable to play the female lead in a movie our company is investing in." Yu Changhai looked at Sun Si, his eyes shining. She was so beautiful and had such a presence, and she was even a head taller than him, making him slightly tilt his head to speak to her. He liked women who were taller than him, so what if they were tall? They would still be pressed under his fat body. This only fueled his desire to conquer. No matter what, he had to win this woman over. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, I'm not interested in acting in your movie," Sun Si said calmly. Looking at the suddenly appearing Chen Xiang and Yu Changhai, Sun Si understood. It seemed that Chen Xiang's invitation yesterday was just to accompany Mr. Yu here. Looking at Yu Changhai's short and chubby body, Sun Si felt a wave of disgust. To have to accompany such a person, she might as well be killed. What female lead? She didn't care at all. "Classmate Sun, you may not be aware, but our film has an investment of over 100 million. And we might add more funds later. We also invited popular actress Yao Shui to play the second female lead. If you can take this role, you could definitely become famous overnight." Yu Changhai continued to tempt her. As soon as he said this, Sun Si felt nothing, but beside her, Zhang Yun, Chen and Zhang Min were all incredibly moved. Playing the female lead? With Yao Shui supporting? This could definitely be a hit. Since they chose the Performing Arts Department, who didn't want to be famous? Who didn't want to be a star? It was just that they lacked opportunities. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, I'm really not interested." Sun Si remained unmoved. "Mr. Yu, I'm interested. Mr. Yu, I'm interested too." Zhang Yun and Chen Lan hurriedly chimed in. Zhang Min, however, didn't dare to approach because her boyfriend Lu Peng was present. She had finally found a rich second-generation boyfriend. She didn't want to end up with nothing. Yu Changhai had little interest in Zhang Yun and Chen Lan. He had played with enough women of this caliber. He signaled to Chen Xiang to come over and persuade them. However, Sun Siu didn't give them the chance and directly said to Zhang Min, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Have fun." Then she turned to Lin Dong and asked, "Lin Dong, can you give me a ride?" "Oh, sure," Lin Dong quickly replied, as he had wanted to leave anyway and now had an excuse. After exchanging pleasantries, the two left together. Yu Changhai, left in the private room, had a somewhat unpleasant expression. Ever since he became the general manager of Xin Yuan Entertainment, he hadn't encountered a woman who was so disrespectful in a long time. For a woman who didn't want to enter the entertainment industry and was impervious to flattery, Yu Changhai had no good way to deal with her. Zhang Yun and Chen Lan flanked Yu Changhai, sitting down and starting to toast him, genuinely eager to land this role. Among the trio, aside from Lu Peng, who continued to do his own thing, the other two began to curry favor with Chen Xiang, as he was a somewhat well-known director, which held considerable weight for Fan Biao and the others. A group of people drank together, each with their own thoughts. Lin Dong and Sun Siyu took the elevator down. In the elevator, Sun Siyu suddenly asked, "Lin Dong, is this hotel your family's?" "Ha!" Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. "No need to make excuses. I know you must have a deep connection with this hotel," Sun Siyu continued. "I'm not hiding anything, and I don't know what you're talking about," Lin Dong replied. "Lin Dong, it's impossible for a hotel to waive charges for events, and when they do, it's usually tens of thousands. You've gone a bit overboard. A discount would be more reasonable. What does it matter to me whether the hotel waives charges or not? Lin Dong, it's fine if you don't admit it, but you should know that a woman's sixth sense is usually quite accurate. The waiver was definitely something you instructed the hotel to do, and only someone important at the hotel could pull that off. When Min Min and the others come back, we can analyze it together and see who has such power." Lin Dong thought this woman was quite impressive. Her intelligence seemed a bit too high. To deduce who was responsible for a waiver was a talent that could have been put to use as a detective. He didn't realize that Sun Siyu had figured it out when she saw how the staff had bowed and scraped when he entered the hotel yesterday. "Alright, son, you win. The waiver was indeed my doing," Lin Dong admitted, realizing he couldn't evade it any longer. "So what's your relationship with this hotel?" Sun Siyu asked curiously upon hearing his admission. "As you said, this hotel is my family's. A young master? I suppose so. Not bad. Lin Dong, I didn't expect you to be a super rich second generation. Son, you're not doing too badly either. Directors and investors come to you for the lead role, and you've turned them down. I'm still a bit behind you, the super rich second generation." As they chatted, they walked out of the hotel. "Son, how about I give you a ride back?" Lin Dong asked at the hotel entrance. "Of course. Do you expect me to take a taxi myself?" Sun Siyu replied, looking as if it were a matter of course. Lin Dong shrugged, went to fetch his luxury car, and then drove Sun Siyu back to Jiangnan Media University. After dropping off Sun Siyu, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. Zhao Xian was already asleep. Lin Dong guessed that Zhao Xian must have been exhausted these past few days. Handing over the hotel work must have been quite tedious. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed. Lin Dong opened his laptop and logged onto Whale Live. Han Shiyun wasn't broadcasting. His cousin Wang Li wasn't either. Lin Dong just wandered around aimlessly. However, his level was indeed quite impressive, over 1,100 levels. Anyone above 1,000 levels was considered a king. Lin Dong casually clicked on a game livestream. He entered the live stream room. A 5-clawed golden dragon circled on the computer screen, then 4 golden characters popped up. "The king has arrived." This entrance was simply spectacular. The live stream room exploded in excitement. "Wow, the legendary CEO Chai has appeared. Welcome, CEO Chai. Welcome, CEO Chai, to guide us." The streamer was playing Survivor Island. She was a cute girl named Jasmine. Upon seeing Lin Dong's account, which was over 1,000 levels, enter the room, she quickly found a corner to hide. Then she stood up, fingers delicately posed, slightly squatting, and softly said, "Welcome, CEO Chai, to my livestream. I am honored." This was a super big shot, and she had to serve him well. The streamer's performance made Lin Dong chuckle. Indeed, money could make the world go round. Lin Dong sent a message in the chat. "Little Jasmine, play well, and if you win, I'll send you 666 super rockets to celebrate." Jasmine was overjoyed to see Lin Dong's message. If she won this round, it would be worth more than winning 100 or 1,000 rounds. She quickly sat back down and resumed the game, saying, "Thank you for your support, CEO Chai. I will do my best to win." The audience's messages flooded in again. "CEO Chai is awesome. CEO Chai is mighty. CEO Chai is indeed extraordinary." Jasmine carefully controlled her game character. Her skills were decent. She usually won about 8 out of 10 games, but she was afraid of failing. If she did, all the gifts worth over 1 million would be gone, so she was unusually tense. As she fought her way through, she felt relieved when only 3 players were left. This win seemed secure. But suddenly, a grenade flew next to her. Jasmine quickly jumped aside, but it was too late. With a loud bang, she was blown up. In that moment, Jasmine felt a surge of anger. Just like that, the gifts worth over 1 million slipped away, and she sat in front of the computer, speechless for a long time. The live stream room was filled with regret. Lin Dong thought the streamer was skilled enough, and feeling a bit restless himself, he sent another message. "Little Jasmine, how about playing a game with me?" Jasmine finally snapped back to reality upon seeing Lin Dong's message and quickly replied, "Sure. Where are you, CEO Chai? I'll come find you." Lin Dong entered the game, and the two teamed up for a new round. They landed in a valley and began to gather equipment and arm themselves. Jasmine stayed close to Lin Dong, offering him any good gear she found. Lin Dong didn't refuse. To be honest, his skills were a bit lacking since he hadn't played much before. However, they were quite lucky. It seemed there were no strong opponents in this match. In the end, Jasmine led Lin Dong to victory. This was Lin Dong's first win. Although his skills were poor, strangely, no one in the livestream criticized him. They all said he played well. Who would dare to insult such a big shot? Someone who could send millions in gifts in the livestream surely wouldn't be lacking in real life. If they angered a big shot, they would be found no matter where they hid. Lin Dong was in a good mood. He sent a super rocket, a small matchstick, sent to streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X1. A small matchstick, sent to streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X666, just when everyone thought it was over. A small matchstick, sent to streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X888. A small matchstick, sent to streamer Jasmine, Super Rocket X1314. In the end, the Super Rockets totaled 1,314. Worth over 2 million. The most expensive companion play on Whale Live was revealed. Companion play for Survivor Island, winning 1 round, gifts worth over 260 million. Jasmine added Lin Dong as a friend, telling him to reach out to her whenever he wanted to play games in the future. Due to the upcoming May Day holiday, there would be no break this weekend. The May Day Cultural Gala was scheduled for the day before the holiday. During this time, Lin Dong continued his normal routine of eating and attending classes. As time passed, the hype surrounding the Lin Dong incident gradually diminished, but he had become somewhat of a celebrity at school. The handover of the Golden Leaf Hotel had been completed, and Lin Dong officially became the owner of the hotel, successfully spending 180 billion and earning 180 godly rich points. After spending 40 of those points to increase both his physique and spirit to 50 points, Lin Dong decided not to invest further, feeling that the difference between 45 and 50 points was not significant. Reaching 50 points placed both his physique and spirit in the strong category. He chose to save the remaining 140 points in case he needed to acquire any skills later on. The day before the May Day holiday, Lin Dong had no classes in the afternoon, so he rested in his dormitory, preparing to attend the school's May Day Cultural Gala that evening. Jiangnan Media University had already started its holiday, and those living nearby had begun to leave campus one after another. Sun Siyu was packing her things in the dormitory, getting ready to go home. Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was her mother calling and quickly answered. However, after the call, Sun Siyu was left in shock. Her mother told her not to come home for the time being and transferred her 100,000 yuan, advising her to save some money. Instinctively, Sun Siyu felt that something was wrong at home. After persistent questioning, her mother tearfully revealed that the family business had failed, leaving them in debt. Their house was now under surveillance by creditors, and if she returned, they would surely be blocked by those creditors. They could only temporarily hide at her grandparents' house. Her father had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and had lost a significant amount of weight, and no amount of persuasion seemed to help. In Sun Siyu's heart, her father was everything, but now that everything had collapsed, she couldn't understand why the family business, which had been running for so many years, suddenly went bankrupt. She needed to rush back to clarify the situation. If she didn't return now, she feared she might never see her parents again. After quickly packing a few things, Sun Siyu hurried home. Her family lived in Yangcheng, not far from Jiangcheng. It would take just over half an hour by train, and only 2 to 3 hours by car. By the time she arrived at her grandparents' house, it was almost evening. Knock, knock. Sun Siyu took a moment to calm herself before knocking on the door. No one answered. Knock, knock. She knocked again. Still no response. Could it be? No way, no way. Sun Siyu's heart trembled. She quickly took out her phone and dialed her mother's number. The call connected. Mom, I'm back. I'm right outside Grandma's house, open the door. Sun Siyu said anxiously. Siyu, you're back? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Hearing her mother's voice on the phone, Sun Siyu finally felt a sense of relief. Even though her mother's voice sounded tired, at least she was alive. Soon, the door finally opened. The moment she saw her mother, Sun Siyu could no longer hold back and burst into tears, hugging her tightly. After the mother and daughter cried for a while, they entered the house. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Sun Siyu asked, Mom, what's going on? Where's Dad? Where are Grandma and Grandpa? Where's my little sister? Your grandparents and little sister were taken away by your uncle. Your dad has locked himself in his room and won't come out. Siyu, you need to go and talk to your dad. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, his health will deteriorate. Sun Siyu entered the room and saw the man sitting there smoking. She could not connect this man, whose hair had turned mostly white, with her father at all. He had once been so full of vigor, coming from the countryside to carve out a place for himself in the city, the most successful one in the entire family, and everyone praised him with a thumbs up. But the man before her looked lifeless, a man in his 40s who appeared to be in his 60s. "Dad!" Sun Siyu cried, tears streaming down her face. The man did not respond, continuing to smoke, finishing one cigarette before lighting another. "Mom! What on earth is going on? Why has Dad become like this?" Sun Siyu turned to her mother. "Sigh, your dad was deceived. That partner ran off with all the company's money and went abroad. And since your dad is the legal representative of the company, all the loans and promissory notes are in his name. Besides the bank, there are also some loan sharks. Your dad couldn't bear the blow, and overnight, his hair turned mostly white. He has been sitting here for 2 days. Why? How could this happen? How could a good family suddenly turn into this?" Sun Siyu collapsed onto the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. A few months ago, when she left home, everything had been peaceful and warm. Her dad was still the towering figure in her heart. Her mom was still that middle-aged woman who loved to chatter in front of her daughters. What a lucky family they had been, and why had it suddenly turned into a near disaster? Chen Suilian squatted down to hug her daughter, her eyes dry but stinging, for she had already shed too many tears in the past few days. She did not blame her husband, she knew he was bearing even more. She only blamed the scammers for being so good at disguising themselves and plotting. "See you, this hurdle is one your dad and I cannot cross. If your dad and I are no longer here, you must take good care of your sister. You are already an adult. It's time to take on the responsibility of looking after her, understand?" Chen Suelian said, holding Sun Siyu. Hearing her mother's words, Sun Siyu's heart trembled, and she hurriedly said, "Mom, please don't do anything foolish. I beg you." Chen Suelian continued as if she hadn't heard her daughter's plea, "But don't worry too much. Your dad and I have saved a little money with your uncle. Although it's not much, it should be enough for you to live without worry. Mom, please don't do anything foolish. There must be a way. There must be a way." Chen Suelian continued, "But you need to move to a place where they can't find you, because many of these creditors are loan sharks, and I'm afraid they might threaten your safety." "Mom, if we pay back the money, will that solve it?" Sun Siyu suddenly thought of Lin Dong, the young master of the Jinya Hotel, who must be wealthy. If he was willing to lend her money, it could definitely resolve the family crisis. She could slowly pay him back later, and if she couldn't, she could just become his mistress. At that moment, Sun Siyu would not hesitate to be with any man, even someone as short, fat, and ugly as Yu Changhai, as long as he could help her family avoid disaster. Because in her heart, nothing was more important than her family. "Silly girl, paying back the money could solve the problem, but we can't pay it back. Your dad and I have thought of many ways. We've sold everything we could sell and borrowed everything we could borrow. But in the end, it's just a drop in the bucket." Jiangnan University. Over 10,000 students were seated neatly on the playground. The May Day cultural evening was about to begin. First, the school leaders gave speeches. Then the students began to perform. Singing, dancing, skits, crosstalk, and magic tricks were presented one by one on stage. However, at that moment, Lin Dong was not sitting below watching the performances. He was called back to the classroom by the homeroom teacher, and of course, he wasn't the only one. Everyone in the class was called back. Everyone was a bit confused. At this moment, the homeroom teacher spoke up. "Today there is a special situation. Because Ing Shui is feeling unwell, she can't go on stage. Is there anyone who can play the piano to fill in? You don't need to play exceptionally well, just enough to get by." Everyone's gaze turned to Su Ing Shui. Sure enough, Su Ing Shui's originally rosy face turned a bit pale. After waiting for a while with no one volunteering, the homeroom teacher continued, "Whoever takes on this task, in the future, whether it's for leave or anything else, I will give you a green light." As soon as these words were spoken, many people were tempted, but playing the piano is a delicate task. Not just anyone can perform on stage after only a few days of practice. Lin Dong was also a bit tempted, wanting to take on this task to make it easier to ask for leave in the future. So he used some points to add piano to his skill set and directly added 10 more points, elevating his piano skill from beginner to proficient. Soon, Lin Dong felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind. With this newfound confidence, Lin Dong stood up and said, "Teacher, I'll give it a try." All the classmates looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, including the other 3 misfits, as well as Su Ing Shui and the homeroom teacher. "Lin Dong can play the piano? Don't be ridiculous." In the past few years of college, whenever he had a break, he was either working part-time or on his way to a part-time job. When would he have time to learn the piano? "Can you play?" the homeroom teacher hesitated to ask. "Yes, I learned while working part-time." "Can you play a complete piece?" the homeroom teacher asked again. "I can." "Alright then. Since no one else has volunteered, you go ahead and give it a try. Remember, don't seek to excel, just avoid making mistakes." At this moment, Ding Wei stood up with a pained expression and said, "Teacher, I'm not feeling well either. Let Lin Dong go up alone." He definitely didn't want to go up and embarrass himself with Lin Dong. He couldn't believe that a loser like Lin Dong could play the piano. It would be much better to distance himself and sit in the audience to watch Lin Dong make a fool of himself. The classmates in the class looked at Ding Wei's exaggerated pain and couldn't help but want to laugh. The homeroom teacher naturally noticed but didn't expose him. Instead, she asked Lin Dong, can you handle it alone? I can, Lin Dong replied. He was more than happy that Ding Wei wouldn't be going up with him. What was the point of collaborating with a man? However, he also felt that playing the piano alone might be a bit monotonous, so he spent 30 points to elevate his skills in lyric writing, composition, and singing to proficiency. Now everything was ready. The matter was settled, and everyone went to the playground to watch the program. Lin Dong waited backstage for his turn to go on stage. Yang Chang, at Sun Siyu's grandmother's house. Dad, Mom, I have a classmate who is the young master of the Jinya Hotel. You know Jinya Hotel, right? An 8-star hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Jiangnan province, worth a lot of money. If he is willing to help us, our family can get through this tough time. Sun Siyu tried hard to stabilize her parents. As long as there was hope, they would definitely not give up. After hearing his daughter's words, Sun Weicheng finally turned to look at Sun Siyu and her mother, his eyes no longer dull. As a person from Jiangnan province and once a billionaire big boss, he naturally knew the name of Jinya Hotel and had even hosted an important client there before. That hotel is worth at least 15 billion. If what his daughter said is true, it might really help him get through this crisis. As long as he could pay off the high-interest loans and bank debts, and get the company unblocked, with his abilities, he could definitely make a comeback. If it were possible, how could he think of giving up this happy family? Really? Sun Weicheng asked in a hoarse voice. This was the first sentence he had spoken in 2 days. Really? Sun Siyu, seeing her father finally speak, wiped her tears and said happily. Chen Suilian, seeing her husband finally open his mouth, felt a sigh of relief in her heart. But even if he has this ability, why would he help us? You and he are just classmates, and our family has a funding gap of nearly 100 million. Can you really borrow that much? Sun Weicheng asked. 100 million? Sun Siyu was even more shocked by this number. She had originally thought that the family might owe a few million, and with Lin Dong being a super rich second generation, he shouldn't care about such a small amount. But she never expected it to be 100 million. 100 million. Even if Lin Dong was a super rich second generation, could he really come up with that much cash? Maybe his family could, but he was just a student. They wouldn't let him use that much money to lend to someone he had only known for a few days. What to do? No, it was hard to finally ignite a glimmer of hope in her parents. She couldn't let them see through it. Dad, Lin Dong will lend it to me. Because he is my boyfriend. We've been together for half a year, but I was afraid you would say I'm still young, so I didn't dare to tell you. Sun Weicheng and Chen Suelian were taken aback. The last bit of doubt in their hearts vanished. They found it completely unremarkable that their daughter could find such an outstanding boyfriend. They had absolute confidence in their daughter. However, another question arose in Sun Weicheng's mind. Could it be that his daughter was just trying to comfort herself, and then made up a lie? Very likely. So Sun Weicheng said, then call him now and see if you can borrow it. Sun Siyu's heart tightened, and she said, Dad, let's call him tomorrow. You should eat something first, and I'm hungry too. As a businessman who had been fighting in the market for many years, how could Sun Weicheng not see the subtle changes in his daughter? Sure enough, he sighed inwardly. This was just his daughter's delaying tactic. At this moment, Chen Suelian spoke up. Siyu, just call him. If you can borrow the money, your dad can prepare. If you can't borrow it, we still need to settle you sisters down. Otherwise, your dad and I will never rest in peace. Sun Siyu had no choice but to take out her phone, find Lin Dong's number, and dial it. Although she was already desperate, she still hoped for a miracle. Jiangnan University. Lin Dong was still waiting backstage to go on. Suddenly, the phone rang. He took out his phone to check. It was Sun Siyu. What did this girl want from him? Although he was puzzled, Lin Dong still answered the call. Hello, classmate Sun, is there something you need? On the other end of the line, Sun Weicheng heard Lin Dong call his daughter classmate Sun, and instantly the last bit of hope shattered. No man would refer to his girlfriend like that. Sun Siyu, however, did not pay attention to these details. Lin Dong, are you free now? I want to talk to you about something. Lin Dong looked at his program. There were still several groups ahead, so he walked to a quieter place. What is it? Lin Dong, I want to borrow some money from you. Lin Dong was taken aback. Borrow money? Isn't this girl's family quite wealthy? Why would she borrow money from him? How much do you want to borrow? Lin Dong asked. I want to borrow 100 million. How much? Lin Dong thought he had misheard and asked again. I want to borrow 100 million. What do you need so much money for? Lin Dong asked. Lin Dong, my family's business failed, and we owe a lot of high-interest loans. If we don't pay them back, our family will be finished. Please help me, okay? I will definitely pay you back slowly. Sun Siyu's choked voice came through the phone. High-interest loans? This thing could be deadly. Lin Dong's mind conjured up the image of this girl rejecting the General Yu's unspoken rules. If he refused now, it wouldn't be long before she would become a plaything for those people for the sake of money. Fine, let's consider it a rescue of a girl on the verge of losing her way. Is 100 million enough? Lin Dong asked. Is 100 million enough? This was undoubtedly the most beautiful sentence Sun Siyu had ever heard in her life, as it pulled her family back from the brink of the abyss. Sun Weicheng and Chen Suilian also stared wide-eyed at each other, their faces filled with astonishment. Their daughter's boyfriend was quite unfathomable. 100 million seemed completely trivial to him. This was 100 million, even at their family's peak, they couldn't come up with that amount, yet he could casually produce it. Such a person was actually their daughter's boyfriend? They felt happy for their daughter. Moreover, being able to take out 100 million to help her definitely meant he truly liked her. That's enough. Enough. Thank you, Lin Dong. At that moment, Sun Siyu wanted to cry. From the afternoon until now, she had been tense, and now she could finally relax. She wanted to vent. Then send me your account number, and I'll transfer it to you shortly. Lin Dong's voice came through the phone. Okay. Thank you so much, Lin Dong. After hanging up, Sun Siyu sent her account number to Lin Dong. Then she noticed her parents were staring at her. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Siyu, is this Lin Dong really your boyfriend? Yes. Otherwise, even if he was rich, he wouldn't casually lend out 100 million, right? That's true. When will you bring him home so we can thank him properly? When he has time. He's usually very busy. When he has time, you must bring him back for us to see. Alright. Mom, go cook. I'm already hungry. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded from Sun Siyu's phone. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 100 million. The three of them were stunned simultaneously. They all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although Lin Dong had promised to lend the money, as long as the money hadn't arrived, the stone in their hearts wouldn't fall. Now that the money had arrived, the family's crisis was resolved. Chen Suilian happily went to cook. Sun Weicheng also left the room he had stayed in for 2 days, drank some milk, and went to take a shower. Sun Siyu sat on the sofa in the living room, reflecting on everything that had happened that day. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if Lin Dong hadn't helped. Her parents might have borne all of this and then left this world. She and her sister would have gone to a place without relatives, living in loneliness. It was Lin Dong who saved her parents, saved her and her sister, and saved this family on the verge of breaking apart. So she had already made up her mind. From today on, her life would belong only to Lin Dong. As long as Lin Dong needed her, she would be there. When Lin Dong didn't need her, she would disappear. Whether as a lover or a maid, it didn't matter. She was determined to follow Lin Dong. Jiangnan University. Lin Dong was still waiting to go on stage. He was next. If he knew Sun Siyu's current thoughts, he would definitely be confused. Lending out 100 million, how did it turn into a debt? At that moment, the host's loud voice rang out on stage. Due to the next performer, Suing Xue, being unwell, we now invite Lin Dong to perform a piano solo. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted in noise. What the hell? Why did it change to Lin Dong? Where's my goddess? They actually changed performers? Can Lin Dong play the piano? He might as well be playing cotton. Hey, Lin Dong, why don't you show us how you spat blood that day? I want to learn. My girlfriend is about to break up with me. Ha ha ha. Yes, let Lin Dong perform the blood spitting. Ha ha ha. The scene began to get a bit chaotic. After Lin Dong took the stage, he heard the laughter of his classmates from below. He ignored it and walked directly to the piano, picked up the microphone, and said, "Good evening, teachers and classmates, I am Lin Dong. Tonight, I will bring you an original song of mine called Boy. I hope you all enjoy it." Sitting in front of the piano, with his hands on the keys, Lin Dong calmed his emotions, thinking about how to perform. Just like he had practiced countless times, his fingers began to dance across the keys. The notes from the piano slowly floated into the ears of everyone present. Wow, not bad. It sounds pretty good. Lin Dong can actually play the piano? He's been hiding it pretty well. Lin Dong's voice then resonated in everyone's ears. Once, accidentally, he and she fell in love. In an era without hesitation. Thought. Understood. So love is straightforward. A pair of hands tightly unable to let go. The persistence in the heart and the future. Can't forget. Your love. But the ending is hard to change. I couldn't keep you, even less so him, can give you a hopeful future, naive boy. Oh, the first half of the song ended. The entire venue of over 10,000 people was silent. Soon, the second half began again. Your care, always carried with you. Open it in a deserted place. Want to ask you now, are you no longer sad? Like lying in the sunlit sea, like colors painted with heart. Let you smile, let you be brave. Can't forget your love, but the ending is hard to change. I couldn't keep you, even less like him, can give you a hopeful future, naive boy. Oh, thinking of you, right now, thinking of you, whenever I wander again. All regrets are not the future, all love. In the end, it's inevitable. Can't escape the hurt, no need to start over. Oh, now I only hope the pain comes more straightforwardly. After all, it can't be redone. Oh, P.S. Everyone sees this book as a parallel world. The song is Boy by the champion of the voice, Liang Bo. If you're interested, you can go listen to it. The song ended, but the venue remained silent. Was it shocking? Indeed. No one expected Lin Dong to sing such a heartfelt song. Whether it was the lyrics, composition, singing, or playing, it was also deeply moving. Many who had experienced similar things had tears in their eyes. Zhang Shan was leaning in her best friend Zhu Yan's arms, tears streaming down her face. The song Lin Dong wrote was their past. The he and she in the lyrics referred to Lin Dong and her. Zhu Yan looked at her friend in her arms and sighed. Such an excellent and devoted man, yet he was breaking up with her for a scumbag. She was destined not to deserve him. Suing Xue sat in the audience, staring blankly at Lin Dong on stage. This man, who had been her classmate for 3 years, seemed completely unfamiliar to her. His piano skills, singing ability, and songwriting were all top-notch. Most importantly, he combined his own experiences to create such deeply resonant lyrics. Excellent men are like fireflies in the night, always so eye-catching. Suing Xue wondered if Lin Dong had been stimulated after being dumped, which led him to reveal another side of himself that he had kept hidden. How many secrets did he have? Suing Xue was becoming more and more curious. Han Shiyun, on the other hand, felt a bit gloomy. She was not surprised at all by Lin Dong's excellence. Come on, would such a big shot lack any depth? But didn't Lin Dong say he wanted to keep a low profile? Was this what he called low profile? Now, it was clear that there would be many more competitors. Han Shiyun didn't think much of others, but with Suing Xue, who was in the same class as Lin Dong, she felt a sense of crisis. No, while everyone still had only a vague understanding of Lin Dong, she needed to speed up and win him over. Otherwise, if she missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. Meanwhile, several music teachers at the school looked at Lin Dong as if he were a rare treasure. A student with such musical talent had gone unnoticed by them. It was unclear who started the first round of applause. Then, one after another, a thunderous applause erupted from thousands of people in an instant. Lin Dong stood up, bowed to the audience, and then left the stage. Tonight, he was destined to be the most dazzling man. Hucheng. This was a coastal city. Compared to the inland Jiangcheng, it was more developed in every aspect. At this moment, Lin Dong was sitting on a plane from Jiangcheng to Hucheng, resting with his eyes closed. Behind him, a beautiful and tall flight attendant was giving him a shoulder massage. He was in a super luxurious first-class cabin, not only with single rooms and top-notch food service but also with a stunning flight attendant providing one-on-one service. The service was excellent, but the price was somewhat outrageous, 50 times that of economy class, something that ordinary people could not afford. Mr. Lin, do you need any food or water? Lan Xian asked while massaging Lin Dong's shoulders. She had been massaging him for almost an hour, and her hands were starting to hurt, but since Lin Dong hadn't asked her to stop, she didn't dare to. She could only ask if he wanted something to eat. Lan Xian was a flight attendant in the airline's top luxury first-class cabin, different from those in business and economy class. They provided one-on-one service to first-class passengers, which not only made the job easier but also paid much more than the other two classes. This job had very high requirements in all aspects, as those who could afford the top luxury first-class cabin were absolute tycoons. She had only been responsible for this cabin for less than a month. The previous attendant had married a wealthy man and left to live the life of a rich wife. There was a high turnover in their job because you never knew when one of the attendants might leave with a rich man. So, there were many reserves, and they looked forward to getting on a plane to work every day. Once they entered the training program, they would sign a long-term labor contract, and if they resigned, they would have to pay a lot of money, which was the cost of the company training them. Even so, many attendants still left every year. Some had good experiences, while others fell into hardship. Lan Xian had never thought about marrying a wealthy man. She just wanted to cherish this job. Mr. Lin? Seeing that Lin Dong didn't respond, Lon Xin called out again. Lin Dong was sleeping soundly at that moment. Mr. Lin? Lon Xin continued to call. Lin Dong still didn't respond. After realizing that Lin Dong was asleep, Lon Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief, stopped the massage, and gently closed the cabin door as she left. Half an hour later. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Lon Xin's voice rang in Lin Dong's ear again. Only then did Lin Dong slowly wake up. Mr. Lin, the plane has arrived in Hucheng. Ah, so fast? Lin Dong yawned and asked. Mr. Lin, you have been asleep for over an hour. Thank you, Miss Lon. Lin Dong said. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. This is what we are supposed to do. Lin Dong stood up and stretched a bit before directly disembarking from the plane, bringing nothing but his phone. Stepping out of the airport, Lin Dong stood by the roadside in front of the terminal. He had already called Yi Hong before boarding the plane. Yi Hong said he would come to pick him up, but for some reason, he hadn't arrived yet. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Mr. Lin. Lin Dong turned to see the flight attendant, Lon Xin, who had massaged his shoulders on the plane. At that moment, she was wearing her flight attendant uniform and pulling a small suitcase. Hello, Miss Lon. Lin Dong replied. Are you waiting for a friend, Mr. Lin? Lon Xin asked. I was planning to take a taxi. Lin Dong indeed intended to take a cab directly to Yi Hong's company. Take a taxi? Lon Xin was a bit puzzled. Someone who sat in the top luxury first class actually wanted to take a taxi? Coincidentally, I was also planning to take a taxi back to the hotel. Where are you headed, Mr. Lin? Why don't we go together? Lon Xin suggested. Lin Dong was about to decline when another voice interrupted. Lon Xin, is this your boyfriend? A flight attendant, a few years older than Lon Xin, approached while pulling her suitcase. Li Jia, don't misunderstand. This is Mr. Lin, who just happened to sit in my section on the plane, Lon Xin explained. Lon Xin, when looking for a man, you must keep your eyes wide open. Some people just like to sit in first class, pretending to be wealthy to deceive newcomers like you. Several of our crew members have been tricked, ending up with nothing, Li Jia warned. Li Jia, it's really not what you think. I know, young people like you want to find a handsome boyfriend, but when you get older, you'll realize that looks can't be eaten. You need to find someone practical, good to you, and wealthy. Trust me, Li Jia won't deceive you. Lin Dong glanced at this heavily made-up Li Jia. What's wrong with this woman? Is she going through menopause? I'm just waiting for a taxi. Did I provoke you? Just as he was about to retort, a loud honking interrupted. A Range Rover pulled up in front of the three of them. My boyfriend is here to pick me up. Lon Xin, do you want me to give you a ride? Li Jia said somewhat pretentiously. At that moment, the car door opened, and a man stepped out. When Lin Dong saw Li Jia's boyfriend, he instantly lost the urge to retort. This guy was about 1.6 meters tall, weighed around 180 pounds, comparable to that General Yu from some entertainment company, and he was balding, probably in his 40s or 50s. No wonder he snapped at Lon Xin right away. He was definitely envious and resentful. No need, Li Jia. We can take a taxi ourselves, Lon Xin said. Didn't you sit in first class? Why do you still need to take a taxi? Lon Xin, if you get deceived, don't blame Li Jia for not reminding you. At that moment, a roar of engines filled the air, accompanied by many gasps of amazement. Look, that car is so beautiful. Wow, what a stylish supercar. I dream of owning one. Following that, two flashy supercars parked behind the Range Rover. The doors opened, and Yi Hong stepped out, walking directly towards Lin Dong. Lin, sorry for the delay. I had something come up. Here are your car keys. Yi Hong tossed a set of keys to Lin Dong. After catching the keys, Lin Dong embraced Yi Hong. Brother Yi, you're too polite. I feel bad for taking up your time. Alright, let's not be formal here. Let's check out your car. This car has been driven for less than 300 kilometers in 3 years. It's just like new, Yi Hong said, putting his arm around Lin Dong's shoulder. Lin Dong walked up to his Bugatti Veyron, reaching out to touch the car's body. The feel was incredible, even more pleasant than touching a woman. So cool, so stylish. Driving this car back to school would definitely blind countless envious eyes. Brother Yi, this car is really great. I like it so much. As long as you like it, come on, get in the car. Brother Yi will take you somewhere to treat you. Then today, I'll follow Brother Yi's arrangements. At this moment, a person from the equally flashy sports car behind walked up to Yi Hong and handed him a car key. Mr. Yi, your car key. Shaoli, you can take a taxi back to the company. Yi Hong said. Yes, Mr. Yi. Lin Dong stood next to the Bugatti Veyron, ready to get in the car. Suddenly, he saw Lon Xin still standing by the roadside in shock. Miss Lon, where are you going? Let me give you a ride? Lin Dong said to Lon Xin. Mr. Lin, no need to trouble yourself, I can just take a taxi. Lon Xin replied. Get in the car, Lin Dong said, then entered the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron. Lon Xin hesitated for a moment but still walked over and got into the passenger seat. After Lin Dong got in the car, he called Yi Hong in the car behind, saying he needed to drop someone off first. It turned out to be on the way, and Yi Hong led Lin Dong ahead. The two super flashy sports cars roared away, disappearing into the airport. Sister Lee watched the supercars disappear, her expression somewhat unpleasant, mainly because she had just been slapped in the face too quickly, leaving her unable to react. Looking at her proud wealthy boyfriend in front of her, Sister Lee suddenly felt he was no longer appealing. Not far away, several flight attendants also witnessed the scene that just unfolded. Did you see that? Lon Xin got into that supercar. Did anyone take a picture? Quickly search what kind of car that is, I've never seen it before. I took a picture, searching now. Oh my god, this is the latest limited edition Bugatti Veyron, only 8 units released worldwide, with a release price of 60 million. What? 60 million? That's too exaggerated. There's something even more exaggerated. 60 million was the release price 3 years ago, and now it's been hiked to 80 million. My goodness, Lon Xin has only been here for a month. How did she encounter such a young, handsome, and wealthy tycoon? Why can't I meet someone like that? Lin Dong dropped Lon Xin off at her hotel and then followed Yi Hong to the Lakeside Club. The Lakeside Club is the most upscale club in Lake City, built in the center of an artificial lake. Here, besides the pleasant scenery, there are golf courses, racetracks, and all the games that the wealthy enjoy. Yi Hong took Lin Dong to the golf course. In the rest area, 7 or 8 men and women were chatting together, all around their 20s or 30s. Outside, a man and a woman were playing golf, with the man holding the woman from behind, guiding her hands as if teaching her. Let me introduce you all, this is my brother, Lin Dong, currently studying at university in Jiangcheng. Yi Hong introduced Lin Dong to the people in the rest area. Then he turned to Lin Dong and said, Lin, these are all members of our SCC. The people present glanced at Lin Dong but didn't take him seriously, as he was too young. Old Ji, you called us here today just to introduce this Lin Dong? One young man, about 24 or 25, asked. His name was Wang Chang, and like Yi Hong, he was also a mid-level member of SCC. Within SCC, there are differences in membership levels, as higher membership levels indirectly prove stronger capabilities. So generally, lower-level members wouldn't dare to confront higher-level members. However, since he and Yi Hong were of the same level, there was no need for politeness. He spoke whatever came to mind. Moreover, Yi Hong was a shrewd businessman with a relatively easygoing personality. Wang Chang, the main reason for calling you all here today is to witness that I will exercise my mid-level member privilege to invite Lin Dong to join our SCC. The people present were somewhat surprised by Yi Hong's words, looking at Lin Dong with renewed attention. It wasn't easy to have Yi Hong directly exercise his mid-level member privilege. You should know that a mid-level member can only invite one person to join, and this spot is incredibly precious. Some people have even offered tens of millions to buy a spot but couldn't get one. Yi Hong actually gave his only spot to this young guy in front of him? Who is this kid? At this moment, a man in his 30s said, since Olji is directly exercising the privileges of a mid-level member, then Brother Lin Dong will be one of us at SCC from now on. Come on, Brother Lin Dong, add me and send me your ID number. I'll report it to headquarters, and in 3 days, your membership badge will be ready. I'll also send you a brief introduction to our SCC. After saying this, he took out his phone and asked Lin Dong to add him as a friend. Lin Dong was a bit confused. He had no idea what SCC meant or what joining it would entail. But since it was Yi Hong who asked him to join, he might as well add him. The two added each other as friends, and Lin Dong sent his ID number to the other party, then received a document. Lin Dong opened it and took a closer look. It turned out that SCC was just an abbreviation. Its full name was Magic City Supercar Club. The headquarters was in the Magic City, and there were branches in many first-tier cities. Lin Dong noticed that Jiang City was among them, but it seemed that all these cities were in the south, with none in the north. When SCC was first established, it was just a place for car enthusiasts to race and gather. Gradually, it developed into a very tight-knit organization. This was a top-tier circle of high society. People could not only gather to eat, drink, and have fun, race cars, race horses, and play golf, but they could also sit together to discuss business, promote each other, and achieve a win-win situation of resource sharing. Many newly rich tycoons were eager to enter the circle to meet these elite talents, but there were no connections. It wasn't something that could be accessed just by having money. The conditions for joining were also very strict, requiring 3 criteria to be met. First, one must own a supercar worth over 10 million. This shouldn't be too difficult. Second, one must have personal assets exceeding 1 billion or a family with assets over 10 billion. This isn't too hard either. Third, one must have a recommendation from a mid-level member or above. This is the most difficult part. If someone were to release a spot, it would definitely cause a frenzy among those newly rich. Of course, on the surface, this spot cannot be bought or sold, but who knows what happens behind the scenes. SCC members are divided into 4 levels: ordinary members, mid-level members, senior members, and core members. Ordinary members do not have the right to recommend others. Mid-level members have 1 recommendation spot. Senior members have 3 recommendation spots. Core members have no limit on the number of spots. Those who can enter SCC and become core members are all super big shots and part of SCC's management. To upgrade membership levels, one must contribute to SCC. SCC also holds many racing competitions and various gatherings each year to enhance cohesion among members. After reading this, Lin Dong felt that Yi Hong was quite knowledgeable and could help him make good connections. If it weren't for Yi Hong bringing him here, he would have never known such a place existed, and even with more money, he wouldn't have known where to spend it. However, Lin Dong was unaware that Yi Hong had exhausted his only spot to bring him in because Li Bin had mentioned that if Lin Dong could come up with 2 billion to buy the Golden Leaf Hotel, he would definitely be a direct descendant of those hidden aristocratic families. Yi Hong had never seen anyone from these hidden families, or perhaps he had but didn't know. Those people were very mysterious, always lurking in the shadows. Naturally, Yi Hong wouldn't hesitate to befriend such people. Brother Lin, I also need you to provide a proof of assets. No need for proof of assets. I just sold the Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiang City to Brother Lin a few days ago, and Brother Lin owns 100% of the shares, Yi Hong said. The few people present were a bit surprised to hear this. The 8-star Golden Leaf Hotel is quite famous, and to buy it would cost at least around 20 billion. If someone can afford to spend 20 billion on a hotel, their assets should be at least over 50 billion. It seems that Lin Dong's family is not weak at all. Is your family in the hotel business, Lin? Wang Chang asked. He thought that Lin Dong's family must have bought the Golden Leaf Hotel for the purpose of monopolizing the hotel industry in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, who would spend 20 billion on a hotel? At this moment, he no longer underestimated Lin Dong and even considered befriending him. No, I just thought the food there suited my taste, and it's close to where I go to school, so I bought it. Lin Dong replied. This? Damn! All the people present, except for Yi Hong, looked at Lin Dong with shocked expressions. Just because the food suited his taste, he spent 20 billion to buy an 8-star hotel? That's 20 billion, not 2 million. Everyone sitting here were old members of SCC, although most were just ordinary members. They were not comparable to those nouveau riche outside. But spending 20 billion just to satisfy one's appetite was something they had never seen before. Brother Lin really knows how to joke, Wang Chang said with a smile. Lin Dong shrugged and didn't explain further. Telling the truth to you guys, and no one believes it. Soon, Lin Dong's application to join SCC was processed, and he was now an ordinary member of SCC. In fact, as long as someone was internally recommended to join SCC, it was basically just a formality, because no one would waste a spot recommending someone who didn't meet the criteria. The exclusive SCC member badge would take 3 days to be sent from headquarters. Lin Dong felt that being an ordinary member was a bit low, but the introduction only mentioned that contributions to SCC were needed to upgrade. As for what kind of contributions, it didn't specify. So Lin Dong asked, Brother Yi, what kind of contributions are needed to upgrade to a mid-level member? What? Brother Lin just joined and already wants to upgrade? Just asking, the introduction didn't say how to contribute to SCC. Actually, it's quite easy to upgrade from ordinary to mid-level. Just try to do some things within your ability during events, and after a few years, you can upgrade to mid-level. Are there any other methods? The simplest and quickest way is to donate 1 billion directly, and you'll automatically upgrade to mid-level. Donating 1 billion to upgrade? Lin Dong was delighted. He was worried about not having a place to spend money, and he only had 100 godly points left. The power of these godly points is truly strong. It's good to save more for emergencies. Then what if I want to upgrade to a high-level member? Can I donate money? How much do I need to donate? Brother Lin, are you really planning to donate? Actually, it's not necessary. A higher membership level just means a bit more authority. Spending that much money isn't worth it. I think it's worth it. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems at all, Lin Dong said, trying to sound impressive. Everyone listened, thinking that was really well said, so damn domineering. Brother Lin, it only takes 1 billion to upgrade from ordinary to mid-level, but upgrading from mid-level to high-level requires 10 times that, needing 100 billion. Are you still planning to donate? Donate. Really donate? Really donate. In the end, Lin Dong really spent 110 billion to become a high-level member of SCC. At that moment, not to mention the other members, even Yi Hong felt that Lin Dong might have lost his mind. Even if you are the heir of a hidden family, this is 110 billion. How many listed companies are worth that much? There were no more than half of the people present who could take out 100 billion, and even if they could, it would nearly empty their family fortune. Yi Hong is considered the richest person here, with 11 billion being roughly 1/5 of his assets. However, his money is either tied up in investment projects or fixed assets. If he were to take out 10 billion right now, it would be quite difficult. How many people in this world are still struggling for a few thousand in salary? Wouldn't it be more appealing to keep 11 billion for himself? It's hard to understand. Everyone thinks Lin Dong has gone mad. Only Lin Dong is secretly pleased, looking at his newly acquired 110 luxury points. While everyone is trying to figure out how to get close to Lin Dong and build a good relationship with him, not far away, a man's frantic voice came from the golf practice area. Smack! You filthy bitch, do you think I'm giving you face? Immediately followed by a woman's suppressed sobbing. A few people hurried over to pull the man back. The man, still being dragged back, continued to curse. Do you believe I'll ruin you tomorrow? The woman also walked over. Lin Dong felt the woman looked somewhat familiar. Isn't that the big star Yao Shui? Just a few days ago, he heard that General Yu wanted to invite Yao Shui to play the second female lead in a play, with Sun Siyu as the first female lead, but it was rejected by Sun Siyu. He didn't expect to see this big star so soon. However, this big star was not as glamorous as she appeared on television. He could see that the left side of her face was slightly swollen, likely just hit. Even Lin Dong heard the sound from here. Lin Dong used to like Yao Shui quite a bit. She starred in many TV dramas and movies, known as the Yi Killer, and at that time, Lin Dong was indeed a. Looking at the goddess he once admired, Lin Dong felt a bit disheartened. Indeed, these goddesses that seem glamorous in the eyes of losers are merely tools for pleasing the powerful in the eyes of those big figures. Having been taken advantage of, slapped, and still having to follow along. Little did they know, Lin Dong was now also seen as a big figure in others' eyes. Yao Shui gently covered her swollen face with her left hand, softly sobbing. She felt wronged. That man had actually touched her but in chest, and she only tried to stop him, yet he slapped her. But she didn't dare to leave because her manager told her that if she angered these big shots, her future would be over. Not only would her career be finished, but the company behind her would also be done for. So she could only stay there, hoping to calm the other party down. Yen Yong, can you calm down? Yi Hong frowned and said, Old Ji, don't get involved in this. It's just a few touches, right? And you're pretending to be pure. I'm telling you, Yao Shui, if you don't clean up tonight, I'll ruin you tomorrow. I'm sorry, Yenzong. Yao Shui said softly. Sorry, what good is that? Clean up tonight, got it? I'm sorry, Yenzong. Did I ask you if you heard me? Yenzong, are you looking for a beating? After Yen Yong finished speaking, he stood up again and directly slapped Yao Shui. Yao Shui was so scared she stood frozen, not moving at all. However, this last slap did not land on Yao Shui's face. It turned out that Lin Dong, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, she was once his goddess, and he couldn't just stand by and watch her get hit. So he stepped in front of Yao Shui and caught Yen Yong's hand before it could hit her. Yen Yong was also taken aback, not expecting someone to dare to stop him. Who the hell are you, kid? Dare to meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Yen Yong, right? You only hit women. Are you even a man? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Yi Hong hurriedly stepped in between them and said, Yen Yong, Lin, we're all family here, don't be impulsive. Who the hell is family with him? Do I know him? Yen Yong said somewhat disdainfully. At that moment, someone quietly whispered a few words in Yen Yong's ear. Yen Yong's previously grim expression slowly transformed into a smile. So it's Brother Lin, my apologies, we're all family here. Since Brother Lin has taken a liking to this girl, I'll let her go to you, Yen Yong said generously. Someone had just informed him that this Lin Dong had directly spent 11 billion to upgrade a regular membership to a premium one. He was only a mid-level member, and the premium membership was a level above him. Moreover, no one had ever spent 11 billion to upgrade their membership since SCC was established. There had only been 2 instances of someone spending 1 billion to reach mid-level. To dare to spend so much money on a membership upgrade, how wealthy must one be? This level of wealth was beyond that of a nouveau riche. It was definitely from a prominent family, someone he truly couldn't afford to offend. Seeing Yen Yong back down, Lin Dong didn't press the issue. Everyone sat down together, chatting back and forth, but most were there to get close to Lin Dong. Yao Shui stood quietly behind Lin Dong. Lin Dong spent the entire day at the Lakeside Club, chatting with everyone until evening when he finally parted ways with them. After leaving the club, Lin Dong drove his limited edition Bugatti Chiron, taking his former goddess Yao Shui towards the Sheraton Hotel. Yao Shui was staying at the Sheraton, and Lin Dong planned to drop her off first before looking for his cousin Wang Li. In the car, Mr. Lin, thank you, Yao Shui said gratefully. If it weren't for Lin Dong today, she would have been finished. Either she would have to submit to Yen Yong or wait for tomorrow to be disgraced. She had no doubt that Yen Yong had the power to do so. Even her boss was afraid of this man. She slightly turned her head to look at Lin Dong's profile. Yao Shui was somewhat infatuated. Whether it was his looks, physique, or personality, he was of top-tier quality, not to mention he had a background that even Yin Yong feared. Such a man was like a star in the night sky, dazzling wherever he went. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of woman would be worthy of such an outstanding man. Perhaps only a woman of equal status would suffice. Yao Shui could only hide this infatuation deep in her heart. It's nothing, just a small effort, Miss Yao. Actually, I quite like the movies you act in, Lin Dong said. Really? Mr. Lin, you really like my movies? Yao Shui exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect someone as important as Lin Dong would pay attention to her. It truly left her a bit flattered. Lin Dong was taken aback. Was it necessary to be this surprised? You're a newly minted heartthrob, one of the 4 little flower actresses. Is it strange that I like your movies? There are plenty of people in school who like you. Not only do they like your movies, but there are also 2 swimsuit posters of you in the dorm. But that couldn't be said out loud. I really do like them. Then which of my movies does Mr. Lin like? Yao Shui asked. I like. Just as Lin Dong was about to finish his sentence, his phone rang. He pulled over to the side of the road, took out his phone, and saw it was his cousin Wang Li calling. Answering the call, Lin Dong said, Hello, Wang Xiaomei, I'm in Lake City, I'll be there soon. Brother, I'm at the Golden Splendor KTV, hurry and save me, I think I've been drugged. My head is spinning. Wang Li's weak voice came through the phone. Lin Dong was startled, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Quickly send me your location. I'll be right there, hold on. After finishing, Lin Dong turned to Yao Shui and said, Miss Yao, I'm sorry, I have an urgent matter to attend to, you see. Yao Shui noticed Lin Dong was a bit anxious and said, Mr. Lin, if you have something to do, go ahead. My place is just up ahead. I can walk back. Thank you, Miss Yao. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Lin Dong stepped on the gas and sped off for more than 10 meters after Yao Shui got out of the car. Afraid his skills weren't enough, he added 10 points to his driving skills, instantly elevating them to proficiency. Yao Shui stood in place watching Lin Dong disappear into the distance. Disappointed, she muttered to herself, not even leaving a contact number, yet he says he'll treat me to a meal. What a lack of sincerity. However, thinking that her crisis had finally been resolved, her mood instantly brightened. She took out her sunglasses and hat from her bag, put them on, and headed towards the Sheraton Hotel. Golden Splendor KTV. Private room on the ground floor. Wang Li was locked in the bathroom, calling Lin Dong. She had originally come to KTV to relax with a few friends, but unexpectedly ran into some senior students from her school, and they all ended up in one room together. Then, a few random people came in, seemingly familiar with the seniors. This turned what was supposed to be a small gathering into a group of more than 10 people, most of whom she didn't know. A few friends discussed leaving, but they were stopped several times. After all, there were just a few weak women against 7 or 8 men. The men wouldn't let them leave, and they couldn't escape until, after much pleading, the men finally agreed to let them go. However, they had to drink a glass of alcohol each first. They had no choice but to drink quickly so they could leave. Unexpectedly, after Wang Li finished her drink, she started feeling dizzy and weak. Being smart, she realized she had been drugged and took the opportunity to go to the bathroom. After thinking it over, she could only call Lin Dong because he had told her he would be in Lake City today. Now, she could only hope Lin Dong would arrive soon, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Dong was driving towards Golden Splendor, but because it was in the city, he couldn't speed up. He checked the distance and estimated it would take about 20 minutes to get there at this speed. He didn't know if his cousin Wan Li could hold on that long, so he called Yi Hong. Hello, Lin, what's up? Yi Hong's voice came through the phone. Brother Yi, do you know the owner of Golden Splendor? Can you get in touch with him? Lin Dong said anxiously. Golden Splendor? I know. That kid Wang Chang is the owner. You should look for him. Before Yi Hong could finish, Lin Dong hung up. He didn't have time to explain. After hanging up, he called Wang Chang. Lin, my brother? Wang, listen to me. My cousin is in the private room at Golden Splendor, and she's been drugged. I'm on my way there, but it will take 20 minutes. I don't know if she can hold on that long. Can you have the person in charge at Golden Splendor take care of her for me? As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, Wang Chang realized the situation was serious. Don't worry, Lin. I'll make sure this is handled properly. I won't let your cousin get hurt. After hanging up with Lin Dong, Wang Chang immediately called the manager of Golden Splendor. After receiving the call, the manager took over 20 security guards to the private room. Meanwhile, not long after Lin Dong finished his call with Wang Chang, Wang Li's phone rang again. "Brother, where are you? Hurry! They're knocking on the door outside," Wang Li asked, her voice trembling. "Don't be afraid, little sister. Someone will come to save you soon. Just hold on for 5 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, and someone will come to rescue you. Brother, I'm so scared. Hurry!" Bang! Before Wang Li could finish her sentence, the bathroom door was forcibly opened. "Why are you taking so long? Your friends are waiting for you," a strange man's voice rang out. "Ah, I don't know you. Go away." The phone went silent. Grass! Lin Dong cursed loudly. He was now burning with anger. Wang Li was someone he truly regarded as a younger sister. He had lived at her home for 2 years, and her family treated him very well, never seeing him as an outsider. Even with a little cousin around, her aunt and uncle still treated him like their own son. If something really happened to Wang Li in front of him, how would he explain it to her aunt and uncle? How would he explain it to himself? But now he was utterly helpless. He could only hope that Wang Chang would keep his word. After hearing his sister Wang Li's screams on the phone, Lin Dong couldn't care about anything else. Even though there were many cars on the road, he immediately switched to overtaking mode. One car after another was left behind, and several times he nearly collided, but he skillfully avoided them with his advanced driving skills. At the resplendent KTV, in the private room, Su Wanli was knocking on the bathroom door. Wang Li, who had just gone in, had not yet come out. The drug's effect should have kicked in by now, and he was ready to force his way in. Just thinking about how this exceptional student girl was about to belong to him made Su Wanli incredibly excited. He had put in so much effort to set this up just for this final moment, right? After knocking several times without a response, Su Wanli grew impatient and kicked the door open. Seeing Wang Li on the phone, he rushed over, snatched the phone away, and hung up, then pulled Wang Li out by her hand. Pulling Wang Li out of the bathroom, he saw that everyone else was busy with their own targets. Unable to hold back any longer, Su Wanli directly embraced Wang Li from behind. Wang Li, having been drugged, was weak and powerless to resist. Even if she weren't drugged, how could she compete with an adult man? She was already in despair. Dragged into the private room, she saw her sisters being taken advantage of by men. Some had even reached under their clothes. Although they were all clear-headed, their bodies had no strength to fight back, leaving them at the mercy of others. Wang Li could already foresee the fate awaiting her and her friends. The man who had pulled her out was now holding her from behind. She struggled with all her might, but it was futile. At that moment, the door to the private room was violently kicked open from the outside. Immediately, over 20 security guards wielding electric batons rushed in. "Everyone freeze! If anyone dares to move, I'll blow your head off." The manager of the KTV, Li Hu, walked in. Everyone in the room was startled and dared not move. "Who is Miss Wang Li?" Li Hu asked. I am. Wang Li quickly broke free from Su Wanli's embrace and tried to run to Li Hu, thinking he was the one Lin Dong sent to save her. But after taking 2 steps, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. "Hurry up and help Miss Wang to the sofa," Li Hu ordered the nearby security guards. The 2 guards closest to Wang Li rushed over to help her up. Li Hu walked up to Su Wanli and said, "You've got some guts, huh? Daring to play these tricks on my turf? And you even targeted a friend of the big boss. What do you think we should do about this?" Su Wanli, terrified, bent his legs and knelt before Li Hu, slapping his own face as he pleaded, "Master Hu, I was wrong. Please spare me. We've eaten together before. My dad is Su Zhongtian." He was genuinely scared. Although Li Hu was just the manager of the KTV, he was notorious for being ruthless in the underworld. Now he was even connected to the mysterious big boss behind the KTV. It was said that the identity of the big boss was very secretive, and his father was just a small-time boss, a world apart from the other party. Wang Li was actually a friend of the big boss of the KTV? Those 2 kids have practically doomed themselves. Su Wanli felt that starting today, his good days were coming to an end. Not only would he not escape this calamity, but he would also implicate his father. Li Hu watched Su Wanli kneeling in front of him, continuously slapping himself. A few years ago, he wouldn't have bothered to talk and would have just taken action. But ever since he followed the boss, he had learned a lot. Sometimes, violence doesn't solve problems. Moreover, as someone in a position of power, using violence to resolve issues is the most primitive behavior. He now preferred to suppress others with his identity, background, and strength, just like the person kneeling in front of him, who, upon hearing his name, immediately bowed and apologized. "You all come over here," Li Hu said to the others. The few of them trembled as they walked over, kneeling in a row with Su Wanli, and began to slap themselves as well. Su Wanli didn't dare to challenge this lord who, let alone them. A few minutes later, the faces of those kneeling on the ground were already swollen from the slaps, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, but they didn't dare to stop. If this lord who took action himself, it wouldn't just be a matter of slapping. Alright, that's enough for now, Li Hu said. Thank you, Lord Hu. Thank you, Lord Hu. The few of them sighed in relief. At that moment, Lin Dong arrived. As soon as he entered, he saw 20 or 30 security guards holding electric batons standing in the private room, and a few people kneeling in the middle, their faces somewhat swollen and blood at the corners of their mouths, while his little sister was sitting on the sofa. Little sister. Brother. Wang Li felt like crying when she saw Lin Dong had come. Lin Dong hurried over and hugged Wang Li. It's okay. It's okay. Lin Dong comforted her. You must be Mr. Lin. Li Hu also noticed Lin Dong. Hello, I'm Lin Dong. Thank you for saving my sister. Mr. Lin, no need to be polite. Such things happening on my turf, I should apologize to you, Li Hu said politely. This was someone the big boss had instructed to take good care of, so he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Mr. Lin, how should we deal with these people? Li Hu asked. The few people on the ground didn't dare to breathe. From the earlier conversation, they could sense that Lin Dong's identity was not simple. He must be a friend of the big boss from Jinbihui. Lin Dong glanced at the few kneeling on the ground. If something had really happened to Wang Li, he might have lost control and rushed up to deal with them, but since Wang Li was fine, he calmed down. Little sister, how do you want to handle them? Lin Dong asked Wang Li. Brother, I just want to leave here quickly, Wang Li said weakly. Then let Wang Chang handle it, Lin Dong said as he helped Wang Li up, preparing to leave. Brother, those are my roommates, we came together. Can you all leave? Lin Dong asked Wang Li's roommates. Yes, the three replied together. Then let's go together. Lin Dong supported Wang Li in front. After Wang Li spoke, her three roommates followed behind. After Lin Dong left, Li Hu took out his phone and made a call. Is the matter handled? Wang Chang asked. It's handled, Mr. Lin has already left, and his sister is fine, Li Hu replied. Good job. But, Mr. Lin asked you to deal with these guys before leaving. What's their background? They should be the second generation of a few small bosses. Send them in, and you handle their families as you see fit. Yes, boss. After Lin Dong took Wang Li and her three roommates out of the KTV, he realized that the sports car could only fit 2 people, and there were 3 more. What to do? In the end, Lin Dong had no choice but to take them to a nearby hotel. Originally, I planned to give each of them a room, but they were scared and insisted on staying together. In the end, Lin Dong booked 2 suites, one for himself and one for the 4 of them. After arranging for them, Lin Dong returned to his room and took a shower. Lying on the bed, he reflected on everything that had just happened, still feeling a bit shaken. Fortunately, his sister was fine, otherwise, he would have felt guilty for a lifetime. If he hadn't joined SCC today and met Wang Chang, things might have been a bit more complicated, so he figured it out. Since he had more money than he could spend and needed to be a bit of a tycoon, he might as well spend more to make some friends. More friends mean more opportunities. You never know when you might need someone's help, just like today. After coming to this realization, Lin Dong called Wang Chang. Brother Lin, is your cousin okay? Wang Chang asked on the phone. She's fine. Thank you for today, Brother Wang. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know. Brother Lin, you're too polite. I also have a responsibility for today's incident. After all, it was my place, and your sister was wronged. That has nothing to do with you, Brother Wang. It's just that she was too careless. By the way, Brother Wang, if you have any projects that need funding in the future, you can come to me. I'll invest, and I promise not to get involved in management, just be a shareholder. Wang Chang was delighted to hear Lin Dong say this. This was exactly his goal in befriending Lin Dong. Since Lin Dong dared to donate 11 billion to SCC to upgrade his membership, his wealth was evident. This was no ordinary wealthy family. This was the kind of power that only top-tier families and large consortiums possessed. It was naturally beneficial to befriend someone like him. Since Brother Lin thinks so highly of me, I actually have a project in mind. Tomorrow night, the Lakeside Club will host a charity gala. Let's meet and discuss it. How about that? Sounds good. See you tomorrow. Wang Chang hung up the phone, humming a little tune, feeling particularly good. A certain second-tier actress who was giving him a massage asked, "What's got young Master Wang so happy? I met a god of wealth. Shouldn't I be happy?" The actress was taken aback. For them, young Master Wang was the god of wealth. What kind of person could be young Master Wang's god of wealth? Her status didn't reach that level. After finishing his call with Wang Chang, Lin Dong called Yi Hong as well, similarly informing him to reach out if he needed investment. Yi Hong also invited him to the charity gala the next day. In another suite, The four young girls had finished their showers and were slowly recovering. Although the recent experience still left them a bit frightened, they were still carefree young girls at heart. They lay on the bed and began gossiping again. Lily, was that person who saved us really your cousin? Yeah, how about that? My cousin is pretty great, right? Not just great, he's simply a god. Didn't you say your cousin was pitiful? His parents were gone since he was little, and his uncle treated him badly, living in your house for 2 years, right? Yeah, that's how it was. But didn't you see? The dazzling general manager treated him politely, calling him Mr. Lin. Where is that dazzling place? Didn't you see those scumbags kneeling in front of the manager, slapping themselves? Your cousin must be hiding a lot from you. I don't know what's going on. I'll ask him tomorrow. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend? He does. Her name is Jiang Shan. They've been together since high school. Why? Are you interested in my brother? Want to be my sister-in-law? Get lost. The next morning, Wang Li's roommates took a taxi back to school. Brother, I have something to ask you, Wang Li said after her roommates left. I know you have a lot of questions. Come on, let's find a quiet place to talk. Lin Dong brought Wang Li back to the parking lot at the entrance of the Golden Splendor. Get in the car, Lin Dong said, taking out the car key to unlock the door of the Bugatti Veyron. Wang Li looked at the cool sports car in front of her, her mind momentarily blank. Bro, is this your car? Wang Li asked, a bit stammering. Yes, it's mine. Get in first, Lin Dong said, getting into the driver's seat. Oh, okay. Wang Li hazily got into the car. Lin Dong took Wang Li to the seaside. The car's attention rate was almost 100% along the way. Too many people were staring at them. On the road, ordinary cars kept a distance of more than 10 meters, even at red lights. It was clear that this was not a car to be trifled with. The two found a quieter spot by the sea, leaning against the railing as the sea breeze blew past them. Wang Xiaomei, I know you have a lot of questions. Just ask whatever you want, Lin Dong said, looking out at the distant sea. Bro, is that car really yours? Wang Li asked. Yes, I just bought it yesterday, right here in Lake City. I came this time to see you and to buy this car. How much did it cost? 80 million. How? How much? 80 million. Where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? If I robbed a bank, could I still be here chatting with you? Besides, which bank could you rob to get 80 million? Then where did you get the money? I earned it. How did you earn it? This is something I can't explain in just a few sentences. Anyway, your brother hasn't done anything illegal. Just know that your brother is now a real tycoon. Does mom know? No. Then who else knows? So far, just you know. Really? How much hush money are you planning to give me? Whatever you want, I can give you. There's no sincerity at all. They talked a lot together. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, neither felt strange at all. That day, Lin Dong took Wang Li around the major shopping malls in Lake City, buying many expensive clothes and cosmetics. Wang Li was not polite at all. This was her brother. Now that he had money, of course, he would spend it on his sister. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Dong drove Wang Li in the Bugatti Veyron to the Lakeside Club. With a car like the Bugatti Veyron entering the club, naturally, no one dared to stop them. After parking the car, they had to take a yacht to reach the gathering place in the center of the lake. When they arrived at the lakeside, several yachts were waiting to pick people up. They casually boarded one, and the yacht driver headed straight for the center of the lake. Lin Dong leaned against the edge of the yacht, looking at the clear lake water below, thinking to himself, these rich people really know how to enjoy life. Bro, why did you bring me here? Wang Li's voice came from behind. To take you to a gathering, to meet a couple of people. In the future, if I'm not in Lake City, you can find them to help you with anything. One of them is the owner of the Golden Splendor. Lin Dong and Wang Li arrived at the center of the lake. After getting off the yacht, they were led upstairs to the second floor of the building by a waiter. Please. The waiter opened the door to the second floor hall and gestured for the two to enter. Lin Dong and Wang Li stepped into the second floor hall. They instantly felt as if they had entered another world. The entire hall was at least 5,000 square feet, luxuriously decorated, with dazzling lights, and hundreds of people inside, chatting in groups. More than a dozen beautiful, tall waitresses were moving around the hall, serving drinks and food. It was Wang Li's first time in such a place, and she felt a bit nervous, gently tugging at Lin Dong's clothes. Don't be afraid. Relax, take whatever you want to eat, Lin Dong patted Wang Li, comforting her. He himself had never seen such a scene and was also a bit nervous. But then I thought, I am now the richest person in the world, it shouldn't be me who feels nervous. The two of them walked into the hall together. Lin Dong casually picked up a glass of wine as he passed by a waiter. He took a sip. It was quite good. Wang Li, on the other hand, was much more reserved. Lin brother, you finally made it. Wang Chang approached with a glass of wine in hand. Wang brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Let me introduce you, this is my cousin Wang Li. She's studying at university in Lake City. I hope you can take good care of her in the future. Lin brother, you're too kind. Your cousin is also my cousin, right? If she needs anything in the future, just let her contact me. In Lake City, I, Wang Chang, still have a bit of influence. After saying this, Wang Chang handed Wang Li a gold-plated business card. Thank you, Chang Gu. Wang Li said softly, cousin, you can move around freely. Take whatever you want to eat, treat it like your own home. I'll go talk business with your brother. You two brothers go ahead. Wang Chang led Lin Dong to a private room on the 3rd floor. When Lin Dong entered, there were already 2 people sitting inside. A man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 40s, appearing somewhat refined. The woman seemed to be in her 30s, wearing light makeup, exuding a mature charm. Lin brother, let me introduce you. This is General Manager Xiao Jie, and this is General Manager Tang Ling. This is my brother Lin Dong, who is also the 4th shareholder I brought in. Wang Chang made a brief introduction for both sides. After shaking hands with both, Lin Dong took a seat. At this point, Wang Chang began to explain the details of the project. In short, Wang Chang had a connection to acquire a diamond mine in a foreign country. He had personally visited the site and confirmed the quality was excellent, with a total investment estimated between 15 billion to 20 billion. Wang Chang planned to invest 5 billion for a 40% stake, while the remaining 60% would be 10 billion. He needed to handle various procedures and establish connections, so he wanted to secure a few more points. This meant Lin Dong and the others would invest 10 billion for a 60% stake. Xiao Jie and Tang Hong would each invest 5 billion for a 15% stake. The remaining 30% would be 5 billion. Lin brother, if you think it's not enough, we can bring in another shareholder. I've personally verified this mine. It's definitely a new discovery, Wang Chang said to Lin Dong. Not enough? Lin Dong felt it was too little. Just 5 billion. Alright, I'll invest 5 billion for a 30% stake. Great. It's settled then. I'll send you the information later. Now, let's have a toast. After Lin Dong left, Wang Li began to wander around the hall, gradually relaxing. Hardly anyone paid her any attention, and she was happy to enjoy the peace. When she reached the food area, she found herself unable to move. Every dessert looked delicious. This is so sweet. This is so crispy. This is so fragrant. This is so soft. Wang Li tried each one, taking whatever she liked onto her plate. Oh! Wang Li spotted someone and hurried over. Are you Yao Shui? Yao Shui was chatting with a senior from the film industry when her voice interrupted. Yao Shui looked over to see a young girl in her 20s. Hello, I'm Yao Shui. Wow, you really are Yao Shui. I love the movies you've made. Can I take a picture with you? My dorm sisters and I all really like you, Wang Li exclaimed excitedly. Thank you for your support. I'll definitely make more good movies. After taking a photo together, Yao Shui left. Wang Li posted the picture on her social media with the caption, "Guess who this is?" After putting her phone away, she began searching for new targets. Oh, isn't that the popular male star Wang Kaixian? Oh, isn't that the diva Ling Qingqiu? In the hall, a young woman suddenly appeared, one hand holding snacks and the other holding a phone, specifically looking for celebrities to take photos with. Basically, every celebrity would take a picture with her, as everyone who could enter here today were prominent figures in Lake City. Although this young girl looked a bit naive and sweet, who could guarantee she wasn't brought by some big shot? Wang Li was everywhere looking for celebrity photos, extremely excited, with 7 or 8 pictures already on her phone, all with popular stars. Bringing them back to school would definitely make her classmates envious. Wang Li? Just as Wang Li was looking down at her phone, a voice called out. She looked up to see a heavily made-up young woman, clinging to the arm of a portly older man. Wang Minjun? Wang Li asked. The person in front of her looked very much like their classmate Wang Minjun, but because of the heavy makeup, she wasn't quite sure. It really is you. How did you get in here? This is the highest level gathering in Lake City. I know, you must be here to work part-time as a waitress, right? Wang Minjun said sarcastically. Not at all. I came with my brother, Wang Li replied. Your brother? Is he the security here? He must not want to work anymore, bringing people in like this. Wang Minjun, you can't talk bad about my brother. Wang Li said angrily. Minmin, why not introduce this beauty? The older man beside Wang Minjun asked. This is our classmate Wang Li. Wang Minjun introduced reluctantly, fully aware of the man's intentions. Hello, Wang Li. The older man extended his hand to shake Wang Li's. Wang Minjun, is this your dad? Wang Minjun, older man. The words ignited the anger of both. Wang Li, if you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. This is my boyfriend, Wang Minjun said, exasperated. The older man spoke up. Wang Li, if you apologize to me now, give me your contact information and promise to come out when I call you, I will let you go today. Otherwise, not only will you be expelled, but your brother's job will be at risk too. Clearly, he took Wang Minjun's words seriously, genuinely believing Wang Li's brother was security here. Boyfriend? Wang Li was taken aback. Oh no, I said the wrong thing. Mainly because Wang Minjun always acted like a rich girl at school. She usually had designer bags, branded clothes, and was driven around in luxury cars. Who would have thought she would date someone like this? So disgusting, but a mistake is a mistake. Who told you to talk bad about my brother? I'm not apologizing. Poof. After saying that, Wang Li prepared to turn and leave. But unexpectedly, she was pulled back by Wang Minjun. After grabbing Wang Li, Wang Minjun began to shout loudly, "Where are the organizers? Where are the organizers?" This person sneaked in to eat and drink for free, looking for celebrity photos everywhere, and flaunting them. Is no one going to do anything? I'm not. Don't pull me. Wang Li struggled to break free. Their argument attracted the attention of some people. Gradually, more and more onlookers gathered. After all, it was rare to see someone causing a scene in a place like this, and everyone found it quite fresh. At this moment, the event staff also approached. What's going on? The staff asked. Wang Minjun pointed at Wang Li and said, It's her, sneaking in to eat and drink for free, looking for celebrity photos everywhere. Miss, please show your invitation, the staff said to Wang Li. Since the organizers had booked the Lakeside Club for this charity dinner, basically, all the influential bosses in Lake City would have received invitations. The invitation should have been shown upon entering the club, but because Lin Dong's car was so impressive, no one dared to stop them. I don't have an invitation. Wang Li was so anxious she was about to cry, with so many people watching. See, I told you she just came in to eat and drink for free. You organizers are ridiculous, letting anyone slip in. Wang Minjun said arrogantly. Security! Security! The staff shouted. Soon, several security guards arrived. Please escort this young lady out, the staff said to the guards. The guards were about to step forward. Wait! Wait! Two voices rang out simultaneously. One was the diva Ling Qingxiu. The other was Yao Shui, one of the rising stars. I brought her in, she's my temporary assistant, Ling Qingxiu said. Yes, I can vouch for that too, Yao Shui chimed in. Ling Qingxiu genuinely liked the lively and cute Wang Li. Seeing her isolated and helpless made her feel a pang of sympathy, and she wanted to help the girl. After all, it was just a small effort for her. Yao Shui, recalling her own experience from the day before when she had received help from a benefactor, also wanted to assist Wang Li. With two big stars vouching for her, the security guards hesitated. At that moment, a man standing next to Wang Minjun spoke up. Ladies, don't take everything upon yourselves, some actions come with consequences. Zhang Shuqing naturally recognized the two stars. However, he was a billionaire businessman, and while there were many people in this hall who were more powerful than him, they certainly did not include these two. Stars? In the eyes of ordinary people, they were stars. In front of big bosses like him, they were just performers. Wang Minjun interjected, You're talking nonsense. Wang Li is my classmate. She's still a college student. How could she be your assistant? Besides, she just said her brother brought her here, and he must be one of the security guards. Miss, may I ask what your brother's name is? The staff inquired. My brother's name is Lin Dong, Wang Li said softly, feeling a bit wronged. Lin Dong? Is there anyone here named Lin Dong? The staff asked the security guards. The guards exchanged glances and replied, No. When Yao Shui heard Wang Li say her brother's name was Lin Dong, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be the Lin Dong who saved me yesterday? Just as she was about to speak, Wang Li continued, My brother was just taken away by a guy named Wang Chang. He said they were going to discuss business, and it seems they went to the third floor. Wang Chang? Everyone present was taken aback. It seemed the only Wang Chang in Lake City was the young master of the Wang family, right? He was one of the most prominent figures in Lake City. How could her brother be discussing business with Wang Chang? The staff and Zhang Shuqing began to panic. Young Master Wang was not someone they could afford to offend. In Lake City, young Master Wang was notorious. If he considered you a friend, he would be wholeheartedly loyal. If he saw you as an enemy, he would do everything to eliminate you. Countless small business owners in Lake City had been ruined by him in various ways. Thus, a saying circulated in Lake City, even if you can't become Wang Chang's friend, you absolutely cannot be his enemy. Zhang Shuqing thought of this and began to sweat coldly. His several billion in assets would be nothing but dust in young Master Wang's eyes. He could go bankrupt in an instant. Just then, Lin Dong and Wang Chang finished their business discussion and came downstairs. Lin Dong glanced around but didn't see Wang Li. He only noticed a crowd gathered in the middle of the hall. He hurried over, parting the crowd. He then saw his cousin Wang Li being pulled by a heavily made-up young woman. Wang Li seemed a bit wronged, trying to break free but unable to, her eyes already glistening with tears. "Little sister," Lin Dong called out. "Brother!" Wang Minjun heard Wang Li call out brother, and instinctively loosened her grip. Wang Li broke free and ran to Lin Dong, hugging him. It's okay, Lin Dong comforted her. What happened? At that moment, Wang Chang also walked in and asked. It's over. The moment he saw Wang Chang, Zhang Shuqing felt dizzy, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and quietly recounted what had just happened in front of Wang Chang. Who is he? Wang Chang asked, pointing at Zhang Shuqing after hearing the explanation. Wang Xiao, this is Zhang Shuqing, the owner of Shangyun Real Estate. Someone from the crowd chimed in. So it's Boss Zhang. I give you 3 days to pack up and get out of Lake City completely, or else I will take matters into my own hands after 3 days. Wang Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. It was all this woman's doing. She harmed me. After saying this, Zhang Shuqing slapped Wang Minjun across the face, sending her crashing to the ground, dazed from the blow. Zhang Shuqing quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. Being told to leave Lake City in 3 days was worse than losing his life. He was worth several $100 million, but that wasn't in cash. If he had several $100 million in cash, he would leave without hesitation. That money could make a fortune anywhere, but his several $100 million was tied up in fixed assets, and to liquidate them in 3 days would mean a significant loss. Moreover, with Wang Xiao making a statement tonight, who would dare to buy? Besides, he was currently involved in a project where he had already invested a lot of money. Leaving now would mean a loss. In the end, he might go from being a billionaire to having nothing and being deep in debt, with several mistresses and 2 illegitimate children depending on him. I don't want to repeat myself, Wang Chang said expressionlessly. Zhang Shuqing was already feeling hopeless, but then a voice rang out among the crowd. Wang Chang, are you bullying people again? Yi Hong walked in. President Yi, save me. We've worked together before. I'm Zhang Shuqing from Shangyun Real Estate. Zhang Shuqing clung to this lifeline. If anyone in Lake City could save him, it would definitely be Yi Hong. As the second young master of the Yi family, he was originally just the second heir. However, he had turned the situation around and was competing fiercely with his older brother, leaving the family elders uncertain about who to choose as the heir. In the end, they simply gave each of them a sum of money to develop freely for 10 years, and after 10 years, the more outstanding one would be chosen as the heir. 5 years had already passed, and it was said that Yi Hong had firmly grasped the advantage. Old Yi, I'm not bullying anyone, he's the one bullying brother Lin's cousin. What do you think we should do? Wang Chang pointed at Lin Dong. Yi Hong indeed saw Lin Dong hugging a young woman. Oh, bullying brother Lin's cousin? You've got some guts, Yi Hong asked Zhang Shuqing. Ha, Zhang Shuqing was still a bit dazed. Wang Chang, how did you handle this? I told him to get out of Lake City in 3 days. 3 days? That's too long. I think 1 day should be enough. As soon as Yi Hong finished speaking, Zhang Shuqing fainted. With both big shots of Lake City targeting him, there was no chance for him to turn things around. He suddenly felt a rush of blood to his head and passed out. Throw him out, call an ambulance. If he doesn't wake up, so be it. If he does wake up, tell him what he said tonight still stands, Wang Chang instructed the staff. Yes, Wang Xiao. A few security guards lifted Zhang Shuqing and carried him out, while Wang Minjun was also escorted out. With the matter resolved, everyone looked at Lin Dong with curiosity. Having connections with the 2 big shots of Lake City was quite impressive. When Yao Shui saw Lin Dong, she felt a surge of joy, thinking she might never see him again due to her status. Not long after parting ways yesterday, they met again today. In fact, she had some expectations when she first arrived. Since everyone is here today, I want to say that Lin Dong is my brother, and his cousin is my cousin. From now on, in Lake City, if anyone dares to bully her, don't blame me, Wang Chang, for being merciless, Wang Chang said loudly to the onlookers. And me, Yi Hong added. Thank you, brothers, Lin Dong said. Yi Hong didn't need to say much. He was already over 30, and Wang Chang was at least 26 or 27, so Lin Dong felt it was no loss to call them brothers. No need to be polite, Lin, little brother. Alright, everyone, disperse. The crowd gradually began to leave. Yao Shui walked up to Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, we meet again. Miss Yao, hello. At this moment, Wang Li also recovered and looked at Lin Dong, then at Yao Shui, asking, Brother, do you know Sister Yao Shui? Yes, I know. Sister Yao Shui, thank you for helping me just now, and thank you, Sister Qing Xiu. Leng Qing Xiu, who was about to leave, heard Wang Li call her and walked over. You're welcome, little sister, thank you both. Lin Dong also expressed his gratitude. Mr. Lin is being too polite. The 2 stars replied simultaneously. Jiang City. Jiangnan International Mansion. Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 through the gate. She didn't notice a taxi following behind. In the taxi, besides the driver, there were a young man and woman. "Driver, where is this place?" the young man asked. "Young man, this is the rich area of Zheng City. I can't go in, I can only drop you off here. That'll be 50 in total," the driver replied. "So expensive?" the young man asked. "Young man, I've been waiting for over half an hour. Time doesn't come for free, you know?" "Alright then, thank you, driver." The two paid and got out of the car. They arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion. Just as they were about to walk closer to take a look, the security guard called out to them. "Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up and get out of here, this isn't a place for you." "Big brother, I want to ask who owns that red Porsche that just went in?" the young man asked. "Who owns it?" "Of course, it's the owners. Is it yours?" "Get lost. Big brother, the housing prices here are quite high, right?" "Kid, are you from a remote area? Let me tell you, the price here starts at 200,000 per square meter, and a house costs at least 50 million. Do you think that's expensive?" "Ah, so expensive? Is there any chance it could be rented out? Are you out of your mind? You spend 50 million to buy a house just to rent it out? Besides, people who can afford to buy here wouldn't care about that little rent. Now get lost." Okay, I'm leaving now, thank you, big brother." The young man took the young woman and left. They found a cheap hotel to stay in. Once they entered the room, the woman spoke up. "Zhao Yang, can't we just go find your sister directly?" The young man was Zhao Xian's brother, Zhao Yang, and the woman was Feng Miao, his girlfriend. However, their relationship faced opposition from Feng Miao's family because she was from the town while Zhao Yang was from the countryside. They secretly ran away to seek refuge with Zhao Xian. However, upon arriving, Zhao Yang discovered that his sister Zhao Xian had lied to the family. Zhao Xian claimed that it was hard to make money in the city, needing to rent a place and live. But when Zhao Yang arrived, he saw his sister Zhao Xian driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. "No, let's wait until my parents come before we go. I've always been afraid of my sister, only my parents can handle her. I'll call my mom first." Zhao Yang took out his phone and started dialing. "You little brat, where have you run off to? Hurry back." A middle-aged woman's angry voice came from the phone. "Mom, I'm already in Zheng City, and I'm not going back," the young man said. "You little brat, you've run off with someone else's daughter, and now they've come looking for you. Hurry back." "Mom, listen to me, I found my sister. She's really rich now, driving a sports car worth millions and living in a mansion worth tens of millions. You should come and see. Have you gone crazy thinking about money?" "Mom, I swear, I'm not lying. I went to my sister's workplace yesterday, and I saw her leave in a red sports car worth millions." "And then?" a voice asked on the phone. "Then I couldn't catch up with her. Today, I took a taxi and waited at the entrance, and I saw my sister enter a community. I asked the security guard, and the housing prices there start at 200,000 per square meter. We could buy a whole house with that money back home, and each house is at least 50 million. Are you really not lying to me? You didn't mistake her for someone else, did you? Why would I lie to you? I know my sister." "Alright, then your dad and I will rush over tomorrow morning. That girl only sends back 20,000 a month, but she drives luxury cars and lives in mansions in the big city. Meow meow, you should also call your parents and have them come tomorrow." After Zhao Yang finished the call with his mom, he said to Feng Miao, "What do we need them for? To drag me back? They never agreed to us being together. Are you silly? Your parents don't agree because your family is from the town and ours is from the countryside, not as wealthy as yours. But when they see how rich my sister is now, they definitely won't oppose it. Then we can be together openly." Feng Miao thought for a moment and felt Zhao Yang was right, so she called her parents. Her mom scolded them both, but they would definitely come tomorrow. Zhao Yang lay in bed holding Feng Miao and said, "Meow meow, we won't go back anymore, we'll stay in Jiangcheng. Let my sister buy us luxury cars and mansions, and we can drive around every day." "But will your sister really buy them for you?" Feng Miao was a bit skeptical. "If I ask her, she definitely won't, but if my parents ask her, she will." "Didn't you see I directly asked my parents to come?" "Don't worry, my parents are fully supportive of me. Since I was little, all the good things have been mine. I'm the only child in the family, and in their eyes, my sister is here to serve me." "Yeah, I want a car like the one your sister drives. It's so beautiful. I dream about it." "Okay, I'll buy you one then, we'll each have one. The two fantasized about their beautiful future life and gradually fell asleep. Lake City, Lake Center Club. The charity auction for tonight has now begun. All the attendees are seated in the hall on the first floor. The host on stage is the leading actress of the Hushi Provincial TV station, Rao Shaoqing. Dear guests, good evening. Welcome to the third charity auction held in Lake City. This is a day filled with love, care, warmth, and harmony. It is also a day to showcase the compassion and dedication of people from all walks of life. After the host finished her speech, a video began to play on the big screen. The video depicted students in some remote mountainous areas facing great difficulties in getting to school, with some needing to walk 2 to 3 hours on mountain paths just to reach their school. Every day, they spend 5 to 6 hours just on the way to and from school. Moreover, the school conditions are very poor, with desks and benches donated by the students' families, all very worn out. Many students have parents who have gone out to work for a living, leaving only elderly grandparents and young children at home. At such a young age, these children have already become the backbone of their families, mastering laundry and cooking. They yearn to learn and dream of stepping out of the mountains to see the outside world. The video ended. Rao Shaoqing said again, tonight, all the proceeds from the auction will be donated to the children in the video, so they can have new schools, new desks and chairs, new backpacks, and clothes. Next, we will auction the first charity item. The first auction item is a song, a new song by the diva Ling Qingqiu. The bidding starts. There is no reserve price. Feel free to bid. 100,000, 150,000, 300,000. 500,000. Alright, VIP number 17 bids 500,000, is there any higher? Lin Dong looked at the card in his hand, number 7. He casually raised it and said, I bid 5 million. As soon as the 5 million was announced, many people turned their heads towards Lin Dong, wanting to see who this big shot was. 5 million. VIP number 7 bids 5 million, is there any higher? 3, 2, 1, sold. Please welcome diva Ling Qingqiu to perform her new song. Ling Qingqiu took the stage. She didn't expect her song to fetch such a sky-high price of 5 million, even though she wouldn't see a penny of it, as it would all be donated. But she was still very happy. After all, being able to do a little more for the children in the video was a good thing. After Ling Qingqiu finished her song, the second auction item was a painting by a master. Ultimately, the painting was sold for 800,000. Though it was only worth a maximum of 100,000. Since everyone was there to donate money, the significant markup was understandable. One by one, the auction items were sold, and Lin Dong did not bid again. When it was Yao Shue's turn, she auctioned a dance, which was also bought by Lin Dong for 5 million. Lin Dong's character was such that he believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Since the two of them helped their cousin Wang Li tonight, they had to give each other face. Soon, the auction was nearing its end. When the last charity item was sold, the entire banquet was about to conclude. At this moment, Lin Dong raised his card to speak. Host, I want to donate a song. Rao Shaoqing, who was preparing to read the closing remarks, saw Lin Dong raise his card to say he wanted to donate a song. Lin Dong had spent 10 million today, so this bit of face had to be given. Rao Shaoqing invited Lin Dong to the stage. Mr. Lin is preparing to donate a song. Does anyone want to bid? Rao Shaoqing asked. Can I buy it back myself? Lin Dong asked. Buy it back yourself? Yes, that's fine, since Mr. Lin wants to buy the song back himself, let's have everyone listen to Mr. Lin sing a song. How much is Mr. Lin prepared to bid to buy back his own song? 100 million. How? How much? Rao Shaoqing stuttered. I bid 100 million to buy back my own song. As soon as this was said, not only was Rao Shaoqing on stage shocked, but the hundreds of guests in the audience, except for Yi Hong and Wang Chang, were all incredibly astonished. 100 million to buy back his own song? That's just directly donating 100 million. It seemed Lin Dong had never appeared in Lake City before. Not only was he on good terms with young Master Wang and young Master Yi, but he was also directly donating over 100 million. It was simply extravagant beyond measure. Lin Dong walked to the piano and sat down. Tonight, I bring you this song called Snail, hoping that one day the children in the video can also have their own sky. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he began his song. The gentle melody floated from the piano. Should I put down the heavy shell to find out where there is blue sky? Drifting gently with the light wind, the pain from the experiences no longer hurts. I want to climb step by step, waiting for the sunlight to quietly look at its face. The small sky has big dreams. The heavy shell wraps the gentle gaze. I want to climb step by step, flying forward on the highest point with the leaves. The small sky flows with tears and sweat. One day, I will have my own sky. P.S. Let me emphasize once again, this is a parallel world. Parallel world. Parallel world. Important things are worth repeating 3 times. After singing a song called Snail, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The children in the video, like the snails in Lin Dong's song, wanted to leave the mountains and find a piece of sky that belonged to them. Mr. Lin, did you compose this yourself? A member of the audience asked. Yes, Lin Dong replied. Mr. Lin, you are so talented, so handsome. Yao Shuai looked at Lin Dong on stage, her eyes filled with affection. This was the man she admired. Lang Qingqiu also looked at Lin Dong in amazement. This man was indeed somewhat extraordinary. The next morning, Lin Dong took Wang Li back to school, transferred 100 million to her account for her to spend freely, telling her to let him know if she needed more, and to subtly inform her aunt and uncle. Then he drove his Bugatti Chiron back to Jiangcheng. Huqing was nearly 1,000 kilometers from Jiangcheng, and Lin Dong drove straight back. A good car is a good car. A higher price is justified, as its performance is top-notch in every aspect. Coupled with Lin Dong's exceptional driving skills, the Bugatti Chiron was cruising in the overtaking lane the entire way. As Lin Dong drove back to Jiangcheng, he reflected on many things that had happened over the past 2 days. From his cousin's perilous encounter in the resplendent Jinbi to being bullied at the charity gala, it was all Wang Chang who helped him sort things out. Although he had endless money, he had nothing else to offer besides that. Relying solely on others to solve problems was not a long-term solution. If Yi Hong and Wang Chang knew he had no background, would they covet his wealth? It was very likely, so he needed to enhance his own strength and build his own influence. With his unlimited financial resources, forming a power was easy. The challenge lay in finding people who were absolutely loyal to him. This would take time, but he needed to establish his influence as soon as possible. Next was to improve his own strength. He glanced at the panel. His godly rich points were still at 200, meaning the 100 million he donated last night and the 100 million he transferred to his cousin Wang Li today did not increase his points. It seemed that giving money to others did not increase his points. He must buy something instead? However, the 11 billion he donated to SCC did increase his points, and after donating to SCC, he also obtained the status of a premium member. So, donating money was indeed possible, but he needed to receive something in return. His physique and mental strength were both at 50 points, rated as strong. Since his physique improved from 18 to 50 points, although he hadn't tested it, Lin Dong felt his body should be no worse than those who exercised regularly. If he increased his physique to 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 points, would he become like Superman? This still required his gradual exploration. Enhancing his mental strength would make his senses sharper and his mind clearer, which was also essential to improve. Finally, there was the skill section. He currently possessed 5 skills: driving, composing, lyric writing, singing, and piano, all rated at 10 points, with a proficiency level of mastery. Since the skill section could be freely increased, could he add 18 dragon subduing palms? Let's give it a try. So Lin Dong found a service area to stop the car and attempted to add 18 dragon subduing palms. If it really worked, that would be amazing. He was so excited. He wanted to become the world's greatest master. He filled in the skill section to add 18 dragon subduing palms. The panel displayed, detecting. It seems that this situation never occurred when he added skills before, right? At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Dong's mind. After system detection, the skill 18 dragon subduing palms does not exist in the world where the host resides. Addition failed, deducting 10 godly rich points. Damn! I knew it wouldn't work. A novel is just a novel after all. Lin Dong reluctantly accepted reality. Just as he was preparing to continue his journey, he suddenly felt his car move forward a bit. Lin Dong was taken aback. Damn, did I just get rear-ended? He quickly opened the car door and got out to take a look. Sure enough, a BMW sedan was pressed against the rear of his Bugatti Chiron. Lin Dong glanced around. He was indeed parked in the service area, so this should be the other party's responsibility, right? What bad luck! Not only was he losing 10 luxury points, but his newly bought Bugatti had also been rear-ended. He approached to check it out, and fortunately, it wasn't too serious, so he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Hey, how did you park? Don't you know this is a road? A woman in her 30s got out and yelled at Lin Dong. Miss, I parked in the service area, you should be fully responsible for the rear end. Lin Dong replied to the woman. Fully responsible? Clearly, you parked carelessly, you should be the one fully responsible. Don't think just because you drive a sports car you're something special, it could be rented or borrowed. Look at what you've done to my precious car. I'm telling you, you can't leave without paying today. Initially, Lin Dong thought it wasn't a big deal and could let it go. He wasn't short on money. He didn't expect to encounter such an arrogant person. Fine, he was too lazy to argue with her, so he might as well call the police. The woman's loud voice attracted a crowd of onlookers. It was the May Day holiday, and there were many cars on the road. Seeing the Bugatti Chiron had been rear-ended, many people parked in the service area to come and watch. Wow, is that a Bugatti Chiron? This car starts at 30 million. Just a paint job would cost hundreds of thousands, right? So expensive? Then the BMW that rear-ended it should be fully responsible. Selling the BMW probably wouldn't cover the damages. Luxury cars are too fragile. I'll keep my distance next time. Hey, what are you all talking about? Are you all just bored and looking for trouble? Lin Dong realized this woman was arguing with everyone. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. After investigating and reviewing the service area footage, they determined that the BMW was fully responsible for the rear-end collision. Now the BMW woman had nothing to say. Miss, since it's determined that you are fully responsible, I need to inform you that this car is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, with only 8 in the world. The official price is 60 million, and it's now being sold for 80 million. Just for this minor damage at the rear, I estimate it will start at $1 million. How do you plan to compensate? As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the crowd gasped in shock. 80 million? Just a little scratch would cost at least $1 million to repair. It completely shattered their worldview. They truly couldn't understand the world of the wealthy. What? $1 million to start? Impossible. Are you trying to scam me? Scam you? You can search it on your phone and see if I'm scamming you. The BMW woman searched on her phone and became unsettled upon seeing the prices. I have no money, but I have a life. Now she was starting to act unreasonable. What a piece of work. Miss, it's fine if you don't have money, but I will apply for enforcement. Your house and car will be auctioned off, and you'll be detained for 10 days to half a month. What do you think about that? The BMW woman was so frightened she couldn't speak. Her face turned pale, and the crowd felt a sense of satisfaction. Brother, please don't arrest my mom. I'm begging you, I'll apologize for my mom, and when I grow up, I'll earn money to pay you back, okay? Lin Dong looked down and saw a 5 or 6-year-old girl clutching his pant leg. Little friend, is she your mom? Lin Dong pointed at the BMW woman. Yes. Is she good to you? Yes. Has she ever hit you? Eneen only gets spanked when she's naughty, and when she's good, mommy doesn't spank her. Your mom owes me a lot of money. Are you scared? Eneen isn't scared. Eneen will study hard, and when she grows up and earns money, she'll save a little and then pay back her brother. Do you have any money on you? I do. The little girl took a $10 bill from her small pocket and handed it to Lin Dong, saying, Eneen only has this much. Lin Dong took the $10, stood up, and walked towards his car, saying as he walked, people in their 30s really live like dogs. He opened the car door, got in, started the engine, and with a press of the gas pedal, disappeared from everyone's sight. Damn, are we just going to give up over $1 million? I really don't understand the world of the rich. Come on, hurry back and have a daughter. If we hit a luxury car, we won't even have to pay. Jiangcheng. Zhao Xian finished work and drove her Porsche 911 back to Jiangnan International Mansion. Just as she arrived at the entrance, she was suddenly stopped by someone. Zhao Xian took a closer look. Wasn't that her parents and her brother Zhao Yang? Who were the other 3 people? How did they end up here? Zhao Xian hurriedly got out of the car. Dad, Mom, Zhao Yang, what are you doing here? How would we know you have luxury cars and mansions in the big city while we're at home working ourselves to death? Zhao Xian's mother, Li Chunying, said. Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. Zhao Xian explained. Your boss? You drive your boss's car every day? Why doesn't he let anyone else drive it? Mom, can we find a place to talk? Do you have somewhere to stay? I can take you to a hotel and get 2 rooms. I'm not going anywhere. I want to live in here. Don't think I don't know. Your brother has been observing you for days. You live here every day. Li Chunying pointed at Jiangnan International Mansion. Mom, this house belongs to my boss. I can't take you inside. Nonsense. What boss? I see it's your boyfriend. Otherwise, which boss would let you drive his car and live in his house? You've really forgotten your family now that you have a boyfriend. Do you believe I won't discipline you right now? Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Taizhu, said as he picked up a wooden stick and swung it at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian didn't expect her dad to suddenly strike. She felt a sting on her arm, and tears welled up in her eyes. She felt wronged. Over the years, she had saved every penny for her family, paying for her brother's college tuition and living expenses. Now she still sent home $20,000 every month, and all the money she earned over the years had gone to her family, yet she was still being hit and scolded. But what could she do? They were her parents and her brother. In the end, with no other choice, she could only bring the 6 of them into the international mansion. Zhao Xian thought that Lin Dong had gone home for the May Day holiday and should not be back for a while. Upon entering the room, everyone was stunned. Such a luxurious house. They had never seen anything like it on TV, yet here it was right in front of them. Feng Miao's family was also speechless in shock. They thought their conditions were decent and looked down on Zhao Yang's rural background, only to realize here that they were just frogs at the bottom of a well. Looking at Zhao Yang, she didn't find him annoying anymore. In fact, the more she looked, the more she liked him. With such a sister, how could he turn out badly in the future? Sister, your place is too luxurious. This decor, this view, it's even more extravagant than what we see on TV, Zhao Yang said as he walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He wondered what it would feel like to live here every day. The place was so big, he and Feng Miao could easily live here together. Everyone snapped back to reality. They were initially a bit reserved, but thinking that this was their daughter Zhao Xin's home, wasn't it just like their own home? At that moment, Zhao Xin said, "Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Just say it." Zhao Taizhu pointed at Feng Miao and her parents and said, "Her name is Feng Miao, she is your brother's girlfriend, and they are Feng Miao's parents. Our two families have discussed helping your brother with his wedding. You just need to take out 5 million to buy them a house and a car." Zhao Xian was so angry she almost laughed. How could her father, a lifelong farmer, open his mouth to ask for 5 million? Did he even know how much that was? It must have been Zhao Yang's idea. "I don't have that much money," Zhao Xian said. "Then how much are you willing to contribute?" Zhao Taizhu asked. He also felt that 5 million was too much, but it was Zhao Yang who had suggested it. "I won't contribute a single cent." "What? You want to get beaten again, don't you?" Zhao Taizhu shouted. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't give you a penny." You ungrateful girl, do you want to drive me to my grave? I'm telling you, you must pay this money." Zhao Taizhu scolded Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, also crying from anger, shouted, "Since I was little, you have always favored him just because he is your son. Whenever there was something good to eat, it was always given to him. The money for my college education was earned by me working part-time. Did you ever contribute a single cent? When he wanted to go to college and the family had no money, I borrowed. Then I scrimped and saved to pay it back slowly. Do you know how I lived during that time? I fainted at work from malnutrition. Later, when my job got better, I sent all my money home except for a little living expense. What more do you want? And you little rascal, what kind of university did you even attend? You have no gratitude at all, and now you open your mouth to ask for 5 million. Do you think I'm an ATM? I'm telling you clearly, from today on, I won't give you a single cent." Zhao Xian had been holding back for too long. Just because she was a daughter, she had never been recognized by the family, no matter how well she performed. Even when she ranked first in every exam, she received no acknowledgement from her parents. But Zhao Yang, no matter how mischievous, was always favored. As soon as Zhao Yang complained, she would definitely get beaten. Later, when she got into college, she almost dropped out because the family was unwilling to pay. They said, what was the point of the daughter studying so much? She would get married sooner or later, and it would be better to go out and work to support the family. Fortunately, her teacher helped her, and with her part-time job while studying, she managed to complete her education. Now they had come directly to ask for 5 million for her brother's wedding. Where was she supposed to get 5 million? Although she had been promoted, Lin Dong hadn't even mentioned a raise yet. Zhao Xian's outburst left everyone present stunned, especially Li Chunhua and Zhao Taizhu. They had always seen their children as very obedient, yet suddenly they dared to confront them. This left them momentarily at a loss. "Anyway, no matter what, if you don't give money, we won't leave here," Li Chunhua said stubbornly. "Since that's the case, let me tell you honestly, this house was given to me by my boss out of pity. Do you know how much this house is worth?" Zhao Xian asked, then continued, 400 million. 400 million? My God! They couldn't comprehend how much 400 million was. It could probably buy an entire street in their town. Zhao Yang said his sister's house was worth at least 50 million, and they didn't believe it. How could there be such an expensive house? But they didn't expect that 50 million was already an understatement. Do you know how much 400 million is? With just one of these things, you could buy a house back home. If you don't leave, I will. When the security catches you for breaking and entering, don't blame me. Entering such a high-end community to steal could get you at least 10 to 8 years in prison. After saying this, Zhao Xian stood up and prepared to leave. "Stop, you little girl, are you trying to turn the world upside down?" Zhao Taizhu stood up, wanting to go over and hit Zhao Xian, but was stopped by Li Chunhua. "Dad, since I was little, you've always called me a dead girl, a dead girl. I'm your daughter. Not even as good as the beggars outside," Zhao Xian said, tears welling in her eyes. Zhao Yang was also taken aback. He originally thought that as long as he called their parents over, Zhao Xian would give him whatever he wanted, as it had always been that way before, but now the situation was developing in a way he hadn't expected. "Sister, don't say anything. I know what you're thinking, that just because you called mom and dad over, you can comfortably rely on me. How old are you this year?" Shouldn't you be earning your own money if you want to get married? Zhao Xian ignored the others and walked straight out. The others in the room immediately stood up to follow her. After all, they came from a small place, and if they were really caught and locked up for 10 or 8 years, where would they go to seek justice? When Zhao Xian reached the entrance, the front door suddenly swung open from the outside. When Lin Dong arrived in Jiangcheng, it was already dark. If it hadn't been for some delays on the road, he would have arrived much earlier. Dragging his weary body back to Jiangnan International Mansion, he opened the door. Lin Dong saw Zhao Xian with slightly red eyes, just as she was about to go out. Sister Xian, what's wrong? Are you going out? Then he noticed the few people behind Zhao Xian. Who are they? Zhao Xian's heart tightened when she saw Lin Dong. Didn't he just go home for the May Day holiday? How could he be back so soon? And at such a time? Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, they are my family. They came from my hometown to see me, and I just brought them up to rest for a bit. I'll take them away right away, Zhao Xian said nervously. She was afraid Lin Dong would be unhappy. After all, this was a house worth 400 million, and letting people in casually while he wasn't around would surely make him uncomfortable. Then where are you all going so late? There are plenty of rooms here, aren't there? It's not like you can't stay, Lin Dong asked. In fact, Zhao Xian was overthinking it. The house was meant for people to live in. There were several rooms downstairs, more than enough for them to stay. Lin Dong didn't think much of it. No, I've booked a hotel for them outside, Mr. Lin, I'll. Before Zhao Xian could finish, she was interrupted by Zhao Taizhu. You're that dead girl's boyfriend, right? Since you two are already living together, you might as well get things settled. You're a big boss, and our family is just a small household, but the necessary etiquette can't be lacking. Our demands aren't high. Just prepare 10 million as a betrothal gift, and buy a house and a car for your brother here in Jiangcheng. It doesn't need to be too expensive. Since you can afford such an expensive house, this request shouldn't be too much, right? Lin Dong was taken aback. Dead girl? Was he talking about Zhao Xian? What kind of father calls his daughter that? He was treating himself as Zhao Xian's boyfriend, but thinking about living together with Zhao Xian, to outsiders, wasn't that just cohabitation? It would be hard to clear that up. However, asking for 10 million as a betrothal gift along with a house and car in Jiangcheng, was this selling his daughter? Lin Dong didn't say anything and glanced at Zhao Xian. He saw her chest heaving violently, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at her father, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense am I talking? You two are already living together, isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't marry you, how will you get married in the future? How can we hold our heads high in front of the villagers? Zhao Taizhu replied, Uncle, I'm just Sister Xian's boss, not her boyfriend. Lin Dong couldn't help but say, Boss? Is there a boss who lives with their subordinate? Don't you want to take responsibility? Zhao Taizhu asked. Lin Dong was speechless. This was truly a case of getting caught in a scandal. How to explain it would probably fall on deaf ears, so Lin Dong stopped talking. Dad, I beg you, please stop talking, okay? Do you really want to drive me to death? Zhao Xian cried out loudly to Zhao Taizhu. Sister, Dad is helping you, Zhao Yang interjected. He was quite pleased now. Since Dad had opened his mouth to let his sister and brother-in-law buy a house and a car for him in Jiangcheng, it was definitely going to happen. Plus, with a 10 million dowry, it would surely end up in his hands. This way, he would have a car, a house, and savings. Why would he need to work or go to a job when he could just drive around every day? The Feng family of 3 was also exceptionally excited. If they really followed Zhao Tiezhu's wishes, they would absolutely support their daughter's marriage. 10 million to buy a car and a house in Jiangcheng would make them feel proud when they returned home. Zhao Xian looked at her parents and brother, who showed no signs of guilt for her suffering, even as she threatened to take her own life. They were only here for the money. If Lin Dong were a poor man, they would definitely find ways to force her to break up with him. Seeing that Lin Dong had money, it was like selling their daughter, wanting to extort a hefty sum from him. In their eyes, there was only money. As long as they got it, having her as a daughter might not even matter. In that moment, Zhao Xian suddenly understood. From the moment she was born, she was destined to be a tool for this family. She could only blame herself for being so foolish in the past, saving a little money to send home, thinking that was where her roots lay. At that moment, she realized she was actually like a mayfly, rootless and drifting. Her heart grew cold. Zhao Xian stopped speaking and turned to walk into the elevator. She just wanted to escape this place. Lin Dong sensed something was wrong and hurriedly followed her, squeezing into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. The remaining Zhao Yang and the others looked at each other, unsure of what to do. In the end, they decided to leave. After all, this was someone else's house, and they were genuinely scared of Zhao Xian, fearing they might be mistaken for thieves. In a park in Jiangcheng, Lin Dong and Zhao Xian sat by a river. Zhao Xian recounted her experiences over the past 20 years. Lin Dong listened quietly, not saying a word. Mr. Lin, am I very foolish? Whatever they want, I give. If I don't have it, I borrow it, then save up to pay it back slowly, Zhao Xian asked after finishing her story. Sister Xian, you're not foolish, just too sentimental. The more you give, the more they think it's what you should do, Lin Dong replied after thinking for a moment. Maybe, but I've decided, for the first 20 years, I lived for them, but for the next few decades, I want to live for myself. Sister Xian, let's invite uncle and aunt to the hotel for a meal tomorrow. Since they came all this way, I should at least show some appreciation. If you need money, just go to finance and take it. Whatever decision you make, I will support you, Lin Dong said. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhao Xian cried as she leaned against Lin Dong's chest. She had thought Lin Dong would look down on her because of her family, but to her surprise, he didn't mind at all. Little did she know, Lin Dong had lost his parents at a young age and his life at his uncle's house wasn't much better than hers. But he still had a caring aunt and a younger aunt, while Zhao Xian had nothing. He actually felt quite sorry for her. Always thinking of her family, she finally realized they only saw her as a tool for making money. Sister Xian, cry as much as you need. It will feel better once you let it out. Lin Dong gently patted Zhao Xian's back. Zhao Xian cried in Lin Dong's arms for about half an hour before getting up. She noticed that his shirt was soaked with her tears and felt a bit embarrassed. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I got your shirt wet. It's fine. Sister Xian, let's go. We're heading back. The two returned to Jiangnan International Mansion. They found that Zhao Yang and the others had already left. Mr. Lin, I'll go look for them. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, she was about to leave, but she was stopped by Lin Dong. Sister Xian, didn't you say that from now on you want to live for yourself? You should learn to say no. If you go to find them now, it will only make them more reckless, and they are all adults, nothing will happen to them. Well, alright, good night, Director Lin, Zhao Xian said and entered her room. She felt that Lin Dong was right, since she wanted to live for herself, she needed to learn to refuse. Lin Dong lay on the bed, looking at the system panel in front of him. Host, Lin Dong balance, 999996865462545 physique, 50, strong, plus spirit, 50, strong, plus skills, car driving, 10 mastery, plus piano skills, 10 mastery, plus singing, 10 mastery, plus lyric writing, 10 mastery, plus composition, 10 mastery, plus godly points, 190. He still had 190 godly points left. He thought about quickly improving his strength. With determination, he directly added 50 godly points to his physique. The original 50 points in the physique section instantly became 100 points. In an instant, Lin Dong felt a heat all over his body, as if countless ants were crawling in his muscles. It was quite a sensation. This feeling lasted for a full 5 minutes before disappearing. Lin Dong felt as if he had just come out of the water, his whole body was soaked. Not in a hurry, Lin Dong added another 50 godly points to his spirit. His head suddenly felt heavy, as if he had drunk too much. Lin Dong closed his eyes and lay quietly on the bed. A few minutes later, Lin Dong felt awake. He opened his eyes. His eyesight seemed to have improved a lot. He used to be slightly nearsighted, but now he could even see a mosquito on the 3-meter-high ceiling, and not only could he see it, but he could even see which of its legs was moving. How amazing! Lin Dong quickly looked at the panel. Host, Lin Dong balance, 999996865462545 physique, 100, limit, spirit, 100, limit, skills, car driving, 10 mastery, plus piano skills, 10 mastery, plus singing, 10 mastery, plus lyric writing, 10 mastery, plus composition, 10 mastery, plus godly points, 90. His physique and spirit had both reached 100 points, but it seemed to have hit the limit, as the plus sign had disappeared. Does that mean he couldn't improve anymore? No way! Could it really be that he couldn't improve so quickly? What would he do with so much money and the godly points he would earn in the future? Increase skills? He couldn't even increase 18 dragon subduing poems, so what was the point? Forget it, he wouldn't worry about it for now, he would study it slowly later. He always felt that this system shouldn't be so simple. Lin Dong got out of bed, feeling sticky all over. He went to the edge of the swimming pool. Sister Xian should be asleep by now. Not caring about so much, he stripped off his clothes and jumped into the pool. So refreshing. After swimming 2 laps and cleaning himself off, Lin Dong came ashore to observe his body. There was no change, nor were there any particularly prominent muscles, but Lin Dong felt that he possessed explosive power within him. He felt he could now punch a cow to death. The next morning, Golden Leaf Hotel Chairman's office. Sister Xian, I am preparing to establish an investment company called Donglai International, but I don't have time, so I need a trustworthy person to help me build the foundation. I hope you can help me. Director Lin, I'm afraid I won't do well. Zhao Xian replied hesitantly. She wanted to help but was afraid her abilities weren't enough and would delay Lin Dong's important matters. Sister Xian, you are capable. You shouldn't be limited to this small hotel. You should go out and see the world. Then, I'll give it a try. Don't worry, go ahead and do it boldly. The greatest support I can give you is unlimited financial resources. As long as you think someone is capable, we can bring them over. If others offer 1 million, we'll offer 5 million, 10 million. As long as they are talented, we're not afraid to spend money. Great. When do I set off? The sooner, the better. Then I'll leave tomorrow. Alright, call uncle and aunt over. Let's have a meal together. After last night's events, Lin Dong felt that Zhao Xian had changed. She used to be optimistic and cheerful. Now, she was transforming into a cold, ruthless businesswoman. To be honest, Lin Dong still preferred the old Zhao Xian, who would occasionally give him a hint of temptation. But there's nothing to be done. People change after experiencing certain things. On the other side, in a regular hotel where Zhao Taizhu and the others were staying, everyone gathered, waiting for Zhao Taizhu to decide what to do. Dad, what should we do today? Zhao Yang asked. What to do? We go directly to her hotel to find her. But what if my sister doesn't want to see us? Doesn't want to see us? I've raised her for so many years. Now that she's doing well, she wants to deny me as her father? Then I'll make a scene at her workplace so she can't hold her head high in front of her colleagues. Yes, let's do that. This stubborn girl thinks she can just abandon us now that she's got some wings. It won't be that easy. Li Chunhua chimed in. The Feng Miao family of 3 remained silent, but they hoped Zhao Yang could get Zhao Xian's help, as it concerned their daughter's future happiness. As they were preparing to head to the Golden Leaf Hotel where Zhao Xian worked, Zhao Xian called them, inviting them to the hotel for a meal. Dad, it seems my sister has compromised. We have a place for our house and car, Zhao Yang said happily. Feng Miao was also very pleased. Zhao Yang was hers after all. She would have a luxury car to drive in the future. At this moment, Zhao Taizhu also smiled and said, Look at you, your sister's husband is a big boss, living in a house worth hundreds of millions. He can't possibly manage such a big hotel by himself. Didn't you say your sister is a manager? Have her arrange a job for you. Right, my sister is the general manager. Besides her husband, she's the highest authority. Have her arrange a job for me, and let Miao Miao go too. Have your sister arrange a management job for you, and a financial job for Miao Miao, so that your brother-in-law doesn't get too much money and start fooling around outside. You two can also support your sister a bit, Li Chunhua said. So, the group happily headed to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, they were led by a waiter to room 1. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian were already seated inside, and the dishes were all served. Looking at the table full of delicacies, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Only emperors on TV could eat such good food. Who would have thought I'd have a chance to eat like this? Uncle and aunt, you've come from afar. Today, I'll do my best as a host. Everyone, eat freely. If it's not enough, let the kitchen prepare more, Lin Dong said. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Yang sat down and started eating, and the others followed suit. This lobster is really delicious, Miao Miao. You should try some. Dad, Mom, you should also have some of this lobster. Why is this crab so big? Mom, this is king crab. It's really expensive. One costs several thousand. What is this? It's dark and melts in your mouth. So delicious. This is caviar. Even more expensive. This is abalone. I don't recognize this either. This one is even better. As they were enjoying their meal, Lin Dong stood up and said, Uncle and aunt, you take your time eating. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. If it's not enough, let Sister Xian notify the kitchen to prepare more. Brother-in-law, you go ahead and be busy. Zhao Yang replied with his mouth full. Lin Dong left. He knew Zhao Xian had something to say to her family, and he didn't want to interfere with her decision. No matter what she chose to do, he would support her. After Lin Dong left for a while, Zhao Xian spoke up. You guys finish eating and pack up to go back. I will send money back on time every month. Sister, I don't want to go back. Just arrange a job for me here, Zhao Yang said. Zhao Xian thought for a moment. If Zhao Yang could work well here, it would be a good thing. So she said, then give me your college diploma, and I'll see which position suits you. Zhao Yang suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became quiet. Zhao Xian kept staring at Zhao Yang. He felt a bit uneasy. Although he had been afraid of Zhao Xian before, it was nothing like today. Zhao Xian's gaze made him feel chilled. Finally, he had no choice but to say, Sister, I actually didn't go to college. Oh, didn't go to college? What about the money I saved up to send you to college? Zhao Xian took a deep breath and asked, I lost some money gambling back then, and in the end, I was forced to lie to you and say I got into college. Zhao Yang said tremulously. So you all conspired to deceive me? I saved every penny, even risking my health and fainting at work, and that money was used to pay off your gambling debts? Sister, we had no choice. Those debt collectors said if we didn't pay, they would take one of my hands. Mom and Dad had no choice but to lie to you. Sister, I know it's all my fault, but I've changed. I haven't gambled since then, Zhao Yang explained. I can testify. Yang Yang has indeed changed, Li Chunhua interjected. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, trying to calm the anger in her heart. Fine, you can start from the bottom as a waiter. Sister, I don't want to be a waiter. Arrange a management job for me, and give Miao Miao a job managing money. This way, we can prevent brother-in-law from being unfaithful when he has money. I promise to report everything he does to you, as Mom said, to help you out, Zhao Yang boldly said. Zhao Xian was really angered to the point of laughter. Manage money? Manage people? And help herself? Was this an attempt to sideline Lin Dong? Were they thinking that this hotel would eventually bear the Zhao name? It was truly impressive that they could come up with such ideas. Want to manage money? Do you know how much the monthly revenue here is? Do you know how much you spent on this meal? Let me tell you, you spent $1 million on this meal, and the monthly revenue here is nearly $1 billion. Do you think you have the ability to manage that? As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, everyone stopped eating. They looked up at her with shocked expressions. A meal costing $1 million? That was too exaggerated. Sister, what did you just say? How much did we spend on this meal? Zhao Yang swallowed a mouthful of food and asked quietly. You spent a total of $1 million on this meal. The few of them were speechless for a long time. After the shock, Li Chunhua said, this place makes so much money in a month? It seems your judgment is good. Since we are not planning to go back, after working hard for half our lives, we should enjoy some comfort. Since you all have so much money, then buy Yang Yang a house and a car soon, so he can get married and settle down, Zhao Taizhu added. Zhao Xian looked at this family in silence, all of them the same. She truly felt sad to be born into such a family. She had originally thought that since they were her relatives, she would try to help them as much as she could. But now, she just wanted to leave as soon as possible and didn't want to see these people for even a moment longer. You all keep eating. I'm going out for a bit, Zhao Xian said and stood up to leave. She was already disheartened. The whole family had actually teamed up to deceive her. The money she had saved up through frugality was actually taken by them to pay off gambling debts. Today, when she had the ability to meet their demands, tomorrow they would ask for more, never satisfied, never knowing gratitude, only ever taking. She truly did not want to see these people again. A few of them continued to eat. A table of dishes worth over $1 million was simply too wasteful to leave untouched. Zhao Xian went to the chairman's office. Lin Dong was bored, playing with his phone. Oh, Sister Xian, why are you up here so soon? Chairman Lin, I want to leave right now. I don't want to see them anymore. Zhao Xian said. Leave now? What about them? Should I give them some money? Lin Dong asked. He thought it must be that Zhao Xian's family had said something hurtful to her, causing such a strong reaction. Since Zhao Xian had already made up her mind, he would support her. Absolutely not. If you give them anything, it will never end, they will never be satisfied. So we just ignore them? Yes. No need to care. If they cause trouble at the hotel, just report them to the police and have them locked up for a couple of days. They'll behave then. Alright then. Sister Xian, where's the first stop? To the Magic City. It's a world-class metropolis with a relatively concentrated talent pool, and I have a college roommate there who can help me. Great. Then I wish Sister Xian a smooth journey. When you come back, I'll throw a celebration banquet for you. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Zhao Taizhu and the others still didn't know that Zhao Xian had already left for the Magic City. They had eaten too much, but couldn't bear to waste the $1 million feast, and the meal stretched on for a full 3 hours. After finishing, they left the private room and were led by the waiter to the chairman's office. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Zhao Yang asked. Don't call me brother-in-law. I told you, my relationship with Sister Xian is purely professional. I have never crossed any boundaries, and I'm still a college student. How could I be your brother-in-law? Lin Dong replied. The others exchanged glances, feeling something was off. It was fine to call him that during the meal, but now it wasn't? Boss Lin, where's my sister? Zhao Yang asked again. Your sister has left. After you finish eating, you should go home. Lin Dong replied. Left? Then we'll go find her. When I say left, I don't mean she left the hotel, but that she left Jiang City. This is Sister Xian's resignation letter, you can read it yourselves, Lin Dong said, handing Zhao Yang a piece of paper. Resigned? The group was taken aback, feeling that things were getting serious. Zhao Yang took a look and indeed saw that it was a resignation letter written by Zhao Xian. Boss Lin, Why did my sister resign? How should I put it? Sister Xian feels that working here, you all will definitely keep pestering her, and she can't meet your demands, so she had to choose to leave, Lin Dong answered. Then where did my sister go? Not sure, seems like she went to stay with a college roommate. At that moment, Li Chunhua quickly took out her phone and dialed Zhao Xian's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Sorry, it's over. All over. Li Chunhua sat down on the ground. Humph, you little brat are in cahoots with that dead girl to trick us, right? I tell you, if she doesn't come out, we won't leave here, Zhao Taizhu said angrily to Lin Dong. Old man, don't lose your temper here. Your daughter left. It's not like I forced her out. She was driven away by you all. What does it have to do with me? If you throw a fit here, it's your fault. I don't care. If she doesn't come out, I'll stay here. After all, there's good food and drink every day. Zhao Taizhu remained unmoved. Old man, when Sister Xian was still here, I treated you to the best food in the hotel out of respect for her. This table cost over $1 million, but now that Sister Xian is gone, I have no need to be polite to you anymore. If you throw a tantrum here, I can report you directly. By then, you might end up in jail for 1.5 years. And don't blame me for your ruined reputation, Lin Dong said leisurely. Sure enough, when Lin Dong said this, several people were frightened. In their eyes, Lin Dong was a big shot. Don't scare me. Let me tell you, I've lived a long life, and I'm not easily frightened, Zhao Taizhu said. Although he said this, his trembling voice revealed his inner unease. Old man, how am I scaring you? I know a bit about Sister Xian's situation. You say you're her parents, but how can the gap be so big? If you two had cared a little about Sister Xian, she wouldn't have left like this today. I saw her crying hard when she left, and she said that she has repaid your kindness for raising her over the years and doesn't want to see you again. It's likely you'll find it very hard to locate her for the rest of your lives. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Taizhu gasped and nearly fainted. Li Chunhua hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Zhao Yang's head buzzed as well. All the beautiful future he had imagined was shattered. Feng Miao's parents were pulling her away, not wanting to accompany Zhao Taizhu in his madness. What if they really got caught? Meow meow, Zhao Yang shouted. Feng Miao turned her head, looking pitifully at Zhao Yang. What are you still looking at this useless thing for? Such a good opportunity wasted, forcing Zhao Xian to leave. Now look, you've gained nothing. With his ability, when will he ever be able to afford a house? A car? Come on, let's go back quickly. You're not allowed to associate with him anymore. Mom will introduce you to someone better, Feng's mother said fiercely, pulling Feng Miao away from Zhao Yang. In an instant, Zhao Yang felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. At the same time, Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua were also filled with anger and frustration. If Zhao Xian really changed her contact information, where would they find her? Moreover, Zhao Xian had been sending money back every month, and they had grown accustomed to it, having not worked for a long time. In the village, their family was the envy of everyone, raising a good daughter who brought in money without labor. What would they do if that source suddenly dried up? Would they have to return to the days of early mornings and late nights, toiling away? What would the villagers think of them? Thinking of this, the old couple truly regretted their past decisions. Staying at home would have been so much better. They could have spent their days playing cards and strolling around. It was all Zhao Yang's fault. If it weren't for him, they would still be living comfortably at home. Now, everything was gone. The old couple didn't reflect on their harshness towards Zhao Xian since she was little. They only regretted listening to Zhao Yang and moving from their hometown to here. Of course, they were right in thinking that if they had stayed at home, Zhao Xian would still be sending money every month. Lin Dong quietly sat on the sofa, watching this family's performance. He could actually give them money to send Zhao Yang and the others away. Even if they asked for a lot, Lin Dong could afford it. But he didn't want to give that money. In such a family background, Zhao Xian had not fallen into depravity, and Lin Dong truly felt it was a miracle. He admired Zhao Xian quite a bit. A person like Zhao Xian had both figure and looks, definitely not inferior to the 3 goddesses of Jiang University, and she even had a mature woman's aura, which was more alluring to men. He had experienced this deeply. Working in such a high-end place like the Golden Leaf Hotel, she was in contact with big bosses. If she really wanted to earn money without caring about anything else, it would be incredibly easy. Old man, if you still don't believe it, then you can come to the hotel entrance every morning and wait to see if Sister Xian will come to work. Of course, the premise is that you can't disrupt the normal operations of the hotel, otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. That's all I have to say, you can leave now. The few of them left in a daze. Lin Dong didn't know if they would immediately return to their hometown or continue to wait, but it no longer mattered to him. Some things are only cherished when they are lost. When they lose Sister Xian's support and fall into despair for a while, perhaps they will remember her goodness. In the afternoon, Lin Dong registered a company called Donglai International Investment Company, Ltd., with Zhao Xian as the general manager, and the Jinya Hotel was included under its umbrella. However, it was still just a shell and needed Zhao Xian to recruit various talents to grow the company. The next day, when Lin Dong arrived at the Jinya Hotel, he found Zhao Yang and his family of 3 hiding in a corner of the outdoor parking lot. As expected, they were still not giving up. Lin Dong ignored them and went straight into the hotel. The morning passed by in a daze. During this time, Lin Dong received a package, a senior member badge sent from the SCC headquarters. It was called a badge, but it was actually a ring engraved with the SCC logo. Just as Lin Dong was about to leave, he received an unexpected phone call. It was Zhu Yan, Jiang Shan's best friend, calling. She told Lin Dong that Jiang Shan had suddenly fainted and was now in the hospital. Lin Dong was taken aback by the call. What does Jiang Shan fainting have to do with me? She has already dumped me. Shouldn't she be calling Huang Junlang? Lin Dong was inclined to ignore it, but as he thought about it, he couldn't get over that mental hurdle. He decided to go after all. After all, she carried 4 years of his memories. It was only right to give himself some closure. He drove to the hospital Zhu Yan had told him about, stopping along the way to buy some fruit. Driving a limited edition Bugatti Chiron to buy fruit naturally attracted a lot of attention. The fruit stand was almost surrounded, and the owner was overjoyed, selling in a short time what would normally take a day. So the amount of fruit Lin Dong bought today was particularly generous. Walking down the hospital corridor, Lin Dong suddenly heard 2 voices coming from a medical room. Doctor, please, can you save my mom? I'm begging you. Hey, sir, our hospital is not a charity. If you don't have money, how can we treat her? Just treat her first. I will find a way to get the money. Sir, let me be honest with you. Your mother's condition is very serious. Even if she has surgery here, the success rate is not high. You should find a hospital with more advanced medical equipment. That way, the success rate will be higher. Doctor, how long can my mom live? If you don't have surgery, she should have about 3 months left. If the surgery is successful, living another 10 years is not a problem. But if it fails, she might not even last 3 months. As Lin Dong walked past the medical room, he casually glanced inside. A man in his 30s was desperately pleading with a doctor around 50 to save his mother. Lin Dong didn't pay attention. This kind of thing happened every day. After working hard all his life, a serious illness could take everything away. Entering the ward that Zhu Yan mentioned, he saw Zhu Yan sitting by the bedside, while Jiang Shan lay pale on the bed, with a doctor examining her. Lin Dong walked in and placed the fruit on a chair. Upon seeing Lin Dong, a hint of joy flashed across Jiang Shan's pale face. She knew Zhu Yan must have informed him. Lin Dong stood still, waiting for the doctor to finish the examination. When the doctor turned around, he saw Lin Dong standing behind him. You must be the patient's boyfriend, right? You young people really are something. The patient has been pregnant for 3 weeks, and her body is still so weak. If this continues, it won't be good for the fetus's development. If you don't want this child, you'll have to wait until her health improves before you can perform the surgery. Pregnant? Lin Dong felt a buzzing in his head at the doctor's words. A tearing pain surged through his heart. 4 years. A full 4 years. Countless days and nights, he had tirelessly brought food to Jiang Shan at her dormitory. How many times had he felt joy when he received his paycheck from part-time jobs, simply because he could buy gifts for Jiang Shan? They had cried together, laughed together. They had fantasized about a future together, starting a family with a pair of lovely children. Yet, he never imagined that it would end like this. After being with Jiang Shan for 4 years, he had never violated her wishes. He never expected that she would get pregnant right after being with someone else. What a tremendous irony. Was their 4-year relationship really that cheap? Even less valuable than a new designer handbag. Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Upon hearing the doctor tell Lin Dong that she was pregnant, the last flicker of hope in Jiang Shan's heart was extinguished. Her already pale face turned even paler. She opened her mouth to say something but found she couldn't make a sound. Zhu Yan also didn't expect things to turn out this way. Watching her best friend cry every day, she wanted to help her win Lin Dong back. She knew Lin Dong still loved Jiang Shan. She had witnessed all their sweet moments together, but she hadn't anticipated this scene. The doctor left. The ward fell silent. Finally, Jiang Shan broke the silence and said, Lin Dong, I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. Everyone has the right to choose. Since you've chosen this path, I will wish you well. Lin Dong, I'm really sorry. If it weren't for my vanity, accepting all of Huang Junlang's gifts, I wouldn't have been unable to refuse his invitation to his party, and I definitely wouldn't have gotten drunk and let him take advantage of me. By the time I woke up the next day, it was already too late, Jiang Shan sobbed. Strangely, when Lin Dong heard Jiang Shan's explanation, his heart didn't stir at all. He had thought he would be angry and seek revenge on Huang Junlang, but he didn't. Was it really just drunkenness? Perhaps there were other reasons, because just a couple of days ago, his cousin Wang Li had gone through a similar situation. But if Jiang Shan's heart had been resolute, how could Huang Junlang have had a chance? Ultimately, their 4-year relationship wasn't strong enough. Jiang Shan already had such thoughts, and even without Huang Junlang, there would be others. Alright, since you're fine, I'll take my leave, Lin Dong said. He didn't want to stay there, he wanted to leave. Jiang Shan was stunned. Lin Dong's reaction was beyond her expectations. There was no anger towards Huang Junlang, no pain for herself. There was only calmness. With her 4 years of understanding of Lin Dong, he shouldn't be like this. In that moment, she realized she didn't understand the Lin Dong before her at all. Lin Dong walked out of the ward. He silently murmured, Jiang Shan, goodbye. Thus, he put an end to their 4-year relationship. From now on, Jiang Shan would completely become his past. The room was filled with Jiang Shan's uncontrollable sobs, but none of that mattered to him anymore. Once outside the hospital, Lin Dong took a few deep breaths. Everything was over. At that moment of complete release, Lin Dong felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Just as he drove the car out of the hospital gate, a voice rang in his ear, thief, catch the thief. Lin Dong quickly pulled the car over. Getting out, he saw a young man running towards him, holding a wallet in his hand. A woman in her 30s was following far behind. Get away! Get away! Do you want to die? The young man shouted while running, gesturing with the dagger in his other hand. Lin Dong was just about to test the power of his enhanced physique. Just as he was preparing to make a move, he suddenly felt a shadow rush past him with incredible speed. When Lin Dong looked at the thief, he found that the man had already been pinned to the ground by a hand. The thief struggled on the ground but could not escape the iron-like grip. A master! This was Lin Dong's first impression. His senses were at their peak, and he could feel the intense aura emanating from the person as they passed by. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the man who had been pleading with the doctor to save his mother in the hospital. Xiao Jun walked out of the hospital, filled with anxiety. His mother's illness was severe, and it would take a lot of money to have a chance at treatment. But he had no money. For years, he had been working as a mercenary abroad, and he had earned a lot of money, enough to return home and provide a good life for his family. However, just as they were about to complete their last job, protecting a dignitary's speech in a small country, they were attacked by unidentified assailants, leaving only 3 of the 12 in their group alive. After returning home, the 3 of them unanimously decided to share all their money with the families of their brothers who would forever remain in a foreign land. At least they had returned alive, while those who had shared life and death with them for years were lost forever. He never expected his mother's illness to strike so suddenly. If surgery wasn't performed soon, they would miss the best treatment window. But where could he find so much money all at once? As the ancients said, a penny can defeat a hero, and now it was a matter of so much more. What to do? After so many years abroad, his best brothers were the 2 who had returned with him. But like him, they were all children of poor families, otherwise, who would risk their lives abroad for money, returning with nothing? They were surely struggling to make a living as well. Asking them for help would be like a drop in the bucket. Just as he stepped out of the hospital, he heard someone shouting to catch a thief, and instinctively rushed over to subdue the thief. He pressed the thief to the ground, and no matter how much he struggled, it was futile. Soon, the woman who had been robbed caught up and took the stolen wallet from Xiao Jun's hands. Thank you, big brother. The woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude. It's nothing, quickly call the police. Xiao Jun replied. Yes. The woman took out her phone and dialed the police. About a few minutes later, the police arrived and took the thief away. The woman continued to thank Xiao Jun and even pulled out a lot of money from her wallet to offer his thanks. However, he refused. He hadn't caught the thief for money, and even though he needed it now, he couldn't accept it. Just as he was about to leave, a figure blocked his path. He moved left, and the figure was there to block him. He moved right, and the figure was there as well. After several attempts, he realized this person was doing it on purpose. Little brother, what do you mean by this? Xiao Jun asked Lin Dong, looking at him. Brother, how about we find a place to talk? Lin Dong suggested. We shouldn't know each other, right? I can pay to save your mother. But don't misunderstand, I just happened to see you pleading with the doctor while visiting a friend in the hospital. Xiao Jun carefully observed Lin Dong. Having walked the edge of life and death for years, he could sense a hint of threat from Lin Dong. He was curious about how this young man managed to do that. It was known that even in the mercenary world abroad, there were very few who could pose a threat to him. The 2 found a nearby park. Since it was still early, there weren't many people in the park. Big brother, what's your name? Lin Dong asked. My name is Xiao Jun. Brother Xiao, I know you urgently need money to save your mother. I can arrange the best hospital for her, with the best equipment and the best medicine, but regardless of the outcome, you must serve me for 10 years. How about that? Xiao Pejun looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong also stared back at Xiao Pejun, unwilling to back down. After a moment, Xiao Pejun said, "All right, but I will only be responsible for your safety and won't help you do anything illegal. Deal." Lin Dong extended his hand. Xiao Pejun also reached out. Their hands clasped together, marking the beginning of a legend. "Brother Xiao, my name is Lin Dong, and you can call me Young Master Lin from now on." "Young Master Lin, don't call me Brother Xiao, just call me Pejun." "Okay, Pejun, I want to spar with you." Lin Dong had long wanted to test his own strength. Ever since his physical and mental limits had been pushed to the extreme, not only had his senses sharpened significantly, but he also felt an endless power within him. "Young Master Lin, please," Xiao Pejun said. He also wanted to see just how strong this young man, who posed a slight threat to him, really was. The two stood about 10 meters apart. Lin Dong had no particular skills. All he had was sharp senses and explosive power in his body. He concentrated on mobilizing the strength within him, filling his entire being with it. At that moment, Lin Dong exuded an aura like that of an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Pejun felt an intense pressure and, while shocked, also released the bloody aura he had developed from years of living on the edge of life and death. Lin Dong pushed off the ground with his feet, his body shooting towards Xiao Pejun in an instant, throwing a punch at him. Since it was just sparring, Lin Dong didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength, so he only used 50% of his power for this punch. When Xiao Pejun saw Lin Dong charging at him, he felt a strong pressure coming at him. For a moment, he was stunned, and before he knew it, Lin Dong's fist was already crashing towards him. He quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the punch. Bang! Xiao Pejun was knocked back 7 or 8 meters by Lin Dong's punch before he finally stopped. Lin Dong halted at the spot where Xiao Pejun had been standing, gritting his teeth as he shook his slightly pained right hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Pejun was staring at his somewhat swollen arm, his face filled with shock. Lin Dong's strength was beyond his imagination. At first, although Lin Dong posed a slight threat to him, he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Lin Dong looked to be only in his 20s. How could someone that young, even if they had been training since childhood, compare to someone like him who had spent years on the battlefield? Thus, he couldn't help but underestimate Lin Dong a bit, but just now, Lin Dong's punch had actually sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away, and his arm was now a bit swollen. He had truly underestimated Lin Dong. Indeed, there are always people better than you, and there are always greater skies. He still didn't know that Lin Dong had only used 50% of his strength. If he knew, he wouldn't know what to think. "Pejun, how was that punch?" Lin Dong asked, shaking his right hand, which still hadn't completely recovered from the pain. "Young Master Lin, you are the first person I've seen at your age with such strength. Pejun admires you." "The first person at my age? Does that mean he has seen someone stronger than me, just older?" Lin Dong felt somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Pejun's evaluation. He was already at his limits. Could there really be someone stronger than him? Didn't that mean he couldn't surpass the other? Even with my advantages, I still can't be invincible? It seems I need to study the system more carefully. "Pejun, let's go. Help Auntie switch to another hospital, and let's get the surgery done as soon as possible so you can feel at ease following me." "Thank you, young Master Lin," Xiao Pejun said excitedly. Lin Dong asked in the SCC group in Jiangnan province if anyone knew the higher-ups at the first hospital. Soon, someone replied. A person named Lu Chen added Lin Dong as a friend and gave him a phone number to contact the hospital's director. Lin Dong called, explained his purpose, and the other party was very polite and enthusiastic, telling Lin Dong that he could come over any time, and they would arrange for an expert consultation as soon as possible. When Lin Dong arrived at the first hospital in the afternoon with Xiao Pejun and his mother, there was already a team of more than 10 experts waiting at the entrance. "You must be Mr. Lin." "Hello, I am Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital. Welcome to our hospital. We will do our utmost to help the patient." "Thank you very much, Director Lu. You're too kind, Mr. Lin. This is our duty." Next came a series of examinations for Xiao Pejun's mother conducted by the team of experts. The final conclusion was that surgery must be performed as soon as possible. The condition could not be allowed to worsen, as the risk of surgery would increase with each passing day. Thus, the hospital arranged for Xiao Pejun's mother to have surgery the next day, in the high-level ward of the first hospital. "Pejun, won't such a good hospital cost a lot of money?" "Mom, don't worry, I've already sorted out the money. You just focus on getting better. Mom doesn't want to be treated anymore. Save that money to marry a wife. You're already over 30 and still don't have a wife. Look at that kid next door who grew up with you. His son is almost in middle school. Mom, you get well quickly, and I'll bring a wife home to give you a big fat grandson, okay? Okay. You must keep your word. I've been hoping to hold a grandson my whole life. Xiao Pejun stepped out of the ward and wiped the corners of his already moist eyes. The biggest regret in his life was towards his parents. He must not let his mother leave this world with regrets. The next day, Xiao Pejun's mother's surgery was very successful, performed by the highest-level medical professors in Jiangnan province, and the hospital specifically sent 2 senior nurses to care for her. Lin Dong gave the Benchi DG to Xiao Pejun, who also started working, secretly protecting Lin Dong. Zhao Yang's family split into 2 groups. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua guarded the hotel entrance. Zhao Yang stood at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion. It seemed they were still unwilling to leave in such a disheartened manner. Without Zhao Xian's financial support, they were lost about the future. Lin Dong ignored them, curious to see how long they could hold out. This time, at least, they needed to learn a profound lesson. Good news also came from Zhao Xian. Under the temptation of huge sums of money, someone had already shown interest in Donlai International and was in contact. As an investment company, Donlai International first needed to recruit a strong legal team, negotiation experts, and an evaluation team. Lin Dong asked Zhao Xian to tighten things up. Spending more money was fine, as he was about to collaborate with Wang Chang, and Lin Dong hoped the newly recruited people would be useful. In the evening, Jiangcheng Fuli Jinsha Entertainment City. Zhang Min brought Lu Peng here to attend a class gathering. Today's gathering was organized by those who stayed at school during the holidays, and some who returned early also participated, but Sun Siyu did not come. There was an incident at her home, and she probably needed to take a few days off. The reason for bringing Lu Peng was that he was, after all, a rich second generation, and he looked good too, a typical tall, rich, and handsome type, which made Zhang Min feel a bit boastful. Entering a super large private room, there were already about 20 to 30 young people inside, both men and women. These young men and women were all quite good-looking, as they were from the performance department of the Communication University, who would come to study acting without some looks. The arrival of Zhang Min and Lu Peng also attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Min is indeed one of the more outstanding people in the class. Zhang Min, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce him? A classmate asked. Zhang Min took the opportunity to say, "This is my boyfriend Lu Peng. He studies at Jiangnan University. His family runs a small business, with assets of a few tens of millions." Wow! Zhang Min, you actually found a tall, rich, and handsome guy. I'm so envious of you. Min, I didn't expect you to quietly move ahead of us. You're doing well, graduating and becoming a rich wife, while we still have to work hard for our future. There was a chorus of envious voices around. Zhang Min felt a bit lightheaded from the compliments. She loved this feeling of being envied and hated. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Peng. I'm Min Min's boyfriend. Thank you all for taking care of Min Min. I raise a glass to you all. Lu Peng said as he picked up a beer from the table and downed a large cup. His performance earned him praise from the girls present. The boys looked at Lu Peng with some discomfort. The class's flower had been picked by someone from another school, and it was hard for them to feel good about it. After a brief introduction, everyone continued singing and dancing. What is it like to go to KTV with students from a media university? Lu Peng was now deeply aware. It was like a small party. Everyone had a strong desire to perform, singing and dancing, leaving no opportunity for Lu Peng to show off. He wanted to go up and shout a couple of lines but was afraid of embarrassing himself. Compared to these professionals, he felt he was on a completely different level, so he had to sit on the sofa and be an audience member. Fortunately, Zhang Min stayed by his side. After a while, Zhang Min got up to go to the bathroom. Lu Peng continued to sit on the sofa, cheering for this future star. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Min rushed into the private room, grabbed Lu Peng, and said, "De Peng, we need to go." "What's wrong, Min?" Lu Peng asked. He could tell something was off with Zhang Min. "Hurry, let's talk outside," Zhang Min said anxiously. "Okay." Just as the two were about to leave the private room, the door suddenly burst open, and a group of men in black rushed in. Bang! The lights in the room were turned on. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the unexpected guests. "Damn it, who just slapped me?" A bald man walked in and asked. The man was in his 30s, with a face full of flesh, shirtless, and covered in strange tattoos. The room fell silent, no one spoke. Everyone was scared. After all, they were still students, and this man looked like trouble. The bald man quickly spotted Zhang Min and Lu Peng, who were about to leave. He stepped forward, walked up to them, and yanked Zhang Min's long hair, pulling her into his arms with a scream. "You were the one who slapped me, right? Damn it, it's the first time I've been slapped in my life. What do you think I should do?" The bald man whispered in Zhang Min's ear. Lu Peng was startled to see the bald man grab Zhang Min's hair, but he quickly reacted, saying, "What are you doing? Let Min go, or I'll call the police." Lu Peng said as he took out his phone, ready to dial. However, before he could make the call, a man in black kicked him onto the sofa, causing him to clutch his stomach and gasp for air, while his phone flew into the pile of students. A few timid girls screamed. The others were also frozen in fear. The bald man, still holding Jiang Min's hair, looked at the others in the room and asked, "You all are together, right? This little girl just slapped me. What do you think we should do?" "You touched me first," Jiang Min cried. "I touched you because I thought you were worth it. Ask around, how many girls want me to touch them? I'm not even interested." No one in the room dared to speak. However, at this moment, a female classmate hiding behind the crowd quietly finished speaking and picked up Lu Peng's phone. Then she typed a few words, "Danger in room 47, Golden Sands," and randomly selected someone to send it to. After that, she quietly threw the phone back to its original position. Lu Peng was starting to recover a bit. Looking at the bald man, he said, "Your black brother, right? I apologize on behalf of Minmin. How much do you want to let her go? Name your price." He had also realized the current situation. Although they had more people, most of them were women, and if it came to a fight, he would probably just end up getting beaten. Moreover, aside from him, it was hard to say if anyone else would dare to act. They all looked terrified, their faces pale. "Are you this girl's boyfriend?" the bald man asked. "Yes," Lu Peng replied. "All right, I see you're quite reasonable. Just pull out $1 million, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, this girl looks like a real catch. It wouldn't hurt to have some fun." "Ha ha ha," the bald man laughed loudly. "Da Peng, save me," Jiang Min cried out. She was being pulled by her hair by the bald man and couldn't move at all, while he kept taking advantage of her. "Black brother, $1 million is too much. We're just students and can't come up with that much money. If you let Min go, I'm willing to offer 100,000. 100,000? Are you trying to insult me?" The bald man squinted at Lu Peng and asked. "I only have that much. I hope Black brother can be generous and let us go." Lu Peng truly only had 100,000. Although he was a rich second generation, his parents' business wasn't that big, and he had high expenses, so he couldn't save much money. This 100,000 was meant for his living expenses for the next month, but there was no choice. He had to rescue her first. "Fine, 100,000 it is. Just transfer the money first," the bald man said. He didn't expect students nowadays to be so wealthy. $1 million was just something he said offhand, thinking he might get 8 or 10,000. He didn't expect the other party to give him 100,000 directly. That amount would allow him to enjoy himself for a while. Hearing the other party agree, Lu Peng also breathed a sigh of relief. It was just 100,000, and if he lost it, he could always find an excuse to ask his parents for more. If the other party didn't agree, he really wouldn't have a good way out. Just as Lu Peng was about to pick up the phone to transfer the money, he heard Jiang Min scream, "Ah, bastard! Stop it!" Lu Peng quickly looked over, and this sight made his anger surge. He lost his head and rushed over, grabbing a wine bottle and smashing it over the bald man's head. It turned out that just as Lu Peng was about to pick up the phone, the bald man was pulling Jiang Min's hair with one hand while the other had already reached inside her shirt, groping her indiscriminately. The bald man was hit and blood poured from his head, causing him to release Jiang Min and clutch his head, howling in pain. Several men in black quickly reacted and rushed to pin Lu Peng to the ground. The students from the Communication University were so scared they didn't dare to move. They had never seen such a scene before. Jiang Min was also frightened. She didn't expect Lu Peng would really dare to rush over to save her, and she felt a bit touched. Seeing Lu Peng pinned to the ground by several men in black and unable to move, she wanted to help, but as soon as she took a step, she was grabbed by the recovering bald man. At that moment, the bald man looked very frightening, blood running down his face, making him look terrifying. "Kid, you really have guts. I've been in Jiangqing for so long, and you're the first to dare to crack my head open. If I don't teach you a lesson, how will I face people in the future? Lift his head up for me. Don't you hate seeing your girlfriend being bullied? Open your eyes wide and see how I bully her." A man in black grabbed Lu Peng's hair, pulling his head up to face the bald man. The bald man, holding Jiang Min, began to grope her. Jiang Min struggled desperately, but was met with several heavy slaps from the bald man, leaving her dizzy and too frightened to resist, allowing him to do as he pleased. Soon, the bald man tore off Jiang Min's coat, exposing her lingerie underneath. "Stop, stop, I'll give you money. 1 million. Lu Peng watched in agony, struggling to get up but was firmly held down by several men in black, unable to move, forced to watch the bald man bully Jiang Min. The bald man ignored Lu Peng, continuing to grope and kiss Jiang Min's body. Earlier in the restroom, when he saw Jiang Min, he couldn't help but touch her a couple of times under the influence of alcohol. He had done this many times before, and those he touched usually swallowed their anger. But he never expected to be slapped by Jiang Min today. That was why he had brought his men to follow her here. Looking at the beauty he had subdued, the bald man leaned in to kiss Jiang Min's red lips. Lin Dong was half reclining on the sofa, playing with his phone when he suddenly received a message. Upon closer inspection, it was from Lu Peng. Opening the message, it read, Room 47 at Fuli Jinsha in danger. Lin Dong immediately stood up. Lu Peng wouldn't send such a message without reason, so he thought about calling to ask. But then he realized that since Lu Peng had sent a message, he must be in a situation where he couldn't talk. So he called Xiao Pejun, asking him to come out immediately. Lin Dong hurried downstairs and drove to Fuli Jinsha. On the way, he met up with Xiao Pejun, and the two quickly headed over together. Soon, they arrived at Fuli Jinsha and were led to room 47 by a waiter. Lin Dong pushed the door open and saw a bald man covered in blood harassing a woman. Lu Peng was pinned to the ground by several men in black, one of whom was pulling his hair and forcing his head up. Lu Peng's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the bald man. In the corner of the room, there were 20 to 30 young men and women. Everyone in the room was stunned when Lin Dong entered. The bald man also stopped his harassment of Jiang Min, looking at Lin Dong and cursing, "Who the hell are you? Do you know where this is? Just barging in." Lin Dong then realized that the woman being harassed was Lu Peng's girlfriend, Jiang Min. This bastard was bullying Lu Peng's girlfriend while making Lu Peng watch. It was simply psychopathic. Lin Dong didn't respond to the bald man's words but said, "Pejun, it's up to you." "Yes, young master," Xiao Pejun replied, stepping forward. "Damn it, looking for death. Everyone, get him." The bald man shouted and grabbed a wine bottle, charging at them. Bang! The moment the bald man made contact with Xiao Pejun, before he could swing the wine bottle, his body was sent flying several meters back, landing on the ground and rolling in agony. In less than half a minute, all 7 or 8 men in black and the bald man were lying on the ground, screaming like pigs being slaughtered. With the pressure from the men in black gone, Lu Peng quickly got up, took off his shirt, and draped it over Jiang Min. Lin Dong walked over, patted Lu Peng's shoulder, and said, "Are you okay?" "Da Peng. I'm fine, thank you, Dongzi." "That's good." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he walked in front of the bald man, stepped on his face, squatted down, and said, "You hit my brother. Harassed my brother's girlfriend, bald man. What do you think we should do about this?" The bald man was being stepped on the face by Lin Dong, and he mumbled, You little brat, you're finished. I'm telling you, I'm Chen Liuye's man. If you touch me, there will be no place for you in Jiangcheng." "Oh, what a big talk. Then I really want to see who this Chen Liuye is." "Get up and call your Chen Liuye to come," Lin Dong said as he released the bald man. The bald man hurriedly got up and glanced at Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong, feeling a bit scared. This person was too strong. "Quick, call," Lin Dong urged. The bald man trembled as he took out his phone and made the call. He told the person on the other end that there was trouble at the Fuli Jinsha, that he had been beaten, and asked them to bring people over because the troublemakers were very strong. Lin Dong didn't care about the bald man's lies. As long as people came, it was fine. "You brat, Liuye will be here soon, and you're dead." The bald man regained some courage, certain that Liuye would arrive shortly. "Who dies is still uncertain. Let's go, we'll wait in the hall," Lin Dong said and led the way downstairs to the hall. Xiao Pejun dragged the bald man along all the way down. Lin Dong sat in the middle of the hall of the Fuli Jinsha, stepping on the bald man, with Xiao Pejun standing behind him, and more than 10 security guards were already lying around. The manager of Fuli Jinsha stood among the crowd, shocked as he looked at Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong. He was too strong, taking down more than 10 security guards almost in one go. Many people around the hall were watching. Even the 20 or 30 people from the media university hadn't left, including Lu Peng and Jiang Min. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with curious eyes. Lin Dong put on the ring exclusive to SCC senior members. He had just summoned all SCC members in Jiangcheng to come to Fuli Jinsha as a senior member. This was a privilege unique to senior members. Except for other senior members who could refuse, intermediate and junior members had no right to refuse. No one had ever tried gathering all SCC members in Jiangcheng. No one knew if this Chen Liuye could withstand it. Chen Lu, whose real name was Qin Shang, had made a huge name for himself in Jiangcheng over a decade ago with his iron fists. Because he had 6 fingers on his left hand, he was nicknamed Chen Lu. As time passed, Chen Lu's fame grew, and he almost completely integrated the underground forces of Jiangcheng with his iron-fisted methods. People began to call him Liuye, and the name Chen Lu was slowly forgotten. Few dared to directly call him Chen Lu anymore. Today, Chen Lu received a call from his little brother, He Pai, asking him to bring people over because someone was causing trouble at Fuli Jinsha. How dare someone cause trouble in his territory, and even beat up He Pai? This person must be new to Jiangcheng. Although He Pai wasn't his most capable subordinate, he had about 10 men under him, to take him down. The strength of this person was indeed not weak. Chen Lu brought over 100 people to Fuli Jinsha. He hadn't personally taken action in a long time. If he didn't move around, his body would start to rust. Arriving at the entrance of Fuli Jinsha, Chen Lu was the first to walk forward, followed by over 100 people. Entering the hall of Fuli Jinsha, Chen Lu was stunned. In the center of the hall sat a young man. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man, and under the young man's feet was his little brother, Hei Pai, who was making the call. More than 10 security guards were lying on the ground. Surrounding them were hundreds of guests of Fuli Jinsha watching. How many years had it been? Chen Lu couldn't remember the last time he had been humiliated like this. This was no longer just a slap in the face. It was like someone was shitting on his head. With so many people watching, if this matter wasn't handled well today, how would he establish himself in Zhengcheng in the future? Chen Liuji took a few steps forward, about 7 or 8 meters away from Lindong. Behind him, over 100 people followed in, standing behind Chen Liuji. The onlookers around, seeing so many people suddenly arrive, began to quietly slip away, fearing they might get caught up in the chaos. However, many of the bolder ones remained at the scene, just moving closer to the hall's edge. With 2 people facing over 100, even though Xiao Pejun displayed great strength, no one had high hopes for them. At this moment, Lu Peng quietly said a few words to Zhang Min before stepping into the center of the hall, standing behind Lin Dong. Zhang Min wanted to grab Lu Peng, urging him not to go, but thinking that Lin Dong had gotten into this predicament to save them, she withdrew her hand and anxiously watched them. Lin Dong had offended the other party to save him, so Lu Peng naturally couldn't stand by. "Young man, don't be so impulsive in your actions. Some things come with consequences," Chen Liuji said, looking at Lin Dong. Li Yi, save me." The black-skinned man under Lin Dong's foot shouted. "Are you his master? Do you know your dog is biting people everywhere?" Lin Dong ignored Chen Liuji's words and instead asked the black-skinned man under his foot. "Even if my dog bites people, I should be the one to handle it. If anyone else dares to act, I'll break their hands." Li Yi is indeed Li Yi, so domineering, not even asking for a reason. "But today, not only did I make a move, I also used my feet. What can you do about it? The reason doesn't matter. What's important is that since you've harmed my people, you shouldn't think of leaving this hall. Let's see what I can do to you." After finishing his words, Chen Liuji charged directly at Lin Dong. His iron fists were not just for show. Although he hadn't fought in a long time, he practiced diligently every day. While he had declined somewhat from his peak, he was still formidable. He had to take down Lin Dong and the others with overwhelming force today, otherwise, he would have no face left to stay in Zhengcheng. As Chen Liuji moved, Xiao Pejun, standing behind Lin Dong, also sprang into action. He quickly circled to the front of Lin Dong to meet Chen Liuji's iron fist. Chen Liuji was not far from Lin Dong and initially intended to take Lin Dong down directly, but as he rushed forward, he found a figure blocking Lin Dong's front, Xiao Pejun. So fast. Chen Liuji was taken aback. He was only 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Dong, in a straight line, and with his sudden attack, the opponent reacted so quickly. This was definitely a master. Chen Liuji was not afraid. Years ago, he had fought his way through many experts to earn the title of the #1 in Zhengcheng's underground world. He threw a punch directly at Xiao Pejun. Xiao Pejun sidestepped, bending slightly, silently reciting, "Cannon fist," and then launched a punch. Bang! Their fists met in mid-air, colliding. Then they separated. Xiao Pejun took a small step back to steady himself, looking at Chen Liuji with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chen Liuji, on the other hand, staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. Looking at Xiao Pejun, who had only taken a small step back, he was even more shocked. This person is so strong. Chen Liuji believed that in Zhengcheng, apart from a few hidden masters from prominent families, he didn't take anyone else seriously. But this person not only blocked his iron fist but also pushed him back 6 or 7 meters. Moreover, he now felt at least 3 fingers on his right hand were broken. These two were definitely not ordinary people. They were likely from some prominent families, but they were not local forces in Zhengcheng. As the recognized #1 in Zhengcheng's underground world, he had some understanding of the local prominent families and had interacted with several heirs. None of them matched the person before him, so they must be outsiders. However, since they had come to his territory, even a dragon must coil for him. Even if he is a scion of a prominent family, so what? He is not without support behind him, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached such heights. Chen Liuji did not continue to charge forward because he knew from the previous clash that he was no match for Xiao Pejun. "You are quite impressive. But as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, not to mention you still have to protect your master. Let's see how you handle this next." Just as Chen Liuji was preparing to win by sheer numbers and take down Lin Dong, Xiao Pejun suddenly dashed to his side with incredible speed. Before he could react, a hand like an iron claw had already gripped his neck. You! Chen Liuji could only utter a single word before his voice was choked off, leaving him to stare in terror at the person before him. Sixth Master! Sixth Master! The little brothers around wanted to rush forward but were stopped by Chen Liuji's gesture, because if this person exerted even a little force, Chen Liuji would find himself in deep trouble today. Lin Dong stood up and walked in front of Chen Liuji, saying, "So you are the sixth master. Your dog bit someone outside, and yet you want to break the hand of the bitten. I want to see what your backing is, those 100 or so little brothers behind you, or your self-righteous skills?" At that moment, a tremendous roar of machinery suddenly echoed from outside the hall. The luxurious Golden Sands, being the largest entertainment venue in Jiangcheng, had an enormous first-floor hall. The deafening sound of machines reverberated throughout the hall. Then, a customized Aston Martin drove straight in. Then a second. A third. Finally, a total of 12 limited edition sports cars rolled in, each worth at least 10 million or more. The arrival of these 12 limited edition sports cars drew gasps from the onlookers. It was rare to see even one on a normal day, yet today there were 12. Lu Chen stepped out of the first sports car, being the young master of the Lu family, a local aristocracy in Jiangcheng. He was also the leader of the SCC in Jiangcheng and a senior member of the SCC. Given his status, he didn't need to be present, but he received a notification from headquarters a couple of days ago that a second senior member of the SCC had appeared in Jiangcheng. As the leader of the SCC in Jiangcheng, he certainly had to meet this person. Coincidentally, Lin Dong had issued a summons for senior members today, so he came over. 12 cars, 12 people, 10 men and 2 women, all mostly in their 20s or 30s. These few represented a significant portion of the power in Jiangcheng. Ordinary people might not know who they were, but only those who had reached a certain level would understand the terrifying power behind these individuals. In the eyes of ordinary people, Chen Liuji, the number one in Jiangcheng's underground world, was a colossal figure. However, little did they know that Chen Liuji was merely a pawn pushed out by certain people to attract attention. The real big shots were hidden in the background and kept a low profile. Lu Chen led the group toward Lin Dong. Everyone held their breath, as if they could foresee the impending clash. "Brother Lin, could you give Lu a favor?" Lu Chen approached Lin Dong and said. The anticipated clash did not occur, and everyone awaited the next development. Lin Dong looked at Lu Chen. This should be the only senior member of the SCC in Jiangcheng, the boss of the SCC. Moreover, it was likely this person who had contacted the first hospital to arrange surgery for Pejun's mother. "Pejun!" Lin Dong called out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pejun released his grip on Chen Liuji. After being freed, Chen Liuji gasped for air and respectfully called out to Lu Chen, "Young Master Lu." Slap! A sound echoed throughout the silent hall, catching everyone off guard. "Apologize to Brother Lin." Lu Chen slapped Chen Liuji. "Young Master Lu." Slap! Lu Chen gave Chen Liuji another slap. After receiving 2 slaps from Lu Chen, Chen Liuji suddenly came to his senses. Who is Lu Chen? The young master of the Lu family, the first family in Jiangcheng. Chen Liuji could sit at the top of Jiangcheng's underground world, but he couldn't do it without the Lu family's support behind him. To put it bluntly, he was just a dog of the Lu family, let out to attract attention. And those who could be called brothers by the young master Lu were at least people of the same level. It seemed he had offended someone significant today. He quickly turned to Lin Dong and said respectfully, "Lin Xiao, I'm sorry. It's Liuji who has eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai and has offended you. Please forgive me and not hold it against me. A real man can bend and stretch. There's a reason Chen Liuji has come this far." A middle-aged man in his 40s, bowing and scraping to a young man around 20 in front of so many people, is not something just anyone can do. Moreover, this middle-aged man is the visible leader of Jiangcheng's underground world. Lin Dong ignored Chen Liuji and said to Lu Chen, "Since Brother Lu has spoken, let's end today's matter here. Brother Lin is magnanimous. Hurry and thank Brother Lin." "Thank you, Lin Xiao. Thank you, Lin Xiao." Chen Liuji quickly replied. "Let's go. Brother Lin, let's find a place to have a drink. Brother Lu, please." The two walked together towards the luxurious Golden Sands building, followed by a group of members from Jiangcheng SCC. As they were leaving, Lin Dong patted Lu Peng on the shoulder, telling him to head back first. The manager of Golden Sands hurried ahead to lead the way. The group departed, leaving behind hundreds of bold onlookers and over 100 of Chen Liuji's subordinates in disarray. They were still in a daze. Is it over just like that? What happened to the promised clash? The so-called number one in Jiangcheng's underground world, Chen Liuji, was slapped twice and had to bow and apologize? Many people looked at Chen Liuji standing there, as if to say, "Aren't you the boss of Jiangcheng's underground world? Why are you so cowardly?" you got hit and still have to apologize. Except for a few who knew the inside story, the rest felt their imaginations were shattered. Hype was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, fearing that Chen Liuji would chop him into pieces. If it weren't for him, how could Chen Liuji lose so much face today? It wouldn't be long before today's events spread throughout Jiangcheng. Chen Liuji, the number one in Jiangcheng's underground world, would become a subject of ridicule over tea and meals. Of course, this could only be said behind his back. Zhang Min and the others from the same class looked at Lin Dong's departing figure, feeling it was unreal, wanting to ask Lu Peng who Lin Dong was, but not knowing how to start. In fact, Lu Peng was also in a daze. He and Lin Dong were roommates in their freshman year, and among the 4 roommates, they had the best relationship. He never expected Lin Dong to hide such a terrifying identity. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to ask him properly. Meanwhile, Zheng Yun and Chen Lan and the crowd exchanged glances, both seeing regret in each other's eyes. If only Zhang Min had pulled them along to socialize with Lu Peng back then and they had built a good relationship with Lin Dong, wouldn't they be able to walk all over Jiangcheng now? Such a big shot, who only appeared in dreams, was actually looked down upon by them back then. Life is sometimes like this, some opportunities, once missed, will never come again. In a top private room of Golden Sands, 2 young men were chatting. Huili, you've worked hard these past few years. Xin Xiao, you're too polite. It's an honor for Huili to work for you. When you return to Kyoto, I'll host a welcome dinner for you. Thank you, Xin Xiao. The person called Huili said excitedly. Not many people get to have Xin Xiao personally host a welcome dinner for them. This is a great honor for him. By the way, how has Mingyue been lately? Back to you, young Master Qin. Miss Mingyue has been doing quite well recently. Knock, knock. While the two were talking, a knock sounded from outside the door. Come in. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. Young master, just now more than 10 members of the SCC gathered downstairs. Oh, do you know what it's about? I heard that a senior member issued a summons. Lu Chen? No. Another senior member has emerged in Jiangcheng. Ignore it. The SCC is just a bunch of rabble. Aside from a few core members and some individual seniors, the rest are not worth worrying about. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man left the room. Huili, investigate this newly promoted senior member of the SCC in Jiangcheng. Yes, young Master Qin. Lin Dong and Lu Chen, along with their group, were led by the manager of the luxurious Golden Sands to the top-level private room. As the largest entertainment venue in Jiangcheng, it not only has places for guests to have fun but also quiet areas for business discussions. Come, Brother Lin, let me introduce you. These are all members of our Jiangcheng SCC. This is my younger sister Lu Xiaoxiao. This is this is. Lu Chen introduced each member of the Jiangcheng SCC to Lin Dong, and with Lin Dong's exceptional mental acuity, he memorized everything after just one round. The 12 people present were not all the members of the Jiangcheng SCC. 3 others were not in Jiangcheng and could not make it. Lin Dong scanned the people present. Lu Xiaoxiao was dressed like a little gangster, around 17 or 18 years old. Who you seem to be about the same age as him, but also heavily made up. Don't these children from wealthy families go to school? Otherwise, which school would allow such attire? He was unaware that even the school belonged to the Lu family, who would dare to interfere. I wonder what Brother Lin is doing in Jiangcheng now. I don't think I've seen you before, Lu Chen asked. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, everyone present perked up their ears to listen to how Lin Dong would respond. After all, becoming a senior member is not something that happens overnight. As for directly spending 10 billion to elevate to the level of a senior member, no one would think that way. There has never been a precedent for such a rule since the SCC was established. Even spending $1 billion to reach the intermediate level has only happened for a couple of people. There are not many present who could produce 100 billion in cash. What could one do with 100 billion? Wouldn't it be better to invest in some projects or buy a piece of land or a building? What use is being a senior member besides showing off? Unless one has so much money that they can't spend it all, no one would do that. If Lin Dong suddenly appeared in Jiangcheng, then with his status as a senior member, the forces behind him would definitely be formidable. In that case, the various factions in Jiangcheng would have to reshuffle, and they couldn't afford not to pay attention. The pie of Jiangcheng is only so big. If someone suddenly wants to take a bite, it will inevitably reduce the shares of others. Even Lu Chen would have such thoughts. Before Lin Dong appeared, he was the only senior member of the Jiangcheng SCC and the eldest son of the Lu family, the first noble family in Jiangcheng, almost a person of great authority. If Lin Dong really did suddenly come to Jiangcheng with ambitions to enter the market, without understanding Lin Dong's background, he would have to take it seriously. No one who could become a senior member of the SCC is a simple character. Moreover, the unknown is the most terrifying. Brother Lu, I am currently attending university in Zhangcheng. However, I have an investment company. If you all need funding, you can come to me. I only invest and hold shares, and I absolutely do not participate in management. Lin Dong replied, only investing and holding shares without participating in management or decision-making? Now everyone present was intrigued. Isn't this just handing out money? Is there really such a good deal? I wonder what kind of projects Brother Lin is interested in. Perhaps we could collaborate. Lu Chen also became interested. Any project is fine. I'm not picky. Then let's find a time to have a good chat. Lin Dong suddenly received several friend requests. Since they were here to give money, they naturally wouldn't refuse. No one would doubt Lin Dong's capability. Being an SCC senior member isn't something that can be easily achieved. However, these people had a question. Could it be that Lin Dong was deliberately acting like a generous benefactor to win their favor, only to later achieve his own goals? If that's the case, whether to cooperate would need careful consideration. In fact, Lin Dong just wanted to spend the money quickly, accumulate more godly points, and see if the system had any new features. At this moment, Lin Dong said, everyone, rest assured, I, Lin Dong, absolutely have no intention of entering Jiangcheng, nor do I want to share the cake of Jiangcheng with you. I simply want to give some money to you all. If anyone is worried, we can specify in the contract that no matter how many shares I hold, I will not participate in management. Brother Lin is joking, Lu Chen said somewhat awkwardly. He indeed had such thoughts. Lin Dong smiled and did not respond. Ever since his mental strength reached its limit, not only had his senses enhanced, but his intelligence had also improved, allowing him to sense these people's apprehension. So he straightforwardly clarified his intentions to dispel their concerns. He didn't believe that anyone would refuse money. Since Brother Lin says so, we won't be pretentious. Jiangcheng has been stable for many years, and we hope there won't be any more disturbances. We hope for your understanding. Understood. I still say the same thing. Just invest, no management participation. I won't enter Jiangcheng, so you all can rest assured. If you need funds, feel free to find me. Great. Since Lin Dong is so straightforward, I represent all members of Jiangcheng SCC in welcoming your arrival. I hope we have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Naturally, everyone was happy. Many people with projects but lacking funds began to introduce themselves to Lin Dong. Just as Lin Dong said, since he was giving money, no one would refuse. And Lin Dong just wanted to spend money to earn godly points. Just as everyone was getting excited about the conversation, Xiao Pejun knocked and entered, whispering a few words in Lin Dong's ear. Lin Dong frowned upon hearing this. He turned to Lu Chen and said, Brother Lu, Pejun says there are experts coming in and out of the next private room. Experts? What kind of experts? Lu Chen asked. Experts that Pejun isn't sure he can handle. At least not weaker than him, Lin Dong replied. Oh, Lu Chen was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong. At first glance, he could feel a powerful pressure emanating from this person. Moreover, being able to easily take down Shen Luji, his strength should be on par with the two uncles of the family. So he immediately thought that Lin Dong might be the vanguard sent by a big family to open up the situation in Jiangcheng. But now that Lin Dong had clarified his intentions, he probably didn't really want to enter Jiangcheng. Now another expert like this had appeared? When did such high-level experts become so common in Jiangcheng? Lu Chen still felt he should go take a look. An expert of this level hiding in Jiangcheng would have a significant deterrent effect. He needed to clarify the other party's background. After all, Jiangcheng was the territory of the Lu family. Let's go. Brother Lin, let's go over together and get to know them. Lu Chen stood up and walked out first, giving Lu Xiaoxiao a glance as he left. A group of people arrived at the door of the next private room, only to be blocked by a middle-aged man. Xiao Pejun directly stepped forward, confronting the middle-aged man. The aura from both of them filled the air, making the SCC members feel a sense of suffocation. Of course, Lu Chen and Lin Dong were exceptions. Lu Chen shouted directly at the door, which brother has graced Jiangcheng? Please allow me, Lu, to extend my hospitality. Soon, a voice came from inside. Uncle Sean, let them in. A man named Uncle Sean pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Lu Chen and the others. Inside the private room, two young men were seated. Lin Dong took a glance and was surprised to find that one of them was Zhou Huili, the president of the student council at Jiangnan University, also known as the university's top male idol. The other person, whom Lin Dong did not recognize, appeared to be a few years older than Zhou Huili. Uncle Sean stood behind this man. I wonder what your name is and what brings you to Jiangcheng? Lu Chen asked. Who I am and where I'm going. Do I need to report that to young Master Lu? The man did not answer Lu Chen's question but instead retorted. Where you go elsewhere is none of my business, but coming to Jiangcheng, I do need to take care of it, Lu Chen replied. Young Master Lu has quite the authority, so listen well. The young man stood up and walked to face Lu Chen, speaking each word clearly. Qin Zhang from the Qin family in Kyoto. Qin Zhang from the Kyoto Qin family? Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, Qin Zhang, one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party in Kyoto? The SCC members behind Lu Chen were shocked to hear the name of Qin Zhang, one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party in Kyoto. The Tea Party and the SCC from Moto were old rivals. The SCC was established to counter the Tea Party's expansion southward. The two forces were like fire and water. One was a well-established power with deep roots in the north, while the other was a rising force with sharp edges in the south. The 8 kings of the Tea Party were legendary figures, and it was unexpected for them to appear before them. Oh, so young Master Lu knows me. I thought the Tea Party in Kyoto had fallen off your radar, Qin Zhang said. Qin Zhang, as one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party in Kyoto, why have you come unannounced? What is your purpose? Lu Chen asked, regaining his composure. He was indeed surprised. The 8 kings of the Tea Party were equivalent to core members of the SCC in Modu. However, he was not afraid. This was not only SCC territory but also his family's territory. No matter how powerful the other side was in the north, this was the south, Jiangcheng, and even a dragon had to coil here. Young Master Lu, I, Qin Zhang, do not need to report to you about where I go. You don't have that qualification. Moreover, if I had any real purpose, would I only bring one person? Qin Zhang did not want to clash with Lu Chen, as this was the other party's territory, and he had only brought one person with him, so he added an explanation. Otherwise, with his status as one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party, he wouldn't bother saying so much to Lu Chen. Lu Chen wasn't at his level. He came here because he had business in Jiangbei province and stopped by to ask Zhou Huili about Shangguan Mingyue's situation, not expecting to run into them. If he hadn't encountered them, he might have already left. Shangguan Mingyue was the third miss of the hidden Shangguan family. Both the Shangguan and Qin families intended for them to be together, forming a marriage alliance. Shangguan Mingyue was attending university in Jiangnan province, while Zhou Huili was sent by Qin Zhang to help monitor her and also to drive away any suitors around her. His woman, Qin Zhang's, was not to be gazed upon by anyone. Qin Zhang, I don't care what your purpose is. I hope you can leave Jiangcheng as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you are one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party, today I, Lu Chen, will have to probe your background, Lu Chen said. Qin Zhang smiled. It had been a long time since he had been threatened like this, especially by a senior member of the SCC. If he left now and this got out, how could he maintain his standing in the Tea Party? What face would he have to continue serving as one of the 8 kings? He had initially thought to give Lu Chen some face, allowing both sides to save face, but he did not expect the other party to be so unyielding. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Young Master Lu, I've already given you enough face. If you continue to entangle me like this, don't blame me for bullying you. What is the Lu family? Just a small family confined to one city. I, Qin Zhang, don't take you seriously at all. Alright. My Lu family indeed cannot compare to your Qin family, but today I must give it a try. Just how strong is the legendary tea faction's 8 kings of Kyoto? Lu Chen repeated alright 3 times to express his inner anger. Qin Zhang actually looked down on his Lu family, so what if he was one of the 8 kings? Today, he had to leave a deep lesson for the other party, or else people would really think the Lu family was a soft persimmon. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived with 2 guardians from the Lu family. Brother! Lu Xiaoxiao shouted. Young Master Lu. The 2 guardians also called out. Uncles, please take action to restore the Lu family's name, so that some people won't look down on us, thinking the Lu family has no one. Yes, young Master Lu. The 2 guardians replied in unison. Uncle Shan, go play with them. Qin Zhang said to the middle-aged man behind him. Yes, young master. Uncle Shan replied and stepped in front of Qin Zhang. The 2 guardians of the Lu family also stepped forward. Everyone else retreated to the side, leaving them with enough space. Boom! The 3 of them struck simultaneously, fists and feet colliding, creating a sound of air bursting, demonstrating their immense strength. Uncle Shan easily blocked the attacks from the 2 guardians of the Lu family. Bang! Bang! The 3 exchanged blows, producing 2 loud sounds. Uncle Shan remained stationary, while the 2 guardians of the Lu family were pushed back several meters. The difference was clear. Lu Chen watched in shock. The 2 uncles attacking together were actually no match. Uncle Shan, finish it quickly, Qin Zhang said from behind. Yes, young master, Uncle Shan replied. The 2 guardians of the Lu family exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They nodded and simultaneously attacked Uncle Shan from both sides. One aimed a punch at the upper body, while the other swept a leg at the lower body. Having worked together for many years, their combined attack was definitely greater than the sum of its parts. Uncle Sean still stood in place. When the two reached him, he suddenly exerted force with his foot, blocking the leg sweep while his right hand swung out with all his strength to collide with the other person's fist. Bang! The person who exchanged punches with Uncle Sean was sent flying, crashing into the wall of the private room, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? The onlookers gasped in shock. Just moments ago, they had only retreated a few steps after exchanging punches. How could one be sent flying now? Did the other party hide their strength? The remaining person, not expecting the opponent to block his leg sweep while injuring the other, realized it was too late to retreat. After sending one person flying, Uncle Sean turned around and kicked the other directly. Bang! Another loud sound echoed, and the last person was also kicked into the corner. If he hadn't just managed to block with both hands, that kick would have seriously injured him. Now his hands were already broken. Lu Uncle, Li Uncle, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to either side to help the two men up. Are you a master of the tiger list? Lu Uncle, who was helped up by Lu Chen, asked. Uncle Sean did not answer but directly returned to Qin Zhang's side. A master of the tiger list? Lin Dong was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard this term. The other SCC members present, except for Lin Dong, were all shaken upon hearing it. This was a level ordinary people could not reach. Perhaps some people had watched too many novels or TV shows, thinking that all these rankings were fabricated and did not exist at all. But in reality, there was only one list in the global underground world. Anyone who could be on this list was among the top experts in the world. And the Tiger list was one of those rankings. What now? Young Master Lu, your Lu family's only expert, Old Master Lu, is already over 70 this year, right? If one day he is no longer around, can your Lu family still be as glorious as it is now? Qin Zhang teased with a smile. Qin Zhang, how our Lu family fares is not something you need to worry about. If I don't make you leave something behind today, you might really think anyone can handle me, Lu Chen. After saying this, Lu Chen pulled out a gun and pointed it at the person behind Qin Zhang, Uncle Sean, rather than at Qin Zhang himself. He truly didn't dare to do anything to Qin Zhang. The Qin family is an old prestigious family in the capital, with deep roots that the Lu family simply cannot compare to. If Qin Zhang were to be seriously injured or even die in Jiangcheng, the Lu family might instantly vanish into thin air. He only wanted to teach Qin Zhang a lesson, not to harm him. If he did nothing today and this matter got out, the higher-ups of the Tsi party in the capital would be loitering around his Lu Chen's doorstep, and as a senior member of the SCC in the Magic City, he wouldn't even dare to make a sound. He would become a laughingstock in the entire SCC and would forever lose the chance to be promoted to a core member of the SCC. Qin Zhang was right. His grandfather was already over 70, and his health was gradually declining. Yet, no one in the Lu family could support the entire clan. He had to become a core member of the SCC to reverse the family's decline. So, even though he knew the other party was one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party in the capital, he still dared to confront him. If he failed, at least it would prove he had the courage to stand up to the 8 kings of the Tsi party, not just a coward who dared not act. If he succeeded, it would add significant weight to his promotion to a core member of the SCC. So, regardless of winning or losing, he had to do this. As long as he kept Uncle Sean behind Qin Zhang here, he would have won. Seeing Lu Chen point the gun at Uncle Sean, Qin Zhang's expression changed instantly. The previously smiling face was now filled with seriousness. Both the Tsi party and the SCC had an unspoken agreement not to use firearms during conflicts. Now, Lu Chen actually dared to point a gun at them. Young Master Lu, do you know the consequences of what you're doing? Lu Chen did not answer. Young Master Lu, don't. Uncle Lu, standing beside Lu Chen, also spoke up to stop him. He wanted to tell Lu Chen that the experts on the Tiger list no longer feared low-end firearms like handguns. But it was too late. For the family, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshots silenced the entire private room. Uncle Sean, who should have fallen to the ground, vanished without a trace. Pajun! Lin Dong suddenly shouted. His mental strength had reached its limit, and his senses were extremely sharp. He saw Uncle Sean easily dodge Lu Chen's bullet and then quickly charge towards Lu Chen, and he saw the killing intent in the other's eyes. He was going to kill Lu Chen. Xiao Pajun stood in front of Lin Dong, closest to Lu Chen, so Lin Dong shouted Pajun's name to prompt him to save Lu Chen. Upon hearing Lin Dong's voice, Xiao Pajun quickly reacted, instantly moving to Lu Chen's side and charging towards Uncle Sean. After dodging Lu Chen's bullet, Uncle Sean charged towards Lu Chen without hesitation, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Daring to point a gun at the young master, he must kill. Bang! Another loud sound echoed throughout the private room, much louder than the previous gunshot. The sound was caused by the vibrations generated from the two colliding, and in this enclosed private room, the intensity of the vibrations was overwhelming. As a result, apart from a few knowledgeable individuals, the other ordinary people covered their ears, their expressions pained. The two figures quickly bounced back after contact. Uncle Sean stepped back 5 or 6 paces before finally stopping. Xiao Pejun also stepped back 5 or 6 steps, even knocking Lu Chen down to the ground. "Brother!" Lu Xiao hurried over to help Lu Chen up. After Lu Chen got up, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the duel between the two Tiger List masters, he was merely knocked by Xiao Pejun's retreating body and had already suffered internal injuries. This shows how terrifying the strength of a Tiger List master is. "Brother, why are you spitting blood? Are you okay?" Lu Xiao asked, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Lu Chen. Xiao, I'm fine." Lu Chen's face was pale as well. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Lin Dong with gratitude. If it hadn't been for Lin Dong's timely intervention to let Xiao Pejun act, he would have been a corpse by now. As he calmed down and recalled what had just happened, he realized he had been too impulsive. It was mainly because Qin Zhang had touched on his sore spot that he had acted rashly and drawn his gun. Now that he thought about it, even if he had killed Uncle Sean, what would it have mattered? He would still have broken the rules of both sides. Moreover, he didn't dare to kill Qin Zhang, but Qin Zhang dared to kill him. That was the difference in their identities. Qin Zhang watched as Uncle Sean retreated several steps, and the other guy, what was his name, Pejun, also stepped back a few steps, which surprised him a bit. He began to take a proper look at Lin Dong, who seemed to be someone who could hold his own against Uncle Sean. "May I ask who you are?" Qin Zhang looked at Lin Dong and asked. "SCC Senior Member Lin Dong." Lin Dong replied, "You are the newly promoted SCC Senior Member from Jiangcheng? That's me. Are you going to stop me too? If young Master Qin leaves now, I won't stop you." What a joke! Lu Chen just violated the rules of the Tsi party in SCC, daring to point a gun at me. He is the first person in my life to do so, and I must kill him. Qin Zheng was indeed angry. As the young master of the Qin family in the capital and one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party, being threatened with a gun by a senior member of the SCC, how could Lu Chen live? Where would that leave his face? Then there's nothing more to say. I will take care of Lu Chen. Uncle Sean, go all out, Qin Zhang said to Uncle Sean. Upon hearing this, Uncle Sean said nothing and charged directly at Xiao Pejun. Xiao Pejun was not afraid either. The two clashed again. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, their fists connecting with flesh. The entire private room was filled with the tremendous sounds of their punches and kicks, as well as the explosive sounds created by their immense power colliding with the air. The onlookers, except for Lin Dong, including Lu Shu and Li Shu, 2 top masters, couldn't see the movements of the two. Let alone the others, they could only see 2 figures entangled with each other. The strength of the Tiger List masters was beyond what ordinary people could fathom. Bang! The two landed punches on each other again, bouncing back. Upon closer inspection, one would find that both were injured, with a trickle of blood at the corners of their mouths. Qin Zhang was genuinely shocked. Uncle Shan's strength was even ranked among the top in the Qin family, yet he had encountered an equally matched master in this small Jiangcheng. They had been fighting for so long without a clear winner. Moreover, Uncle Sean was actually injured. Lin Dong was also closely watching the two fighters. If Xiao Pejun showed any sign of being at a disadvantage, he would intervene immediately. The last time he sparred with Xiao Pejun, he had only used 5% of his strength and had pushed Xiao Pejun back several steps. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he used all his strength. Watching the two Tiger List masters fight so fiercely, he felt a surge of excitement. The two Tiger List masters stood quietly about 10 meters apart, seemingly preparing for the final blow. Xiao Pejun and Uncle Sean stood at a distance of over 10 meters from each other. Both were astonished by each other's strength. Yet, they could also sense each other's fighting spirit. It was not easy to find an equally matched opponent, especially one who was so offensively oriented without any defense. Uncle Sean grew up in the Shaolin Temple, receiving the true teachings of Shaolin. Later, he joined the military, but due to his reclusive personality, he offended powerful figures and was ultimately saved by the old master of the Qin family, joining them. Now he has been assigned to protect the eldest son of the Qin family, and naturally, the Qin family recognizes Uncle Shan's strength. Xiao Pejun has long walked the edge of life and death, surviving for many years in a war-torn foreign land and returning alive, which is not merely a matter of luck. Both of their fighting styles are known for their ferocity, striking hard without dodging. As a result, both sides sustained minor injuries, but to them, it was nothing. Now both were adjusting their states, preparing to unleash their ultimate moves. The atmosphere in the private room fell into silence. Lin Dong initially wanted to intervene, but upon seeing Xiao Pejun's expression, he suppressed that thought. With his keen sixth sense, he could feel that Xiao Pejun was in a state of excitement, his blood boiling. He craved this battle and even more so, a breakthrough of himself. The Lu and Li uncles, who served the Lu family, were also intently watching the battle between the two top fighters on the tiger list. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Both were top-tier experts, just a step away from entering the tiger list. But that step felt like a chasm, perhaps one they could never cross in their lifetime. If they could gain some insights from watching the battle between these two top fighters, perhaps they would have a chance to advance further. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, Lu Xiaoxiao, and a group of SCC members were shocked to see Xiao Pujuan standing quietly in the arena. They never expected Xiao Pujuan to possess such strength. In this light, Lin Dong's background seemed somewhat terrifying. Even their gazes towards Lin Dong changed slightly. Suddenly, the two who had been standing still moved simultaneously. Two afterimages rushed towards each other at incredible speed, instantly converging in the middle. At the moment they met, Uncle Shan gathered his energy in his dantian and, with a powerful push of his palm, shouted in his heart, "Great strength diamond palm." Xiao Pujuan, on the other hand, clenched his right fist close to his chest, channeling all his strength into a punch at the moment of contact, silently reciting, "Tiger cannon fist." Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a tremendous sound, like thunder ringing in everyone's ears, leaving them dizzy. Not only was there a loud noise, but the force of their clash also generated a massive shockwave, overturning the tables and chairs where Qin Zhang and Zhou Huili had been sitting, making everyone feel as if they were in a storm. Immediately after, two muffled groans were heard. Both Xiao Pujuan and Uncle Shan were propelled backward by the recoil. Lin Dong hurried forward to press his hand against Xiao Pujuan's back, cushioning the force that pushed him back. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng caught Uncle Shan's flying body. After stabilizing themselves, both Uncle Shan and Xiao Pujuan spat out a mouthful of blood, their breaths somewhat weak. This time, their full-force clash had inflicted significant damage on each other, and it would likely take at least a month or two to recover. "Pujuan, how do you feel?" Lin Dong asked, supporting Xiao Pujuan. "I'm fine, young master, but I won't be able to protect you for a while," Xiao Pujuan replied. "It's okay, just focus on healing," Lin Dong said. On the opposite side, young master, Uncle Shan tried to speak but was stopped by Qin Zhang, who said, "Uncle Shan, you rest first, leave the rest to me." Qin Zhang handed Uncle Shan over to Zhou Huili for support and stepped into the center of the private room. "Lu Chen, do you think you can escape today just because someone is helping you?" As soon as Qin Zhang's words fell, his aura instantly radiated out, and he drew a soft sword from his waist, its cold light flashing. Before Lu Chen could respond, Qin Zhang vanished from his spot. "Young master, be careful! Young master, be careful!" Lu and Li uncles shouted simultaneously, stepping in front of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Qin Zhang's attack also arrived. Originally, Qin Zhang was only at the peak of first-class strength. However, Uncle Lu and Uncle Li had just been severely injured, their strength greatly diminished. In a single encounter, they were sent flying by Qin Zhang's two swords, blood blooming on their bodies. After sending the two men flying, Qin Zhang did not stop. He charged directly in front of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, stabbing a sword towards Lu Chen. As Qin Zhang's sword was about to pierce Lu Chen had already closed his eyes, giving up resistance. However, Lu Xiaoxiao beside him suddenly pushed him away, placing herself under Qin Zhang's sword. "No!" Lu Chen shouted, his eyes wide. Xiaoxiao actually pushed him away and put herself in front of Qin Zhang's sword. Was she trying to die for him? How could he accept that? The tip of the sword stopped just 1 centimeter away from Lu Xiaoxiao. This was not because Qin Zhang had a change of heart and decided to spare the siblings. Instead, 2 fingers appeared at the tip of the sword. These 2 fingers naturally belonged to Lin Dong. Just 2 fingers managed to pinch the sword of a peak first-class master like Qin Zhang? Qin Zhang widened his eyes in shock, staring at Lin Dong. Not only Qin Zhang, but everyone, including Uncle Shan, looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. "Young Master Qin, this is where it ends," Lin Dong said calmly. Before Qin Zhang could respond, Uncle Shan spoke up from behind him. "Young master, we should leave." "Uncle Shan," Qin Zhang wanted to say more. "Leave," Uncle Shan said firmly again, his expression leaving no room for Qin Zhang's refusal. He had just sensed a terrifying aura from Lin Dong that even he found shocking. Qin Zhang had never seen Uncle Shan speak to him in such a serious tone, leaving him momentarily stunned. At this moment, Qin Zhang was in a battle of thoughts. If he left, it would mean losing face as the young master of the Qin family and one of the 8 kings of the Tea faction. If he stayed, he had never seen Uncle Shan speak to him like this. Uncle Shan had been by his side for many years and would not harm him. What to do? To leave or not to leave? Qin Zhang glanced at the people in the private room. Except for Lin Dong, who remained indifferent, everyone else looked somewhat shaken. The peak confrontation of the Tiger List masters was indeed thrilling, leaving him both amazed and yearning. Qin Zhang felt he could not leave. Even if he could not kill Lu Chen today, he had to give him a lesson he would never forget. If he retreated today, it would be one thing for his face, but it would also affect his mindset. He was already at the peak of first-class mastery, and to step into the ranks of the Tiger List masters, he needed an unwavering determination. Most importantly, he felt that no one dared to kill him, not even to seriously injure him. As the young master of the Kyoto Qin family, he had that confidence and backing. No one in Jiangcheng could withstand the wrath of the Kyoto Qin family. The Lu family couldn't, and other families certainly couldn't. Didn't they see that when Lu Chen had a gun, he only dared to point it at Uncle Sean and not at him? This was the benefit of a powerful background. He could kill others, but others did not dare to kill him. After considering the crucial point, Qin Zhang exerted all his strength to push the sword forward, trying to stab Lu Xiaoxiao. However, even with all his might, the sword did not budge an inch. What? How could this be? He exerted all his strength but could not overcome the force of the two fingers opposing him? Uncle Sean also realized that Qin Zhang did not intend to leave. If Qin Zhang did not want to go, he had no choice. He was only there to protect Qin Zhang. Now, he could only hope that the reputation of the Qin family would have a certain deterrent effect, hoping the other party would not be too ruthless. This young master, please show mercy. My Qin family will be eternally grateful. Uncle Sean quickly spoke up. Lin Dong ignored Uncle Sean and said to Qin Zhang indifferently, "Young Master Qin, it seems you are still not willing to give up." Then, the two fingers pinching the sword tip quickly loosened, and in a flash, the fingers overlapped and lightly flicked the sword tip. Ding! A crisp sound echoed throughout the private room. It was the sound produced by rapid vibrations, bright and sharp, piercing the ears of everyone present like countless needles. Qin Zhang's right hand was also numbed by the swift vibrations transmitted from the sword tip, feeling as if it no longer belonged to him. He quickly released the sword hilt. The moment he let go, the sword could no longer withstand such rapid vibrations and shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including the two top experts from the Tiger List. Lin Dong stood calmly beside Lu Xiaoxiao, who had her eyes closed, her small face twisted in distress. Qin Zhang stood 2 meters away, cradling his right hand with his left, his face full of pain, surrounded by a mess of soft sword fragments. Looking at the debris on the ground, Qin Zhang felt an overwhelming shock in his heart. This was a super alloy weapon made with the most advanced technology, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it could cut through iron like mud. Yet now, it had been shattered into pieces by a mere finger. The strength of this person was unimaginable, and he was genuinely feeling a bit scared. How powerful could the family behind such a young individual be? Uncle Sean hurriedly pushed away Zhou Huili's support despite his serious injuries and quickly stepped in front of Qin Zhang. Zhou Huili stood still, watching Lin Dong, somewhat lost in thought. The first time he saw Lin Dong, he felt the person looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. It wasn't until the other party introduced himself as Lin Dong that Zhou Huili remembered. Wasn't this the Lin Dong who had been rumored to have been abandoned by his girlfriend and had collapsed in the grove by the Jiang University playground a few days ago, spitting blood? He could still find some photos and stories about Lin Dong on his phone. Although they looked the same, had the same name, and were of similar age, the aura around them was completely different. He suspected they were two different people. But what were the odds of such a coincidence? Same age, same appearance, same name, it was simply impossible. So this person was indeed his schoolmate Lin Dong, the one who had been abandoned by his girlfriend and had spat blood in anger. But now he stood here, exuding a calm demeanor that even made Qin Xiao feel insignificant. Zhou Huili found it hard to believe. "Qin Xiao, do you want to continue?" Lin Dong asked. He did not make another move. His only goal was to save Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had helped him before, and they were part of the same organization. He couldn't bear to watch the other be killed. He also didn't want to offend Qin Zhang. Although he felt his strength was considerable now, his foundation was still lacking. Moreover, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Qin Zhang wanted to kill Lu Chen, not him. If someone truly wanted to kill him, Lin Dong felt he wouldn't hold back. Regardless of the opponent's background, he would strike first and ask questions later. That was the change that strength brought. Qin Zhang remained silent, staring intently at Lin Dong through Uncle Sean. He couldn't understand why Lin Dong, who was clearly younger than him, possessed such strength. Perhaps Qin Zhang thought of a possibility. Only this could explain everything. With that thought, Qin Zhang felt relieved. Only they could cultivate such talent. However, this matter needed to be reported back to T as soon as possible. Those people had already begun to appear, and some had joined the SCC camp, which was not good news for their T faction. "Uncle Sean, Huili, let's go." Zhou Huili quickly stepped forward to support Uncle Sean, and the three of them left the private room together. As Qin Zhang reached the door, he turned back to Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, I hope the next time we meet, you still have such good luck." He then addressed Lin Dong, "Lin Dong, we will meet again." The three of them left. In the private room, aside from Lin Dong and Xiaopa Jun, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Such legendary figures as the 8 great kings of the Tea Party in Kyoto carry a significant amount of pressure. Then, the way everyone looked at Lin Dong changed, from disdain when they first met to now. He had confronted one of the 8 great kings, Qin Zhang, and emerged victorious, forcibly rescuing young Master Lu from his hands. Such an achievement would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire SCC of Magic City. A strong person commands respect wherever they go. Brother Lin, the life-saving grace today, my sister, and I will never forget in this lifetime. From now on, if Brother Lin needs anything, just call, and Lu Chen will definitely not refuse. And me, I won't refuse either. If anything happens in Jiangcheng, just mention my name, Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao instantly reverted to her little gangster nature. Brother Lu is being too polite. The 3 of them sat in the car, with Zhou Huili driving in front, while Qin Zhang and Uncle Shan sat in the back. Normally, Uncle Shan would be the one driving, but he was severely injured and had to let Zhou Huili take the wheel. Zhou Huili needed to take them back to Jiangbei province. In the car, Uncle Shan, what level has Lin Dong reached? Qin Zhang asked. He was eager to know how strong Lin Dong, who was younger than him, really was. Young master, I can't see through him. He only revealed a hint of his aura, and it sent chills down my spine. Moreover, I can't do what he did, shattering a sword with a snap of his fingers. I suspect he is at least at the peak of the tiger ranking, or even higher. Uncle Shan pondered before answering. Above the tiger ranking? How is that possible? Qin Zhang asked in shock. Young master, you must understand that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Some individuals have extraordinary talent. I once saw a secret disciple at Shaolin who was not weaker than Lin Dong. Uncle Shan patiently explained. Uncle Shan, do you think I have a chance to reach that level? Young master, you have good talent. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can definitely achieve it. But by the time I reach their level, how much further will they have gone? This time, Uncle Shan did not answer, because he didn't know how to respond. People are different. Some are born with a starting point that others can never reach in their lifetime. Some are born with high talent and can reach great heights with just a little effort. Others have no talent in this regard, and no matter how hard they try, they remain stagnant. So he didn't know how to answer this question. Qin Zhang had some talent, but there was still a gap compared to those true geniuses. Young Master Qin, I know this Lin Dong. Zhou Huili, who was driving, spoke up. Oh, you know him? Qin Zhang asked. Yes. He is a student at Jiangnan University. A student at Jiangnan University? That's right. Then Zhou Huili shared some rumors about Lin Dong with Qin Zhang and showed him pictures saved on his phone. So he is deliberately keeping a low profile at school. Qin Zhang asked. That should be the case. Zhou Huili replied. Interesting, interesting. A person with such strong abilities deliberately pretends to be low-key, even remaining indifferent when his girlfriend is taken away. What kind of person is he? Lin Dong took Xiao Pejun to the first hospital. Although it was night, the hospital's leaders were waiting for them, presumably informed in advance by Lu Chen. After a full-body checkup, no major issues were found, just some internal injuries that required a period of rest. Lin Dong arranged for the hospital to admit Xiao Pejun, not far from his mother's ward, so that Xiao Pejun could accompany his mother at any time. He could have stayed right next to his mother, but Xiao Pejun was afraid that she would worry if she knew he was injured, so he chose to stay a bit farther away. Pejun, just focus on recovering from your injuries. Spend time with your mom and don't think about anything else. Once you and your mom are discharged, settle down in Jiangcheng. I'll take care of everything for you, Lin Dong said in Xiao Pejun's hospital room. Thank you, young master. During my hospital stay, I can have my 2 brothers come in my place. They've been with me abroad for many years, and their skills are not much worse than mine, Xiao Pejun replied. The other 2 were brothers who had gone through life and death with him, and Xiao Pejun wanted to help them as well. When the 3 of them returned, they had given all their money to the families of the brothers who remained abroad. Their lives must not be easy now. Being able to follow a young master from a prominent family like Lin Dong and continue to fight alongside each other was naturally the best outcome. Oh, you have such brothers? Hurry and call them over, as many as you can. I'll give them the best treatment, Lin Dong quickly asked. The more skilled individuals like Xiao Pejun, the better. After all, money was not an issue. The brothers who went out with us, only the 3 of us returned. The others are forever left abroad, Xiao Pejun said in a low voice. Take care. Lin Dong patted Xiao Pejun's shoulder and said, Young master, I'm fine. We all crawled back from the gates of hell. There's nothing to be upset about. That's good. Call them over tomorrow. Yes, young master. By the time Lin Dong returned to Jiangnan International Mansion, it was already 11 at night. After a quick shower, he lay down and scrolled through his phone. Many messages had come in. Sun see you, Lin Dong. When are you free? My parents want to invite you to dinner to thank you. Lin Dong, no need. It wasn't a big deal. Just a moment after he sent that, Sun Siyu replied again. Sun Siyu, it may not be a big deal to you, but it's a huge matter for our family. Lin Dong, alright, but I don't have much time these days. Let's wait until next week. Sun Siyu, okay, I'll wait for your call. After finishing the chat with Sun Siyu, Lin Dong opened Lu Peng's message. Lu Peng, Dongzi, are you okay? Thanks for today. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know what would have happened to Minmin and me. By the way, how did you know I was in room 47 of the Fully Jinsha? Lin Dong, I'm fine. I'm back now and ready to rest. Didn't you send me a message saying you were in danger in room 47 of the Fully Jinsha? Lu Peng, I didn't send you anything. Besides, I didn't know you were hiding so deep. Based on your previous performance, calling you over would just be sending you to your death with us. So, when are you going to explain this to the brothers? Lin Dong was taken aback. Lu Peng hadn't sent him a distress message, so who had used Lu Peng's phone to message him? Then take a look at what this is about. Lin Dong sent Lu Peng a screenshot of the message he received from Lu Peng's phone. Lu Peng glanced at the time and said, "This time should be when a classmate of Minmin sent it. At that moment, I got kicked, and my phone flew away. So, I should thank her, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Lin Dong, Da Peng, you should comfort Jiang Min well. She must have been scared today. When we have time, let's all go out for a meal and talk more. Lu Peng, do I need to tell you that? I was just in the same bed with her. Now I'm off to take a shower. Lin Dong, damn beast. Da Peng, don't be jealous, bro. When you get Han Shiyun, you can too. Alright, no more talking. Minmin is back from her shower, and I need to make a second round. I'll thank you properly another day. Lin Dong tossed his phone onto the bed, too tired to reply to anyone else. He was exhausted today. He would take his time to read the messages tomorrow. The next day, when Lin Dong woke up, it was already noon. After getting up and washing up, I went to the Golden Leaf Hotel for a meal and packed some highly nutritious food for Xiao Pejun and his mother, then headed to the first hospital. As Lin Dong was on his way to the hospital, two men in their 30s entered Xiao Pejun's ward and started chatting with him. Boss, what happened to you? Who could hurt you like this? Exactly. You've rarely been this badly injured even in the midst of gunfire. With your physical strength, you'll need at least a month to recover. What? Do you want to take revenge for me? Xiao Pejun asked. No way, you can't even handle it yourself. If we go, we'll just be delivering food. Who the hell said I can't handle it? We both got hurt, you know? He's not in a better position. He's probably lying in bed just like me right now. Seriously injured? Then who did it? Where are they? We'll go take care of them. Get lost. By the way, how have you been lately? Xiao Pejun asked. Don't mention it. I don't have much education, just a lot of brute strength, which is useless back home. I can only move bricks on construction sites to make a living, but it's more stable than being abroad. At least I can sleep soundly. I'm about the same, another person replied. If we hadn't taken that last job, all 12 of us would still be fine. Xiao Pejun's voice was somewhat low. Boss, it was a unanimous decision among us. We all wanted to go home, afford cars, buy houses, and marry wives. It's just that heaven has been unfair to us brothers. At this point, the three fell silent, as it weighed heavily on their hearts. Just before they were supposed to return home, 9 out of 12 brothers suddenly disappeared. Only the 3 of them made it back alive, so after returning, they divided all the money they earned over the years among the families of the fallen. After a while, Xiao Pejun said, "Since you're here, don't go back, you'll waste your skills." Then what can we do? The situation at home is much stricter than abroad. If we're not careful, we'll end up in jail. One of them asked. I'm currently with Lin Xiao. He's studying at university in Zhangchang. My main job is to secretly protect his safety. While I'm recovering, you can take my place. Lin Xiao also said that if you come, he'll give you the best treatment. Really? Protecting the employer's safety is our specialty, and the situation at home is much safer than abroad, so it should be easier. How much can that Lin Xiao pay us a month? I can earn 8,000 moving bricks on a construction site. I won't work for less than that. You're thinking too much. You think this is abroad? This job isn't as tiring as a construction site. It'll definitely be less. Another person interjected. Then at least 5,000. You two have such low aspirations. Let me tell you, the car Lin Xiao provided for me is worth millions. Does he care about your little salary? At least starting at 10,000. Really? Then I won't go back. When can you introduce us to Lin Xiao? In the afternoon. He's probably still resting now. I'll call him later. The 3 were still chatting when Lin Dong walked in. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? Xiao Pejun quickly tried to get up, but Lin Dong stopped him. Pejun, you should rest well. I brought you some food. these two are your brothers, right? Lin Xiao, let me introduce you to these two. Xiao Pejun introduced the two brothers who had returned from abroad with him. One, who was a bit taller, was named Yu Guobing. The other, who was shorter, was named Wei Yong. Neither of them looked particularly muscular, but their movements exuded a strong sense of power. This was a true manifestation of explosive strength. Those bodybuilders seen on TV may look muscular, but their strength isn't necessarily that great. Pejun, you rest first. I'll take them out for a meal. Consider it a welcome for them, Lin Dong said. Lin Xiao, we can handle it ourselves, no need to trouble you. Yu Guobing replied. Since we're here, just listen to me. You two should just follow Lin Xiao, Xiao Pejun added. Lin Dong drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, taking the two to the luxurious Golden Sands. He let them drive the G-Class while he took the Bugatti Chiron ahead. Last night, because Xiao Pejun was injured and couldn't drive, he left the Bugatti here. In the Mercedes, Wei Yong drove steadily behind Lin Dong's car. For them, who had been mercenaries abroad for many years, driving was the most basic skill, not just cars, they could even drive tanks. Guobing, it seems this time the boss has found the right person. Lin Xiao is definitely wealthy, that car of his probably costs tens of millions, and he's nice to people, even personally bringing food to the boss. Wei Yong, who was driving, said. Yeah, we need to perform well and not embarrass the boss, Yu Guobing replied. Of course. Lin Dong led the two to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Yu Guobing and Wei Yong were somewhat shocked by the luxurious decor of the hotel. Although they had been abroad for many years, they had only been in war-torn countries and had never encountered such a nice place. Lin Xiao, we can just find a casual place to eat. No need to look for such a nice one. It's fine, I own this place. From now on, whenever you have nothing to do, you can eat and stay here for all your meals. I'll cover it. Lin Xiao owns this? They would be eating and staying here from now on? The two stared blankly at the 8-star hotel before them. After a meal, both felt somewhat unsatisfied. After living for so many years, they had never eaten such delicious food. Their first half of life had truly been too miserable. In the evening, Lu Chen called Lin Dong, asking him to come to Golden Sands. When Lin Dong arrived, he saw He Pai and Chen Luji kneeling in the private room. Upon seeing Lin Dong, they kept bowing their heads. Lin Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I won't dare again. Bang bang bang. The two kept bowing, their heads bleeding from the impact. Lin, I leave these two to you to deal with. You can do whatever you want, I will handle the aftermath, Lu Chen said, standing up to Lin Dong. After saying that, he left the private room. Lin Dong looked at the two without speaking. This was the change brought by power. If he were still an ordinary college student, what would be the outcome for Lu Peng and his girlfriend? Lin Dong called over the main characters, Lu Peng and Zhang Min. When Zhang Min arrived, her first reaction was still a bit of fear. Lu Peng, however, rushed to He Pai and started pounding him. The entire private room was filled with He Pai's screams. He was suffocating, watching his girlfriend being bullied by others. If Lin Dong hadn't arrived, he would have been left with a lifelong shadow. In the end, He Pai was beaten by Lu Peng until he had multiple fractures and was sent to the hospital before Lu Peng stopped. No one touched Chen Luji, although he was He Pai's backing. He had no direct relation to this matter. He was also dealt with by Xiao Pejun. The May Day holiday ended like this. On the first day of school, Lin Dong walked through the Zheng University campus. Wow, isn't that the piano prince Lin Dong? If he sings Boy Just For Me, I'll be his girlfriend. Dream on. Lin Dong, the male god, would never look at someone like you. What if he likes someone like me? He definitely likes someone like me. Lin Dong glanced at the two who had just spoken, and his body involuntarily shivered. One weighed 180 pounds, and the other had a face full of acne. Lin Dong hurriedly quickened his pace towards the classroom, and along the way, there were quite a few discussions about him, though most were of the same caliber as the previous ones. The girls in this school really couldn't compare to those from the Communication University. They were several levels apart. Upon returning to the classroom, most of the students were already seated. His classmates looked at Lin Dong with somewhat unusual expressions. It was indeed the May Day Gala, and Lin Dong's performance had been stunning. Not only did he write the lyrics and compose the music, but he also played and sang it himself. The key was that the song was so beautiful. Lin Dong glanced at his classmates and felt a bit better upon seeing Suing Xue. Finally, he spotted someone who wasn't intimidating. He sat down in his seat, and the morning passed just like that. In the afternoon, it was time for elective classes, and Lin Dong was dragged by Lu Peng and a few roommates to the indoor basketball court to play basketball. In the past, Lin Dong was often pulled along. He really enjoyed playing basketball and loved hearing the cheers from his classmates on the court. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Shan liked to watch back then, but that was just his fantasy. With his skills, aside from playing casual games with Lu Peng and the others, he couldn't even make it onto the court for class-level competitions because he was just too bad. Although he was nearly 1.8 meters tall, his body was too thin, lacking strength. A simple push would send him back several steps, and he had no time to practice his skills. But that was in the past. Now Lin Dong's physique had reached its limit, and standing there, it was likely no one could push him around. The four of them began to form teams on the court. 2 against 2. Lu Peng and Lin Dong teamed up, while Zhou Wenhuo and Fan Biao formed the other team. Lu Peng was on the school basketball team. Although he was just a substitute, he was not someone an average player could compare to, so he had to take Lin Dong, the novice, along to make it a fair game. Lin Dong basically just handled the ball toss. After a while, it was essentially Lu Peng taking on 2 opponents. Just as the 4 were getting into the game, Huang Junlang arrived with a few others. Due to the limited number of indoor basketball courts, everyone was eager to claim a spot. There were plenty of outdoor courts, but in the afternoon, with the sun blazing, no one would willingly suffer. Generally speaking, as long as someone occupied a court, no one would dare to take it unless they agreed to play together. If others disagreed, they would have to leave. Of course, this was just the usual situation. There were a few big shots in the school, and whenever they showed up, people would give way. For instance, the student council president and the number 1 male god of Zhang University, Zhou Huili, would have everyone yielding to him. Huang Junlang hadn't reached that level yet. Lin Dong stood outside the 3-point line, tossing the ball. When Huang Junlang and his group walked over not far from him, one of them loudly asked, "Huang, I heard you got Jiangshan pregnant? Is it true? Is there any doubt? Who told her to be so easy? Just a few times and she's already pregnant." Sigh. Really? Huang Junlang replied with a sigh. So what are you going to do, Huang? You're not planning to marry her, are you? Marry? What the hell? What should I do? Give her 10 or 8,000 to get rid of the kid. What else can I do? Still, Huang is impressive. That Lin Dong was with Jiang Shan for so long and she didn't get pregnant, but just a few days with you and she's already expecting. Honestly, when Jiang Shan was with me, she was still a virgin. I don't like picking up someone else's broken shoes. What? Still a virgin? Is that Lin Dong not capable? How would I know? But I guess so. Ha ha ha. Then came a burst of laughter from the group. Huang Junlang and his loud conversation also sparked discussions among those nearby, recalling the scene not long ago when Lin Dong had coughed up blood and fainted. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan was walking over with Zhu Yan not far away, and upon hearing their conversation, Jiang Shan's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Dong turned his head to glance at Huang Junlang and his group. Huang Junlang, of course, was unwilling to back down and stared at Lin Dong. Lu Peng and a few others also walked over. Huang Junlang, I can't control what you say, but if you mention my name, Lin Dong, one more time today, I'll make you kneel to leave. Do you believe it? Lin Dong said to Huang Junlang. He was genuinely a bit angry. He didn't care what Huang Junlang said about Jiang Shan, as that was the path Jiang Shan chose for herself. But this scoundrel actually said in front of so many people that he was no good? It was simply something an uncle could tolerate, but an aunt could not. This is called respecting others. Why is that not acceptable? Just as Huang Junlang was about to speak, he saw Jiang Shan's face turn pale, her eyes red and glaring at him. Huang Junlang, are you even human? How much suffering has Shan Shan endured for you? How can you say that about her in front of others? Xu Yan said angrily. At this moment, Huang Junlang also felt a bit awkward. Last time in the small grove, he had made Lin Dong so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. So when he saw Lin Dong here again, he wanted to provoke him a bit more, to see if he could embarrass him like last time, especially with so many spectators around. The effect would surely be better. Lin Dong actually dared to walk with Han Shiyun, so he had to be prepared for his revenge, but he didn't expect Jiang Shan to be behind him. Huang Junlang, tell me, why do you treat me like this? What did you say when we were together? What everlasting love? What marriage after graduation? And now it's only been a few days. Jiang Shan asked, sobbing. Huang Junlang was now in a dilemma, but it was absolutely impossible for him to apologize to Jiang Shan in front of so many people. How would he, the young master Huang, survive at Zhang University in the future? So he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Shan, I'm already tired of playing with you. Don't you just want more money? Just say how much you want. I'll give it to you. In front of so many people, he couldn't lose face. At worst, he would spend a bit more money later to buy Jiang Shan some clothes and bags to placate her. Jiang Shan didn't expect Huang Junlang to say such things in front of so many people, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond, so she turned and ran away in tears. Huang Junlang, you are simply a beast, Zhu Yan said, and then hurried to chase after Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan and Zhu Yan left. However, the atmosphere remained somewhat arrogant and domineering. On Lin Dong's side, there were 4 people. On Huang Junlang's side, there were 5, one of whom was the starting center of the school basketball team, a tall guy over 1.9 meters, weighing at least 250 pounds. On the surface, it seemed that Lin Dong's side was at a disadvantage. The onlookers were constantly urging the two sides on. As expected, bystanders never shy away from trouble. However, a group fight on a university campus was a big deal, already crossing Jiang University's bottom line. Aside from Lin Dong, who didn't care, others dared not touch this red line. Even a rich second generation like Huang Junlang wouldn't dare. If he got expelled from school, not only would his father cut off his financial support, but he would probably also break his legs. The two sides were thus at a stalemate. At this moment, someone suggested a 3v3 basketball showdown to resolve the conflict, which was the best way to settle disputes on the basketball court. Huang Junlang immediately agreed, as it suited him perfectly. On Lin Dong's side, only Lu Peng was decent, a substitute on the school team, while the other two were of average skill, and Lin Dong was even worse, a complete novice, not even counted in. His side had a starting center from the school team, starters and substitutes were not on the same level, and his own strength was not weaker than Lu Peng's, so he was sure to win. Lin Dong, what do you say? Are you man enough to take it on? If you're really scared, we can go with 3, and you can have 4. Huang Junlang said arrogantly to Lin Dong. Dongzi, don't fall for it. He's just trying to provoke you. With that gorilla around, we have no chance. Lu Peng quietly said to Lin Dong. Lu Peng considered himself not an easy person to admit defeat, but when faced with the starting center, the gorilla Yang Shu, he had to concede. Because they were all members of the school team, they often practiced together, and Yang Shu's strength was well known to him. Playing half a court of bullfighting was almost an invincible existence. Perhaps there were still chances in the full court. After all, he was big and had limited stamina. Huang Junlang saw Lu Peng advising Lin Dong nearby and directly said to him, Lu Peng, stop whining over there, you coward. Huang Junlang, if you have the guts, don't let Yang Shu play, let's have a match. Not let Yang Shu play? Then I might as well not use my hands to fight you. A coward is just a coward. If you lack guts, get lost. Lu Peng was about to retort when Lin Dong spoke up. Alright, let's have a match. Dongzi, Lu Peng hurriedly called out from the side. Da Peng, I know what I'm doing. Just because Lin Dong's basketball skills weren't good before didn't mean he wasn't good now. Silently adding basketball skills to his skill set, he spent 10 godly points to elevate it to the proficient level. Coupled with his extreme physical condition as a support, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Dong was now a bug-level existence in basketball. Huang Junlang quickly responded, Lin Dong, you said it, a gentleman's word is hard to retract. I said it, Huang Junlang, how do you want to compare? Lin Dong asked. Since it's a competition, we need some stakes, right? How about this? Whoever loses has to go to the school broadcasting room during tomorrow's lunch break and shout 3 times, I'm a loser, in front of all the teachers and students. Then we'll hold a table at the Jinya Hotel for a reconciliation banquet. How about that? Alright, let's do it your way. Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Dongzi, we. Lu Peng tried to speak but was interrupted by Lin Dong. It's fine, Da Peng, just do your best. Then it's settled. The rules are 3v3 bullfighting. Whoever scores 10 points first wins, and 3-pointers count as 2. Is that okay? No problem. By the way, are you sending 3 or 4 players? Huang Junlang asked teasingly. 3. This is your own choice, don't blame us for bullying you. The news of Lin Dong and Huang Junlang's 3v3 bullfighting match quickly spread, fueled by some busybodies. Losing not only meant shouting I'm a loser in the Jiangda broadcasting room but also hosting a reconciliation banquet at the Jinya Hotel, which was quite a hefty wager. Not only was it embarrassing, but it would also cost money. Hosting a table at the Jinya Hotel would at least cost tens of thousands. Soon, more and more students gathered in the Jiangda gymnasium. Some even skipped class to join the excitement. Naturally, Lin Dong's classmates also came to watch. Some were there to cheer for Lin Dong, while others came to see him make a fool of himself. Wow, isn't that one of the 3 goddesses, Han Shiyun? I didn't expect her to come too. You don't know? I heard Han Shiyun has a thing with Lin Dong. No way, how is that impossible? I saw them leave school together with my own eyes. Hasn't Huang Junlang been pursuing Han Shiyun all along? I didn't expect Lin Dong to get ahead of him. No wonder they act like Mars colliding with Earth when they meet. I heard Huang Junlang was the one who stole Lin Dong's girlfriend, Jiang Shan, and then Lin Dong took Huang Junlang's goddess who he couldn't win over. Wow, that's impressive. Look, isn't that Suing Xue? Another person shouted. Oh my, really? Now the 3 goddesses of Jiangda are just missing Shangguan Mingyue. Do you think she'll come? Probably not. Shangguan Mingyue isn't someone who likes crowds. Both sides on the court were ready. Lin Dong's team consisted of Lu Peng, Fan Biao, and Zhou Wenhua. Lin Dong didn't play, he wanted to see how well they could perform. Huang Junlang's team included Huang Junlang, the gorilla Yang Shu, and one of Huang Junlang's lackeys. The referee was another member of the school team. With the referee's whistle, the match began. The first to tip off was Lu Peng. Lu Peng skillfully dribbled the ball, crouching low, the basketball weaving back and forth around his hips, with Huang Junlang matching him. With a sudden acceleration, Lu Peng dribbled with his right hand and dashed to the right. Huang Junlang quickly followed, blocking Lu Peng's path. Then Lu Peng made a sharp stop, switched to his left hand, and burst to the left. Huang Junlang couldn't keep up, allowing Lu Peng to drive into the paint. Just as Lu Peng leaped over Huang Junlang, preparing to send the basketball into the hoop, a towering figure appeared in front of him. The gorilla, Yang Shu, jumped directly in front of Lu Peng. With his height and jumping ability, Lu Peng's shot would definitely be blocked. In a moment of desperation, Lu Peng passed the ball to the open wing where Fan Biao was waiting. Fan Biao received the pass, unguarded, and soared for a layup, the basketball easily swishing through the net. Lin Dong's team won o'clock Huang Junlang's team. Thunderous applause erupted in the arena. Nice shot! Good job! Beautiful! Huang Junlang's face darkened. The second ball began. Huang Junlang held the ball, facing Lu Peng. A flurry of flashy dribbling drew screams from the crowd. However, every left and right move was blocked by Lu Peng. Huang Junlang stepped in and took a jump shot directly at Lu Peng. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced up. Just as everyone prepared to grab the rebound, a hand slammed the rebounding basketball straight into the hoop. The strength of the gorilla, Yang Shu, the starting center of the school team, was undeniable. He executed a putback dunk. Wow, amazing! Go, gorilla! Do it again! Various screams filled the arena. Lin Dong's team won Huang Junlang's team. After that, Yang Shu learned from his first mistake and no longer reacted to Lu Peng. He mostly stayed in the paint and wouldn't jump easily. Now Lu Peng and his teammates had no way to deal with him and didn't dare to enter the paint. They could only shoot from the perimeter. Unfortunately, all three of them were having a terrible shooting day. They took several shots, but none went in. With the gorilla guarding the paint, Huang Junlang could be said to have unlimited opportunities to shoot. Although his shooting percentage was low, there were rebounds to grab. Whether offensive or defensive rebounds, they were mostly collected by Yang Shu alone, so Huang Junlang felt no pressure while shooting. Soon the score reached 2-8. Lin Dong's team had only scored 2 points, while Huang Junlang's team had already scored 8. They only needed 2 more points to win. At this moment, Lin Dong was about to enter the game. If he didn't, Huang Junlang could end the game with a 3-pointer. Lin Dong signaled the referee for a timeout. During the timeout, Lu Peng and his teammates returned to the bench. Sorry, Dongzi, I'm not feeling it today. I can't hit any outside shots, Lu Peng said apologetically. We're not feeling it either. Fan Biao and Zhou Wenhua chimed in. It's okay. I'll take responsibility for this. Just do your best. I'll go in first, and if anyone gets tired, take a break. I'll sit out, Zhou Wenhua said. Alright, Wenhua, you take a break first. The timeout ended. Lin Dong led Lu Peng and Fan Biao back onto the court. Whoa, they're substituting? Isn't that the guy who sang Boy at the May Day party? What's his name? Lin Dong. Can he play basketball? What basketball can he play? He's a total noob, Ding Wei shouted from the side. Ever since the May Day party, Ding Wei had been annoyed by Lin Dong, a previously unnoticed loser in their class who suddenly became the so-called piano prince. It should have been his moment to shine with Su Yingxue, but instead, it was Lin Dong who stole the spotlight. Ding Wei's comment also drew discontent from many classmates. Ding Wei, you don't even cheer for your own classmates, and you're here pouring cold water on them. You're still the class monitor. Exactly. You're just envious and jealous. Lin Dong is much more talented than you. Not only does he write and compose his own songs, but he can also play and sing them himself. How can you compare yourself to him? Several girls in the class were confronting Ding Wei. Lin Dong had become an idol for many of the girls in the class. They hadn't noticed it before, but since the May Day Gala, they found Lin Dong increasingly handsome and charming. Now, Lin Dong had a certain number of fans at Zhejiang University. Su Yingxue was also curiously watching Lin Dong as he walked into the court, wanting to see what else he could do. Han Shiyun was also looking at Lin Dong, her eyes filled with affection. Huang Junlang watched as Lin Dong approached. Lin Dong, don't forget tomorrow at noon. I can't wait to hear your self-assessment, Lin the Great. The game isn't over yet. Who knows whose self-assessment will be worth listening to? What? Do you think you still have a chance to win? You don't really think you can turn the tide just by showing up, do you? Aren't you being a bit overconfident? Lin the Great, Huang Junlang mocked. We'll find out after the game. Alright, let's get started. Lin Dong didn't argue, he preferred to let his skills speak for themselves. No matter how impressive the words, they meant nothing if he couldn't back them up. The more he talked, the more painful the slap to his face would be. The game continued. The ball was in Lin Dong's hands. He stood outside the three-point line, passed the ball to Lu Peng, and then signaled Lu Peng to pass it back. Lu Peng was about to make a move when he saw Lin Dong's signal and decided to return the ball to him. Lin Dong caught the ball, lifted it above his head with one hand, and faced Huang Junlang's lackey, who clearly underestimated him. Hundreds of eyes in the court were fixed on Lin Dong, eager to see how he would attack. Suddenly, Lin Dong pushed the ball with his right hand, sending it flying. What the hell? Can he even play? Is that a shot? This was the thought in everyone's mind, including a few on the court who had already rushed to the basket to grab the rebound. But 3 seconds later, everyone was stunned. The basketball swished through the net. Lin Dong's team, 4, Huang Junlang's team, 8. It actually went in? Can you believe it? No way, that must have been luck. Although many were skeptical, a score was a score. Lin Dong, go for it. Lin Dong, so handsome, do it again. Some of Lin Dong's fans began to cheer for him. On to the next play. Huang Junlang had the ball. Lin Dong actively went up to defend, while Lu Peng ran into the paint to match up against the gorilla, Yang Shu. Lin Dong, don't think that just because you got lucky with one shot, you can change the outcome. I'll show you what real basketball is, Huang Junlang said as he began to showcase his flashy dribbling, performing all sorts of extravagant moves. Lin Dong remained casually standing in front of Huang Junlang, not even adopting a defensive stance. Lin Dong, you're provoking me, and you'll see the consequences, Huang Junlang said, suddenly accelerating past Lin Dong on his right side, who showed no reaction. Huang Junlang felt a surge of joy as he approached the paint, ready to jump for a layup. Ha, where's the ball? My ball? Where did it go? Huang Junlang turned around to see Lin Dong standing outside the three-point line, holding the ball in his right hand, still using the same posture to push the basketball. Another swish through the net. Lin Dong's team, 6, Huang Junlang's team, 8. The first time was luck. What about the second time? The crowd erupted. What the hell? He's a pro. How did he steal that ball just now? Did anyone see it clearly? I didn't see it. It was like a blur, and Huang Junlang's ball was gone. That was way too fast, right? Who was it that said Lin Dong couldn't play? This guy is definitely a master. Huang Junlang continued to hold the ball with a dark expression. This time, he didn't say anything and didn't show off his dribbling skills. He played steadily, dribbling a couple of times before preparing to collect the ball and pass it to the gorilla, letting him force his way to the basket. However, before he could retrieve the ball, he felt a gust of wind pass by, and his hand was empty. The ball was intercepted. After Lin Dong intercepted Huang Junlang's ball, he crossed the three-point line, turned around, and casually threw the ball. It went straight through the net. Lin Dong's team, 8, Huang Junlang's team, 8. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. 3 consecutive three-pointers went in without touching the rim. This was no longer luck. Lin Dong was definitely a master at playing dumb while eating tigers. Huang Junlang called for a timeout. There was no choice. If Lin Dong made another three-pointer, he would be finished. They had to discuss how to limit Lin Dong. Huang Junlang called the timeout. While discussing how to restrict Lin Dong, in Lin Dong's team's resting area, nice one. Dongzi, you've been hiding too deep. Yeah, when you played with us, you weren't serious at all. What, do you look down on us? Lu Peng and the others were teasing Lin Dong. They hadn't expected Lin Dong to be this good. Although Lu Peng knew Lin Dong's identity was somewhat mysterious, he didn't expect him to be so skilled at basketball. No, guys, I've just had a breakthrough recently, Lin Dong said with a wry smile. How could he explain? Should he say he got a particularly awesome system? Just add whatever he wanted to learn. Would they believe it? Han Shiryun sat in the audience, watching Lin Dong resting, preparing to go down and hand him the water she had. Before she could move, she noticed several girls had already gone to give Lin Dong water. She could only puff her cheeks and sit there angrily. Lin Dong, you're so handsome. Come drink some water. A girl ran onto the court and handed Lin Dong a bottle of mineral water. Drink mine. Drink mine. Before Lin Dong could react, another bottle was handed to him. Lin Dong, I really admire you. Can you write a song for me? I've already thought of a name. Just call it girl. Suddenly, several girls surrounded Lin Dong. Meanwhile, on Huang Junlang's side, there were still a few big men, and not a single one was there to hand him water. Although Huang Junlang was wealthy and a true rich second generation, his reputation wasn't great. He was arrogant and a playboy. Seeing Lin Dong so popular, Huang Junlang felt uneasy and quickly brought 2 teammates to the center of the court, signaling the referee to start the game. The game continued. Huang Junlang stood outside the three-point line to throw in. The gorilla, Yang Shu, also didn't stay under the basket, directly coming out to receive Huang Junlang's pass. He bent down, dribbled with his right hand, and prepared to push directly to the basket. With his height and weight, he was basically guaranteed to score once he got under the basket. Lu Peng was being pushed step by step toward the basket by Yang Shu, and he had no good way to counter it. The difference in physical quality and strength was too great. He could only try to resist desperately, but it was of little use, and he was soon pushed under the basket by Yang Shu. Yang Shu jumped forcefully, grabbing the ball with his right hand, and went straight for the dunk. He was going to dunk over Lu Peng. Good shot, Huang Junlang shouted. This shot was definitely a sure thing. In terms of dominance under the basket, the gorilla Yang Shu was absolutely unrivaled at Zhejiang University. Just as Yang Shu was about to slam the basketball into the hoop, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, slapping the basketball out of his hand. Smack! The basketball was knocked away. The figure that suddenly appeared was, of course, Lin Dong. He had been watching Yang Shu's movements from the side, waiting for this final moment to block the shot. The starting center of Zhejiang University's team, nicknamed the Gorilla, Yang Shu, was actually blocked? At that moment, anyone in the arena who understood basketball was no longer calm. Except for those who came just to join the excitement, they didn't understand basketball, nor did they grasp what it meant for the gorilla Yang Shu to be blocked on that dunk. What the hell? Yang Shu's violent dunk was actually blocked by Lin Dong? Am I seeing things? So awesome. So unbelievable. This is the gorilla Yang Shu, nearly 2 meters tall, and he got blocked by Lin Dong, who was only 1 meter 80. Countless discussions echoed throughout the gym. Lin Dong had just made 3 consecutive three-pointers without causing this much surprise. At most, it only stirred up some cheers from the onlookers. But this block truly shocked everyone. To dare to go head-to-head with Yang Shu and actually block him, Lin Dong was simply incredible. A huge cheer erupted. Lin Dong, go for it. Lin Dong, I love you. Various shouts rose and fell. Huang Junlang looked as if he had eaten something terrible. Yang Shu landed on the ground, still dazed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He had been blocked? Right here on Zhengda's campus? Not to mention Zhengda, even when representing the school in matches against other universities, he had never been blocked like this under the basket. This was simply a disgrace in his basketball career. Yang Shu looked at Lin Dong, who stood in front of him, nearly a head shorter, and uttered the first words he spoke on the court. Lin Dong, you can. However, it was clear that he said this with boundless anger. Lin Dong shrugged and replied, you're not bad either. Then he ran to the three-point line to receive the ball, leaving Yang Shu's face alternating between green and white. As the basketball was swatted away, it fell right near Fan Biao. Lin Dong caught the ball passed by Fan Biao. Huang Junlang immediately came up, sticking closely to Lin Dong, giving him no chance to shoot. Lin Dong swayed left and right, but Huang Junlang remained tightly attached. In fact, Lin Dong could have shot directly. Huang Junlang's defense posed no real obstacle. However, he felt that winning this way wouldn't be exciting enough, not shocking enough. It's just a dunk, right? I can do that too. Lin Dong passed the ball to Lu Peng, then quickly spun around Huang Junlang with his back to him. Lu Peng then passed the ball back to Lin Dong. With Huang Junlang no longer in his way, Lin Dong charged straight into the paint. What the hell? What is Lin Dong doing? Isn't he supposed to be a sharpshooter? Why is he rushing inside instead of taking another three-pointer to win? Who knows? Maybe he wants to dunk. Are you kidding? Yang Shu is still in the paint. Who can dunk over him? Just now, Yang Shu was blocked by Lin Dong. What can't he do? That was just an accident. The murmurs from the audience didn't affect Lin Dong. He dashed into the 3-second area, then leaped high like an eagle, right hand holding the ball, swinging it back over his head with all his might. This was going to be an axe dunk. Everyone in the gym was fixated on Lin Dong. Yang Shu watched as Lin Dong charged in and jumped, intending to complete the dunk over him. There was no way he would let Lin Dong have his way. Having just been blocked by Lin Dong once had already made him lose face. If Lin Dong completed this axe dunk over him, what would happen to his reputation as Zhengda's top center? As Lin Dong soared for the dunk, Yang Shu jumped in place, just like when Lin Dong had blocked him, and swatted at the basketball in Lin Dong's hand. Smack! The basketball didn't fly away like before. Instead, both hands clamped the ball in midair. This scene was captured by many in the audience with their phones. It was simply a peak showdown. Lin Dong looked at Yang Shu blocking his way. He hadn't even exerted much effort. Otherwise, 10 more Yang Shus wouldn't be enough to withstand his charge. He slightly increased the force in his right hand. Yang Shu began to struggle to hold his ground. Lin Dong's right hand held the basketball, and the basketball carried Yang Shu's right hand towards the hoop. Bang! The basketball slammed into the hoop. Yang Shu pulled his hand back just before his knuckles could touch the rim. He knew that with his strength, he couldn't stop Lin Dong's dunk this time. If he didn't retract his hand, Lin Dong's force would surely crush his hand against the hoop, potentially breaking it. He didn't expect Lin Dong to be this strong. At that moment, Lin Dong's body collided with his. Yang Shu felt a tremendous force surge through him, and his body involuntarily flew backward, landing unsteadily and falling to the ground. Lin Dong landed steadily. The crowd was in shock. Yang Shu was actually dunked on by Lin Dong? Everyone found it hard to believe. With Lin Dong's height of 1.8 meters and weight of over 100 kilograms, he had directly dunked on Yang Shu, who was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed around 260 to 270 pounds. This completely shattered everyone's expectations. Lying on the ground, Yang Shu felt a bit dazed. Not only was he blocked, but he was also dunked on. He was too embarrassed to get up. Huang Junlang beside him also widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. The arena erupted with deafening cheers. After the Piano Prince, Lin Dong gained a new title, the Basketball Prince. The next shot was already a foregone conclusion. After stealing the ball, Lin Dong elegantly turned his back to the hoop and made a behind-the-back throw. The basketball swished through the net. Lin Dong's team, 11, Huang Junlang's team, 8. Did Lin Dong really not even look at the hoop when he shot? This was simply outrageous. In the previous game, he had made 4 3-pointers and 1 powerful dunk, all of which went in. What was most incomprehensible was that he didn't even look at the hoop for the last 3-pointer. The game ended. Lin Dong's name once again echoed throughout Zheng University. That evening, Huang Junlang set a table of the cheapest dishes at the Golden Leaf Hotel as promised. Lin Dong and the others didn't mind. They were just happy to have something to eat. The next day at noon, shouting "I am a loser" 3 times in the broadcasting room drew laughter from students all over the school. Huang Junlang felt utterly humiliated and, of course, harbored even more resentment towards Lin Dong, constantly thinking of ways to get back at him. The following days were quite ordinary, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. This weekend, Lin Dong promised Sun Siyu that he would accompany her back. Since he had made a promise, Lin Dong would not go back on his word. Thursday, Lin Dong was in class when he received a text from Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun, Lin Dong, do you have time tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal. Lin Dong thought for a moment. He had nothing else to do, so why not? It was the goddess's invitation, and he felt embarrassed to refuse. So he replied, sure, just tell me the location, and I'll be there tomorrow. Han Shiyun, it's a deal. No backing out. I'll give you the location tomorrow. Lin Dong, okay. The next day, Lin Dong received a call from Han Shiyun, asking him to go to a restaurant next to the Fuli Jinsha. As the largest entertainment venue in Jiancheng, there were plenty of restaurants surrounding Fuli Jinsha. It was perfect to eat and then go straight to entertainment. Lin Dong drove his Bugatti to Fuli Jinsha and parked it at the entrance. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he realized there were quite a few people. 3 large tables, at least 20 people. Even Huang Junlang and his flashy friends were there. Lin Dong, I just treated you to a meal a few days ago, and now you're here to mooch again? Huang Junlang would never miss an opportunity to taunt Lin Dong. Huang Junlang, are you still sore about losing a few days ago? How about we find a time to have another match? Lin Dong, this isn't school. Who still competes with you in basketball? Besides, today is Shiyun's birthday, and you didn't even bring a gift. What are you here for if not to mooch? Lin Dong really hadn't realized that today was Han Shiyun's birthday. If he had known in advance, he really wouldn't have come, mainly because he didn't like being around someone like Huang Junlang. Moreover, he hardly knew any of these people. Alright, you two stop arguing. Today is my birthday, you should listen to me. Everyone sit down and enjoy the meal, Han Shiyun said, and Huang Junlang stopped confronting Lin Dong. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party today. Everyone sitting here is one of my best friends, Han Shiyun. I appreciate your care for me during my time at Zheng University. I'll drink to that. After saying this, Han Shiyun raised her glass and finished a whole cup of beer. Everyone present also raised their glasses and took a drink. Everyone, enjoy the food. After we eat, we have more activities tonight. However, during this meal, Huang Junlang was fuming. Lin Dong, as the recent rising male god at Zheng University, naturally received a lot of attention from the girls. Many girls came over to toast him, and Lin Dong felt too shy to refuse, accepting all the drinks. However, it was strange. Lin Dong used to have a very low tolerance for alcohol, getting tipsy after just 2 bottles of beer, and he couldn't even touch liquor. But today, he drank so much and felt absolutely fine. Could it be the benefits of improved constitution? Already immune to alcohol? After the meal, Huang Junlang and Zhang Yong, the 2 guardians of Han Shiyun, led everyone to a private room in the luxurious Golden Sands. This had been reserved in advance. Lin Dong originally wanted to sneak away, but he was specifically looked after by Han Shiyun, leaving him no chance to escape. Upon entering the private room, the first thing that caught the eye was a cake over a person's height, a full 21 layers. Today happened to be Han Shiryun's 21st birthday. Wow! I've never seen such a big birthday cake. So romantic, many girls exclaimed. How about it, Shiryun? This cake was personally ordered by me, Huang Junlang asked. Thank you, Junlang. Han Shiryun expressed her gratitude. And me, I worked really hard to book this private room. Golden Sands is the best entertainment venue in Jiang City. You can't get such a big room without connections, another guardian, Zhang Yong, boasted. Thank you too, Brother Yong. Han Shiryun quickly thanked him as well. Hurry up and make a wish. Han Shiryun closed her eyes and began to make her wish. Since everyone had just eaten, after making her wish, they pushed the cake aside to eat later when everyone was hungry again. At this moment, Huang Junlang took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Han Shiryun, saying, Shiryun, today is your birthday, I prepared a simple gift for you, I hope you can accept it. Han Shiryun took the box. Shiryun, open it quickly and see what young Master Huang has given you. Yes, open it. We're all curious about what a young Master Huang would give. Encouraged by several girls, Han Shiryun opened the box. Inside lay a crystal necklace. Shiryun, this crystal necklace was carefully selected by me. Do you like it? Huang Junlang said. Han Shiryun took out the crystal necklace, and a receipt fell out of the box. This was intentional on Huang Junlang's part. He wanted everyone to see the value of the necklace and feel envious. Wow, this crystal necklace costs 280,000? That's too expensive. Let me see. Let me see. Wow, it's real. Young Master Huang is so generous. Just casually giving a necklace worth over 200,000 stunned most people present. Huang Junlang felt a bit proud. This time he really spent a lot. Jiang Shan had been ignoring him for the past few days, and he had bought many things but still couldn't win her over. In the end, Huang Junlang got a bit angry and directly threw 50,000 yuan at Jiang Shan, telling her to go get an abortion herself, and they parted ways. Anyway, I've pretty much had my fill of playing around. Once the novelty wears off, it's time to look for new goals. So, my attention has turned to Han Shiryun. This flower, Han Shiryun, has a fragrance that everyone can smell, but no one can pick, which makes me a bit restless. Moreover, I've spent over several million on Han Shiryun, so giving up just like that is definitely not an option. I have to win her over at least once. A few million is not a small amount for someone like me, a rich second generation, to the point where I've been a bit tight on cash lately, coming up with several excuses just to ask my parents for money. At this moment, Zhang Yang said, Huang Daxian, isn't it low to give a necklace? Shiryun, come, take a look at the gift I brought you. After saying this, Zhang Yang handed Han Shiryun a beautiful box. Han Shiryun opened the box and saw a BMW car key lying inside. What? A car as a gift? Han Shiryun's roommates and classmates were practically going crazy with envy. If they were given this car, they could probably roll in the sheets that very night. Shiryun, you didn't like the last car I gave you, so I got you a better one, a convertible BMW Z4, definitely much prettier than the last one. On the side, Huang Junlang's spotlight was overshadowed by Zhang Yang, and he angrily said, Zhang Er, what did you say last time? You took 3 million from me and promised never to compete with me for Han Shiryun again. Do you treat your words like farts? Huang Junlang directly brought up the matter of their previous competition for the top spot and their agreement. What? Zhang Yang actually took 3 million from Huang Junlang, and then promised not to pursue Han Shiryun anymore? Is this really happening? Isn't he a rich second generation? How could he take Huang Junlang's money like this? It seems he might just be a fake rich second generation. Huang Junlang is still more impressive. A wave of discussion around them made Zhang Yang's face turn from green to white. He didn't expect Huang Junlang to bring this up, which made him a bit embarrassed. Huang Daxian, you dare to mention the last time we competed for the rankings? You were the one who was afraid you couldn't beat me and voluntarily gave me 3 million. In the end, I withdrew, and you still couldn't get the top spot. That's just too embarrassing. Zhang Yang retorted. But you took the money. A man should keep his promises, unless you admit you're not a man. I did promise not to compete with you for Han Shiryun, but if I don't act now, Han Shiryun will be taken by that loser Lin Dong. Didn't you see them going out to eat together? You can only blame yourself for not being competitive. I'm competing with Lin Dong, not with you. I never considered you a rival. You. Huang Junlang was momentarily speechless. Lin Dong was a bit confused. What does this have to do with me? Isn't this just collateral damage? He could see it now. These two are cut from the same cloth. Alright, stop arguing. Today is my birthday. Can you give me a little face? Han Shiryun said. With her speaking up, the two stopped their quarrel. Then Han Shiryun continued, First of all, thank you both, but the gifts you two brought are too extravagant. I can't accept them. Please take them back. I'm sorry, Shuryun, I truly gave it to you from the heart, don't feel burdened. Shuryun, me too. The two quickly replied. Listen to me, both of you. I didn't invite you here to receive gifts, I just wanted to thank you for taking care of me, and I also want to clarify that I already have someone I like. So please don't give me gifts anymore, let's just be ordinary friends, okay? Han Shuryun mustered her courage to say. This was the result of her careful consideration. Last time during the ranking competition, Lin Dong and Huang Junlang together gifted her over 10 million. She received over 7 million in dividends, which she took home to buy a new house for her family, a car for her parents, and also gave them 1 million. She was left with 3 million herself, and her original wish was to let her parents live a better life, which she never expected to achieve so quickly. So now she no longer has a strong desire for money and doesn't want to be caught between Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang anymore. Walking by the river, one is bound to get their shoes wet. She also fears that one day they might come to their senses and hold her accountable. After all, she is just a girl from an ordinary family, and if they really confronted her, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. So today, taking advantage of her birthday, she decided to make things clear, also to show Lin Dong. The person she spoke of liking was Lin Dong. Shuryun, you must be joking, right? Huang Junlang asked, stunned. Shuryun, don't make such jokes, my heart can't take this kind of blow. Zhang Yang added. Clearly, the two of them were still unable to accept this reality. The people around them were also in shock. Han Shuryun actually rejected the gifts worth hundreds of thousands from Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang and wanted to draw a clear line with them. Was Han Shuryun out of her mind? With such two great protectors by her side, how many girls in school must be envious? I'm not joking with you, everything I said is true. Can we just be ordinary friends? Han Shuryun said softly. Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang exchanged glances, both seeing unwillingness in each other's eyes. Since Han Shuryun said it in front of so many people, it was definitely not a joke. Now they understood. They were just two backup options, two devoted admirers, who had been pursuing Han Shuryun for so long, only to find someone else had gotten ahead of them. Zhang Yang was somewhat better off, after all, he had always been at a disadvantage in the competition with Huang Junlang and hadn't spent much money. Huang Junlang was different, he had spent over several million, and now it seemed that money was going down the drain. Huang Junlang was momentarily filled with rage, his face contorted. Han Shuryun, tell me, who is that man? I'll take care of him. Huang Junlang asked angrily. Junlang, please don't be like this. We can be good friends, Han Shuryun pleaded. She was afraid that Huang Junlang would cling to her like this, and she also knew she was in the wrong. Others had spent so much money on her, and now she wanted to kick them away. Han Shuryun, don't play tricks on me. I tell you, I spent so much money on you, and now you want to kick me away? No way. What do you want for me to be free? Han Shuryun asked. If you want me to let you go, fine. You spend a month with me, and I'll let you go. Impossible. Han Shuryun replied without a second thought. Then there's nothing more to say. I tell you, Han Shuryun, in this Jiang city, don't think you can escape from my grasp. I must have you. The women I, Huang Junlang, want have never slipped through my fingers. Huang Junlang said fiercely, his face twisted. Since the mask had been torn off, Huang Junlang no longer pretended and revealed his true self. And me, Han Shuryun, since you are so heartless, don't blame us. I've also spent quite a bit on you these days. If you want to completely shake me off, at least spend half a month with me. Otherwise, I will team up with Huang Daxian, and there will be no place for you in Jiang City. Zhang Yang chimed in. Han Shuryun stood there feeling helpless. She had thought things wouldn't be resolved so easily, but she never expected Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang would say such things. The people around her also began to feel that something was off. They were all Han Shuryun's friends and naturally stood by her side. Huang Junlang, Zhang Yang, what do you want? I tell you, don't mess around. Otherwise, we will report you. One of Han Shuryun's roommates said, right, you better not mess around. We'll report you to the school, and you'll get expelled. Someone nearby chimed in. Get lost. This is none of your business. Otherwise, I'll take care of you too. Huang Junlang shouted at the girl who had just spoken. The girl was startled. She didn't expect Huang Junlang to suddenly act like a different person. She hesitated to speak again, as Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang were both rich second-generation heirs from Jiangcheng. At that moment, Han Shuryun began to sob. After all, she was a girl, and being threatened like this made her tears flow uncontrollably. Han Shuryun, crying won't help. If you want to resolve this, you have to spend a month and a half with us. We promise not to bother you again, or you'll find it hard to move in Jiangcheng. Think it over. Huang Junlang continued to threaten her. Han Shuryun looked at Lin Dong with tear-filled eyes. He was her only hope. She knew a bit about Lin Dong's background. The owner behind Jinya Hotel was no ordinary person. At the very least, the families behind Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang couldn't compare. Lin Dong couldn't stand by any longer. You too. Is it a bit excessive to threaten a woman like this? Lin Dong said calmly from the side. The actions of these two rich heirs reminded him of what his cousin Wang Li had faced in Hucheng. If no one helped Han Shiyun today, her outcome would be hard to predict. Lin Dong, this is none of your business. You'd better not speak. You don't have the ability to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. Huang Junlang said to Lin Dong. I can't say I'm a hero saving a damsel, but I really can't just stand by. What can you do about it? Huang Junlang mocked. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, the door to the private room was pushed open slightly. A small head peeked in, looked around the room, and upon seeing Lin Dong, pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Lin Dong, so you're here. I just saw your car outside and knew you must be here. I searched several private rooms to find you. A girl with a big curly hairstyle, large earrings, and heavy makeup walked in. 5 or 6 similarly dressed people, all around 16 or 17 years old, followed her. Xiao, who is this? Why did it take you so long to find him? One of the girls behind Lu Xiao asked. This is my brother. Lu Xiao replied. Your brother? I didn't know you had a brother like this. You don't know him. Anyway, he's like a real brother to me. The two continued chatting. Huang Junlang was not pleased. He was already angry. Where did these little girls come from? Where did these little girls come from? Who let you in? Get out! Huang Junlang shouted. Lu Xiao looked confused and pointed to her own nose with her little finger, asking, Are you talking about me? If I'm not talking about you, then who am I talking about? Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. You don't know me? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Who are you? Why should I know you? If I knew someone like you, I would have dealt with you long ago. Look at your young age. What kind of outfit is this? Dress like a thug. How did your parents raise you? Or do you have a life but no one to support you? Huang Junlang said mockingly. Lu Xiao looked at Lin Dong and asked, Brother Lin Dong, is this your friend? No. Lin Dong simply replied with 2 words. Then this is easy. Lu Xiao said. Then she turned to Huang Junlang and asked, You think you're pretty impressive. What's your name? Lu Xiao initially wanted to say you think you're awesome, but thinking of Lin Dong being there, she changed her words. What's my name? You're not worthy to know. I haven't even asked you your name. What's my name? Someone tell him. Lu Xiao said. A person stepped out from behind Lu Xiao and pointed at her, saying, Her name is Lu Xiao, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangcheng. Do you know the Lu family in Jiangcheng? Well, there should only be one Lu family in Jiangcheng. After finishing, the person returned to their original position, looking at Huang Junlang with a mocking expression along with a few others. How dare he insult the second young lady of the Lu family? This was going to be entertaining. Lu Xiao, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangcheng? Zheng Yang's mind buzzed. He was the first to react, quickly stepping back a few paces to stand among the crowd. Huang Junlang wanted to die. He certainly didn't want to. What kind of existence was the Lu family in Jiangcheng? They were the top aristocracy of Jiangcheng. His family background was nothing in front of the Lu family. He had heard that the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangcheng was a troublemaker, and it should be this little hoodlum in front of him. He still felt a bit of a chill. He had almost spoken up to support Huang Junlang just now. If those words had come out, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Huang Junlang was initially a bit confused. Slowly, terror appeared on his calm face, fear and dread. The second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangcheng? Wasn't that the legendary troublemaker of Jiangcheng? What had he just said? He actually wanted to teach her a lesson on behalf of her parents? He even said she had a life but no one to support her? Huang Junlang suddenly felt his blood pressure rise, dizzy and disoriented. Why aren't you speaking? Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents? You also said I had a life but no one to support me, Lu Xiao asked. Huang Junlang was so scared that he knelt on the ground, knocking his head and stammering, Lu second young lady, I'm sorry, I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. I offended you, please forgive me this time. Weren't you quite impressive just now? Why can't you even speak clearly now? This scene left everyone present who was unaware a bit dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Huang Junlang was so imposing. How did he suddenly kneel in fear? Who was this little girl in front of him? Just a name made Huang Junlang so scared? The key was that this little girl had just called Lin Dong brother? The people present looked at Lu Xiao, this oddly dressed little hoodlum, in shock. A person who could scare Huang Junlang like this with just a name was definitely not an ordinary character. Lin Dong, what's his name? Lu Xiao asked Lin Dong. His name is Huang Junlang, his family seems to be from Jiangcheng. He should be quite impressive, a genuine rich second generation. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Offending Lu Xiaoxiao, he wouldn't even need to take action. Huang Junlang was definitely doomed. Rich second generation? Lu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. Then she turned to her few sisters behind her and asked, "Do you know anyone named Huang in the circle?" No, don't know. Haven't heard of it. Several little hoodlums shook their heads simultaneously. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Huang Junlang and said, "You haven't even entered the Jiangqing circle. What kind of rich second generation are you?" Huang Junlang knelt on the ground and quickly replied, Yes. The second young lady is right. I'm not a rich second generation. I'm just an ordinary person. Please, have mercy and let me go this time." "Let you go? Do you know? I, Lu Xiaoxiao, have never been insulted like this since I was a child. You still want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents? You said I have a life but no one to support me? You even told me to get lost? My grandfather, my parents, my brother have never said such things to me." Lu Xiaoxiao said angrily, "It's my fault, I spoke carelessly. I'm sorry," Huang Junlang said as he began to slap his own face. At this moment, he was truly scared. If the Lu family targeted him in Jiangcheng, his good days would be over. He could go bankrupt in no time, and everything he once took pride in would vanish into thin air. Han Shiyun stopped crying, watching the scene in amazement, and glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Dong. She knew that today's crisis was resolved. Huang Junlang had offended a big shot and was now like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself, let alone have time to deal with her. However, she felt a bit regretful that Zhang Yong had escaped. Zhang Yong quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It had been too thrilling, almost going down with Huang Junlang, but fortunately, he reacted quickly. Although Huang Junlang was kneeling on the ground, slapping his own face, it did nothing to lessen Lu Xiaoxiao's fury. "Sisters, go for it, beat him." Lu Xiaoxiao charged forward with a few of her friends, raining punches and kicks on Huang Junlang. He could only passively endure the beating. He didn't even dare to dodge, let alone fight back. However, Lu Xiaoxiao and her friends were girls, and they were relatively young and weak, so their hits didn't inflict any substantial harm on Huang Junlang. Yet, Huang Junlang's cries were pitiful. He hoped that after the girls finished, they would feel sorry for him and let him go. After a few hits, Lu Xiaoxiao's hands were sore, and still unsatisfied, she looked around. She walked directly to the tea table in the center of the private room, picked up a wine bottle, and was about to smash it over Huang Junlang's head. "Stop! Lu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing?" Lin Dong shouted. The bottle was full of wine, and it was thick. If it smashed down, Huang Junlang would probably lose half his life. How could Lu Xiaoxiao, at such a young age, dare to do this? Just a few hits to vent her anger would be enough. Wanting to see blood was a bit excessive. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao was about to strike, she heard Lin Dong shout and had to stop, turning to him and saying, "Brother Lin Dong, he just insulted me. I want to hit him." "He insulted you a couple of times, and you want to smash a wine bottle on his head? Do you know what the consequences of that would be?" Sometimes, problems can't just be solved with violence. Quickly put down the bottle. "Oh." Lu Xiaoxiao reluctantly set the bottle down. "And from now on, you're not allowed to come to places like this during study time. Look at what you look like. You don't even resemble a student anymore. If I see you like this again, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother." Lin Dong felt uncomfortable looking at Lu Xiaoxiao's outfit. She was a good student, yet she dressed like this every day, which was simply eye-watering. If his sister dressed like this every day, he would have straightened her out long ago. He didn't understand why Lu Chen didn't manage her better. As soon as Lin Dong said this, everyone present looked at him in shock. Just a moment ago, Huang Junlang had said he would teach Lu Xiaoxiao's parents a lesson, and now he was kneeling on the ground. Lin Dong had just said he would teach Lu Xiaoxiao a lesson on behalf of her brother? Even Lu Xiaoxiao's friends looked at Lin Dong with mockery. Why were so many people wanting to teach Lu Xiaoxiao a lesson today? They were waiting for Lu Xiaoxiao's stormy response. However, Lu Xiaoxiao just lowered her head and said in a somewhat aggrieved tone, "Oh, I understand, Brother Lin Dong." At that moment, their expressions changed from mockery to shock. When did Lu Xiaoxiao, the troublemaker of the Lu family, become such a good girl? Even in the Lu family, she had never listened to anyone like this, right? Although Lu Xiaoxiao's tone was somewhat aggrieved, she was still very happy inside. Ever since Lin Dong had suddenly appeared beside her last time, pinching the sword that Qin Zhang had aimed at her chest with 2 fingers, Lin Dong's figure had been elevated in her heart, even surpassing her brother Lu Chen. In such moments of despair, a sudden appearance is often the most memorable. As a member of the SCC, she naturally knew the weight of the 8 kings of the Tea Party. Even her brother was no match for them. Since Lin Dong could defeat Qin Zhang, he was indeed a strong contender. Lu Xiaoxiao admired strong individuals. Moreover, he was a strong person who had saved her life. When Lin Dong said that to her, she was actually quite happy because it proved that he still cared about her. Then Lu Xiaoxiao asked, Lindong, can I come visit during my break? You can come during the break, but you must take off that frizzy hair, those big earrings, and all that heavy makeup on your face. A student should look like a student. Alright then. By the way, Lindong, when do you have time? My grandfather said he wants to meet you and thank you. Lindong thought for a moment and said, this week should be out of the question. I'll contact your brother when I have time. The Lu family's face still had to be given, but it would have to wait until next week. Okay, Lindong, we'll be leaving now. Lu Xiaoxiao called to a few friends as they prepared to leave. However, before leaving, she turned to Huang Junlang and said, Huang Junlang, right? I remember you. I hope you can continue being your rich second generation tomorrow. Huang Junlang was so scared that he collapsed onto the ground. It was over. Everything was over. He had successfully provoked the Lu family's anger. How could his family continue to survive in Zhengcheng? He couldn't imagine what kind of life awaited him if his family went bankrupt. Lu Xiaoxiao left with her friends. The private room was left with just the people who had eaten together. Huang Junlang sat on the ground, his eyes vacant. Zheng Yong secretly felt relieved. Han Shiyun looked at Lindong with shining eyes. Not just Han Shiyun, the girls in the private room all looked at Lindong with sparkling eyes. They never expected Lindong to be such a big shot. This was simply hidden talent. Lindong felt a bit awkward under their hungry gazes. Classmate Han, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. You all continue to have fun, Lindong said. Han Shiyun, hearing that Lindong was leaving, naturally disagreed. She walked over and hugged Lindong's arm, saying, Lindong, you can't leave. Today is my birthday, and you haven't given me a gift yet. Lindong felt a bit embarrassed as Han Shiyun hugged his arm. He could feel her softness and wanted to break free, but Han Shiyun held on very tightly, giving him no chance at all. Classmate Han, can I give you the gift next time? I really didn't know it was your birthday today. No way. It has to be today, Han Shiyun insisted, holding onto Lindong's arm. As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her arm against her impressive chest a couple of times, making Lindong's face turn completely red. Although he had been in a relationship with Jiang Shan for a few years, he was still a novice and couldn't handle the provocation from a girl like Han Shiyun. A few bold girls also ran over to surround Lindong, tugging at him, all wanting to get closer to him. In the end, Lindong had no choice but to agree to stay for a while longer. Since Huang Junlang was in the private room, they changed to another room and continued to have fun. Zheng Yang and the other boys didn't dare to go. Now that they saw Lindong, they felt a bit scared and just wanted to leave quickly to avoid ending up like Huang Junlang. They didn't finish until almost midnight. When Han Shiyun went to settle the bill, she was told that all of Lindong's expenses at the luxurious Golden Sands were waived. This drew a round of astonished gasps from everyone. Lindong's identity was too mysterious. How had they not discovered such a big shot before? Lindong, where do you live? Han Shiyun asked as they reached the entrance of the Golden Sands. I live in the suburbs, Lindong replied. Lindong, didn't you drive here? Then can you give us a ride? One girl said. Yeah, take us to school. It's not safe for us to take a taxi this late, another girl chimed in. My car can't fit that many people, Lindong said. There were still about 10 girls left here, and Lindong's car really couldn't fit so many. He could only take one. Let's squeeze in. You can make 2 trips. Otherwise, how are we going to get back so late? Exactly. When they reached Lindong's Bugatti Chiron, he patted the car and said, This is my car. If I want to take you all, I'd have to make 10 trips. Looking at the stunning Bugatti Chiron in front of them, everyone was a bit dazed. It was just too beautiful. Indeed, women have little resistance to such super luxury cars. Wow, Lindong, is this your car? It's so beautiful. This is a divine car. What Huang Junlang, Zheng Yong, and the like drive is so low class. What's this car called? Quick, check it out. The Bugatti Chiron, a globally limited edition sports car, was indeed very impressive. Everyone took out their phones to search. Wow, this is the Bugatti Chiron Global Limited Edition. Official price 60 million? One girl who found it stammered. 60 million was an astronomical figure for students like them. Even for rich second-generation kids like Zheng Yong and Huang Junlang, they could only look on in awe at a 60 million sports car. Sorry, I can't take you all today. You can take a taxi back. I can reimburse the fare, goodbye. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he unlocked the car, opened the door, and got in, ready to leave. After being surrounded by a group of beautiful girls all night, he was already feeling overwhelmed. After all, he was a normal man, and being occasionally approached by these girls made him feel uncomfortable. Just as he settled in, the passenger door opened, and Han Shuryun got in. Now was not the time to be polite. If she wanted to win Lin Dong over, she had to seize every minute of opportunity. Seeing Han Shuryun directly take the passenger seat, the girls outside were all annoyed, wondering why they hadn't thought of sitting in the front. What a great opportunity, not only to ride in such a nice car but also to be alone with Lin Dong. Lin Dong was taken aback and said, "Classmate Han, I'm not going back to school." "Lin Dong, you can take me wherever you want." "I'm going with you tonight," Han Shuryun said. "Anywhere?" This made Lin Dong's mind wander. Was it okay to take her to a hotel? Lin Dong looked at Han Shuryun, who was blushing as she looked at him. To be honest, if Lin Dong said he was indifferent to a goddess like Han Shuryun, that would be a lie. As one of the 3 goddesses of Jiang University, Han Shuryun had her assets, her looks and figure were top-notch, and she was also fiery and passionate. If she took the initiative, there probably weren't many men who could resist. However, Lin Dong was different. He had his principles and was not like Huang Junlang, who only thought with his lower body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been with Jiang Shan for 4 years, completely respecting her opinions without crossing any lines. "Classmate Han, this isn't good. What's wrong with it? Last time you took my top spot, I should belong to you. If I had been taken by Huang Junlang, I definitely wouldn't have escaped, so I should thank you." Her words were so straightforward that Lin Dong didn't know how to respond. Classmate Han, I actually think that if 2 people are going to, like that, they should first develop feelings. Otherwise, what's the difference from animals? Don't you think? Aren't humans just animals? You men are all animals who think with your lower bodies. Classmate Han, I can't agree with that. I'm not like those men, okay? Lin Dong said firmly. Han Shuryun looked at Lin Dong with a half smile and said, "Not the same? Or really, not possible?" This was unbearable. Classmate Han Shuryun, this is an insult to my character. Take back what you just said, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it tonight. Lin Dong's tone had changed. It was simply too insulting. "Lin Dong, I just want to see if you really, or are you being wronged? I'm here to clear your name." Han Shuryun insisted. Her goal tonight was to provoke Lin Dong, and she naturally wouldn't back down. "You said it. Don't regret it." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he ignited the fire and pressed the accelerator, disappearing from everyone's sight. The soundproofing of the $60 million sports car was surprisingly good. The people outside hadn't heard a word of their conversation. Lin Dong drove the Bugatti Chiron, taking Han Shuryun to the Jiangnan International Mansion. He parked the car at the entrance, turned to Han Shuryun, and said, "Han, if you regret it now, it's not too late. I can take you back to school." Who regrets it? Han Shuryun said stubbornly. She truly didn't regret it. But she was nervous. After all, this was a major event in a girl's life. She had always been a girl who valued herself, and although she had used some means to change her family's living conditions with her intelligence, she was still very protective of her own body. She often dreamed of finding her Prince Charming and giving herself completely to him. Now, Lin Dong was the Prince Charming in her heart. The first time she heard Lin Dong's name was when Jiang Shan broke up with him, so furious she almost vomited blood, and Huang Junlang posted it in various groups and social media at Jiang University. Then, to disgust Huang Junlang, he stole her top position, and they met at the Golden Leaf Hotel. It was then she realized that Lin Dong was actually a super-rich second generation, far superior to someone like Huang Junlang. But what truly attracted her was not just Lin Dong's identity as a super-rich second generation. Although she longed for money, she only wanted to change her family's life, not to be a purely materialistic woman. It was that Lin Dong had been able to be with Jiang Shan for 4 years without touching her, that he could write an excellent song like Boy with his deep love, and his calm demeanor at all times that truly captivated her. She often mingled among the rich second generations and had her own understanding of men. Men like Huang Junlang pursued her purely for the novelty and to conquer one of the 3 goddesses of Jiang University, to showcase their sense of achievement and become the envy of others. Perhaps once they had her, after a while, when the novelty wore off, they would want to conquer Suing Shui and Shangguan Mingyue. Such men would never be satisfied. But a man like Lin Dong wouldn't be like that. Once they had a substantial relationship, he would definitely take responsibility to the end. Moreover, as Lin Dong's identity and talent began to slowly come to light, the number of girls pursuing him would surely increase, so she had to act quickly. That was why she had made such a bold move tonight. Lin Dong stopped talking and slowly drove into the community. He was also nervous, his hands gripping the steering wheel were slightly sweaty. After parking, they went upstairs together. Neither of them spoke along the way. It was clear that both were quite tense. Upon entering the room, Han Sure-yoon didn't even have the mood to admire the luxury of the place. If it were any other time, she would have been shocked into silence. Of course, now she couldn't speak either, just too nervous to say anything. Han Sure-yoon sat dazed on the sofa. Lin Dong stood beside her, unsure of what to say. Han, why don't you go take a shower first? Lin Dong asked cautiously. Oh, okay. Han Sure-yoon stood up nervously, preparing to take a shower, but since it was her first time here, she didn't know where the bathroom was and felt too embarrassed to ask, so she could only stand in place. The bathroom is over there, Lin Dong said, pointing in a direction. Han Sure-yoon blushed and hurried over, opened the bathroom door, and then locked it tightly from the inside. After Han Sure-yoon went to take a shower, Lin Dong sat on the sofa, his nervousness still unresolved. He took out his phone, intending to play with it to calm his mood. Upon opening the phone, he saw 7 or 8 missed calls flashing on the screen. Lin Dong quickly checked and found that his cousin Wang Li had been calling him since 8 o'clock, and his phone had somehow been on silent. In the noisy environment of the luxurious casino, he hadn't noticed at all. Lin Dong's heart tightened. Could it be that something dangerous had happened again like last time? He quickly called back. Soon, Wang Li's voice came through the phone. Hello, Lin Dong-gu. Hearing Wang Li's voice, Lin Dong felt a bit relieved. Wang Xiaomei, you've been calling me non-stop. What's the matter? I didn't hear because my phone was on silent, Lin Dong asked. Lin Dong-gu, my mom was beaten. What? His aunt was beaten? If Lin Dong were to rank the people he cared about most in this world, excluding his parents who were no longer around, his aunt Lu Yenmei would definitely be at the top, tied with his elder aunt Lin Guiying. Ever since his parents had passed away, he had only felt the warmth of home at his aunt's and elder aunt's houses. Now, his aunt had been beaten? Lin Dong's anger flared up instantly. From what he knew about his aunt, she would never provoke anyone. Who beat her? Is she seriously injured? Lin Dong hurriedly asked. It was your cousin Lin Quan who did it. The injuries aren't very serious. The doctor said she should be fine after a few days of rest, Wan Li replied. How could Lin Quan hit my aunt? Did she go to ask for that compensation money again? Oh, Lin Dong-gu, it's hard to explain everything over the phone. You should come back and see. My brother is planning to take revenge tomorrow. Lin Dong was furious. Although Wan Li didn't say it directly, he could guess what had happened. It must be that his aunt went to ask for the compensation money for their parents' accident again, and when the second aunt refused, a dispute broke out, leading Lin Quan to help his mother beat up his aunt. This little brat, just wait until I get back to deal with you. Not only did they refuse to give money, but they even dared to hit someone? What kind of family are these people? He originally didn't plan to ask for that money anymore. He had more than enough for himself, but now he needed it. Even if he just threw it to a beggar on the street, it would be better than giving it to them. Wang Xiaomei, didn't I give you a lot of money? Didn't I ask you to let my aunt know a little? Why would she still go ask for that money? Guh, if you don't say anything, how can I say it? Wang Li asked, feeling wronged. Aren't I afraid my aunt would worry that I'm doing bad things outside? As a girl, if I suddenly have so much money, wouldn't my mom suspect that I'm not studying well and have hooked up with a rich guy? Lin Dong was left speechless by Wang Li's words. Alright, I'll be back right away. I'll definitely arrive before dawn, but you have to keep an eye on Wang Chao and not let him act recklessly. His cousin Wang Chao was quite a mischievous one, if he really went to find Lin Quan, who knew what they would do. Okay, hurry up. After hanging up with Wang Li, Lin Dong called Wei Yong and the others to have them come pick him up. The Bugatti Veyron wouldn't work well in their small county town. The chassis was too low, so he can only take a Mercedes back. After the call, seeing that Han Sure-yoon was still in the bathroom, Lin Dong didn't notify her and directly went downstairs. On the way, Lin Dong sent a message to Han Sure-yoon, saying that he had something urgent to attend to and needed to go home for a while, asking her to stay here for the night. After sending the message, Lin Dong thought for a moment and added another one. Classmate Han, I really have something to deal with. It's definitely not a last-minute escape, and absolutely not because I can't. When I come back, I'll prove it to you. If Han Sure-yoon really misunderstood him as being incapable in that regard, it would be the greatest insult to his character. But would she believe it? Probably not. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. That's it, his reputation in this life would be ruined. But now is not the time to think about these things. He should first go back and handle the matter at hand. Lin Dong didn't wait long at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion before Wei Yong and Li Guobing arrived in a luxury car. After getting in, Lin Dong gave Wei Yong a coordinate and asked him to navigate directly. Lin Dong's home was also in Jiangnan province, but it was in a remote county, about 500 or 600 kilometers away from Jiangnan. If they set off now, they should arrive by morning. Han Sure-yoon had been in the bathroom for over half an hour, and when she finally emerged, she was a bit shy. She knew she was about to face a major event in her life. Coming out of the bathroom, Han Shuryun was only wrapped in a bath towel, her hair wet, showcasing her figure perfectly, resembling a beautiful woman emerging from a bath, extremely alluring, enough to make any young man bleed from the nose. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had already left, so he wouldn't see this beautiful sight. When Han Shuryun came out and didn't see Lin Dong, she thought he had gone upstairs, so she sat on the sofa waiting for him. After waiting for a while without seeing him, she grew bored and picked up her phone, discovering 2 messages from Lin Dong. After reading Lin Dong's messages, Han Shuryun was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Lin Dong actually backed out at the last minute? Something at home? Who would believe that? What time is it now? Sure enough, he wasn't that kind of casual man. Ugh, as if she were a casual woman, she was still a pure maiden. She had simply encountered someone she liked and was bravely pursuing her own happiness. Since Lin Dong had left, Han Shuryun relaxed and began to move around casually, observing the luxurious house she was in. Just now, she had been too nervous to notice, but now that she was relaxed, she saw how extravagant the house was. She had never seen such a luxurious house, not even online. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view of the river, Han Shuryun felt as if she were in a dream. After admiring the night view for a while, Han Shuryun took several pictures of the beautiful scenery with her phone, then went upstairs to the 28th floor. There was even a private swimming pool here? Above the pool was transparent glass, allowing her to see the starry sky above. Imagining herself lying in the pool, gazing at the stars, what a pleasure that would be. Just thinking about it made her want to do it. Han Shuryun picked up a float from the edge of the pool and placed it in the water, then lay down on it, letting it drift slowly to the center of the pool, where she lay back and looked at the stars. It would be even more perfect if Lin Dong were there to hold her, and they could enjoy a couple of glasses of red wine. Han Shuryun looked down at her body wrapped in the bath towel and simply decided to take it off. With such an alluring body, how could Lin Dong bear to leave? What a guy without any romantic sensibility. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was hurrying to his aunt's house. His aunt's injury was a big deal. Although it wasn't too serious, he still felt upset, especially since it was due to the compensation he had to pay. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Shuqing, it was already past 6 in the morning. He had taken a short nap in the middle of the night while Wei Yong and Li Guobing took turns driving. When Lin Dong arrived in Sioux City, he drove himself, as Wei Yong and Li Guobing were unfamiliar with the roads, and he could go much faster on his own. Upon reaching his aunt's house, Lin Dong asked Wei Yong and Li Guobing to wait in the car while he went upstairs. The door was opened by his cousin Wang Li, whom Lin Dong had called when he arrived in Sioux City. "Brother, come in quickly. How is it? Where's my aunt? Where's Wang Chao?" Lin Dong asked. "They're all at home. My dad is watching Xiao Chao at home. He's afraid he might go looking for that Lin Quan." As soon as Lin Dong entered, he saw his uncle Wang Yongfu sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Uncle," Lin Dong called out, "Xiao Dong is here. Go see your aunt." Wang Yongfu said, "You're already so grown up, and you're still causing trouble. Now look, she's stuck in bed." Lin Dong's uncle Wang Yongfu was a minor official, somewhat of a public servant, reliable in his work and calm in emergencies. Although he wasn't particularly warm to Lin Dong, at least during the 2 years Lin Dong lived there, he hadn't treated him coldly. Stuck in bed? Didn't his cousin Wang Li say she just needed a few days of rest? This sounded a bit serious. Lin Dong hurried to his aunt's room and saw her lying in bed, asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he gently closed the door and stepped back out. He joined his uncle and cousin Wang Li in the living room. "Uncle, what exactly happened?" Lin Dong asked. Wang Yongfu explained the situation to Lin Dong, which was pretty much what Lin Dong had suspected. Years ago, when Lin Dong's parents had an accident, there was nearly 2 million in compensation. At that time, Lin Dong was not yet 10, so the money needed to be managed by his new guardian. In the end, Lin Dong chose to live with his second uncle Lin Guobang, but there were disagreements over the compensation. Lin Guobang repeatedly emphasized that the money would be given to Lin Dong when he turned 18. However, Lin Dong's aunt and older aunt didn't really believe it, and they ended up writing an agreement that had been kept by his aunt all this time. After Lin Guobang received the money, Lin Dong's life became difficult until he moved to his aunt's house for high school, where things improved a bit. Now, seeing that Lin Dong was already 21 and about to graduate from university, Lin Guobang showed no intention of releasing the money. Yesterday, Lin Dong's aunt Lu Yanmei took the agreement to confront Lin Guobang, wanting to retrieve the money for Lin Dong, or else she would sue him. As a result, she got into an argument with Lin Dong's second aunt Zhang Guifang. When Lin Quan returned and saw this, he helped Zhang Guifang push Lu Yanmei, causing her to fall and injure her back. Lu Yanmei already had a bad back, and after being pushed by Lin Quan, she twisted it, resulting in her current condition, which would likely require half a month of recovery. What about Wang Chao? Lin Dong asked again. He woke up this morning shouting that he wanted to find Lin Quan to take revenge for his mom. I stopped him from going, and now he's locked in the room, sulking. Wang Yongfu replied, Uncle, I'll handle this. Don't worry, I will definitely give my aunt an explanation. Xiaodong, you have to be reasonable about everything. If it really comes to it, we can use legal means to protect ourselves, but don't act impulsively. I understand, Uncle. I'm going to check on Xiao Chao. Lin Dong walked to Wang Chao's bedroom. This had also been his bedroom before. Since his aunt's house was a 3-bedroom apartment, he had shared a room with Wang Chao for 2 years, and they had a good relationship. Lin Dong stood in front of his cousin Wang Chao's bedroom door and pushed it hard, but it didn't budge. It was locked from the inside. Knock, knock. He knocked twice and said, Xiao Chao, it's me. Open the door. After a while, he heard the lock being undone, but the door didn't open. Lin Dong pushed the door open and saw Wang Chao sitting on the bed, fuming. Wang Chao is 16 this year and is in his first year of high school in Xucheng. In order for him to attend a better high school, his father, Wang Yongfu, has been running around a lot. At this age, he is in a rebellious phase, and upon learning that his mother was beaten, he is certainly filled with a desire for revenge. Now that he is being kept at home by his father, he is naturally in a bad mood. Xiao Chao, what's wrong? Talk to me. Lin Dong walked over and patted Wang Chao on the shoulder, asking, Brother Lin Dong, that bastard Lin Quan actually dared to hit my mom. I want to kill him, but my dad won't let me go. He's cowardly himself and wants me to be cowardly with him, Wang Chao said angrily. Lin Dong gave Wang Chao a light slap on the back of his head and said, What are you talking about, kid? Is that how you talk about your dad? That's exactly it, Wang Chao retorted defiantly. Your dad isn't being cowardly, he's being rational. If something happens to him and he ends up in jail, what will you do with your sister and your mom? Your aunt's back is already bad, she can't do any heavy work, and this family has always been supported by your dad. He's already tired enough, and you still say that about him. Then if he can't go, can I? But he won't let me go either. Stop talking about killing this and that every day. If something happens to you, your mom would be even more heartbroken than if you were dead. This matter was caused because of me, so leave it to me. I guarantee you will get your revenge. Really? Wang Chao asked. Of course it's true, just wait and see. Once we get your aunt's back treated, we'll go together to help her get her revenge. Okay, Brother Lin Dong, then I'll listen to you. Lin Dong took Wang Chao out, and they sat together in the living room while Wang Li went to prepare breakfast. In the living room, Lin Dong shared his idea of taking his aunt to Jiangcheng for treatment with Wang Yongfu. Wang Yongfu thought for a moment and agreed, then called his boss to request leave. He had long wanted to take Lu Yanmei to a big hospital in Jiangcheng for a checkup, but Lu Yanmei had been dragging her feet about going. In fact, it was because Lu Yanmei didn't want to spend too much money. After all, Wang Yongfu was the only one working in the family, and the expenses were already high. Not long after, Lu Yanmei woke up. Lin Dong hurried in and asked, Aunt, how are you feeling? Xiaodong, why are you back? Lu Yanmei asked. Aunt, something so serious happened to you. How could I not come back? Lin Dong replied. Actually, it's not a big deal. My back is an old problem. A few days of rest will be fine. Aunt, why do you keep asking Lin Wobang for money? Don't you know what kind of person he is? That money is the compensation left by your parents. You're about to graduate from university, and that money is meant for you to marry a wife. How can we not get it back? Besides, we have the agreement we signed back then. If it comes to it, we can sue him, Lu Yanmei said. Alright, we'll talk about that later. The most important thing now is to get your back treated. I've already contacted the hospital in Jiangcheng, and we'll set off soon. Go to Jiangcheng? I'm not going. I actually don't have any big problems. A few days of rest will be fine, and it's an old issue. Going would be a waste. Lu Yanmei refused. At this moment, Lu Yanmei was thinking, how much would it cost to get treated in Jiangcheng? The family is not wealthy. They rely on her husband Wang Yongfu's income to support them. Right now, there are 2 children, one in university and one in high school, and Lin Dong's tuition is shared between her and Lin Dong's aunt. The family has no savings at all, and spending money on her treatment would only make things harder. In the past, her husband Wang Yongfu had also advised her several times to go to a big city hospital, but she had never agreed. This time, she naturally wouldn't agree either. Aunt, I know you're worried about spending money. Don't worry, I'm already earning money now. Let's get your illness treated first, and then you can just wait to enjoy life. Lin Dong persuaded. You're a college student. What money can you make? I'm telling you, Xiaodong, you must study hard and find a good job after graduation. Don't get involved in those shady paths. Otherwise, how can you face your parents? How can you face me and your aunt? Lu Yanmei said seriously to Lin Dong. "Aunt, I really haven't done anything wrong. Don't you know me after all these years?" Lin Dong said with a bitter smile. The reason he hadn't told his aunt that he had money was that he was afraid she would think too much. He originally planned to gradually reveal a bit through his cousin Wang Li, but unexpectedly, his cousin Wang Li didn't dare to say anything either. Now, there was no other way but to be honest. However, Lu Yenmei clearly didn't believe him. No matter how Lin Dong tried to explain, he was unwilling to go to Jiangcheng for treatment. Even when Wang Yangfu and Wang Li came in to persuade him, it was useless. Lin Dong was truly at his wit's end. He could only say to Lu Yenmei, "Aunt, my car is downstairs. If you don't believe me, why don't you go take a look?" In the end, with the help of a few people, Lu Yenmei came downstairs and saw the luxury Benz G-Class that Lin Dong had driven. Lu Yenmei, Wang Yangfu, and Wang Chao all widened their eyes, staring at the luxurious car in front of them, speechless in shock. Wang Li had seen Lin Dong's 80 million car, so this 3 million Benz naturally didn't impress her. Moreover, she still had the 100 million Lin Dong had given her last time sitting in her bank account. If she mentioned that, it would probably scare the three of them to death. As a person who relied on public funds, Wang Yangfu naturally had some knowledge. This Benz was clearly not cheap. It should cost at least over $1 million. Where did Lin Dong get so much money to buy such a good car? It seemed this kid had made a name for himself. Lin Dong making a name for himself made him very happy. After all, he considered Lin Dong to be like a son. During the 2 years Lin Dong lived in his house, he believed he hadn't treated Lin Dong poorly at all. As a timeless model from Benz, the G-Class was definitely a dream for most men. Wang Chao was dumbfounded. He dreamed of owning such a luxury car. It was so domineering, so stylish. If he drove it to school, how many classmates would be envious? But this was his brother Lin Dong's, and he would definitely have the chance to drive it in the future. "Xiaodong, is this your car?" Lu Yenmei came back to her senses and asked. "Yes, Aunt, this is my car. I promise, I have never done anything illegal. I earned all of this myself," Lin Dong said. "You're a college student, how can you earn so much money?" Lu Yenmei still found it hard to believe. "Aunt, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Let's get in the car first. We need to get your illness treated." Since Lin Dong said so, Lu Yenmei no longer insisted. To her, Lin Dong was like her eldest son. Now that her son had made something of himself, it was only right for her to enjoy some comfort. Lu Yenmei was helped into the car by Lin Dong and Wang Yangfu. Wei Yang and Li Guobing had been told by Lin Dong in advance to find a hotel to rest. After all, the two hadn't slept much the whole night. Lin Dong planned to drive his aunt and the others to Jiangcheng himself. First, they would get the illness treated, then he would come back to settle accounts with Lin Guobang and that brat Lin Quan. Lin Dong drove the car. Wang Chao, sitting in the passenger seat, looked particularly excited. Lu Yenmei and the other three sat in the back seat. A luxury car worth over 3 million indeed had its reasons for being expensive. If it were an ordinary car, someone like Lu Yenmei with a back injury would probably find it very uncomfortable to sit in. However, sitting in this G-Class, she felt no bumps at all. It was very smooth and comfortable. On the way, Lin Dong called Lu Chen to ask him to give a heads up to the first hospital in Jiangcheng. By 2 p.m., they arrived in front of the first hospital. The hospital's director, Lu Chuan, had been waiting for a long time. He didn't dare to be negligent with the orders from the young master of the Lu family. "Mr. Lin, we meet again," Director Lu Chuan said hurriedly as he saw Lin Dong get out of the car. "Director Lu, I'm troubling you again this time." Lin Dong is also a polite person. "Mr. Lin, you flatter me. This is our duty." The two exchanged pleasantries. Then came the expert consultation. The surgery was scheduled for 4 in the afternoon. In the meantime, Lin Dong went to check on Xiao Pejun, advising him to take good care of his injuries. By the time the surgery was over, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The hospital had arranged the best room for Lu Yenmei, but she didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer, so Lin Dong had to take her back to Jiangnan International Mansion. Han Shiyun should have left by now, right? If she hadn't, it would really be hard to explain. Upon returning to Jiangnan International Mansion, Han Shiyun had already departed. Lin Dong let out a sigh of relief. He called Jinyi Hotel to send some food to Jiangnan International Mansion. His aunt was still injured and it wasn't suitable for her to be moved around, so it was better to have it delivered directly to where they were staying. Jinyi Hotel, an 8-star hotel, typically didn't offer delivery, but with the chairman's request, they had to comply, unless they wanted to lose their jobs. Lu Yenmei's family entered Jiangnan International Mansion, marveling at their surroundings. They couldn't understand how Lin Dong, a junior in college, could afford such a place. In a big city like Jiangcheng, how much would such a house cost? Several million? Or tens of millions? They couldn't even dare to imagine that one day they would live in such a luxurious house. Wang Chao was excitedly bouncing around, he was quite at home in Lin Dong's house, having shared a room with him for 2 years. He went upstairs and jumped straight into the swimming pool to take a shower. "Aunt, uncle, you can just rest here and treat this place like your own home," Lin Dong said to Lu Yanmei and Wang Yangfu. "Xiaodong, did you buy this house?" Lu Yanmei asked. "Yes. You honestly tell me, where did you get so much money?" "Aunt, my classmates and I started a company and made some money," Lin Dong replied. "Really? Aunt, I swear I haven't done anything illegal, you have to believe me," Lin Dong said helplessly. But Lu Yanmei wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Wang Yangfu. "Alright, Xiaodong is not a child anymore, he is an adult with his own judgment. I trust Xiaodong," Wang Yangfu interjected. Hearing her husband's words, Lu Yanmei stopped pressing further. "Aunt, uncle, since you already know my situation, I hope you can move to Jiangcheng. This way, Xiao Chao can get a better education here." Lu Yanmei and her husband exchanged glances, both feeling a bit tempted. Wang Chao often mixed with all sorts of people in Sioux City, making it hard to manage him, and he had no interest in studying. Getting into high school was the result of Wang Yangfu running around for several days, not to mention the debts incurred and the money spent. If they moved to Jiangcheng, a new environment might help him focus, and the educational environment here was incomparable to that of a small place like Sioux City. Their biggest concern now was their youngest son. "Xiaodong, your aunt knows you've become successful, but we've lived in Sioux City for decades, and your uncle's job is there too. We wouldn't know what to do if we moved here. Aunt, you just need to come over, you don't have to do anything. If you really can't sit still, I can arrange some light work for you to help look after Xiao Chao. What do you think?" Lin Dong asked. "Mom, Dad, just listen to brother Lin Dong. If Xiao Chao continues to stay at home like this, he will be completely led astray by those people. Even if you don't think of yourselves, you should think of Xiao Chao." Wang Li chimed in. "Well, let's discuss it some more," Lu Yanmei said hesitantly. "Alright, however, I really hope you can come over. You have done so much for me, and it's time for me to repay you. Besides, I now have a hotel, and I don't have anyone I trust yet. I want you to help me keep an eye on it." "You opened a hotel?" "Yes. Right now, it's all managed by people I hired from outside. I still have to go to school and don't have time to manage it, so I hope you can come help me watch over it, so those people don't pull any tricks." Lin Dong actually didn't care whether the hotel made money or not, he would rather it lost more, as that would earn him more points with the wealthy. Saying this was just a way to hope that his aunt and uncle would move over together. He also wanted to persuade his eldest aunt's family to come over as well. Lin Dong would not be stingy with those who treated him well. As for those who didn't, he wouldn't be soft-hearted either. Just like his second uncle, Ling Guobang. Right now, he wouldn't care about 2 million, even 2 billion wouldn't matter to him. But he just didn't want Lin Guobang's family to enjoy his parents' hard-earned money, so he had to get that money back. At that moment, Lin Dong's phone rang. The food from Jinya Hotel had arrived. Lin Dong called the property management to let them in and bring it up. For such wealthy owners, the property management's principle was to satisfy them as much as possible and never offend them. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lin Dong went to open the door. More than a dozen good-looking waiters came in, each carrying a plate. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yangfu were a bit stunned by the scene. The stimulation they received today was too great. This was how rich people enjoyed life. A large table full of top-quality food was laid out before them, stimulating their sight and sense of smell. Lin Dong went upstairs to call Wang Chao down for dinner. That kid was still having a blast in the pool. "Lin Dong Gu, can I come here to swim often in the future?" Wang Chao asked as he climbed out of the pool. "If you can convince your parents to move to Jiangcheng, you can live here," Lin Dong replied with a smile. "Really?" Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise. "When have I ever lied to you? Okay, I will definitely convince them. Then I can swim here every day." The meal left Lu Yanmei's family wanting more. It was so delicious. Having lived half a lifetime, they had never eaten anything this good. "Aunt, this is food made by my hotel. If you help me watch over it, you can eat this every day." Lin Dong tempted. "Mom, let's move over. I want to go to school here," Wang Chao added. Just thinking about being able to eat such delicious food every day and swim every day made him really not want to go back. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yangfu exchanged glances. "Alright then, we'll move over." "Great, tomorrow I'll contact a school for Xiao Chao." "Brother, can we delay it a few days?" Wang Chao asked. "No." Lu Yanmei, Wang Yangfu, and Wang Li answered simultaneously. The next day, Lin Dong called Lu Xiaoxiao to arrange for Wang Chao's enrollment, setting it up at the same high school she attended. There was no other way. Although Lin Dong was now wealthy, he hadn't yet established his influence. His name was only known within the SCC and T faction. Most people didn't recognize him and naturally wouldn't take him seriously. As the second young lady of the Lu family, the small matter was quite easy for her. In just a few minutes, she informed Lin Dong that he could take Wang Chao to enroll. Lin Dong drove Wang Chao straight to Jiangchangno One High School. Jiangchangno One High School was a famous elite academy in Jiangnan province. Although it was a private school, it had a strong faculty and was backed by the wealthy Lu family, making it well known throughout Jiangnan province. Students who could attend here were either top achievers, with tuition, accommodation, and living expenses fully covered, even receiving a generous scholarship, or they were either rich or noble, coming from families with mines. Lin Dong and Wang Chao arrived in front of Jiangchangno One High School, where Lu Xiaoxiao was already waiting. When Lin Dong got out of the car and saw Lu Xiaoxiao for the first time, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Just the night before, Lu Xiaoxiao had looked like a little punk, but today she seemed completely transformed. Her wild hair was tied into 2 ponytails, her large earrings were gone, the eyeliner was removed, and the heavy makeup was also absent. Dressed in a short skirt school uniform, she stood before Lin Dong like a perfect little loli. Lu Xiaoxiao was 17 this year and was in her second year of high school at Jiangchangno One, but because of her petite stature, she looked more like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. In fact, not only did Lin Dong not recognize her, but even her parents, grandfather, and older brother Lu Chen were struggling to recognize her in this new look. They even suspected that something had happened to Lu Xiaoxiao, as not only had her appearance changed, but her usual foul-mouthed habits were also slowly changing. Lu Chen had asked Lu Xiaoxiao several times but couldn't get to the bottom of it. Naturally, Lu Xiaoxiao wouldn't tell them that it was Lin Dong who had encouraged her to change. As for the teachers and students at school, it was even more astonishing. The notorious troublemaker of the Lu family had suddenly turned into a well-behaved girl, leaving everyone at the school in shock. Lin Dong-gu? What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Lu Xiaoxiao waved a hand in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong finally snapped back to reality and said, yes, the change is indeed significant. I almost didn't recognize you, but it's great, now you look like a student. Alright, I'll listen to Lin Dong-gu and dress like this from now on. Lu Xiaoxiao stepped forward, hugging Lin Dong's arm and smiling brightly. Her action made Lin Dong feel a bit awkward. After all, she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and such a hug inevitably led to some sensitive contact. Maybe she really thought of him as her brother. Lin Dong comforted himself with this thought. What he didn't know was that aside from when she was little and clung to her brother Lu Chen, Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't acted this way since she became more sensible in middle school. He was the first to enjoy such treatment. Fortunately, it was already class time, otherwise, if the students saw the notorious troublemaker Lu Xiaoxiao so intimately hugging a man's arm, it would surely shock many. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao, felt as if his entire soul had been struck. His heart raced. His blood surged. Every organ in his body seemed to be operating at full speed. This was something he had never experienced in his 16 years of life. In his naive state, seeing a girl of similar age who was so outstanding left him utterly amazed. In that brief moment, he was captivated by Lu Xiaoxiao. However, upon seeing her so close to Lin Dong, he quickly hid his feelings. Xiaoxiao, let me introduce you. This is my cousin Wang Chao. Wang Chao. This is Lu Xiaoxiao, she's the sister of a good friend of mine. Lin Dong introduced them to each other. Hello, I'm Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao, with one hand still hugging Lin Dong's arm, extended the other hand towards Wang Chao. Ah, you. Hello, I'm Wang Chao. Wang Chao stammered. He quickly reached out to shake Lu Xiaoxiao's hand, and even that brief touch made his face flush. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't notice anything unusual about Wang Chao. She simply shook his hand and then let go, her attention mostly on Lin Dong. Hearing Wang Chao's stuttering voice, Lin Dong turned to look at him. He noticed that the kid seemed off, his face red and stammering. Was he experiencing a crush? He looked at Lu Xiaoxiao again, dressed in a short skirt school uniform, her delicate little face radiating a youthful and lively aura, completely different from the glamorous Lu Xiaoxiao from the night before. She indeed had a fatal attraction for Wang Chao in this naive phase. He should find a time to have a good talk with this kid. Lu Xiaoxiao was not someone just anyone could handle. It would be better to advise him to settle down early. Otherwise, he might end up with scars all over. First love. Wasn't his own first love, which he had held onto for 4 years, also the cause of his own wounds in the end? Brother Lin Dong, I've already talked to the school. You can just take your cousin in to handle the enrollment procedures. Lu Xiaoxiao said. Thank you then, Xiaoxiao. Lin Dong replied politely. Brother Lin Dong, you mustn't be so polite with me in the future. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, a bit annoyed. Alright, Lin Dong said, patting Lu Xiaoxiao's head with his other hand. Let's go. Brother Lin Dong. Lu Xiaoxiao pulled Lin Dong along, clearly enjoying his pampering gestures. Wang Chao quietly followed behind. Lu Xiaoxiao led Lin Dong directly to the logistics office of Jiangchangno One High School, and within 10 minutes, all the procedures were completed. Wang Chao was taken by the logistics staff to his class. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao stayed with Lin Dong until they reached the school gate. Xiao, hurry and go to school. Brother Lin Dong, when are you coming to my house? Lu Xiaoxiao asked reluctantly. Maybe in a while. I'm a bit busy right now. I'll come once I'm done. Lin Dong thought for a moment and replied. Alright, you must come after you finish. Definitely. Then I'll go to class first. Goodbye, brother Lin Dong. Goodbye. Study hard. Got it. After Lu Xiaoxiao said this, she walked into the school but turned back 3 times. Lin Dong returned to the car, pondering Lu Xiaoxiao's recent actions, feeling increasingly uneasy. Could it be that this girl has started to like him? It was very possible. Otherwise, why would she so willingly change her outfit when he asked her to? She didn't even listen to her own family. What should he do? Although he was not only handsome, strong, wealthy, and charismatic. Well, it must be that day when he saved her at her most dangerous and desperate moment, leaving a deep impression on her. It should be fine after a while, right? In the future, he should try to minimize contact. Kyoto. In a quiet courtyard, an old man and a young man were playing chess. The old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Despite his age, he had a youthful appearance and was full of spirit, showing no signs of decline. The young man, though called a youth, was at least 30, but compared to the old man, he could only be called a youth. Sherdao, your chess skills are getting better and better, the old man said with a smile. Grandpa Zhou, my chess skills are still far from yours, Zhao Sherdao humbly replied. The young man was Zhao Sherdao from the Tsi party in Kyoto. His name was well known not only among the younger generation but also stood out in the eyes of the older generation. Sherdao, playing chess is like life, you need to advance and retreat appropriately. You should advance when it's time to advance and retreat when it's time to retreat. Recently, I've noticed you seem a bit hesitant, the old man said. Grandpa Zhou, you see clearly, I have indeed been a bit lost lately. I know, the 10-year agreement between the 3 of you seems to be coming to an end, right? That little girl from the Morong family has been gone for 10 years and is about to return. Grandpa Zhou, back then, the 2 of us were like brothers, yet we have become irreconcilable over a woman. Sherdao doesn't know if it's right or wrong. A graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match. In ancient times, there was a saying that spring nights are too short and the sun rises too high, leading kings to skip their morning court. Moreover, that girl from the Morong family truly deserves the phrase peerless beauty. You need not be troubled by this, following your heart is what matters most. Yes, Grandpa Zhou, I will remember the teachings. At that moment, Zhao Shidao's phone rang. It was Qin Zheng calling, wanting to see him. Qin Zheng had just finished handling matters in Jiangbei province and returned to the capital. Zhao Shidao had heard of Qin Zheng's exploits in Jiangcheng, but rumors are just rumors. He wanted to hear what Qin Zheng had to say. Just as Qin Zheng returned after dealing with the affairs in Jiangbei, Zhao Shidao was eager to know exactly what had happened in Jiangcheng. With the 10-year agreement with Morong Qingga approaching, the emergence of such a formidable figure in SCC could not be ignored. They had agreed to meet at the Great Wall Club, one of the 3 major clubs in the capital, a gathering place for the elite and the stronghold of the Tsi faction. Grandpa Zhou, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. I'll come to see you next time. Go on, go on. You young ones are at the prime of your lives. There's no need to waste time on this old man. Upon arriving at the Great Wall Club, everyone who saw Zhao Shidao would bow in greeting. Pushing open the door to the top-floor private room, Qin Zheng was already waiting inside. See, Qin Zheng quickly stood up to greet Zhao Shidao as he entered. Qin Zheng, tell me what's going on, Zhao Shidao asked after sitting down. See, I went to Jiangbei province on business and took the opportunity to visit Jiangcheng to find Zhou Huili and understand the situation with Mingyue. I also wanted to see Mingyue, but unexpectedly, I was discovered by Lu Chen. Qin Zhang recounted the events to Zhao Shidao in detail. Oh, are you saying that there is someone beside Lin Dong who can fight to a standstill with Qiu Shan and is also extremely powerful? Yes, he can pinch my sword with 2 fingers and even shatter it with a snap of his fingers. Uncle Shan said he couldn't do that. Uncle Shan suspects he is at least at the peak of the tiger ranking, or even higher. Bang! The cup in Zhao Shidao's hand shattered into pieces. The peak of the tiger ranking, or even higher. He naturally understood what that meant. According to Qin Zhang, Lin Dong had achieved this at around 20 years of age, a talent so rare it was astonishing. It seemed that Lin Dong was undoubtedly the heir of a hidden family, and certainly of the first tier. How could Zhuge Sangqian have such a powerful ally at the last moment of this 10-year agreement? In Jiangcheng, after sending Wang Chao to Jiangcheng No. 1 high school, Lin Dong arrived at the Jinya Hotel. He made a call to Wei Yong and Li Guobing, asking them to return on their own from Shucheng. He would not return to Shucheng for the time being. He needed to wait until his aunt Lu Yenmei's injury healed before dealing with the moving arrangements and retrieving his parents' compensation from Lin Guobang. He also needed to see if he could persuade his eldest aunt's family to move to Jiangcheng as well. Lin Dong had just dozed off in his office when he was awakened by his phone ringing. When he answered, Yi Hong's voice came through. "Brother Lin, you really are a forgetful person. It's been so long since I contacted you, and you haven't reached out to me. Brother Yi, don't mention it. I've been quite busy lately. I haven't had a moment to spare. Once I have time, I plan to visit Hucheng." Lin Dong replied. "Brother Yi knows you're busy. Your exploits have spread throughout the entire SCC recently. I didn't expect you to be so hidden and powerful. You actually chased Qin Zhang, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi faction, out of Jiangcheng," Yi Hong said. He truly did not expect Lin Dong to be so formidable. Although Li Bin had mentioned when selling the Jinya Hotel to Lin Dong that Lin Dong was the heir of a hidden family, heirs of hidden families also have different tiers, with some large family heirs having 3 or 4 types. From the first heir to the third and even the fourth heir, the treatment at each level is indeed different. They originally thought that Lin Dong would at most reach the level of the second heir, but now, the strength Lin Dong has displayed is absolutely that of a first heir, and one from a super family at that. This status is no less than that of the 3 major bosses of SCC. He is now extremely grateful to have maintained a good relationship with Lin Dong. With the strength Lin Dong has revealed, recommending him to join SCC was undoubtedly a very wise decision. After Lin Dong's deeds spread, he has already gained the boss's recognition, which will be the final piece for him to take over the entire Yi family. "Brother Yi, please don't flatter me," Lin Dong humbly replied. "This is not flattery. Someone who can stand up to Qin Zhang is rare in the entire SCC, let alone chase him back to the north in such a disgraceful manner. By the way, are you in Jiangcheng now? Someone wants to meet you." "Who?" Lin Dong asked. "You'll know when you meet them." "Alright, I'll be in Jiangcheng for a while. We'll contact you once we confirm the time." After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong began to ponder. As his strength gradually became apparent, he started to come into contact with some real big shots. However, he felt that he was still not strong enough. His influence had not yet been established, and his power was still lacking. He needed to find a way to spend more money. Why hasn't Sister Xian returned yet? Can't she figure out how to spend money? Sigh. Lin Dong never expected that one day he would be troubled by how to spend money. In the afternoon, Lin Dong contacted the sales agent Cui Jia at Jiangnan International Mansion. He asked if there were any houses available. He planned to buy one for his aunt and one for his older aunt, and then arrange for them to work at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Even if they didn't know anything, he could assign them a leisurely job. Giving them a few $100,000 a year would be enough for them to live on, which would help them establish a foothold in Jiangcheng. Cui Jia was naturally overjoyed. She had just made several million from Lin Dong not long ago, a sum she had never imagined before. Now he was coming to buy a house again? Truly a big boss. So rich. Lin Dong arrived at the sales office and went to look at houses with Cui Jia. His arrival successfully stirred painful memories for several other saleswomen. They recalled how Lin Dong had stood in the sales hall for a few minutes last time without anyone approaching him, only to be picked up by the newcomer Cui Jia. That was a commission worth millions. Just thinking about it made them feel a pain that was hard to breathe through. This time, as soon as they saw Lin Dong, several saleswomen rushed over. "Sir, may I ask what you need?" "Sir, are you looking to buy a house? I can accompany you to see it any time." "Sir, here's my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime." Sorry, ladies, I've already made an appointment with Miss Cui," Lin Dong said as he squeezed out of the crowd. At that moment, Cui Jia also came over with the keys. "Mr. Lin, I have the keys ready, let's go see the house." "Please, after you." The two left together. The hall began to buzz with discussion again. That little girl Cui Jia must have gone to bed with him. Exactly. Otherwise, how could someone buy such an expensive house from her? Usually, this girl seems quite innocent. Turns out she's a little flirt, ugh. However, anyone could hear the envy and jealousy laced in their tones. There were no houses left in Building 1, so Lin Dong casually looked around and bought one similar unit in both Building 2 and Building 3, each valued at around 100 million. Back in the hall, Lin Dong directly paid a 10% deposit and left, saying he would come back later to handle the paperwork. Another 200 million in sales. Adding the 400 million from the last sale, Cui Jiaguang earned a commission of 6 million from Lin Dong. This achievement made not only the other saleswomen envious, but even the manager was green with envy. A few salespeople were pounding their chests in regret. Lin Dong returned to Building 1, bringing his aunt, uncle, and cousin Wang Li to look at a house. Although his aunt had just undergone surgery yesterday, it wasn't a major issue. The doctor said she needed to move around more, and she would be fine in about a week. Lin Dong took the three of them to Building 2. Although this apartment couldn't compare to Lin Dong's penthouse, the decoration was still extremely luxurious. After all, it was a 100 million yuan house. Xiaodong, why did you bring us here? Lu Yanmei casually asked after taking a look around. Aunt, uncle, what do you think of this house? Lin Dong didn't answer Lu Yanmei's question but instead asked back. Xiaodong, this house is nice, but we can't afford something like this, Lu Yanmei said. Although she didn't know the price of the house, it was clear it wasn't cheap. Their family had barely been making ends meet over the years. Where would they get the money to buy a house? Aunt, I've already bought this house, but the paperwork isn't done yet. Later, you can take your ID to handle the paperwork, and this house will be yours. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yangfu were shocked to hear that Lin Dong was actually going to give them the house. Although they had a feeling when Lin Dong brought them to see the house, it was still surprising that he really did it. Lu Yanmei quickly said, how can this be? Xiaodong, it's not easy for you to earn money. We can't accept this house. Yes, this house is too valuable. We can't take it, Wang Yangfu added from the side. Only Wang Li stood by the window admiring the view, thinking that this would be her home in the future. She never expected that one day she could live in such a mansion. Since it was given by Lin Dong, she might as well accept it. There was no need to refuse, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't. She hadn't even dared to tell her parents about the 100 million in her card. Aunt, uncle, this is my way of showing respect to you. If I hadn't lived in your home back then and had followed Lin Guobang, being mistreated by him, I don't know what kind of twisted personality I would have now. I remember when I first arrived at your home, I was still that silent and cold person. It was you who made me feel the warmth of family, slowly turning me into who I am today. Now that I have the ability, I want to repay you. If you don't accept this house, I will always feel guilty, Lin Dong said in a low voice. Indeed, if it weren't for living with his aunt Lu Yanmei for 2 years, allowing him to experience the warmth of family again, he might have dropped out of school and gone down an irreversible path. Hearing Lin Dong say this, Lu Yanmei actually began to sob softly. Xiaodong, you have succeeded now, but it's a pity that your sister and brother-in-law can't see it. If they were here, they would definitely be happy for you. Wang Yangfu looked at Lin Dong with a sense of emotion. When his wife Lu Yanmei brought Lin Dong home, he wasn't very welcoming. After all, he had a son and a daughter, and the family wasn't very wealthy. Adding another person to feed was one thing, but he also had to bear the cost of his tuition and living expenses. However, since his wife insisted on doing this, he had no choice but to agree. Although he felt a bit unhappy, since Lin Dong had already moved in, he didn't treat him any differently. His thought was, since he was already living here, why should he treat him differently like Lin Dong's uncle did? That would only create more enemies. Either he shouldn't have let him into the house, or since he was already in, he should be treated equally. I have to say that Wang Yangfu was quite open-minded. Otherwise, an ordinary person with children and a not-so-wealthy family would never allow a nephew like Lin Dong to move in. Since Lin Dong had already said this much, Lu Yanmei and her husband had no choice but to agree. Lin Dong took Wang Yangfu to the sales hall to handle the paperwork. Lu Yanmei and Wang Li stayed in the newly purchased house, which was a luxurious, fully furnished place, ready for them to move in. After completing the paperwork and successfully paying 100 million, the system's rich points increased by 1, reaching 81 points. After settling Lu Yanmei's family, Lin Dong went to Jiangchangno, one high school to pick up Wang Chao and brought him to his new home before returning to his own house. The next day was Sunday. Lin Dong thought Yi Hong would contact him, but after waiting all day, he heard nothing. In the evening, Lin Dong received a call from Sun Siyu, asking why he hadn't come to her house as they had agreed, and that she had been waiting for his call for 2 days. Lin Dong then remembered that he had promised Sun Siyu to visit her this week, but due to his aunt's situation, he had to postpone it until next time. In the afternoon, Lin Dong received some good news. Zhao Xian called to say that the foundation had basically been established, and under the temptation of money, she had managed to recruit quite a few talents. Lin Dong told her to invest in any good projects she found without worrying about the money, and also to contact Wang Chang, as there was still a 50 billion investment available, which would give them 50 rich points, better to secure it first. He urgently needed to spend money to gain rich points, hoping that with more points, he could upgrade the system. He always felt that his physical and mental limits had not yet been reached. According to Xiao Pejun, there should still be some hidden masters who could defeat him. Even with all his advantages, he still couldn't achieve invincibility. How could he tolerate that? He needed an upgrade quickly. Otherwise, what was the use of this system? Since heaven had given him such a good opportunity, he couldn't let it go to waste and had to seize it properly. A week passed just like that, and a new week began. On Monday, Lin Dong attended classes in the morning. In the afternoon, he went to the martial arts club at school. He was there to learn from others. Currently, he relied solely on his physical and mental limits, which he understood as strength and reaction ability, with no real techniques to speak of. He wanted to learn some techniques for exerting force or various boxing styles to see if he could improve his combat effectiveness. Ever since he carelessly added 18 dragon subduing palms and failed, losing 10 rich points, Lin Dong no longer dared to add skills randomly, especially martial arts skills. Who knew if that name even existed? If it didn't, he would lose another 10 rich points, and he only had a few dozen left. Sigh, so poor. He arrived at a large building on campus, which was dedicated to club activities. Of course, there was a rental fee, and most of the larger clubs were located there. Lin Dong went to the floor belonging to the martial arts club and entered to find a huge hall filled with people, at least several hundred, with both men and women, though men were in the overwhelming majority, all sitting cross-legged. Lin Dong was taken aback. Were they practicing? Isn't the martial arts club supposed to be about practicing martial arts? Why were they also practicing internal skills? However, upon closer inspection, it didn't seem like they were practicing, as most people were chatting among themselves. Lin Dong found a spot at the back and sat down. He nudged the guy next to him and asked, "Classmate, what are you all doing?" The classmate glanced at Lin Dong and asked, "Aren't you part of our martial arts club?" Well, I just came today and was about to join." "Then you came at a good time. Today is the day of a lecture by our martial arts club president, one of the 3 goddesses of the academy, Shangguan Mingyue." Shangguan Mingyue? Isn't she the most mysterious existence among the 3 goddesses of the academy? She's actually the president of the martial arts club? A woman, serving as the president of the martial arts club? Are you kidding me? Are all these men just sitting around doing nothing? They actually let a woman ride on top of them. Hey, classmate, Shangguan Mingyue is the president of the martial arts club? Is she really that impressive? Of course. Anyway, no one in our Jiangda martial arts club can even take 3 of her moves. Is she that fierce? Can she get married in the future? Bro, are you joking? President Shangguan is the top among the 3 goddesses of the academy. The line of people chasing after her could stretch all the way to the Communication University. Stretching to the Communication University? Is this a joke? Can all the boys in Jiangda even line up to the Communication University? Lin Dong didn't ask any further. He sat quietly, wanting to see what this martial arts club president could bring to the table. Soon, a girl with a ponytail, dressed in a white training outfit, walked out from backstage. She walked up to the podium and, like everyone else, sat cross-legged on the ground. This must be Shangguan Mingyue. Although Lin Dong had been studying at Jiangda for 3 years, he had spent most of that time working part-time jobs whenever he had the chance. He knew that his aunts and his elder aunts' families weren't doing well, so he wanted to lighten their burden and buy some small gifts for Jiang Shan, occasionally taking her out for a nice meal. Therefore, he really didn't know the most mysterious of the 3 goddesses, Shangguan Mingyue. The one he was most familiar with was Suing Xue, as they had been in the same class. Even though Lin Dong was sitting at the back, a bit far from Shangguan Mingyue, his eyesight was exceptionally sharp. As soon as she appeared, he could see her clearly. Lin Dong estimated that Shangguan Mingyue was at least 1.75 meters tall, almost catching up to him, which definitely placed her at the top tier among girls. She had a delicate oval face, large eyes, long eyebrows, and a high nose bridge. Her features were perfectly matched. Without a trace of makeup, she was an absolutely natural beauty, with skin so good it seemed almost flawless. No wonder she was the top among the 3 goddesses, the most mysterious existence, as if there was a certain aura surrounding her. Lin Dong looked at the surrounding male classmates, who seemed to be drooling. He wondered if these people were here to learn martial arts or just to see the beautiful Shangguan Mingyue. At that moment, Shangguan Mingyue spoke from the podium. "Hello, fellow students." Her voice was clear and crisp. "Hello, President." Hundreds of people shouted in unison. It startled Lin Dong quite a bit. It felt like a leader was giving a speech. "Today, I will talk to you about what martial arts are. Martial arts can strengthen the body and prolong life. I've seen a 100-year-old man who could still walk briskly. This is the longevity that practicing martial arts brings to our bodies. To practice martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. Only by setting the right mindset can one achieve success in martial arts. Of course, if you want to go further in martial arts, talent is the most important. Some people have extraordinary talent and can reach heights in 3 years that ordinary people can't achieve in a lifetime. Of course, I'm not trying to discourage you. Even if you don't achieve much, at least you can strengthen your body. The spirit of martial arts is to stop conflict with martial force, to quell strife, and to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradictions and struggles. Martial power is not violence. It is not for killing for the sake of killing, nor for fighting for the sake of fighting, but to quickly stop killing and fighting, to protect and guard all beings. When absolutely necessary, one must push oneself to empathize with others, turning conflict into understanding, uniting heaven and earth into one breath. Then she continued with a flurry of various statements. Lin Dong couldn't understand a single word. What the hell is she talking about? I came here to learn techniques, to learn boxing, to learn skills. I'm not here to listen to your bragging. After talking for so long, it hasn't helped him at all. Shangwan Mingyue spoke for nearly half an hour before finishing. The audience, like Lin Dong, was basically in a daze. These men were definitely here for the fame of the Academy's top goddess. As for martial arts, in this day and age, making money is more reliable. Lin Dong truly admired Shangwan Mingyue, clearly playing the lute to a cow. She could still talk for so long and so earnestly. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Next is the Q&A session. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will address them on the spot. Shangwan Mingyue said, sitting cross-legged on the podium. President Shangwan, may I ask, are there still martial arts masters in this day and age? Aren't they only found in TV shows and novels? A male student stood up and asked. There is a difference between real martial arts masters and those in novels or TV dramas. You can only understand this after you reach a certain level in martial arts training. If I tell you now, you won't comprehend it, Shangwan Mingyue replied. President Shangwan, can we still cultivate martial arts to a high level? Difficult. Martial arts cannot be achieved overnight. It requires practice from a young age. Even those with high talent will have limited achievements if they miss the best training period. President Shangwan, I heard that you and the Academy's top male god, President Zhou, are in a relationship, and President Zhou has also stated that no man is allowed to approach you. Can you confirm your relationship? A bold male student asked. As soon as he spoke, the entire venue fell silent, everyone waiting to hear how Shangwan Mingyue would respond. Clearly, everyone was very concerned about this question. Sorry, I don't want to answer anything other than martial arts related questions. If there are no other questions, I will demonstrate some practical combat next. The venue erupted in noise, clearly dissatisfied with Shangwan Mingyue's answer. At that moment, two people hurriedly entered from outside the hall, a man and a woman. After quickly scanning the scene, they walked up to Lin Dong, and the man bent his legs and knelt beside Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I hope you can overlook my small faults and let me go. Can you help me plead with the Lu family? Huang Junlang knelt beside Lin Dong, pleading with him. Since offending Lu Xiaoxiao that Friday night, all of his parents' businesses had suffered severe blows from the Lu family the next day. With the Lu family's power in Jiangcheng, his family's small enterprises were almost instantly bankrupted by them. In the past 2 days, his parents had tried many connections to no avail, and they still didn't know it was because their son had offended the second young lady of the Lu family. He didn't dare tell his parents, otherwise, he didn't know how they would react. But now, everything he had was gone. His parents were bankrupt, the bank was demanding repayment, and they had almost sold off everything valuable in their home, even losing their house. Now, his family's situation was worse than that of beggars on the street. His parents had turned gray overnight and even considered solving their problems with death. He thought, and given Lu Xiaoxiao's respectful attitude towards Lin Dong that night, only Lin Dong could save his family. As long as Lin Dong helped him plead with the Lu family, his family could resolve the crisis. So he brought Jiang Shan along to find Lin Dong and promised her that as long as Lin Dong could help plead for his family and resolve the crisis, he would marry Jiang Shan immediately. At this point, face was no longer important to him. As long as he could resolve the crisis at home, he could always change schools. He was still young Master Huang. If the crisis couldn't be resolved, his family would face a life worse than that of beggars. Huang Junlang came in and knelt down directly in front of Lin Dong, which piqued the curiosity of many people. They all gathered around, wanting to see what was happening. Oh, isn't that young Master Huang? Someone in the hall recognized Huang Junlang. Huang Junlang was somewhat famous at Jiang University, being a rich second generation. Although he wasn't the most powerful, he was definitely the most arrogant. Wow, it really is young Master Huang. He actually knelt down in front of so many people? Who is this person? Everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Dong, wanting to see who this person was that could make young Master Huang kneel in public. Huang Junlang felt his face burning as he was recognized. He had never been humiliated like this before. But there was no choice. The fate of his entire family was in Lin Dong's hands. Huang Junlang, I haven't done anything to you, right? What good does it do for you to kneel and plead with me? Lin Dong said slowly as he stood up. Now that everyone had gathered around, Lin Dong had no choice but to stand. Lin Xiao, I hope you can help me plead with the Lu family to let my family go, okay? Huang Junlang said. The Lu family is after you because you offended Lu Xiaoxiao. What does that have to do with me? Besides, are we on good terms? Why should I plead for you? Lin Dong retorted. Huang Junlang was at a loss for words in response to Lin Dong's question. Were they on good terms? He had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, humiliated him, made him spit blood, and even posted photos online and in group chats, turning Lin Dong into a joke at the academy. How could they possibly be on good terms? It was more like they had a vendetta against each other. Zhang Shan looked at Lin Dong in front of her. Ever since she broke up with him, he seemed to have changed completely. If anyone knew Lin Dong best before, it was definitely her, but now she found that she didn't understand him at all. How could a person's character change so quickly? Moreover, Lin Dong actually had the ability to help Huang Junlang's family? That Huang Junlang would kneel down to apologize? Had he been hiding this all alone? Had he been testing their feelings? She had heard that some rich second generations like to disguise themselves as poor kids to find true love. If that were the case, what had she done? For a few designer clothes and bags, she had missed out on a super rich second generation hiding his true identity? And this super rich second generation loved her so much, cared for her, indulged her, and accepted her. In that moment, Zhang Shan felt dizzy. She had actually given up an entire forest for a single blade of grass. Huang Junlang tugged at Zhang Shan's arm, bringing her back to her senses. Lin Dong, Zhang Shan was about to speak when Lin Dong interrupted her. Zhang Shan, do you also want to plead for his family? Lin Dong asked her. Lin Dong, I hope you can help Junlang, Zhang Shan said, summoning her courage. She had no other choice. The forest had already drifted away from her. If she couldn't hold on to Huang Junlang, that little blade of grass, she would truly have nothing left. You hope? On what basis do you hope? As an ex-girlfriend? A high school classmate? Or Huang Junlang's current girlfriend? Lin Dong mocked. At this moment, the onlookers finally realized. Lin Dong was the one whose girlfriend had been stolen by Huang Junlang, who had been so angry he spat blood, and who had had his photos posted in group chats and on the school website. Just a few days had passed? Now Huang Junlang was actually kneeling to Lin Dong, asking for his help? The plot twist was too fast. Even a TV drama wouldn't dare to portray it this way. Lin Dong, is it not enough that I beg you? For the sake of our years of friendship, can you help me one more time? Zhang Shan suddenly pleaded in a low, submissive voice. Now she could only ask Lin Dong for help. As long as the crisis at Huang Junlang's home was resolved, she could marry Huang Junlang and live the life of a wealthy wife, which had always been her dream. Even when she was with Lin Dong, she held on to this dream, but Lin Dong was so good to her that she felt a bit reluctant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kicked Lin Dong aside the moment Huang Junlang started pursuing her. Zhang Shan, you have no right to ask me. Everyone else has the right to ask me, but you don't. My years of effort can't compare to a few pieces of clothing and a few bags. These years, Lin Dong, have misjudged people. I can't help you with your troubles. Goodbye. After saying this, Lin Dong stepped away, but Huang Junlang grabbed his foot. Lin Xiao, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Please help me just this once. Right now, you're the only one who can help me. If you don't help me, my family will really be finished. Huang Junlang clung to Lin Dong's foot, crying and sniffling. Lin Dong was his last hope. Lin Dong was about to kick Huang Junlang away when there was another commotion at the entrance of the hall. Following that, a person walked in front, followed by a large crowd entering the hall. The person at the front was none other than the president of the Jiangnan University Student Union, Zhou Huili, also recognized as the university's first male god and the boyfriend of Shangguan Mingyue. Wow! President Zhou is here. He must be looking for President Shangguan, the golden couple of the college. Quick, let's go take a look. The crowd that had been watching Lin Dong and Huang Junlang quickly dispersed, rushing over to surround Zhou Huili and Shangguan Mingyue. Lin Dong casually exerted some force and shook Huang Junlang off. Ignoring both Huang Junlang and Zhang Shan, Lin Dong followed over, wanting to see how Shangguan Mingyue performed in practice. What had just happened between Lin Dong and Huang Junlang did not affect Shangguan Mingyue. In the hall, among the hundreds of people, only a few dozen were watching Lin Dong and Huang Junlang, while more people were gathered around the podium to watch Shangguan Mingyue's performance. On stage, Shangguan Mingyue was engaged in a practical training session with an old member of the martial arts club. This was what everyone had been waiting for, as it allowed them to get close to the goddess. However, at that moment, Zhou Huili stepped onto the podium and said to that member, "What did I say? No man is allowed to approach Mingyue. Do you take my words lightly?" "Why yes. I'm sorry, President Zhou. I'll get down right now," the member stammered. Just now, when Shangguan Mingyue needed an opponent, he was the first to rush up, wanting to get close to the goddess. In practical training, physical contact was inevitable. His intentions were not pure. In the past, it had always been female members who took the stage, but today he didn't know what he was thinking and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Shangguan Mingyue was just too beautiful, and he couldn't control himself. Now that Zhou Huili was here, he naturally felt a bit guilty. Moreover, Zhou Huili was the president of the student union, and it was said that his family was very powerful. He couldn't afford to offend him. Stop! Who told you to leave? The member who was about to leave was called out by Zhou Huili. Zhou, President Zhou, slap. Before the member could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a slap from Zhou Huili. Slap. Then came another slap. Slap, slap, slap. Zhou Huili slapped him 4 or 5 times in a row. He was about to continue when Shangguan Mingyue stopped him. Zhou Huili, stop it. Shangguan Mingyue shouted. Miss Mingyue, Qin Xiao asked me to protect you and not let any man approach you. How dare he defy my words? He deserves to be punished, Zhou Huili said. After saying this, he kicked the member hard. The member felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then his body felt light as he flew off the stage. The height from the stage to the ground was over a meter. If he fell, he would at least be seriously injured. The people below the stage saw someone flying over and quickly scattered, fearing to harm the innocent, leaving only Lin Dong standing in place. Just as the member was about to crash into Lin Dong, he reached out and caught him, then gently set him down on the ground. Zhou Huili didn't hear any screams, turned his head to look down at the stage, and saw that the person had been saved. Just as he was about to ask who was so bold, he caught sight of Lin Dong's face, and his pupils constricted in shock. Wasn't this Lin Dong? The experience that night at the luxurious Golden Sands was something he would never forget. In his mind, Lin Dong was a figure akin to a deity, one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party, the young master Qin Zhang. Yet, he had been easily defeated and had returned to Kyoto in disgrace, and even after so many days, he hadn't dared to make a sound. And that person was his fellow alumnus from Jiang University, the very Lin Dong standing below, saving people. Even the greatly humiliated young master Qin didn't dare to come back for revenge. How could someone like him not be crushed like an ant? What to do now? Apologize to him? But there were so many people here. If he apologized, wouldn't his carefully built persona at Jiang University collapse? Where would he put his face? But if he didn't apologize and the other party took their anger out on him, what then? He couldn't even provoke young Master Qin, let alone himself. Forget it. Forget it. No matter how important face is, can it compare to his own life? Moreover, this was the other party's territory. As long as he apologized, such a big shot shouldn't hold a grudge against a small fry like him, right? After coming to this conclusion, Zhou Huili took a few steps forward, then jumped off the podium and walked up to Lin Dong. The member who had just been kicked off by Zhou Huili was brought over by Lin Dong to the crowd nearby. Now, Lin Dong was facing Zhou Huili directly. Just as everyone was preparing to watch the show, to see how Zhou Huili would deal with Lin Dong, Zhou Huili, stop it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Don't think that just because you're Qin Zhang's person, I won't dare to hit you. Shangguan Mingyue stepped forward a few paces, ready to come down and stop Zhou Huili. At that moment, Zhou Huili said something that made everyone's eyes nearly fall to the ground. He clasped his hands in front of him, bowed to Lin Dong, and said, Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. I didn't see you here. Please forgive me, a small person like me, and don't hold it against me. Zhou Huili apologizes to you here. I'm sorry. What? Nanny? What? Everyone around, waiting to see the drama unfold, was dumbfounded. Even Shangguan Mingyue was momentarily frozen in place. Who was Zhou Huili? The president of the Jiang University Student Union, the #1 male god of Jiang University. His family background was said to be terrifyingly strong. The likes of Huang Junlang and other rich second-generation kids weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. At Jiang University, his words were taken seriously, even by the school. Such a person actually bowed and apologized to Lin Dong? What kind of identity did Lin Dong have? It was one thing for Huang Junlang to kneel before him, but even a big shot like Zhou Huili couldn't provoke him. This was simply terrifying. When did Jiang University produce such a big shot? Shangguan Mingyue was also somewhat astonished. Zhou Huili was Qin Zhang's person. Young Master Qin Zhang, one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party, was a remarkable figure even in the Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger of Kyoto. For Zhou Huili to be valued and taken under his wing was certainly not the act of an ordinary person. It seemed that in the years Zhou Huili had been sent by Qin Zhang to monitor her, apart from Qin Zhang, he had never shown such respect to anyone else. Looking at it this way, was this person before her on the same level as Qin Zhang? Shangguan Mingyue actually didn't care much about the internal affairs of the Tea Party, otherwise, she would have heard that Qin Zhang had recently been driven out of Jiang City in disgrace. Recalling the scene before him, it can be basically confirmed that Lin Dong is the one who drove Qin Zhang away. The Shangwon family, as a hidden clan, is now planning to emerge and seeks to collaborate with a powerful family, with the Qin family in Kyoto as their target. The Qin family has also reached a bottleneck in their development and urgently needs external support, so the two parties hit it off. The most solid form of cooperation is through marriage, so both families intend for Shangwon Mingyue and Qin Zhang, the eldest son of the Qin family, to be together to maintain this strong partnership. Shangwon Mingyue is very averse to a marriage based on interests, but there's nothing she can do. She is just a girl without the right to choose and can only accept her family's arrangements. When Qin Zhang first met Shangwon Mingyue, he was astonished by her beauty, and with the encouragement from both families, he directly designated her as his future wife. Fortunately, Shangwon Mingyue is still young and chose to attend university in Jiangcheng, intending to escape from Qin Zhang. However, she did not expect that Qin Zhang would send someone to monitor her. Lin Dong also did not expect Zhou Huili to bow and apologize to him. He thought Zhou Huili would take action against him. He was already prepared to control his strength to avoid causing serious injury. After all, one is from SCC and the other from Tsi Party, which can be considered two opposing camps, and just a few days ago, they had slapped his master in the face. He thought that even if Zhou Huili didn't dare to confront him, he should at least say some harsh words, right? Isn't that how it goes on TV? How could two opposing sides come up and bow to apologize? How was he supposed to respond? In fact, Lin Dong underestimated his own strength. He always thought he wasn't strong enough, but the power he displayed now would definitely intimidate many. Otherwise, Qin Zhang wouldn't have suffered such a significant loss and remained inactive for so long, which is not in line with his status as one of the 8 kings of the Tsi Party. It was precisely because he felt that coming wouldn't necessarily allow him to regain face that he hadn't shown up. Although the Tsi Party and SCC are somewhat adversarial, it doesn't mean that members of the Tsi Party can't enter areas controlled by SCC, or that SCC members can't enter the Tsi Party's territory. This is limited to face-saving issues among the higher-ups of both sides, at least between the 8 kings of the Tsi Party and the core members of SCC. When one side's higher-ups move, the other side will also send corresponding people to meet. Ordinary members can go wherever they want without anyone caring. If it weren't for Lu Chen's urgent desire to be promoted to a core member and reverse his family's decline, he could have pretended not to see it. After all, Qin Zhang's status as one of the 8 kings of the Tsi Party is not something a mere senior member of SCC can compare to. What he wanted was to attract the attention of the 3 bosses of SCC. Therefore, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are the true talents. Zhou Huili doesn't think there's anything wrong with what he did, and even if it gets out, no one would laugh at him. At most, those who don't know Lin Dong's identity in school might think he's a bit cowardly. Moreover, he is about to graduate, and these ordinary people in school will never reach his level in their lifetime. Zhou Huili bowed to Lin Dong at a 90-degree angle, not hearing Lin Dong speak, and didn't dare to get up, so he could only maintain this posture. At this moment, Lin Dong also came back to his senses and said, "Senior Zhou, it's better to be low-key. That classmate just now didn't offend you much. Was it really necessary to be so heavy-handed? If I hadn't caught him just now, he would have been seriously injured from that fall. This is Jiang University, Jiangcheng, not Kyoto." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Zhou Huili didn't follow the usual script and came up to bow and apologize, making Lin Dong feel a bit embarrassed, as there was no deep-seated grudge between them. "Yes, young Master Lin, I remember." Zhou Huili then straightened up but still spoke with utmost respect. Lin Dong felt a bit bored and turned to leave. Originally wanting to learn some skills and techniques, to master my own strength, I ended up learning nothing and made myself look like a monkey being watched by others. The people around automatically made way for Lin Dong. They thought there would be a good show to watch, but it ended so calmly. Everyone looked at Lin Dong's departing figure with curiosity, but more so with respect. It seems that starting today, the position of the top person at Jiang University is about to change hands. Lin Dong, once an obscure figure, suddenly became the top person at Jiang University, and it only took him a little over half a month. The speed was simply astonishing. Shangwon Mingyue watched Lin Dong's back as he left, not knowing what she was thinking. When Lin Dong passed by Huang Junlang and Zhang Shan wanted to say something, but realized she no longer had any connection with Lin Dong. It seemed that whatever she said would be pale and powerless. Zhou Huili saw Lin Dong leave and did not make things difficult for him, finally feeling relieved. Ever since witnessing Lin Dong's strength that night, the psychological pressure of facing Lin Dong was quite significant for Zhou Huili. A person without any martial arts foundation cannot understand this kind of pressure, just like an ordinary person facing the pressure from someone in a higher position, making one feel terrified. "Miss Mingyue, young Master Qin has arranged for me to keep an eye on you. I hope you can have self-respect and self-love, otherwise, when young Master Qin comes personally, he won't be as easy to talk to as I am." After Zhou Huili finished speaking, he also left the hall. Zhou Huili, What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Go back and tell Qin Zhang that I haven't married him yet. He has no right to control me now, Shangwan Mingyue angrily said behind Zhou Huili. Zhou Huili left. However, his final conversation with Shangwan Mingyue sparked some speculation among all the onlookers in the hall. What does it mean? It seems Zhou Huili was just sent by that young Master Qin to monitor Shangwan Mingyue? So, does that mean Shangwan Mingyue really has a suitor? Someone who can make Zhou Huili call him young Master Qin must be quite an extraordinary person. They didn't know who was stronger compared to Lin Dong. Now, most of them were thinking that if Lin Dong had a relationship with Shangwan Mingyue, and that young Master Qin came to Jiang University to confront Lin Dong, it would be quite a spectacle. However, from Lin Dong's recent performance, it seemed he had no interest in Shangwan Mingyue, the top among the three goddesses of Jiang University. Lin Dong exited the building, with nowhere to go and not wanting to return to the classroom, so he came to the small woods by the playground, staring blankly at the students on the field sweating profusely. He was lost in thought about his experiences over the past half-month, which indeed felt like a dream. Originally a loser, everything changed because of a system. He didn't know how long it had been. A crisp and bright voice rang in Lin Dong's ear. Are you Lin Dong? Lin Dong turned his head to look. Wasn't that Shangwan Mingyue? What did she come to find him for? But he still answered, yes. Do you know Qin Zhang? Shangwan Mingyue asked again. I know him to some extent. Are you friends? Enemies? Oh, it seems that someone who can be an enemy of Qin Zhang is not an ordinary person. No wonder Zhou Huili is so afraid of you. You're mistaken. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person. Shangwan Mingyue didn't dwell on this issue and asked, do you want to join the martial arts club? I initially wanted to join, but now I don't want to anymore. Why? Because I can't learn anything. Why join? Lin Dong replied and then asked back. Shangwan Mingyue felt a bit angry hearing Lin Dong's response. Did Lin Dong look down on the martial arts club, which meant he looked down on her as the president? Do you think the martial arts club is just a bunch of flashy moves? Is there really any genuine skill? Didn't you say it was too late to start practicing martial arts now? Lin Dong, since Zhou Huili is so afraid of you, and you can be considered an enemy by Qin Zhang, your strength should be quite good, right? How about coming to the Martial Arts Society as the vice president? Shangwan Mingyue invited. Sorry, I'm not interested. Find someone else. Lin Dong replied. Lin Dong, I am the designated wife of Qin Zhang. Since you are his enemy, don't you want to disgust him a little? Make him lose face? Lin Dong turned to look at Shangwan Mingyue. Is this girl crazy? You don't want to marry him. What does that have to do with me? You want to use me as a pawn, as a shield? I'm not that foolish. In the end, I might not gain anything and end up in trouble. I just got lucky once. If I really had to compete with Qin Zhang's background, I'd be thrown out 100,000 miles. Lin Dong didn't respond. Instead, he stood up and left. Shangwan Mingyue was a bit stunned by Lin Dong's actions. Aren't you enemies? She thought that saying this would definitely pull Lin Dong into the martial arts society. Then she would see if Zhou Huili would dare to interfere. Moreover, judging by Zhou Huili's recent attitude, Lin Dong's background was at least not inferior to Qin Zhang's. Even if Qin Zhang came, it would be a fierce battle. Perhaps they would end up mutually damaging each other. Just as Lin Dong was about to leave her side, in a moment of desperation, Shangwan Mingyue directly attacked Lin Dong. In her view, Lin Dong must have some strength, and since she didn't use all her power, he should be able to block it. On one hand, she wanted to test Lin Dong's strength. On the other hand, she wanted to prove to Lin Dong that the Martial Arts Society was not just for show, it had real substance. As Lin Dong walked past Shangwan Mingyue, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Is someone attacking him? His senses were incredibly sharp right now. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Lin Dong was not very familiar with controlling his own strength. So, in an instant, the power within him erupted uncontrollably, purely out of instinct. With his current strength, such an explosion was terrifying. Shangwan Mingyue felt Lin Dong's aura suddenly surge like a storm, and she felt like a small boat in the ocean, as if she could be swallowed by the waves at any moment. In shock, before Shangwan Mingyue could react, a large hand, like an iron claw, gripped her delicate white neck. A wave of suffocation hit her, and Shangwan Mingyue wanted to cry. At that moment, Lin Dong quickly realized that he was gripping Shangwan Mingyue's neck and hurriedly let go. Shangwan Mingyue covered her neck with both hands, crouching on the ground and coughing violently, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Lin Dong stood there feeling a bit awkward. That reaction was purely instinctive. Okay, who told this girl to attack him without warning? Can I be blamed for that? Probably not. After standing for a while, Lin Dong squatted down and gently patted Shangwan Mingyue's back, trying to make her feel a little better. After a minute or two, Shangwan Mingyue finally calmed down and stopped coughing. Turning to look at Lin Dong, her beautiful oval face and large beautiful eyes were both red. Miss Shangwan, I didn't mean to. Who told you to sneak attack me from behind? That was just my instinctive reaction, Lin Dong said awkwardly. Are you saying it's all my fault? Even if you had just killed me, it would be my own doing? Shangwan Mingyue asked, her voice a bit hoarse, no longer the clear and bright tone from before. Isn't that exactly how it is? But Lin Dong didn't dare to say that. No, I overreacted. My fault, Lin Dong replied. Since it's your fault, what do you think we should do about this? Just now, if you had applied a little more force, you could have killed me. And I just wanted to tell you that the Martial Arts Society is not all for show. I didn't mean to hurt you. So what do you want to do? Lin Dong asked. Join the Martial Arts Society as the vice president, and you have to agree to one condition, Shangwan Mingyue said. Lin Dong thought for a moment and replied, joining the Martial Arts Society is fine, but I have one condition. If you ask me to die later, will I have to go? Don't worry, I won't go against your will. You can choose to do it or not when the time comes. Even if you choose not to, I won't say anything. Really? Alright then. First, I declare that if I want to do it, I will. If I don't want to, I won't. Good. It's a deal. Shangwan Mingyue smiled. Lin Dong looked at Shangwan Mingyue's smile and felt he might have been tricked. However, it was indeed like that. As long as he exerted a little force, such a beautiful woman would be in danger. It seemed he needed to control his strength quickly. Lin Dong left because the situation here had attracted the attention of some classmates, and he didn't want to be watched like a monkey again. Shangwan Mingyue watched Lin Dong leave. Although her face still showed some shock, she revealed a charming smile. Lin Dong had left, but Shangwan Mingyue stood in place, her shocked face displaying a captivating smile. It seemed that to escape the fate arranged by her family, she had to rely on Lin Dong. Was what she wanted merely to change the fate arranged by her family? Perhaps she could fight for something more? With this thought, Shangwan Mingyue's breathing became a bit rapid. How many years had it been? She had long given up on such unrealistic ideas. She didn't even resist the family's arrangement for a marriage alliance. While feeling unwilling, she also wanted to leave the family, to escape the shadow cast over her since childhood. But just as she was about to graduate and complete the marriage alliance, she unexpectedly met Lin Dong. Lin Dong's sudden burst of strength left her breathless. She had never felt such a strong aura even from the family elders. A peerless genius. Shangwan Mingyue thought of a term. They were of the same age, but the gap in strength was like a chasm. Lin Dong was definitely a successor cultivated by a superpower. Although she was the second-tier heir of the Shangwan family, with the help of a first-tier heir from a superpower, it might not be impossible to fight for something. Shangwan Weiwei, do you think you've won for sure? Not necessarily. I will prepare a big gift for you, Shangwan Mingyue silently thought. 2 more days passed. Lin Dong became the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. However, he still kept his distance from Shangwan Mingyue. He naturally knew her intentions. She wanted to use him to resist Qin Zhang, which she didn't mind. After all, he was also an enemy of Qin Zhang, and who knows when he might come looking for revenge. Becoming this vice president was entirely due to a twinge of guilt. After all, it was Shangwan Mingyue who attacked him first, but she didn't intend to hurt him, and he indeed almost killed her because he couldn't control his strength. Killing was still hard for a good young man like him to accept. So, he took this vice presidency as an apology. As for what demands she might have, it would depend on his mood. One day, Lin Dong received a call from Yi Hong, saying that a core member of the SCC wanted to meet him. They had already arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong took the afternoon off and went directly to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Arriving outside the top presidential suite where Yi Hong was staying, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Lin Dong knocked twice. Soon, Yi Hong opened the door. Lin, come in, Yi Hong said politely. He couldn't afford to be impolite. Lin Dong's reputation now resonated throughout the SCC, and Lin Dong could be considered his benefactor. Inviting Lin Dong into the SCC was definitely the best decision he had made in his life. It added another layer of security for his future inheritance of the Yi family. You're being too polite, Yi Gu, Lin Dong said, then entered the room. A man was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Upon seeing Lin Dong enter, he also stood up to greet him. Brother Lin Dong, I've long admired your name. My name is Li Bin, a core member of SCC, and I'm also a good friend of Brother Yi. The Golden Leaf Hotel you bought had some of my shares back in the day, Li Bin said with a smile. At the same time, he was sizing up Lin Dong. Young, too young. It was hard to believe that this young man before him could drive Qin Zhang out of Jiangchang. Moreover, the fact that Qin Zhang, who had suffered a great loss, had not made a move since then was enough to show how formidable this young man was. "You're too polite, brotherly," Lin Dong said, also examining Li Bin. He looked to be in his early 30s, gentle and refined. He had the demeanor of a modest gentleman, definitely the type of man who could charm married women. Lin Dong did not sense any oppressive aura of a higher-up from him. Instead, it felt like a refreshing breeze, very comfortable. The three of them sat down. Li Bin poured a cup of tea for Lin Dong and said, "Brother Lin Dong, how does this tea taste?" Lin Dong felt a bit embarrassed to refuse, picked it up, and took a gentle sip, feeling a slight sweetness and fragrance in the tea. Not bad," Lin Dong pretended to say. He had no idea how to appreciate tea. He learned it all from television. He was just a loser who spent his entire holiday working, and he had never tasted such high-quality tea. He had drunk black tea and green tea, but they all tasted similar, with no significant difference. If those tea ceremony experts knew what he was thinking, they would probably be furious. This tea was not ordinary. The annual production nationwide was limited, and those who could drink it were definitely big shots. "Isn't it good?" Speaking of which, being able to drink this tea today, I'm also benefiting from Brother Lin. Otherwise, I rarely have the chance to drink it. This is because the big boss knew I was coming to meet Brother Lin Dong and specifically asked me to bring it for you to taste, Li Bin said with a smile. Big boss? Who? The founder of SCC? Lin Dong had some doubts in his heart. However, he did not ask. Since the other party could bring such precious tea for him to taste, it surely wasn't just a simple mention. "It really is quite good." Lin Dong pretended to sip a couple more small mouthfuls. "Brother Lin, can you tell us about what happened that day? We're all very curious about how you made Qin Zheng suffer," Yi Hong interjected from the side. Li Bin also paused to savor the tea, looking at Lin Dong. He was indeed interested in hearing about that day's events. "Actually, there's not much to say." Lin Dong then briefly recounted what happened that day, omitting the part where he shattered the sword with a snap of his fingers. He always felt a bit embarrassed to boast about himself. Brother Lin Dong didn't tell the whole truth. "How could you leave out the most exciting part? I've heard that you pinched Qin Zhang's sword with just 2 fingers and snapped his alloy soft sword, which he had carried for many years, with a snap of your fingers. That's not something just anyone can do," Li Bin said. "Did he really know all this and still want me to say it? I really don't understand the minds of these big shots." Brotherly misunderstood. The most exciting part should be the battle between Pajun and that Uncle Shan. "I was just adding a bit of flair at the end," Lin Dong humbly replied. Li Bin remained silent. He knew about Qiu Shan, an old master on the tiger list. However, he had never heard of the tiger list master Pajun beside Lin Dong. The battle between the two tiger list masters was indeed thrilling, but could Qiu Shan snap Qin Zhang's alloy soft sword with a snap of his fingers? Probably not. That was a material developed with the most advanced technology. This was the reason they valued Lin Dong. If he were merely a subordinate of a tiger list master, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to send a corps member like him to meet Lin Dong in person. Qin Zhang wouldn't still be inactive now. Such youth, yet with a strength that was terrifyingly powerful, naturally implied a strong background. This world has no adventures like those in martial arts novels and TV dramas, where one suddenly acquires a martial arts manual and instantly masters unparalleled skills, or where one receives a transmission of power from a senior and immediately possesses decades of strength. That's all nonsense. Strength must be cultivated step by step, and to nurture a prodigy like Lin Dong, it can only be done by those superpowers. The three of them chatted about many trivial topics, all wanting to build a good relationship with Lin Dong. With the strength Lin Dong was currently displaying, even Li Bin, a core member of SCC, felt a bit apprehensive. He believed that if he were to confront Qin Zhang head-on, his chances of winning were slim. Moreover, he ranked among the top core members, most of whom could not compare to the 8 kings of the T faction. Lin Dong felt somewhat bored. He wasn't quite used to bantering with these big shots. He hadn't yet seen himself as a big shot, even though others already viewed him that way. Li Bin felt it was about time and said to Lin Dong, "Brother Lin Dong, I didn't come just to see you, I also have the big boss's orders." As expected, Lin Dong knew that when Li Bin mentioned the big boss at the beginning, it was definitely intentional. "Oh, I wonder who the big boss is and what the matter is. Brother Yi knows I just joined SCC and am not very familiar with this aspect," Lin Dong asked. The big boss's real name is Zhuge Sangxiong, one of the 3 founders of SCC, and he is the strongest and most prestigious among them. Then Li Bin slowly explained the significance of Zhuge Sangxiong to Lin Dong. In simple terms, Zhuge Sangxiong wanted Lin Dong to help him with something, but the specifics and timing were not yet determined, likely in about 6 months. Zhuge Sangxiong had grown up in the same courtyard as Zhao Shidao of the T faction. Both were top figures in their circle, as close as brothers, and together they established the T faction, enjoying immense popularity. However, the appearance of a woman completely shattered their relationship. Morong Chinga, a woman of extraordinary grace, a woman who dazzled an era, a woman who could make both Juget Sangxiang and Zhao Shidao, the peak figures of the younger generation, fall for her simultaneously. Morong Chinga was the youngest daughter of the Morong family in the capital, but due to congenital deficiencies, she was predicted not to live past 18, and later was taken away by a master. She returned to the capital at the age of 22, and her appearance immediately drew admiration from the younger generation in the capital. Even the then prominent Juget Sangxiang and Zhao Shidao were no exceptions. The two agreed to compete fairly. No matter whom Morong Chinga chose in the end, the other would willingly concede. If Morong Chinga chose one of them, or neither, it wouldn't lead to such a rift between the two. But unexpectedly, Morong Chinga set a 10-year agreement with both. She would leave for 10 years, and upon her return, the man she would marry must be the foremost among the younger generation. Afterward, Juget Sangxiang failed to compete for the position in the T faction, traveled to the Magic City, and established SCC with the dual heroes of the Magic City, forming a division of power against the T faction. Juget Sangxiang did not know how Morong Chinga defined the foremost among the younger generation. However, now the T faction was solely decided by Zhao Shidao, while SCC was determined by 3 people, so in this regard, he had already lost a step. As the 10-year agreement approached, Juget Sangxiang hoped Lin Dong could assist him. With Lin Dong's current displayed strength and the hidden forces behind him, he could definitely become Juget Sangxiang's right-hand man. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, Lin Dong was also taken aback. Juget Sangxiang was not only the founder of SCC but also the founder of the T faction? And these two big shots had turned against each other over a woman? Such a melodramatic plot actually existed in reality? He thought it only happened in TV dramas. What kind of woman could make 2 top bosses turn against each other just to win her over? Lin Dong was genuinely curious about what Morong Chinga looked like. Could she really be as beautiful as a celestial being? Li Ge, have you ever seen Morong Chinga? What kind of woman is she that can make 2 peak figures of the younger generation fall for her, even to the point of turning against each other? Lin Dong asked with some curiosity. I'm ashamed to say that during my time in the Magic City, Morong Chinga didn't stay long in the capital, so I never got to see her. It's a great regret. Not just Lin Dong, even Li Bin was curious about what kind of woman Morong Chinga really was. So how exactly do we help? There's no clear guideline. What should I do? Lin Dong inquired. Brother Lin Dong, there's no need to be nervous. Competing for the top spot among the younger generation is just a matter of comparing influence and personal strength. Perhaps Morong Chinga will ask the 2 of them to have a match, and then it will be the big boss's own business. You won't need to intervene, but having you on standby is just a precaution. That's great. I won't have to intervene and can still witness the showdown between Morong Chinga and the 2 peak figures. Alright, I'll take this on. Just let me know when the time comes, Lin Dong replied. As a senior member of SCC, he still needed to give face to the big boss, and he needed this identity to expand his influence. Brother Lin Dong is indeed straightforward. From now on, you are already a core member of SCC. This is the big boss's decision. I will send you some rights and obligations of core members shortly. Core members are different from senior members. They are already part of the SCC's upper echelon and can participate in making some major decisions. Is this what it means to be promoted to core member? So fast? No need to spend money? Lin Dong actually wanted to spend some money. Being a wealthy person without any increase in status is frustrating. Zhao Xian's financial support was also lacking, which troubled him greatly. Meanwhile, Yi Han looked at Lin Dong with some envy. A core member? How many senior SCC members are stuck at this step? He wasn't too concerned about being promoted to senior member. As a businessman, the effort put into becoming a senior member didn't seem worth the return. But being promoted to core member was something he dreamed of. Why did Lu Chen, knowing he wasn't a match for Qin Zhang, still charge in head-on? Wasn't it just to show off to the 3 bosses? Wasn't it just to aspire to be a core member? Even if he couldn't win and faced the risk of serious injury or even death, he would still go for it. This is the allure of being a core member. Once he becomes one, he can leverage some of SCC's power, which is the right of core members. Then his family's crisis would be resolved. Even if his grandfather was gone, no one would dare to touch the Lu family or Jiancheng, because once they did, it would mean making an enemy of the entire SCC, and no one would dare to do that. Senior members do not enjoy such treatment. Even if they are SCC members, if their family falls, there will be those who take advantage of the situation to snatch a piece of the pie. SCC does not prohibit such internal strife. The law of the jungle has been true since ancient times, and the same goes for the T faction. It's not that everyone in SCC is brothers. Many would stab you in the back. Only when facing the T faction do they unite against a common enemy, as set by the 3 bosses. How long has Lin Dong been in SCC? And he was promoted to core member already. Who knows how many senior members stuck at this step would envy him if they found out. Before leaving, Li Bin pulled Lin Dong into a group with only 15 people. That was the core member group of SCC, consisting of 15 members, 3 of whom were founders of SCC, and 12 core members. With Lin Dong added, there would be 13 core members. Core members are already the absolute upper echelon of SCC, and many major matters require a vote from core members. The biggest difference between SCC and the T faction is that the T faction is solely decided by Zhao Shidao. His words are not to be contradicted even by the 8 great kings. However, SCC has 3 bosses, so when a decision has 2 opposing voices, it requires a vote from the core members. This shows the value of the core members. Yet, SCC is not entirely harmonious either. As soon as Lin Dong joined the group, someone asked, Lu Mang, a local from Magic City, one of the 12 core members of SCC, and a capable aide of the Magic City duo. Lu Mang, Li Bin, a new member has arrived? Why haven't I heard anything about it? Since Li Bin was the one who brought him in, Lu Mang directly asked him, Li Bin, is this the big boss's decision? Does it need to be announced to you in advance? Lu Mang, who do you think you are? Lu Mang, oh, the big boss's decision? Who is this person? How can they make the big boss exercise their privilege? Li Bin, Lin Dong from Jiangcheng. Lu Mang, Lin Dong from Jiangcheng? The one who went head-to-head with Qin Zhang and even drove him out of Jiangcheng? Li Bin, what else? Lu Mang, impressive. Lin Dong also sent a message. Lin Dong, I am Lin Dong, and I hope everyone will take care of me. Lu Mang, so it's Lin Dong. We can't take care of you. Your reputation is already well known in the circle. What the hell? Who did I offend? It seems that SCC is not very harmonious either. Indeed, where there are people, there are conflicts. Lin Dong felt like he might have already been drawn into the internal struggles of SCC. The first thing he said upon entering was met with resistance. Li Bin, Lin Dong, don't mind him. He's just a mad dog, biting anyone he catches. Lu Mang, Li Bin, say that one more time. Li Bin, mad dog. Lu Mang, you. Just as it seemed the two were about to fight, someone finally stepped in to mediate. All right, we're all family here. What's the fuss? Don't let the newcomers see a joke. Lin Dong, welcome to our big family. Then many others chimed in to welcome Lin Dong, though whether it was sincere was uncertain. Welcome aboard, welcome aboard, welcome aboard. Not knowing anyone, Lin Dong didn't know what to say, so he chose to ignore it to avoid further confrontation. Li Bin also didn't inform him about the internal situation of SCC. Before long, the weekend arrived. Coincidentally, there was nothing much to do this weekend. His aunt's injury hadn't healed, and she probably wouldn't return to Sioux City until next week. Last week, he had promised Sun Siyu to visit her home, but his aunt's situation had delayed that. Since he had nothing else to do this week, he decided to go. Although he didn't want to go, he would still keep his promise. If he went, Sun Siyu's family would definitely misunderstand. And Sun Siyu knew it wasn't very appropriate for her to invite him like this, so she probably had some ulterior motives. Sigh. Even an outstanding man has his troubles. Lin Dong felt he should learn to refuse. Even though he was revealing more of his strength, the number of women around him was also increasing. Han Shiyun counted as one, Lu Xiaoxiao as another, Zhao Xian as one, and Sun Siyu as well. This realization startled Lin Dong, for stunning beauties were interested in him. How to choose? Such a multiple-choice question is something only a child would face. Sigh. He could only take it one step at a time. His biggest flaw now was not knowing how to refuse. For example, with Shangguan Mingyue, it wasn't entirely his fault. She had attacked him first, and he had only reacted instinctively, yet in the end, he was the one who apologized. Lin Dong thought for a moment. This tendency seemed to stem from his time with Jiang Shan. Whenever she made a request, he would try his best to fulfill it and never refuse. This habit had formed over 4 years of being a sycophant, and it would take time to change gradually. For women, especially beautiful women, Lin Dong felt he just couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. Could it be that he had the potential to be a scumbag? Temporarily setting aside his doubts, Lin Dong dialed Sun Siyu's number, telling her he would go back with her tomorrow, Saturday. Sun Siyu was naturally overjoyed. The next day, while Lin Dong was still in a deep sleep, he received a call from Sun Siyu, asking what time they would set off. Lin Dong glanced at the time. It was barely 6 o'clock. Was this girl up all night? He guessed correctly. Sun Siyu had been so excited since receiving Lin Dong's call that she couldn't sleep a wink. In her heart, Lin Dong was like the beloved of the fairy Xixia, a hero who came riding on colorful clouds to save her whole family. Just like Lu Xiaoxiao, the man who appeared beside her in her most desperate moments, saving her, was definitely the most unforgettable. Moreover, Lin Dong was so outstanding in every aspect, which had a fatal attraction for naive girls. At 7 in the morning, Lin Dong got up, drove to the entrance of the Communication University. Sun Siyu had been waiting there for quite a while. Since it was Saturday, many luxury cars were picking people up at the Communication University, with students coming and going in a steady stream. Most of the drivers were middle-aged men, there were very few young ones, and most were pot-bellied. They were probably the fathers of these students, whether biological or godfathers, only the parties involved would know. Sun Siyu stood at the entrance of the Communication University waiting for her ride, and even in a place filled with goddesses, she was a striking sight. Tall, beautiful, with a great figure, she was simply fair-skinned, stunning, and long-legged, dressed in a pure white dress, impossible not to attract the attention of those around her. Today, Sun Siyu had dressed up carefully, even putting on a light makeup, just to leave a good impression on Lin Dong. Many bosses who drove luxury cars to pick people up, upon seeing Sun Siyu, suddenly felt that the person they were picking up was no longer appealing. Several who drove big Benzes even approached her to ask where she was going, offering her a ride. As for where they would take her after getting in the car, everyone could fill in the blanks themselves. However, Sun Siyu rejected them all. Watching many of her classmates get into those bosses' cars, she naturally knew what those people were up to. Thinking of the few pot-bellied, even balding old men who had just asked her, she felt a wave of disgust. The more she saw these classmates getting into those so-called big bosses' cars for a bit of resources or money to engage in those dirty deals, the more she appreciated Lin Dong. If it weren't for Lin Dong's help of 100 million, she might have walked the same path as these classmates for her family. And even if she did, what she would gain would only be a drop in the bucket. Thus, Lin Dong was destined to be the man she could never forget in her lifetime. While Sun Siyu was lost in thoughts about Lin Dong, a voice suddenly sounded behind her, and someone tapped her shoulder. "Siyu, who are you waiting for here?" Sun Siyu recognized the voice immediately. It was her close friend from the same department, Yumujuan. Together, they were known as the four little flower damsels of the acting department. Yumujuan was half a head shorter than Sun Siyu but very cute, perfectly embodying the concept of petite and delicate, the kind of woman that could easily evoke a man's protective instincts. "I'm not waiting for anyone. Junjun, where are you going?" Sun Siyu asked. "I'm waiting for my dad to pick me up." "Are you heading home?" Yumujuan replied. "Yeah, I'm waiting for a friend to pick me up." "Boyfriend?" "No, not at all. Just a very good friend," Sun Siyu answered a bit nervously. "Look at you getting all nervous. I'm not going to steal your boyfriend," Yumujuan said with a grin. When Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of the Communication University, it naturally caused quite a stir. "Look quickly. What kind of sports car is that? So flashy. Wow, a Bugatti Chiron? No way. Jianqing actually has a car like this? That's amazing. Who is it here to pick up? So lucky. I wish it was here to pick me up. I want to sit in the passenger seat and be the center of attention for once." "Is it here to pick up Sun Siyu and Yumujuan? They're over there waiting for someone. Oh no, my heart is breaking. Another goddess has been taken by a pig." "How do you know it's a pig?" "I think it should be a very handsome guy. The power of the Bugatti Chiron is extraordinary. Compared to it, the luxury cars parked at the entrance look like bicycles. The difference between a few million and nearly 100 million is obvious." Lin Dong parked the car directly in front of Sun Siyu and Yumujuan. The window rolled down. "Classmate Sun, let's go," Lin Dong called from inside the car. When Sun Siyu saw such a cool sports car stop in front of her, she thought it was another boss trying to hit on her. But only when Lin Dong called her did she realize it was him. Lin Dong could easily take out 100 million to help her family through tough times, so driving a car like this was only fitting. "Oh, coming. Just as Sun Siyu was about to get in the car, Yumujuan grabbed her hand and leaned over to the passenger window. "What's your name? Are you Siyu's boyfriend? How come I've never heard Siyu mention you before? How long have you been together?" Yumujuan asked Lin Dong curiously. Lin Dong looked at the cute girl leaning against the passenger window, bombarding him with questions. "This classmate, I'm good friends with classmate Sun. I'm heading home this weekend and just giving her a ride." "Good friends? I know what you rich second-generation kids are thinking. Let me tell you, Siyu is my best friend, and if you dare to bully her, I won't let you off," Yumujuan said, raising her tiny fist. Jun, we're really just good friends." Sun Siyu pulled Yumujuan back from behind. "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. But Siyu, as a girl, you need to learn to protect yourself. Before you understand the other person, you must hold your ground, got it?" Yumujuan said to Sun Siyu. Hearing this from such a petite and cute girl felt a bit awkward. Sun Siyu's face turned bright red from Yumujuan's words. "I got it. Junjun, I'm leaving now, bye." Sun Siyu hurriedly got into Lin Dong's car, fearing Yumujuan would say something even more bizarre. With a press of the gas pedal, the Bugatti Chiron kicked up a cloud of dust and disappeared at the entrance of the Communication University. Oh no! Goddess Sun has been picked up by the Bugatti Chiron. Did you see who was driving the Bugatti Chiron? How old were they? It looked like a middle-aged man. A balding one. Oh no, the goddess really has been taken by a pig. Nonsense! I clearly saw a young handsome guy driving. Yu Mujun stared in the direction where Sun Siyu had left. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in front of her. The appearance of the Rolls-Royce Phantom didn't attract much attention from the students. Only a few car enthusiasts recognized it. Although this car also starts at tens of millions, its appearance is too low-key, lacking the dazzling presence of the Bugatti Chiron. With the recent appearance of the Bugatti, the Phantom naturally didn't cause much of a stir. Yu Mujun opened the car door and got in. Inside sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dad, Yu Mujun called out. Junjun, do you know the owner of that car we just saw? Yu Mujun's father, Yu Chuanxion, asked. I don't know, but my best friend knows him. He should be her new boyfriend. What's wrong? Dad, do you know him? Is he a jerk? If that's the case, I can't let see you jump into the fire pit, said Yu Mujun. I don't know him, but I would like to get to know him. When are you going to invite your best friend and her boyfriend out for a meal? Yu Chuanxiong said. What do you want to know him for? Isn't he just a rich second generation? Yu Mujun asked, somewhat puzzled. Junjun, you can't just look at the surface. That car is no ordinary vehicle. It's a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Only 8 are sold worldwide, and the price is over 80 million now. How much? 80 million? That's so expensive. Yu Mujun was also taken aback. Even though her family was a well-known wealthy household in Jiangcheng, the price of 80 million for a car was still hard to accept. So knowing him wouldn't hurt. It's business. The more friends you have, the more paths you can take. Who knows, there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Dad, can you not talk about business all day? It's not easy for you to come pick me up, and you end up discussing business with my classmates. You don't care about me at all. Yu Mujun said, somewhat unhappy. Alright, Dad won't talk about business. Let me see if you've lost weight. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove away. I just saw a middle-aged man sitting in that car with Goddess Yu. Is that true? Absolutely true. I would bet my reputation on it. Come on, you still have a reputation? Really? I swear on the light. Oh no, 2 of the 4 little flower girls from the performance department have been snatched away all at once. How are we supposed to live? Young man, work hard. If you put in some effort now, your girlfriend might still be in kindergarten. In the Bugatti Veyron. Lin Dong, don't mind her, she's my best friend, Yu Mujun, and she just likes to joke around. Do I look like the kind of person who would mind? Lin Dong replied with a smile. Lin Dong, thank you for accompanying me home today. And thank you for lending me that 100 million. Without that money, I really don't know what my family would have turned into. Sun Siyu said, starting to sob softly. Hey, classmate Sun, don't cry. Lin Dong didn't know why, but he was most afraid of women crying, especially beautiful ones. He really couldn't handle it. Lin Dong, what if I can't pay back that money? Sun Siyu suddenly asked. Classmate Sun, actually, that money doesn't mean much to me. If you really can't pay it back, how about you offer yourself in return? Lin Dong felt the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he made a joke. Really? Sun Siyu looked up, her expression serious. Lin Dong. After that, the two fell silent. Sun Siyu's cheeks flushed, staring out the window, lost in thought. Lin Dong originally wanted to lighten the mood, but it ended up becoming even more somber. How to continue this conversation? There was no way to continue. If it went on, it would lead to trouble. Yangcheng is a city-level city. Although it can't compare to Jiangcheng, a provincial city, it is much more prosperous than Lin Dong's hometown, Xucheng, which is a county-level city. After more than 2 hours, Lin Dong arrived in Yangcheng, but since it was his first visit, he felt a bit awkward arriving empty-handed. Lin Dong wandered around Yangcheng and bought a lot of things before finally arriving at her community, following Sun Siyu's directions. Sun Siyu lived in a high-end community in Yangcheng. Thanks to Lin Dong's 100 million investment, Sun Weicheng was able to pay off all his debts and move back into their original house. Upon entering the community, Lin Dong's car caught the attention of 2 security guards in the security room. Although they had never seen Lin Dong's car, they did not stop him and let him pass directly. Zhang Ge, this car doesn't seem to belong to our community, right? Shouldn't we ask and register it? A young security guard asked. Xiao Chun, you're new here, you need to have some insight for this job. Please guide me, Zhang Gu. Come on, brother Zhang, have a smoke. The young security guard was clearly new. The older security guard took the cigarette, took a puff, and said, let me tell you today, to do this job well, brother Zhang, specifically studied how to recognize cars. This is a high-end community. I let any car worth over 500,000 pass without a second thought. Only cars worth less than 500,000 do I bother to register. Why is that? The young guard asked. Are you stupid? This is a high-end community. Buying a unit here costs millions, even tens of millions. Who would buy a few millions worth of property and drive a car worth only 1 or 200,000? But cars over 500,000 are different. If you accidentally offend some temperamental rich second generation, do you still want to keep your job? I get it. That car just now was so beautiful. It must be over 500,000, so Brother Zhang let it pass. Over 500,000? Do you even know what brand that car was? I don't know, but it looked so cool. Could it be worth over $1 million? I saw it online. That's a world-famous car, a Bugatti Chiron. Do you know how much it starts at? How much? 30 million. The older guard held up 3 fingers. How? How much? The young guard's mouth dropped open in shock. He was clearly taken aback by the price. 30 million for a car? It was beyond his imagination. 30 million, and that's just the starting price. Some limited editions go for at least 50 million. How about that? Scared now? Who would dare to stop such a car? If you run into someone with a good temper, it might be okay, but if you meet someone with a bad temper, a scolding would be the least of your worries. If they slap you twice, you have to endure it. You might even lose your job. Yes. Brother Zhang is right. I've learned a lot. Please take care of me in the future, Brother Zhang. Here, have a smoke, the young guard said as he handed over the whole pack of cigarettes. After parking the car, Sun Siyu led Lin Dong into one of the buildings and then took the elevator to the 22nd floor. After receiving Lin Dong's call yesterday, Sun Siyu had called back, so her parents should be home now. Standing in front of her door, she took out her keys to unlock it, and upon entering, Sun Siyu was taken aback. What was going on? Why were there so many people? Lin Dong followed Sun Siyu in and was also stunned. In the living room, about 10 people were chatting, and some voices could be heard coming from the kitchen. These were relatives of the Sun family who were relatively close, uncles, aunts, and so on, all gathered together today. Siyu is back. Sun Siyu's father, Sun Weicheng, stood up from the sofa to greet them, sitting in a spot that faced the entrance. Dad, what's going on? Sun Siyu asked. Sun Weicheng didn't answer his daughter's question but said, this must be Lin Dong, right? Come in and sit. What's with all these things you bought? We don't need anything at home. Hello, uncle, Lin Dong called out. Sun Weicheng casually sized up Lin Dong. A pretty good young man, polite, not bad-looking, and his family background was impressive, without the arrogance of those rich second-generation kids. Carrying the gifts, Lin Dong followed Sun Weicheng into the living room, leaving Sun Siyu standing at the entrance, her thoughts a bit chaotic. She had a rough idea of what her parents were thinking. They must believe that Lin Dong was her boyfriend, and she had indeed said so. Knowing that she brought Lin Dong home today and called over these close relatives, part of it was to let them meet her boyfriend, and on the other hand, there was certainly a bit of a show-off mentality. After all, Lin Dong could so readily take out 100 million to help their family. That was not something just anyone could do. Sun Siyu walked into the hall in a daze, still pondering how to explain things to Lin Dong. Originally, I thought it would just be a meal with my parents, my younger sister, and Lin Dong to express some gratitude, but now so many people have come. Will Lin Dong be unhappy? Will he get angry and leave? Sun Siyu felt a bit nervous. After all, she hadn't known Lin Dong for long and didn't really understand the habits of this super-rich second generation. He shouldn't, right? He usually seems quite polite. What if he isn't used to such a scene and leaves in a huff? What should I do? With so many relatives, how can I back out? Sun Siyu suddenly thought of a lot. She was just afraid Lin Dong would be unhappy. At that moment, Lin Dong was being bombarded with questions from Sun Siyu's aunts and uncles. Where does he go to school? How many people are in his family? What do his parents do? How many siblings does he have? These people clearly didn't know that it was Lin Dong who lent 100 million to help Sun Weicheng out of trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to ask him so many questions. A young man who can casually take out 100 million is no ordinary person. Who knows how much power his family has? They only thought that Sun Weicheng was capable, managing to recover after being cheated out of so much money. Lin Dong felt he was about to crack under the pressure. These people seemed to really consider him Sun Siyu's boyfriend. He couldn't directly reveal the truth, so he just said his family was in a small business. Upon hearing that Lin Dong's family was in a small business, their interest waned, and they looked down on him a bit. After all, the Sun family was in big business. To them, a small business was just some fruit stands or convenience stores, which couldn't compare to the Sun family at all. Lin Dong just wanted to cling to the big tree that was the Sun family. Lin Dong took a moment to glance at Sun Siyu and found she was looking at him too. but her eyes held a hint of pleading. Lin Dong bitterly smiled inside and continued to endure the questioning. At that moment, the door to Sun Siyu's sister Sun Si-ying's room opened, and 5 or 6 young people walked out, the oldest around 17 or 18, and the youngest only 12 or 13. These were Sun Siyu's cousins. Sister, Sun Si-ying called out. Siyu's sister, Siyu's sister. The others chimed in. Sun Siyu responded to each of them. After they came out, they all looked at Lin Dong with curiosity. Fortunately, Sun Siyu's house was big enough. The living room was at least 50 or 60 square meters, so even with nearly 20 people gathered, it didn't feel crowded. Sun Weicheng watched Lin Dong handle the inquiries from so many people without a hint of impatience and nodded to himself. Although Lin Dong lent 100 million to their family to help them through a tough time, if Lin Dong were an arrogant and ignorant rich second generation, Sun Weicheng wouldn't want to entrust his daughter to him. After all, this concerned his daughter's lifelong happiness, but he also couldn't quickly return the 100 million to Lin Dong, leaving him conflicted about what to do if Lin Dong really was an ignorant rich second generation. Fortunately, he was quite satisfied with Lin Dong's performance so far. A super-rich second generation could face so many inquiries and respond so humbly and appropriately. This proved that Lin Dong's character was quite good, which reassured him. Lin Dong expressed that he was very tired. Extremely tired. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come no matter what. Those who hadn't dealt with these aunts and uncles wouldn't understand their power. Lin Dong felt that even fighting Qin Zhang would be less exhausting. With everyone chiming in, Lin Dong only felt a buzzing in his head. The key was that these people also seemed to look down on him in their words, which left him feeling helpless. He really wanted to tell them, actually, I am the richest person in the world. But if he said that, no one would believe him. After enduring the relentless bombardment from the people in the living room, 4 or 5 middle-aged women emerged from the kitchen, starting to call everyone to prepare for dinner, and then began another round of bombardment directed at Lin Dong. Throughout the meal, Lin Dong felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, as everyone catered to the eldest son-in-law of the Sun family. Toasts were made, dishes were served. Sun Siyu, sitting at another table, watched Lin Dong smile in the face of his relative's onslaught, and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. How wonderful would it be if this scene were real? She truly wished it were true. Lin Dong was really her boyfriend. Then she would be the happiest woman in the world for the rest of her life. Finally, the meal came to an end. Due to his improved constitution, Lin Dong, despite being toasted many times, felt no intoxication at all. Instead, most of the people who toasted him at the table were left quite tipsy. In the afternoon, Lin Dong originally planned to leave, but because of the alcohol, the Sun family firmly refused to let him go. With no choice, Lin Dong had to pretend to be a bit drunk and was eventually taken to Sun Siyu's room to sleep the afternoon away. He was genuinely afraid that these people would come back for another round in the afternoon, that would really drive him crazy. In the evening, Lin Dong was called up by Sun Siyu, who said it was time for dinner. When Lin Dong got up, he found that apart from him and Sun Siyu, there was no one else in the house. Dinner has been ordered at the hotel. They have already gone over, leaving just the 2 of us, Sun Siyu said. Then let's go, Lin Dong said as he headed for the door. Lin Dong, Sun Siyu suddenly called out. Lin Dong turned to look at her. Thank you for today, Sun Siyu said softly. Why thank me? I should be thanking you. Your family is very hospitable, and I rarely get to enjoy such home-cooked meals, Lin Dong replied with a smile. I know you're just comforting me. Someone like you, a rich second generation, must not be used to being surrounded by others asking questions, right? And they look down on you, but you endured it all for me, and I really appreciate it. Hearing Sun Siyu say this, Lin Dong felt a bit shy. Well, it's really nothing, Sun classmate. We're friends. Friends should help each other. Sun Siyu hugged Lin Dong from behind. Since she was also about 1.72 meters tall, she rested her head on his shoulder, sobbing as she said, Lin Dong, why are you so good to me? What should I do if I really start to like you? Feeling Sun Siyu's softness, Lin Dong's heart began to race. Sun classmate, please don't do this, Lin Dong hurriedly said, fearing he might lose control. The last time, Han Shiryun had stirred up his emotions, and now with Sun Siyu coming on strong again? He wasn't some kind of playboy, after all. Why did they all like to play with fire like this? Lin Dong, can I just hold you for a while? Don't say anything, just let me hold you quietly like this. Hearing Sun Siyu say that, Lin Dong's anger began to subside slowly. He didn't speak, just quietly felt the warmth her body brought him. About 10 minutes later, Sun Siyu released Lin Dong and wiped her face. Thank you, Lin Dong. Let's go. My dad and the others will be getting anxious soon. After Sun Siyu finished speaking, she walked ahead. Lin Dong followed behind with a wry smile. After going downstairs, Lin Dong drove Sun Siyu to the hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Yangchang. Those who could dine inside were all prominent figures in Yangchang, representing the highest level of treatment in the city. The two arrived at the private room reserved by Sun Weicheng, which was quite large, accommodating 3 tables of people without feeling crowded at all. Everyone was already seated, waiting for Lin Dong and Sun Siyu. "Siyu, why are you so late? Everyone has been waiting for you too," said Sun Siyu's second aunt. Because although Lin Dong performed well, his family background was too poor, which made many people look down on him. Therefore, they naturally complained about their tardiness. Moreover, with this son-in-law, Sun Weicheng's future assistance to these relatives might be limited. This was the main reason they were not welcoming Lin Dong. He looked good and attended a prestigious university. If he were to become a son-in-law of the Sun family, their interests would surely be greatly diminished. Second aunt, "Sorry, we got stuck in traffic. Sit down quickly. I'll call the waiter to bring the dishes," Chen Suelian said. Lin Dong and Sun Siyu sat down closely together. Soon, the waiter began to serve the dishes one after another. Finally, no one raised a toast to Lin Dong during this meal, as it seemed that Lin Dong's drinking capacity had frightened them all at noon. Everyone was eating happily. Halfway through the meal, Sun Weicheng stood up with a wine glass and said, "Today, I want to toast Lin Dong." Lin Dong quickly raised his glass and stood up, saying, "Uncle, you are too polite. I toast you." "Lin Dong, sit down first, let me finish my words. I think everyone knows that I, Sun Weicheng, was deceived by a partner some time ago, and I was able to recover so quickly thanks to Lin Dong's help. If it weren't for Lin Dong's 100 million, I think I, Sun Weicheng, would never have had the chance to rise again in this lifetime. So, I must toast you, Lin Dong, you saved our family. Thank you." As soon as Sun Weicheng finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Dong in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that it was Lin Dong who had provided the money to help Sun Weicheng through the crisis. And the amount was as high as 100 million? These relatives had relied on Sun Weicheng over the years and had gained some wealth. The smarter ones had already made 3 to 5 million, while even the less fortunate had 1 to 2 million. But 100 million was an astronomical figure for them. Did Sun Weicheng have a net worth of 100 million? That seemed unlikely. They were also aware of the recent incident where Sun Weicheng was deceived by a partner and had been actively trying to help him, as Sun Weicheng's downfall would also affect their lives. They were all in this together. And this handsome, polite university student, Lin Dong, could actually take out 100 million to help Sun Weicheng? How old was he? He looked to be only 21 or 22. At such a young age, having 100 million in funds was basically impossible to have earned by himself. It must have come from his family. What kind of family could casually provide 100 million to their child without even asking about its use? How wealthy must they be? This was what Lin Dong referred to as his family doing a small business? If that was considered a small business, then what were they? Scavengers? A few people who had mocked Lin Dong at noon turned red and felt embarrassed. They were even worried that if Lin Dong became the son-in-law of the Sun family, their own interests would be diminished. It was simply ridiculous. Would a rich second generation like him come to be a son-in-law? Moreover, if the Sun family could marry into such a super wealthy family, wouldn't these relatives also benefit? Who knows, one day they might also become millionaires thanks to Lin Dong and Sun Siyu. In that moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Dong changed, from disdain and mockery to flattery. This was the power of money. In their eyes, Lin Dong transformed from a loser trying to rely on the Sun family to a big tree that even the Sun family wanted to lean on. His status naturally changed. At this moment, Lin Dong also pretentiously said, "Uncle, you don't have to be polite, Siyu and I are good friends, and 100 million is actually not much for me." The people present felt somewhat numb. The feeling of being able to turn 100 million into just 10,000 must only be experienced by someone like Lin Dong, a super-rich second-generation heir. This 100 million may not mean much to you, but for our Sun family, it is of great significance. Without this 100 million, our Sun family would fall apart, and everyone present here should thank you, Sun Weicheng said, glancing at some of the people seated. He had seen how these people treated Lin Dong today, and the reason he didn't speak up was that he wanted to see their reactions after he revealed the truth. How dare they look down on Lin Dong? They should consider that without Lin Dong's help, could they still be sitting here happily eating? They might as well go home and cry. Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Lin, thank you for saving our whole family. This drink is for you. I'll drink it all. You do as you please. Sun Siyu's second aunt quickly stood up, holding her glass towards Lin Dong. Since noon, she had been the most enthusiastic, nitpicking at Lin Dong. Sun Weicheng had no sons to inherit the family legacy, while she had a son who could carry on the family name. So even though Sun Weicheng was the most successful in the Sun family, the old man still favored Sun heir just because he had given birth to a son. Sun Weicheng was also quite filial, and with the old man in the middle causing trouble, Sun Air's family benefited the most among these relatives. They had even secretly suggested to the old man that if Sun Weicheng left all his wealth to his 2 daughters, it would have nothing to do with the Sun family. They wanted the old man to ask for a share of the inheritance for them. Now that Lin Dong's identity as a super-rich second-generation heir was exposed, she was the happiest. Lin Dong definitely looked down on Sun Weicheng's wealth and would help the Sun family grow, which meant he would get even more in the future. Who knows, maybe one day her family would also have assets worth over 100 million, and she wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Being a rich wife would be great. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Dong with a beaming smile, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing fonder the more she looked. Young Master Lin, thank you for your generous assistance, allowing our Sun family to rise again. This drink is also for you. I'll drink it all, you do as you please. The adults at the 2 large tables basically took turns toasting Lin Dong. The most basic change was in how they addressed him. At noon, they still called him Lin Dong or Little Lin, but now they all called him Young Master Lin. Moreover, at noon, everyone insisted that Lin Dong finish his drink before they would let it go. But now, they mostly drank themselves, and Lin Dong could sip a little or not drink at all without them daring to say anything. This was the shift in status. The meal continued. Lin Dong had become the center of attention. Everyone was intentionally or unintentionally showing respect to Lin Dong. Whatever he liked to eat would linger in front of him for a long time. As the meal, where guests enjoyed themselves and the host was happy, was about to end, the door was pushed open, and everyone initially thought it was a waiter. But a rough voice rang out, clearly not that of a waiter. President Sun, so you're here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Upon hearing this voice, Sun Weicheng's face turned sour. The newcomer had a fierce look, followed by a few lackeys, clearly not good people. After entering, he slapped Sun Weicheng on the shoulder with such force that Sun Weicheng's chopsticks fell to the ground. Lu Yong, what are you doing? Today is our family gathering, don't cause trouble here. Sun Weicheng said angrily. Cause trouble? If you had finished dealing with our matters, why would I still be looking for you? Now you're rich, back on your feet, and famous as President's son? What? Does that mean you can look down on me now? Lu Yong squinted his small eyes and said, Lu Yong, this is a matter between you and Yang Xiaoming. It has nothing to do with me or the company. Sun Weicheng said. Yang Xiaoming was once Sun Weicheng's business partner, who absconded with all the company's assets and even borrowed a lot of external debts in the company's name. Sun Weicheng had already repaid this money. After all, it was borrowed in the company's name, and he was still the legal representative of the company, so it was his responsibility to repay it. He could only blame himself for not recognizing the right people. However, the dispute with Lu Yong was a private loan between him and Yang Xiaoming, and logically, it shouldn't fall on Sun Weicheng. But now that Lu Yong couldn't find Yang Xiaoming, he could only come to his former company and find Sun Weicheng, who was a well-known local figure with many underlings. These days, people had been causing a ruckus at Sun Weicheng's company, demanding that he repay the money. Sun Weicheng called the police, and they would leave, only to return after the police were gone. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than to offend a rogue. That's the meaning of it. Lu Yong's relentless harassment left Sun Weicheng feeling helpless. He had considered repaying the money, but Lu Yong not only wanted 500,000 in principal but also audaciously demanded 1 million in interest, totaling 1,500,000. This extinguished Sun Weicheng's thoughts of simply paying him off. Someone like Lu Yong, once he got a benefit, would stick around like a cat drawn to the smell of fish, and there would be no way to shake him off. Mr. Sun, your words are quite uninteresting. Yang Xiaoming is your brother and also a shareholder of your company. Now that you've made a comeback, who knows if you two are colluding to set me up? Lu Yong said. Lu Yong actually knew about Yang Xiaoming absconding with the company's money. It was basically impossible for it to be false, but he needed a scapegoat. Otherwise, what would happen to his money? Just as Sun Weicheng's company suddenly made a comeback, he set his sights on Sun Weicheng. Lu Yong, don't be unreasonable here. Yang Xiaoming has taken all the company's assets. I have already reported it to the police, and they have opened a case. You can go ask if we are setting you up. I don't care about that. I only care about getting my money. If you don't pay, I'll come to your company every day and see who has more time, you or me? Lu Yong said, his eyes scanning the people present. The moment he saw Sun Siyu, his small eyes couldn't look away. She was stunningly beautiful, with an explosive figure. Even sitting down, it was clear she was at least 170 tall. Over the years, he had been with many women, but none could compare to Sun Siyu, not even a third of her. His greatest hobby in life was women, all kinds of women. The moment he saw Sun Siyu, Lu Yong decided he had to have her. Lu Yong, don't go too far. Lu Yong ignored Sun Weicheng and left his side, walking around the table to Sun Siyu. Miss, may I ask your name? I am Lu Yong, and I would like to be friends with you. Sun Siyu didn't speak, but it was clear she was a bit nervous. The people present were also somewhat angry but dared not speak out. Lu Yong was a notorious local figure in Yangcheng, and anyone who offended him had no good ending. Sun Weicheng couldn't do anything about him, let alone these people. Bang! At that moment, Sun Weicheng slammed the table and pointed at Lu Yong, saying, "Lu Yong, don't go too far. If you dare to touch my family, I will make sure we both suffer." Sun Weicheng was furious. How could he not know Lu Yong's habits? The other party actually wanted to lay hands on his daughter. This was absolutely intolerable. If he couldn't even protect his own family, what kind of man was he? Moreover, his future son-in-law Lin Dong was watching nearby. As for asking Lin Dong for help, he hadn't even considered it. Even if Lin Dong was from a prominent family, he was still out of reach. This is not his family's territory, so their influence cannot reach here, otherwise, it would break the rules. Lu Yong ignored Sun Weicheng's threat, squinting his small eyes and smiling lightly as he said, "Oh, family? So, she's your daughter? Mr. Sun, I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful daughter. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation." As for the threat Lu Yong mentioned, he didn't take it to heart at all. Fish die and nets break? What qualifications does Sun Weicheng have to say that to him? He was just a small-time boss with a bit of status. There were plenty of people like him in Yangcheng, but how many people in Yangcheng were like Lu Yong? In the underground world of Yangcheng, Lu Yong might not control everything, but he could at least rank in the top 5. He didn't take someone like Sun Weicheng seriously at all. He had plenty of ways to make the other party submit, unless they wanted to give up on their life in Yangcheng and move away. Sun Weicheng took a deep breath and said, "Lu Yong, I'll give you the money, just as you said, please leave immediately." However, Lu Yong remained unmoved, grinning as he said, "Mr. Sun, I don't want money right now. If you give your daughter to me, I guarantee your company will thrive in Yangcheng, sailing smoothly. What do you say?" "You." Sun Weicheng was so angry he couldn't speak. "If you keep this up, we will call the police," said Chen Suilian, Sun Siyu's mother. After saying that, she took out her phone, preparing to call the police. "If you dare to call the police, I guarantee your company will never operate in Yangcheng again, believe it or not? And not only will your company be unable to continue, but even your place of residence will be affected. I believe you wouldn't want to wake up every day to find a pile of dung in front of your door, right? Or have strangers throw dung at you on the street?" Lu Yong said in a chilling tone. This frightened Chen Suilian as well. The hand that was dialing the phone stopped moving. She was afraid that her decision would affect her husband's important matters. The people around were also scared. For Lu Yong, such things were not uncommon. Lu Yong was very clever. He wouldn't harm you personally, but these underhanded tactics had allowed him to establish a foothold in Yangcheng. "That's more like it." Lu Yong resumed his smile and said, "Lu Yong, just tell me, how much do you want?" Sun Weicheng asked, dejectedly sitting down. Lu Yong's threat to his family was what he feared the most. Family was his Achilles heel, and what Lu Yong had just said was indeed how he had started out. Even calling the police wouldn't help. No one was hurt, and at most, they would be detained for a while. He had many younger brothers. One by one, they would cycle through, which was something no one could endure. Today, Lu Yong had chosen the perfect time. Otherwise, even if Lu Yong had a knife to his neck, he wouldn't have frowned because he didn't believe Lu Yong would dare to do that. But now he had no choice. For the sake of his family, he could only back down. He just hoped Lu Yong wouldn't be too greedy. "Mr. Sun, I just said I don't want money right now. If you give your daughter to me, I can be your son-in-law. How about that? I guarantee you will have smooth sailing in the future. If there are any rival companies, just let me know, and I'll take care of them for you." "Impossible. Don't even think about it. This is absolutely not going to happen." Sun Weicheng roared loudly. "Oh, impossible? Mr. Sun, I hope you can still speak so confidently in 3 days." Lu Yong then reached out to touch Sun Siyu's face. "Miss Sun, just wait for me for 2 days. I believe your dad will change his mind." Just as his hand was about to touch Sun Siyu's face, a strong hand grabbed his, preventing him from advancing any further. Lu Yong was about to feel Sun Siyu's smooth face when he was unexpectedly held tightly by a hand. He tried to move, but the grip was so strong that he couldn't budge. Turning his head, he realized it was a young man next to Sun Siyu who had caught him. "Kid, you better not meddle in my business, or I'll make you regret it," Lu Yong said fiercely to Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't respond, but he gripped Lu Yong's hand tighter. Lu Yong slowly began to feel something was off. The pain in his hand was increasing, and sweat started to bead on his forehead. "Ah, stop, stop, stop." Lu Yong couldn't take it anymore, the pain making him cry out, "Yong Gu, Yong Gu, Yong Gu." A few of Lu Yong's underlings at the door saw him crying out and wanted to help, but Lu Yong called out to stop them. Don't come over. The group immediately halted. Little brother, you're still young, don't do anything foolish. Just let go, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. What do you say? Lu Yong stammered. The pain in his hand was so intense that he could barely speak. He had to concede. He even felt like Lin Dong was about to crush his bones. Lin Dong glanced at Lu Yong, still silent. Was there any need to show mercy to a scoundrel like Lu Yong? Naturally not. He increased the pressure. Lu Yong let out a miserable scream. It hurts. Big brother, please, let go. Then everyone present heard a chilling sound. Crack. Was Lu Yong's hand just broken? Everyone looked at Lin Dong with fear in their eyes. This young man, who had just seemed polite, was so ruthless. He had actually crushed Lu Yong's hand? And where did he get such strength? What does it feel like to have your hand crushed like that? Lu Yong was now in so much pain he couldn't speak. Sweat had soaked his clothes. A few of the underlings looked at Lin Dong, feeling a bit frightened. So ruthless. This young man was incredibly fierce? They were also scared. Some people are not someone you can just mess with, Lin Dong said calmly. After saying that, he released Lu Yong's hand. Lu Yong cradled his broken hand, squatting on the ground, weakly howling in pain. A few underlings hurried over to help him up. Everyone in the room looked at Lin Dong in shock, while Lin Dong remained completely indifferent. It was as if what he had just done was a trivial matter. A few minutes later, Lu Yong regained his composure. Although his hand still hurt a lot, it was much better than before. He glared at Lin Dong with a grim expression. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you're finished. In this sheep city, from now on, your whole family can forget about living well. Lu Yong, right? I'm sitting right here. I want to see how I'm finished. As for Uncle Sun's family, you can talk tough after you get through today. Lin Dong's tone remained incredibly calm, not taking Lu Yong's threats seriously at all. Fine, just wait, Lu Yong said as he took out his phone with his other hand and started dialing. He needed to call for backup. From what he had just seen, this young man clearly wasn't someone they could handle alone. But no matter how strong you are, what does it matter? As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. If he called over 30 or 50 people, he didn't believe Lin Dong could still hold his ground. At that moment, Lin Dong also took out his phone. He sent a message in the SCC group. Is there anyone from Sheep City in Jiangnan province in the group? Since Lin Dong was already a core member of SCC, his status would be reflected in the group. As one of the few cores in the entire SCC, his words naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many lower, middle, and even high-level members wanted to get close to such a big shot, but had been struggling for opportunities. Now that the chance had come, they naturally flocked to it. Soon, several people replied. Boss, I'm in Luzhou, very close to Yancheng. What do you need? I'll rush over right away. Boss, I'm in Yuancheng, also a neighbor of Yangcheng. I can come over immediately. There were many such messages, at least 7 or 8, mostly from people living very close to Yancheng, indicating they could come right away. This was enough to prove the status of core members in the SCC. If a senior member sent such a message, everyone would respond, but it would never be with such eagerness. At this moment, a message caught Lin Dong's attention. Boss, I'm from Yangcheng, and I'm currently in Yangcheng. Where are you? I'll come over right away. Lin Dong directly chatted with the person. I'm Lin Dong, currently in room 36 of the Yangcheng Holiday Hotel. I'm in a bit of trouble here. Can you help? Of course. Don't worry, there's nothing I can't solve in Yangcheng. Just wait a moment, I'll be there in 20 minutes. No, I can make it in 15. Great. Hurry up, I'll be waiting here for you. Just a moment, boss, I'm on my way. Lin Dong hung up the phone. Next to him, Sun Siyu looked at Lin Dong, her beautiful eyes sparkling. On the other end of the line, Yen Hong was enjoying a foot massage with a few friends at a foot bath establishment. Bored, he scrolled through his phone and saw a big shot in the group asking who was in Yangcheng, Jiangnan province. Yangcheng, Jiangnan province? Isn't that where I'm from? A core member of the SCC is actually in Yangcheng? Yen Hong immediately replied in the group. Soon, the other party started a private chat with him. After finishing his conversation with Lin Dong, Yen Hong was in high spirits. He was a big shot in Yangcheng, but he was a nouveau riche. Although he controlled over 60% of the entertainment venues in the city, he lacked depth. He wanted to step out of Yangcheng and climb higher, integrating into the upper circles of Jiangnan province. After much effort, leveraging connections and spending money, he finally joined the SCC, an organization that felt enormous to him. The members here were all at least at his level, while the mid-level and senior members were big shots from provincial cities. He wanted to get close to these people, but no one paid him any attention. Gradually, he lost patience and thought it was better to guard his own little territory and enjoy life. But now, a core big shot from the SCC needed his help in Yangcheng? What level was a core big shot? There were only a little over 10 in the entire SCC. He had never imagined he could connect with such a big figure. This was simply a chance from heaven, an opportunity for him to rise to prominence, and he had to seize it. As for the trouble Lin Dong mentioned, he didn't take it seriously at all. There was truly nothing in Yangcheng that he couldn't solve. He was already thinking that after helping Lin Dong, this core member of the SCC, he would at least be considered acquainted. With more interactions, he could gradually get close to this big tree. Yen Hong hurriedly stood up and said to his friends, "You guys keep playing. I have something urgent to attend to. I need to step out for a bit." "Hong go. What's so urgent that you have to leave us?" "Yeah, we finally gathered, and you're leaving? What does that mean?" Yen Hong felt a bit embarrassed. This gathering was organized by him, and these three were friends he was close to. However, he had to go to Lin Dong immediately. He absolutely couldn't delay. So he said, "A core big shot from the SCC is in a bit of trouble at the Yangcheng Holiday Hotel, and I need to go over right away." SCC core big shot? The three present were a bit surprised. Although they weren't members of the SCC, it wasn't that they didn't want to join, they just had no connections. However, ever since Yen Hong joined the SCC, he often boasted in front of them. As a result, they had a basic understanding of the SCC. Yen Hong was considered the lowest-ranking member, with intermediate and advanced members above him. The core members were the leadership of the SCC, and these big shots were definitely incredibly impressive. According to Yen Hong, there were only a dozen or so core members in the entire SCC, each one a top-tier big shot. They quickly got up, wanting to follow Yen Hong to witness the grandeur of the SCC's core big shots. "Brother Hong, how about we go with you to see the core big shots of the SCC?" one of them asked. Yen Hong thought for a moment and said, "All right, we need to hurry. We can't keep the big shots waiting." The four of them quickly changed their clothes and drove to the Holiday Hotel. Room 36 of the Holiday Hotel. Lu Yong's guests had already started to arrive, with more than 20 people entering the room at once, while some were still outside. The entire Sun family was squeezed into a corner of the room. Two younger children were so scared they were on the verge of crying. The others all wore worried expressions. They had never seen such a scene before. The Sun family looked at Lin Dong, all very concerned for him. Right now, Lin Dong was the only one sitting still in the chair. After Lu Yong's guests had entered, he felt more confident. "Kid, weren't you very tough just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Come on, show me how tough you are again. I'll tell you, you're done for, I'm going to kill you today," Lu Yong said, pointing his good finger at Lin Dong's nose. His expression was as arrogant as it could be, and the spit from his mouth almost sprayed onto Lin Dong's face. "Lu Yong, how much do you want? I'll give you the money, just take your people and leave." Sun Weicheng stood in front of his family, facing Lu Yong. "Money? Sun Weicheng, do you think money can settle today's matter? I'll tell you, don't interfere in this. I'll settle my accounts with you later. Right now, I have to deal with this kid." As Lu Yong spoke, his index finger was already touching Lin Dong's nose. Lin Dong didn't say a word. He reached out and grabbed Lu Yong's finger, quickly twisting it back with force. Crack! Another sound shocked the entire room. "Ah!" Lu Yong screamed in pain. Lin Dong was too fast, and before anyone could react, Lu Yong's index finger was broken. At this moment, the more than 20 of Lu Yong's underlings finally reacted and were about to rush forward to attack Lin Dong. A voice came from outside the door. "I want to see who dares to move." Upon hearing this voice, everyone preparing to act stopped in their tracks. Yen Hong walked in with his three friends. Lu Yong was still on the ground howling. Both of his hands were broken, and tears of pain streamed down his face. Because his own howling covered his voice, he seemed not to hear Yen Hong's words. Lu Yong's underlings lowered their heads in unison, not expecting Yen Hong to suddenly appear here. Who was Yen Hong, the tyrant of Yang City, nicknamed Brother Hong? A person like Lu Yong wasn't even worthy to carry Yen Hong's shoes, let alone these underlings. Offending Yen Hong in Yang City meant you wouldn't even know how you died. "You must be Lin Xiao, right?" Yen Hong bowed slightly and asked Lin Dong. "I am Lin Dong. You are Yen Hong?" Lin Dong asked. Since the names in the SCC group were all real names, he had seen Yen Hong's name in private messages. He looked up and assessed Yen Hong, who appeared to be in his 40s, quite imposing, and likely held a significant position in Yang City. Yes, I am indeed Yen Hong," Yen Hong quickly replied. He didn't dare show any disrespect to Lin Dong, a core big shot of the SCC. Even though Lin Dong looked very young, he didn't dare underestimate him. At such a young age, Being able to enter the core of SCC only proves how deep Lin Dong's background is, doesn't it? He dreams of getting close to these super wealthy heirs. Look at the person on the ground, do you recognize him? He just said he wanted to kill me. Lin Dong pointed at Lu Yong, who was still wailing on the ground. Yan Hong glanced at the person on the ground. Isn't that Lu Yong? This person, who has built his reputation through underhanded means over the years, is said to have dozens of people under him. Yan Hong walked over and kicked Lu Yong, saying, "Stop screaming. Get up if you're not dead. Otherwise, you'll really die in a bit." Yan Hong's voice was very calm, but it sent chills down the spines of all of Lu Yong's underlings present. "Get up quickly if you're not dead, or you'll really die in a bit." Hearing this from Yan Hong's mouth felt terrifying. Lu Yong, enduring the excruciating pain, looked up at Yan Hong. That glance nearly scared him into unconsciousness. "Hong, Master Hong, get up," Yan Hong said. Yes, I'll get up right away." Lu Yong hurriedly endured the pain and crawled up from the ground. "Kneel and apologize to young Master Lin." "Why young Master Lin?" Lu Yong hesitated, looking at Lin Dong. Yan Hong kicked Lu Yong's knee, and Lu Yong was suddenly knocked to his knees in front of Lin Dong. "Apologize to young Master Lin. If young Master Lin forgives you, then today's matter will be over. If you don't get young Master Lin's forgiveness, you know the consequences," Yan Hong said to Lu Yong, who was kneeling in front of Lin Dong. Hearing Yan Hong say this, even someone as foolish as Lu Yong knew he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even the tyrant of Yangcheng, Master Hong, had to call Lin Dong young master, so how powerful could Lin Dong's background be? "Why young Master Lin? I'm sorry, it's my fault for being blind and offending you. Please spare me," Lu Yong said as he knocked his head on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't dare to knock lightly, he was banging his head hard, making loud thuds against the floor. If he didn't get Lin Dong's forgiveness today, whether he could walk out of Yangcheng was a big question mark. Yan Hong watched as Lu Yong knocked his head on the ground in front of Lin Dong, the sound echoing loudly, and casually glanced at the others in the room. That glance was enough to scare the more than 20 of Lu Yong's underlings, who quickly knelt down one after another, starting to knock their heads on the ground for Lin Dong. Bang! Bang! The sounds filled the private room. The entire Sun family was left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, Lu Yong had been fierce and menacing, and now he was on the ground like a dog, begging for Lin Dong's forgiveness. They were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. "Uncle Sun, how do you think we should deal with Lu Yong?" Lin Dong turned to Sun Weicheng and asked. Lin, young master, you can decide," Sun Weicheng said somewhat awkwardly. He had originally wanted to call Lin Dong by his name, but thinking that even Yan Hong had to call him young master, he didn't dare to be casual. Yan Hong was not someone Lu Yong could compare to. In Yangcheng, offending Yan Hong basically meant cutting off one's own retreat, leaving no chance to struggle. If he called Lin Dong by name, wouldn't that be putting himself above Yan Hong? What if Lin Dong left and Yan Hong came to settle the score with him? But calling him young master also felt a bit inappropriate. After all, Lin Dong was his daughter's boyfriend. What father-in-law calls his son-in-law young master? "Uncle Sun, don't be so formal. CE and I are good friends. You can just call me Lin Dong." Yan Hong's three friends were observing Lin Dong from behind. They had come to see the demeanor of a top young master, but now they felt that this top young master seemed just average. Compared to them, he didn't seem any different. Could it be that they had never seen such a person and had returned to simplicity? Lin Dong casually stood up and stepped on Lu Yong's already broken hand, instantly releasing his extreme mental power. At that moment, everyone in the room felt a chill breeze sweep through, causing their bodies to involuntarily shiver. Lu Yong, under the dual torment of body and spirit, fainted without even letting out a sound. Yan Hong and the three friends behind him also froze, exchanging glances that revealed the terror in each other's eyes. In that instant, Lin Dong displayed the demeanor of a top-tier young master. No one who had long occupied a high position could exude such pressure, as if a mountain were pressing down on them. Lin Dong retracted his mental energy in an instant, his main purpose being to intimidate. He feared that his status as a core member of the SCC wouldn't be enough to subdue Yan Hong, which was why he resorted to such a display. After all, Sun Siyu's family still needed to live in Yangcheng, and since he was going to help, he would help to the fullest. In truth, this was entirely due to Lin Dong's recent joining of the SCC and his lack of understanding of it. The identity of a core member of the SCC was vastly different from that of mid-level members. For a low-level member like Yan Hong, it was more than enough to intimidate him, leaving no room for any other thoughts. "Yan Hong, that person is my uncle's son, the father of my good friend. You'll need to take good care of him in Yangcheng." Lin Dong pointed at Sun Weicheng and Yan Hong. It seemed that Yan Hong held a significant position in Yangcheng, and having him look after Sun Weicheng's family should ensure they lived well. "Rest assured, young Master Lin, From now on, your uncle's son's matters will be my matters. I can't guarantee anything elsewhere, but in Yangchang, Yen will absolutely ensure he sails smoothly, Yen Hong promised, patting his chest. Building a good relationship with Lin Dong was something he desired, and in Yangchang, taking care of someone was just a matter of a word. Alright, Yen Hong, I remember you. If anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime, Lin Dong said, patting Yen Hong on the shoulder. Yes, young Master Lin, Yen Hong replied excitedly. Uncle Sun, let's head out. I'll leave this to Yen Hong. Lin Dong called out to Sun Weicheng's family. After saying that, Lin Dong led the way out, and Sun Weicheng's family hurried to follow. As they exited the corridor, they saw a row of people kneeling in the hallway, all of whom were Lu Yong's subordinates, now trembling on the ground. They weren't afraid of Lin Dong. He was still too distant for them. What they feared was Yen Hong. The reputation of the tyrant of Yangchang was not just for show, it was earned through real actions. After leaving the Holiday Inn, Lin Dong expressed his desire to return to Jiangcheng, which wasn't too far away, just over 2 hours. If they set off now, it would still be early enough to reach Jiangcheng. Sun Weicheng's family wanted Lin Dong to stay for the night, hoping to get to know this young master of Yangcheng better. While building a good relationship, they also wanted to mitigate the disrespect shown to Lin Dong at noon, especially from those who had mocked him. Had they known Lin Dong had such power, they would have been eager to curry favor, and would never have dared to look down on him. However, after witnessing Lin Dong's fierce demeanor earlier, they were now somewhat afraid, so they didn't dare to approach him, instead casting their gaze towards Sun Siyu. Sun Weicheng subtly tugged at Sun Siyu's sleeve, signaling her to persuade Lin Dong to stay. Lin Dong was already preparing to open the car door. Lin Dong, Sun Siyu called out. Lin Dong turned to look at Sun Siyu. Can you stay for the night? Sun Siyu asked, her eyes filled with expectation. Lin Dong initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Sun Siyu's alluring expression and her hopeful gaze, his old habit kicked in. It was genuinely hard for him to refuse a beautiful woman who had a good relationship with him and treated him well. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Dong was a fickle or unfaithful person. On the contrary, up until now, even though he has been surrounded by so many beautiful women since breaking up with Jiang Shan, he hasn't had a substantial relationship. The most recent incident was with Han Shiyun. If it weren't for the matter with his aunt that night, something might have really happened. But that was also because Han Shiyun had insulted his dignity as a man, which is why he knew she was trying to provoke him but still got riled up. Lin Dong felt that he should be hard-hearted towards enemies, but with friends, being a bit soft-hearted was fine. Well, okay, but I have to leave early tomorrow morning. I have things to do back home. Lin Dong hesitated before saying, Sun Siyu happily ran over and linked her arm with Lin Dong's. Lin Dong staying made Sun Weicheng and the whole family quite happy. A few younger kids saw Lin Dong's car and all wanted to ride in it. The allure of a top-tier supercar was quite strong for them, but their parents stopped them. They weren't surprised that Lin Dong could drive such a supercar. It was fitting for someone of his status as a top young master. However, they regretted not discovering it sooner. If they had known he drove such a car from the start, they wouldn't have looked down on him. Thus, Lin Dong continued to carry Sun Siyu, and the group returned to Sun Siyu's home. Lin Dong and Sun Weicheng's family left. In the private room 36 of the Holiday Hotel, only Yen Hong and his 3 friends remained, along with the unconscious Lu Yong on the floor and his dozens of kneeling subordinates. How do you feel? Yen Hong asked the 3. At first, I didn't feel much, but just as he stood up, it felt like facing a mountain. The pressure was intense. Me too. In that moment, I felt a chill. This young master seems quite extraordinary. Anyone who can become a core member of SCC is not an ordinary person. Let's not speculate, we should clean up this mess. Hong Go. If we really get in touch with this big shot, don't forget about us brothers. Don't worry, if we really connect, I definitely won't forget you, Yen Hong said. From the pressure Lin Dong suddenly released earlier, it seemed he called them over purely because he was afraid that someone like Lu Yong would dirty his hands. The next day, Lin Dong got up, had breakfast, and returned to Jiang City. Sun Siyu still needed to rest at home for a day before going back, so he was alone on the way. Nothing happened last night regarding beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Aside from some relatives of Sun Siyu complimenting him, they left late at night, and nothing else occurred. Time passed day by day. 3 days later, Lin Dong finally received a call from Zhao Xian, saying she had found a promising project. Based on the team she assembled for the investigation, it had significant investment value, but the asking price was a bit high, and she wanted to consult Lin Dong's opinion. Without hesitation, Lin Dong transferred the money. He had no opinion to give and actually hoped the asking price would be even higher. He felt he didn't have many places to spend money. Spending a little here and there didn't really increase his status as a wealthy person. He had prepared 2 houses for his aunt and his older aunt, which cost 200 million, and 100 million of that hadn't even been paid yet. Moreover, he had lost interest in 1 or 2 wealthy points. If he wanted them to increase quickly, he could only invest wildly. But he couldn't invest recklessly. If he acted without following the rules, it would likely attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. He felt he wasn't yet capable of protecting his assets, so he had always kept a low profile. In terms of power, he was just starting out and still building up, far from people like Xi Party's Xi Zhao Sherdao and Zhuge Sangxiong. Even compared to Qin Zhang and Lu Chen, he was not their match at all. In terms of strength, Pejun once said that he had only seen the most formidable among the younger generation, which means there are still many from the older generation who could defeat him. That's why he wanted to cultivate his own power. His ideal is that one day, among the top 1,000 enterprises in the world, he would hold a significant stake in 800 of them. At that time, with a wave of his arm, the global economy would tremble. How impressive! How domineering! As for why he chose Zhao Xian for such an important position, one reason is that he was originally a nobody, with no one around him capable of such ability. From their interactions, it seemed that Zhao Xian was someone he valued. She has capability and principles. Another reason is that after Zhao Xian's family sought him out, he learned some things about her. She is definitely a person who knows how to be grateful. Even though her parents were harsh on her growing up, she still thought of her family after earning money. Aside from maintaining her own life, she had saved almost nothing after working for so many years. For Lin Dong, ability is secondary. He doesn't care about making money since he already has more than enough. Character is the most important thing. If a person has a bad character, no matter how capable they are, Lin Dong would absolutely not want them. So what he ultimately valued in Zhao Xian was her character. A person like Zhao Xian, Lin Dong can guarantee, as long as her anger subsides, she will continue to help her family, and how she does it will depend on her own choices. When he first received the system, Lin Dong secretly decided that until he felt he had secured himself, he absolutely could not reveal all his strength. Keeping a low profile is the way to go. It is his secret weapon for success. What he needs to do now is to work hard to accumulate godly rich points and see if the system will upgrade. Extreme physical and mental strength is definitely not enough. He injected 2 billion into Zhao Xian, but the godly rich points did not increase immediately. It was only the next day that it added 20 points, bringing the total to a little over 100. This also confirmed Lin Dong's thoughts. The money in the super godly rich system needs to be spent to increase godly rich points. Donating or transferring money back and forth will not increase them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be wonderful if Lin Dong could just transfer 1 trillion to his company account? The system is quite simple. It just requires Lin Dong to spend money to increase his godly rich points and enhance himself. Meanwhile, Lin Dong also established a security department, asking Xiao Pejun to contact some mercenaries he knew abroad. Whether domestic or foreign, as long as they are willing to come, all benefits will be generous, but the prerequisite is that their character must pass. People who are irredeemably wicked and have been forced to flee abroad to become mercenaries are absolutely not acceptable to Lin Dong. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were also asked to help Xiao Pejun set up the security department first. With his current strength, there shouldn't be many who could threaten him. If they couldn't even handle him, then Wei Yong and Li Guobing would just be easy pickings. These past few days, Lin Dong had been busy and hadn't gone to school. His homeroom teacher called him, asking him to return to class. Lin Dong was puzzled. Wasn't it said that after the last May Day gala, he could take leave freely after going on stage? It turned out that someone had directly approached the school leaders, saying that Lin Dong was frequently absent from class and didn't seem like a student at all, which was damaging to the reputation of Jiang University, a prestigious school. In the end, even the homeroom teacher was reprimanded by the school leaders. After receiving the call from his homeroom teacher, Lin Dong went straight to the principal's office. Knock, knock. Lin Dong knocked twice on the door. Come in. A stern voice came from inside. Lin Dong pushed the door open. Principal Zhou Limin was sitting at his desk, flipping through documents. After Lin Dong entered, Zhou Limin looked up at him and said, "Student, what can I do for you?" "Hello, Principal Zhou. I am a third-year student in the Business Administration Department. My name is Lin Dong." Lin Dong directly sat down in the chair opposite Zhou Huimin and said, Got it. And then? Zhou Limin asked. He felt that Lin Dong was somewhat different. In the past, those students who saw him were all trembling with fear. But Lin Dong's casual demeanor made him feel a bit of a contrast. "Principal Zhou, I have some matters outside of school, so I might need to ask for leave at any time. I hope you can grant me this privilege," Lin Dong said. "Oh, you want the privilege to take leave at any time? Can you tell me why?" Zhou Limin asked with a smile. He was curious why Lin Dong dared to come to him, the principal, with such a request, and it seemed he expected that he would agree. "Because I have been doing some business outside of school, so I might be quite busy." Business? Lindong, our school supports college students in entrepreneurship. As long as you submit the relevant materials to the school and pass the school's review, there shouldn't be any problem in giving you the green light. But I don't want to apply formally, so I came directly to you. Lindong said. Oh, then Lindong, do you think I will agree? I believe Principal Zhou, you won't refuse. Reason, Zhou Limin said. Because I am prepared to donate 100 million to Jiangda, with 50 million set up as a scholarship fund for impoverished students, specifically for those from poor families who excel academically. The other 50 million will be used to improve various facilities at the school. Principal Zhou, what do you think? Lindong said with a smile. Zhou Limin was clearly taken aback by Lindong's words. Donating 100 million to Jiangda? This had never happened in the many years since Jiangda was established. Not to mention Jiangda, even among the well-known universities across the country, there had never been such a precedent. Jiangda could at least rank in the top 10 among the country's prestigious universities. Over the years, it had nurtured many prominent figures from various fields, and donations were common, but most were in the range of several million. The largest donation Jiangda had received over the years was from a student who graduated many years ago and is now a big shot in the business world, worth billions, but he only donated 20 million. Now, a junior student claimed he wanted to donate 100 million to the school? Who would believe that? To be honest, Zhou Limin himself found it hard to believe. In his view, Lindong was probably just here to amuse him, the principal. Lindong, are you sure you want to donate 100 million to the school? You're not here to make fun of me, are you? Zhou Limin sat up straight and asked. Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to see you, the principal? To chat? If I wanted to chat, I would find senior sisters or junior brothers, right? Lindong continued to smile. Zhou Limin scrutinized Lindong carefully. There was no hint of the awkwardness that other students showed when they saw him. Instead, he displayed a somewhat irreverent attitude, proving he was certainly not afraid of him. Could he be from a prominent family? Very likely. A junior student could earn 100 million through entrepreneurship? He certainly didn't believe that. Moreover, if Lindong was indeed donating 100 million, how much money did he have? 1 billion? Or 100 billion? If Lindong wasn't here to amuse him, then he must undoubtedly be from some wealthy family. Furthermore, if the school could have an extra 100 million in funds, many things could be accomplished, perhaps even attracting a few provincial champions. This would greatly help elevate their school. His lifelong dream was to raise Jiangda to be among the top 3 universities in the country. Alright, Lindong, if you really intend to donate 100 million to the school as you said, then I will grant you this privilege, and I will also thank you for your contribution to Jiangda. But if you are here to make fun of me, then don't blame me for being formal. Okay, Principal Zhou, it's settled then, but I hope to remain anonymous in my donation. I don't want to be surrounded like a monkey wherever I go in school. No problem. With that, Lindong was taken by Principal Zhou Limin to the school finance office, where he called in the leaders from Jiang University. Until the donation was completed and the 100 million arrived, the leaders of Jiang University still felt as if they were dreaming. In the past, whenever there was a donation of a few million, it would be a grand affair with a big conference to promote it. But now donating 100 million was completed so simply? Lindong's name was also added to the list of these school leaders. He was definitely a wealthy benefactor, and it was best not to offend him. Student Lindong, thank you for your contribution to the development of Jiang University. On behalf of all the faculty and students, I sincerely thank you. Principal Zhou Limin said, gripping Lindong's hand tightly. A donation of 100 million was a historical breakthrough. Lindong was still a student and didn't want to be famous or attract attention. Once he graduated, he could promote this matter, which would enhance the school's reputation. A junior student, making money from entrepreneurship outside, directly donating 100 million to the school, what a strong sense of belonging it must take to do that. Moreover, earning so much money while in junior year was a testament to the school's excellent educational philosophy. Zhou Limin was overjoyed. Not only could the school benefit, but it could also boost its visibility and attract more students. Truly a win-win situation. Principal Zhou, you are too polite. Jiang University is also my alma mater, the place that educated me. Contributing to Jiang University is something I believe every student would do, Lindong replied politely. Then came the handshakes and thanks from various school leaders, to which Lindong responded graciously. Because Lindong didn't want to make a fuss, the school didn't hold any donation ceremony. After donating the money, Lindong left the school and continued his leave. Attending classes was no longer very important to him. Moreover, with his limited mental energy, he learned things super quickly, and he felt he shouldn't fail any courses. Attending the important classes would suffice. Even if he did fail, he believed the school would still pass him. Before he knew it, the weekend had arrived. Lu Yenmei's health had improved significantly after half a month of treatment. This weekend, they planned to return to Shuqing together to move some necessary items. Lin Dong also needed to pick up his aunt's family, see how to persuade them to move to Jiangchang, and also retrieve his parents' compensation. Once he arranged for his family, Lin Dong felt he could then focus on his own matters. Wang Li had returned to school half a month ago, and with Lu Yenmei's family of 3 plus Lin Dong, along with drivers Wei Yong and Li Guobing, a group of 6 set off for Shuqing on Friday evening. Lin Dong bought another Mercedes-Benz G-Class, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing each driving one. For them, former mercenaries, going a few days without sleep was completely fine, let alone just driving for a few hours. They set off at 6 in the evening and arrived in Shuqing at midnight. After dropping off his aunt's family at home, Lin Dong and the 3 of them, including Li Guobing, found a hotel to stay in the county town. Lu Yenmei originally wanted Lin Dong to stay at their home since he had lived there for 2 years. However, Lin Dong felt that both he and Wang Chao were now grown up and should have their own privacy. It was more comfortable to live alone, and sharing a bed with Wang Chao felt a bit awkward. Staying in Wang Li's room also seemed inappropriate, so he insisted on going to the hotel with Wei Yong and the others. Before leaving, Lin Dong took the agreement signed by his second uncle, Lin Guobang. Xiaodong, actually, with your ability, that compensation amount is nothing to you, but your aunt knows you are upset. Lin Guobang has indeed done some unscrupulous things, but after all, he is your second uncle, who raised you for several years. Your aunt hopes you won't go too far, Lu Yenmei said earnestly as she handed the agreement to Lin Dong. I understand, aunt. I just want to get back what belongs to me, Lin Dong replied. Your aunt believes in you. Go ahead. The next day, Lin Dong, along with Wei Yong and Li Guobing, headed to his second uncle Lin Guobang's residence. From Lin Dong's understanding of his second uncle Lin Guobang and second aunt Zhang Guifang, they would definitely not willingly hand over the compensation. So, the night before, Lin Dong had already contacted the best lawyer in Jiangcheng and sent the agreement to him. Because of the agreement in hand, the other party indicated that this lawsuit had almost no suspense. The lawyer should already be on his way to Shuqing. Moreover, through some connections, he had contacted someone from F Institute, who stated that as long as the evidence was solid, they would handle it as quickly as possible. Lin Guobang's residence was located in the suburbs of Shuqing, a self-built 3-story house, which was constructed by Lin Dong's father and his second uncle Lin Guobang back in the day. This meant that Lin Dong actually owned half of the house, but after Lin Dong's custody was awarded to Lin Guobang, the house naturally belonged to Lin Guobang. The 3 of them arrived at Lin Guobang's residence. Upon entering the yard, second aunt Zhang Guifang was watering the flowers. When she saw Lin Dong, she snorted and turned back into the house, clearly not welcoming his arrival. Lin Dong, along with Wei Yong and Li Guobing, entered the house. Since it was Saturday, the whole Lin Guobang family was present. Second uncle Lin Guobang, second aunt Zhang Guifang, cousin Lin Fei, and cousin Lin Quan. However, upon seeing Lin Dong, no one was willing to acknowledge him. They were all engrossed in watching television. Lin Dong smiled indifferently, walked to the center of the living room, placed the agreement on the coffee table, and said, Lin Guobang, this is the agreement you signed back then. Hurry up and give me my parents' compensation. I won't make things difficult for you. I don't want this house either. Just consider it the cost of living here for a few years. Lin Dong didn't even call him second uncle, directly addressing him as Lin Guobang, as he had been haunted by his time living there. What agreement? What compensation? I don't know. Lin Dong, don't listen to your aunt and the others' nonsense. There is no such thing. Lin Guobang denied vehemently. Lin Guobang, do you think denying it is meaningful? It's written in black and white, and the court had a record of it. Can you just shrug it off? Lin Guobang remained silent, but Zhang Guifang shouted loudly, Lin Dong, you ungrateful little brat. Didn't you spend money living here for these years? You ate our food, wore our clothes, used our things. I tell you, your parents' compensation has all been spent on you, there isn't a penny left. Lin Dong found a stool to sit on and said, come on, help me calculate how a 10-year-old could spend 2 million? If you can figure it out, I won't ask for the money. Don't you spend money on food, clothing, and other necessities? Zhang Guifang shouted. I remember during the years I lived here, I ate the leftovers you all had, and wore the clothes Lin Fei outgrew. You expect me, a boy, to wear girls' clothes to school, and you still have the nerve to say that? As for using anything, did you ever give me a single cent while I was studying? It was all my aunt and my big aunt who supported me, alright? Zhang Guifang was left speechless and somewhat helplessly said, anyway, your parents' money has already been spent on you in previous years. Now that you come asking for it, there isn't a single cent left. Lin Dong picked up the agreement on the coffee table and said, you two can see clearly that this agreement is written plainly, and Lin Guobang has signed it. The F Institute also has it on record. If you don't fulfill it, I'll go straight to court and sue. You can go ahead and sue. We're not afraid, the money is already spent, Zhang Guifeng said, seemingly unafraid at all. Then you better think it over. With this evidence and the court's record, the outcome is basically a foregone conclusion. By then, you'll carry the reputation of being deadbeats, which will not only freeze your assets but also affect Lin Fei's job, Lin Dong said with a smile. As far as Lin Dong knew, his cousin Lin Fei should be working at a bank in Xiqing, a position that Lin Guobang had gone through great lengths to secure. If they all bore the reputation of being deadbeats, it would inevitably affect Lin Fei's job, especially since both her parents would be considered deadbeats. That's why he said what he did. Sure enough, Lin Dong's words frightened Lin Guobang's family. Their daughter's job was something they had worked hard to secure, and having her work at a bank had brought them no small amount of face. If this matter affected her job, it would be serious. Lin Fei felt a pang of anxiety. Banks value reputation above all else. If both her parents were labeled as deadbeats, it could indeed impact her, and she might even be let go at any moment. Getting a job at a bank in their small county was quite a privilege, and she had boasted about it to her friends and classmates. If she lost it, how would she live? Thinking of this, Lin Fei looked at her parents with some resentment. Lin Dong, don't go too far. I tell you, if you dare to affect Fei Fei's job, I won't let you off, Lin Guobang threatened. Lin Dong had been beaten by him since childhood, to the point that even after entering high school, Lin Dong felt a bit afraid when he saw him. Although he didn't know why Lin Dong dared to ask for money today, he still had a psychological advantage over him. Lin Guobang, how do you plan to let me off? I'm very curious, are you going to beat me around like you did when we were kids? You can try now. After Lin Dong said this, his previously smiling face instantly turned serious. Lin Guobang's words reminded him of his tragic childhood. Back then, whenever Lin Guobang made a mistake, it would be pushed onto him, and he would naturally receive a beating. They would even vent their frustrations on him when they were in a bad mood. They used thin rods to beat him, leaving him covered in wounds, which was a common occurrence, and it hurt a lot. It wasn't until he voluntarily requested to board at school and middle school that things improved a bit. He rarely returned home during holidays, mostly alternating between his aunt's and his older aunt's houses. It wasn't until high school that he completely moved in with his aunt, leaving behind the home that had cast a shadow over him. As Lin Dong spoke, his smile faded, and his serious expression instantly put immense pressure on Lin Guobang's family, leaving them somewhat stunned as they looked at Lin Dong. Although they hadn't seen Lin Dong for a long time, in their eyes, he was still a timid person. When they saw Lin Guobang and his wife, they were like mice encountering a cat, and even when they saw Lin Fei and Lin Quan, they were cautious. This was the psychological shadow created by years of abuse towards Lin Dong. The old Lin Dong would never dare to refute Lin Guobang and his wife's words. Any attempt to talk back would result in a severe beating. When they first saw Lin Dong today, they naturally placed him in the context of their previous impressions. Even though Lin Dong had two people with him, they completely disregarded them, not believing that such a timid person would dare to confront them. However, now Lin Dong not only dared to refute them but also spoke with sarcasm, which Lin Guobang found unacceptable due to the stark contrast, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. He slammed his hand on the coffee table in front of him and stood up, pointing at Lin Dong, saying, Lin Dong, don't think just because you've grown some wings that I won't dare to hit you. Is Lin Guobang someone you can just call? I am your second uncle, your guardian. When you were a child, I could chase you around the yard and hit you, and I can do the same now. At this moment, Lin Quan also looked at Lin Dong with an unfriendly expression. He had grown up with Lin Dong, just a year younger, and with the help of his parents, he often bullied Lin Dong when they were kids. He would push all the blame onto Lin Dong, making him his scapegoat, taking the beatings for him, and he had a natural psychological advantage over Lin Dong. Now, at 20 years old, having failed to get into college after high school, he had been wandering around society, mingling with all sorts of people, which made him feel quite impressive. Now Lin Dong actually dared to come to his house asking for money and even mocked them. That money was what his mother said was for him to marry and buy a house, and it had nothing to do with Lin Dong. Lin Dong, if you disrespect my dad again, calling him Lin Guobang, don't blame me for being rude to you, Lin Quan interjected. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Lin Quan and said flatly, Lin Quan, you better hold your tongue. I'll settle accounts with you later. Damn, you actually dare to talk to me like that? I think you're itching for a beating, Lin Quan said, standing up from the sofa, wanting to rush over and hit Lin Dong. However, just as he stood up, a large hand pressed him back down onto the sofa, rendering him immobile. Who the hell are you? If you don't let go, I swear you won't walk out of Sioux City, do you believe me? Lin Quan struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off the strength of that hand. Li Guobing didn't respond to Lin Quan's curses, he simply increased the pressure on Lin Quan's hand slightly. In an instant, Lin Quan felt a bit suffocated, unable to utter a sound, only able to flail his arms in the air. Li Guobing had been a mercenary abroad, and dealing with a small punk like Lin Quan didn't require much effort. Seeing Lin Quan pinned to the sofa, Zhang Guifang, sitting nearby, immediately stood up to help. But she was suddenly pushed down by Wei Yong, who appeared in front of her, and fell back onto the sofa. Lin Guobang couldn't stand by and watch. He stood up, wanting to find a tool. His wife and son were being bullied, and he couldn't let that happen. Lin Guobang, you'd better sit still. These two have been mercenaries abroad, experienced in the baptism of war, and have blood on their hands. Do you really think you can take them on? Lin Dong said, looking at Lin Guobang. Just as Lin Guobang was about to find a tool, he heard Lin Dong's voice, paused, and turned to look at Wei Yong and Li Guobing. At that moment, Wei Yong and Li Guobing appropriately released some of the bloody aura they had developed on the battlefield. Instantly, Lin Guobang's family felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the two. The 4 members of the Lin family were ordinary people, completely unable to withstand the aura released by experts like Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who had been through the battlefield. Lin Guobang slumped back down, saying, Lin Dong, what exactly do you want? I just want to take back what belongs to me, to get my parents' compensation money. As for this house, consider it a token of gratitude for not killing me all those years ago. Otherwise, if you had been a bit harsher back then, maybe there wouldn't be a Lin Dong today. Lin Dong said sarcastically, there's no money, but we have a life to spare. I don't believe you dare to do anything to us. Zhang Guifang shouted. That money was meant for her son Lin Quan to marry and buy a house. If she gave it to Lin Dong, what would Lin Quan do since he didn't even have a job yet? Moreover, the interest on this compensation amount is quite substantial each year. Without this money, their family's life would be difficult. Therefore, they absolutely cannot give any money to Lin Dong. Lin Guobang had initially thought about agreeing. After all, the other party was quite powerful, and the two who came with Lin Dong looked like trouble. But upon hearing Zhang Guifang's words, he immediately realized. Right, even if they don't give Lin Dong money, what can he do to them? Even if the other party had been a mercenary abroad, so what? This is the domestic front, not abroad. Do they dare to kill? Lin Dong, the money has indeed been spent. You can't have it, and I am your second uncle, your guardian. I have the right to handle this money, Lin Guobang said. Lin Dong almost wanted to laugh. Second uncle? Guardian? Lin Guobang, do you even know what a guardian is? Do you deserve that title? And even if you are my guardian, I am already an adult now. Your role as a guardian has long expired. As for whether you have money or not, I don't care. This agreement is clearly written in black and white, and you signed it. When I turn 18, this money should be given to me. I won't even take the interest. I have no money, Lin Guobang insisted. Fine. I have already hired the best lawyer in Jiangcheng, and he should be on his way now. You can expect to receive a subpoena from the F court this afternoon. You better think it over, Lin Dong said. Lin Guobang was momentarily at a loss. Give the money. Their son Lin Quan's future would be uncertain. Don't give the money. If Lin Dong really took them to the F court, with the evidence he had, they would surely lose, and it would really affect Lin Fei's job, which would be troublesome. On one side was their son's future security. On the other side was their daughter Lin Fei's hard-earned job. Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang found it difficult to choose. The living room fell into silence. Lin Dong did not urge them, still leisurely sitting in the chair, seemingly waiting for them to make a decision. Lin Dong, there's no money. You can sue wherever you want. Even if we lose, we have no money. Otherwise, just kill me. In the end, it was Zhang Guifang who made the decision. Saying this basically meant choosing money and giving up Lin Fei's future. Lin Guobang breathed a sigh of relief. Since Zhang Guifang had chosen, then so be it. Mom, how can you do this? Lin Fei cried, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Zhang Guifang. However, Zhang Guifang did not respond to her. After all, a daughter is eventually married off. It is the son who will support them in their old age. So they had to choose money. Since you have decided not to give this money, then just wait for the subpoena from the F court this afternoon. I can't be bothered to argue with you, Lin Dong said nonchalantly. The decision made by Lin Guobang and his wife was actually within Lin Dong's expectations, so he was not very surprised. He had anticipated this outcome long ago, which was why he had contacted the lawyer in advance to come as soon as possible. Next is another matter, Lin Dong said as he stood up and walked in front of Lin Quan and Li Guobing. Li Guobing, who had been pressing down on Lin Quan's chest, directly grabbed his clothes and lifted him off the sofa. Lin Quan had long been scared stiff. Most of the bloody aura from Li Guobing was directed at him. A small-time thug from a county-level city, although he had fought a bit, how could he withstand the aura of a master like Li Guobing? Lin Quan, I don't want to hold childhood grievances against you, but how dare you touch my aunt? I need to settle this score with you. Lin Dong, if you have the ability, let me call someone. I guarantee you won't be able to leave. Leave Shu Cheng, Lin Quan said weakly. At this point, he was still threatening Lin Dong, thinking that knowing a few people from the underbelly of society in Xicheng meant he could do whatever he wanted. Slap! Lin Dong delivered a slap to Lin Quan's face. Although he didn't use much force, Lin Dong's physique was far stronger than that of an ordinary person, and Lin Quan's face instantly swelled up. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dong, don't go too far. What you're doing is illegal. Lin Guobang shouted from the side. Oh, you know it's illegal? Then withholding my parents' compensation, isn't that illegal too? Lin Dong retorted. Watching her son's face swell from Lin Dong's slap, Zhang Guifang took out her phone, ready to call the police. But Wei Yong snatched it away and threw it to the ground. Slap! Lin Dong ignored everyone else and delivered another slap to Lin Quan's face, making both sides of his face swell up like a pig's head. Tears streamed down Lin Quan's face from the pain of the two slaps. Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang watched with immense heartache, but there was nothing they could do. They were at his mercy. Come on, say something tough to me, Lin Dong said. Lin Quan, with tears in his eyes, looked at Lin Dong and remained silent. What's wrong? Scared? Then tell me why you hit my aunt. Lin Dong continued to ask. Lin Quan still said nothing. Speak, Lin Dong shouted. The four members of the Lin Guobang family shivered in fear. I didn't hit her, I just pushed her lightly. A couple of times, Lin Quan stammered. He was genuinely scared. After 2 or 3 years, Lin Dong seemed like a different person. He had become someone he found a bit frightening and intimidating. Just a light push? Then how did she injure her waist and can't get out of bed for half a month? Lin Dong asked, his eyes glinting coldly at Lin Quan. I don't know. Don't know? Lin Dong reached out and pinched Lin Quan's chin. I really don't know. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Please, let me go. Lin Quan cried out. He was begging for mercy. He truly had no way out. The pressure Lin Dong was putting on him was too great. Lin Dong smiled and released Lin Quan. Li Guobing also let him go. Lin Quan immediately slumped back onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Lin Dong turned to Lin Guobang and said, Lin Guobang, to be honest, this amount of money doesn't mean much to me. I wasn't planning to take it, but Lin Quan dared to hurt my aunt, so blame him. Remember to transfer the money early, if you can. By this afternoon, the F Court will freeze all the assets under your family's name. We'll see you at the F Court. After saying this, Lin Dong turned and left the living room. Li Guobing and Wei Yong followed him out. In the living room, Lin Guobang's family looked at each other in shock. After more than 2 years, the once timid Lin Dong had become so powerful and assertive. In the past, Lin Dong had woken up earlier than a rooster, gone to bed later than a dog, eaten worse than a pig, and worked harder than an ox, often receiving a beating. The sudden shift in power today was hard for them to accept. What should we do? Zhang Guifang asked, clearly shaken by Lin Dong. Go! Quickly borrow a card from your parents. We need to transfer the money fast, or it will really be frozen, Lin Guobang urged. The family hurriedly made their way to Zhang Guifang's family home, with Lin Quan not even caring about the injuries on his face. As long as the money was still there, these injuries were nothing. Over the years, Lin Guobang's family had lived quite comfortably thanks to the 2 million compensation from Lin Dong's parents. They had even rented out Lin Dong's family's old house. Every year's interest combined with the rent is enough for their family to live on, so they don't work. Now, there's only that little money left at home, and if it really gets frozen, their family's life will be difficult. As a result, when they got the card and went to the bank to transfer money, they found that their bank card was abnormal and temporarily unusable. This was naturally the work of Lin Dong, who wanted to give Lin Guobang and his family a glimmer of hope, only to slowly turn it into despair. The Lin Guobang family caused a commotion at the bank. This was their last bit of savings, and they certainly wouldn't give it up easily, even though it originally didn't belong to them. However, the bank was not a place where they could throw a tantrum. In the end, the bank reported them to the authorities, and the whole family was taken to the police station. The police station prepared to impose a 5-day administrative detention on them for disturbing public order. While at the police station, the Lin Guobang family received a subpoena from the court, which would also freeze all their assets. At this point, the whole family knew they were doomed. After Lin Dong left the Lin Guobang family, Wei Yong and Li Guobing were instructed by Lin Dong to drive a car to his aunt's house to help them move things. He drove alone to his eldest aunt Lin Guoying's house. He needed to find a way to get his eldest aunt's family to move to Jiangcheng like his aunt, as the house was already prepared. They just needed to hang a position at the Jinya Hotel, collect money, and enjoy life. He had fully entrusted Lin Guobang's matters to a lawyer and had made arrangements through connections, so he didn't need to pay attention to it anymore. nor did he really lack that little money. His eldest aunt Lin Guoying was another ray of hope in Lin Dong's life, aside from his aunt Lu Yenmei, and she treated him very well. Basically, since middle school, Lin Guobang had stopped spending a penny on Lin Dong. Most of Lin Dong's living expenses and book fees were covered by the two of them. Moreover, during his senior year of high school, due to the heavy academic load, he could only squeeze in with Wang Chao at his aunt's house, which was very inconvenient for studying, so he moved to his eldest aunt Lin Guoying's house for a year to prepare for the college entrance examination. Now that he had the ability, he certainly had to settle both families first to find some comfort in his heart. His eldest aunt Lin Guoying lived in an old community in Xuqing, and both she and her husband worked at a nearby factory. They had only one daughter, who was 4 years older than Lin Dong's cousin, named Zhu Zhu. Lin Dong drove the big G directly to the familiar community. Since it was an old community, there was no one at the gate anymore. He parked the car downstairs at his aunt's house and went upstairs. Walking in the hallway where he had lived for a year, Lin Dong felt a bit emotional. He had rarely come here since starting college. It wasn't that he didn't cherish the past or was ungrateful, but he basically worked part-time during every winter and summer vacation. He wanted to earn more money to lessen the burden on his aunt and eldest aunt, so he came less often. The situation at his eldest aunt's house was slightly different from that at his aunt's house. When his eldest aunt gave birth to his cousin Zhu Zhu, some problems arose, leading her to never conceive again. Because of this, their marriage was not very good for many years, and they even had a divorce dispute, but it gradually improved later. Also, because they had no son, after Lin Dong's parents passed away, they were eager to fight for Lin Dong's custody. However, Lin Dong did not choose them at that time, which led to his uncle Zhu Huagua not liking Lin Dong very much after Lin Dong moved into their home. Lin Dong arrived at the 4th floor and knocked on his eldest aunt's door. Knock, knock. Soon, the old security door opened from the inside. A familiar face appeared before Lin Dong. It was his eldest aunt Lin Guoying. Xiao Dong, aren't you studying at Zhangcheng? Why are you back? Come in, Lin Guoying asked. However, her tone clearly carried a hint of joy. Because she had no son, she truly regarded Lin Dong as her own son. Aunt, isn't today the weekend? I came back to see you. Lin Dong replied. Come in, don't just stand outside. Lin Guoying pulled Lin Dong's hand and brought him into the house. Once inside, Lin Dong noticed that there were actually 7 or 8 people sitting on the sofa in the living room. Besides his uncle Zhu Huagua and cousin Zhu Zhu, his 4th uncle Lin Guowei was also there, while the others were unfamiliar to Lin Dong. Uncle, 4th uncle, sister. Lin Dong greeted each of them as he walked over. The 3 nodded in response. Lin Guowei had a neutral relationship with Lin Dong, although he hadn't helped him much. There was no animosity either. The relationship between the families of his uncle and 4th uncle was quite good, but due to Lin Dong's issues, they hadn't been in touch with his 2nd uncle Lin Guobang for many years. Xiao Dong, let me introduce you. This is your sister's boyfriend, named Chen Hui. These are his parents, and this is Chen Hui's aunt. This is his cousin. His aunt came over and introduced the 5 unfamiliar people to Lin Dong. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, uncle. Hello, 2 aunts. Hello, cousin. Lin Dong greeted them. However, the group did not respond to him. It was then that Lin Dong realized the atmosphere in the room was a bit off. His cousin Zhu Zhu had slightly red eyes, as if she had just been crying. Uncle Zhu Huagua also sat there looking somewhat angry. In-laws, this is my nephew, my 3rd brother's son. He is currently studying at university in Zhangcheng. Lin Guoying introduced Lin Dong to the group. After the introduction, Lin Dong followed his aunt into the kitchen to help, as the atmosphere in the living room was too serious for his liking. However, his aunt Lin Guoying sent him back out, as his 4th aunt Chu Lian was also in the kitchen and didn't need his help. With no choice, Lin Dong sat in the living room pretending to watch TV. He had initially wanted to confront his aunt directly about them returning to Jiangcheng with him, but with more people around, it became harder to say, so he could only look for another opportunity. At that moment, his cousin's future father-in-law began to speak. In-laws, how did you find our proposal just now? Not good, Zhu Huagua said sullenly. Then what do you want? Do you really want my son to come live in this rundown house? Look at how long you've lived in this house. There isn't even a good school nearby. How will their children go to school in the future? How will the education issue be resolved? If it weren't for the fact that the couple has a really good relationship, I would have made them break up long ago. Chen Hui's mother interjected. Mom, what are you saying? Chen Hui shouted. Xiao Hui, don't speak. Do you really want to live in a place like this for the rest of your life? You're our only son. There's absolutely no way you can come live here. Chen Hui's mother spoke firmly. Chen Hui fell silent. He indeed did not want to live there forever. Xu Huagua was so angry that he wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. Their family's conditions were indeed much worse than Chen Hui's. Asking Chen Hui to come and be their son-in-law was a bit unreasonable, but what could he do with just one daughter? Who wouldn't want to play with their grandchildren after retiring? If their daughter got married, how lonely would they be when they grew old and retired? At that moment, Lin Guiying stepped out and said, "In-laws, we are actually planning to buy a house. We are currently looking, so you don't need to worry about the children's education." Buy a house? Don't think I don't understand your family's situation. You two are just ordinary workers. What house can you afford? Look at how expensive housing is now. Don't tell me you're going to buy a second-hand house. How can a second-hand house be suitable for marriage? This time, Lin Guiying fell silent. They were indeed only planning to buy an old second-hand house in a school district. They couldn't afford a new house at all. At this moment, cousin Zhu Zhu began to sob quietly again. Her parents wanted her boyfriend Chen Hui to move in with them after they got married. However, the in-laws were firmly opposed. The key issue was that their family's conditions were indeed not as good as the other parties. She also wanted to provide a good educational environment for her child in the future, but she didn't want to let her parents down. Moreover, she was already pregnant, and the wedding had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Chen Hui could only silently pat her shoulder from the side, as he had no good way to satisfy both sides. Lin Dong sat in the living room, listening for a long time, finally understanding the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that his cousin was now pregnant and needed to hold a wedding immediately. However, his uncle hoped that after the wedding, they would move in with them. The other party's family disagreed, stating that their conditions were too poor and would affect the child's future education. The two sides had been at a standstill for almost a month now, and with each passing day, his cousin Juju's belly was growing. The wedding could not be delayed any longer. Yet, there was no way to satisfy both families. Lin Dong thought to himself, this was simply a stroke of luck. He was worried about how to persuade his uncle's family to move to Jiangcheng. After all, they had lived here for decades. If it weren't for his cousin Wang Chao, his aunt's family probably wouldn't agree either. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? The other family said that a second-hand house couldn't be a wedding house? What about the first-hand house at Jiangnan International Mansion worth 100 million? That should qualify as a wedding house, right? They were worried about the child's educational environment? What a joke! There are the best schools in the entire Jiangnan province near Jiangnan International Mansion. From kindergarten to university, they have it all. Now let's see what they have to say. Lin Dong's mood suddenly brightened. During lunch, he basically ate a lot by himself. He was in a good mood, plus he hadn't had his aunt's cooking in a long time, and after improving his physique, his appetite had increased, so Lin Dong ended up eating quite a bit. His appearance made Chen Hui's family shake their heads. This kid must have been starving for many days, coming here to mooch off food and drink, right? Besides Lin Dong, everyone else hardly ate anything, because the issue was still unresolved. Who had the mood to eat? Especially his aunt's family, they had no appetite at all. His cousin Zhu Zhu didn't eat a single bite. After lunch, once everything was cleaned up, everyone sat together to discuss again. However, after discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a good result. Lin Dong saw that the timing was right and stood up to say, I have a solution that will satisfy both families. As soon as Lin Dong spoke, everyone looked at him, and his cousin Zhu Zhu's eyes showed hope. What solution? Lin Guiying asked. Aunt, your family should move to Jiangcheng. Not only is the environment good there, but the education level is also decent. There are great development opportunities, Lin Dong said. Before Lin Guiying could respond, Chen Hui's mother exclaimed, Move to Jiangcheng? How to move? Do you know how expensive the housing prices are in Jiangcheng? We can't even afford a new house in the school district of Xuqing, and you want to move to Jiangcheng? Are you out of your mind? Lin Guiying initially thought Lin Dong really had a good solution, but once he said it, Lin Guiying felt it was unreliable. If they really had the ability to move to Jiangcheng, would they still need to argue here? The hope in Zhu Zhu's eyes also instantly vanished. Aunt, actually, I came this time to discuss something with you. I hope you can move to Jiangcheng so I can show my filial piety and also thank you for taking care of me over the years. I have already prepared a house for you in Jiangcheng, Lin Dong said seriously. Lin Dong was speaking earnestly. However, no one present took him seriously. Lin Guiying and Zhu Huagua just felt that Lin Dong was boasting a bit too much, embarrassing themselves in front of their in-laws. Chen Hui's family directly showed disdain. You're Lin Dong, right? Some boasts shouldn't be made carelessly. You can buy a house in Jiangcheng, and you're preparing to give your aunt a set? You're just a college student. Where would you get the money to buy a house in Jiangcheng? Are you sure you didn't damage your brain at school? Chen Hui's mother said sarcastically. Exactly. Do you know how expensive houses are in Zhangcheng? And you still want to buy a house there? A college student, bragging like that, and not even feeling embarrassed. I really don't know how you got into college. It better not be some diploma mill. Chen Hui's aunt chimed in. Whether I'm bragging or not, that's not for you to decide. If Jiangnan University, a top 10 university in the country, is considered a diploma mill, then tell me, what counts as a legitimate school? Lin Dong retorted. What? Jiangnan University? As people from Jiangnan province, they naturally knew the status of Jiangnan University. They just didn't expect Lin Dong to be attending it. None of their family members had ever been able to get into Jiangnan University. So what if it's Jiangnan University? Does that mean its students can just brag recklessly? Chen Hui's aunt shot back. Whether it's true or not, let's set that aside. If I really prepare a house for my aunt in Jiangcheng, will you let my sister and brother-in-law live with my aunt after they get married, and their first child will take their surname? Lin Dong replied. Fine. As long as you can really help them settle down in Jiangcheng, I agree to your request, Chen Hui's mother said. Then she thought for a moment and added, but even in Jiangcheng, it can't be in a very remote area, there must be schools nearby, and the house can't be less than 200 square meters. Naturally, she didn't believe that Lin Dong, a college student, could really afford to buy a house in Jiangcheng, let alone give it away. But what if Lin Dong bought a rundown house in the most remote area just to fool her? So she added those conditions after thinking it over. Okay, did you drive here? Lin Dong asked. Of course. What era is it now? A car is a standard requirement. How could we not have one? Alright, come with me later, Lin Dong said. Then he turned to Lin Guiying and said, Aunt, let's go back to Jiangcheng to look at houses. Xiao Dong, Lin Guiying called out. Aunt, trust me, Lin Dong said sincerely, looking at Lin Guiying. After a long moment of looking at Lin Dong, she finally said, alright. She believed that Lin Dong wouldn't deceive her. Uncle, Zhu Zhu, you all come along too, Lin Dong said to Zhu Huagu and Zhu Zhu. A group of about 10 people went downstairs. Chen Hui's family walked behind. They wanted to see how Lin Dong would cover up this lie. After this, they surely wouldn't ask their son to visit them again. However, when they finally exited the building and saw Lin Dong open the door of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the whole family was instantly petrified. Their family in Xuqing could be considered middle class, with a car and a house, but their car was just a modest one worth over 100,000. A luxury car like a Mercedes-Benz was an unattainable dream for them, and this G-Class was the pinnacle of luxury cars. They had just mocked Lin Dong for bragging, and now they were being slapped in the face. The Chen family's faces turned a bit red. Not only was Chen Hui's family surprised, but even Lin Dong's aunt's family and his fourth uncle's family were astonished. A car like this in a small county like Xuqing was already considered a luxury vehicle. They might not recognize a Porsche or a Ferrari, but they definitely knew about Mercedes-Benz and BMW. These brands were ingrained in their bones. They never expected Lin Dong would come back driving such a car, which made his claim about buying a house in Jiangcheng seem less unbelievable. Aunt, come on, get in the car. Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Lin Guiying. Xiao Dong, is this your car? Lin Guiying asked. She still found it hard to believe that Lin Dong had come back driving such a luxury car. Yes, Lin Dong replied. Where did you get the money? Aunt, don't worry about that for now, just get in the car. I'll explain later. My little aunt and her family have already agreed to move to Jiangcheng, and the houses I prepared for you are all in the same community. Don't worry, I absolutely haven't done anything illegal, Lin Dong said. Lin Guiying didn't ask any more questions and got into the passenger seat of the Benz G-Class. Since Lin Dong said he would explain later, then it could wait. She was indeed worried that Lin Dong was getting into trouble outside. Zhu Huagui, his daughter Zhu Zhu, and Chen Hui sat in the back, while Chen Hui's parents drove their own car. Lin Dong's fourth uncle Lin Guowei and fourth aunt Julian stood by, feeling a bit at a loss. They also wanted to ride in Lin Dong's luxury car to see the house he had prepared for Lin Guiying, but since Lin Dong didn't invite them, they felt embarrassed to squeeze in. Their relationship with Lin Dong was far from as good as Lin Guiying's. After all, they hadn't received any of the 2 million compensation from Lin Dong's parents. Lin Dong got into the driver's seat, ignoring Lin Guowei and his wife. To him, they were just strangers, someone he would greet if he ran into them. When he was in trouble, only his little aunt and big aunt reached out to help him, so he only recognized their families for life. He started the car, ready to leave. Lin Guiying said to Lin Guowei, who was standing outside the car, Guowei, you guys go back first. Before Lin Guowei could respond, Lin Dong stepped on the gas and drove away. This left the couple awkwardly standing in place, as they should have had the right to sit in the car. Lin Guiying opened her mouth to say a few words for Lin Guowei but ultimately didn't say anything. Xiao Dong had grown up, he had his own thoughts, and he could already distinguish who treated him well and who didn't. It was useless for her to say more. On the way, Lin Dong called his little aunt, saying that he and his big aunt's family would go ahead. He drove in front, with Chen Hui's parents following behind, and the two cars headed towards Zhengcheng together. They left Xuqing around 1 in the afternoon and arrived in Zhengcheng after 7. Lin Dong took them directly to the Jinye Hotel, where a grand feast had already been prepared for them. As they entered the hotel, four beautiful and tall receptionists bowed in welcome, making everyone except Lin Dong feel quite uncomfortable. Once inside, everyone was stunned by the opulent decor. They were all from a small county town. When had they ever entered such an 8-star hotel? A small city like Xuqing didn't even have a 3-star hotel. Xiao Dong, why are we here? Lin Guiying asked. The others also looked at Lin Dong. Weren't they here to look at houses? Why had they ended up in a luxury hotel? Aunt, after sitting in the car for a few hours, everyone is tired and hungry. Let's eat first. After we finish eating, we'll go look at the houses. Lin Dong said. Eating here must be expensive, right? Why don't we change to another place? Lin Guiying suggested. Aunt, don't worry, just follow my arrangements. Lin Dong reassured her. Hearing this, Lin Guiying stopped talking. This time seeing Lin Dong, she noticed he had changed a lot. He was no longer the indecisive person he used to be. Xiao Dong had grown up and matured, which made her feel very gratified. Not long after Lin Dong and the others entered the lobby of the Jinye Hotel, the newly appointed beautiful lobby manager hurried down from upstairs to greet them. She had just sent a wave of distinguished guests upstairs when she received the news that Director Lin had arrived, so she rushed down. Mr. Lin, welcome to the Jinye Hotel. Your reserved dinner is ready, please follow me, the beautiful manager said to Lin Dong. She had originally intended to call him Director Lin, but was stopped by Lin Dong's gaze and changed it to Mr. Lin. Lin Dong and his group followed the manager to his exclusive private room number 1. The manager opened the door for them, and Lin Dong led the way inside, with the others following. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Guiying's family and Chen Hui's family were stunned by the sight before them. A large table was filled with the finest delicacies, shrouded in smoke, like a dream. The enormous lobsters and giant king crabs were the most eye-catching, along with various unfamiliar but obviously delicious dishes, far more luxurious than anything they had seen on television. Both families, already quite hungry, couldn't help but swallow a few times in anticipation. Lin Dong pulled out a chair for Lin Guiying to sit first, then invited the others to take their seats and eat. Everyone sat down, but they were a bit reserved and didn't dare to start until Lin Dong served Lin Guiying some food and began eating himself, after which they slowly started to dig in. The three young people, Chen Hui, his cousin Zhu Zhu, and another friend, were not in a hurry to eat. Instead, they took out their phones to snap pictures and post them on social media. They certainly wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to show off. Soon, the photos they posted drew gasps of amazement from their friends, with various comments, all filled with envy and jealousy. Such exquisite food was something no one could resist, except perhaps those with anorexia, and it greatly satisfied the vanity of the young people. Zhu Zhu's post included a few pictures along with the caption, "Thanks to my cousin for the warm hospitality." At Lin Guowei's home, he and his wife were sitting in the living room watching TV. Lin Su had made plans to play basketball with his classmates that weekend, so he didn't go to his aunt Lin Guiying's house. He was playing on his phone when he suddenly came across his cousin Zhu Zhu's social media post. He was instantly stunned. Most of the food in the pictures he had never even seen before. The big lobster and the giant king crab looked incredibly delicious, and he quickly ran to the living room. "Dad, Mom, didn't you go to Auntie's house today? Didn't you say that Zhu Zhu's boyfriend's family would come to discuss the marriage? How come you didn't invite me to eat such delicious food?" Lin Su said somewhat jealously. He thought this was what his parents had for lunch with his aunt's family. After speaking, he showed his phone to Lin Guowei and Yu Lian. Lin Guowei and his wife immediately became a bit unsettled. They had only seen such delicacies on TV, and a table full of it must have cost a fortune. Coupled with Zhu Zhu's post, it was clear that Lin Dong had treated them to a meal in Zhangcheng. It seemed Lin Dong had really made something of himself. He even said he would buy a house for Lin Guiying's family in Jiangcheng. But unfortunately, none of this had anything to do with their family. As Lin Dong's fourth uncle, Lin Guowei could have had a good relationship with Lin Dong, just like Lin Guiying. If that were the case, now that Lin Dong had succeeded, their family would also benefit. Unfortunately, after failing to secure Lin Dong's custody rights, which included a 2 million compensation, Lin Guowei had not cared about Lin Dong since. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Guowei tossed his phone aside and said, "We didn't eat that for lunch. We just had some home-cooked meals at your aunt's house." "Then did they eat that for dinner? Aren't you close with Auntie's family? Why didn't you invite us when there's such good food? I've never eaten anything this good in my life." I don't care, I want to go, Lin Su said angrily. Lin Guowei was already irritated by the situation with Lin Dong, and now Lin Su was throwing a tantrum. Frustrated, he shouted at Lin Su, eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Hurry back to your room and do your homework. If you can't get into college, you'll be eating dirt. Lin Su was taken aback, not expecting Lin Guowei to suddenly lose his temper. He turned and ran into his bedroom, slamming the door with a loud bang. Look at you. You decided this back then. What does this have to do with the child? Always taking it out on the child. I told you long ago to treat Xiaodong a little better. After all, he's your own nephew. You didn't listen, and what did you say about who took the money and who takes care of things? Now look at the situation. Yu Lian complained from the side. Lin Guowei didn't respond and just lay back on the sofa. Ever since Lin Dong chose to follow his second brother Lin Guobang, he really hadn't cared about Lin Dong anymore. He had only heard from his eldest sister Lin Guoying that Lin Dong was having a very hard time with Lin Guobang, showing signs of being mistreated, and hoped they could manage it together. But he had said it had nothing to do with him, that Lin Dong brought it upon himself. Now that Lin Dong had become successful, with luxury cars, buying houses for his eldest sister's family, and taking them out to eat such high-end food, he felt a mix of envy and regret. If he had known to care a little about Lin Dong, it wouldn't have ended up like this. But now it was too late to say anything. Sigh. Regret for not acting sooner. Yu Lian no longer provoked her husband, although she had advised him to treat Lin Dong better. She hadn't taken any real action, just talked about it. Now seeing Lin Dong's success, the eldest sister, who had the worst family conditions, suddenly becoming the wealthiest, made her feel a bit sour. Human potential is indeed limitless. A whole table of food, dozens of dishes, was devoured by the 9 of them over 2 full hours. Lin Dong ate the most, but that was related to his physique. Ever since it improved, his appetite had been huge. What surprised him was that these ordinary people also had such large appetites, which truly opened his eyes. What he didn't know was that these people had never eaten such good food in their lives, so they naturally couldn't bear to waste it. Even when full, they didn't want to leave. They took breaks and continued eating until they were nearly done before finally putting down their chopsticks. The 3 young men, Chen Hui and his friends, even took out their phones during a break to look up the prices of these dishes. After calculating the prices, they found that if the online prices were correct, this table of food was worth $1 million. This made them even less willing to waste it. After finishing the meal and resting for a moment, Lin Dong had the hotel manager book them a few top-tier suites so they could rest there for the night. It was too late to look at houses now. The sales department had already closed, and they couldn't handle any procedures, so they could only go tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Dong took everyone to Jiangnan International Mansion. He drove the big G right in, while Chen Hui's family, in their car worth over 100,000, was stopped at the entrance by security. The security guard had been working there for 2 or 3 years and had never seen a car worth over 100,000 enter or exit the international mansion. Even among the owners of the Big G, Lin Dong's car was considered one of the lowest-end vehicles, so it was definitely going to be stopped for questioning. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave, this isn't a place for you, a security guard shouted at Chen Hui's parents. He didn't need to be polite to a car worth over 100,000, even though he couldn't afford one. After working here for a few years, he hadn't saved much money, but his standards had certainly improved. Brother, here, have a cigarette. We're with the car in front, Chen's father said politely, handing a cigarette to the security guard. In such a big city, and being unfamiliar with the place, he still seemed a bit reserved. After taking the cigarette, the security guard spoke into his walkie-talkie. Number 6. Number 6. A Benz G just came in. Have the owner bring their ownership certificate to the gate to pick them up. Received. Received, came the voice from the walkie-talkie. Then the security guard arrogantly told Chen's father, you all wait and park your car to the side, don't wander around. This isn't a place where people like you can just come and go. Now Chen Hui's mother and aunt were furious. They had never been treated like this in Shuqing. After all, he was just a security guard. What are you talking about? What do you mean we can't just come in? He's just a lousy security guard. What's so great about that? Once we become the owners here, we'll definitely have the property management company fire you. Chen's mother spat at the guard. Exactly. What does a lousy security guard think he is? Sooner or later, you'll be out of here. Chen Hui's aunt chimed in. Oh, you too? You want to become owners here? You want me to leave? Do you even know where this is? This is the most expensive community in Jiangnan province, with each house starting at 50 million, and the most expensive one is 400 million. You think you can be owners here? Dream on. The guard mocked mercilessly. As soon as he said this, the people in the car were shocked. 50 million starting price for each house? 400 million for the most expensive? This completely shattered their expectations. The houses in Shuqing were only about 4 to 500,000. Even if they were larger or in a better location, they wouldn't exceed $1 million. Compared to a house starting at 50 million, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Seeing that his words had stunned them, the guard thought to himself that they were indeed from the countryside. He smugly continued, "Hurry up and move your car to the side, don't block the entrance. The people who can come in and out of here are all big shots. If you delay someone else's time, can you afford the consequences?" Chen's father quickly moved the car to the side, waiting for Lin Dong and the others to come out to meet him. Sitting in the car, they all simultaneously thought of Lin Dong, the nephew of their in-laws, who had said he would take them to see a house. Could it be here? This? A house starting at 50 million being given to their in-laws? Just for their son as a wedding house? The three exchanged glances, seeing shock and surprise in each other's eyes. This was simply a windfall. They were left dazed. The Chen family didn't wait long at the entrance before Lin Dong came out to greet them. Lin Dong hadn't expected them to be stopped outside. He had come in and out countless times without anyone blocking him. After picking up the Chen family and meeting up with Lin Guoying and the others, Lin Dong took them to Building No. 3. Cui Jia was already waiting in front of Building No. 3 with the keys, as Lin Dong had informed her in advance. "Mr. Lin, please," Cui Jia said politely to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was her big client. Selling him 3 houses had earned her 6 million. Under Cui Jia's guidance, they arrived at the luxurious flat that Lin Dong had already paid a deposit for, worth $1 billion. Upon entering the room, both families were astonished. Such a luxurious house truly deserved its starting price of 50 million. The decor, furniture, and view inside were exceptional. Although they didn't understand these decorations, it didn't stop them from appreciating beautiful things. Hearing that this house was worth $1 billion, Lin Guoying had initially refused to take it, but Lin Dong said the deposit had already been paid, and it couldn't be refunded. Moreover, he already had a house in Building No. 1, but Lin Guoying still didn't believe it. In the end, Lin Dong took them to the house in Building No. 1, and after another round of persuasion, Lin Guoying finally accepted it. Next, Lin Dong took them to the sales department with Cui Jia, paid the remaining amount, and used Lin Guoying's ID to process the property deed. This house would now belong to Lin Guoying's family. Then Lin Dong took them to the Golden Leaf Hotel, where he arranged relatively relaxed positions for Lin Guoying's family of 3 in Chen Hui, just sitting and collecting money. When both families learned that this was the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province owned by Lin Dong, they were already numb. Lin Dong had shocked them too many times in the past few days. First, it was a luxury car worth millions, then a mansion worth $1 billion, and now an 8-star hotel worth hundreds of billions. Lin Dong is continuously broadening their horizons. After arranging everything for his aunt and her family, Lin Dong felt a sense of relief. Once his younger aunt Lu Yanmei and the others returned, he would arrange for them to settle in Jiangcheng, which would put his mind at ease regarding this matter. Next, he needed to start preparing his own power. Although he had an abundance of money, he couldn't expand blindly and needed to proceed with a plan. Until he could disregard the strength of any force, it was better to remain low-key. Lin Dong still wanted to adhere to the old generation's philosophy: wealth should not be flaunted. In the afternoon, Lin Dong visited Jiangcheng First Hospital. Xiao Pejun was almost ready to be discharged, and Lin Dong wanted to ask how the security department's preparations were going and how many people had been recruited. At Jiangcheng First Hospital, in Xiao Pejun's ward, Lin Dong arrived to find Xiao Pejun, Li Guobing, and Wei Yong present. The three of them seemed to be studying something, likely related to the newly established security department. "Young Master Lin, you're here." Xiao Pejun looked up and saw Lin Dong enter. Li Guobing and Wei Yong also turned to look at him. "Young Master Lin! Young Master Lin!" They both called out simultaneously. "Pejun, how's your injury? When can you be discharged?" Lin Dong stepped forward to ask. "The doctor said I can be discharged in 2 or 3 days. If you need anything, young master, just let me know. I can leave now, I'm completely healed." Xiao Pejun replied. "No need. Let's listen to the doctor. It won't make a difference in those 2 or 3 days. How's the security department you're setting up? How many people can you bring in?" "Currently, we have about a dozen confirmed to come, and some are still hesitating. They probably don't believe the benefits are that good. If this first batch can spread the word, many more will definitely join." "Alright, then let's bring in those dozen people first, but you must ensure their character is up to standard. I don't want any irredeemable people in my security department in the future. Rest assured, young master, the people I find are very reliable. Although we are mercenaries, our main focus is on protecting our employer's safety, not the assassin-type mercenaries. After all, we are their mortal enemies because the targets they assassinate are often the employers we need to protect." "That's good. you must control the character aspect well. This is the domestic scene. If we accidentally recruit some internationally wanted criminals, it won't be easy to explain. Once they come, they will be under your management. You will be the head of the security department. I understand. Thank you, young master. The initial treatment I have set for you is that you will be the head, with an annual salary of 10 million. If you perform well, bonuses will be additional. The others will start at $1 million a year, with raises based on ability. What do you think? Lin Dong asked. As soon as Lin Dong said this, Xiao Pejun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. An annual salary starting at $1 million? Xiao Pejun, as the head, would earn at the 10 million level. The 12 of them had worked abroad for so many years and had only earned a little over 10 million, and that was after facing life and death crises multiple times. Now, Xiao Pejun could earn so much in just 1 year? Moreover, the domestic environment was far better than abroad. Abroad, it was common to go days without sleep while executing missions, living on the edge, never knowing when they might have to say goodbye to this world. But domestically, it was like heaven. Lin, young master, isn't this too much? Xiao Pejun asked. For them, this treatment was indeed excessively generous. This isn't too much. As long as you follow me well, it will increase in the future. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my brothers first, young master. Xiao Pejun expressed his gratitude. Then Lin Dong turned to Wei Yong and Li Guobing and said, "You two, I have a task for you. Please, young master, go ahead." Wei Yong and Li Guobing said at the same time, "You two give me your account numbers later, and I'll transfer 5 million to each of you as this year's salary. You can go home and settle things first, then head to Magic City to protect our general manager Zhao Xian from Donglai International. She will have significant moves coming up, and I'm worried someone might be targeting her." "Yes, young master Lin, but 5 million is too much. Just give us a base salary of 1 million. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Once the security department has more people, you two will be considered veterans, and your treatment will naturally be better." "Thank you, young master Lin." The two no longer declined. After Lin Dong transferred the money to Wei Yong and Li Guobing, he left, asking Xiao Pejun to hurry and bring the people over. With Donglai International's increasing investments, there would definitely be some potential crises, so the security department must be established as soon as possible. After Lin Dong left, Xiao Pejun and the others exchanged glances, feeling each other's sentiments. If the 12 of them hadn't taken the last mission and had returned home together to meet Lin Dong, how wonderful that would have been. They could have fought together again, enjoyed food and fun together. On Lin Guoying's side, the two families sat together in the luxurious mansion worth $1 billion that Lin Dong had just gifted. Lin Guoying was recounting some of Lin Dong's past to the Chen family, sharing the misfortune of losing his parents at a young age, then working hard to get into Jiangnan University, one of the top 10 universities in the country, and now becoming successful and wealthy. Lin Guoying felt very proud of Lin Dong's achievements. Zhu Zhu and Shen Hui still couldn't believe that this house would belong to them in the future. Not only had they secured a wedding house, but Lin Dong had also arranged jobs for them. Shen Hui's parents were also very happy. Their son had found such a well-connected wife, and they naturally had the chance to benefit from it. This house was so big that they could come and stay anytime, for as long as they wanted. Of course, not everyone was particularly happy. That was Chen Hui's aunt and cousin. This house belonged to her sister's-in-laws, and while her sister's family could benefit, it had nothing to do with her. It was one thing not to have seen much before, but now that she had seen it, she wanted to live in such a mansion every day and eat the finest food. From Lin Guoying's recounting of Lin Dong's deeds, she learned that Lin Dong had lost both parents at a young age, and Lin Guoying had always treated him well, continuously supporting his education. From Lin Dong's behavior over the past few days, it was clear that he respected Lin Guoying very much. Thus, she had an idea in her heart. Her daughter was also in college, about the same age as Lin Dong. Although the school wasn't great, she was quite good-looking, at least in her opinion. Could she use Lin Guoying to matchmake her daughter with Lin Dong? If that worked out, she would become Lin Dong's mother-in-law, and then she would have everything she desired. Luxury cars, mansions, gourmet food, she could have it all, and she would definitely be a top-tier wealthy person in Sioux City. How glorious that would be. Thinking of this, her heart raced, and she quietly started chatting with her daughter on her phone. She asked her daughter what she thought of Lin Dong. Did she have any interest in getting to know Lin Dong better? If so, she would find a way through her sister and Lin Guoying to bring the two families closer together. Looking at her daughter with her head lowered and a slightly flushed face, she knew her daughter would definitely not refuse. After all, how many girls could resist such an outstanding man like Lin Dong? But there was still one question. With Lin Dong being so exceptional, would he be interested in her daughter? This matter would still need Lin Guoying to make the introduction. She then sent a message to Chen Hui's mother, her own sister, expressing her thoughts and asking her to gauge Lin Guoying's stance. If this could really work out, their family would have endless benefits. Today, Lin Dong only arranged for Lin Guoying's family to check into the hotel. Aside from Chen Hui, the rest of the Chen family had no share in this. If this works out, Lin Dong is still in college, and these people have entered the hotel. Who knows, the entire Jinya hotel might end up under their control. This is a hotel worth billions. Even a little leak from the seams would be enough for them to squander for a lifetime. She also told Chen's mother not to be fooled by the benefits Chen Hui and the others are currently enjoying. If Lin Dong finds a powerful wife in the future who keeps him in check, their lives will become difficult, and they might even be kicked out of the hotel. Only by bringing Lin Dong and her daughter together can the Chun family's interests be maximized. After seeing her sister's message and weighing the pros and cons, Chen's mother felt her sister was right. In reality, aside from her son Chen Hui, the Chen family had not yet received any substantial benefits. If they could truly match Lin Dong with her niece, making it a family connection, then the Chen family would genuinely be close to Lin Dong. At that time, each of them could drive a luxury car back to Shuqing, absolutely basking in glory. Thinking of this, she said to Lin Guoying, "In-law, how old is Lin Dong now?" 21, soon to be 22, and he will graduate from college in a year. "Ah, time really flies," Lin Guoying replied. "Does he have a girlfriend?" Chen's mother asked again. "I'm not sure. Ever since he started college, he's been busy with part-time jobs during the holidays and rarely comes back. Even when he occasionally calls, he hasn't mentioned anything about that." "In-law, look, my niece is about the same age as Lin Dong, and she's quite good-looking, well-mannered, and we know her well. Why don't we try to match them up? It would be a family connection." Chen's mother pointed at her niece. Lin Guoying was taken aback, looking at the shy girl across from her, unsure of how to respond. "In-law, I think young people's matters should be decided by themselves. We shouldn't get involved. They've already met. If both sides have feelings, they definitely won't need us to intervene," Lin Guoying hesitated to say. "In-law, how is that getting involved? We're just letting them give it a try. Isn't Lin Dong the one who listens to you the most? You can talk to him and let them spend some time together. If it doesn't work out, we won't force it. What do you think?" Chen's mother said again. "Well, I'll find a time to mention it to Xiaodong, but whether it works out depends on them." Hearing her in-law say this, Lin Guoying had no choice but to agree to mention it to Lin Dong. After all, she was her daughter's future mother-in-law, and it wouldn't be good to lose face. All right, just tell Lin Dong to let them add each other as friends and chat. If it doesn't work out, we won't say anything. Let the young people handle their own matters," Chen's mother said happily. Chen Hui's aunt, seeing that Lin Guoying agreed, was also very pleased and secretly signaled her daughter to seize the opportunity. Zhu Zhu and Chen Hui were wandering around the house. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, the view outside the window, the luxurious decoration of the room. They took various photos and uploaded them to their friend circle, accompanied by the text, "This will be our home in the future. It feels like a dream." Finally, they included the address of Jiangnan International Mansion. This made their friends' circle shake with excitement. The comments were filled with envy and jealousy, as well as compliments and requests to come see. After seeing this, Lin Guowei's family asked Lin Su to search online for where Jiangnan International Mansion is and what the housing prices are like. As a result, they were shocked into silence when they found out. It was the most expensive luxury residence in the entire Jiangnan province. Renowned foreign teachers personally designed it, with luxurious decoration. Each unit starts at an average price of 50 million. When Lin Guowei saw this, it felt like he had been hammered several times in the heart, bleeding profusely. His face turned ashen, and he locked himself in his room, not stepping out for 3 days. He probably couldn't accept such a stark contrast. Both are Lin Dong's close aunt and uncle, and to be more precise, his blood relation to Lin Dong is even closer. Now that Lin Dong has become successful, their treatment is worlds apart. This all stemmed from a moment's decision back then. He was now filled with regret. Lin Dong returned to his residence feeling a bit tired, took a nap, and when he woke up, it was already evening, with no news from Zhao Xian. After thinking for a moment, Lin Dong directly called Zhao Xian. The spending speed on Zhao Xian's side was too slow. It had taken so long to finalize an investment. He needed to urge Zhao Xian to speed up. The godly rich points were only at 102, far from the standard. Soon the call connected, and Zhao Xian's cheerful voice came through. "Hello, Chairman Lin. How are you? Sister Xian, how's the situation recently?" Lin Dong asked. "Chairman Lin, we are currently negotiating with 2 companies that need financing, and the team is conducting assessments. So far, things look good. I will report to you after the assessments are completed, Zhao Xian replied. How about Wang Chang's side? Haven't you contacted him yet? Mr. Wang's side has already been contacted. After assessing these two companies, we will head there. Sister Xian, your progress is a bit slow. Since the team is almost established, let's finalize some investments quickly. As long as they are suitable, a premium is fine. Try to choose companies that have already achieved results. Don't waste time on those small companies anymore. Chairman Lin, if we choose such companies, we might not maximize profits. I think it's better to invest in some promising small companies, Zhao Xian said. Lin Dong felt a bit frustrated listening to Zhao Xian's response. What I want is not profit maximization, I want spending maximization. If it weren't for my insufficient power and strength, fearing that spending too much money and acquiring too many companies would attract the attention of some major forces and cause unnecessary trouble, I would just buy, regardless of whether they are in the top 500 or 1000 in the world. I would directly buy and acquire shares if they don't sell. Strength. Everything speaks with strength. Without strength, even spending money feels hesitant, which is quite frustrating. He still didn't know whether the system could be upgraded. Currently, his physical and mental strength had reached their limits and could not be improved. But his strength was definitely still lacking, so he needed to quickly determine whether the system still had room for appreciation to figure out the next steps. His current goal was to save the godly rich points to 1000 points and then see if the system would react, whether his physical and mental strength would continue to improve. If not, he would have to change plans and quietly find a place to hide and develop his power. If strength is lacking, then power must make up for it. If it can continue to improve, then there's nothing more to say. First, he would make himself invincible. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about this or that when doing things. Sister Xian, what I need now is results, not saving money. Investing in small companies takes too long for them to grow. I don't have that much time to wait. No matter what this month, you must spend over 5 billion for me, but it can't be too conspicuous, Lin Dong said. Ha, Chairman Lin, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly, Zhao Xian asked hesitantly. In fact, she had heard clearly, she just found it hard to believe, so she needed to confirm it again. I said, this month, at least spend 5 billion for me to invest, but if you can spend 1 billion, even better. But it needs to be low-key, can't be too conspicuous, understand? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Xian was completely stunned. Lin Dong actually told her that she had to spend over 50 billion this month? Was he out of his mind? Which boss wouldn't want their employees to save money for them? To exchange the least cost for the greatest benefit. To do the most and the best things with the least amount of money. Was this a case of having too much money to burn? Or did he have a grudge against money? The thoughts of these super-rich second-generation heirs were truly hard to understand. Or was there another reason behind Lin Dong's request? Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to do this? It's 500 billion, not 50 billion, nor 5 billion? Zhao Xian asked again. Shenjia, I'm telling you clearly now, it is indeed 500 billion, and there's no upper limit. But still, try to keep a low profile. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Okay, I understand. But wanting to invest so much money in such a short time without attracting others' attention is a bit difficult. Just do your best. Don't invest so much in one place, try a different location. In the next couple of days, I'll send 2 people to protect you. Spending too much money will inevitably attract the attention of some ill-intentioned people. Money is a small matter, safety is the most important. Alright, thank you, Mr. Lin. I'll get to work now, the task is quite heavy, and I need to urge them. Good. When you come back, I'll celebrate your success. Also, there's no need to inspect Wang Chang's side. I trust him, and I'll contact him directly. Got it, Mr. Lin. After hanging up, Lin Dong called Wang Chang, chatted casually for a bit, and Wang Chang urged Lin Dong to hurry up and send someone over to finalize the investment plan. Once the funds were secured, he could continue pushing the project forward. He had already received a call from the project leader of Lin Dong's company, which was Zhao Xian, but the other party said they needed to finish inspecting 2 other companies before coming over. It seemed they wanted to stall him a bit before negotiating, a tactic he had seen many times. But hadn't he and Lin Dong already agreed? 50 billion for 30% of the shares. He didn't understand why Lin Dong was doing this. Little did he know this was Zhao Xian's own decision, having nothing to do with Lin Dong, who was eager to spend more money. As the investment head of Donglai International, Zhao Xian naturally wanted to save wherever possible, exchanging the least cost for the greatest benefit to prove her worth and gain the boss's favor. She just didn't expect Lin Dong to be someone who didn't lack money at all and didn't need her to save. Lin Dong immediately stated that there was no need for an inspection and directly transferred 50 billion to Wang Chang. Wang Chang was also a bit confused, completely unable to understand what Lin Dong meant. One moment they needed an inspection and evaluation, and the next moment it was no longer necessary, saying he trusted him, and the funds were directly transferred. However, since the funds were in place, everything else didn't matter. He could continue pushing the project forward. After transferring 50 billion to Wang Chang, Lin Dong's wealth points reached 152, which was a small consolation for him. In the Magic City, in a high-end apartment, Zhao Xian, wearing pajamas, sat on the sofa just after hanging up Lin Dong's call, preparing to call and urge her subordinates to speed up the progress. Lin Dong said on the phone that as long as there were results, she shouldn't be afraid to spend money, which likely meant he was eager to accomplish something to show his family. Wasn't it said on TV that some heirs of large families would fight to the death for the position of family head? Perhaps Lin Dong was also vying for his family's position now, facing such dangers? Then she really needed to speed up. She and Lin Dong were now on the same line, sharing both glory and loss. If Lin Dong failed in his bid for power, her life wouldn't be easy either, and besides, she had an indescribable feeling towards Lin Dong, so she certainly didn't want Lin Dong to fail, which meant she had to put in more effort. Since you're not afraid of spending money, getting things done naturally becomes twice as effective with half the effort. I just finished a call with my subordinates, urging them to quickly finalize the investment, and I also contacted several large companies interested in financing, preparing to meet them tomorrow. At this moment, a graceful woman wrapped in a bath towel walked out of the bathroom, her delicate face framed by hands reaching up to fix her hair, her snow-white skin seemingly capable of squeezing out water. If a man were to see this scene, the blood in his body would probably not be enough to contain his excitement. Xian, are you calling your man? You can't stand it after just a few days? Did I not serve you well? The woman said flirtatiously. After speaking, she walked up to Zhao Xian, lifted her chin with one hand, and leaned in to kiss her. Zhao Xian turned her head away, swatting the approaching hand and said, Luo, can you be a bit more serious? The person Zhao Xian referred to as Luo was her college roommate and best friend, Luo Qianro. The two had been roommates since their freshman year, and their relationship remained very close, unchanged even after graduation. Although they hadn't seen each other for several years after graduation, they still felt completely at ease upon meeting again. Zhao Xian looked at Luo Qianro's curves and then glanced down at her own, feeling a bit envious. Although her own figure wasn't small, it was clearly a size smaller compared to Luo Qianro's. Both of them were considered campus beauties during their college years, but Luo Qianro was obviously much more popular. Her figure was simply perfect, without a single flaw, combined with her exquisite face and a voice full of charm when she spoke. She was practically a man-killer on campus, captivating everyone from freshmen to seniors, and even some of the teachers were enchanted by her. However, after spending a few years together, Zhao Xian discovered that this girl didn't seem to like men at all. The number of suitors she had almost occupied a third of the male population at the school, ranging from losers to gods. The losers sent love letters, flowers, and heart-shaped breakfasts every day. The gods gifted designer clothes, bags, perfumes, and various luxury items. In the end, all of it ended up in the trash. After 4 years of college, not a single man succeeded. This girl had no interest in men, yet she often took advantage of Zhao Xian. Even her first kiss was forcibly taken by this girl. I'm being very serious right now. When we graduated, I asked you to stay in the Magic City with me, but you insisted on going back to your hometown. Now you're back in my arms. The women I have my eye on can't escape my grasp, Luo Qianro said, showing off her long hand as she spoke. Luo, it's been years, and you still haven't changed? It's such a waste not to show off that great figure to men, Zhao Xian said, reaching out to loosen the bath towel around Luo Qianro, revealing a figure that could only be described as perfect. Luo Qianro didn't mind at all. They had seen each other completely during college. They knew exactly where each other had moles and what spots were sensitive. Those disgusting men, how can they compare to you, Xian? They look like they want to devour you. It's simply revolting, Luo Qianro said, sitting next to Zhao Xian completely naked. By the way, Luo, are you really not planning to find a man? Are you going to live your whole life alone? Zhao Xian asked, turning her head. What's so good about men? Isn't it uncomfortable to live alone? Why seek out suffering? Besides, you have to serve them. Xian, why don't you accompany me for a lifetime? Luo Qianro said flirtatiously. No, Luo, I don't want to live like that for the rest of my life. You should find someone else. Zhao Xian quickly rejected. Xian, you've changed. It's only been a few years. Do you have a man now? You were definitely just on the phone with your man. Come on, tell me about him. What's he like? What does he look like? How tall? How heavy? Also, What does it feel like to do that? Is it comfortable? Luo Qianro asked with a grin. Zhao Xian felt her face heat up from Luo Qianro's barrage of questions. This girl really dared to ask anything, completely shameless. How would she know if it was comfortable? She had never tried it. Luo, you little brat, how can you ask such things? I wouldn't know, Zhao Xian said, her face flushed. You don't know? Don't you have a man? Is he not good enough? What use is such a useless man? I was even thinking if it feels good, could you lend him to me for a bit? You really have no shame. Can a boyfriend be borrowed just like that? Zhao Xian said, her face turning even redder. Why not? With our relationship, what can't we share? How about we serve one man together? That way, we'll never be apart. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going back to my room. Zhao Xian stood up, her face still red, ready to walk back to her room, but was stopped by Luo Qianro grabbing her hand. Luo Qianro gently pulled Zhao Xian back and sat her in her lap. Luo Qianro held Zhao Xian in her arms, completely bare. Xian, don't go. Come tell me, was that just now your boyfriend? No, he's my boss, Zhao Xian said, a bit shyly. Your boss? Male or female? Male. How old? In his 20s. So young? Yeah. He's still in college. A college student is a boss? Not bad. No wonder he could win the heart of my beautiful Xian. Luo, don't say that. By the way, Luo, my boss just gave me a heavy task. I need your help. What task? He wants me to spend at least 5 billion on investments this month. How much? Luo Qianro asked, raising her voice. 5 billion. What kind of person is your boss? Does he have too much money to burn or what? I don't know. You have to help me this time. You know the Magic City better than I do. Are there any big projects that need financing? I'll really ask around. Don't worry, just 5 billion. I'll definitely help you complete the task. Alright then, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. After Zhao Xian said that, she stood up and walked back to her room, and this time Luo Qianro didn't stop her. After Zhao Xian left, Luo Qianro picked up the towel, covered her beautiful body, and sat on the sofa, motionless, lost in thought. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Dong received a call from Lu Chen, asking if he had anything to do today, as the old man of the Lu family wanted to see him. Lin Dong thought for a moment and agreed. The Lu siblings had invited him several times before, but he had been busy with other matters. Now that he had free time, he decided to meet them. After all, Lu Chen had helped him several times, and they were decent friends. Ever since Lin Dong donated 100 million to the school, the teachers had stopped calling him to urge him to return, which showed the power of money. Following Lu Chen's directions, Lin Dong arrived at another wealthy area in Jiangcheng, the Nanshan Villa district. Although the price per square meter of the villas here was not as high as that of the Jiangnan International Mansion, the area was large. Each villa started at 3,000 square meters, complete with private gardens and swimming pools. Moreover, the environment here was beautiful, the air fresh, and there was none of the noise and commotion of the city center. If the Jiangnan International Mansion was the most expensive house per square meter in Jiangnan province, then the Nanshan Villa district was the most expensive house per unit. Furthermore, even before the Nanshan Villa district was completed, it had already been fully booked, indicating its popularity among the wealthy class in Jiangcheng, even surpassing the Jiangnan International Mansion. Named Nanshan Villa district, it naturally borrowed the essence of picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountain. The entire villa area is built against the southern mountain, with the entrance at the foot of the mountain. As you go up, the villas become more expensive, and the one at the top of the mountain is said to offer a view of nearly half of Jiangcheng, currently owned by the Lu family, the developers of the villa area. Lin Dong had just arrived at the southern mountain villa area when the Lu siblings were already waiting for him. He parked the car in front of them and rolled down the window. Lin brother, you finally made it. Our old man has been wanting to meet you for a long time, Lu Chen said as he stepped forward. Because Lin Dong was driving a Bugatti Veyron, the Lu siblings recognized him from a distance. Lu brother, I'm really sorry. I've been a bit busy lately, only found time today. Lin Dong replied. We're just happy you could come. Let's go. I'll lead the way. The old man is already waiting, Lu Chen said, walking towards a supercar parked ahead. Lu Xiaoxiao then opened the passenger door of Lin Dong's Bugatti and got in. Lin Dong GE, I'm riding with you, Lu Xiaoxiao said. Lin Dong didn't expect her to hop in. Ever since he realized the little girl had feelings for him, he was unsure how to handle their relationship. Xiaoxiao, why didn't you go to school today? Lin Dong asked. Because you're coming to our house today, so I didn't go to school, Lu Xiaoxiao answered matter-of-factly. She didn't see anything wrong with it. While Lin Dong was at a loss for words, choosing to remain silent as he drove up the mountain following Lu Chen. About 10 minutes later, Lin Dong followed Lu Chen into a huge estate. This was the most luxurious and top-notch place in the southern mountain villa area. It could no longer be considered just a villa, but a manor, occupying the entire peak of the southern mountain. Just this manor alone showcased the Lu family's strength in Jiangcheng. After parking the car in the garage, Lu Chen led Lin Dong to the main hall. At that moment, the Lu family's elder, Lu Rui, was already waiting in the main hall. The second generation of the Lu family, which includes Lu Chen's father's generation, mostly manages their own affairs outside. The Lu family's influence is not limited to Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is merely their base, with companies in many other cities, but all within Jiangnan province. Once outside Jiangnan province, the Lu family's influence sharply declines. Apart from holidays and the elder Lu's birthday, the second and third generations of the Lu family rarely return. Thus, this manor is primarily inhabited by the elder Lu and the Lu siblings, along with a few family retainers. Lu Chen is the designated heir of the elder Lu, and although others may be dissatisfied, there is nothing they can do. In the Lu family, the elder Lu is the law. His words are not to be opposed, and even if one disagrees, they can only bury it in their hearts. Lin Dong followed the Lu siblings into the main hall, where he saw an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, looking frail, sitting on the sofa. In front of him was a coffee table with a steaming pot of tea, and behind him stood 4 middle-aged men, 2 of whom were the ones severely injured by Uncle Shan, who was beside Qin Zhang last time at the luxurious Jinsha. Grandpa! Grandpa! The Lu siblings called out as they sat on either side of the elderly man. The old man smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Dong. "Hello, Elder Lu." Lin Dong greeted politely. Lu Rui did not speak, only scrutinizing Lin Dong closely. This process lasted about a minute or two before Lu Rui finally spoke. "Not bad. Not bad. No wonder you were able to defeat Qin Zhang. Indeed, a young talent. Elder Lu, you flatter me. I'm a bit embarrassed." Lin Dong humbly replied. "Lin Xiaoyu, you don't need to be modest. Qin Zhang is indeed a remarkable figure among the younger generation, and with the Qin family as a strong backing, being able to drive him out of Jiangcheng is not something just anyone can achieve. Just luck. Luck is also a form of strength. Lin Xiaoyu, please take a seat and try this tea." Lu Rui invited Lin Dong to sit down, then slowly picked up the purple clay teapot in front of him and poured a cup for Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised the teacup and took a sip, still feeling nothing special, much like when he had tea with SCC core member Li Bin last time, no difference at all. He couldn't understand why these big shots all liked drinking tea. It just so happened that he had no interest in tea whatsoever. Tea, to him, was merely a way to quench thirst. As for savoring it, he really had no interest. However, since the other party was so serious, he had to put on a show. "Not bad," Lin Dong replied with just 2 words. Lu Rui noticed Lin Dong's perfunctory response, but he said nothing. Everyone has their own way of life. Since the other party didn't like tea, he wouldn't force it. Discussing the art of tea with someone who doesn't understand it is like playing the lute to a cow. Today, I invited Lin Xiaoyu here firstly to express my gratitude. Without you, it's hard to say whether Chen Chen and Xiao Xiao could sit here. Secondly, I also wanted to meet you, Lu Rui said. "There's no need to be polite, old Master Lu. I am also a member of SCC and a good friend of Brother Lu. He often helps me, so this is what I should do," Lin Dong replied. Lu Xiaoxiao watched the two exchange pleasantries and grew a bit impatient. Suddenly, she interjected, "Grandpa, Brother Lin Dong, can you stop being so polite? Who knows, we might all be family in the future." At this, the 3 of them were taken aback. Lu Chen and Lu Rui looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with puzzled expressions. Lu Xiaoxiao also felt that her words were a bit off, wanting to explain but not knowing how. She could only blush and say, "I'll go back to my room to do my homework. You guys chat slowly." Then she got up and left. After Lu Xiaoxiao left, Lin Dong chatted a bit more with old Master Lu, who then asked Lu Chen to keep Lin Dong company before heading upstairs. During lunch, Lu Xiaoxiao kept her face flushed the entire time. Moreover, she kept avoiding looking at Lin Dong. After lunch, Lin Dong intended to leave, but was called to the study by old Master Lu. "Lin Xiaoyu, please take a seat," Lu Rui said, sitting on the sofa in the study. Lin Dong found a spot to sit down, not responding, waiting for the other party to speak. Old Master Lu must have had other matters to discuss. "Lin Xiaoyu, what do you think of the current situation of the Lu family?" Lu Rui asked. "Very prosperous." Lin Dong thought for a moment and replied. He didn't understand why Lu Rui would ask this, but as far as he knew, the Lu family was indeed thriving in Jiangcheng and the entire Jiangnan province. Prosperity is just a surface phenomenon. If I were to suddenly disappear, there wouldn't be anyone in the Lu family capable of shouldering such a heavy burden. The Lu family is like a piece of fat meat that everyone wants to take a bite out of, Lu Rui sighed. Lin Dong was taken aback and said, "That can't be. I think Brother Chen should have that capability. Chen is indeed outstanding among the third generation of the Lu family, but it's still not enough to bear the weight of the entire Lu family. He needs more training, Lu Rui said. Lin Dong didn't know how to respond. He didn't understand why old Master Lu was telling him all this. He wasn't a member of the Lu family. Lin Xiaoyu, I hope you can protect the Lu family until Chen is capable of standing on his own and shouldering the burden of the Lu family, Lu Rui suddenly said seriously. Ah, old Master Lu, are you overestimating me? The Lu family is currently at its peak. How could I possibly have the ability to protect the Lu family? Are you joking with me? Lin Dong said. Old Master Lu actually wanted him to protect the Lu family? Is this a joke? Where does he get the ability? If he had the ability to protect the Lu family, would he still be so cautious? He should have already activated his buying spree. Wouldn't that rich guy's status just keep rising? Lin, my friend, there's no need to rush to refuse. I certainly won't let you protect the Lu family for nothing. I will send you a great gift next, Lu Rui said calmly. Lin Dong was speechless. Is this really about a great gift? This is simply a matter of lacking ability. If he had the ability, he wouldn't mind helping the Lu family when they were in trouble. But without that ability, everything is just talk. He still has to look after himself. Old Master Lu, it's not that I'm refusing. I truly lack the ability. If I had the ability, I wouldn't mind helping the Lu family. After all, Lu Chen and I are quite good friends, provided the Lu family needs it. Lu Rui ignored Lin Dong's words and continued, Lin, do you know why when I am here, the Lu family thrives, and when I am not, the Lu family perishes? The current flourishing Lu family is entirely built upon me, and I am merely an old man whose body is half buried in the ground. Lin Dong really didn't know. He originally thought old Master Lu was a powerful expert, but after meeting him, he realized he was just an elderly man. Lin Dong's mental strength was incredibly strong. He truly couldn't sense even a hint of threat from old Master Lu. Perhaps old Master Lu was once very powerful, but now he was clearly just an ordinary old man. It's hard to imagine that a family in its prime, enjoying boundless glory, is actually built upon this old man. If the old man suddenly disappears, the Lu family's grand structure would collapse. Lin Dong is unaware. Please enlighten me, old Master Lu, Lin Dong asked. This wasn't out of curiosity or anything. Since Lu Rui brought it up, he would definitely continue. He was just asking in accordance. Sure enough, Lu Rui continued, that's because I have another identity. What identity? Lin Dong asked cooperatively. A retired member of the National Special Operations Group, Team B. A retired member of the National Special Operations Group, Team B? What kind of organization is that? Lin Dong asked curiously. To talk about this organization, we must first discuss the group of martial artists. From ancient times to the present, the group of martial artists has never disappeared. It's just that for ordinary people, it's hard to come into contact with them. This, my friend Lin Dong, should be well aware of. Lin Dong indeed knew this, because in his 21 years of life, he had never seen a martial artist and was unaware of the existence of such a group. But since he got the system, he realized that just because he didn't know about certain things didn't mean they didn't exist. It was just that his level was too low. He had never thought that someone could be unafraid of guns like in the television shows. It was only after fighting with Qin Zhang in the luxurious Golden Sands that he discovered there were indeed people in this world who possessed abilities only seen in dramas, and he had inadvertently entered this group. Lu Rui continued, the lethality of the martial artist group is very strong. Some are no longer afraid of ordinary firearms. However, not everyone in this group can resist temptation, so when some people make mistakes, they can cause great harm to society. For such individuals, ordinary people can no longer pose a threat, so the National Special Operations Group was born. They are the enforcers and supervisors arranged by the state within the martial artist community. And I was once one of them, but after being seriously injured on a mission, I became a retired member. Once you join this organization, as long as you don't betray the country or make a major mistake, you will always be protected by the entire Special Operations Group, including your family, and the Special Operations Group represents the country. I also retired due to injuries sustained on a mission, so as long as I don't die, no one dares to touch the Lu family. But if I die, without this thread of connection, the Lu family would become an incredibly tempting target. After hearing Lu Rui's words, Lin Dong had some doubts. Since old Master Lu was not dead, it meant that the entire Lu family was under protection. So how did Qin Zhang dare to kill Lu Chen at that time? He then asked, Old Lu, since you are still alive, why did Qin Zhang dare to kill Lu Chen and Xiao Xiao? That's because it was Qin Chen who drew the gun first. Otherwise, even if you gave Qin Zhang 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to kill Qin Chen and Xiao Xiao. The Special Operations Group only protects your family from harm. but if you are the one who intends to harm others and then get killed in return, they won't intervene. So that's how it is. No wonder Qin Zhang, who originally wanted to avoid trouble, went straight for the kill after Lu Chen pulled out his gun. It turned out he didn't dare at first. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Lin Dong understood. The National Special Operations Group must be a very powerful organization. Old Master Lu was once a member of this organization, but he retired due to injury. However, as long as he is alive, the organization will still ensure the safety of the Lu family. But there is a premise. The Lu family must be the reasonable party. If the Lu family seeks to harm others, then the organization won't intervene. Simply put, you have support when you are in the right, but you bear the consequences when you are not. If Lu Chen took out a weapon intending to kill Qin Zhang, that would be unreasonable, and dying would be in vain. But why is this old man telling me so much? He even said he wants to give me a great gift? Does he want me to join the National Special Operations Group? If I could join, that would be great. Then I would have an identity and backing. At least I wouldn't have to be timid when spending money, right? I haven't stolen or robbed anything. I'm spending my own money. If others get jealous and come looking for trouble, that should be reasonable, right? Thinking this way, Lin Dong felt it was quite good. He just didn't know if there would be any restrictions. Would I have to work 9 to 5 every day? I haven't even graduated from college yet. Does old Master Lu want me to join the National Special Operations Group? Lin Dong asked. Does Lin Xiaoyu think this organization is easy to join? Lu Rui countered. It should be quite difficult. Lin Dong replied. Not difficult. It's extremely difficult. To join the National Special Operations Group, you can only be recommended by internal members. They won't publicly recruit, and even if you get recommended, there will be the strictest assessments and reviews waiting for you. As a retired member of the Special Operations Group B, I can recommend one person to join. I originally intended to reserve this spot for Chen Chen, but unfortunately, his talent is not high, and he would only be eliminated if he went. So I want to recommend you. I believe with Lin Xiaoyu's strength, you can definitely pass the assessment. Old Master Lu wants to recommend me to the Special Operations Group to protect your Lu family? Lin Dong asked. That's just one reason. To have such strength at your age, I have high hopes for Lin Xiaoyu's future achievements, so I want to use this recommendation spot to invest in you, Lu Ru said. How can old Master Lu be so sure that I will definitely join the Special Operations Group? What if I don't want to? Because I know you need this identity right now. Lin Xiaoyu has endured for 20 years, even suffering humiliation without revealing your strength. I believe your master must have instructed you not to expose it, perhaps because he has enemies, or for other reasons. But no matter the reason, you need such an identity. Are you investigating me? In that instant, Lin Dong's aura erupted explosively. It caused the various bookshelves and chairs in the study to shake. What he feared most now was someone investigating his background and discovering his secrets. He wasn't strong enough yet to protect his secrets. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Once the matter of him having a system was exposed, a large number of forces would definitely want to investigate further. Who knows, they might even dissect him directly. Strength. He must quickly enhance his strength. However, it was fortunate that the other party only thought he had a master. That was the best explanation. A master who could teach a disciple like him should be able to intimidate the other party. As long as he didn't let others discover that he had a system, having a master was fine. With this thought, Lin Dong's previously tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he retracted his aura. He hadn't dared to release his aura towards Lu Rui. He was afraid of sending away this elderly man who was as weak as a chicken. Lin Dong didn't know that no one would think about any system at all. In this world, strength was built step by step. There was no shortcut, nor would there be any miraculous encounters. Even those with exceptional talent needed to start practicing from a young age. Once they missed the best period, they could only live an ordinary life. So even if someone investigated his identity and background, it would only be similar to what Lu Rui guessed. Lin, my young friend, there's no need to panic. We are friends, not enemies. As for my investigation of you, you should be grateful to me because after I finished investigating, I concealed your identity. At least 3 waves of people have investigated your identity and background since then, but they found nothing, Lu Rui explained. The aura Lin Dong had just released was very strong. Although it wasn't directed at him, as a former master of the Tiger ranking, even if he had lost his strength now, his perception as a former Tiger ranking expert remained. Lin Dong was very strong, even stronger than during his peak. This further solidified Lu Rui's idea of binding the Lu family and Lin Dong together. Only in this way could he ensure the Lu family's continued glory, and it wasn't impossible for them to advance beyond Jiangnan province. Jiangnan province could only be considered mid to lower tier among the dozens of provinces and cities in the country, there was a broader sky outside. Moreover, through his investigation, Lin Dong's character was quite good. At least he repaid those who had helped him with great gratitude. However, his own health was deteriorating day by day. For a former tiger ranking expert, his age wasn't actually that high. If it weren't for his past serious injuries, with proper care, living another 20 or 30 years wouldn't be a problem. But now he felt that his time was running out, and he had to find a partner for the Lu family. In his view, Lin Dong was the most suitable. Yet Lin Dong, who had already relaxed a bit, became tense again upon hearing Lu Rui's words. At least 3 waves of people had investigated him? Who were they? Xin Zhang should count as one. Who were the others? Lin Dong couldn't think of anyone. The unknown was the most terrifying. It seemed he had already attracted the attention of some forces. Old Master Lu, I'm sorry, I was a bit nervous just now. It really is difficult to fulfill my master's orders. I do need such an identity, Lin Dong said, following Lu Rui's words. Since the other party said he had a master, then he had a master. It was just right to explain his sudden change. Lin, my young friend, there's no need to be polite. The reason I told you so much is that I want the Lu family to establish a close cooperative relationship with you. Old Lu, what do you mean by Special Action Group B? Lin Dong asked. The Special Operations Group is divided into 4 teams, A, B, C, and D. Team C and D are only responsible for incidents caused by top-tier martial artists, while Team B serves as a dividing line, handling incidents caused by the Tiger List experts, Lu Rui explained. What about Team A? Isn't there an A team? Lin Dong asked. Team A consists of elusive individuals who only appear when Team B cannot handle a situation. However, such instances are rare, so I know very little about them. Lin, my recommendation for you to join the Special Operations Group is just one of the 2 great gifts I'm giving you. And what's the other one? Lu Rui continued. The Special Operations Group is a law enforcement department established by the state to address the domestic martial artist community. Since there is an internal organization, there must be an external one as well. An external one? Targeting foreign martial artists? Lin Dong inquired. Exactly. Relations between countries are not as peaceful as they seem on the surface, but everyone has agreed not to use large-scale destructive weapons to avoid mass casualties, so they can only probe each other with their martial skills. The organization targeting foreign martial artists is called the Falcon. If you can join both organizations simultaneously, your profile will be of the highest level in the country. Except for a few individuals, no one will be able to access your information. As long as you do not betray the country, it's like having 2 protective charms. Can I really join both organizations at the same time? Lin Dong asked again. Yes, but there are certain conditions. Lin Dong left Lu Old Master's study, greeted Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, and then departed from the Lu family. He needed to go back and digest what Lu Old Master had told him today. In addition to the National Special Operations Group, there was also an organization called the Falcon, specifically targeting foreign martial artists. Lu Old Master told him there were 2 options. One was to join one of the organizations and become a formal member after passing the entrance exam, but that would require following the organization's directives, leaving little time for personal freedom. The other option was to apply as an external member for both organizations, which would also count as joining, but he wouldn't have to follow the organization's orders regularly, he would only be notified to participate in tasks when needed. External members might sound like a lower rank than formal members, but in reality, it was much harder to become an external member, with stricter assessments and higher requirements for strength. However, Lu Rui believed that with Lin Dong's abilities, passing the assessments would be no problem at all. At 20 years old, being at the peak of the Tiger List, he was undoubtedly an outstanding figure even among heirs of large families and secret lineages. Such a person could not possibly be excluded. Lin Dong also wanted to apply as an external member because he didn't want to be constrained. He had his own matters to attend to. For him, spending money could enhance his strength, which set him apart from others, so he needed to have freedom of time. Otherwise, even if he had money, he wouldn't have a place to spend it. However, at that moment, Lu Old Master presented Lin Dong with a dilemma. He wanted Lin Dong to marry Lu Xiaoxiao in the future. In Lu Old Master's view, a marriage alliance was the best way to bind the Lu family and Lin Dong together, and he could see that Lu Xiaoxiao liked Lin Dong. Since that was the case, he decided to go with the flow. As long as Lu Xiaoxiao married Lin Dong, they would truly be tied together. This left Lin Dong in a tough spot. To be honest, he was quite averse to such a marriage based on interests. However, he couldn't directly refuse. As it stood, he had a good overall impression of the Lu family. Both Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, as well as Lu Old Master, had treated him well and had helped him a lot. In the end, he could only evade by saying that Lu Xiaoxiao was still young and that they could discuss such matters when he was older. Seeing Lin Dong's reluctance, Lu Old Master did not insist further. He believed that as long as Lin Dong accepted the favor from the Lu family, he would surely keep his word and protect them. As for whether they can be together, it all depends on their own fate. After all, right now he is the one in need of the other, and although he has leverage, he cannot go too far. After Lin Dong left, Lu Rui made a phone call. "Hello, old Lu, you finally remembered to call me. I thought you would never contact me again in this lifetime." A loud voice rang in Lu Rui's ear. Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Rui felt a bit emotional. "Boss, I was too ashamed to call you. I couldn't complete the task you assigned back then," Lu Rui said. "Nonsense. That was due to incorrect intelligence, which led to the mission's failure. It wasn't your fault, yet you paid a heavy price. In the end, the organization owes you." "Boss, that was so many years ago, let's not bring it up again. I called this time to recommend someone. He wants to take the external examination." "Who?" "A peak expert around 20 years old." "What? Are you sure? What's his identity and background? Is he from a big family or a disciple of a secret sect?" "Not from a family. His background is very clean, but he should have a master. I haven't found out who it is yet, but I'll send you the information shortly." "Alright, since you recommended him, I definitely trust you. When are you coming to Kyoto? We haven't seen each other in many years. If we don't get together soon, we'll be in the ground." "Boss, I'll come when I have the chance." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Lu Rui made another call. The other party was also an old man, but not from the Special Operations Group. He was from the Falcon. He secured a Falcon assessment slot from the other party. Years ago, the two organizations collaborated on a mission, but due to incorrect intelligence, they were ambushed by the enemy, and Lu Rui was severely injured while saving the other party. The other party is now quite influential in the Falcon organization. Now, to help the Lu family get close to Lin Dong, he has used up the two most important favors. One favor is owed to him by the Special Operations Group. The other favor is owed to him by the Falcon's higher-ups. These two favors were originally prepared for the descendants of the Lu family. As long as the Lu family has one that can be utilized, even if it doesn't allow them to advance, at least it won't lead to regression, and it can keep the Lu family glorious for many years. However, in the past 30 years, the second generation of the Lu family has all been mediocre, and it was only with great difficulty that the third generation produced Lu Chen, who was outstanding in mind but average in talent. Lu Chen wants to become the pillar of the Lu family, but he still needs to hone his skills, yet he doesn't have the time to wait. Recently, his health has been declining, and the injuries from back then are starting to resurface. Lu Rui feels that this should be the last time. His time is running out. That's why he is in a hurry to find someone to exchange the two favors for the stability of the Lu family. Lin Dong is the most suitable candidate he has found, so young, yet so powerful, and with a mysterious master. Most importantly, he has good character and knows how to be grateful, which is the most crucial aspect. If it were just about strength, Lu Rui wouldn't dare to entrust everything to him, fearing he might be bitten back later. He can predict that after he is gone, the Lu family will become a target for surrounding forces. Only Lin Dong can help the Lu family drive away wolves and tigers. In another 10 years, Lu Chen should be able to stand on his own, and only then will the Lu family be truly stable. In his final moments, Lu Rui has arranged everything he can for the Lu family. Whether they can continue their glory or even advance further depends on fate. In Kyoto, in an ancient Seiyuan, an old man is sitting in the courtyard, flipping through the information that Lu Rui just sent over. The document is thick, with 7 or 8 pages, essentially recounting Lin Dong's experiences over the past 21 years, and the old man is reading very slowly. 2 extraordinary middle-aged men stood behind the old man. This old man appeared to be quite aged, at least not much younger than Lu Rui. However, unlike Lu Rui, who had a face full of creases and looked dispirited, as if his time was nearly up, this old man had a youthful face and white hair, full of vitality, and could easily live another 20 or 30 years. This old man was Tang Hai, the leader of the National Special Operations Group B. He had held this position for over 30 years and still remained strong. It wasn't that he was clinging to power and denying opportunities to the younger generation. In fact, he had submitted multiple reports requesting retirement, but none had been approved. This was because, to this day, Group B had yet to find someone capable of intimidating the entire group and overseeing the overall situation to replace him. As an important department for maintaining order in the domestic martial arts community, Group B had heavy responsibilities and required someone with strength and a broad perspective to take charge. After more than 10 minutes, the old man finished reviewing the documents. He casually handed the materials to the 2 middle-aged men behind him and then fell into a daze. Tang Hai's heart was not at peace at this moment. If the information Lu Rui provided was true, then this young man named Lin Dong was undoubtedly a prodigy. The term genius was insufficient to describe his brilliance. Would Lu Rui deceive him? Such a scenario was nearly impossible. This meant that Lin Dong's information was indeed authentic. A 21-year-old college junior, with the previous 21 years being unremarkable, even somewhat tragic. Suddenly, he erupted with the strength of a top expert on the Tiger List, along with an unknown source of immense wealth. Logically, this was impossible. A person could become rich overnight, but it was unlikely for an ordinary person to suddenly become a top expert on the Tiger List. Therefore, just as Lu Rui concluded, this kid must have had a teacher secretly guiding him since childhood. Despite enduring humiliation for 21 years, he had not exposed himself in the slightest, which should also have been his master's decision, a point that had been confirmed during Lu Rui's meeting with him. What was most commendable was this kid's character, as seen from his series of actions after being exposed. He did not become twisted in spirit due to a tragic childhood and seek revenge on society. His worldview remained upright. Those who bullied him, while he would retaliate, still had his bottom line. Those who helped him, he would definitely repay their kindness with great gratitude. From this perspective, his master could not be an utterly wicked person. Perhaps there were reasons that led him to endure. For such a talented individual with strong abilities, a clean background, and a correct worldview, the country would naturally welcome him. It seems somewhat beneath Lin Dong to join Group B at the age of 21, having secretly become a top expert on the Tiger List. The addition of such talent to Group B would only lead to complacency, as even within Group B, he would be a top presence, outshining a group of people in their 50s, which would gradually diminish his motivation to progress. At the age of 21, when one is young and vigorous, he should be placed in Group A, where he could encounter individuals stronger than himself, igniting his competitive spirit and allowing him to continue improving. This was a good seedling that must be nurtured well. Who knows, it could become a national asset in the future. There was a reason Tang Hai had been able to sit in the position of Group B leader for over 30 years. Upon discovering that Lin Dong was a good seedling, his first thought was not to quickly bring him into Group B, but rather to prioritize Lin Dong's growth and the interests of the country, demonstrating a commendable sense of the bigger picture. The two middle-aged men standing behind Tang Hai also finished reviewing the documents. Chief, if the information is true, we should quickly bring Lin Dong into the group. Yes, we cannot miss out on such a good talent. Tang Hai lay back in his chair, eyes closed, and said, "Bring him into the group? How will you two divide him? Such an elite must join my first team. I am sure I can train him well." "What do you mean the elite must join your first team? You can train him well. I can't? He must join my second team. There are more of you than us. You're in the second team, I'm in the first. Just wait and see who he will choose." "It's not about who he chooses. Your first team already has one more person than us, and that person should be directly assigned to us." The two of them started arguing over Lin Dong. One was the captain of the first squad of Special Operations Group B, and the other was the captain of the second squad. Special Operations Group B had a total of 4 squads, with the other 2 squads currently on a mission. "You two little brats are going to drive me crazy. Just because you two are always scheming for your own little territory, I still can't retire. Those old buddies who used to be with me are now all drinking tea and fishing every day. I'm the only one who still has to listen to your nagging." Tang Hai scolded the two of them. "Captain, you're still young. You can work for several more decades without a problem." Right. We don't have the ability to take over from you." "Then tell me, Lin Dong is already at the peak of the Tiger List. What progress can he make in your hands?" Tang Hai asked. "Well, although Lin Dong is at the peak of the Tiger List, he is only 21 years old and still a college student, so his practical experience is definitely lacking. We can teach him practical experience. What do you think, Lao Yu?" "Right, we can teach him practical experience," Lao Yu chimed in. The two of them unanimously decided to first get Lin Dong over, then discuss the allocation issue. They could tell from the captain's tone that bringing Lin Dong into the group might not happen. "Get lost. Can't you two little brats make some progress? I've told you long ago that everything should be based on the bigger picture." "What is the bigger picture?" "For us in the Special Operations Group, domestic stability is the bigger picture. I've already decided to recommend Lin Dong to join Group A as a reserve member." Sure enough, the two of them sighed in unison. After reviewing the information, they knew it would be difficult to keep Lin Dong. At 21 years old and at the peak of the Tiger List, they definitely couldn't retain him. Their own strength was just like that. At most, they had a bit more practical experience than Lin Dong and couldn't teach him anything to help him progress further. Lin Dong could only continue to advance by entering Group A, under the pressure of those perverts. After Tang Hai finished speaking, he ignored the two and called his guard, dialing a secure phone line. "Old Tang, what's up? Is there something you can't handle?" "Where? I'll send someone over right away. A cheerful voice came from the phone. Old Sue, I have good news for you, Tang Hai said. Good news? What good news could you have for me? Did a member of Group B get promoted? Who is it? Su Wanli asked. No, I'm recommending someone to you. Recommending someone to me? Who? A 21-year-old at the peak of the tiger list. Damn, are you sure you're not joking? Of course not. Do you think I find it amusing to joke with you? Quick, tell me who it is. Such achievements at a young age. What background? Is he from some big family? Or is he a disciple of some secret place? Su Wanli asked. If he were from a big family or a disciple of a secret place, then his value would be greatly diminished. Such people would only prioritize their family's interests. Even if the country went to great lengths to cultivate him, he wouldn't fight for the country. He's not from a big family or a disciple of a secret place. His background is very clean. There are traces to follow from his birth until now, but he should have a master secretly teaching him. Tang Hai replied. A master? That makes sense. Without someone to guide him, he couldn't have such achievements. Who is his master? Can we find out? Not yet, but from what we've seen since this kid exposed himself, his master shouldn't be a completely wicked person. Otherwise, how could you teach such a disciple? Alright, send me the information you found to take a look. If it's really as you say, then Lao Tang, I must thank you properly this time. A group hasn't had a young talent like this join in a long time. Okay, I'll send it to you shortly. No need for thanks, we're all striving for the same goal. After hanging up the phone, Tang Hai had someone send the information to Su Wanli. After Su Wanli finished reading the materials sent by Tang Hai, he was filled with excitement. Lin Dong had a clean background, a correct worldview, and exceptional talent. He was simply an excellent prospect. He was confident he could cultivate Lin Dong into a pillar of the nation, another sharp sword. Coincidentally, there was an A group member nearby in Jiangnan province, so he decided to go directly to Jiangcheng to meet Lin Dong. If what Tang Hai said was true, he would directly recruit him as a preparatory member of a group. In a small town on the border of Jiangnan province, Chai Zhou was eating at a roadside stall. As a member of the National Special Operations Group A, he was there to track down an S-class wanted criminal. This person was a peak expert on the tiger list, who, unable to resist worldly temptations, hid among the common people, using his peak strength to carve out a territory for himself. However, during his rise to power, any enemies who opposed him mysteriously died, gradually attracting the attention of the Special Operations Group. Initially, 2B group members were dispatched, but both were injured by him. Once it was confirmed that he was a peak expert on the tiger list, the case was handed over to a group. However, up to now, Chai Zhou had no leads. Once these people are exposed, they will hide away and not appear easily again. After all, a group is an organization that strikes fear into the entire martial arts community. Once they have you in their sights, you can only hide underground, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Of course, even if you are a martial arts expert hiding among the common people, as long as you keep a low profile and behave yourself, no one will trouble you. A group members rarely gather together and have no fixed location, they are mostly scattered across the country. Whenever there is a problem that B group cannot solve, the nearest A group member will quickly rush over to take over. Therefore, in the eyes of other group members, they are a bunch of exceptionally powerful, elusive freaks. They can disguise themselves as all sorts of people, perhaps a successful businessman, or maybe an ordinary worker, it all depends on themselves. While Chai Zhou was eating, his encrypted phone in his pocket rang. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked out of the restaurant to a secluded spot to answer the call. Chai Zhou, the voice of the group leader Su Wanli came through the phone. It's me, boss. What's the plan? Chai Zhou replied. Where are you now? Su Wanli asked. I'm at the border of Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces. Go to Jiangcheng now and find B Group's retired member Lu Rui. He has recommended someone to join a group as a preparatory member, and you need to assess him. Join a group as a preparatory member? Is there any specific information? Chai Zhou asked curiously. When you get there, Lu Rui will tell you everything. Hurry up and get there. Got it, boss. After hanging up the phone, Chai Zhou headed towards Jiangcheng. Lin Dong was in class at school, feeling a bit drowsy. He hadn't been to school for several days, and although he had the principal's special permission to take leave anytime, he was still a student and needed to come to school regularly. However, today's experience at school dispelled his thoughts of coming often. His classmates were all curiously staring at him. Lin Dong had truly become a celebrity at school. Huang Junlang knelt down to apologize. The school's top male god, Student Council President Zhou Huili, referred to him as Young Master Lin. This had already spread throughout the entire school. Now he is rumored to be the heir of a super family, having previously kept a low profile to experience life and seek love. After being abandoned by Jiang Shan, this woman with no discernment, he shook with fury and completely revealed his identity. This left everyone dumbfounded, jaws dropped. Now, even the school dares not manage him. He comes and goes as he pleases. The school feels like his own home. The boys look at him, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They wish they could be like Lin Dong, an heir of a big family, but reality slaps them in the face. The girls gaze at Lin Dong with starry eyes. So handsome, so suave, so wealthy, so intoxicating. Today, Lin Dong drove a Bugatti Chiron into the school, astonishing all the faculty and students. The entire school network and class groups are discussing how much Lin Dong's car is worth. Finally, someone knowledgeable about cars stepped up to report. The globally limited edition Bugatti Chiron, only 8 units produced. The official price is 60 million, but in the second-hand market, it has been speculated to over 80 million. This blew the entire campus away. For these college students, a car worth 80 million is like a dream, and now it has truly appeared before their eyes. Whenever Lin Dong shows up on campus, it absolutely causes the surrounding girls to scream in frenzy. Even now, sitting in the classroom, not only are the girls in his class staring at him, but even outside the classroom, there are girls lining up to catch a glimpse of Lin Dong's charm. In less than a day, the school has even organized a fan club for Lin Dong. This has made Lin Dong's head ache. He decided he should come to school less often in the future. Faced with these overly enthusiastic female classmates, he has no good way to deal with it. He can't just take action, right? Sigh. Being too handsome is also a trouble. Lin Dong sits in the classroom, accepting the fiery gazes of many classmates. To be honest, he doesn't really like this feeling. It's too eye-catching. He prefers to make money quietly. When the time comes to reveal himself, he must do so with a bang, shocking the world. That suits his character. Right now, he feels it's not the right time. He can only astonish the school, not the world. He has revealed himself too early. It seems he needs to think of a way to reduce his heat. At this moment, Lin Dong's phone rang. He glanced at the teacher at the podium who was passionately lecturing, but the teacher seemed oblivious, continuing with the lesson. If this were before, he would have probably used his lion's roar to intimidate the small fry. Lin Dong took out his phone to check. It was a call from Lu Chen. He stood up and walked out of the classroom through the back door under everyone's gaze. Arriving at the stairway, Lin Dong answered the call. The voice on the other end was not Lu Chen's, but that of the Lu family elder, Lu Rui. Lin, my young friend, are you free now? The person in charge of the assessment has arrived. Lin Dong was startled. The person in charge of the assessment? Special Operations Group? Or the Falcon? This was his first encounter with national law enforcement. He wondered how strong they were. How do they compare to Xiao Yuanshan? He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him too much. Since his physique and mental strength had reached their limits, Lin Dong had not encountered anyone who posed a threat to him. The strongest were Xiao Yuanshan and Uncle Shan beside Qin Zhang. However, Lin Dong felt that if he unleashed all his power, even those two together probably wouldn't be enough to take him on. Although he doesn't have a concrete understanding of his own strength, with his powerful mental strength, he can definitely sense anyone who could pose a threat to him. There are certainly people stronger than him, but he hasn't encountered them, so Lin Dong doesn't know the gap between him and those people. He is looking forward to meeting the people from the Special Operations Group and Falcon that Lu Rui mentioned. If the other party is stronger than oneself, at least one can recognize the gap and then find ways to make up for it. They are not enemies, and one will not be in danger. If one encounters a stronger enemy in the future and realizes the gap, then it will be too late. Old Master Lu, I'm on my way, Lin Dong said. Alright, hurry up. Don't keep people waiting too long. The ones coming this time are somewhat unexpected, Lu Rui said hesitantly. Unexpected? Lin Dong asked, puzzled. You'll know when you get here. Lu Rui was unwilling to say more over the phone. Okay, I'm setting off now. Although Lin Dong was somewhat confused by Lu Rui's words, he didn't press further. He would understand when he arrived. After hanging up, Lin Dong didn't return to the classroom but went straight downstairs, got into his Bugatti Veyron, and sped out of the school, leaving only the roar of the engine echoing through most of the campus. Lin Dong didn't notice that not far from him, in a teaching building, a figure was staring blankly at the place he had just left. Suddenly, a hand clapped on this figure's shoulder. Shan Shan, since you've made your choice, don't look back. A person as dazzling as him is not meant to belong to you, Zhu Yan said as she walked up to Jiang Shanshan. At that moment, Zhu Yan felt quite emotional. She had witnessed the love between Lin Dong and Jiang Shanshan. The years they had weathered together, though poor, were filled with joy and warmth. She had never realized that Lin Dong was actually a hidden super-rich second generation. She prided herself on having a discerning eye, yet she had misjudged him. But how could a super-rich second generation like Lin Dong work part-time every holiday and weekend? And he had been doing it for several years. Who would believe that? Not to mention she couldn't see it. Probably no one in the entire school could. The thoughts of these rich second generations were truly hard to fathom. Clearly, their background was astonishing, yet they insisted on being low-key. Even after being together with the person they loved for years, they still refused to reveal their identity, wanting to test their love. She even suspected that Lin Dong might be a bit twisted, exposing his identity quickly after his girlfriend's heart changed, making her regret it, seeking pleasure from that. However, in her view, Lin Dong had truly loved Jiang Shanshan deeply. That was not something one could fake. Otherwise, who would deliver supper to the dormitory building in the pouring rain at midnight? One could only blame Jiang Shanshan for not being able to withstand the test. Now, it was said that Huang Junlang had offended some big shot, and his family was brought back to their original state overnight, with the whole family sent in for economic crimes. Huang Junlang, being a shareholder of the company, couldn't escape either. Jiang Shanshan had become the laughingstock of the school, throwing away gold to pick up a stone from a latrine, ultimately staining herself. Moreover, Jiang Shanshan had been silent for the past few days. Zhu Yan was genuinely worried that something might happen to her but didn't know how to comfort her. If this happened to anyone, it would be hard to accept. Now, she could only stay by Jiang Shanshan's side at all times to prevent her from doing something foolish. Jiang Shanshan still stared blankly into the distance, showing no reaction to her best friend Zhu Yan's words. The Lu family. Lu Rui was receiving a middle-aged man with a scruffy face. "Old Lu, let me see the information on the assessors," Chai Zhou said to Lu Rui. For the retired elder of the Special Operations Team, the respect due should still be given. Although the other party was just a member of Group B, their strength and rank were considerably lower than his. "Mr. Chai, please wait a moment. I'll get it right away. Chen, keep Mr. Chai company." "Yes, Grandpa," Lu Chen replied. He looked curiously at the scruffy middle-aged man in front of him. It was the first time he had seen his grandfather speak so respectfully to someone younger than him. This person's identity seems quite extraordinary. "Mr. Chai, may I ask what you need?" "I'll go prepare," Lu Chen said. "Just bring some food and drink, enough to fill my stomach. I'm not that particular," Chai Zhou replied. "Yes, Mr. Chai." Soon, Lu Rui brought over Lin Dong's information. Chai Zhou took it and examined it carefully. Lu Chen went to instruct the servants to prepare the food. Lu Rui looked at Chai Zhou, not expecting that his initial intention to recommend Lin Dong to the B group as an external member would ultimately attract a formal member from the A group. This is the A group, a place he had dreamed of entering for years. Everyone there was extraordinarily strong. Just one person could wipe out a small team from the B group. These talents are truly the nation's sharp weapons. If Lin Dong can seize this opportunity, his future achievements will be limitless. Naturally, the Lu family, closely related to him, would also rise with the tide. Chai Zhou, looking at Lin Dong's information, felt a bit startled and was eager to meet this young man to see if he was as described in the documents. Lin Dong drove to the Lu family and walked directly into the living room. As soon as he entered, he saw a middle-aged man with a scruffy face sitting on the sofa. Lu Rui and Lu Chen, the grandfather and grandson, were enthusiastically chatting with him, but the man seemed disinterested, responding only half-heartedly. The two of them showed no discomfort at the man's indifference and continued to speak warmly. Lin Dong's arrival immediately caught the attention of the three. "Young Lin, Brother Lin," Lu Rui and Lu Chen greeted in unison. Lin Dong remained silent, looking at the middle-aged man. Chai Zhou was also looking at Lin Dong. Lin Dong could sense the pressure emanating from Chai Zhou. Very strong, much stronger than anyone he had encountered before. "You are Lin Dong?" Chai Zhou asked first. "Yes, I am a member of the National Special Operations Group A, Chai Zhou. I will be conducting your assessment. I hope you won't disappoint me," Chai Zhou said expressionlessly. "A group?" Lin Dong asked in confusion. At this moment, Lu Rui interjected. "Young Lin, I recommended you to our B group leader, but our leader felt that joining B group would be beneath your talents, so he recommended you to a group. This Mr. Chai is sent by the A group leader to assess you. If you pass the assessment, you will become a preparatory member of a group." "Oh, what's the difference between a group and B group?" Lin Dong asked. "What difference? Once you pass the assessment, I will tell you. If you don't pass, there's no need to know." "Then may I ask what the assessment is? What do I need to do?" "Old Lu, please provide me with an open area," Chai Zhou said to Lu Rui. "Please follow me," Lu Rui said as he walked ahead. Chai Zhou followed behind Lu Rui, and Lin Dong hurried to keep up with Lu Chen bringing up the rear. Under Lu Rui's lead, they arrived at the backyard of the manor, which was extremely spacious, with a helicopter parked in the middle. Mr. Chai, how is this place? Lu Rui asked. It's fine, Chai Zhou said, then walked to an open area. He turned to Lin Dong and said, the assessment is very simple. Attack me with all your strength and prove to me that you have the ability to join the preparatory members of a group. Lin Dong took a few steps forward, facing Chai Zhou, about 20 to 30 meters apart. You can attack me whenever you're ready, Chai Zhou said casually, standing opposite Lin Dong. It seemed he didn't take Lin Dong seriously. In his eyes, Lin Dong was indeed not worth his full attention. Just a 21-year-old young man, even if he reached the peak of the Tiger ranking. So what? Over the years, several at the peak of the Tiger ranking had fallen to him, and none of them were less experienced than Lin Dong. Among them was a truly wicked person, who was astonished by all sorts of means, yet in the end, he was still shot dead by his own hand. In the face of absolute strength, any means are futile. Lin Dong remained silent, staring intently at Chai Zhou, his body gradually tensing, muscles beginning to contract. Lin Dong pushed his physical strength to the limit, his mental energy also taut at all times. Boom! The momentum suddenly released. A wave of energy formed around his body, spreading outwards. Lu Rui and Lu Chen quickly retreated more than 10 meters. Looking at the momentum Lin Dong unleashed, both were greatly shocked. Such a powerful aura. Although Lu Rui already felt he had overestimated Lin Dong, the full force of Lin Dong's eruption still made him realize his perspective was somewhat narrow. As for Lu Chen, it was even more so. His strength didn't even reach the level of a second-rate expert, and under the pressure released by such a high-level expert, he even felt it was somewhat difficult to breathe. Lin Dong was gathering strength. He needed to adjust himself to the best state before making a move. The pressure from Chai Zhou was simply too great. Only someone like Lin Dong, whose mental energy had reached its limit, could sense the opponent's strength. Generally, while experts can sense each other, it is not as intense as Lin Dong's experience, which is due to the benefits of his mental energy being at its peak. Therefore, Lin Dong actually held an advantage in the duel between experts. He could sense the opponent's general strength, but the opponent's sense of him was quite vague. Even when he deliberately concealed himself, as long as the opponent was not significantly stronger, it was basically difficult for them to sense his strength. Adjusted to his best state, Lin Dong was ready to strike. He slightly bent his legs, then his foot strength erupted instantly. A shadow flashed, and Lin Dong had already disappeared from his original spot, leaving the ground slightly cracked where he had just stood. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong had crossed over 20 meters to stand before Chai Zhou, swinging his most powerful punch to date, aimed at Chai Zhou's body. Bang! A wave of energy, several times stronger than the one Lin Dong had just released, spread out from between Lin Dong and Chai Zhou. Even though Lu Rui and Lu Chen had retreated far enough, they could still feel the destructive power contained in this wave. If they had been nearby, they would likely have been blown away 10 meters. This is the duel between experts. Just the aftershock could suffocate an ordinary person. At this moment, however, Lin Dong's heart was stirred by a tremendous wave. His full-force punch in the best state was actually caught by Chai Zhou with one hand. This was almost too hard for him to accept. All along, he had not had a clear understanding of his own strength. But facing someone like Xiao Pejun, he only needed 50% of his strength to injure the opponent. This had made him somewhat arrogant recently, thinking that even if someone surpassed him, it shouldn't be by much. If he couldn't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. But just now, this scene gave him a vivid lesson. In the eyes of some people, he might be just like Xiao Pejun was to him, or even less than that. If the opponent wanted to take him down, it would likely be very easy, and he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. This instantly filled him with a strong sense of urgency. He must quickly acquire more divine points, as that was his only path to becoming stronger. The tremendous wave in Lin Dong's heart created a strong sense of urgency, while Chai Zhou's heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Who was he? A member of the National Special Operations Group A dignified Dragon List expert, yet he was forced back a step by a single punch from a peak Tiger List fighter. Yes, although he caught Lin Dong's punch, he had to take a step back to dissipate Lin Dong's force. If the others in the group found out, where would he put his face? The gap between the Tiger List and the Dragon List is like a chasm. To put it simply, it's like the difference between a 10-year-old child and an adult. Can a 10-year-old child push back a normal adult? Obviously not. But Lin Dong did it. This shows that Lin Dong's talent is simply terrifying. Without using any techniques or skills, he was able to push him back just with his physical strength. If he were to use some powerful techniques and skills, wouldn't he be able to fight for several rounds? Incredible! Lin Dong's strength amazed Chai Zhou. He was the strongest among the younger generation he had ever seen, and even among the reserve members of Group A, he was definitely a top-tier existence. However, despite his astonishment, he remained calm on the surface. As an examiner, he needed to make Lin Dong aware of his shortcomings so that he could continue to work hard, improve, and strive to become a formal member of Group A as soon as possible. Therefore, he wouldn't show it. Doing so would only make Lin Dong arrogant and lose his drive to improve. Little did he know that Lin Dong's heart had already turned cold. Even if Chai Zhou praised him, he wouldn't feel even the slightest bit of joy. As someone with a system, Lin Dong never saw himself as the number one among the younger generation. What he aimed for was to be the true number one, regardless of whether it was the younger or older generation. His goal was always to be first. Only in this way did he feel he could keep his secrets safe and have a sense of security. Retracting his fist that had been blocked by Chai Zhou, Lin Dong felt somewhat disheartened. The gap between him and a true expert was so vast that it was hard for him to accept. It seemed he really needed to work hard and spend money. If spending money could make him stronger, he might be the only one in the world who could do that. Was Chai Zhou the strongest among that small group of people? Not necessarily. Perhaps there were even stronger ones. Since he was a member of Group A, the leader of Group A should at least be stronger than him. He urgently needed to spend a large amount of money to gain divine wealth points. Sigh. This assessment was probably a bust. He never expected this assessment to be so difficult. With his strength, he had no ability to fight back at all. Indeed, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Chai Zhou also retracted his hand. Their exchange was quick, and it ended just as fast, in an instant. No one had any intention of continuing to fight. Lin Dong felt it was unnecessary. That punch just now was already his best effort, and even if he were to strike again, he might not be able to replicate it. Since Chai Zhou could take his strongest punch, even if he threw another 10 or 8 punches, it wouldn't cause any harm to the other party. So it was better to save some energy. Chai Zhou felt that just based on that punch, Lin Dong was fully qualified to become a reserve member of Group A. He was only 21 years old, not only the youngest among the reserve members of Group A but also the strongest. Given time, his potential was limitless. In fact, Lin Dong's punch just now had slightly surpassed the peak of the Tiger List. His extreme physical strength had already allowed him to possess the strength of the peak of the Tiger List. His extreme mental strength enabled him to utilize every bit of his power effectively, adjusting to the best state and finding the best opportunity to strike. With both factors combined, he was already at a small stage above the peak of the Tiger List and below the Dragon List. Once his strength increased again and he surpassed his limits, he would step into a new realm, a realm that most martial artists wouldn't even dare to imagine. Lin Dong, right? You have passed the assessment. Welcome to Group A as a reserve member. Although your strength is good now, I hope you do not become complacent. Continue to work hard, and strive to become a formal member of Group A as soon as possible, Chai Zhou said expressionlessly. Lin Dong was taken aback. What? He passed the assessment? He hadn't even harmed the other party with his full-strength strike, and yet he still passed? Although the opponent's strength had deeply impacted Lin Dong, he was still very happy to have passed the assessment. After passing the assessment, he could be considered someone backed by a big tree. If he could also pass the Falcon's assessment, he would have double insurance and could then enter buying mode. Only in this way could he quickly enhance his strength. Chai Zhou's strength instilled a strong sense of urgency in Lin Dong. This world did not seem so simple, and only powerful strength could provide him with a sense of security. Thank you, Mr. Chai Zhou, Lin Dong said respectfully. Strong individuals are respected wherever they go, especially since the other party had allowed him to pass the assessment. Lin Dong, entering the ranks of the A Group's reserve members can only be considered half an A Group member. You are still young and have great potential for improvement. I hope you won't become arrogant and complacent because of this achievement. Work hard to cultivate and become a formal member of our group as soon as possible. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chai Zhou. I will definitely remember it. Add me as a friend. I will recommend you to the group leader, and he will pull you into the reserve member group. You can communicate with each other, see the gaps between you, and promote mutual growth. Yes, Mr. Chai Zhou. The two added each other as friends. Lu Rui and Lu Chen also walked over. Congratulations, Lin Xiaoyu. Congratulations, Lin brother. I must thank old Lu for giving me this opportunity. I am very grateful. Lin Dong replied politely. Lin Xiaoyu's strength is exceptional. Even without my recommendation, I believe there would be other ways. Lu Rui said courteously. Lin Dong's current achievements had already surpassed his former peak. The status difference between Group A and Group B was vast. Even if Lin Dong was only a reserve member of Group A, he was still much higher in status than Group B. Back then, he established the Lu family in Jiangnan province based on his identity as a Group B member. developing rapidly and forcing other families to retreat from the spotlight. Now, as long as Lin Dong was willing, Jiangnan province would soon be his domain, and no one could stop him. Of course, development could only be positive. Malicious competition was not allowed. Special action groups were not permitted to have members using the organization's name to pressure others or engage in malicious competition. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe, and the rights and obligations within the organization would make this very clear. After a few polite exchanges, Lu Rui took the two to the restaurant, where a large table of top-quality food had already been prepared. The four chatted while eating. Chai Zhou sent a message to Su Wanli. The situation is true. Strength has reached half a step into the dragon ranking. Extremely strong talent. Highly malleable. Soon, Su Wanli replied, let him add me. Chai Zhou recommended Su Wanli to Lin Dong, and after Lin Dong added him, the other party sent him a message. I am Su Wanli, the leader of the National Special Action Group A. Lin Dong was taken aback. The leader of Group A? This was a big shot. Even the member Chai Zhou was so strong. He couldn't imagine how powerful this leader could be. Lin Dong quickly replied, hello, Group Leader Su. I am Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Entering the reserve members of Group A is just the beginning. I hope you won't slack off. I have high hopes for you, and I wish you could soon become a formal member of our group. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations. Then Lin Dong was pulled into a small group. After entering, he found that there were only 8 people in the group. With him, there were now 9. Su Wanli said in the group, a new member has arrived, everyone welcome. The others in the group sent a welcome image, while 2 did not, likely because they were not present. Otherwise, who would dare to disrespect the group leader? Boss, it's been a long time since we had a new member join, right? The last time was over a year ago. Su Wanli, indeed, it has been a long time since we had a new member join. Lin Dong, please introduce yourself. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Dong. I am from Jiangnan province and currently studying at university in Zhengcheng. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Lin Dong made a brief introduction. Wow, still in college? How old are you? 21. What? So young? Boss, where did you find this weirdo? Su Wanli, where I found him is none of your business. Just communicate more in the future and strive to become a formal member as soon as possible. Then Su Wanli sent Lin Dong a document, which outlined the rights and obligations of the preparatory members, as well as the rules that needed to be followed. He told Lin Dong to take a good look. After becoming a preparatory member of the National Special Operations Group A, Lin Dong's file was also taken away, and no one would be able to investigate Lin Dong's information anymore. Lin Dong was quite satisfied with this. Indeed, it was an important department, and the execution speed was fast. What Lin Dong feared was that if his enemies outside found out about his family, it would put his aunt and cousin's families in danger. Now that the file was taken away, he felt much more at ease. After joining the National Special Operations Group A and becoming a preparatory member, Lin Dong urged Zhao Xian to speed up and temporarily not worry about the exposure issue. He urgently needed to be a wealthy benefactor, since he already had a backing. Spending a little more money shouldn't be a problem. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were sent to the Magic City to protect Zhao Xian and her group's safety. Meanwhile, the security department also began to have people report in one after another. Lin Dong didn't inquire about it. He left everything to Xiao Pejun. At the same time, Lin Dong was also waiting for the assessment personnel from the Falcon. However, a few days later, he received a call from Old Master Lu, saying that the assessment was cancelled and to patiently wait for the Falcon's call. Lin Dong was puzzled. How could they just cancel like that? How reliable are these people? Aren't they supposed to be an organization similar to the Special Operations Group? Others had already completed their assessments several days ago, and now they suddenly said they wouldn't come for the assessment. It wasn't until he received the Falcon's call that Lin Dong understood. It turned out that Old Master Lu had informed the other party that Lin Dong had successfully joined the Special Operations Group A and became a preparatory member. Soon after, he received a message from them. Lin Dong no longer needed to participate in the assessment. As long as he agreed, he could directly join the Falcon as an external member. Those who could enter Group A and become preparatory members were certainly not weak, and being so young, the Falcon would naturally not refuse. At the same time, there was a condition for joining two organizations. One must be an external member, or both must be external. If both were formal members, sometimes the task times would conflict, which was not allowed. The Falcon called to ask Lin Dong if he was willing to join the Falcon as an external member. Lin Dong naturally would not refuse. With the protection of these two identities, it would be much easier for him to do things. With his personality, he would definitely not take the initiative to provoke others, so he wouldn't become the unreasonable party. Thus, these two organizations became his backing. The other party asked Lin Dong to find a time to go to Kyoto, as there were some procedures that needed to be handled in person. The same was true for the Special Operations Group. Although he had passed the assessment and his name appeared on the organization's list, Lin Dong still needed to go to Kyoto to handle some procedures. Lin Dong also planned to go to Kyoto to take care of both matters at the same time. In the following days, after arranging matters in Zhangchang, Lin Dong prepared to head to Kyoto. However, at this time, Wei Yong sent news that they had encountered trouble in the Magic City, and their investment was blocked. Indeed, they had been targeted by some people. During this time, Lin Dong was very happy. Ever since he called Zhao Xian and encouraged her to go all out, Zhao Xian had achieved impressive results, having invested 29 billion in the Magic City. It was said that she had recently purchased a piece of prime land in the Magic City, involving an amount as high as 30 billion, with a deposit of 3 billion already paid, and 27 billion remaining to be confirmed before payment. This time, Lin Dong's godly points surged from 152 to 442. If he added another 270 points, he would be getting closer to his goal of 1,000 points. However, with Zhao Xian's investment blocked and no source for godly points, that was definitely not acceptable. Although going to Kyoto was important, the premise was that there couldn't be any fires in the backyard. If the godly points couldn't increase, his strength wouldn't improve, and he wouldn't feel secure. Anyway, his name was already on the lists of 2 organizations. Whether he went a few days earlier or later wouldn't make much difference. First, he had to resolve Zhao Xian's situation in Magic City and ensure she could provide her own godly points. So, Lin Dong temporarily changed his plan and decided to head to Magic City to see what was going on. Magic City was the headquarters of SCC, and as one of the 13 core members of SCC, he thought handling this matter would be a piece of cake, especially since he still had 2 heavyweight identities that hadn't been revealed. While Lin Dong was making his way to Magic City alone, in a luxurious suite on the 18th floor of the Starry Sky Hotel, one of the 5 10-star hotels in the world, Zhao Xian was looking at the young man in front of her with a grim expression. Standing behind her were Wei Yong and Li Guobing. "Miss Xiao, did I not make myself clear enough? Or do you simply not take my words seriously? I asked you to come here alone, and you brought 2 people, what does that mean?" The young man sat on a leather sofa, crossing his legs and holding a glass of red wine as he spoke. "Lu Koan, what exactly do you want?" Zhao Xian asked, somewhat angrily. "What do I want?" "Miss Xiao should be very clear. I have deep feelings for you, it all depends on whether you appreciate it," Lu Koan said playfully. "Lu Koan, stop dreaming. I'm just an employee. If you continue to obstruct me, I'll have to let my boss talk to you." "Oh, who is your boss?" "I checked your company, it's just a newly established company, and it's in a backward province like Jiangnan. So what if it's a new company? Since it's an auction, the highest bidder wins. Our company is offering the highest price, and as long as we can come up with the money, it belongs to us." "No, no, no, Miss Xiao, you can't say that. Whether a newly established company has the strength to develop this land needs to be investigated, and as for the time, let's say 3 years. You." Zhao Xian's chest heaved violently with anger, and she couldn't say a word. A 3-year investigation period? How much would that cost the company? If an ordinary company were treated like this by Lu Koan, it would definitely go bankrupt. Although she knew Lin Dong had plenty of money and this amount wouldn't hurt him, as the head of the investment department, she was leading this project, and she wouldn't allow herself to cause such a huge loss to the company. Lin Dong had entrusted her with this position, and she had to do well. Now that Lu Koan had secretly used his connections to halt the project, she had to find a way to resolve it. However, she could never agree to Lu Koan's terms. "Miss Xiao, to be honest, in this Magic City, as long as I, Lu Koan, say the word, no one will dare to cooperate with you. Even those who have already cooperated will find a way to squeeze you out. Do you believe it? Lu Koan, you are shameless." Zhao Xian's face turned red with anger. After all, she had never experienced such a big scene. When she was the lobby manager at the Golden Leaf Hotel, she dealt with some pretentious nouveau riche who, although had ulterior motives, at least wouldn't force her like this. At that time, she leaned against the big tree by the Golden Leaf Hotel, which was undoubtedly a top power in Jiangnan province. Unless she volunteered, no one dared to do anything to her. However, when she came to the Magic City to face someone like Lu Koan, she felt somewhat powerless. The tactics she used to deal with those nouveau riche were no longer effective. After 2 or 3 meetings, the other party had already grown impatient and directly used connections to suspend their investment plan. Now, 30 billion had already been invested as a deposit in the project. If it were to be halted for 3 years, who knew if the policies would change? By then, that 30 billion might just go down the drain. Even if the policies remained unchanged after 3 years, what if the other party decided to extend it for another 3 years? Since they had the ability to pause for 3 years, they could certainly do it again. Miss Xiao, this piece of land has long been regarded as ours by our company. You, an outsider, actually think you can snatch it from us? Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? Let me tell you, not only do you need to apologize to me and obediently get into my bed, but your company must also transfer the land to me at half the auction price. Otherwise, all your investments in the Magic City will end in failure. Which loss is greater? I believe your boss will make the right decision, Lu Kuan threatened ominously. Lu Kuan had indeed been quite furious these past few days. He had already established all the connections, and that prime piece of land was supposed to be his for 200 billion. After some hype, he could sell it off for double the profit. Unexpectedly, someone had emerged out of nowhere and bought the land for 300 billion. Where could he put his face? He initially thought some people were deliberately trying to annoy him. After investigating, he found out it was an outsider. How audacious! An outsider actually dared to snatch the juicy piece of meat that belonged to Lu Kuan. If he didn't make the other party spit out both the principal and interest, how could he survive in the Magic City in the future? He had initially planned to take direct action, but after seeing Zhao Xian, he changed his mind. He not only wanted the other party to pay a price but also wanted to get Zhao Xian into bed. Since Zhao Xian had been affected by family issues and was arranged by Lin Dong to come to the Magic City, her entire demeanor began to change slowly. She had gradually developed the aura of a businesswoman, and coupled with her own excellent qualities, she was indeed very attractive. No wonder even someone like Lu Kuan, a veteran in the flower scene, wanted to possess her. Since that's the case, then there's no room for negotiation. I will notify our boss to come, Zhao Xian said as she walked out. After hearing Lu Kuan's words, she felt much more relaxed inside. She had initially thought Lu Kuan was doing this because he wanted her, which would make her the sinner of the company, causing such a significant loss. However, Lu Kuan's words clearly told her that it was they who had snatched the cake from others, which led to a series of actions from the other party. She was merely an accessory in this matter. Since that was the case, she could only report to Lin Dong, as he had allowed her to act freely without worrying about other issues. She believed that Lin Dong, this super-rich second generation, could solve these small problems, and she didn't want to continue entangling with Lu Kuan. Zhao Xian had just taken 2 steps when several big men came in from outside and blocked her way. At that moment, Lu Kuan's voice rang out. Miss Zhao, do you think this is some kind of place? You can come and go as you please? Once you enter my room, there's no way to just leave like that. Today, I'll collect some interest first, and when your boss arrives, I'll collect the principal. Zhao Xian turned to Lu Kuan and said, Lu Kuan, what you're doing is illegal. I can sue you. Law? Ha ha. Miss Xiao, it seems you still don't understand the situation. In this Magic City, I am the law. Take them down, and remember to be gentle with Miss Xiao. Don't hurt her. As soon as Lu Kuan finished speaking, several burly men launched an attack on Wei Yong and Li Guobing. As long as they took care of the two of them, Zhao Xian, being just a woman, would naturally be easy to handle. Lu Kuan's gaze lingered on Zhao Xian's perfectly proportioned figure. Feeling a stir of desire, this woman was about to become his plaything in bed. As the second young master of the Lu family, Lu Kuan had played with countless women, but he had never encountered a businesswoman with such charisma as Zhao Xian. In this magical city, Lu Kuan had never failed to get the women he desired. As long as he hinted at something, others would come knocking at his door. However, this time, his usual tactics did not work on Zhao Xian. He had hinted several times, both openly and subtly, yet Zhao Xian still ignored him. This only intensified Lu Kuan's desire to conquer her. Zhao Xian was a must-have for him. Even if her boss showed up, it wouldn't matter. In this magical city, he called the shots. He was lost in thought about what a businesswoman like Zhao Xian would be like in bed when suddenly, bang, 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 the loud noises pulled Lu Kuan back to reality. He saw his henchmen being sent flying before they even touched the opponent, crashing into the wall and lying on the ground, howling in pain, having basically lost all combat ability. What the hell? Lu Kuan was somewhat bewildered. Although these men were not masters, they were carefully selected by him, each weighing over 200 pounds and trained in Sanda. Against ordinary people, each one could take on at least 5, but now they had been effortlessly taken down by the opponent. For a moment, he was at a loss. Zhao Xian had been a bit nervous at first. Lu Kuan had dared to act so brazenly, completely disregarding the rules. As for the 2 bodyguards that Lin Dong had sent to her, Zhao Xian had never seen them in action, but since they were sent by Lin Dong to protect her, they should be competent. So, although she was a bit anxious, she wasn't overly worried. She trusted Lin Dong. Sure enough, they quickly took down the attackers. With the roadblock cleared, Zhao Xian ignored Lu Kuan and walked straight out of the room, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing following behind her. The room was left with a bewildered Lu Kuan and several burly men lying on the ground. Zhao Xian had left. Although she had just gained the upper hand, she hadn't done anything to Lu Kuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to. For a shameless and rogue person like Lu Kuan, she would have loved to slap him a couple of times and kick him a few times. However, after the project was put on hold, she had learned about Lu Kuan. This man had a very deep background in the magical city and was not someone ordinary people could provoke. He was a well-known local tyrant. As outsiders, they were already at a disadvantage compared to these local tyrants, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Dong. In the room, Lu Kuan quickly regained his composure. He smiled, raised his glass to his lips, took a sip, and muttered to himself, "Interesting. Interesting. It seems this little girl is not as simple as I imagined. This is getting more and more fun. I want to see what kind of surprises this dragon crossing the river can bring me." Zhao Xian returned to her apartment and called Lin Dong, briefly explaining the situation. She was still unaware that Lin Dong was already on his way. After hanging up, Zhao Xian lay on the sofa, feeling a bit depressed. She had thought that if the project auction succeeded, she could complete the task Lin Dong had assigned her, but unexpectedly, problems had arisen. In the end, it would still require Lin Dong to come and resolve it personally. At that moment, Luo Qianro walked out of her room and saw Zhao Xian lying on the sofa with a gloomy expression. "What's wrong, Xian? You haven't seemed happy these past few days. Who upset you? Come on, tell me," Luo Qianro said as she sat down on the other side of the sofa. "It's nothing. Just encountered some issues with the investment. I've already notified the boss to come and handle it," Zhao Xian replied. "What kind of issue requires your boss to come personally?" "That piece of land I mentioned last time was successfully bid on, but now someone has tampered with it, and it's been halted." "Oh, who has such power? A project worth hundreds of billions can just be stopped?" Luo Qianro asked curiously. Zhao Xian had recently been bidding on a piece of land, and she had heard Zhao Xian mention it before. At that time, Zhao Xian was very happy, saying that once this auction was completed, the task assigned by her boss would be considered done. She had a feeling that things wouldn't be that simple and had reminded Zhao Xian to be cautious. Now, as expected, problems had arisen. If Zhao Xian had invested in something else, it would have been fine. But land is an extremely scarce resource in the Magic City, usually controlled by prominent families, and Zhao Xian wanted to get involved. One word, difficult. Even if she had the money to win the bid, a series of subsequent developments would encounter difficulties, and in the end, she would have to sell it at half the price. This had happened more than once or twice. Many wealthy investors who came to the Magic City to invest, especially in real estate, left with their pockets turned inside out. "It's someone named Lu Kuan. Luo, you're from the Magic City. Do you know this Lu Kuan?" "I only found out that he has a very powerful background," Zhao Xian said as she sat up from the sofa. "Lu Kuan? The Lu Kuan from Rongwo Real Estate?" Luo Qianro asked in surprise. Yes, it's the boss of Rongwo Real Estate, Lu Kuan." Luo, do you know him?" Zhao Xian asked with an expectant look. "I don't know him. I've just heard of him," Luo Qianro replied. However, she added in her heart, "I don't know Lu Kuan, but I do know his brother, Lu Mang." "Alright, if you don't know him, then forget it," Zhao Xian said, somewhat disappointed. Luo Qianro looked at Zhao Xian, glancing left and right. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhao Xian asked. Xian, you've caught Lu Kuan's eye. He won't do anything to you, will he?" "I heard Lu Kuan is extremely lecherous. Once he sets his sights on a woman, she can't escape. You're so beautiful, he definitely won't let you go." "Pa, how could I let him succeed? Today he did intend to force himself on me, but the 2 bodyguards sent by my boss took down all his lackeys," Zhao Xian said. "That's good. I was really afraid he would do something to you. It would be disgusting for me to sleep with you afterward." Luo Qianro sighed in relief. "Get lost," Zhao Xian said irritably. Luo Qianro laughed and didn't respond, but in her heart, she was thinking about how to teach Lu Kuan a lesson. How dare he touch my woman? He must be tired of living, thinking that the Magic City belongs to the Lu family? However, since Xian said she had already informed her boss, Luo Qianro decided to wait and see. She wanted to find out what kind of person the boss that Xian often mentioned really was. Whether he could suppress Lu Kuan, the local tyrant. If it failed, she could still step in later, but it was likely to be tough. Although Lu Kuan wasn't much, his brother Lu Mang was one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City. To suppress Lu Kuan, one would have to get past Lu Mang. Lu Mang was not someone to be trifled with. On this side, Lin Dong received Zhao Xian's call and was somewhat speechless. He thought it was a big deal. Wasn't it just that the project was halted, worried about not getting the money back? Others might be afraid, but he wasn't. He had money to spare. If it was halted, so be it. If possible, he would even want to bid on 10 or 8 plots of land. It wouldn't matter if they were all halted, as long as the money was spent. However, this matter couldn't be made public. He should go take a look. He needed to resolve the issue quickly because he had to make a trip to Kyoto. After arriving in the Magic City, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian to ask where she was. Zhao Xian didn't expect Lin Dong to arrive so quickly. After giving him the address, she hurriedly notified her recruited team and told them that the big boss had arrived. She quickly tidied up and went to the office space she rented in the Magic City. When Luo Qianro heard the news, she naturally followed Zhao Xian, as she had long wanted to meet the boss that Xian often talked about. Lin Dong took a taxi and arrived at the office location rented by the company according to Zhao Xian's coordinates. It was a 60-story office building. Zhao Xian rented the 36th floor, but only half of it. Their team didn't have many people, so half a floor was more than enough. When Lin Dong arrived, all the staff had gathered to welcome him. They were also curious about what the big boss was like, as they had not seen him since joining the company. They were all industry elites that Zhao Xian had recruited from other companies at a high price. Initially, they looked down on this newly established Donglai International Investment Group, but Zhao Xian's offer was simply too high, 3 times more than their previous companies. Many had joined with the idea of making some money, but just as the team was formed, the company had them investigate and invest in several major projects. In just half a month, they had already spent nearly 300 billion in funds, and another 300 billion project had already been secured with a deposit. Calculating it all, they had spent over 500 billion in just half a month. Such results left even these seasoned elites astonished. They all had one thought in mind: the boss was incredibly wealthy, and following such a boss, the company would only grow larger, making them the company's veterans. This was far better than their previous companies. Now they were completely different from when they first arrived. Everyone was full of energy and motivation. When they heard manager Zhao say the big boss was coming, everyone naturally tidied themselves up, preparing to greet the boss in the best possible manner. By the time Lin Dong arrived, Zhao Xian had already brought all the employees to wait at the entrance of the office building. Donglai International now had 3 departments at its temporary office in the Magic City. The legal department, responsible for drafting contracts and handling legal matters, was composed of over a dozen legal elites. The head was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who had been working in law for over 20 years and was somewhat well known in the legal community of the Magic City. The investment department was responsible for investigating and evaluating companies that needed investment or financing, ultimately providing conclusions based on various factors, consisting of a team of over 20 evaluators, with Zhao Xian serving as the head. The finance department had 4 people, all elite recruits from other companies, with Zhao Xian also serving as the head. More than 40 people stood neatly in front of the office building, waiting for the legendary big boss to appear. However, when they saw a young man get out of a taxi, and Zhao Xian greeted him as Director Lin, the jaws of the 40-plus people nearly dropped to the ground. The legendary big boss made such an entrance, completely shocking everyone. Was this the kind of presence someone worth over 100 billion should have? It was hard to believe. In their eyes, the big boss could spend hundreds of billions on investments in just over half a month, and his net worth was at least over 100 billion, if not several hundred billion. Shouldn't such a person be surrounded by bodyguards wherever he went? Not to mention arriving by helicopter. But at the very least, he should have a luxury convoy escorting him. Lin Dong's appearance as the big boss completely shattered their perceptions of top-tier billionaires. They even began to doubt whether the people they had previously interacted with were of too low a caliber. A true top-tier billionaire should be like this big boss: low-key, luxurious, and profound. Even Luo Qianro found it hard to believe that Xuan's boss, worth over 100 billion, actually took a taxi here? Even she, who had seen a lot, found it hard to accept for a moment. She had seen low-key individuals, but never someone this low-key. After Zhao Xian approached him, the dozens of people behind her hurriedly followed. Lin Xiao, Wei Yang and Li Guobing shouted together. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Dong patted the shoulders of the two and said, "Hello, Lin Dong. Welcome to your esteemed presence. Welcome to your esteemed presence. Welcome to your esteemed presence." Others echoed, "Hello everyone. You've all worked hard. I came here in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts. Just work well, and at the end of the year, I'll give everyone double bonuses," Lin Dong said somewhat shyly. He had never experienced such a situation. After all, it had only been a little over a month since he transformed from a loser into a wealthy tycoon with endless money. His mindset had not fully adjusted yet. Now he should act aloof. A casual nod would suffice. This was the demeanor a big boss should have. "Lin Dong, how can you say that? We can't accept your gifts." Yes. Being able to follow you, Lin Dong, is our greatest honor. Lin Dong is the most low-key and cultured person I've ever met. As soon as Lin Dong spoke, a chorus of compliments surrounded him. They didn't expect the big boss to be so polite, it was unheard of for a boss to bring gifts for employees. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian walked ahead, followed by a crowd behind them. When they reached the bottom of the office building, Lin Dong looked up at the towering skyscraper and asked Zhao Xian beside him, "Sister Xian, do you work here?" "Yes, Lin Dong. Our office is on the 36th floor." Zhao Xian replied. "Rented?" "Yes, but we only rented half a floor." "Rented half a floor?" Lin Dong raised his voice to ask. This made those following behind tense up. Was the big boss angry? Was he blaming them for being too extravagant? However, with over 40 of them, renting half a floor of office space was indeed a bit luxurious. A half-floor office could accommodate at least 100 people. Some companies could squeeze in nearly 200. No wonder the big boss might be upset. But although this big boss seemed a bit polite, he was quite stingy. It seemed they shouldn't hold too much hope for the year-end double bonuses. "Sister Xian, it seems you haven't taken my words to heart," Lin Dong said somewhat angrily. Zhao Xian was a bit confused. At first, she thought Lin Dong was blaming her for not being frugal. But knowing Lin Dong, he would never scold her in front of so many people for such a trivial matter. So for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. The others behind her were even more nervous. One by one, they were trembling with fear. The big boss had just arrived and was already trying to assert his authority. Indeed, none of these big shots were easy to deal with. They had just thought Lin Dong was a good boss, and it was an honor to follow someone like him. It seemed these big shots were all smiling tigers. Seeing that Zhao Xian didn't speak, Lin Dong continued, "Sister Xian, later ask the landlord if this building is for sale. If it is, buy it. Donglai International is going to go global in the future. Renting half a floor for an office, whose face are you trying to lose?" As soon as Lin Dong said this, everyone following behind was stunned. Even Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was this too extravagant? Over 40 people working, and he wanted to buy a 60-story office building outright? These people were all elites in their respective industries. Otherwise, Zhao Xian wouldn't have spent a lot of money to recruit them. Some had been in their fields for over 20 years and had encountered many top billionaires, but they had never seen anyone like Lin Dong. The bosses they had dealt with, no matter how rich, never spent money like this. They only thought of ways to squeeze the value out of their employees. "Director Lin, our team currently has only 40 people. Even if we gradually recruit more later, it will be more than enough for one floor. This office building has a total of 60 floors. Should we buy it and rent out the others?" Zhao Xian asked, coming back to her senses. "If we buy it and rent it out, it would be quite cost-effective, as this office building is in a location that hasn't been fully developed yet. Once the development is complete, prices will definitely rise. If we have the spare cash, making a long-term investment is still feasible. However, buying this building now will definitely come at a premium. After all, others aren't fools. If you can see that prices will rise in the future, so can they. No need to rent it out. We are investors, not landlords." After saying this, Lin Dong thought for a moment and added, "You call the landlord and set up a meeting. I'll talk to him. I'm planning to make a big move in the Magic City." He was afraid that Zhao Xian would mess things up. If Zhao Xian handled the negotiations, it would definitely involve assessments and evaluations, and in the end, they would try to squeeze the price down, which would likely ruin the deal. "Yes, Director Lin," Zhao Xian replied. Since Lin Dong had already made up his mind, she had nothing more to say. From her understanding of Lin Dong, once he decided on something, it was useless to oppose him. Moreover, this wasn't her money. At the end of the day, she was just an employee. The two of them entered the office building and headed to the 36th floor. The others following behind exchanged glances, all able to see the disbelief in each other's eyes. The big boss had just arrived, and their emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling. Lin Dong arrived at the office on the 36th floor, sitting in the general manager's office, listening to Zhao Xian explain everything in detail. However, Zhao Xian concealed the fact that Lu Kuan wanted to get her into bed, only mentioning that the other party wanted them to sell the land at half price. Lin Dong actually felt indifferent. If they sold it at half price, so be it. After all, he wasn't looking to make money. Losses and gains didn't matter to him. He just wanted to be a wealthy figure. As long as he spent the money and gained that status, everything else was trivial. However, doing so seemed to undermine Zhao Xian and the others' confidence. It also established a cowardly image for himself. If this got out, wouldn't everyone want to take a bite out of him? How would Zhao Xian continue her work in the Magic City? How would Donglai Capital continue to grow? Since he already had the system, living so meekly was pointless. Therefore, he had to give the other party a strong rebuttal. He needed to teach them a lesson, to make an example of them. It would also help establish some prestige for Donglai Capital in the Magic City, making Zhao Xian's future work much easier. Sister Xian, you first call the landlord to set up a meeting, then arrange to meet the Lu Kuan from Manhwa Real Estate. I'll buy the building first and then meet him, Lin Dong said. Okay, Director Lin, Zhao Xian replied. She then began making calls to arrange meetings. However, the owner of the office building was temporarily unavailable. Lin Dong had no choice but to meet Lu Kuan from Manhwa Real Estate first. Zhao Xian managed to get through to Lu Kuan. Miss Xiao, have you come to your senses? If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? It made everyone unhappy. Now you have to obediently back down, right? Lu Kuan said lazily. He thought that Zhao Xian calling him was a sign that she had learned about his background and was calling to apologize. Lu Kuan, my boss is here, and he wants to meet you, Zhao Xian said directly. Oh, your boss is here? That's perfect. I've been wanting to meet your mysterious boss for a long time. Once your boss agrees, let's see how you escape from my grasp. Hurry up and clean yourself up for me, Lu Kuan teased over the phone. Zhao Xian did not respond to Lu Kuan's provocation. In the end, they agreed to meet at a tea house. Zhao Xian had just hung up the phone with Lu Kuan when Luo Qianro pushed the door and walked in. Luo, why are you coming in? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? I'm discussing important matters with the boss, Zhao Xian said to the entering Luo Qianro. She didn't expect Luo Qianro to suddenly push the door open. I came in to see what charm your long-for man has that has you so captivated, Luo Qianro said with a grin. Luo, what nonsense are you talking about? This is my boss. Hurry up and go out. We're discussing important matters, Zhao Xian said as she tried to push Luo Qianro out. What nonsense? Xian, you often call his name in your dreams. Oh, how heart-wrenching. Being with me but calling out to another man. Luo. Zhao Xian's face turned crimson, and her eyes were slightly red as she exclaimed. Luo actually said such things in front of Lin Dong. It was simply humiliating. How could she face Lin Dong after this? She wished she could jump off the 36th floor right now. Luo Qianro also felt that the joke had gone too far and quickly said, I was just joking. Just joking. You're called Lin Dong, right? I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. At this moment, Lin Dong was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had noticed this Luo from the beginning. This woman was somewhat unique, as if she radiated a kind of magic that attracted men's attention. Her figure was even better than Zhao Xian's. Sister Xian, who is this? Lin Dong asked, seemingly not having heard their previous conversation. Mr. Lin, this is my college classmate and best friend, Luo Qianro. Zhao Xian adjusted her demeanor and replied, Hello, Miss Luo. Thank you for taking care of Sister Xian in the Magic City, Lin Dong said generously to Luo Qianro. You still have a bit of conscience, but no need for thanks. My relationship with Xian is much closer than with you. We've known each other longer, so it's only right that I take care of her, Luo Qianro said. Regardless, I still want to thank you. Miss Luo, when you have time, let me treat you to a meal. No need for a meal, you should hurry up and solve Xian's problem. She's been frowning these past few days. If you don't come soon, the Lu Kuan will force her into bed. Upon hearing Luo Qianro say this, Lin Dong's expression turned cold as he looked at Zhao Xian and asked, Sister Xian, what's going on? It's nothing, Mr. Lin. Tell me, Sister Xian, Lin Dong said in a flat tone. This calm tone gave Zhao Xian a sense that refusal was not an option. Even Luo Qianro noticed the change in Lin Dong. The moment she finished speaking, she distinctly felt a cold light sweep over. This Lin Dong seemed to be quite extraordinary. Only then did she start to seriously assess Lin Dong. After hearing Zhao Xian's words, Lin Dong was filled with rage. He had originally thought Lu Kuan was just after money, which could be discussed. After all, he had plenty of that. But now, the other party actually dared to have designs on Zhao Xian. It was simply courting death. He was somewhat relieved that he had sent Wei Yong and Li Guobing to protect Zhao Xian, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mr. Lin, with Brother Wei and brotherly protecting me, I actually didn't suffer any losses. On the contrary, Lu Kuan had several bodyguards who were taken down by Brother Wei and them, Zhao Xian said softly. Sister Xian, in the future, if such a situation arises, I hope you can report to me in a timely manner. If Wei Yong and the others had been a few days late, can you imagine the consequences? Even if I were to dismember Lu Kuan, what would it matter then? I understand, Mr. Lin. So, are we still meeting Lu Kuan? Yes, why wouldn't we meet? Since he dares to do this, he must be prepared to pay the price, Lin Dong said in a chilling tone. Mr. Lin, I really didn't suffer any loss, and Lu Kuan has a very strong background. After all, we are not from the Magic City, so let's just forget it. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the window, saying, Strong, huh? I want to see just how strong he really is, daring to touch my people. In that moment, Zhao Xian looked at Lin Dong's back, somewhat entranced. This was the man she admired, willing to stand against everyone for her sake. Luo Qianro was also stunned at that moment. When Lin Dong spoke, it gave her a feeling of looking down on the world. How could such a young person evoke such a feeling in her? It was simply unbelievable. Lu Kuan arrived at the agreed location with 2 bodyguards. One was short in stature but clearly had explosive strength, a champion in the underground boxing arena, boasting 27 consecutive wins, all by KO. The other was tall, at least 2 meters, weighing over 300 pounds, a foreigner who was said to have been a mercenary. Although Lu Kuan didn't believe anyone would dare to do anything to him in the Magic City, after the incident at the Starry Sky Hotel, where several bodyguards were easily taken out by the 2 people beside Zhao Xian, he called his brother Lu Mang to find 2 strong fighters from his boxing arena to ensure his safety. As a result, he chose these 2. While it was said to be for his protection, he actually wanted to be able to take out the 2 people beside Zhao Xian next time he was strong enough. Otherwise, how would he have a chance? He had seen these 2 in action at the boxing arena. They were both very strong, capable of taking out ordinary people with a single blow, and he felt they were at least not weaker than the 2 beside Zhao Xian. This time, he was prepared to take them along to see the effect, and if it didn't work, he would just switch them out. Lu Kuan arrived at the designated place and entered the private room. Lin Dong, Zhao Xian, Wei Yon, and Li Guobing were already waiting. Luo Qianro didn't come, not because she didn't want to, but because she was afraid Lu Kuan would recognize her. She didn't want to reveal her identity just yet. After all, she had known Zhao Xian for so many years without telling her, and now suddenly exposing herself might affect their relationship. Lin Dong was sitting in a chair while Zhao Xian was making tea for him, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing standing behind Lin Dong. Lu Kuan walked in and sat down opposite Lin Dong, picked up a cup of tea that Zhao Xian had brewed, took a sip, and looked at Zhao Xian's voluptuous body with a lewd gaze, as if he wanted to see through her clothes, completely ignoring Lin Dong sitting across from him, while his 2 bodyguards quietly stood behind him. Zhao Xian felt uncomfortable under Lu Kuan's gaze. After putting down the teapot, she stood behind Lin Dong, using him to shield her body. Then she placed her hands on Lin Dong's shoulders, blushing as she gently massaged him. Lin Dong didn't expect Zhao Xian to do this. It was their first close contact, but he only paused for a moment before regaining his composure. Lu Kuan, however, was furious at this scene, jealousy flooding his entire being. Zhao Xian was the woman he had his eyes on, and here she was, acting so intimately with another man right in front of him, completely disregarding him. Moreover, Zhao Xian had always presented herself as a strong businesswoman in front of him, but now she was showing a delicate demeanor in front of Lin Dong. How could Lu Kuan tolerate that? He hadn't been this angry in a long, long time. After seeing the lust in Lu Kuan's eyes turn to rage, Zhao Xian smiled lightly, suddenly bending down to rest her head on Lin Dong's shoulder, rubbing her flawless cheek against his face. Lin Dong could even smell Zhao Xian's breath, fragrant and delicate. He glanced at Lu Kuan, who was on the verge of exploding, knowing that this was Zhao Xian provoking him, so he simply let her be. After all, he wasn't losing anything, right? Zhao Xian wanted to provoke Lu Kuan, making him uncomfortable, while also trying to get closer to Lin Dong. Since Lin Dong said that no matter how powerful Lu Kuan's background was, he would help her take revenge, at that moment, the aura Lin Dong exuded intoxicated her, and she knew she had completely succumbed to him. Since her heart could no longer accommodate anyone else, what harm was there in letting Lin Dong take advantage? Lu Kuan was already watching with a twisted expression, about to explode. Suddenly, a malicious thought appeared in Lu Kuan's mind. He wanted to do something to Zhao Xian in front of Lin Dong. Aren't you two showing off your love in front of me? Once it falls into my hands, I'll show you what it's like. So he secretly sent a message under the table to his brother Lu Mang, asking him to send some people over. He told Lu Mang that the other party was an outsider with strong power, who not only snatched away a project he was about to secure but also wanted to resort to violence. After sending the message, Lu Kuan, who was already on the edge of exposure, calmed down considerably. Watching Lin Dong and Zhao Xian, he thought to himself, "Come on, keep showing off, damn it, soon I'll show you what real showing off looks like." Thinking that he wouldn't have to wait long to do something to Zhao Xian in front of Lin Dong, Lu Kuan's somewhat twisted heart felt much more at ease. Lu Kuan had only been in the private room for a few minutes, and neither side had spoken. At this moment, Lin Dong spoke up. "You are Lu Kuan? I heard you want to make a move on Sister Xian. You also want us to sell the land we acquired at half price to you? You must have heard wrong." Lu Kuan replied. "Oh, then what is the truth? Tell me." Lin Dong asked. "The truth is that not only do you have to give me the land for free, but you also have to clean up Miss Zhao behind you and send her to my bed." Lu Kuan said arrogantly. "I'm curious, what gives you the confidence to make such a request?" Lin Dong asked, somewhat puzzled. "Just because I am the second young master of the Lu family in Magic City. If you outsiders want to establish yourselves in Magic City, you have to serve us well, otherwise, all your investments in Magic City will end in failure. The Lu family in Magic City? Lin Dong recalled whether there was anyone with the surname Lu among the members of SCC in Magic City. His mental acuity was extremely strong, almost photographic, so he quickly remembered that there seemed to be a core member of SCC named Lu Mang. Moreover, when he first entered, the other party had spoken disrespectfully, seemingly at odds with Li Bin. Although the two sides might not necessarily be related, but they were both in Magic City, both surnamed Lu, and both so arrogant. Even if they weren't related, they should know each other, right? The second young master of the Lu family in Magic City? Do you know Lu Mang? What is your relationship with him? Lin Dong asked. This question startled Lu Kuan greatly. Lin Dong actually knew his brother? And he called out Lu Mang's name without any fear or respect. Who would dare to directly call Lu Mang by name? Everyone calls him Lu Xiao. In Magic City, those who dare to directly call Lu Mang by name are either of the same level or lying in a hospital. Who exactly is Lin Dong? Could it be that he has offended some big shot? Lu Kuan was somewhat skeptical. Over the years, Lu Kuan had been able to navigate Magic City like a fish in water, relying on the Lu family's background and the fact that his brother was one of the 4 talents of Magic City, with extensive connections and a good reputation. Another reason was that although he was arrogant, he never provoked powerful figures. He was quite self-aware in that regard. Before making things difficult for Zhao Shen, he had specifically investigated the background of Donglai International and found that it was a newly established investment company in Jiangcheng, Jiangnan province. Although it had substantial funds, he didn't find any formidable background. That was why he planned to make a profit from the other party and also wanted to get the exquisite beauty Zhao Xian into bed. Donglai International had recently been investing heavily in Magic City, and with the land that had been snatched from him, the total investment had already exceeded 50 billion. If the other party does not act according to his wishes, with the Lu family's influence in the Magic City, they could definitely make Donglai International lose everything. This is the leverage he has over Zhao Shen. But now it seems that the boss of Donglai International is not simple. To know his brother Lu Mang, and to dare to call him by name without any harm, in his view, none of them are ordinary. You know my brother? Lu Kuan asked somewhat awkwardly. Lin Dong was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Lu Mang and Lu Kuan were actually brothers. There was nothing more to say. Although he and Lu Mang were both core members of SCC, Lu Mang had a conflict with Li Bin, and he was brought in by Li Bin, so naturally, he was not on good terms with Lu Mang. Moreover, Lu Mang already had a strong hostility towards him, and since they were enemies, he had to take him down decisively. Even if Lu Mang had no hostility towards him, given Lu Kuan's actions, reconciliation was impossible. Money was a small matter to him, but touching the people around him crossed his bottom line. Does your brother Lu Mang know about what you're doing? Should I call him to inform him? You can tell him I'm Lin Dong. This statement made Lu Kuan instinctively feel that he might have gotten himself into trouble. To dare to introduce himself in front of his brother meant that his brother also knew him, and they might be from the same social circle. Even if not, they should be close enough. This situation might be a bit troublesome. People from the same social circle as his brother were not someone he could provoke. Thinking about possibly causing big trouble for his brother, Lu Kuan trembled a bit. He was somewhat afraid when Lu Mang got angry. Who exactly are you? Lu Kuan asked somewhat awkwardly. Didn't I tell you? My name is Lin Dong. As for my identity, you can ask Lu Mang. Since you know my brother, let's just forget about today. I have something to do, goodbye. Lu Kuan said and prepared to leave. He needed to go back and investigate Lin Dong's identity thoroughly. As for calling Lu Mang now to ask, he didn't dare. He would wait until he clarified Lin Dong's identity. If he really couldn't provoke him, then he would apologize if necessary. A real man can bend and stretch. Han Xian had once suffered humiliation, after all, let alone him. In the end, it was still him being cowardly. However, just as he stood up and took 2 steps to leave, he was blocked by Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Lin Dong, what do you mean? Lu Kuan turned around and asked. What do I mean? You stopped my project and want to touch my people. You don't think this matter will just end like this, do you? Then what do you want? What do I want? Isn't there a square in front? Kneel down and apologize to my sister Xian there. Then we can consider this matter settled. Impossible. Lin Dong, don't take advantage of the situation. Making this a big deal is not good for anyone. Lu Kuan roared. Kneeling down to apologize in front of everyone? That was absolutely impossible. This would not only be a loss of his own face but also the face of the Lu family in the Magic City and his brother Lu Mang's face. If he did this, the first one to find trouble with him would be Lu Mang. Lu Mang valued face more than anything else. Kneeling down would represent not just himself but the entire Lu family kneeling. Impossible? Then you can forget about leaving today. Call Lu Mang to come and pick you up, Lin Dong said. Today he planned to be arrogant for once and have a showdown with Lu Mang. He wanted others to know that those who wanted to touch him would have to pay a price. He and Lu Mang were both core members of SCC, and it was likely that the internal resolution would be prioritized. Moreover, he had just entered the core, while Lu Mang was an elder of SCC. Perhaps SCC would lean towards Lu Mang. But he wasn't afraid. He had just joined the two most powerful organizations in the country, and it was just the right time to see how effective they were. This isn't his fault. I followed the normal procedures, and others set me up. We are the ones in the right, and according to the organization's rules, they should help us regain our footing. It's a perfect opportunity to establish some authority in the Magic City, ensuring that the upcoming large funds can be spent smoothly. Sigh. Waking up every day thinking about how to spend money is quite something. Lin Dong, don't go too far. If you push me too hard, it won't be good for you either. After all, you're an outsider. If you want to establish yourself in the Magic City, you still need to rely on us local forces, so give us some face, and we can both step down gracefully, Lu Koan advised. I'm going to push you today. What can you do about it? Take down those three and have Lu Mang come to pick them up, Lin Dong said casually. As soon as he spoke, Wei Yong and Li Guobing simultaneously attacked the two men beside Lu Koan. Soon, the four were engaged in a fierce battle. Although the two men beside Lu Koan were quite strong, they were no match for Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who had experienced life and death in foreign lands for several years. Both were top-tier experts, just a step away from the Tiger ranking. After just a few dozen moves, they had knocked Lu Koan's two men to the ground, rendering them unable to fight. Lu Koan hadn't expected the opponents to be so formidable. These were people he had carefully selected from Lu Mang's underground fighting arena. To be defeated so quickly only confirmed Lin Dong's formidable identity. In the blink of an eye, Lu Koan was left standing alone. Only then did Lin Dong rise and walk over. Lin Dong, what do you want? I tell you, if you really lay a hand on me, the Lu family will be at odds with you for life. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences, Lu Koan said nervously. Now he truly feared that Lin Dong would act recklessly against him. At odds for life? From the moment you set your sights on Sister Xian, we were already at odds. Now I'm just collecting some interest, Lin Dong said, delivering a slap to Lu Koan's face. Smack! Lu Koan let out a miserable scream as he flew several meters away, several teeth falling from his mouth in the air. Lin Dong's slap was no light matter. Half of Lu Koan's face instantly swelled several times, and nearly all of his teeth on that side were knocked out. This scene was just witnessed by Li Yuanhua, who had just pushed the door open. As Lu Mang's right-hand man, Li Yuanhua was very confident in his own strength. After receiving a call from Lu Mang to bring people to check on Lu Koan, he came alone. In his view, if he couldn't handle it, bringing more people would be pointless. Seeing Lu Koan being slapped away, Li Yuanhua didn't need any reason. He charged at Lin Dong and threw a punch. The second young master of the Lu family was injured so severely right under his nose. How could he report back to Lu Mang without taking down the opponent? Lin Dong's mental strength was incredibly strong. The moment Li Yuanhua opened the door, he had already sensed the other party. He anticipated the attack but was just about to strike back when Wei Yong and Li Guobing quickly positioned themselves in front of him, attacking Li Yuanhua simultaneously. Having worked together for many years, they were perfectly in sync in this situation. Li Guobing prepared to block Li Yuanhua's punch with his own, while Wei Yong swept low, delivering a kick towards him. Li Yuanhua had intended to severely injure Lin Dong with a punch, but as he reached Lin Dong's side, two people charged at him to attack. Facing the perfectly coordinated assault from Wei Yong and Li Guobing, Li Yuanhua remained completely calm. While exchanging punches with Li Guobing, he raised his right foot to block Wei Yong's sweeping kick. Bang! Bang! Wei Yong and Li Guobing both stepped back 2 paces, caught by Lin Dong's outstretched hand, dissipating their force. Li Yuanhua quickly slid back 5 or 6 meters, crashing directly into the wall, and with a loud thud, a large patch of the wall's surface was knocked off. A mouthful of fresh blood surged from his chest, slowly trickling out from the corner of his mouth. How careless! Li Yuanhua looked at Wei Yong and Li Guobing, his heart filled with shock. Each of these two was no weaker than him, and combined, they caught him completely off guard. This recent encounter had already left him with significant injuries. He never expected the opponent to be this strong. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were also somewhat surprised to see Li Yuanhua still standing after their combined full-force attack. They hadn't encountered such an opponent of the same level in a long time. With their cooperation, as long as they didn't run into someone on the Tiger list, they generally wouldn't meet their match. For Li Yuanhua to withstand their full strike in such a hurried manner was already quite impressive. I wonder who you are, brother. Why did you injure the second young master of the Lu family? Li Yuanhua asked, trying to calm the surging blood in his chest. Who are you? Lin Dong looked at Li Yuanhua and asked. I am Li Yuanhua, currently serving the eldest young master of the Lu family. Li Yuanhua replied. Lu Mang? Exactly. Li Gu, quickly save me. Lu Kuan struggled to stand and shouted at Li Yuanhua. Li Yuanhua ignored him. He was barely able to protect himself. If the two opponents were to strike again, he would only be knocked down. Even before he was injured, he couldn't defeat the two of them, let alone now that he was hurt. He could only hope that the name of Lu Deshao would intimidate them. After all, Lu Mang was one of the 4 heroes of Magic City, and he wasn't just a name. Very few dared to disrespect him in this territory. Who would have thought that Lin Dong would smile and completely disregard him, turning to walk towards Lu Kuan? Wei Yong and Li Guobing understood. They simultaneously charged at Li Yuanhua. Li Yuanhua's heart tightened in an instant. Before he could even speak, their attacks were already upon him. He could only passively defend. However, after 2 moves, he was struck in the abdomen by Wei Yong's fist, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his mouth as his body slowly slid down to the ground, completely losing his fighting capability. Lu Kuan watched as Li Yuanhua spat out a large mouthful of blood and was directly knocked to the ground, his heart filled with terror. Frightened, he suddenly knelt before Lin Dong, trembling as he said, Lin Xiao, please, spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. He truly regretted provoking this calamity. Why did he have to mess with this disaster? If even Li Yuanhua, the general beside Lu Mang, was taken down, he was even less significant. Call Lu Mang and have him come to pick him up. Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Lin Xiao, what? If I tell you to call, then hurry up and call. If you don't call him, then I'll have to hit you. After saying this, Lin Dong reached out, preparing to slap him again. Lu Kuan, frightened, raised his hand to block and quickly said, Okay, I will call. I will call right now. With every word Lu Kuan spoke, he gasped in pain. Lin Dong's previous slap had been so fierce that it left him in shock. Trembling, Lu Kuan took out his phone and dialed Lu Mang. The call connected. Lu Mang's voice came through. What is it? Brother, hurry and save me. Lu Kuan replied in a trembling voice. His mouth hurt too much. Half of his teeth had been knocked out by Lin Dong's slap. It was no wonder he was in pain. What happened to you? Why can't you speak clearly? Didn't I tell you Wanhua to bring people? Is he not here yet? Lu Mang asked over the phone. Lu Kuan glanced at Lin Dong, unsure how to respond. Lin Dong answered the phone and said, Li Yuanhua is already lying on the ground. Hurry up and come pick him up. If you don't come soon, Lu Kuan will be lying down too. Lu Kuan shivered at Lin Dong's words. Who are you? A cold voice came from the phone, belonging to Lu Mang. You'll know who I am when you get here. I'm waiting for you, Lin Dong replied calmly. All right, Lu Mang said before hanging up the phone. Lin Dong tossed the phone to Lu Kuan and returned to his chair in front of Zhao Xian, preparing to wait for Lu Mang's arrival. What had just happened was completed in a very short time. Zhao Xian had only just come back to her senses. Looking at Lu Kuan's miserable state and Li Yuanhua, who was lying against the wall, covered in blood and weak, Zhao Xian felt a bit scared. After all, she was a woman, and this was the first time she had seen such a bloody scene. Mr. Lin, why don't we leave first? Zhao Xian said while massaging Lin Dong's shoulders. Lin Dong reached up and patted Zhao Xian's hand resting on his shoulder, comforting her. Don't be afraid, Sister Xian, I'm here. They can't stir up any trouble. At the same time, Lin Dong took out his phone and sent a message to Li Bin, asking about Lu Mang's situation. Li Bin thought Lin Dong wanted to deal with Lu Mang because of what happened last time in the group. He told Lin Dong that the Lu family, to which Lu Mang belonged, was a decent force in the Magic City, but still far behind some real powerful families. Lu Mang's backing was another boss from SCC, who had some disagreements with the big boss Zhuge Sangxiong, which led to Lu Mang being at odds with them as well. Moreover, Lu Mang was ruthless. Anyone who opposed him would end up dead or severely injured. Therefore, he had offended many people in the Magic City, but due to his own strength and a powerful backing, he had managed to live freely until now. Lin Dong briefly explained today's events to Li Bin, which shocked Li Bin greatly. He urged Lin Dong to tell him the address quickly and advised him not to act impulsively, to wait for him to arrive. In Li Bin's view, the Magic City was Lu Mang's stronghold, and it was uncertain whether Lin Dong, a newcomer, could compete with Lu Mang, a local tyrant. Lin Dong was someone personally recognized by the big boss Zhuge Sangxiong, and he needed to report this situation. Otherwise, if Lin Dong clashed with Lu Mang, it would be like a meteor colliding with the earth, and the outcome was hard to predict. Lin Dong sat in the chair, closing his eyes and enjoying Zhao Xian's massage while waiting for Lu Mang's arrival. As for whether Li Bin would come, he didn't care. Even without Li Bin's help, he was not afraid of Lu Mang at all. He was no longer the Lin Dong who had just obtained the system. Back then, he was rootless and cautious, afraid of being noticed by some powerful forces. Now, he had successfully joined the two most powerful organizations in the country, and with them as his backing, as long as he didn't violate the organization's rules, he had nothing to fear from Lu Mang and his people, not even Lu Mang's backing. Despite Lu Mang being one of the 4 heroes of the Magic City and a core figure in SCC, he was still far from the level of the Special Operations Group and the Falcon members. The two sides were not even in the same league. Before long, the door to the private room was pushed open again. The first to enter was a tall, burly man with a face full of flesh. Following him were several people who looked like experts. Naturally, the leader was Lu Mang, the young master of the Lu family in the Magic City, one of the 4 heroes, and a core big shot in SCC. At first glance, Lu Mang seemed like the type with brawn but no brains. But how could someone who had made it to the 4 heroes of the Magic City and the SCC core be that kind of person? After entering, Lu Mang scanned the situation in the private room. Li Yuanhua was lying in the corner, already unconscious. Lu Kuan's face was swollen like a pig's, kneeling on the ground, at a loss for what to do. Across from him, a young man was sitting in a chair, with 3 people standing behind him. One young woman was massaging his shoulders. After Lu Mang and the others entered, one person behind him went to check on Li Yuanhua's condition and then said, "Young master, Brother Yuanhua has just fainted. There is no danger to his life, but he should be seriously injured. Take him to the hospital," Lu Mang said, his voice somewhat rough. "Yes." Then 2 more people came up to carry Li Yuanhua out of the private room and sent him to the hospital. When Lu Kuan saw Lu Mang enter, he stood up and walked in front of Lu Mang, shouting, "Brother." Unexpectedly, Lu Mang glanced at Lu Kuan and kicked him directly, scolding, "Waste. You've embarrassed the Lu family." Lu Kuan was kicked back several steps and fell to the ground, looking bewildered. Lu Mang didn't really want to do anything to Lu Kuan. He hadn't used much strength in that kick, otherwise, it could have taken half of Lu Kuan's life. He was just a bit angry to see Lu Kuan kneeling on the ground. Even if Lu Kuan was lying on the ground like Li Yuanhua, he wouldn't say anything. After all, lacking strength is unavoidable, but at least he didn't embarrass the Lu family. If this got out, with Lu Kuan kneeling to others outside, where would Lu Mang put his face? Where would the Lu family's face go? After doing all this, Lu Mang slowly walked to sit opposite Lin Dong, carefully sizing him up. He had never seen this young man before. In terms of the Magic City, someone so young and prominent, he wouldn't not recognize, so he could be sure this young man was not a local. An outsider actually dared to touch someone from the Lu family in the Magic City. Truly audacious, and completely unaware of the consequences. Even if Lin Dong was a dragon, once he arrived in the Magic City, he had to be tamed. While Lu Mang was sizing up Lin Dong was also sizing up Lu Mang. Apart from being big and looking fierce, he had no other characteristics. The legendary young master of the Lu family, a core big shot of SCC, one of the 4 heroes of the Magic City, looked like this? Lin Dong felt a bit disappointed. In his mind, such a person should be holding a folding fan, looking graceful and poised, pointing out the world. "May I ask who you are? Why did you move against my Lu family? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, the consequences will be more serious than you think," Lu Mang said to Lin Dong in a rough voice. Although his voice was somewhat coarse, it carried a chilling aura. Lin Dong did not answer Lu Mang's question but said, "You are Lu Mang, right? Lu Kuan stopped my project and tried to force my people. Do you know that? Stopping your project is just your project should be stopped. Moving against your people is also because they should be moved against. That's not a reason for you to beat him and force him to kneel," Lu Mang said matter-of-factly. Lin Dong found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, reasoning with such a person was useless. "My name is Lin Dong. I have beaten and scolded your Lu family members. Those who knelt for me can still stand, and those who don't kneel are lying on the ground. What can you do?" Lin Dong said with a smile, looking at Lu Mang. Lin Dong? That name sounded somewhat familiar. Lu Mang recalled with effort. It seemed that a core member who had just joined SCC not long ago was named Lin Dong. Moreover, this Lin Dong had once stood up to Qin Zhang, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi party. This incident had caused quite a stir within SCC, and many people wanted to see what kind of person this Lin Dong was. "Are you the Lin Dong that Li Bin brought in?" Lu Mang asked. "That's me. No wonder you dare to look down on my Lu family. Our Lu family in the Magic City is indeed somewhat inferior to the Qin family in Kyoto. If you dare to disregard the Qin family, naturally, my Lu family cannot enter your eyes. But it seems you have forgotten where this place is? I know. This is the Magic City. So what?" Lin Dong said nonchalantly. All right, Lin Dong, today I want to see what makes you, this big shot who dares to challenge Qin Zhang, so impressive. Lu Mang stood up and shouted. The loud voice echoed throughout the private room. Lin Dong's words completely disregarded him and the Lu family. You moved against my people on my turf. What can you do to me? This was the greatest insult to him. Lu Mang hadn't encountered such an arrogant person in a long time. No matter what, today he had to probe Lin Dong's bottom line and see if he was really as formidable as the rumors suggested. If Lin Dong was just a name without substance, then he would just beat him down. Yet Lin Dong remained unfazed. He wanted to see what Lu Mang would do. Use force? He believed he could take them all down. The people Lu Mang brought, aside from the old man standing next to him, were only slightly stronger, probably on par with Xiao Pejun, at the level of a newcomer to the Tiger rankings. If it came to blows, he could take him down in at most 3 moves. If Lu Mang used the power behind him to suppress his Donglai International, then he would have to reveal a bit of his identity and let the organization step in to deal with the Lu family. The few people behind Lu Mang were already prepared to act at any moment. As soon as Lu Mang gave the order, they would move to take down Lin Dong and his group. Wei Yang and Li Guobing also stepped forward from behind Lin Dong, their expressions serious, as the opposing group was not weak, and a tough battle might be ahead. But no matter what, they had to ensure Lin Dong's safety. That was their duty as bodyguards. Once, while abroad, they had risked their lives for their employer's safety amidst gunfire, let alone in such a minor situation. Lu Mang stood up, staring intently at Lin Dong. Initially hesitant, he now couldn't care less and was ready to take Lin Dong down first. Even if Lin Dong had Zhuge Sangqiang backing him, he wasn't without support either. He had to regain face for the Lu family, otherwise, letting Lin Dong go today would make it much harder to reclaim his honor later. Lin Dong's ability to stand here unscathed after facing Qin Zhang, regardless of the outcome, indicated he was no simple character. Only Lin Dong remained seated, his expression calm. He wanted to see what Lu Mang would do. As long as the other side made a move, he would take them all down. No matter how one looked at it, he was in the right. After joining the 2 major organizations and carefully reading through their rules, rights, and obligations, Lin Dong had crafted a motto for himself. With reason, one can traverse the world. He wouldn't proactively offend others, but if someone dared to offend him, they were simply asking for trouble. Zhao Shen, though a bit nervous, continued to massage Lin Dong's shoulders, believing he could handle the situation well. Just as both sides were poised for confrontation, a voice broke the tension in the room. Stop, Lu Mang! Li Bin rushed in, panting. Seeing that neither side had moved yet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he made it in time. If a fight broke out, it would be hard to settle later. As long as they hadn't started, there was still room for negotiation. Lu Mang didn't need to turn around to know who had arrived. Li Bin, a lackey of Zhuge Sangqiang and one of the core members of SCC. Li Bin, even if you're here, you can't stop me today. Lin Dong dares to disregard my Lu family and move against my people. He must be prepared to be beaten down by me. But don't worry, I won't let him die here, Lu Mang said without looking back. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if Lin Dong were just a fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. Lin Dong laughed and said to Lu Mang, are you overconfident? Just you? I really don't take you seriously. Brotherly, don't worry about this today. I want to see what he can do to me. Gentlemen, please take a step back. We are all core members of SCC. If you continue like this, it will only make others laugh at us. No matter who wins or loses, it will be a significant loss for SCC. Li Bin stepped forward to mediate. He knew it wouldn't be easy to make these two stop. He understood Lu Mang well. Face was more important to him than anything else, and he was ruthless, always seeking revenge. Today, Lin Dong had embarrassed him and the Lu family, and he would definitely seek to regain that face. In his eyes, there was no saying about a gentleman taking revenge. 10 years was not too late. As for Lin Dong, although he had little contact with him, anyone who dared to confront Qin Zheng head-on could not possibly be someone who feared trouble. Ultimately, this incident was not Lin Dong's fault. It was all due to Lu Mang's useless brother, Lu Kuan. Moreover, he had long suspected that Lin Dong might be a descendant of a hidden aristocratic family. None of these people were simple. However, Li Bin was also helpless. The big boss had just given orders for him to stop these two and absolutely not let them fight now. He could only brace himself. Li Bin understood the big boss's concerns. The big boss was about to meet with Morong Qingda and Zhao Shidao for their 10-year agreement, which was extremely important to him. During this time, he was fully focused on this matter. If Lin Dong and Lu Mang clashed at this moment, it would definitely trigger a series of reactions. Lin Dong was someone he had personally invited to join the SCC Corps, and he was a significant asset for the 10-year agreement. He would not sit idly by. This would inevitably create a rift with the people behind Lu Mang, and he still needed to leverage all the power of SCC to deal with the Tsi Party and Zhao Shidao. At this critical moment, the big boss certainly did not want any complications, letting his own backyard catch fire. Li Bin, you heard him. Not only did he attack my Lu family members, but he also completely disregards me. Do you think you can stop this today? Lu Meng said in a deep voice. He was already on the verge of exploding. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Li Bin quickly said, Lu Meng, let's leave this to the boss to decide. We are all high-level members of SCC. This will affect our internal unity. He hoped that mentioning a few bosses would calm Lu Meng down. After I beat him down, I'll let the boss handle it. Let's fight. As soon as Lu Meng finished speaking, two people rushed out from behind him, and Wei Yong and Li Guobing also stepped forward, and the four of them instantly began to fight. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists and feet colliding immediately echoed throughout the private room. Li Bin was furious at Lu Meng's actions. He had rushed over in a hurry, without even bringing anyone with him, and he couldn't stop Lu Meng's completely unreasonable behavior. He could only watch. The four of them fought together, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine a winner. Lu Meng ran an underground boxing gym in Magic City, gathering many experts from both domestic and international backgrounds, and this time he had only brought a portion of them. However, both sides were exchanging blows, and even Wei Yong and Li Guobing were gaining a certain advantage. Seeing that his people were unable to take down the opponent and were at a disadvantage, Lu Meng signaled to the people behind him. Soon, two more people joined the fight. Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who had just been slightly on the upper hand, found themselves struggling as the opponents came in. However, they quickly changed their fighting style, completely letting go of their defenses and focusing solely on offense. This strategy of trading injuries for injuries left their opponents, even with two additional members, somewhat at a loss. Of course, the injuries sustained by the two of them were more severe. After all, the difference in strength among them was not significant. They were all at the peak of their abilities, and the advantage they held was a result of years of life and death experiences abroad, accumulated through hard-earned lessons. Lin Dong watched the two sides engage, his expression gradually darkening. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were beginning to struggle. Although their reckless approach had thrown their opponents into disarray, the fact remained that they were up against four people, all of whom were not much weaker than themselves. As the saying goes, two fists cannot defeat four hands. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they were overwhelmed. He reached up to pat Zhao Xian's hand resting on his shoulder and said, Sister Xian, step back a bit. Zhao Xian understood, stopped her massage, and retreated a few steps, nervously watching Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I told you, this is Magic City, not a place where you can run wild. Behave and apologize to me. I will only take your two hands, not your life. Lu Meng said with a smile, seemingly confident of victory. Lin Dong looked at Lu Meng, who was already smiling, and said, I hope you can still smile later. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura erupted, and he took a swift step onto the table in front of him, reaching out a hand toward Lu Meng. Lu Meng hadn't even reacted. Facing Lin Dong's mountain-like presence, he felt a sudden pressure in his chest, an indescribable discomfort. At that moment, Lin Dong was already in front of him, one hand reaching for his neck. The old man standing next to Lu Meng immediately pushed him aside and took Lu Meng's previous position, crossing his arms in front of him, ready to block Lin Dong's attack. Lin Dong had initially intended to grab Lu Meng first, but now, thwarted by the old man, he unleashed his strength again, delivering a powerful punch to the old man's crossed arms. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed in the ears of everyone in the private room. Even Wei Yong and the other three, who were fighting nearby, stopped and turned to look at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's punch struck the old man's arms, and the immense force sent both arms crashing into the old man's chest. The old man felt an overwhelming force hit him. How could his strength as a Tiger List expert be completely unable to withstand this? He could only let the powerful force push his hands back into his chest, and his body involuntarily flew backward. The old man was sent flying over 10 meters by Lin Dong's punch, crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his arms hanging limply. He stared in horror at Lin Dong, who was still leaning on the table. The force of that punch was so great that it not only broke his arms but also fractured several ribs in his chest. This young man was too strong. He was a renowned Tiger List expert for many years. Even though he was no longer in his prime due to age, he still ranked on the Tiger List. He could easily defeat the four peak experts fighting nearby without even using his full strength. Although the peak experts were just a step away from the Tiger List, they had no chance to fight back against a true Tiger List expert. The boundary of a Tiger List expert is that they are not afraid of attacks from ordinary firearms under normal conditions. However, peak experts cannot do the same. That is the difference. Lin Dong shook his hand, jumped off the table, and sat back down in his chair, returning to calmness as if he hadn't just fought at all. Zhao Xian stepped forward again to continue massaging his shoulders. Lin Dong's demeanor, which remained unfazed no matter the situation, captivated Zhao Xian. This was the true demeanor of a significant figure, unchanging even when faced with a mountain collapsing before them. Surrounding eyes were shocked as they looked at Lin Dong sitting in the chair. The hardest to accept, of course, was Lu Mang. Old Chen was someone who had fought alongside his grandfather back in the day, having long since crossed into the ranks of first-line martial artists and entered the Tiger List. Ordinary firearms could hardly harm him. For so many years, he had been by Lu Mang's side, protecting him and resolving countless troubles, and it could be said that Old Chen played an indispensable role in Lu Mang becoming one of the 4 heroes of Magic City. But this seemingly invincible elder in his heart had actually been severely injured by Lin Dong with a single punch. How could he accept that? Li Bin was equally shocked. Although there were rumors that Lin Dong was powerful, even driving Qin Zhang out of Jiang City in disgrace, rumors were just rumors. Without seeing it with his own eyes, he still held some doubt. Even when the big boss Zhuge Sangxiang had him personally go to Jiang City to meet Lin Dong and recruit him, he thought it was a bit of an overreaction. For someone like Zhuge Sangxiang, as soon as he made a call, Lin Dong would surely come running. But now, after witnessing Lin Dong's strength firsthand, he completely changed his mind. No wonder he was the big boss. His vision was indeed exceptional. He knew Old Chen. This was the protector sent by the Lu family for Lu Mang, the first heir. Every well-established family would assign a protector to their first heir to safeguard their growth. He had no protector because he was not the first heir of the Li family. Though he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. As for his entry into the SCC as a core member, it was entirely due to being aligned with Zhuge Sangxiang. These protectors were all at least of Tiger List strength. Tiger List experts were already top-tier combatants in their families, no longer fearing the threat of ordinary firearms. Yet now, the protector beside Lu Mang had actually been severely injured by Lin Dong's punch, seemingly having completely lost his combat ability, which was beyond his imagination. How old was Lin Dong? He seemed to say he was still in college. At such a young age, his strength had already surpassed that of ordinary protectors? Incredible! Among the younger generation, Lin Dong was definitely the strongest he had ever seen. As for the 3 SCC bosses, Li Bin had never seen them in action, so he couldn't comment, but he was sure that Lin Dong had already acquired the capital to compete with them. Moreover, Lin Dong was younger than them, with even greater potential. He had once suspected that Lin Dong was the heir of one of those hidden families. At such a young age, the funds flowing out of his hands recently had reached nearly 100 billion, coupled with such powerful strength. It seemed that the family Lin Dong belonged to was frighteningly strong. And judging by Lin Dong's high-profile performance, was his family preparing to emerge? In the past 2 years, many hidden families had emerged seeking partners. Their family had established a preliminary cooperative relationship with one hidden family, which was why he was so knowledgeable about this aspect. The few people who had just been fighting also did not intend to continue. Both sides retreated. The aura and strength Lin Dong had unleashed made them feel what despair truly was. Facing such Tiger List-level experts, they had lost the courage to fight. Lu Kuan was even more so, already paralyzed with fear on the ground. Old Chen. Lu Mang reacted and hurried over to support the old man who had just been severely injured by Lin Dong's punch. Xiao Mang, go. Get out of here quickly. Old Chen forced out a sentence with great difficulty, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Mang had grown up under his watch, just like his own grandson. Leave? The matter isn't resolved yet. Where to go? Lin Dong said, sitting in a chair with his legs crossed. Leave? The matter isn't resolved yet. Where to go? Lin Dong said, sitting in a chair with his legs crossed. Lin Dong, what do you want? Lu Mang asked, holding his breath. He never expected Lin Dong to be this formidable. Since Old Chen had been severely injured by Lin Dong with a single punch, the people he brought along wouldn't be enough to take on Lin Dong alone. Staying here would only lead to humiliation at Lin Dong's hands, serving no purpose. So he had to leave now. He would gather strength and return to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Dong. Moreover, Old Chen's injuries were serious and needed to be taken to the hospital quickly. Weren't you just trying to break my arms? I want to repay you in kind. Isn't that fair? Lin, please. Li Bin's words were cut off by Lin Dong. Li, don't say anything for now. Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Li Bin could only smile helplessly. The current Lin Dong put a lot of pressure on him. He never expected that so little time had passed since their last meeting, and Lin Dong had changed so much. Perhaps it wasn't that he had changed so much, but rather that he had hidden it too well. He simply hadn't noticed it during their last encounter. Lin Dong had already gained the strength to compete with the 3 bosses, leaving them far behind. Lu Mang had truly kicked a hard board this time. He just didn't know if the person behind him would challenge Lin Dong for Lu Mang's sake. Lin Dong, don't go too far. This is still the Magic City. It's the stronghold of the Lu family. No matter how strong you are, you're just one person. Can you really go against our entire family? And you have so many ordinary people around you. Lu Mang said pointedly. If Lin Dong were alone, perhaps the Lu family really wouldn't know how to deal with him. After all, he was too strong, and with ordinary firearms no longer a threat to him, the Lu family couldn't find anyone who could definitely defeat Lin Dong. But Lin Dong had his company, his team, and he needed to continue developing in the Magic City, so he had plenty of ways to make Lin Dong compromise. Are you threatening me? Lin Dong squinted at Lu Mang and asked. In that moment, Lu Mang felt as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake, feeling uneasy all over, even breaking out in a cold sweat. He forced himself to calm down and said, I'm just stating a fact. Continuing this fight won't benefit either of us. I am the first heir of the Lu family. If you break my arms, you are cutting off the future of the Lu family. Unless you can uproot the Lu family, don't even think about your company developing in the Magic City. Lin Dong thought for a moment and found that Lu Mang's words made sense. This reminded him that while taking down the Lu brothers might have some effect, it would definitely lead to a series of retaliations from the Lu family afterward. He wasn't afraid, but Zhao Xian and the others still needed to stay in the Magic City to develop the company and continue spending money for him. It would be better to directly incapacitate the Lu brothers now and have a no-holds-barred confrontation with the Lu family. After all, he had a solid footing in this matter. Since he wanted to establish his authority, he might as well go for something big. A significant move would ensure his continued strength. After this matter, he wanted his company to operate freely in the Magic City, and no matter how much money he spent, no one would dare to covet even a fraction of it. Yes, that's the plan. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Dong turned his head to Li Bin and asked, Li, how are the Lu brothers regarded in the Magic City? Li Bin was taken aback, not understanding why Lin Dong suddenly asked this. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, well, they're okay, I guess. Li, I hope you can answer truthfully. Today, I want to make a big move, Lin Dong said, staring at Li Bin, word by word. Li Bin felt a bit uncomfortable under Lin Dong's gaze. He didn't know what Lin Dong meant by making a big move and how it related to the Lu brothers' reputation. However, since Lin Dong wanted him to speak the truth, after considering it, he decided to inform him honestly. Lin Dong's strength was immense, and his potential was even greater. He also had his own plans. He had never thought this way before, but since following Zhuge Sangxiong, he also wanted to leverage Zhuge Sangxiong's power to vie for the position of the Li family. If he could get on good terms with Lin Dong now, it might be useful in the future. With Zhuge Sangxiong's support along with Lin Dong, his chances would greatly increase. Lu Mang already had a conflict with him, and the people behind him also had issues with Zhuge Sangxiong, so when it came to making a choice, he would definitely choose what was beneficial for himself. Thus, he said, Lu Kuan often uses unscrupulous means in business competition to force his opponents, and there are quite a few companies that have been brought down by his improper tactics. Some people have even jumped off the top of his company with their families. Besides that, he is extremely lecherous. Any woman he takes a fancy to, whether a young girl or a married woman, he will first investigate her background. As long as she has no significant background or one that is inferior to his, he will use various means to get her into bed. Some of these women, after being humiliated by him, have even committed suicide. He has also said that he, Lu Kuan, would never sleep with a woman more than 3 times. However, all of this has been suppressed by the Lu family's power, and this person never offends those who could cause him trouble, so he has lived a carefree life. As for Lu Mang, he can be said to be even worse than Lu Kuan. His greatest love is money, and most of the wealth Lu Mang earns through improper means ends up in his pocket. He has also opened an underground fight club in Magic City, as well as several casinos, and he privately lends money at high interest rates in both the fight club and the casinos. The number of families ruined by him is countless. Upon hearing Li Bin actually listing his crimes, Lu Mang was instantly furious, pointing at Li Bin and cursing, Li Bin, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will kill you? Don't think that just because you are with Zhuge Sangxiong, you can look down on me. Li Bin ignored Lu Mang's curses. So, it seems these 2 brothers are indeed scum and villains in Magic City, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are irredeemable. Lin Dong nodded after listening. That's about right, Li Bin said. Is Lu Mang a martial artist? Lin Dong asked. He should be at the peak of the 2nd tier, Li Bin replied. Lin Dong fell silent. His plan was nearly perfect. As a preparatory member of the National Special Operations Group A, encountering the Lu brothers, who severely affect social stability and are such irredeemable people, he naturally had the right to eliminate the Liu brothers for the sake of domestic stability. This is the power granted to the Special Operations Group to act first and report later. Of course, the situation must be real, as the organization would definitely investigate afterward. However, no matter how he looked at it, he could stand firm on this matter. As long as what Li Bin said was true, then once he, representing the organization, intervened, the Liu family would surely be finished. Everyone has heard clearly, right? The Liu brothers are irredeemable, and I now represent justice to eliminate you. Lin Dong stood up and said seriously, Lin Dong, don't act recklessly. You've already invested so much money in Magic City. Are you really prepared to give it all up? If you really touch me, the Liu family won't let you go, and as a core elder of the SCC, I have another boss standing behind me. Lu Mang felt that something was off and quickly spoke up. However, since Lin Dong had already made his decision, how could he change his mind because of Lu Mang's words? He wanted to establish his authority over the Liu brothers and the Liu family to better develop in Magic City in the future. Moreover, these two were indeed committing crimes and were irredeemable, and he had just joined the Special Operations Group that maintains social stability, so he couldn't be blamed. Lu Mang, your identity and who stands behind you have nothing to do with me. Since you have done so many bad things, I have the right to punish you, Lin Dong said seriously. Now he was speaking as a preparatory member of Special Operations Group A, something that others were unaware of. Lin Dong stood up, and Lu Mang and his group immediately tensed up. It was Lin Dong's strength that put immense pressure on them. Lin Dong, this is all Lu Kuan's fault. If you have any issues, just go to him, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Mang was also a bit scared. The aura that Lin Dong exuded when he became serious was still somewhat terrifying. A good man doesn't suffer losses in front of him, so he simply pushed the responsibility onto Lu Kuan. Brother! Upon hearing Lu Mang trying to shift Lin Dong's anger onto him, Lu Kuan shivered even more. If even Lu Mang couldn't withstand Lin Dong's fury, how could he? Don't call me brother, you bastard! You've caused such a huge mess, and you still haven't apologized to Lin Dong. Lu Mang shouted at Lu Kuan. This was all Lu Kuan's fault. If it weren't for him, how could he have ended up in such a passive situation? Lin Dong. No, young Master Lin. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Please, spare me, Lu Kuan said, bowing to Lin Dong on the ground. Lin Dong ignored them and looked at the group of sycophants brought by Lu Mang, saying, the Liu brothers have committed numerous crimes. Who knows how many people they've harmed? You accomplices are no better. Accept my righteous judgment. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from the spot, charging into the group of sycophants brought by Lu Mang. These people were all experts from Lu Mang's underground boxing gym, with several being top-tier fighters. However, in front of Lin Dong, a peak expert on the tiger list and half a step into the dragon list, they were completely like chickens and dogs, utterly powerless. Cries of agony rose and fell. Every punch and kick from Lin Dong directly injured one person. In just 10 seconds, more than a dozen top-tier fighters were all knocked down to the ground, completely losing their combat ability. Such combat power made the onlookers gasp in shock. Lin Dong demonstrated what a thorough crushing looked like. After dealing with these small fry, Lin Dong slowly walked towards Lu Mang. At this point, Lu Mang was already so scared that his legs were weak. These were all elites he had hired at high salaries from his gym, and now they had been taken down by Lin Dong in just a few moves. Watching Lin Dong approach him, Lu Mang finally asked in a trembling voice, Lin Dong, what do you want? Little brother, please show mercy. The Liu family will be eternally grateful. Old Chen also spoke from the side. Although he was seriously injured, he was still a tiger list expert, and his physique was not something ordinary people could compare to. Old man, can you speak for the Liu family? If I let Lu Mang go today, can you guarantee he won't come looking for trouble with me in the future? Lin Dong said mockingly. I can. Lin Dong, as long as you let me go today, I absolutely won't cause you any trouble in the future. Lu Mang quickly interjected. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As for future matters, he would deal with them later. Whether he would cause trouble for Lin Dong depended on whether he could handle Lin Dong. If he had the chance to strike Lin Dong with a fatal blow, he would definitely not hesitate. Lin Dong did not respond to Lu Mang but continued to look at Old Chen with mockery. He wanted to see if this tiger list expert would speak with a guilty conscience. Those who could become tiger list experts were extremely resilient at heart. They wouldn't lower themselves to their enemies for the sake of victory. Those who did so had already lost their determination to forge ahead. However, this was not absolute. the world is vast and full of wonders, and some people lose their ambition after entering the tiger list, only seeking pleasure. These were all things Xiao Pejun had told him. Of course, Lin Dong was an exception to this rule. Sure enough, old Chen fell silent. With his years of understanding of the Lu family, he indeed could not guarantee that the Lu family would not retaliate against Lin Dong. Seeing that old Chen no longer spoke, Lin Dong turned his gaze to Lu Mang beside him. Lu Mang, you've done so many bad things. Today it's your misfortune to fall into my hands. Lin Dong, you. Before Lu Mang could finish his words, Lin Dong punched him in the stomach. Ah! Lu Mang let out a miserable scream, clutching his belly and squatting on the ground, blood mixed with food spilling from his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging out. At that moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered by Lin Dong, causing him unbearable pain. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Mang was in so much pain that he fainted, collapsing on the ground. However, Lin Dong had no intention of letting him off so easily. He hadn't even put much strength into that punch. With Lu Mang sprawled at his feet, Lin Dong raised his right foot and placed it on Lu Mang's arm, applying a little pressure, then quickly moved his foot to the other arm and stomped down. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the private room, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lu Mang, who had already fainted, was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, a howl escaping his lips that resonated throughout the entire room. He tried to move his hands but found they were completely immobile, and a piercing pain radiated from both arms. He could only lie face down, continuously howling in agony. This member of the 4 heroes of Magic City, a core elder of the SCC, was thus left with 2 broken arms by Lin Dong. After dealing with Lu Mang, Lin Dong turned to Lu Kuan, the instigator of the entire incident. I heard you like to force women? Lin Dong asked coldly. Seeing Lu Mang's miserable state and looking at Lin Dong in front of him, Lu Kuan was so frightened that he wet himself, releasing a foul odor. Lin, young master, please, spare me, Lu Kuan stammered in a trembling plea. Lin Dong wrinkled his nose at the stench emanating from Lu Kuan and said to Wei Yong and Li Guobing, one of you go and ruin his third leg, so he won't harm women again in the future. He had intended to do it himself, but seeing Lu Kuan's pathetic state, he was afraid of dirtying his shoes. Just as Lin Dong turned to walk to the chair, another scream pierced the air. Wei Yong had directly crushed Lu Kuan's lower body. He would never be a man again for the rest of his life. Lin Dong casually sat back down in his chair. The room was filled with the cries of the Lu brothers and the groans of over a dozen top-tier experts lying on the ground. Li Bin felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the Lu brothers' plight. Lin Dong took out his phone, preparing to report the situation to the organization. Suddenly, Lin Dong's powerful mental energy sensed a tremor. An expert? Lin Dong quickly looked up towards the door of the private room, but it was empty. His reaction caused everyone else in the room to turn their gaze towards the door, but they saw nothing. However, Lin Dong did not retract his gaze. He continued to stare intently at the entrance. Moments later, a figure appeared at the door. A man in his 30s, exuding an air of elegance. This person seemed to possess a unique charm that drew everyone's attention, making it feel as if he was the absolute focus wherever he went. Li Bin felt a huge sense of relief upon seeing the man at the door and quickly approached him. Although Lin Dong bore him no ill will, the pressure of Lin Dong's aura still made him feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Young Master Zhuge. Li Bin greeted the man who had suddenly appeared at the door. Zhuge Sangxiong nodded at Li Bin. He then continued walking into the private room. Following him were 2 middle-aged men, around 40 to 50 years old, with serious expressions. Zhuge Sangxiong reached the center of the room, looking at the more than 10 people lying on the ground and the Lu brothers who were still wailing loudly, frowning slightly. Recalling the situation reported to him by Li Bin, he could roughly guess what had happened here. However, he was still a bit surprised to see the severely injured old man Chen. As the protector sent by the Lu family to Lu Mang, although his strength was not particularly strong, he was still a master on the tiger list. Now, he had been seriously injured, while it seemed that no one on Lin Dong's side had been hurt. This was interesting. To injure a tiger list master without sustaining any damage oneself indicated that this person's strength was somewhat terrifying. It was unclear whether it was Lin Dong who had acted or the 2 people beside him. He hoped it was Lin Dong, as that would be more advantageous for his upcoming tenure agreement. Zhuge Sangxiong looked at Lin Dong, who was sitting calmly in his chair, and asked, "Are you Lin Dong?" His voice seemed to carry a magnetic quality that made it hard to refuse. When Li Bin approached to address him as young Master Zhuge, Lin Dong had already guessed the identity of the visitor. One of the 3 founders of SCC, known as the Big Boss, Zhuge Sangxiong. Lin Dong's powerful mental strength sensed that Zhuge Sangxiong was strong, but the 2 people behind him were even stronger. Was this the foundation of a top-tier family? It was indeed not something a second-rate family like the Lu family could compare to. "That's me," Lin Dong replied succinctly. His simple response, combined with his continued sitting without any gesture of greeting, made Li Bin sweat for him. This was the big boss of SCC, Zhuge Sangxiong. Although Lin Dong was not weak, he was still just a core member of SCC. Zhuge Sangxiong was one of the 3 founders of SCC and had a higher reputation than the other 2, known as the Big Boss. Although the hierarchical relationships within SCC were not so pronounced, and there were no strict rules requiring subordinates to greet or bow to superiors, there should still be respect and politeness towards those of higher status. Lin Dong's current demeanor was extremely disrespectful to Zhuge Sangxiong. In the entire SCC, including the other 2 founders, no one dared to sit calmly and respond while standing in front of Zhuge Sangxiong. Li Bin even suspected that Lin Dong was unaware of the visitor's identity, so he quickly explained, "Brother Lin, this is young Master Zhuge, one of the 3 founders of SCC." Lin Dong naturally knew the identity of the person in front of him. If he had not joined the Special Operations Group and the Falcon before, he would not have been able to treat a legendary figure like Zhuge Sangxiong so calmly. Even though his own strength was sufficient, he still lacked the foundation. In the face of such a long-established and deeply rooted family power, his personal strength had not yet reached the point of ignoring all rules, so it was better to be low-key. But now it was different. Since joining the Special Operations Group and the Falcon, especially after witnessing the strength of formal members like Chai Zhou and understanding the power of these 2 organizations, he felt he no longer needed to be too low-key, otherwise, anyone could bully him. He believed that after this incident, anyone in Magic City who still wanted to provoke him would need to think twice. Lin Dong did not respond to Li Bin and remained seated. Zhuge Sangxiong did not mind and walked forward to sit opposite Lin Dong. Young people, a bit of arrogance and vigor is normal. He was also fearless when he was young. But one must have corresponding strength, and Lin Dong clearly possessed that strength. "Brother Lin Dong, how do you plan to deal with the Lu family brothers?" Zhuge Sangxiong asked. "I haven't thought it through yet. Let's see how the Lu family reacts first." Lin Dong replied. "How about I help brother Lin Dong resolve this matter?" Zhuge Sangxiong suddenly asked. Lin Dong was taken aback. Zhuge Sangxiong actually said he wanted to help him deal with the Lu family? That meant he must have something to ask of him. Recalling what Li Bin said the last time he came to Jiangqing to see him, Zhuge Sangxiong needed his own place, which should be the 10-year agreement with the T factions Zhao Shidao and that Morong Chinga. Since that's the case, let's push it to Zhuge Sangxiong and see how he responds. "Oh, if I say I want to uproot the Lu family, can brother Zhuge help me with that?" Lin Dong asked curiously. Zhuge Sangxiong was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Dong to say such a thing. Not only did he want to deal with the Lu brothers, but he also wanted to completely uproot the Lu family? This was no simple task. The Lu family was an old established family in Modu, with some depth to them. What gave Lin Dong, an outsider, such confidence that he could uproot the Lu family? Zhuge Sangxiong stared at Lin Dong for a long time, realizing that Lin Dong was not joking. "Uprooting the Lu family is not simple. Brother Lin Dong, are you sure you want to do this?" Zhuge Sangxiong's tone became serious. "Of course, if brother Zhuge doesn't want to help, I'll do it myself," Lin Dong said nonchalantly, as if uprooting the Lu family was just a trivial matter to him. This left Zhuge Sangxiong in a dilemma. Uprooting the Lu family wasn't a big deal for him either, but it required corresponding benefits. Moreover, uprooting the Lu family would definitely offend Fengxiu. He was currently at a critical moment of accumulating strength to deal with the 10-year agreement. Offending Fengxiu would mean that SCC could no longer unite as one against the T faction, putting them at a disadvantage, which was unwise. However, with the strength Lin Dong was now showing, he had already defeated the T faction's 8 kings, Qin Zhang. He had incapacitated the Lu brothers and was preparing to uproot the Lu family. His strength could not be underestimated. He was someone Zhuge Sangxiong had to bring in. Headache. At this moment, the big boss of SCC was left with a headache from Lin Dong's words. Zhuge Sangxiong fell into deep thought. Lin Dong did not urge him, just quietly sat, waiting for a response. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Sangxiong decided to stabilize Lin Dong first and see if there was any room for maneuver with Fengxiu. "Brother Lin Dong, uprooting the Lu family is not simple. After all, the Lu family has been rooted in Modu for many years. I still need to go back and prepare. How about I give you a response tomorrow?" Zhuge Sangxiong said. "Sure, brother Zhuge, then I'll leave this to you. Shen Jia, let's go," Lin Dong said, standing up and walking out. Zhao Xian followed closely behind, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing bringing up the rear. After Lin Dong left, Li Bin was still in a daze. He remembered that the last time he met Lin Dong, he was quite nice and had none of the arrogance and swagger he displayed today. He was very amiable. It hadn't been long, but he felt as if Lin Dong had become a different person. "Li Bin, tell me about what just happened, Zhuge Sangqiang said. Li Bin then recounted in detail what he had seen since he arrived. So you're saying all these people were taken down by Lin Dong alone? Zhuge Sangqiang asked again. Yes, and it was very quick. Some of them didn't even react before they went down, Li Bin replied. Zhuge Sangqiang walked over to old Chen, who had already succumbed to his injuries and fainted. Check his injuries, Zhuge Sangqiang said. A middle-aged man behind him immediately stepped forward to examine old Chen's injuries. Young master, this person is severely injured, with both hands suffering from comminuted fractures, and at least half of the ribs in his chest are broken. This blow was very strong. How strong? Zhuge Sangqiang asked. It should have reached the peak of the tiger ranking. Got it. Li Bin, call to have these people sent to the hospital. Let's go, Zhuge Sangqiang said, leaving the private room. He also needed to find Feng Shou to see how to persuade him to temporarily ignore the Lu family's affairs. After all, Lu Mang was his man. At least during the critical moment of his 10-year agreement, he should not interfere, even if it meant paying some price. Lin Dong's strength was somewhat beyond imagination. He had to pull him over to become a significant support, and the Lu family was destined to become a sacrifice. After Lin Dong left, he took Zhao Xian and the others back to the temporary office location rented by the company. Sister Xian, contact the landlord again to see if there's time to meet this afternoon. After handling this matter, I still need to rush to Kyoto, Lin Dong said to Zhao Xian. Okay, Chairman Lin. Zhao Xian contacted the owner of the office building again. The other party indicated that they could spare time to meet tomorrow afternoon. Lin Dong thought that was acceptable. After all, Zhuge Sangqiang would only give him a response tomorrow. If Zhuge Sangqiang was not planning to intervene, he would have to contact the organization to take action. This might delay things for a few more days. He was determined to eliminate the Lu family. On one hand, it was to establish his authority. On the other hand, the crimes of the Lu brothers, as recounted by Li Bin, were simply the dregs of society, to indulge their own offspring in chaos and then clean up after them. It seemed that the Lu family was not good people either. At this moment, the Lu family in the Magic City was in chaos upon receiving news that Lu Mang and Lu Kuan had been severely injured and were being treated in the hospital. Lu Mang was the first heir of the Lu family, one of the 4 heroes of the Magic City, and the future head of the Lu family. Now he had been crippled. Although Lu Kuan was not as capable as Lu Mang, he was still a direct descendant of the Lu family, and now he had been rendered incapable of continuing the family line. This was a slap in the face to the Lu family. The current head of the Lu family, Lu Tong, was furious. His 2 sons had been crippled right under his nose, which was a provocation to the Lu family. Who sent the message? Lu Tong asked, suppressing his anger. Head of the family, it was the hospital that sent the message. Then who took them to the hospital? Unclear. Unclear? If it's unclear, go investigate. I want to see who has the audacity to touch my Lu family's people in the Magic City. They are simply courting death. Yes, head of the family. After instructing his subordinates to investigate the matter of Lu Mang's injury, Lu Tong walked to a small house in the backyard of the villa. This was where his father, Old Master Lu, rested. Although his father had retired for many years, his influence still lingered, and any major decisions in the Lu family were still made by Old Master Lu. Upon hearing that his 2 grandsons had been crippled, Old Master Lu was furious. He immediately used some of his former connections to start investigating the whole matter in the Magic City. At this moment, various problems began to arise in the Lu family's industries. Some projects that had already signed contracts were now being terminated due to various issues raised by the other party. Some completed projects were being re-evaluated and ultimately deemed unqualified. As for the projects under negotiation, they were directly rejected for cooperation. For the Lu family, these issues were not enough to cause them significant harm. What truly frightened them was the bank's debt collection and the sudden sealing of companies involved in gray industries related to the Lu family. The responsible parties were taken away. The break in the capital chain, the bank's debt collection, the suspension of various projects, and the shutdown of gray industries were what they feared the most. Each of these items, upon closer inspection, revealed loopholes. It was clear to any discerning person that someone was targeting the Lu family. Moreover, the person behind this had such power that it was terrifying. In just one night, the Lu family fell from heaven to hell. From a once glorious family, they became like rats crossing the street. Everyone in the Magic City who had dealings with the Lu family was trembling in fear, worried about being implicated. Everything came so quickly that the Lu family had no chance to react at all. Early the next morning, the living room of the Lu family was filled with people. These were the heads of various companies or projects under the Lu family, all there to report the situation. Now, all companies and projects related to the Lu family had ceased operations. The head of the Lu family, Lu Tong, along with the old master Lu and several direct and collateral relatives, sat in the living room. Each person's face was filled with questions and fear. The entire hall was silent, waiting for Lu Tong, the head of the family, to explain. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, Lu Tong threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. Smash! Who is it? Who wants to harm my Lu family? Lu Tong shouted. It's me! A voice came from the doorway. Everyone in the living room turned to look at the entrance. Zhuge Sangxiong walked in slowly with two middle-aged men. Everyone in the hall stared at this suddenly appearing young man. Most of them did not recognize Zhuge Sangxiong. Only Lu Tong and the old master Lu's eyes narrowed when they saw him. Clearly, they knew him. Lu Mang, as one of the core veterans of SCC, was already at the absolute top of SCC, and Zhuge Sangxiong was one of the three founders of SCC. Lu Tong and the old master Lu must have known Zhuge Sangxiong. Zhuge Sangxiong, why did you cripple my son? Why do you want to harm my Lu family? Isn't Mang your core veteran of SCC? Even if your Zhuge family and the Feng family are at odds, you should go directly to the Feng family. Why target us? Lu Tong questioned Zhuge Sangxiong, pointing at him. Zhuge Sangxiong? Zhuge family? Everyone sitting in the living room felt a buzzing in their heads. Blood pressure instantly skyrocketed. The Zhuge family was a top aristocratic family in the Magic City, said to be a top power in the capital over a decade ago before moving to the Magic City. Upon arriving, they showcased unparalleled family heritage, firmly establishing themselves as one of the top aristocratic families in the Magic City. The Lu family, a second-rate family, was like a mere chicken in front of the Zhuge family, with no room for resistance. Head of the Lu family, I think you are mistaken. It was not me who crippled your son. As for targeting your Lu family, it's only because your two sons offended the wrong people. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. Zhuge Sangxiong replied calmly. Who is it? Tell me. Who did it? Lu Tong asked loudly. Normally, he wouldn't dare to speak to the first heir of the Zhuge family like this, but at this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. With his two sons crippled, the Lu family was also on the brink of collapse. He could no longer care about the Zhuge family. Head of the Lu family, you don't need to worry about who it is. The Lu family should disband. You can't protect it. If you disband the Lu family now, I will leave a trace of incense for you. If you resist to the end and end up severing your lineage, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhuge Sangxiong spoke in a very calm tone, as if he had no intention of threatening anyone. But Lu Tong knew that since Zhuge Sangxiong had said it, he would definitely follow through. At that moment, Lu Tong felt like a deflated balloon, slumped on the sofa. What to do? Giving up might allow for a trace of lineage to continue. If he continued to resist, perhaps the Lu family would really end here. It was all because of these two beasts, the spendthrifts. Just yesterday, he wanted to find out who had crippled his son and take revenge. Now he wished he could strangle these two spendthrifts. What should he do? Right, although the Zhuge family was powerful, they couldn't dominate the Magic City entirely. Wasn't Mang close to the young master of the Feng family? Should he seek help from the Feng family? At worst, I can completely rely on the Feng family in the future, work for them, be their dog. That's still better than the complete dissolution of the Lu family. Yes, that's the plan. Lu Tong was truly unwilling to just disband the Lu family like this. After enjoying decades of wealth and glory, now, because of a single word from Zhuge Sangxiong, he was to return to the primitive state. Zhuge Sangxiong, you and your Zhuge family think you can dominate the Magic City? Dream on. I'll contact the Feng family right now. Manger is close with the young master of the Feng family, they will definitely help. Lu Tong trembled as he took out his phone to contact the Feng family, only to suddenly realize he didn't seem to have the young master of the Feng family's number. Alas! Lu family head, stop struggling in vain. Don't you understand? Since I, Zhuge Sangxiong, have promised to do something for others, I will certainly do it beautifully. Do you really think your Lu family is worth the Feng family risking their relationship with my Zhuge family for? Zhuge Sangxiong's words struck Lu Tong's heart like a hammer once again. At that moment, he lay on the sofa, utterly devoid of strength. The Lu family, after all, was just a second-rate family. In the eyes of top families like the Zhuge and Feng families, they were only slightly better than ordinary people. Beside Lu Tong, the old master Lu was on the verge of exploding. Watching the Lu family he had painstakingly built decades ago about to become a thing of the past was hard for him to accept. Back when he established the Lu family, there was no Zhuge family in the Magic City. In his view, although the Zhuge family had deep roots and strong power, they were still an outsider. Yet now, this outsider wanted to wipe out his local family. Once upon a time, he was the one who eliminated others. How could others come to eliminate him? Zhuge Sangxiong, it seems you really won't give my Lu family a way out? The old Master Lu gritted his teeth and said, Old Master Lu, since I, Zhuge Sangxiong, have promised others, I will certainly fulfill it. If they want your Lu family uprooted, I can only comply. Then you can die. After the old Master Lu finished speaking, his body suddenly sprang up from the sofa and charged at Zhuge Sangxiong. Since Zhuge Sangxiong wouldn't give his Lu family a way out, then even if he had to die, he would take someone down with him. After all, even if he didn't resist, the Lu family wouldn't survive being targeted by a top family like the Zhuge family. If that was the case, then let Zhuge Sangxiong, the young master and first heir of the Zhuge family, accompany the Lu family to the grave. As a former master of the Tiger List, the old Master Lu was much stronger than someone just entering the Tiger List. He was confident he could injure or even kill Zhuge Sangxiong in an unexpected situation. It must be said that the old Master Lu, as the one who established the Lu family, still had a lot of spirit. Unlike Lu Tong, who had enjoyed wealth and glory, he had lost the bloodiness a warrior should have. However, spirit aside, in the face of strength, even the most spirited would just be food for the slaughter. Just as the old Master Lu was a step away from Zhuge Sangxiong, his body suddenly stopped. His body began to rise slowly, and soon, his feet were off the ground. Unbeknownst to him, a large hand had gripped his neck, lifting him slowly. As a master of the Tiger List, the old Master Lu found he had no room to resist, only allowing his body to leave the ground. He placed his hands on the large hand's grip, trying to pry it open, but it was completely useless. The hand didn't budge. If the old Master Lu were in his prime, their difference wouldn't be so great. However, he was already old, no longer in his prime. He was over 80 this year, and his muscles had begun to atrophy, his strength greatly diminished. The most direct feeling was that the old Master Lu, in his prime, stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, but now he was barely 1.7 meters. As humans age, their bodily functions continuously decline, and their strength naturally diminishes significantly. This is what led him to have no ability to resist in front of such a master. Crack! A slight sound sent chills through everyone in the living room. Each person began to sweat nervously, some even covering their necks with their hands, swallowing hard. After that sound, the elderly Lu, who had still been struggling, suddenly stopped moving, his limbs falling weakly to his sides. Everything happened so quickly that by the time the Lu family reacted, the old man had already had his neck snapped. Dad! Elder Lu! Zhuge Sangxiong, you dare to kill my dad? Lu Tong asked, his eyes bloodshot. What? Lu family head, do you also want to make a move against me? Do you really want the Lu family to be cut off at your hands? Zhuge Sangxiong replied expressionlessly. It was as if killing the old Lu was a trivial matter to him. In fact, it was true, he didn't take a second-rate family like the Lu family seriously at all. If it weren't for Lu Mang being a sealed cultivator, he would fear provoking the sealed cultivator's displeasure and affecting his tenure agreement. Destroying the Lu family would be a mere gesture. You, cough. Lu Tong spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, nearly fainting. Make a move against Zhuge Sangxiong? He didn't dare. And even if he did, it would only lead to the same fate as the old man, a path to death. But if he didn't act, Zhuge Sangxiong had just killed his father in front of him. The hatred of killing a father, the enmity of exterminating a clan, was something that could not coexist. At this moment, Zhuge Sangxiong was losing patience. Lu family head, what I just said still stands. You have 1 day to disband the Lu family. This way, your Lu family can still preserve a trace of incense. Otherwise, the Lu family will be completely cut off. Do not attempt to resist or escape. In Magic City, I, Zhuge Sangxiong, have never failed at what I wanted to do. Of course, you can try. After saying this, Zhuge Sangxiong turned and left the Lu family, leaving behind pairs of terrified eyes and an elderly corpse. After Zhuge Sangxiong left, Lu Tong lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Meanwhile, the heads of the companies and projects quietly left the Lu family. The Lu family was finished, and they needed to quickly distance themselves from the Lu family. Although they had made a lot of money working for the Lu family over the years, what good was money if you didn't have your life to spend it? The Lu family's collateral relatives also severed ties with the Lu family, taking their savings and leaving Magic City. Thus, the entire Lu family vanished overnight, reduced to ashes. This family, which had a small reputation in Magic City and controlled assets worth hundreds of billions, disintegrated and disappeared from people's sight. As for seeking revenge against the Zhuge family, no one thought about it. Wasn't it better to be alive? Why rush to death? And the instigator of this incident, Lin Dong, was still sound asleep in a 10-star hotel. Last night, he had booked a top luxury suite at the Starry Sky Hotel, and upon entering, he felt a sense of awe. A 10-star hotel was indeed far superior to his 8-star hotel. He even thought about buying the hotel, but he didn't know if the owner would sell. While Lin Dong was dreaming, he was awakened by the ringing of a phone. He picked up the phone to see it was Zhao Xian calling. "Hello, Sister Xian, what's up?" Lin Dong asked. "Chairman Lin, the project that Lu Kuan halted has been restored, and I heard the Lu family has vanished overnight, exiting the stage of history," Zhao Xian said excitedly on the phone. "Oh, so soon? Didn't Zhuge Sangxiong just give me a response today? I didn't expect his efficiency to be quite good. In that case, tighten up a bit, look for a few more projects, and get more investments. No one should dare to cause trouble now." "Okay, Chairman Lin." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xian began to arrange the team's work. After the land project was halted by Lu Kuan, they stopped all negotiations. Lu Kuan had made it clear that if they did not act according to his wishes, no one would dare to cooperate with them again. Now that the Lu family had fallen, naturally, no one would threaten them anymore, and they could continue to work with peace of mind. Others were also filled with admiration. The big boss is indeed the big boss. Just one day in, and he had resolved all the issues. Working under such a boss truly has a future. Not long after Lin Dong hung up Zhao Xian's call, the phone rang again. He picked up the phone and glanced at the number. It was unfamiliar, a stranger's number. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Dong asked. "Brother Lin Dong, the Lu family has been completely uprooted as per your request. I wonder if you are satisfied." The voice of Zhuge Sangxiong came through the phone. "So it's Brother Zhuge. Satisfied, very satisfied. Brother Zhuge is indeed straightforward in his work. Rest assured, I won't forget what I promised you last time. You can contact me anytime you need." Lin Dong replied. "Brother Lin Dong is indeed straightforward. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything in the Magic City, feel free to find me," Zhuge Sangxiong said. What he wanted was Lin Dong's promise. After hanging up with Zhuge Sangxiong, Lin Dong lay on his bed and thought for a moment. Through the incident with the Lu family, Lin Dong deeply understood the importance of strength. Were the Lu brothers weak? Not at all. They just encountered the stronger Zhuge family. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Moreover, they were both part of the SCC's upper echelons. One was one of the core veterans, and the other was one of the three founders. But driven by interests, the founders eliminated the core veteran. The other founder, who was supposed to support Lu Mang, did not make any move. This indicated some agreement had been reached between the two founders. Ultimately, it was still about exchanging some interests. If he hadn't demonstrated such strong power, would Zhuge Sangxiong have helped him? Definitely not. It was precisely because Zhuge Sangxiong needed the strength Lin Dong was now showing that he helped him deal with the Lu family. All these changes were brought about by strength. Therefore, he needed to continue to enhance his power. That was the most important thing. On the other side, in the high-end apartment where Zhao Xian and Luo Qianro lived, Luo Qianro was lying on the bed, her figure so stunning that any man would bleed at the sight, as she answered a call. After a moment, she hung up the phone, somewhat lost in thought. She had just learned of the Lu family's downfall. It seemed she had underestimated this young boss, Xian Xian. In just one day, not only had the Lu brothers been crippled, but old Lu had also died, and the Lu family had completely vanished. What surprised her the most was that it was Zhuge Sangxiong, the founder of SCC, who took action. How did Lin Dong manage to make Zhuge Sangxiong go so far as to eliminate a veteran of his own organization to help him take revenge? Wasn't Lu Mang a dog slave of Feng Xiu? The Lu family's downfall, and Feng Xiu didn't even show up? It's puzzling. Luo Qianro had too many questions about this matter. Many aspects were unreasonable, yet they had happened. It seemed she needed to find a time to ask Xian properly. What exactly happened when they met Lu Kuan yesterday? What was Lin Dong's background? The downfall of the Lu family was merely a small ripple for the international metropolis of Magic City, and coupled with the deliberate blockade by the Zhuge family, it did not attract much attention. The team at Donglai International also began to operate normally, conducting necessary investigations and negotiations, all working hard to help Lin Dong spend money. After being awakened by the phone, Lin Dong had no desire to sleep anymore and went directly to the temporary office of Donglai International. This afternoon, he planned to meet with the owner of the office building to see if he could buy it, and then he was preparing to go to Kyoto. After the incident with the Lu family, there shouldn't be any more clueless people causing trouble for Donglai International. When he leaves, he could also give Zhuge Sangxiong a heads up to keep an eye on things, since he still needs something from him, might as well take advantage of it. However, everyone in the company had gone out, leaving only a few finance ladies busy at work. Lin Dong's arrival caught the attention of several of the ladies. They admired this big boss immensely. He was handsome, wealthy, down-to-earth, and had an incredibly strong background. In just one day, he had solved all the problems that had troubled the company for a long time. He was simply the perfect man, their idol. "Hello, Director Lin. "Hello, Director Lin." Seeing Lin Dong come in, the ladies immediately put down their work to greet him. They all wanted to leave a good impression on this young and handsome boss. "Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Where is everyone else?" Lin Dong asked, noticing the empty office. "Director Lin." They all went out to handle some matters. A few days ago, due to the owner of Ronghua Real Estate, many projects were at a standstill. Now that there's no obstruction from Ronghua Real Estate, all projects have been restarted, so they will definitely be busy for a while. Alright, you all have worked hard. Once this busy period is over, let Sister Xian take you all on a paid trip. You can go wherever you want, and the company will cover all expenses. Lin Dong encouraged. Then I'll thank Director Lin on behalf of everyone. One of the ladies said happily. By the way, has Sister Xian gone out too? Lin Dong asked again. Manager Zhao seems to have contacted a company that needs financing and went for an inspection this morning. Then you all carry on, I'll just take a look around. After saying that, Lin Dong walked into the general manager's office. Since this was just a temporary office, he wasn't assigned a chairman's office. Sitting in the office, he casually flipped through some documents, finding them uninteresting, and started playing on his phone. The high school class group chat seemed particularly lively today. Many people were tagging him. Lin Dong opened the group chat to see what was going on. He quickly read through hundreds of messages. At that moment, he felt a bit emotional. It turned out that in his high school class, there was a classmate whose home was very close to Jiang Shan's. It seemed that 2 or 3 days ago, Jiang Shan was picked up by her parents, reportedly suffering from depression. She had attempted suicide at school once, but fortunately, her roommate saved her. The school had notified her family to come pick her up. Now that she was back home, she would eat when it was time, and would do whatever she was asked, but she just wouldn't speak, as if she had turned mute. It had been 2 or 3 days since she returned home, and she hadn't said a word. This had her family worried sick. They were preparing to go to the school to demand an explanation. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly become like this? The classmate who lived very close to Jiang Shan learned about this from her family. So, they asked in the group about what was going on with Jiang Shan. Naturally, the group began to discuss it heatedly. In the end, they found out that only Lin Dong and Jiang Shan were from the same school, and they had been a couple in high school. So many people tagged Lin Dong, wanting to know what was really going on. What had happened to Jiang Shan? There were also many classmates jokingly saying that Lin Dong must have found a new target in college and abandoned Jiang Shan, which led to her depression. As a result, several classmates who had been closer to Jiang Shan directly called Lin Dong a scumbag. Of course, there were also classmates defending Lin Dong, saying that he had liked Jiang Shan so much back then. How could he possibly abandon her? There must be other reasons. Because Lin Dong had not shown up, the conversation gradually shifted to the idea of gathering everyone together this summer. Since graduating from high school, it seemed the class had never organized a reunion, and now college graduation was just around the corner. This suggestion naturally received support from most of the classmates, and they began to set a date. Lin Dong thought for a moment and felt it was necessary to explain himself, otherwise, he would truly become the bad guy. Although it didn't affect him much, being unjustly labeled for something he hadn't done always left a bad taste. Actually, I broke up with Jiang Shan a long time ago, but it wasn't me who dumped her. It was her who dumped me because she got together with a rich second-generation guy from our school. However, I heard that the rich guy's family went bankrupt, so that's the situation. If you don't believe me, you can ask around at Jiangnan University. This matter should be quite well known in school. After Lin Dong sent this message, it quickly sparked heated discussions. So, Jiang Shan brought this on herself? After abandoning you, she didn't expect her rich boyfriend to turn into a pauper? So she couldn't handle such a blow? It should be like that. I still believe what Dongzi said. I mean, during high school, Dongzi liked Jiang Shan so much. How could he just abandon her? I thought Dongzi was a jerk, but it turns out Jiang Shan is the real jerk. Well, she is quite pitiful now. What does it matter if she's pitiful? Isn't it just her own doing? How did Dongzi treat her back then? I don't know how many girls in our school envied her, and now she just abandons Dongzi for a rich second-generation guy. She deserves it. At this point, Lin Dong sent another message. Alright, everyone, stop discussing it. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. I just need to be at peace with myself. Since Lin Dong, the person involved, had spoken, everyone stopped discussing the matter. Just as Lin Dong said, everyone has the right to make their own choices, but since it is their choice, they must bear the consequences. They then resumed discussing the class reunion and asked Lin Dong if he would attend. Lin Dong said he could join. Just send him the location when the time comes. This surprised everyone. In their impression, Lin Dong was always either working part-time or on his way to a part-time job whenever he had time. He had missed many gatherings in high school, even skipping the graduation party. So everyone just called out to him symbolically, not expecting him to agree this time, which caught them off guard. In Kyoto, inside a villa surrounded by mountains, Yunshi was resting in her room. Since today was Saturday and there was no school, she could finally get a good sleep. However, her phone kept ringing early in the morning. Yunshi picked up her phone and saw that the high school class group was discussing a former classmate. Yunshi was from Kyoto, but she attended high school in the small county of Shuqing, having transferred there in her second year. At that time, her father was assigned to work in Shuqing, and her mother, a businesswoman, traveled all over the country and often abroad, so she followed her father to Shuqing. However, a year later, after her father completed his assignment, he was transferred back to Kyoto, but she insisted on staying in Shuqing to finish high school. She said she had grown up and needed to learn to be independent, and frequently changing schools was not beneficial for her studies. Since then, this 17-year-old girl lived alone in Shuqing. She went to school by herself, learned to do her own laundry, cook, clean, and at night, she had to endure loneliness alone. In truth, it was all because of one person. A person who gave her a second chance at life. A person who, even after years had passed, remained deeply buried in her heart, impossible to erase, perhaps someone she could never forget in this lifetime. She could never forget that weekend from a few years ago, when she had just arrived in Shuqing with her father. It was drizzling that day, and as she crossed an intersection, her foot slipped, causing her to fall into the middle of the road. At that moment, an out-of-control truck was barreling towards her. She was already terrified, her body completely unresponsive. Just as she closed her eyes to accept her fate, she suddenly found herself in a warm embrace. Instinctively, she used all her strength to hold on to this person tightly. A loud crash echoed in her ears, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a young boy holding her. She looked at his profile, so clean and handsome. By then, the boy had carried her to the side of the road, and the runaway truck crashed into a building under construction several dozen meters away. One could imagine that if it weren't for this young boy saving her, she might have been crushed by the truck and gone to another world. At that time, he was delivering fast food on his bicycle. To save her, he had fallen off his bike, and the dozen or so meals he was carrying were ruined. She wanted to compensate him, but he refused, saying that anyone would have done the same in that situation. Yet, with so many people on the street, he was the only one who risked his life to save her. The next day, she discovered that he was actually in the same class as her. This excited her for a long time. From then on, she began to pay attention to him. Perhaps he didn't know that no matter what he did at school, there was a pair of eyes silently watching him. He was strong, ambitious, optimistic, and cheerful. Even though his family was not well off, he never complained. Whenever he had time, he would take on part-time jobs to lighten the burden on his family. Although he had little time for studying, he excelled academically. Before she arrived at this school, he had always been the top student in his grade. Later, she intentionally scored second a few times, letting him take first place. Thus, they became good friends who understood each other, alternating between first and second place in their grades. In fact, this was the result of her consistently suppressing her own scores. A year later, her father left Shuqing, but she insisted on continuing her studies there because she didn't want to leave him. However, not long after his father left, he got a girlfriend, a beautiful girl from their class. They were a perfect match, even referred to as a golden couple by their classmates. She wished them well, but when she got home, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She cried for a long time under the covers. She hated her own weakness, hated her cowardice, hated that she didn't dare to confess her feelings. Perhaps if she had expressed her feelings earlier, she would be the one standing by his side now. The one called a golden couple would have been her. That night, she thought for a long time and finally understood. As long as he could be truly happy, she would be satisfied. True love perhaps does not require possession. She felt her heart had transcended. She continued to watch him. With that girl, he was truly happy. She didn't expect him to be such a warm-hearted person, helping the girl with everything. He prepared loving breakfasts in the morning, served her lunch, and took her home after school. This continued until graduation. They both got into Jungnan University. This time, she no longer held back in the exams, achieving first place in her grade, first in the county, first in the city, and first in the province, returning to her hometown of Kyoto to attend Aoki University. She became the first provincial champion in the history of Shuqing High School and the first person to enter the nationally ranked top university. After starting university, they hardly kept in touch. They only sent a message of blessings during holidays. She wanted to slowly forget him and start her new life. But 3 years had passed, and he still hid deep in his heart. And this he was Lin Dong. As soon as Yunshi saw the topic and people chatting in the high school class group, she jumped up from her bed, instantly wide awake. Because the female classmate they were discussing, Zhang Shan, was Lin Dong's girlfriend. How could this be? Why had Zhang Shan changed like this? What about Lin Dong? How was he? What was he doing? Seeing that the group was speculating that Lin Dong had abandoned Jiang Shan for a new love, Yunqi's face turned red with anger. Based on her 2 years of understanding Lin Dong, he would never do something like that. He was not the type to be fickle. If it were Jiang Shan who had abandoned Lin Dong, she could believe that. However, she had been lurking in the group, knowing that once she spoke up, everyone would definitely turn the topic to her. So she silently watched the conversation, hoping Lin Dong would come out and say something. Despite many classmates tagging Lin Dong, he did not respond. She even began to doubt if something had happened to Lin Dong as well. Throughout the morning, Yunqi kept staring at her phone, afraid of missing Lin Dong's reply. It wasn't until close to noon that Lin Dong finally spoke in the group. Seeing Lin Dong's explanation, Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as she thought. Jiang Shan had abandoned Lin Dong for a rich second generation. She couldn't understand why Jiang Shan, who had been treated so well by Lin Dong, would do such a thing. Was money really that important? Two people in love together, even without money, what difference would it make? Couldn't they still live happily? Such matters were destined to be incomprehensible to her, a girl who had never lacked money since childhood. Wait, Yunqi seemed to suddenly realize something. Jiang Shan had abandoned Lin Dong? So that meant Lin Dong was single now? And he must be very sad, right? Should I comfort him? Sitting on her bed, her beautiful face twisted in conflict, her heart was in a fierce struggle. Should she send Lin Dong a message to comfort him? What if he thought I liked him? But I do like him. I should confess to him now. Otherwise, he might find a girlfriend again. Since I can't forget him, I should strive to pursue him. After making up her mind, Yunqi took out her phone and, with trembling hands, sent Lin Dong a message. However, a simple message was written and deleted and rewritten, and after more than 10 revisions, she finally gritted her teeth and sent it to Lin Dong. In the end, it was just a few words. Lin Dong, how have you been lately? After sending the message, Yunqi nervously stared at her phone, her beautiful big eyes blinking only when they became unbearably sore. This showed her current mood. In Magic City, Donglai International Temporary Office, Lin Dong was sitting in the general manager's office, chatting with everyone in the group. A message appeared on his phone screen. Lin Dong, how have you been lately? Lin Dong opened the message and saw it was from his high school classmate Yunqi. His thoughts immediately returned to that afternoon a few years ago, the girl he saved at the intersection in Xuqing. The situation was very urgent. A girl had slipped and fallen in the middle of the road, and a heavy truck was careening towards her. He was working part-time delivering food and, without thinking much, threw down his bicycle, ran over, and pulled her to the side of the road. Just as he got the girl to safety, the heavy truck roared past them, crashing into a building under construction not far away moments later. If he had hesitated even a little, the girl would have surely been hit by the truck. Such a heavy truck, if it hit someone, it was almost certain death. At that time, it was drizzling, and there was a construction site around the intersection, making the road very slippery. If he had slipped while saving the person, both of them would likely have been taken away by a large truck. So even though he managed to save the person, he was extremely frightened inside. After saving her, he realized that the girl was actually his new classmate, Yunqi. Because of that incident, he had more than 10 food deliveries knocked over and his boss deducted half a month's salary. He still remembered that on Yunqi's first day at school, she immediately caused a stir among almost all the boys. In high school, when everyone was experiencing the awakening of youth, Yunqi's appearance almost fulfilled the image of the perfect goddess in every boy's heart. Dressed in a pure white dress, with long black hair and perfectly delicate features, she seemed to have walked out of a painting. Lin Dong was also deeply impressed by her, but he didn't pay much attention to her. During high school, he was very busy, wanting to earn more money to lighten the burden on his aunt and uncle's family. After saving her, they slowly became familiar and became good friends. However, after he got together with Jiang Shan, due to her strong jealousy, he began to distance himself from Yunqi. As a man, Lin Dong could sense Yunqi's feelings for him, but he dared not accept it. To him, Yunqi was like a beautiful cloud in the sky, visible, yet forever out of reach. Since his parents had passed away when he was young and he often faced abuse at his uncle's house, things only got better after he moved to his aunt's house in high school. Was he not insecure? That was impossible. He just tried hard to act as if nothing was wrong, to cover up the deep-seated insecurity in his heart. Moreover, he feared that Yunqi was being kind to him out of gratitude. He thought she was pitying him. So his little bit of self-esteem and rationality told him that a girl like Yunqi was definitely someone he could never touch. After getting together with Jiang Shan, he slowly forgot about Yunqi. Now, 3 years had passed, and apart from exchanging a few words during the New Year greetings, they hardly contacted each other. He didn't expect her to suddenly message him. She must have seen the message he sent in the group. He replied to her, "I'm good. How about you, Yunqi?" On the other side, Yunchi stared at her phone screen, finally receiving a response. It made her heart bloom with joy. She quickly typed another message to Lin Dong. I'm good too. Lin Dong, when are you coming to Kyoto? I'll show you around this international metropolis. Kyoto is actually a lot of fun, with many tourist attractions. Lin Dong, sure. I might come to Kyoto in a few days. I'll need your help then, as I'm not familiar with Kyoto. When Yunchi saw Lin Dong's message, she was stunned. Lin Dong was really coming to Kyoto? And in a few days? Was this a dream? Yunchi, really? You're not lying to me? Lin Dong, of course. Yunchi, then it's settled. You must contact me when you come to Kyoto. Lin Dong, okay. Yunchi, Lin Dong. Yunchi, I heard you broke up with Jiang Shan? Lin Dong, yeah, you saw it in the group, right? But I didn't expect her to turn out like this. Yunchi, don't be sad, it's not your fault. Actually, you're also a victim. Lin Dong, I'm fine, the hardest part is already over. I will face the future with a smile. Yunchi, I'll be with you. After sending this message, her cheeks turned rosy, looking quite lovely. At the same time, she was extremely nervous, her breathing quickening. She had no idea how Lin Dong would respond to her. Her meaning should be quite clear, right? And Lin Dong, upon seeing the message, was clearly taken aback. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that a girl like Yunchi didn't move Lin Dong at all. It's just that he had strong self-control, she was not meant for him, and he wouldn't think about it or touch it. Previously, the relationship between Yunchi and him was like two parallel lines that could never intersect. In the end, he chose Jiang Shan, as he felt the gap between him and Jiang Shan wasn't that significant. But now it was different. He had the system, and the two parallel lines had a turning point. So Lin Dong decided to go with the flow and no longer deliberately avoid certain things. However, having just broken up with Jiang Shan, he still couldn't open his heart to accept another person and enter a new relationship. The hurt Jiang Shan caused him was too great. For years of investment resulted in this outcome. If he hadn't gained the system that changed his life trajectory, what would his ending have been? Becoming a laughingstock at Zhang University, a target of humiliation for Huang Junlang, or even a tool for Jiang Shan to show off. He would never be able to hold his head high at school. Although Jiang Shan's ending was somewhat pitiful, it didn't earn Lin Dong's sympathy. Mainly because the harm she inflicted on him was too severe. When two people are together, if love fades, breaking up is understandable, but Jiang Shan, at the same time, to please Huang Junlang, even cooperated with him to humiliate Lin Dong, which hurt him deeply. So when he hadn't adjusted yet, he decided to temporarily not respond to Yunchi's hints and wait for a while before saying anything. Thus, he replied, "Contact me when I come to Kyoto." On the other side, Yunchi was anxiously waiting, and Lin Dong finally replied. However, the content of the message left her somewhat confused. What did this mean? Was my expression not clear enough? Why was he acting like a block of wood? Did I have to say, Lin Dong, I like you, I want to be with you, and be your girlfriend? It was already quite difficult for a girl to say this. Sigh, he really was like a pig. But thinking that Lin Dong would soon come to Kyoto and they would meet, Yunchi's previously low spirits lifted again. If it doesn't work out, I'll just say it directly. After all, he said he would contact me when he came to Kyoto. I won't be satisfied until I get a definite answer. At that moment, there was a knock on Yunchi's room door. Her mother, Guan Meiling's voice came from outside. Yunchi, it's almost noon, why are you still sleeping? Hurry up, we have guests at home. You're such a big girl, don't you feel embarrassed? Oh, Mom, it's Saturday, just let me sleep a little longer. Sleep what? I told you we have guests at home, hurry down to entertain them. They're your guests, I don't know them, why should I go down? How will you get to know them if you don't go down? Hurry up and wash up and come down. Don't make me come call you a second time. After saying this, Guan Meiling turned and went downstairs. Yunchi angrily climbed out of bed and started to wash up. There was no way, if her mom came up a second time, she would probably just pull the blanket off her. After Yunchi finished getting ready and came downstairs, she saw a mother and son chatting with her mom in the living room. Her dad, Yun Zhanghai, was sitting on the side reading the newspaper. Dad! Mom! Yunchi called out as she entered the living room. Yunchi, come here quickly, let me introduce you. This is Mom's business partner, Aunt Chen, and this is her son, Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan just returned from studying abroad and is a top student. You two should chat more, Guan Meiling said with a smile to Yunchi. Aunt Guan, what kind of top student am I? I heard that Sister Yunchi is studying at Qingmu University, which is a world-renowned university. Sister Yunchi is the real top student, Hu Yuan said modestly. He looked at Yunchi, his eyes nearly popping out. Yunchi had just gotten up and finished washing up, her face still damp, completely barefaced, and she was wearing loose pajamas. As a top-tier rich second generation, Hu Yuan had good conditions himself, standing over 6 feet tall and not bad-looking. He had been with quite a few women over the years. However, in terms of quality, none of the women he had been with could compare to Yunqi in her natural state. At least that's what he thought. Nowadays, any woman with a bit of charm, scoring around 60 or 70 points, could transform into a top beauty scoring 80 or 90 points with makeup. But a woman like Yunqi, who could score over 90 points just barefaced, was truly rare. Originally, his mother brought him here to introduce him to a partner's daughter, who was also a top student from Qingmu University, and he was quite resistant to it. In his view, girls who could get into a top institution like Qingmu University were definitely bookworms wearing glasses. He had no interest in such women. Besides, he wanted to play around for a few more years. But there was no way out. His mother said if he didn't come, she would cut off his financial support. That hit his weak spot. How could he play without money? How could he party all night with his buddies? How could he get the latest sports car? How could he drive around in a sports car to pick up girls? So, under economic pressure, he came. However, the moment he saw Yunqi, he was captivated. He had once told his buddies that he would never give up a whole forest for a single blade of grass. But at this moment, if he could have Yunqi, he would unhesitatingly give up not just one forest, but 10 or 100. You are all top students, so you young people have more topics to talk about, Guan Meiling said with a smile. Aunt Chen, brother Hu Yuan, hello? Yunqi greeted as she sat down. Hello, Yunqi. Hello, sister Yunqi. Seeing Hu Yuan's gaze made Yunqi feel a bit disgusted. He was no different from other men, filled with possessiveness. Only Lin Dawn looked at her with the appreciation she liked best, devoid of any desire. The two families didn't chat for long before they started having lunch. After the meal, Yunqi excused herself to go out, saying she had plans to go shopping with her girlfriends. She really didn't want to chat with them any longer. She understood her mother's intention. She just wanted to introduce her to the other family's son to strengthen their cooperation. It was all about interests. Perfect. You can take Hu Yuan out shopping. Your Aunt Chen and I have business matters to discuss, Guan Meiling said to Yunqi. Mom, I'm going out to shop with my girlfriends. It's all girls. What does it matter for a guy to go? Yunqi complained. What's wrong with a guy? Having a guy along is just right to help you carry things. Otherwise, when you start buying stuff, can you manage all those big and small bags? Guan Meiling retorted. Right. I can help Sister Yunqi carry things. Don't worry, Sister Yunqi, I'm in great shape. I exercise regularly. Carrying 100 or 80 pounds is no problem at all. Buy whatever you want, Hu Yuan immediately said. Being able to go shopping with Yunqi was something he naturally desired. It would be even better if it were just the two of them. But having a few girlfriends along was also nice. A beauty like Yunqi wouldn't have friends who were lacking in quality. Just thinking about being surrounded by a group of beauties scoring over 90 points in the mall, while all the men around looked on with envy and jealousy, made Hu Yuan feel invigorated. Yunqi fell silent and turned to leave, knowing that saying anything further would be pointless. Hu Yuan hurriedly followed her outside. Once they were outside the villa, Yunqi said she needed to go get the car and asked Hu Yuan to wait a moment. Naturally, Hu Yuan stood there excitedly waiting. He had thought they would each take their own car, but he didn't expect Yunqi to ask him to wait and ride in her car. For a girl to let a man sit in her beloved car was akin to inviting him into her private space. It seemed Yunqi was slowly accepting him. This made Hu Yuan feel a surge of confidence. He thought to himself, with my charm, how could a top beauty like Yunqi not willingly come to me? Before long, Yunqi drove up in her beloved red Ferrari and parked in front of Hu Yuan. He was just about to open the door to the passenger seat when Yunqi rolled down the window and said to him, Sorry, Hu Yuan, my girlfriends don't like shopping with guys, so you should just go have fun by yourself. Bye. With that, she stepped on the gas and disappeared before Hu Yuan's eyes. He was left standing there, bewildered and disheveled by the wind. Now he was truly confused. He never expected Yunqi would pull a stunt like this. Making him wait was just an excuse. She had no intention of taking him along. If he had gone to drive, she definitely wouldn't have been able to shake him off. Now it was clearly too late to drive, and he couldn't even chase after her. What to do? Go back? He couldn't bear that humiliation. They had come out together, but he would be the only one going back. After thinking it over, he decided to drive his own car and go drink with his buddies. Damn it! Yunqi, just wait until I get my hands on you. It wasn't until evening that Yunqi returned home. As soon as she walked in, she saw her dad, Yun Zhanghai, and her mom, Guan Meiling, sitting together on the living room sofa. She had intended to sneak upstairs quietly, but Guan Meiling called out to her. She had no choice but to obediently sit down with them. Yunqi, how was it? Guan Meiling asked. How was what? Yunqi pretended not to understand. What are you pretending to be confused about? Who you on? It was just okay. Yoonshi replied casually. What do you mean just okay? He's a high-achieving student who studied abroad. Mom, he doesn't even dare to say which school he graduated from, and you call him a high-achieving student? People like him can't make it in the country, so they spend some money to go abroad for a little polish. Don't be fooled. Well, even so, he looks good, tall and big, and his family background is great. His dad is. Mom, what does his dad have to do with me? How does it not matter? I want to set you two up together. Not interested. You, Yoon Jung-hae, this is the good daughter you raised. Kwon Mi-ling shouted at Yoon Jung-hae. What does this have to do with me? Yoon Jung-hae said innocently from the side. How does it not matter? For these past few years, your daughter has been following you. Yoonshi used to be so well behaved, never talking back to me. Isn't that because you're never home? That's why your daughter turned out this way. Yoon Jung-hae muttered quietly. Yoon Jung-hae, you're actually blaming me? Do you think I want to be away from home all day? Do you think I'm not tired flying all over the country and even the world? If I didn't do this, could you afford to live in such a nice villa and hire people to do laundry, cook, and clean? With your meager salary, the two of us would have starved long ago. Kwon Mi-ling shouted angrily. Okay, it's all my fault, dear, you've worked hard. It's my failure to educate our daughter well. I will definitely teach her properly from now on. Yoon Jung-hae quickly admitted his mistake. If he didn't apologize soon, the roof might just fly off. Mom, it's fine, I'll head upstairs first. Wait, I haven't finished asking. Do you really have no feelings for that Hoo-yuan? Kwon Mi-ling asked seriously. I really have no feelings. Besides, I'm still in school. Are you in such a hurry to marry me off? Yoonshi replied, feeling a bit wronged. Yoonshi, it's not that mom is eager to marry you off, but I'm looking for some outstanding men for you. That Hoo-yuan, in terms of height, looks, status, and background, is at least much better than those students still in school. Mom just doesn't want you to waste time on those poor students. What makes him better than others? Isn't he just a rich second generation who relies on his parents? Yoonshi retorted. What's wrong with being a rich second generation? As long as he has good character, is ambitious, and has parental support, who knows, he might surpass his predecessors in the future. Alright, you're right, but I'm still young. I really don't want to date so early. Can you please stop pushing me? Yoonshi pleaded. No, there's something wrong. Are you hiding a boyfriend at school? Kwon Mi-ling suddenly asked. What? I don't have a boyfriend. Please don't say that. Yoonshi replied nervously. The way you're acting all nervous means there's something going on. I've been in the business world for so many years, and you think I can't see through your little thoughts? What am I even doing? Now tell me, who is it? Kwon Mi-ling asked sternly. At this moment, Yoon Jung-hae also put down the newspaper and looked at Yoonshi. He really didn't know about his daughter's boyfriend. If this were true, it would be serious, and he would have to intervene. Girls can easily get hurt. Mom, I really don't. Please stop guessing. Yoon Jung-hae, you raised a good daughter. Yoonshi, tell dad, is there or isn't there? Mom and I aren't trying to make things difficult for you, but as a girl, you need to understand self-respect and self-love, okay? Yoon Jung-hae also asked. Dad, I really don't. Why don't you believe me? Yoonshi said, feeling wronged. Is it your high school classmate? Or a college classmate? Wait. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Yoon Jung-hae. Yoonshi had spent a year of high school in Shucheng while he was transferred back, but she was adamant about not coming back and insisted on continuing her studies there, saying she had to learn to be independent. He thought his daughter was being sensible. Now, could it be that she was with someone during that time? During that year, they only occasionally went to see her. Could it be that they were living together then? It's very possible. This thought made Yoon Jung-hae's heart ache. His daughter, raised like a flower, was just taken by some unknown brat. If he knew who it was, he would definitely break his legs. Yoonshi, honestly tell dad, you didn't want to come back in your senior year because you wanted to be with him, right? Yoon Jung-hae asked, calming his emotions. What? Yoonshi, so you didn't want to come back in your senior year to be with him? Tell me, were you living together at that time? You little brat, have you grown wings? How could you hide living with someone from us? Do you want to kill us? Kwon Mi-ling was even more furious when she heard Yoon Jung-hae say this. Her daughter actually hid living with someone else? This was unacceptable. The key point was that they didn't even know who the other person was. That was the most infuriating part. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Who have I lived with? Yoon, she was on the verge of tears. Yoon Jung-hae, you really are something. Your daughter shows signs of this and you don't even know? How have you been raising her? Guan Meiling turned to question Yun Zhenghai again. Yun Zhenghai remained silent. This was indeed his fault. He had also figured out who that person was. Lin Dong, a boy who had saved his daughter's life, and he was her classmate. He still remembered that time when his daughter often mentioned him. He even asked his daughter to invite the other person over to their house, but it seemed that the other person refused. Plus, during that time, he was indeed quite busy with work, so he didn't pay much attention to the matter. He didn't even have time to thank Lin Dong. Looking back now, it was indeed his negligence. Is he Lin Dong? Yun Zhenghai asked. Dad, I really haven't lived with anyone. Who is Lin Dong? Guan Meiling asked. Yun Zhenghai recounted the story of how Lin Dong saved Yunshi to Guan Meiling. What? He's a delivery guy? Yunshi, I tell you, I absolutely do not agree with you two being together. How can a delivery guy be worthy of my daughter? Guan Meiling said loudly. Mom, what's wrong with a delivery guy? Besides, Lin Dong is just doing it part-time. He doesn't always deliver food. Yunshi retorted loudly. Guan Meiling said she could accept it, but not Lin Dong. Her life was saved by Lin Dong at the risk of his own. So, you admit it. Guan Meiling felt her blood pressure rising. Her daughter was actually with a delivery guy? How could she accept that? Yunshi had always been her pride. She had spared no effort in nurturing Yunshi since she was little. Yunshi was also very capable, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing. She could do almost everything. Most importantly, she had cultivated Yunshi's temperament. Now, wherever she went, she believed her daughter would always be the absolute center of attention. But such an outstanding daughter was actually with a delivery guy? Even if he wasn't a delivery guy, how good could his family background be if he didn't study hard in high school and chose to work part-time delivering food? No, she absolutely could not let her daughter be ruined by Lin Dong. They had to break up. You must break up immediately, Guan Meiling ordered Yunshi. I won't. I want to be with Lin Dong. He risked his life to save mine. It's one thing if you don't appreciate him, but how can you say that about him? Yunshi cried. Yunshi, Lin Dong saved you, and we are very grateful to him, but you can't just hand over your life to him because he saved you. That's not love, it's merely a desire to repay a debt. You won't be happy in the future. Yun Zhenghai also tried to persuade her. Dad, how do you know we won't be happy? Lin Dong is strong, ambitious, optimistic, and cheerful. He's 100 times better than that who Yuan Xiang my mom introduced. You are going to drive me crazy. Guan Meiling was so exasperated by Yunshi that she couldn't say a word. Yun Zhenghai also felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed that his daughter was determined to be with Lin Dong. Sigh, he had been careless. When his daughter was just saved, he should have guided her well and then given Lin Dong some money as compensation. Given Lin Dong's family situation, he probably wouldn't refuse, and then there wouldn't have been any of this later on. At that time, his daughter was still young, and after being saved at the risk of someone else's life, her heart was surely occupied by that tall figure. Plus, they were classmates, spending every day together. It would be strange if feelings didn't develop. What to do? He actually didn't mind. If Lin Dong really wanted to be with Yunshi as she said, he wouldn't oppose it. At first, he found it hard to accept that his daughter, who had always been a good girl, suddenly did something like that behind her parents' backs. Moreover, they had been living together for a year, and they still didn't know who the boy was. Now that he knew it was Lin Dong, who had saved his daughter's life, he felt it was nothing. A person who could risk their life to save a stranger must have good character. He had no demands regarding money or background. As long as he treated his daughter well and she liked him, that was enough. Their family wasn't short of money. In his view, having too much money was of no use. But his wife, Guan Meiling, is not okay. After working hard in the business world for so many years, she knows plenty of excellent young men. Lin Dong, coming from a small county, is simply worlds apart from these people. Moreover, his wife is extremely concerned about her image. If her business friends and partners found out she had chosen such a son-in-law, she would probably want to find a hole to hide in. It's really a headache. On one side is his daughter. On the other side is his wife. He doesn't know what to do. Yun Zhenghai, what do you think we should do? This is all you're doing. A perfectly good daughter, and in just a few years? Look at what you've taught her. What's the point of me working myself to death outside? Guan Meiling scolded Yun Zhenghai, pointing at him. How about we meet Lin Dong first? Yun Zhenghai asked cautiously. Meet what? A guy from a broken county. What's there to meet? Guan Meiling dismissed. Mom, I won't allow you to talk about Lin Dong like that. You really want to drive me crazy, don't you? All right, you two stop arguing. I think we should meet Lin Dong. After all, he saved our daughter's life. Without him, she wouldn't be sitting here now. What's the point of us living if that's the case? Don't you think so, dear? Yun Zhonghai said. Guan Meiling fell silent. She wasn't unreasonable. She was very grateful that Lin Dong risked his life to save her daughter. But you can't save someone and then quietly take them away. If Lin Dong were her daughter's college classmate, studying at Tsinghua University, and came from a slightly better family, she could accept it. But Lin Dong is from a small county and is at the bottom of the social ladder there, which makes it hard for her to accept. How excellent is her daughter? Just look at the performance of Hu Yuan and her son today. The Hu family is a big family, with assets in the hundreds of billions. The heirs raised by such a family wouldn't even want to take their eyes off her daughter for a second. And if Lin Dong really became her son-in-law, what would her business friends think? This absolutely cannot happen. Meeting Lin Dong would be fine. Let him see the gap between him and Yunxi, and then quietly give him some money to make him leave Yunxi. Lin Dong, being from a small county, probably hasn't even seen 100,000 yuan in his life. That's the plan. After coming to this conclusion, Guan Meiling said to Yunxi, don't blame your mom. I've been through this too. I want to be by your side, to support your father and raise you, but your dad is useless. As a person who works for the state, he insists on doing everything by the book even when relatives come to him for help. With his meager salary, it can only keep us from starving, but I want to give you the best. That's why I have to work so hard outside. Otherwise, do you think this big house and the car you drive just appeared? Trust your mom. I won't harm you. Guan Meiling's emotional and rational words only made Yunxi feel worse. She would rather her mother scold her like she did at the beginning. That would be easier to bear. She knows how hard her mother has worked all these years to provide a good life for the family. But she really can't forget Lin Dong. Even though 3 years have passed, and they haven't even seen each other, she still can't forget him. She can still vividly recall the moment Lin Dong saved her, the side profile of Lin Dong she saw while in his arms, still so clear. Feelings are truly something one cannot control. In these years at university, hasn't anyone pursued her? Yes, many, so many. A world-class institution like Aoki University gathers elite talents from across the country and even the world, far surpassing those of Hu Yuan. Yet she feels nothing. When Yunxi learned in the morning that Lin Dong was coming to Kyoto, her heart raced and her blood flowed faster. Mom, I know you've worked hard all these years. I also know it's for my own good. But I really can't forget Lin Dong. Yunxi cried as she hugged Guan Meiling. It's okay. Let's meet Lin Dong first. Guan Meiling comforted, patting Yunxi's back. It seems the best approach is to start with Lin Dong, to let him know the gap between them, and then retreat when he realizes the difficulty. Yun Zhonghai beside them appeared somewhat helpless. Clearly, his wife had a strong competitive spirit, unable to stand seeing her friends and classmates driving luxury cars and living in mansions, insisting on doing business, and in the end, blaming him for it. His salary wasn't high, but it was enough for the family to live a comfortable life in Kyoto, and there was plenty of room for advancement. How could she say they couldn't even meet their basic needs? And she didn't consider that although he hadn't provided substantial help for her career development, if it weren't for his position, it wouldn't be so easy for her to do business. Did she really think money was just lying around? Sigh. But she had indeed struggled a bit over the years. Although her own pride played a part, they were indeed beneficiaries. After all, with his current salary, he couldn't afford such luxury cars and mansions. The mother and daughter embraced for a while. When Guan Meiling saw Yunxi's emotions stabilize a bit, she asked, Yunxi, what is Lin Dong doing now? He's studying at Jiangnan University in Jiangnan Province. Yunxi replied, Jiangnan University is quite good. At least it's among the top 10 universities in the country. Since you're so far apart, how often do you see each other? Guan Meiling asked again. Yunxi thought to herself, she couldn't tell the truth now. If her parents found out that she and Lin Dong hadn't started anything yet, it was likely that she and Lin Dong would never have a chance again in this lifetime. Since her parents believed she and Lin Dong were already living together, then let it be. The raw rice had already been cooked into a meal. This could force them to agree. Not necessarily. Sometimes Lin Dong will come to Kyoto during his breaks. I'll spend a few days with him, Yunxi said softly. She wasn't quite used to lying to her parents. So, does that mean you see each other every holiday during these years in college? Then you really didn't come back with your dad in your senior year just for Lin Dong? Yunxi gritted her teeth and replied, You. Guan Meiling was somewhat speechless with anger. When is your next scheduled meeting? Lin Dong said he would come to Kyoto in a few days. Alright, when he comes, invite him over to our house so we can meet him and thank him properly. Guan Meiling emphasized the word thank. He said he has something to do this time in Kyoto. What could a college student possibly have to do? Isn't it just an excuse to see you? He must come over, do you hear me? Oh, I heard. Alright, you're done here, go upstairs and rest. Okay, Mom and Dad, good night. Yunxi went upstairs. she still needed to think about how to get Lindong to come to her house and deal with her parents. In the living room, only Yoon Jung-hai and his wife remained. Yoon Jung-hai, what do you think we should do about this? Kwon Mi-ling asked, holding back her anger. Honey, don't be angry for now. Yoon Jung-hai said calmly, how can I not be angry? Yoonchi used to be so well behaved. She never talked back to me, and now she dares to argue with me for a delivery guy? I've put so much effort into teaching her music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, dancing, and social etiquette, and it all seems wasted. Kwon Mi-ling said angrily, how is it wasted? Didn't she learn quite well? Yoon Jung-hai said, how can it be considered a waste? If Yoonchi marries that Lindong, she'll end up living in a small house, unable to afford even a nanny. Every day she'll have to buy groceries, cook, do laundry, clean, and take care of the children. All those skills she learned would be for nothing. In just a few years, she'll turn into a middle-aged woman with a face full of hardship. How can this girl be so unambitious? Why can't she understand my good intentions? Isn't there still you? You earn so much. Why not help the young couple a little? You, Yoon Jung-hai, do you really want them to be together? But that's what you just said. Why are you putting the blame on me? Yoon Jung-hai replied innocently. If Yoonchi really marries Lindong, I won't give them a single cent, even if I have to donate my money. Let them suffer on their own. They chose this path. They can walk it themselves. Kwon Mi-ling said angrily, so you're really going to watch your daughter live a hard life? Buying groceries, cooking, doing laundry, cleaning, taking care of the kids, and then a few years later, a beautiful young woman looks older than you? Kwon Mi-ling was nearly exploding with anger. Alright, there might still be a way to turn this around. Think about it, how old was Yoonchi back then? She fell in the middle of the road, and a big truck was coming towards her. Just when she was at her most desperate, Lindong happened to save her. At that moment, Lindong's image in her heart must have been incredibly grand. Plus, they were classmates, spending every day together. It would be strange if feelings didn't develop. So what should we do? We can't let her be so willful. Marrying a poor guy like Lindong would be a waste of her talents. We must find a way to separate them. First, let's meet Lindong. Start with him and see if we can make him back off. If that doesn't work, we'll have to minimize their chances of meeting. Whenever there's a holiday, you should temporarily put down your work and take your daughter on a trip. After a long time without seeing each other, their feelings will naturally fade. By the time she graduates and enters society, meeting more outstanding people, she'll realize that her feelings for Lindong were merely gratitude for saving her life, not love. Kwon Mi-ling thought for a moment and said, alright, let's do it. In the Magic City, Lindong had arranged a meeting place with the owner of the office building and was on his way. However, the other party stated that only Lindong could attend. Lindong had originally planned to bring Zhao Xian along since they knew each other. It's easier to do things with acquaintances. But the other party made such a request. Fine, then he would go alone. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Lindong explained his purpose, and under the guidance of the waiter, he entered a private room. After entering, the waiter asked him to wait a moment and then left. Lindong waited alone in the private room. Before long, the door to the room opened, and Lindong looked up, stunned. The person who entered was actually Zhao Xian's college classmate and best friend, Luo Qianro. Luo Qianro was wearing a black female business suit today, with a deep V-neck and a short skirt paired with black stockings, showcasing her figure perfectly. Lindong considered himself a man with strong self-control, but he couldn't help but look a few more times. After Luo Qianro entered, she confidently sat across from Lindong, looking at him without saying a word. Miss Luo, I didn't expect it to be you, Lindong said, somewhat surprised. What? Is Boss Lin surprised? Luo Qianro replied with a smile. It is quite surprising. Sister Xian probably doesn't know your identity, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come alone. Xian really doesn't know, but it's not that I don't want to tell her. I'm just afraid she might have some thoughts. I don't want to lose her as a friend. That shouldn't matter, right? Although Xian seems fine on the surface, she has a strong sense of pride. I'm just being cautious. Alright, since you don't want Xian to know, I won't tell her either. But let's not talk about that today. I mainly want to buy your office building. Are you selling? Lindong asked. Then you have to answer me a question first, Luo Qianro said. What question? Tell me how you got Zhuget Sangqion to help you eliminate the Lu family? I'm very curious. In the end, Lindong still spent 15 billion to buy the office building. He felt indifferent about the price. Mainly, he had too much money, and whether he lost or gained didn't matter to him at all. What he truly needed were the luxury points. However, according to the assessment from Zhao Xian's team, acquiring this office building for 18 billion was completely worth it. This left Lindong somewhat puzzled. As a businessman, why would Luo Qianro give him such a large discount? Wouldn't it be better to quote 20 billion directly? That way, she could gain an additional 5 luxury points. If Luo Qianro knew his thoughts, she would definitely be furious, as he didn't appreciate her generous offer at all. He had never seen someone so dismissive of money. Moreover, it seemed that Luo Qianro wasn't just here to discuss business. She was subtly inquiring about his background and his relationship with Zhuge Sangxiong. Lin Dong only told her that he was also one of the core members of SCC, and he casually brushed off the rest. As for why Zhuge Sangxiong helped him eliminate the Lu family, Lin Dong simply said that the Lu brothers were notorious for their misdeeds and harmed society, so he reported the situation to Zhuge Sangxiong, and then the Lu family was wiped out. He didn't know the specifics. Of course, he knew Luo Qianro wouldn't believe him, because he didn't believe it himself. What harm to society, what misdeeds, he felt a bit embarrassed saying it, yet surprisingly, she didn't question him. However, Xian Jia, this close friend, seemed to be quite extraordinary, and office buildings seemed to be of little importance to her, as if she didn't care much about it at all. Her background was probably not simple. Unfortunately, his previous status was too low, and he had no understanding of the local powers in Magic City. After Lin Dong left, Luo Qianro went to another private room. Inside sat a young man around 27 or 28 years old. "How is it, Qianro? Did you find out anything?" the man asked. "Not much, but I could analyze some things from what he said. By the way, brother, Lin Dong said he is a core member of SCC. Could he become our enemy in the future?" Luo Qianro asked. This man was Luo Qianro's brother, Luo Dongli, also one of the 4 major families in Magic City, the 3rd young master of the Luo family. Not necessarily. SCC isn't a monolith. Lin Dong and Lu Mang are both core members. Yet, aren't they still in a life and death struggle? So this question needs to be evaluated based on future developments, Luo Dongli said. That's good. Luo Qianro breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to be enemies with Lin Dong. Zhao Xian had been a very good friend of hers in college, and Lin Dong was Zhao Xian's boss. Moreover, from Zhao Xian's demeanor, it seemed she was quite devoted to Lin Dong. If she were to become enemies with Lin Dong, Zhao Xian would definitely be caught in the middle. She didn't want to lose her close friend Zhao Xian. "Tell me what you discussed with Lin Dong," Luo Dongli asked. Luo Qianro recounted her conversation with Lin Dong, highlighting the important points for Luo Dongli. After listening, Luo Dongli couldn't determine exactly what kind of person Lin Dong was or what his background was. Although it seemed simple for Zhuge Sangxiong to eliminate the Lu family in just one day, the price he paid was definitely not small. On one hand, Lu Mang was considered one of the core veterans of SCC. How would other core members view his actions? This would inevitably arouse suspicion and division among the other core members, potentially destabilizing the current internal structure of SCC. On the other hand, Lu Mang is a person of Fengxiu, and logically speaking, if Zhuge Sangxiong wanted to move against Lu Mang, Fengxiu would definitely intervene. However, he surprisingly remains silent. This means that Zhuge Sangxiong and Fengxiu must have reached some kind of agreement, allowing Fengxiu to willingly sacrifice the General Lu Mang and risk external scrutiny without taking action. The price Zhuge Sangxiong paid to keep Fengxiu from intervening must have been considerable. Analyzing it this way, Lin Dong's identity could only be one of 2 possibilities. One is that he is someone even Zhuge Sangxiong cannot afford to offend, prompting him to take various risks to please Lin Dong. If this is the case, then Lin Dong's identity is somewhat terrifying. At least in this Magic City, there is definitely no one who can provoke him. The second possibility is that Zhuge Sangxiong needs Lin Dong's help, and Lin Dong's significance to him far outweighs the cost of eliminating the Lu family. This second option, while not as formidable as the first, is still quite frightening. Regardless of which it is, Lin Dong is not an ordinary person. "You say Lin Dong is the boss of a very good friend of yours?" Luo Dongli asked. "Yes, so I don't want to be enemies with him. This friend has been very close to me since college, and she seems to be completely devoted to Lin Dong. I don't want to put her in a difficult position," Luo Qianro replied. "Then find a way to bring Lin Dong over. Make him our friend, but he is the core of SCC. Our opponent has never been SCC, just that woman." Lin Dong returned to the temporary office of Donglai International, which was about to become an asset of Donglai International. As soon as he entered the company, Zhao Xian came out to greet him. "Mr. Lin, how did the negotiations go?" Zhao Xian asked. "It went well. The company bought this building for 15 billion. From now on, this will be Donglai International's branch in the Magic City. You should organize the staff to sign the contract with the landlord immediately," Lin Dong said. 15 billion? So cheap? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Zhao Xian asked. According to her team's valuation, buying this office building for 18 billion would be a worthwhile investment. She didn't expect Mr. Lin to buy it for just 15 billion. It seems Mr. Lin is indeed a negotiation expert. Yes, it really is 15 billion, Lin Dong replied. He was also puzzled. It was one thing for Zhao Xian to save him money, but for Luo Qianruo to do the same was a bit hard to understand. She was the one selling the property. How could she lower the price instead of raising it? It was almost as if she looked down on him, directly costing him dozens of luxury points. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away. After saying this, Zhao Xian went to make arrangements. Since they had already gained an advantage, it was important to finalize it quickly, otherwise, they would suffer a huge loss if the other party backed out. Lin Dong sat in the office, looking at his luxury system, which still showed 442 points. If he added the 150 points from the building purchase and the 270 points from the land auction, he would have a total of 862 points. He was getting closer to 1,000 points, and Lin Dong felt much more at ease. As long as the company invested in 2 larger projects in the next couple of days, he would be close to 1,000 points. Lin Dong had a feeling that when his luxury points reached 1,000, the system would undergo a change. He was looking forward to it. 2 more days passed. The contract for the building purchase had been signed, the money had been paid, and Lin Dong had also paid in advance for the land auction. This brought his luxury points directly to 862. Still needing a bit more, Lin Dong continued to urge Zhao Xian to increase her spending, not to worry about the money, and to invest directly in promising projects. Lin Dong planned to wait for the system to upgrade before heading to Kyoto, hoping to enhance his strength a bit more. This way, when he went to the Special Operations Team and the Falcon office to handle procedures, he would have more confidence. Zhao Xian was somewhat puzzled by Lin Dong's thoughts. During this time, Lin Dong had been urging her to spend money. 500 or 600 billion has already been spent back and forth, and it's still not enough. They are still pushing for more. Is it that having too much money makes one anxious? Many projects haven't even been thoroughly investigated yet. Just let them invest. What if it ends up losing money? Is this really how to spend money? But since the boss has spoken, then let's spend it. After all, it won't be her money that ends up lost. Although she always thinks of Lin Dong in everything, it's no use if others don't appreciate it. In a hurry, 3 major projects were finalized, totaling 150 billion. Lin Dong sat on the sofa in the top luxury suite of the Starry Sky Hotel, his eyes fixed on the system panel. He had just transferred 150 billion to Zhao Xian, and Zhao Xian was about to transfer it to the client. As soon as the money reached the client's hands, his godly rich points would increase. At that time, would his points rise above 1,000? What if they don't? What use would his points be then? He was extremely anxious. This was crucial for his upcoming plans. His current strength was still insufficient. He couldn't even defeat a single formal member of Special Operations Group A. 5 minutes passed. The godly rich points remained at 862, unchanged. 10 minutes passed. Still no change. What is Zhao Xian doing? Is she trying to tease him? Just as he relaxed a bit, the godly rich points suddenly moved. They rose from 862 to 912, an increase of 50 points. Just 5 minutes later, they rose again from 912 to 962. After more than 10 minutes, the godly rich points finally broke through the 1,000-point barrier, reaching 1,012 points. Lin Dong stared at the system panel, no black screen, no changes. No, wait, there was a change. A plus sign appeared next to both physique and spirit. This was the biggest change. Lin Dong was extremely excited. Physique was directly related to his strength. If his physique could continue to increase, it meant his strength could also continue to grow. Lin Dong clicked the plus sign next to physique, and the system immediately popped up a window. Host Lin Dong's physique has reached the limit of ordinary people on this planet. Do you wish to continue to enhance? This enhancement will consume 1,000 godly rich points. Damn! The moment he saw the pop-up, Lin Dong couldn't help but curse. To continue enhancing his physique would actually consume 1,000 godly rich points. This was what he had painstakingly saved up. Just like that, it would be gone. Lin Dong chose no, then clicked the plus sign next to spirit. Another window popped up. Host Lin Dong's mental strength has reached the limit of ordinary people on this planet. Do you wish to continue to enhance? This enhancement will consume 1,000 godly rich points. As expected, there was no difference from enhancing physique. Both required 1,000 godly rich points. In the end, Lin Dong still chose to enhance his physique. Enhancing his physique would drive up his strength, while enhancing his mental strength would improve his perception and reaction speed. It was better to raise his strength first. Mental strength was certainly important, as it would allow him to sense his opponent's strength and his own danger, but that could wait until he had more godly rich points. For now, enhancing his strength was the most important thing. So Lin Dong went back and clicked the plus sign next to physique. After the window popped up, Lin Dong didn't hesitate and nodded. The godly rich points instantly disappeared by 1,000, leaving him with a pitiful 16 points. Lin Dong's previously steady heart now hung in suspense. Gradually, he felt his body heating up, and he began to sweat all over. He ran to the bathroom, filled a large tub with cold water, stripped off his clothes, and sat in it. So comfortable. Lin Dong sighed. The fever continued unabated. 5 minutes later, some black, viscous substance appeared on the skin, emitting a foul odor, and the muscles in various parts of the body itched unbearably. Could this be the legendary cleansing of the marrow? Lin Dong gritted his teeth and, after cleaning up, changed the water again. This cycle repeated several times, and after about half an hour, it finally stopped, and the fever symptoms disappeared. Standing up from the bathtub, Lin Dong looked at his body. There were no obvious changes. However, he could feel that his strength had increased significantly. As for how strong he had become, that still needed further verification. Now he really wanted to have another match with Chai Zhou to see if he could still take his full force strike without a scratch. Chai Zhou was the strongest person he had encountered so far. Lin Dong glanced at the system panel. There were no other changes, but the physique section had upgraded from ordinary limit to extraordinary first tier. The advancement in physique was like a reassurance for Lin Dong. His strength could finally continue to improve. If ordinary limit was the final result, then this system would be too disappointing. Fortunately, the system did not let him down in the end. Although the required divine wealth points were increasing, as long as there was hope, that was enough. Moreover, as his strength grew, he would spend money more boldly, and thus accumulate more divine wealth points. At first, spending 100 or 80 billion required caution. Now, spending 1,000 billion was no big deal. With strength and background, his courage naturally grew. It would only get bigger from here. Soon, spending several thousand billion, tens of thousands of billions, or even hundreds of thousands of billions would leave him with divine wealth points that he wouldn't even be able to use up. He not only wanted to be the strongest person but also to establish the most powerful force, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire world. At that time, just a stamp of his foot would make the global economy tremble thrice. Just thinking about it was thrilling and exhilarating. While Lin Dong was lost in his fantasies, in the Magic City, the reputation of Donglai International was gradually rising. A large company's successful financing naturally called for a press conference, which was a way to enhance visibility and prepare for a successful listing in the future. Recently, at press conferences held by several companies in the Magic City, the presence of an investment company, Donglai International, was noted. Slowly, the media began to take notice of it. One news outlet calculated the figures for Donglai International. It was shocking to find that in less than a month, Donglai International had invested nearly 1,000 billion in the Magic City alone. What kind of financial power was this? Once this news broke, it instantly occupied the front page headlines. A previously obscure small company had suddenly invested nearly 1,000 billion in the Magic City. Even in an international metropolis like the Magic City, this was unprecedented. Various media and curious onlookers began to investigate the background of Donglai International. The only thing they could find was that Donglai International was a newly established investment company, headquartered in Zheng City, Jiangnan Province. It currently owned the Golden Leaf Hotel, the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan Province, valued at 200 billion. Then there were the dozens of companies recently invested in the Magic City and an office building purchased, totaling over 800 billion. As it stood, Donglai International already had assets exceeding 1,000 billion. The most terrifying part was that the chairman of this company was named Lin Dong, only 21 years old, still a university student, yet no other information could be found. Moreover, Lin Dong owned 100% of the company's shares, meaning this 21-year-old university student was already a bona fide billionaire. A mysterious billionaire at just 21? This sparked immense interest among the media. If they could obtain first-hand information about Lin Dong, it would undoubtedly go viral. So these media outlets also used various connections to conduct a manhunt for Lin Dong. However, in the end, apart from a name and an age, they found nothing else. Not even a single photo. Every time Donglai International attended a financing press conference, it was always General Manager Zhao Xian who represented them. Zhao Xian had seemingly become Lin Dong's spokesperson. The more mysterious it became, the more curious the onlookers in various media were, and Donglai International's reputation in the investment scene of the Magic City began to grow louder. At this time, under Lin Dong's instructions, Donglai International released a message. Any individual or company in need of investment or financing could contact Donglai International, and as long as they passed the assessment of the company's evaluation team, they could receive funding from Donglai International. Many dreamers began to reach out to Donglai International, hoping to secure investment to realize their dreams. The funding these individuals and companies needed ranged from several million to tens of millions, even hundreds of millions or over $1 billion. Naturally, Lin Dong's intention was to accept all requests. He had a significant gap in his God points and needed to acquire more quickly. However, Zhao Xian vetoed this, considering the company's future development, stating that further evaluation was necessary before any investment could be made. At this moment, Lin Dong had no choice. Zhao Xian was looking out for him, helping him save money, and he couldn't disclose the actual situation to her, so he could only compromise and follow Zhao Xian's approach. However, he asked Zhao Xian to lower some standards and try to cast a wider net. At the same time, Donglai International also began to actively recruit talent. Recently, Donglai International had become very popular in the Magic City. The company not only had strong capabilities but also offered excellent benefits. Once the recruitment information was released, it attracted the attention of various elites. Many people came to apply, and in just 2 days, Donglai International's team grew from a few dozen to over 200. Although the company offered great benefits, it only recruited elites from various fields, which excluded many recent graduates. This led to university students online jointly condemning Donglai International, hoping to pressure the company to change its recruitment criteria and give newly graduated students some opportunities. The benefits at Donglai International were simply too good, almost 3 times that of similar positions at other companies, with some even reaching 5 times, so these university students naturally did not want to give up. But could this affect Donglai International? Naturally not. Lin Dong's stance was that he offered high salaries to hire people to work, not to train them. Although he was also a university student, this approach was indeed somewhat unfair, but there was no choice. The company was in a period of rapid development. There was no time to train talent. Once this period passed and the company gradually stabilized, they would consider hiring university students. An investment company doesn't actually need many people. The most important team is the legal team. As the number of companies being invested in increases, so do the various legal issues involved. Therefore, as long as a lawyer had some reputation, Donglai International basically welcomed them all. Lin Dong also instructed Xiao Pejun to bring security personnel to the Magic City. Although Jiang City was Donglai International's headquarters, the focus was now on the Magic City. These security personnel were mostly former mercenaries from abroad, ensuring the safety of the company's staff while also serving as part-time drivers. Now, Xiao Pejun's security team had also grown to over 30 people. A week passed in a flurry of activity. The company was busy with evaluating new investment companies and recruiting new employees. Zhao Xian was also busy attending various press conferences. Only Lin Dong was leisurely. What could he do? After all, he was the boss. Every day he sat in the luxurious top suite of the Starry Sky Hotel, watching his God points rise little by little. As for why he didn't go to the company, now the entire media in the Magic City is searching for Lin Dong, the helmsman of Donglai International. He doesn't want to show up for the time being. Over the course of a week, the divine points have gradually increased by more than 300, bringing the total to 328. During this time, Donglai International has been developing rapidly in the Magic City, and many decisions need to be made by Lin Dong, the boss. Therefore, his trip to Kyoto has been postponed again and again. However, in his view, obtaining divine points is currently the most important thing for him. Everything else can wait. Donglai International is gradually emerging in the investment sector of the Magic City, attracting the attention of numerous media and companies, which is also very beneficial for Lin Dong. The increase in divine points over the past few days is a clear indication of this. So, instead of stopping it, he had Zhao Xian spend some money on promotion to create more buzz and attract more people in need of money to notice them. Before joining the Special Operations Group, Lin Dong wouldn't have dared to do this. After all, his foundation was too weak. Even with the Jiangcheng Lu family helping him hide his identity, it probably wouldn't last long. The Lu family's strength is still somewhat lacking compared to the major families in the Magic City. However, after joining the Special Operations Group, things are different. His file has been taken by Group A, and now neither the media nor the major families can find out his detailed identity. This is why he dares to spend money so recklessly. Otherwise, if his background were exposed, it would be hard to explain where all that money came from. Taking advantage of the backing of the Special Operations Group, rapidly developing his influence and strength is what he urgently needs to do. Once both aspects are established, he will be able to deal with the major forces, and even if his identity information is exposed, it won't matter. Over the past few days, Lin Dong has been staying in a room at the Starry Sky Hotel. Although he is pleased to see the divine points slowly rising, staying for a whole week has made him a bit bored. With over 300 divine points, Lin Dong is eager to try adding skills again. The last time he attempted to add 18 dragon subduing palms and failed, losing 10 divine points, left him feeling quite pained. After all, at that time, he had very few divine points. Now that he has more and more divine points, he wants to add skills again. The role of the skill bar is definitely greater than he imagined. He has carefully considered this issue over the past few days. Currently, he can be said to have only strength, with no martial arts techniques to speak of. In battles, he simply uses absolute strength to suppress, which works against those weaker than him. However, if he faces someone stronger or on par with him, relying solely on strength would likely leave him battered. In fact, Lin Dong has overlooked one issue: his mental strength, which can be said to be more powerful than those of the same level, or even those one level higher. The combination of his strong mental strength and his physical power means that even without learning any force application techniques or martial arts moves, he would not be considered weak compared to others of the same level. Of course, if he could combine it with force application techniques and martial arts moves, he would naturally be even stronger. Therefore, he still needs to learn some martial arts moves to fully utilize his strength and deal maximum damage. However, this time he needs to be cautious. He can't add skills blindly like last time. The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms he tried to add last time is a martial art from a wuxia novel and does not exist in reality, which is why he failed. Skills like driving, basketball, and piano techniques that he has added before are all skills that exist in reality. Therefore, this time he must ensure that someone can actually perform the martial art before adding it. Lin Dong opened his computer and began searching online to see what modern martial arts have in terms of boxing techniques. As a result, he found a plethora of boxing styles such as Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Xingyi, and Bajikwan appearing before him. As for why he chose boxing, Lin Dong mainly felt that boxing was vigorous and more suitable for him. He didn't like soft martial arts. After much consideration, Lin Dong thought that Wing Chun, Xingyi, and Ba Ji were all quite suitable for him, but Tai Chi was too soft. In the end, Lin Dong did some research and decided to try Ba Ji, because one of its moves, Tai Shan Kao, seemed tailor-made for him. Where was his advantage? Naturally, it was the powerful strength and physical fitness brought about by his enhanced physique. The killing move Tai Shan Kao relied on strength and body intensity to better unleash its power. After making up his mind, Lin Dong added Ba Ji to his skill list. Unexpectedly, the system popped up a window again. Host Lin Dong, do you want to add the new skill Ba Ji? This edition will consume 100 God points. Damn it! Lin Dong cursed. Is this a joke? Adding a skill now starts at 100 God points? Wasn't it always 10 God points before? This is simply price gouging. Lin Dong hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he chose yes. God points are meant to be used. After all, it's much easier to earn God points now. Learning these martial arts techniques is a quick way to increase his strength, and he couldn't miss it. 100 God points were consumed. He had 228 points left. Lin Dong felt that, just like when he increased other skills before, he began to have more knowledge in his mind, as if he had gone through countless rounds of training. However, this state used to last only a few dozen seconds, but this time it lasted nearly 5 minutes. So that's how it is. After it ended, Lin Dong sighed. No wonder it required so many God points. The content of Ba Ji was indeed quite extensive. It was divided into 6 major combinations and 8 major moves, with various ultimate techniques emerging one after another, all of considerable power. 100 God points were indeed worth their value, not comparable to those skills that could be increased with just 10 God points. Truly, you get what you pay for. Lin Dong looked at the system panel. He had gained a Ba Ji skill. However, it was listed separately from the previous skills. Currently, he was only at the entry level of Ba Ji, and to reach the top level, he would likely need to spend many more God points. For now, he would not worry about it. He still needed to gather 1,000 points to enhance his mental strength. Once his mental strength was improved, he would consider upgrading Ba Ji. His physique had reached the extraordinary first stage, and he had learned the vigorous boxing style of Ba Ji. Lin Dong was now bursting with confidence, eager to test just how strong he had become. According to his understanding, with his physique and mental strength at the ordinary dual limits, his strength should be at the peak of the tiger list. Now that his physique had broken through the ordinary limits to reach the extraordinary first stage, his strength should also be on the dragon list. According to the rules of Special Action Group A, a preparatory member must cross the tiger list to become a formal member of the dragon list. This meant that as long as he revealed his strength, he could directly be promoted to a formal member of Group A. However, Lin Dong was not yet prepared to expose himself. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Even a rabbit knows to leave itself an escape route, let alone a human. Revealing his trump card too early would not benefit him. His current identity and background were already sufficient. Dong Lai International was recklessly burning money in the Magic City, naturally stepping on some people's toes. Some investors who were optimistic about the company were still trying to drive down prices, hoping to exchange a smaller cost for greater profits. But once Donglai International intervened, they directly invested at a higher price, which left many investors seething with anger. They also united with many others, using some connections to try to blacklist Donglai International in the investment circle of the Magic City. This has led to some limitations on the development of Donglai International. After all, a company cannot be fully invested in by just one person, and the boss is not a fool. It's impossible to let Donglai International hold too many shares, as that would essentially hand the company over to someone else. Therefore, under the blockade of numerous investors, many companies have ceased contact with Donglai International. Zhao Xian also reported the situation to Lin Dong. Lin Dong thought, this won't do. If Donglai International is restricted in its development, then his money cannot be spent, and if the money cannot be spent, he cannot earn any God points. Without God points, how can he enhance his strength? He needs to come up with a solution. In the end, Lin Dong decided to confront the Lu family and Donglai International, and then let the news of their downfall spread. This should be able to deter any small-time players. This was originally his intention to eliminate the Lu family, but the matter was ultimately handled by Zhuge Sangxiong, so it was also sealed off by the Zhuge family. Lin Dong prepared to release this news, of course, framing it as the work of Donglai International. However, he couldn't just release it himself, as that would be like a vendor selling melons. Credibility would be greatly reduced. He needed to find someone of weight to help. After thinking it over, Lin Dong thought of someone, Luo Qianro. In recent days, he had been looking up the power dynamics in the Magic City online. The Luo family is known as one of the 4 great families of the Magic City, while a family like the Lu family doesn't even rank. Luo Qianro is most likely from the Luo family and holds a significant position. He directly called Luo Qianro to explain his intentions, hoping she could lend a hand. After consulting her brother Luo Donli, Luo Qianro agreed to help Lin Dong. Within less than an afternoon of the news spreading from the Luo family, the group that had organized the blockade against Donglai International, which originally had dozens of members, saw everyone leave by the end of the day. Surprisingly, the first to leave was the organizer, the group leader. The Lu family had been wiped out. Did they still think they could block Donglai International? That was simply asking for death. Especially the organizer, who, after leaving the group, immediately transferred the company to another city. The Magic City was no longer safe. Who knows when they might be wiped out? The Lu family was a well-established family in the Magic City, and just like that, such a powerful family disappeared in less than a day. As for these small fry, they were even less significant. After that, Donglai International finally established a firm foothold in the Magic City. Lin Dong also prepared to leave the Magic City and head to the capital to handle the paperwork for the Special Operations Group and the Falcon. At that moment, Lin Dong received a call from the president of Jiangnan University, Zhou Limin. President Zhou. Hello, Lin Dong answered the phone. Hello, Lin Dong. Zhou Limin replied politely. For this student who donated 100 million to the school, he showed no signs of a principal's arrogance. I wonder what President Zhou is looking for me about, Lin Dong asked. He was curious about why Zhou Limin was calling him. Surely it couldn't be to ask him to return to school after donating 100 million, could it? Could it be about Zhang Shan? That shouldn't fall on him, right? Huang Junlang was the real culprit. Lin Dong, this week our school will send a few students to Qingmu University in the capital for an exchange study. Given your outstanding performance during your time at school, we are preparing to offer you a spot. Do you have time? Zhou Limin asked. The opportunity to go to Qingmu University for academic exchange was decided in a meeting by the school's higher-ups. Those who could go were the absolute elites of Jiangnan University, as they represented the entire institution. Although Lin Dong performed well in school, he still had a significant gap compared to those true elites. As for why he could receive this spot, it was entirely due to his donation of 100 million and his mysterious, unknown identity. The school leaders did not want to offend this benefactor. Who knows if he would donate again in the future after already giving 100 million while still a student. Moreover, donating 100 million right from the start means that any future donations will definitely begin at that amount. Therefore, Zhou Limin proposed giving Lin Dong a spot at the meeting, which was passed unanimously. Lin Dong was somewhat surprised to hear that Zhou Limin wanted him to go to Qingmu University for an exchange program, but he quickly came to terms with it. He was no longer the Lin Dong of the past. Such opportunities for exchange and study were not available to everyone. Those who could go were the elite of the school, which would add a significant highlight to his academic career. Lin Dong had heard of such opportunities before, but they had nothing to do with him. In high school, he was considered an elite student, but upon arriving at Jiangnan University, one of the top 10 universities in the country, he was just another face in the crowd. If it were to another school, Lin Dong would definitely not go, as he had many important matters to attend to, and these things no longer held any meaning for him. However, going to Kyoto was still feasible since he originally intended to go there for business. Sure, I happen to need to go to Kyoto for some business, Lin Dong said. Great, so it's settled. Will you be going on your own or with us? I'll be leading the team this time, Zhou Limin asked. I'll go on my own. Alright, just contact me when you arrive in Kyoto. Okay, thank you, Principal Zhou. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian to inform her that he was preparing to leave and that she could contact him if anything came up. Zhao Xian naturally didn't want Lin Dong to go, but since the issues in Magic City had already been resolved, she had no reason to stop him. She could only wish him a safe journey. Lin Dong left Magic City in the afternoon, flying to Kyoto. He only called Zhao Xian and didn't alert anyone else. He even stopped her from coming to see him off. Her current identity was somewhat sensitive, and she had gained a bit of fame in Magic City. After all, the wealth that had flowed from her hands during this time had already reached over 100 billion. If some media were to discover this, it could potentially expose his identity. This time Lin Dong came to Magic City, he could say he gained a lot. Not only had Donglai International made significant progress, but his own strength had also greatly improved. Moreover, the influx of wealthy patrons was still increasing, and he believed he would soon be able to enhance his mental strength as well. While Lin Dong was heading to Kyoto, at Jiangnan University, in the principal's office, Zhou Limin called in several students, Zhou Huili, Shangguan Mingyue, Su Yingxue, and Han Shiyun. These were the students participating in the academic exchange, selected by the school leaders in a meeting. Of course, these elite students were not necessarily the ones with the best grades. In today's universities, grades do not tell the whole story. Other aspects must also be considered. Moreover, participants in academic exchanges are generally selected from the third and fourth years, while first and second years focus more on their studies. As for why the three recognized goddesses of the college were chosen, it was due to a comprehensive consideration by the school. First, all three had good grades and were excellent in various aspects. Furthermore, since they were going to another school for academic exchange, they represented the entire Jiangnan University. They couldn't just send a few mediocre students. If students from other schools saw that this was the caliber of students from Jiangnan University, it would surely affect the school's reputation. It was no longer high school, where everything was based solely on grades. Other aspects were equally important. You all go back and prepare. We will depart for Kyoto tomorrow to participate in the academic exchange jointly held by the school and Qingmu University, Zhou Limin said to them. Yes, Principal. Zhou Huili, Su Yingxue, and Han Shiyun replied in unison. Only Shangguan Mingyue did not respond. Principal, I haven't been feeling well these past few days and don't want to participate. Shangguan Mingyue replied. The other three and Zhou Limin looked at Shangguan Mingyue in surprise. Such a great opportunity, something others would beg for, and she actually said she didn't want to go? That's Aoki University, a world-class institution. Being able to attend an academic exchange at such a school would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset in her college career. Shangguan, you need to think this through. This is a great opportunity to improve yourself. If you don't go out and see, you'll never know where the gap between you and them lies, Zhou Limin said. Principal, I can't go due to health reasons. I'm sorry. Shangguan Mingyue insisted. She truly didn't want to go to Kyoto, because there were two people there she never wanted to see in her life. Shangguan Weiwei, Xin Zhan, but she knew she could never escape from them, so for her, every day she could delay was a blessing. Alright, since you've made your decision, I'll find someone else to go, Zhou Limin said. Although he was surprised by Shangguan Mingyue's decision, he wouldn't force her if she truly didn't want to go. There were plenty of people who wanted to go. There were many outstanding students at Jiangnan University, not just Shangguan Mingyue. If Shangguan Mingyue didn't go, Zhou Huili couldn't go either. Although he wanted to go home, he had no choice. His purpose for coming to Jiangnan University was to monitor Shangguan Mingyue. If he went back alone and upset young Master Qin, then all his efforts over the years would be in vain. He had finally latched onto the Qin family's support, and with just a few months left to complete young Master Qin's task, he didn't want anything to go wrong at this time. However, he planned to privately speak with the principal. What was said now was somewhat disrespectful to the school. Principal, weren't the previous academic exchanges always 5 people? Why is it only 4 this time? Zhou Huili asked. As far as he knew, previous exchanges had always been in groups of 5, so he was curious about this. This time it's also 5. One will be going to Kyoto on their own, not with us, Zhou Limin replied. Who is the other one? Zhou Huili asked. The other 3 were somewhat curious. Lin Dong, Zhou Limin answered. What? It's Lin Dong? Zhou Huili exclaimed. Hearing that the last person was Lin Dong, Han Shiyun felt a surge of joy. She would finally see Lin Dong again. Since Lin Dong had fled last time, she hadn't seen him for almost half a month. She felt too shy to contact Lin Dong first, especially since they had almost crossed a line last time, and it was her initiative, which made her a bit embarrassed as a girl. But she didn't expect Lin Dong to not contact her for so long, which made her somewhat angry. Shangwan Mingyue also felt a surge of joy. Lin Dong was going to Kyoto too? Ever since she learned about Lin Dong's strength, she had gradually formed a plan in her heart, a plan to escape her original fate. But in this plan, Lin Dong was the most crucial person. So since Lin Dong was going to Kyoto, she had to go as well. Among them, only Su Yingxue felt indifferent about the last person being Lin Dong. Although she was in the same class as Lin Dong, they had spoken less than 10 sentences in the past 3 years. Even if Lin Dong had been somewhat eye-catching recently, what did it have to do with her? What's wrong? Do you have an opinion, Zhou? Zhou Limin said somewhat unhappily. What kind of decorum is this, shouting in my office? Do you not regard me as the principal? No opinion. No opinion, Zhou Huili quickly replied. He didn't expect it to be Lin Dong. Lin Dong used to be an inconspicuous minor character, but after revealing his strength at the luxurious Golden Sands, he was somewhat reluctant to meet Lin Dong. He was on Qin Zhang's side, and Lin Dong was not on good terms with Qin Zhang, so he and Lin Dong were essentially enemies. But he couldn't afford to provoke Lin Dong, so naturally, he didn't want to run into him. Because of Lin Dong, the title of the school's first male god he had established had also become a joke. There's nothing going on, everyone go back and prepare. If you're not going, Shangwan, then just continue with your classes, Zhou Limin said to the group. Principal, I thought about it, and this opportunity is rare. Although I'm not in great health, I still want to experience it. Shangwan Mingyue suddenly said. Have you thought it through, Shangwan? Can your body handle it? Yes, Principal, I've thought it through, and my health is absolutely fine. Alright then, you go back and prepare too. We'll set off tomorrow morning. The four left the principal's office. However, they looked at Shangwan Mingyue with some confusion. She had just said she wouldn't go, but as soon as she heard Lin Dong was going, she immediately changed her mind. Anyone could see there was something off about this. Was the rumor circulating in school not true? No one knew who spread the news, but it was said that Lin Dong had taken the position of vice president of the martial arts club and was involved with the president, Shangwan Mingyue. However, since Lin Dong hadn't been to school for the past half-month, the buzz around this matter had died down. Han Shiyun felt a bit uncomfortable. Lin Dong was the first person she noticed was different, and now that she hadn't quickly secured him, the competition was growing. Zhou Huili also felt this matter was serious and needed to report it to young Master Qin. Coincidentally, they were all going to Kyoto together this time. Once they arrived in Kyoto, it would be young Master Qin's territory, and no matter how impressive Lin Dong was, he would have to yield. Kyoto, a city with a long history and rich culture. It is also the world's top-ranked international metropolis. In recent years, due to the geographical position of the Magic City, its economy has gradually begun to surpass Kyoto, but Kyoto's position as the world's #1 remains unshakable. Its foundation is too deep. Almost all the capitals of various dynasties in China have been established here. It has become a treasure land of feng shui. According to relevant sources, looking at Kyoto from the sky reveals a feng shui pattern of 9 dragons guarding it. Of course, this is something only professionals can understand, and many people have taken flights just to see it. Although it is breathtaking, they can't discern much. But this does not affect people's beliefs. From the moment they are born, the people here have an innate sense of superiority that cannot be matched by other places. When Lin Dong arrived in Kyoto, it was already nearing evening, so he did not directly contact the Special Operations Team and the Falcon members. Instead, he planned to check into a hotel, rest for the night, and then contact them the next day. Lin Dong had long yearned for Kyoto, and since he was here, he was ready to fully experience this historically rich city. After exiting the airport, Lin Dong hailed a taxi. "Driver, find the best hotel nearby," Lin Dong said as he got in. The driver was a middle-aged man, and upon hearing Lin Dong's accent, he knew he was not a local. Coupled with Lin Dong's ordinary attire, the driver thought to himself that today's young people really don't know their place, asking for the best hotel right off the bat. This was Kyoto, the world's largest metropolis. Did he even know how expensive the best hotels here were? It's no exaggeration to say that the best luxury suite in such a hotel could buy a house in some remote small city for a night. This was no joke. However, since the customer requested it, the driver didn't say anything and headed straight for the 10-star chain hotel, Starry Sky Hotel. Lin Dong had no idea how many detours the driver took, but after half an hour, they finally arrived at Starry Sky Hotel, and he didn't question it. After all, It wasn't easy for someone living at the bottom of the social ladder. Anyway, he wasn't short on money. After paying the fare, Lin Dong entered the Starry Sky Hotel. However, the middle-aged driver did not leave but waited in place. In his view, it wouldn't be long before Lin Dong was scared off by the exorbitant prices inside. At that point, he could take Lin Dong around a few times and find a regular hotel. This trip would be a huge profit. Not only did they take several detours, but he also made 2 trips, and the most crucial part was that Lin Dong didn't question anything at all. Such a person was hard to find. 5 minutes later. Why is he still not out? 10 minutes later. Half an hour later. Damn! I ran into a pig pretending to be a tiger. Shit, I misjudged him and wasted half an hour. The middle-aged driver cursed and drove away. Lin Dong entered the hotel and approached the service desk. "Sir, how can I assist you?" A beautiful receptionist politely asked. "Book me a room," Lin Dong said. "Sure, sir. Would you like a single room or a double room? A standard room or a deluxe room? Book me the most expensive room you have." "Sir, our most expensive luxury suite is priced at 188,888 yuan per night. Although the price is a bit high, it comes with corresponding high-quality service. Are you sure you want to book it?" "Book it." "Alright, how long will you be staying?" "Let's start with a week." "Okay, please hold on." The beautiful receptionist began to operate the computer skillfully, and in less than a minute, it was done. "Sir, the luxury suite for 1 week is ready for you. The total is 1,322,216 yuan. Please choose your payment method." Lin Dong pressed his fingerprint and then confirmed the payment. With the room booked, Lin Dong followed the staff upstairs under the admiring gaze of the receptionist. They arrived at the 68th floor of the hotel. "Sir, this is your room. If you need anything, feel free to call us. There is a call button in the room. Just press it, and we will arrive as quickly as possible." "Got it. Thank you." After entering the room, Lin Dong closed the door, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed to rest. He was also thinking about whether he knew anyone in Kyoto. After all, when one arrives in a strange place, the first thought is whether there are any acquaintances. But after thinking it over, aside from Yunshi, a high school classmate, it seemed he really didn't know anyone in Kyoto. He came from a small county, and his childhood experiences made him somewhat insecure, so he didn't have any particularly close friends. Most of his classmates were in Jiangnan province, and some were in other provinces, but a big international city like Kyoto wasn't a place just anyone could get into. Aside from Yunshi, he was already considered the best student from Shuqing-no one high school. In the end, he sent a message to Yunshi. Since he promised to contact her, Lin Dong would keep his word. Now, he did things according to his heart, doing whatever he thought was right without being timid. "Yunshi, I've arrived in Kyoto. Once I finish my business, I'll come find you. You should be at Aoki University, right? I'm here for an exchange program from school, so we'll be classmates again." In less than a minute, Yunshi's reply came back. "Really? That's great. Hurry up and finish your business. I'm waiting for you." "Okay. I'm going to rest now. I just got off the plane and I'm a bit tired. Good night." Rest well. Good night." After sending the message, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yunshi's lips, just in time for Guan Meiling, who was sitting across from her, to see it. "Yunshi, is that Lin Dong coming to Kyoto?" Guan Meiling asked. But Yunshi ignored her, still staring at her phone with a smile. "Yunshi," Guan Meiling called out again. No response. "Yunshi." This time, her voice was a bit loud, startling Yin Zhonghai next to her. Mom, can you keep it down? You're going to scare me to death." "I'm not deaf," Yunshi said discontentedly. "If I lower my voice? Even if I shout 10 more times, you still won't hear me." I didn't," Yunshi mumbled. "How could you not? I called you twice just now and you didn't respond. What are you so engrossed in? Is Lin Dong coming to Kyoto?" "No, not yet. He said he would wait a few more days to come, and he also said he was sent by a school to Qingmu University for an exchange study." Yunshi replied. "Oh, Jiangnan University sent someone to Qingmu University for exchange study? That's not easy. It seems Lin Dong is doing quite well at Jiangnan University. Such exchange student spots are only given to students who perform very well." This time, it was Yin Zhonghai who spoke. "Of course, my judgment is never wrong," Yunshi said proudly. Hearing her dad praise Lin Dong made her extremely happy. Guan Meiling shot a glare at Yin Zhonghai. She thought to herself, "You talk too much. Even if Lin Dong can continue his studies at Jiangnan University, pursuing a master's or a doctorate, so what? His family background and upbringing will determine his future achievements, and he will never meet her standards. So getting Lin Dong to leave Yunshi voluntarily is the best solution. Yunshi, since Lin Dong is coming to Kyoto for exchange study at Qingmu University, I won't interfere with you meeting at school, but I won't allow you to go out alone, do you hear me? Guan Meiling said. Why not? Yunqi asked. You're a girl, how can you do that? Don't you have any sense of shame? Mom, what are you talking about? Yunqi said, her face flushed. What am I talking about? You've been living together for over a year, what else can I say? Let me tell you, when we weren't around, you could do whatever you wanted, but don't think that will continue. I will keep a close eye on you. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going upstairs to sleep, Yunqi said, her face red as she went upstairs. After Yunqi went upstairs, Guan Meiling turned her anger on Yun Zhenghai. Yun Zhenghai, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Yun Zhenghai asked innocently. What do I mean? Are you interested in Lin Dong? Do you want to matchmake them? I don't think Lin Dong is that bad. It's just that his family background is a bit lacking. As long as he is ambitious and graduates from a prestigious university, he definitely won't let Yunqi suffer in the future. Are you trying to drive me crazy? How could Lin Dong be worthy of my daughter? He's just a country bumpkin from a poor rural area. Dear, if you think that way, what if Yunqi marries that Hu Yuan according to your wishes? Can you guarantee he will always treat Yunqi well? The Hu family has so many rules. What if Yunqi gets bullied there? Can you support her? Why can't I? Besides, what you said is impossible. Didn't you see how Hu Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw Yunqi? How could he possibly bully her? You don't understand men. The easier it is to get something, the less they cherish it. Hu Yuan comes from a big family. He looks like a playboy type. At first, he will definitely treat Yunqi well, but over time, he will inevitably have other thoughts, and then our daughter will be in trouble. Moreover, in big families, it's common to have multiple wives and concubines. They won't care about Yunqi's feelings at all. Then tell me, what's good about marrying Lin Dong? If you can convince me, I won't oppose them being together. Actually, I think we can invite Lin Dong to our home. We only have one daughter, and wherever she marries, we will always feel uneasy. Plus, if Yunqi gets married, we will be so lonely. What will we do when we get old? Just right, Yunqi and Lin Dong have such a good relationship. Why not let them get married and live with us? That way, we can see our daughter every day, and Lin Dong won't dare to bully her. When we get old, we can hold our grandchildren and enjoy our old age, Yun Zhenghai said. This is the result of Yun Zhenghai's careful consideration. Over the years, Guan Meiling has been running around outside, while Yunqi still lingers on the impression of her obedient daughter from a few years ago. However, he has always been with Yunqi and knows his daughter's character. Although she seems delicate, once she decides on something, it's hard for her to change her mind. If he really forces her to break up with Lin Dong, the consequences could be severe. She is his only precious daughter, and he cannot afford to gamble. So he has been thinking about how to persuade his wife rather than his daughter. Guan Meiling was momentarily at a loss for words. She admitted that she was swayed by her husband's words. Now, her heart was in turmoil. On one hand, she hoped her exceptionally talented daughter would marry someone even more outstanding, so she could show off in front of partners, friends, and classmates. On the other hand, if what her husband said was true, what if her daughter ended up being bullied in a big family? Would they have the ability to help their daughter seek justice? Moreover, she didn't want her daughter to leave her. If Lin Dong really was as ambitious as her daughter said, and graduated from a prestigious university, then they could invite him to be their son-in-law, and she could hand over the company to him, allowing her and her husband to spend time with their grandchildren. How wonderful would that be? They could see their daughter every day. With this thought, Guan Meiling's anger dissipated significantly. Let's meet Lin Dong first. If he really is as good as our daughter says, I won't oppose their being together anymore, but after marriage, he must live with us and be our son-in-law, Guan Meiling said after some thought. Then let's wait to meet Lin Dong. I think he won't refuse. Staying in Kyoto is better than going back to Sioux City, and if they have children in the future, they can receive a better education, Yun Zhenghai said. One must say, Yun Zhenghai truly lived up to being a person who served the country. When it came to theory, he had a whole set of arguments, and in just a few sentences, he had Guan Meiling convinced. Kyoto, Great Wall Club. Xin Zhang was lying down, enjoying the massage services of several young beauties. The phone rang. A beauty picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and then held it to Qin Zhang's ear. Hello, who is it? Xin Zhang asked. Young Master Qin, it's me, Zhou Huili said on the phone. Oh, it's Huili. What's up? Young Master Qin, our school is organizing 5 students to come to Qingmu University in Kyoto for an exchange study tomorrow. Miss Mingyue and I will both be there, Zhou Huili said. Oh, Mingyue is coming to Kyoto too? That's great. I haven't seen her in a long time. How has she been recently? Xin Zhang asked. Pretty good. But, there's one more person coming. Who? Lin Dong is coming to Kyoto too? Are you sure? Xin Zheng suddenly flipped over and sat up, asking. Absolutely, and I have some things I want to report to you. Go ahead. Zhou Huili detailed Lin Dong's role as the vice president of the martial arts club, the rumors at school about him and Shangguan Mingyue, and how Shangguan Mingyue changed her mind in the principal's office today. I understand. Is there anything else? Xin Zheng said expressionlessly after listening. No, young Master Qin, Zhou Huili said cautiously. He knew Qin Zheng's mood must be bad right now. Then that's it. Contact me if there's anything. Xin Zheng said and directly hung up the phone, then slammed the phone hard against the wall opposite him. Bang! The several beauties giving him a massage jumped in fright. Lin Dong, since you dare to come, this time we'll settle both new and old scores. I won't let you leave Kyoto. Xin Zheng gritted his teeth and said. Lin Dong not only made him unable to hold his head high in front of the other kings of the tea party during this time but also dared to touch his fiancée, which was simply audacious. Since you dare to come to Kyoto, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Dong still didn't know that his agreement with Principal Zhou Limin to participate in the academic exchange at Aoki University had already been reported to Qin Zhang by Zhou Huili. As a native of Kyoto, Qin Zhang was waiting for Lin Dong to walk right into his trap. If it weren't for the tea factions Zhao Shidao not allowing it, not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble as the 10-year agreement approached, he would have already taken people to Jiangcheng to take revenge on Lin Dong. When had Qin Zhang ever suffered such a loss? During this time, he had completely become a laughingstock of the tea faction. It was one thing for the 8 heavenly kings to mock him, but even some small fries dared to gossip about him behind his back, truly unaware of their own mortality. Lin Dong's trip to Kyoto was destined to be anything but peaceful. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Since joining the National Special Operations Group and the Falcon team, and with his strength having greatly improved just a few days ago, Qin Zhang was no longer worthy of being his opponent. The next day, Lin Dong sent a message to Su Wanli, the leader of Special Operations Group A, indicating that he had arrived in Kyoto. Su Wanli asked Lin Dong to tell him his location and then told him to wait, saying someone would come to pick him up. About an hour later, Lin Dong received a call. The person picking him up had arrived at the Starry Sky Hotel, driving a pure black SUV. As Lin Dong exited the hotel, he saw the black SUV parked at the entrance and got in directly. The driver was a middle-aged man who, after Lin Dong got in, didn't say a word to him and drove off without asking anything. The driver remained silent throughout the journey, and Lin Dong didn't inquire either, driving for about half an hour. The car turned off the bustling street into a quiet alley, where 2 guards stood at the entrance. After about 5 more minutes, the car finally stopped. You can go in. The leader is waiting for you inside. This was the first time the middle-aged driver spoke. Thank you, big brother, Lin Dong said, opening the car door and getting out. In front of him was the entrance to a courtyard. Lin Dong gently pushed the door, and it opened. He stepped inside. The courtyard was large, surrounded by greenery, with a pond in the middle featuring a massive artificial mountain. As Lin Dong walked past the mountain, he saw an elderly man, around 60, sitting in a rattan chair under a tree, reading a newspaper, with a young man in his 30s standing behind him. The old man put down the newspaper and looked at Lin Dong. In an instant, Lin Dong felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him, and he instinctively unleashed his own aura to resist it. How strong! Lin Dong thought to himself. What is this? Su Wanli sensed something was off. However, he didn't voice his concerns. Instead, he said to the person behind him, Xiao Zhang, go get Lin Dong's credentials and the documents that need his signature. Yes, leader. Xiao Zhang replied and left the courtyard, casting a strange glance at Lin Dong as he walked by. You are Lin Dong? After Xiao Zhang left, Su Wanli finally spoke. Yes, I am. And you are? Lin Dong asked. Although he suspected that this person was most likely the leader of Special Operations Group A, it was still better to clarify. My name is Su Wanli. I am your leader. Indeed, Su Wanli replied. Hello, Leader Su. Lin Dong greeted. Lin Dong, actually, the reason for bringing you to Kyoto isn't anything major. It's mainly to give you the credentials representing you as a preparatory member of Special Operations Group A, as well as to sign a confidentiality agreement. Since you've joined Group A, you are now a part of the nation, but due to the special nature of our work, you are generally not allowed to disclose your identity. Understood, leader. Lin Dong replied. I believe you have already reviewed the regulations, rights, and obligations of being a preparatory member of Group A, so I won't elaborate further. Now, I have a question I want to ask you. Su Wanli looked at Lin Dong and said, Group Leader Su, please speak. Su Wanli stared at Lin Dong without saying a word. Lin Dong also looked at Su Wanli. Suddenly, Su Wanli erupted with a strong aura, instantly appearing in front of Lin Dong and throwing a punch at him. At that moment, Lin Dong was still in a daze. How could things go from fine to suddenly attacking? Even if it was a test, did it have to be so ruthless? Su Wanli's punch was powerful. Lin Dong felt that if he didn't use all his strength, the outcome would likely be disastrous. Therefore, he couldn't care less and summoned all his strength, using the Black Tiger Fist technique from the 8 Extremes fist in his mind to punch back at his opponent. Bang! A huge sound echoed throughout the courtyard, seemingly mixed with a tiger's roar. Lin Dong felt a tremendous force hit him, and his body involuntarily retreated several meters until he leaned against a tree the size of a bowl, finally dissipating the force, but his hand was left aching. This old man must be crazy. Damn! If it weren't for his quick reaction just now, or if he hadn't improved his strength, that punch would have left him severely injured, if not dead. This was not a test. It was clearly an attempt on his life, but he dared not voice this thought. He could only think it in his heart. What if he angered the other party and received another punch? That would be asking for trouble. It was obvious that although his strength had improved, he was still no match for this old man. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Moreover, he didn't believe the other party truly wanted to kill him. There was no reason for that. Lin Dong was unaware that when he released his aura to resist Su Wanli had already realized that his strength was far beyond just the peak of the tiger list. However, he still found it hard to believe. According to Lin Dong's information, he should only be 21 years old now, right? To have crossed the peak of the tiger list and entered the dragon list at 21? Not to mention him, even the legendary figure would probably be shocked. How old was he when he first entered the dragon list? If he remembered correctly, it should have been 27. This was simply unbelievable. He had encountered a talent comparable to that legendary figure. Even judging by his current performance, his talent seemed to be even higher. This was his fortune, as well as the fortune of China. But this matter could not be leaked out yet. Even though Lin Dong was already a master of the dragon list, in his view, he still had not fully matured. Just as the sound spread out, Lin Dong keenly sensed a commotion around the courtyard. At that moment, Su Wanli's voice rang out. Everyone, step back. There's nothing to see here. The surrounding noise gradually faded away. Indeed, under the emperor's feet, the vigilance was strict. Lin Dong came back to his senses and found Su Wanli's eyes fixed on him, as if he were looking at a naked beauty. Ahem! Group leader Su, does this mean I passed? Lin Dong asked. Are you really only 21? Su Wanli did not answer Lin Dong's question but instead asked in return. Indeed, but I'll be 22 soon. Lin Dong replied. Ha ha, good kid. Old Tang really sent me a great gift. Su Wanli laughed loudly. 2 hours later, Lin Dong returned to the Starry Sky Hotel, and the same middle-aged driver who had brought him back was still there. He was now a formal member of Special Operations Group A, no longer a reserve member. Originally, Lin Dong did not plan to become a formal member for the time being because once he became a formal member, he would have to accept the organization's arrangements and carry out some tasks, and he didn't have that time yet. However, Su Wanli said that Lin Dong could be treated specially, enjoying the rights of a formal member without needing to accept tasks for the time being. Only then did Lin Dong agree. There was still a significant difference between formal members and reserve members. The simplest distinction was that formal members had the right to mobilize local forces, while reserve members did not. Don't underestimate this. The gap in the middle can be quite significant. The simplest example is when I was in the Magic City, the Donglai International Project was subjected to various investigations and delays. If Lin Dong were a formal member of Special Operations Group A, all he would need to do is find the chief of the Magic City, reveal his identity, and no one in the Magic City would dare to make things difficult for him. In fact, under special circumstances, even the chief of the Magic City would have to follow his arrangements. This is the privilege of a formal member of Special Operations Group A. They have the right to request local forces to cooperate while executing their missions, a right granted to them by the state. So, if we look solely at status, Lin Dong's position is already higher than that of the chiefs of provinces across the country and the chiefs of the 2 international metropolises, the Magic City and Kyoto. There are 66 provinces nationwide and 2 international metropolises, making a total of 68 chiefs. While how many formal members are there in Special Operations Group A? No matter which province they go to, as long as they reveal their identity, they will become honored guests of the provincial chiefs. No one would want to offend them. Because these individuals are not only powerful but also possess the authority to act first and report later under certain specific conditions. This is something others cannot compare to. After returning to the hotel, Lin Dong continued to contact the people from Falcon. He planned to quickly confirm these 2 identities so he could attend to his own matters. The Falcon people also asked Lin Dong to wait at the hotel. This time, the other party arrived relatively quickly. Within an hour, they reached the hotel and instructed Lin Dong to go to the top floor, saying they would be there shortly. Before Lin Dong could ask, The other party hung up the phone. Lin Dong was puzzled. What were they going to do on the top floor? Nevertheless, he followed their instructions. When Lin Dong arrived at the top floor, he discovered it was very spacious, with several helicopters parked there. It dawned on him that they were going to take a helicopter. He didn't wait long before a military helicopter approached from a distance, slowly descending to about 4 or 5 meters above the hotel rooftop, dropping a rope about the thickness of a thumb, and then it remained still. The co-pilot, a man in military uniform, waved at Lin Dong, signaling him to hurry up. Lin Dong stepped forward, grabbed the rope, and with a bit of effort, crossed his arms and climbed onto the helicopter. Once aboard, the door of the helicopter closed automatically, and they flew off into the distance. There were only 3 people on the helicopter, 2 were in the cockpit, and Lin Dong was the only one in the back. Sitting on the helicopter, Lin Dong gazed out at the beautiful scenery of Kyoto. Truly, it deserves its title as the world's #1 international metropolis. Its level of prosperity is something that a provincial city like Zhangcheng cannot compare to. The helicopter gradually distanced itself from the city's hustle and bustle, entering a quiet forest. After a few minutes, a red cross appeared in the forest, and the helicopter slowly descended to a height of a few meters above the red cross, opening the cabin door. Lin Dong knew this meant he had to jump down directly. Standing at the cabin door and looking down at a height of about 2 stories, he felt a bit nervous. Although his strength had increased significantly, to be honest, he still had too little understanding of his own abilities. For instance, some of the simplest questions: how fast is he? How strong is he? How high can he jump? He had no clear understanding of any of these. This was all a result of his rapid increase in power. After all, he had gone from an ordinary person to a Dragon List expert in just over a month. If others knew this, they would definitely dissect him. The fastest person to become a Dragon List expert before him reportedly took 27 years and was considered a once-in-a-century genius. Lin Dong concentrated his strength in his legs, took a leap, and jumped from the helicopter. A few seconds later, he landed steadily on the ground. Lin Dong felt himself. There was no discomfort at all. Jumping down from such a height, the entire weight of the body bears down on the legs. If it were an ordinary person, their legs would definitely not withstand such force and would surely break. However, his legs only felt slightly numb, and that sensation disappeared after just a few seconds. Indeed, he was no longer within the realm of ordinary people. As soon as Lin Dong landed on the ground, the plane closed its doors and flew away. He sensed the surroundings with his mental power and discovered the presence of people, more than one, in fact. Yet, looking around, all he could see was a lush green field and forest, with no one in sight. It seemed these people were masters of disguise. Lin Dong pretended not to notice and stood still, waiting. He was there to complete the procedures to join the Falcon, and the other party would certainly not keep him waiting indefinitely. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, a whistle sounded, followed by a commotion in the grass and trees, and slowly, 7 or 8 people emerged, surrounding Lin Dong in the center. "You are Lin Dong?" one of them spoke up. Lin Dong looked at him, unable to discern any features. His entire face and body were painted green, blending in with the surrounding scenery, making it impossible to see his appearance. The other 7 or 8 people were dressed similarly. "Yes," Lin Dong replied. "You want to join the Falcon, and that's your level of vigilance? If we were your enemies just now, you would have died countless times. You got off the plane and stood there like a fool, not even thinking to find a place to hide? Did you have a brain fart?" This person launched into a tirade against Lin Dong, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Lin Dong wanted to say, "I already noticed you guys a long time ago. If you were really enemies, none of you would escape." These people felt too weak to him, probably only at the level of the Tiger List, with not a single one at the Dragon List. If Lin Dong were to face them, no matter how well they hid, it would be useless. His powerful mental perception was not to be underestimated. However, he kept this to himself. After all, he was new and should remain low-key. Moreover, he didn't believe the Falcon lacked experts. Even the Special Operations Group A had many he couldn't defeat, and the Falcon, being on par with the Special Operations Group, surely had its share of strong members. These people were definitely the elite of the Falcon and wouldn't just show themselves casually. "Understood. I won't do it again, sir," Lin Dong replied. "You won't do it again? You're already dead. Is there even a future for you? As a member of the Falcon, you must always remain vigilant. Failing once not only means you lose your own life, but your teammates will also be implicated." Ding Hao continued to reprimand Lin Dong. He looked down on Lin Dong, who had not undergone military training or rigorous selection, but was directly recruited into the Falcon. Such people were often from so-called prominent families, using connections to get in and gild their resumes. Although they were technically outsiders, they still wore the Falcon's badge. The Falcon's honor was earned through the blood and lives of people like him, yet these individuals treated it as a means to show off. So when he received orders from his superiors to pick up a special recruit named Lin Dong, he was determined to give Lin Dong a harsh welcome. Even though he knew that his actions wouldn't change anything or stop Lin Dong, at least he could vent for the brothers who had sacrificed their lives. "Sir, I'm here to complete the procedures, not to listen to your scolding. If you want to process it, then do it. If not, then forget it. I don't have time to listen to your rambling," Lin Dong said, somewhat angrily. He was indeed a bit upset. He had encountered many such bosses and clients during his part-time jobs, especially while delivering food, and had dealt with even more difficult ones than this. But back then, he was a penniless nobody who had to endure. Now, he was the world's richest man and had no reason to put up with it. Moreover, for him now, whether to join the Falcon or not had become irrelevant. His status as a formal member of Special Operations Group A was already enough for him to show off. Joining the Falcon now would just be the icing on the cake. If he could join, that would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. However, he didn't want to endure this humiliation anymore. He had already suffered enough in the past 21 years. He believed that at first, he had respected these people, and he didn't understand why they targeted him. As soon as Lin Dong spoke, not only Ding Hao but also the surrounding Falcon team members wore expressions of mockery. This kid actually dared to talk back to Captain Ding? A good show was about to unfold. Who didn't know that Captain Ding looked down on these specially recruited members? They were all from wealthy families, just gilding their resumes, lacking strength and full of flaws. Today, they would probably have to carry him back. "Are you provoking me?" Ding Hao said, his eyes glinting coldly. "Sir, I'm here to handle the paperwork. Just give me a straight answer on whether you'll process it or not. I'm not your subordinate. Calling you sir is out of respect, and I don't have time to waste with you," Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. "You're already an external member of the Falcon. You are my subordinate, and I have the right to educate you," Ding Hao said seriously. "Sir, I haven't offended you, have I? What do you want? If you're not going to process it, then I'll leave," Lin Dong said somewhat helplessly. "I want to teach you a lesson. You all come here and give this kid a lesson. Let him know that the Falcon is not a place for people like him from wealthy families," Ding Hao instructed the surrounding Falcon team members. "I'll do it." One of the team members stepped forward. "Don't go too hard. Just let him lie down for half a month," Ding Hao said to this team member. "Understood, Captain Ding," the team member replied. "Go ahead. I'll let you have 3 moves." The team member said to Lin Dong, "Are we really going to fight?" Lin Dong asked. "Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to make a move, then make a move. Don't worry, I'll only let you lie down for half a month at most. If we really fight, you alone won't be enough. Do you look down on me?" "I don't look down on you, I look down on everyone present," Lin Dong said after glancing around. This offended everyone. They all prepared to teach Lin Dong a lesson. Damn, the team member had just uttered 2 words when Lin Dong instantly appeared in front of him, pressing down on his shoulders with both hands, driving his right knee up, and directly taking him down. The surrounding Falcon team members quickly reacted and began to swarm Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong's mental perception was incredibly strong. He dodged a punch, then an elbow strike, taking down another. Although these Falcon team members were fast, none could hit Lin Dong. This was the effect of mental strength, allowing him to accurately sense his opponent's attacks, cleverly evade, and then counterattack. Almost everyone he touched instantly lost their combat ability, but he was careful with his strikes. These people would only temporarily lose their fighting capability. Bending slightly, he dodged another punch, then crouched to gather strength, using a bit of the Bajiquan Iron Mountain leaning technique, and directly collided with Captain Ding Hao. Bang! Ding Hao felt a tremendous force hit him, and his body flew back 7 or 8 meters before hitting the ground, feeling as if he had fallen apart, completely unable to muster any strength. If he weren't also a top expert on the Tiger ranking with strong physical qualities, Lin Dong's strike would have at least severely injured or even crippled him. At this point, the 8 team members and 1 captain of the Falcon squad were all taken down, with none able to stand up, leaving only Lin Dong standing in the middle. It must be said that the Falcon members were indeed well trained. Even lying on the ground in excruciating pain, none made a sound. However, the way they looked at Lin Dong was filled with a mix of fear and admiration. A person with great strength is respected wherever they go. Lin Dong looked at the Falcon team members lying on the ground around him and shook his head slightly. These people were too weak, almost all at the level of newcomers to the Tiger list. The officer who had just reprimanded him was slightly stronger, but not by much, not even reaching the peak of the Tiger list. This time, he had almost been holding back his power, afraid that if he went all out, he would injure these people. It was completely unsatisfying. Lin Dong was unaware that the scene of his battle with the Falcon team was being watched clearly from all angles by others. Not far from them, in a secret base, an old man and a middle-aged man were watching the footage of Lin Dong's recent fight. "What do you think?" the old man asked. "Very strong," the middle-aged man replied. "Send someone from the Vulture team to check him out. We can't let them think the Falcon has no one," the old man said, clearly having noticed Lin Dong's small gesture of shaking his head. "Understood." The middle-aged man finished speaking and took out a walkie-talkie, saying, "Vulture 9, respond if you receive." As soon as he finished, a voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Vulture 9 received. Please give instructions. Immediately go to landing point 3. Pick up a newcomer named Lin Dong and test his strength while you're at it," the middle-aged man said. "Understood." Lin Dong walked up to Ding Hao and asked, "Officer, this is your team's action, so you can't blame me, right? I was just passively defending. After all, no one wants to be beaten by you for half a month, right? Besides, I didn't use heavy force. You guys would only be down for 3 days at most." "Lin Dong, I underestimated you. You are indeed different from those family scions. Just wait. Someone will come to pick you up soon," Ding Hao said, enduring the pain. Lin Dong's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. Their 9-member team had been taken down without even touching him. Although their team's strength could only be considered average among the Falcons, the members had at least been selected through layers of screening. Moreover, they had experienced life and death situations during missions. The fact that Lin Dong could take down their team without a scratch gave him the capital to be arrogant, unlike those family scions who came to gild themselves. "Alright then, I'll wait a bit longer," Lin Dong said. He had no choice. He couldn't find his way back even if he wanted to, so he could only wait. Soon, the surrounding woods stirred again, and Lin Dong thought the person sent to pick him up had arrived. But it turned out the newcomers were just there to carry away those he had knocked down. He went up to inquire, but no one paid him any attention. Great, he would just have to keep waiting. If it weren't for being in the mountains and unable to find his way back, he would have left long ago. This Falcon team, he could do without. After waiting for about a few more minutes, Lin Dong sensed a powerful aura approaching, and he instantly focused his attention on the woods across from him. A man dressed like the Falcon team members he had just fought stepped out. However, Lin Dong noticed that although they wore the same clothes, the patterns on their arms were different. The ones he had knocked down had a wolf pattern on their arms, while this man had a bird pattern. It was indeed a bird. No, it should be an eagle. In any case, it was a large bird. Lin Dong's powerful mental perception told him that this person was very dangerous. This man was a member of the Falcon Group's Vulture team, codenamed 9, so he was also called 9. They had no names, only code names. "Are you Lin Dong?" 9 asked. "I am Lin Dong," Lin Dong replied. "I was sent by the captain to pick you up." 9 continued. "Are you going to test me, or say, probe me?" Lin Dong asked. He felt that the Falcon sending such a strong person over would definitely involve some testing, because whether it was yesterday with the Special Operations team or today with the Falcon, it seemed there would always be someone wanting to fight him. It's probably just a test of his strength. Indeed, number 9 said. "Then let's get started," Lin Dong replied. Since they were going to fight anyway, he wanted to finish it quickly and get back. He didn't want to spend the night here. Wasn't it uncomfortable to stay in a 10-star hotel? Why stay here and feed mosquitoes? Be careful, number 9 warned. Then, with a sudden burst of power in his legs, his body shot towards Lin Dong like a cannonball. Lin Dong wasn't idle either. He had been on high alert since the moment this person appeared, ready for battle at any time. As the opponent charged at him, Lin Dong also rushed forward. Both of them moved at incredible speeds, colliding in an instant. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, as if a small cannonball had exploded, creating a strong reverberation around them. Lin Dong and number 9 each staggered back a dozen steps. Number 9 looked at Lin Dong, his eyes filled with shock, while Lin Dong's gaze towards number 9 was filled with fighting spirit. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered aside from Chai Zhou and Su Wanli. When he faced Chai Zhou, he was still too weak, and Su Wanli was far stronger than him. Both times he had been crushed. This person before him was the best opponent. He wanted to unleash his full potential and see where his limits lay, and how much of a gap there was between him and these elites. Inside the base, the old man and the middle-aged man watched in astonishment as Lin Dong and number 9 clashed, clearly surprised. They were well aware of number 9's strength. The Vulture team was the strongest and most elite team in the Falcon group, with each member at least at the level of entering the Dragon ranking. How old was Lin Dong? He actually possessed strength comparable to number 9 of the Vulture team. However, they didn't speak, continuing to watch the battle unfold. Just as Lin Dong and number 9 regained their footing, they clashed again. Bang! 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 The sounds of their strikes echoed continuously. This kind of fist-to-flesh combat was truly exhilarating. Both were masters of the dragon ranking, with exceptionally strong physical qualities, daring to engage in such a hard-hitting fight. Lindong's advantage lay in his powerful physique, strong mental perception, and mastery of the 8 Extremes fist, known for its ferocity, making him naturally unafraid of this kind of hard clash. Of course, he also had a flaw. His practical combat experience was too weak, relying entirely on his strong mental perception to judge the opponent's attack patterns. Number 9, as a member of the Vulture team and the Falcon group, had long dealt with some foreign experts, even risking his life multiple times for the honor of his country. Although he couldn't match Lindong in physical quality or mental perception, his combat experience was several levels above Lindong's. With this balance, both sides fought for over 100 rounds, sustaining some minor injuries. Lindong grew braver with each battle. This was his most exhilarating fight, and the pain in his body only drove him further into madness. He fought almost entirely without defense, allowing number 9 to hit him 3 times before he managed to land a hit on number 9. Bang! Another extreme collision sent both of them flying several meters away. However, this time Lindong was already prepared. He kicked off a massive rock behind him, dissipating the force and halting his backward momentum, then pushed off the rock with all his strength, propelling his body towards the direction number 9 was retreating. He intended to use this move to end the fight. 8 Extremes * Iron Mountain Lean, a powerful secret technique from the 8 Extremes fist. This was the benefit of having strong mental power. While fighting, he could also observe his surroundings and devise a combat strategy favorable to himself. During his retreat, number 9 crashed into a large tree, halting his backward momentum. Just as he was preparing for his next move, an extremely dangerous feeling enveloped his heart, a sensation he had honed through countless brushes with death. Before he could think too much, he rolled to the side, leaving his original position. Bang! Before he could stand up, a huge sound echoed in his ears. Lindong didn't expect the opponent to react so quickly, actually rolling away from his strongest attack. At this point, he had no choice but to brace himself and crash into the giant tree. The tremendous rebound force made Lindong take several steps back, sitting down on the ground. The shock from just now had already caused his internal organs to tremble, nearly making him spit out blood. Damn it! He was still suffering from a lack of combat experience. At that moment, a voice rang in 9's ear. 9, that's enough, bring Lindong over. Received, 9 replied. Then he said to Lindong, let's go. The captain wants me to take you over. Lindong stood up, dusted himself off, and followed 9 into the woods. Lindong arrived at the base, which was formed by hollowing out a mountain, with a vast interior, while the outside looked like an ordinary mountain. A staff member was there to receive him. 9 disappeared after bringing him here. Shortly after Lindong left, at the landing site of 3, the two who had just watched Lindong and 9 fight arrived here. The middle-aged man carefully examined the giant tree that Lindong had struck with his final blow. How is it? The old man asked. Very strong. The solid ironwood center has cracked with several fissures. This blow has far exceeded the strength of someone just entering the dragon list. If it weren't for 9's rich combat experience to dodge, this blow would have been enough to force him into early retirement. Headquarters, we cannot let this Lindong go. His potential is too great, the middle-aged man said with some astonishment. I know. Lindong's combat experience seems quite rough, and he doesn't have a good grasp of his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blindly unleashed that final blow. Indeed, this reflects his potential. He is still not yet 22. With further training, he might break through that step and become another guardian of our country. The middle-aged man's voice was noticeably excited. Has Lindong's file been taken? The old man's voice also trembled slightly. Clearly, the middle-aged man's words had stirred him. A guardian. Just one more person like this in Huaxia would be enough to change the current world order. It has been taken by the Special Operations Group and classified at the highest level. It seems the Special Operations Group is already aware of Lindong's strength. In that case, arrange for Lindong to join your Vulture team, codename 10, and enjoy general-level treatment like the other team members. But what about the Special Operations Group? This seems a bit against the rules, the middle-aged man asked. Don't worry about it. Rules are meant to be broken. In the end, it will just be a matter of everyone pulling strings to snatch people, the old man said. Understood. Lindong had not been sitting long when the staff member brought him some documents to sign. He signed without even looking. After he finished, a middle-aged man walked in. Lindong, welcome to join the Falcon, to join the Vulture. I am the captain of the Vulture team, Zhou Zhenghua, the middle-aged man said to Lindong. Hello, Captain Zhou. Lindong quickly stood up and replied politely. Captain Zhou gave Lindong a strong sense of crisis. Another person of Su Wanli's caliber. From now on, you will be a member of the Vulture team, codename 10. Since you are still a college student, you won't have to execute missions for now, the middle-aged man continued. Captain Zhou, I am an external member, so under normal circumstances, I shouldn't have to execute missions, right? Lin Dong asked in confusion. This was what he had learned: external members generally do not have to carry out missions with the organization, which is why they could join both the Falcon and the Special Operations Group. Who said that? You just signed a document that clearly states you voluntarily join the Falcon and become an official member of the Vulture Squad, dedicating your life to the motherland. However, since you are still in school, you won't have to carry out any missions, Zhou Zhenghua said with a smile. Lin Dong, he knew he had been tricked. No wonder that staff member urged him to sign quickly. It turned out there was something fishy about it. But Captain Zhou, I've already joined Special Operations Group A as an official member. Isn't there a conflict in joining the Falcon as an official member too? Lin Dong said helplessly. Don't worry, when the time comes, the commander will negotiate with their group leader. You just do what you need to do. Besides, you won't have to carry out any missions. You can just enjoy the same treatment with a temporary title. Isn't that great? Zhou Zhenghua replied. Fine. Since the other party said so, Lin Dong didn't mind. After all, neither side required him to execute missions. Having an additional identity was also a good thing. When he enhanced his strength to an invincible level with his divine wealth, who would dare to force him? Next, Zhou Zhenghua explained the basic situation of the Falcon and Vulture Squad to Lin Dong. He also gave him the identification representing the Falcon. By the time Lin Dong returned to the Starry Sky Hotel, it was already evening. He had thoroughly understood the nature of the two major organizations throughout the day. One was internal, and the other was external. The Special Operations Group targeted domestic martial artists who violated laws with weapons, preventing them from committing crimes and harming society. Group A was the most elite within the Special Operations Group, with each member at least at the initial level of the Dragon ranking. The Falcon targeted foreigners who wanted to steal intelligence from within the country or foreign mercenaries coming to execute missions. The Vulture Squad within the Falcon was equivalent to Group A within the Special Operations Group, consisting of the most elite individuals, each also at the level of the Dragon ranking. As for why the Falcon was called the Falcon, it was because, apart from Huaxia, there was another country that was a match for Huaxia, which was the Eagle Nation. Although there had been no large-scale wars between the two countries, various probing small-scale wars had been frequent. The establishment of the Falcon was to counter the Eagle Nation's hunting team. These two teams were almost mortal enemies, as can be seen from their names. One is a falcon, and the other is a hunting team. In the border areas between the two countries, small-scale wars occurred almost daily. Lin Dong looked at the two identification documents placed on the table. One represented his official membership in Special Operations Group A. With this document, he could mobilize local forces for his use under certain circumstances. As long as he presented this document, the heads of various provinces and cities would have to follow his arrangements, which indicated the immense power he held. There were only 11 members in the entire Special Operations Group A who possessed such a document, including him, and the Chaizhou he met at the Liu family was one of them. The other was the official member document of the Falcon headquarters, Vulture Squad. This document carried equal weight, presenting it could mobilize local military forces. There were even fewer members in the Vulture Squad than in Special Operations Group A, with only 10 members including him, and his codename was 10. Logically speaking, these two identities should not exist in the same person. However, due to Lin Dong's immense potential, both organizations were unwilling to let him go to the other side, resulting in this situation. With either identity, as long as he did not betray the country, he could be said to walk freely in Huaxia, not to mention that Lin Dong now possessed two identities. Combining these two extreme identities, it is no exaggeration to say that even if Lin Dong spent $1 trillion, as long as he presented his identity, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. After fully understanding the importance of these two identities, he felt that he had truly changed. From being a nobody with nothing, even a bit self-deprecating, he had transformed into someone who not only possessed infinite wealth but also ranked among the notable figures in the country. As a formal member of Special Operations Group A, combined with the official members of the Falcon Vulture team, it can be said that the provincial and municipal leaders, as well as the commanders of local military departments, must treat him with great respect. Of course, to receive such treatment, they have paid a price that ordinary people cannot compare to, often risking their lives to carry out missions. Moreover, Su Wanli and Zhou Zhenghua have already told him that as long as he does not betray the country or engage in activities harmful to the nation and society, the Special Operations Group and the Falcon will be his backing. Behind the Special Operations Group and the Falcon is the state. With the country as his support, he can also launch his own plans and spend money wildly to acquire godly points. Everything he has now is based on his own powerful strength. If he had no strength, would Su Wanli and Zhou Zhenghua value him so much? Definitely not. Although Lin Dong is still not very clear about his own positioning due to the rapid improvement of his strength, he has a strong spiritual perception and can feel the admiration and excitement in Su Wanli and Zhou Zhenghua's gazes towards him. Furthermore, the fact that Zhou Zhenghua even tried to persuade him to join the Vulture team proves his immense value. In fact, Lin Dong's initial goal was simply to join the two major organizations and become an external member. The difference between an external member and a formal member of an elite team is not trivial. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as worlds apart. His source of strength comes from godly points, and continuing to acquire more godly points to enhance his strength is what he must do now. Although his strength is already quite strong, it is still not enough, at least not compared to Su Wanli and Zhou Zhenghua, who are still far superior. As long as there are people stronger than him, he cannot afford to relax. Only when his strength reaches a point where no one is stronger than him can he afford to ease up a bit. Next, he plans to splurge extravagantly in Kyoto. In this land where every inch is worth its weight in gold, casually buying a few houses will surely lead to a significant increase in godly points. Plus, with Zhao Xin continuing to earn godly points for him in the Magic City, he believes that soon he will be able to enhance his spiritual power. At that time, his strength will reach another level. While Lin Dong was planning his next moves, in a luxurious mansion in Kyoto, Qin Zhang was in his room entering a special URL on his computer. This URL was something he had worked very hard to obtain, and it could only be used for one day. After that, it would become invalid. After entering the website, he posted a message. A bounty of 500 million for the assassination of a top-tier individual on the Tiger List, location, Huaxia, Kyoto. After sending it, Qin Zhang quietly waited. The special website he entered was called the Dark Web, an underground world of the internet. Transactions that cannot be seen in the light of day take place here, whether it be assassinations or kidnappings, and the amounts involved are enormous. Those who post tasks on the dark web often have significant identities in the real world. They may be political figures from various countries, heirs of financial conglomerates, or scions of prominent families, but they have all disguised themselves, so no one will discover their true identities. Those who take on the tasks are often mercenary teams ranked among the best in the global underground world, or solitary super assassins. Once a posted task is accepted, the employer will transfer the commission to a designated account on the platform. After both parties confirm the task's completion, the platform will take a portion of the commission and then transfer the money to the person who completed the task. If the task fails, the commission will be returned intact to the employer. Throughout the process, the employer and the person executing the task will never meet or contact each other, which better protects the employer's identity information. Since the establishment of the dark web, because task failures have no impact on the employer, more and more employers have begun to post tasks, and the dark web's notoriety has grown. As of today, the dark web has become a small world of its own, sustaining countless mercenaries and assassins. It ranks mercenary teams and assassins based on the difficulty and completion rate of tasks. Those who rank at the top are figures renowned throughout the global underground. Various countries are resolutely cracking down on the dark web because its existence means that their political leaders could become assassination targets at any moment. However, there's nothing they can do. The addresses of the dark web change almost every day and are maintained by the world's top hackers, making it impossible to eradicate. Moreover, the dark web continues to grow day by day. Qin Zhang, having been warned by Zhao Shidao of Tsi that the 10-year agreement was approaching, was advised not to cause any trouble recently. He dared not openly oppose Zhao Shidao, but he was unwilling to let Lin Dong go so easily. This time Lin Dong's visit to Kyoto was the perfect opportunity. Thus, he chose to use the dark web to post a task as an employer, inviting internationally renowned assassins to deal with Lin Dong. It would be best if it succeeded. Even if it failed, it wouldn't affect him at all. After waiting for a long time, there was still no response from the dark web, meaning no one had taken his task. He was puzzled. From what he understood, the price for assassinating a top-tier figure on the Tiger List was around 300 million, and he had raised the price to 500 million. Logically, increasing the price by nearly half should have led to immediate acceptance of the task on the dark web. He had raised the price significantly to encourage others to take it quickly. Unexpectedly, nearly an hour had passed, and still no one had taken it. What was going wrong? Qin Zhang was somewhat at a loss. This was his first time posting a task on the dark web. What he didn't know was that assassinating a target was not only related to the target's strength but also to their identity and the assassination location, all of which played a significant role. For instance, when targeting a top-tier figure on the Tiger List, one might be a solitary individual without any backing, while the other could be an heir from a prominent family. The difference between them could be vast. It was even possible for the price to differ by tenfold. The task Qin Zheng posted only had a name, lacking detailed identity information, and the location was the capital of Huaxia, known as a forbidden ground for mercenaries and assassins. Who didn't know that Huaxia had specialized organizations targeting foreign mercenaries? Solitary assassins might have a slightly better chance if the target was smaller, and some bolder ones might dare to come, but most would come and go without success, with very few completing their tasks. As for mercenaries, they were even less willing to take on tasks in Huaxia, as they typically operated in groups of several to dozens of people. The targets in Huaxia were too significant, the risks too high, making it not worth it. Therefore, it was strange that anyone would take the task Qin Zhang posted. These people were not fools. Having money also meant having a life to spend it on, right? Moreover, 500 million was truly not worth the risk of venturing into the forbidden ground of Huaxia's Kyoto. After waiting for a long time without any response, Qin Zheng finally lost his patience. He directly contacted the staff of the dark web to inquire about the situation. He was unwilling to give up this opportunity and watch Lin Dong slip away right under his nose. As for why he had to act in Kyoto rather than when Lin Dong was in Jiangcheng, he wanted others to know it was him, Qin Zhang, who did it, but without any evidence to prove it. That was his goal. As long as there was no evidence, no one could do anything to him. If he acted in Jiangcheng, people might not suspect him, and then his efforts would be in vain. What he wanted was not just to vent his anger, more importantly, he wanted to show others that he, Qin Zhang, was not to be trifled with. Anyone who opposed him should be prepared to pay the price. This was the confidence he had as the heir of the Qin family in Kyoto, a confidence befitting one of the 8 kings of the Tsi faction. Because of Lin Dong, he had become a laughingstock in the Kyoto circle during this time. If he didn't regain his face, how could he continue to mix in the Kyoto circle? As long as something happened to Lin Dong in Kyoto this time, everyone would think it was his doing, but without evidence, he would not only regain his face but also no one could do anything to him. It was just a matter of spending some money. A few 100 million was just small change for him, the heir of the Qin family. For someone of his status, money was trivial, face was the big deal. As long as he regained his face, spending any amount of money was worth it. How can I help you? A dark web staff member sent a message. I want to ask why no one has taken the task I posted? Qin Zheng asked. No one has taken the task, possibly due to various issues. I can't tell you exactly where the problem lies, the staff member replied. Then can you help me see what the problem is with my task? Since it's my first time posting a task, I'm not too familiar with it. If there's an issue, I can correct it immediately, Qin Zhang responded. Okay, please send me your task code. Qin Zhang looked at his task code and replied, 4398. Not long after, the other party sent another message. Hello, according to the task you posted, there are 2 issues. First, the target information is incomplete. Second, the target location is Kyoto, China, which is a place that most people are unwilling to risk going to. 500 million is indeed considered a premium for assassinating a top-tier person, but if the location is Kyoto, China, that's another matter. What should I change to make the task acceptable? The target location cannot be changed. Then I suggest you increase the commission amount. That might entice someone to take the risk. Okay, thank you. After chatting with the dark web staff, Qin Zheng realized that posting a task wasn't that simple. After all, if you casually post a task, others have to risk their lives to execute it, so it's natural to understand the task thoroughly. Then Qin Zheng made some adjustments to the task, changing nothing else but directly raising the commission to 1 billion. Under the huge monetary temptation, he believed someone would be willing to take the risk. What mercenary forbidden zone was just an excuse to raise the stakes, of course, it was definitely more dangerous than other places. Sure enough, after Qin Zhang raised the commission to 1 billion, someone quickly noticed the task. 1 billion, how much money that many people have never seen in their lifetime. Even on the dark web, a commission of 1 billion was rare. Moreover, tasks on the dark web are ranked starting from the highest commission downwards. The higher the commission, the more prominently the task appears on the dark web. Thus, Qin Zhang's 1 billion commission quickly made it to the first page, ranking 7th. Many people noticed this newly posted task, but upon seeing the task location was Kyoto, China, most lost interest. This place is one that many mercenary groups and assassins are unwilling to go to. Kyoto, China, is called a forbidden zone for them for a reason. This is an experience earned with their blood. Of course, there were also some newcomers who were fearless and some crazy individuals who looked down on this, dismissing the idea of a forbidden zone. They simply didn't believe it. These people urgently needed to achieve results to make a name for themselves in the global underground world, and with a commission of 1 billion, it was indeed worth the risk. As long as they completed this job, even if they washed their hands of it afterward, it would be enough to live freely anywhere in the world. Therefore, many people inquired about this task, but most were inexperienced newcomers. The dark web staff would select the most outstanding person to execute the task based on these individuals' past records and abilities. There would not be a situation where multiple people executed a single task. In that case, once the task is completed, it will be difficult to determine who accomplished it. Others can only continue to apply for this task after it has failed. After confirming the candidate for the task, the staff contacted Qin Zhang, who needed to provide some basic information about the target, such as gender, height, age, photos, and frequently visited locations. All of this was provided to Qin Zhang by Zhou Huili. Once everything was ready, Qin Zhang also needed to transfer 1 billion in commission to a designated account on the dark web. This was to prevent the employer from disappearing after the task was completed and refusing to pay. Once the commission was in place, the dark web staff indicated that the person executing the task would arrive in Kyoto within 3 days, and a response would be given a week later, regardless of whether the task succeeded or failed. Qin Zheng thought everything was prepared, just waiting for Lin Dong to come to Kyoto, at which point he could deliver a fatal blow. The dark web had a notorious reputation in the global underground world. As long as the price was right, there was no one they wouldn't dare to assassinate. However, he did not know that Lin Dong's strength was no longer as simple as being at the top of the tiger list, and with Lin Dong's current identity, if anything unexpected happened in Kyoto, the entire city would likely be turned upside down. The formal members of Special Operations Group A and the Falcon Vulture team were not to be trifled with. There were only about 20 of them nationwide. These were the true elite of the country, and if an assassination were to succeed, the dark web would also be implicated. When the Huaxia Empire truly got angry, it was no joke, the whole world would tremble. Lin Dong was still unaware that someone had set their sights on him, intending to take his life. He was still thinking about where to splurge tomorrow. The next day, Lin Dong found a nearby Mercedes-Benz dealership and picked up a luxury car. It was really inconvenient without a vehicle, he couldn't just take a taxi everywhere. Then Lin Dong went to Tsinghua University, but he didn't go inside. Instead, he circled around, with the purpose of course being to look for a house. Tsinghua University, being a world-renowned institution, had the most expensive properties in the surrounding school district. The price of any second-hand house here was comparable to that of the Jiangnan International Mansion in Jiangcheng, nearly 200,000 per square meter. A small second-hand apartment was worth over 10 million. However, Lin Dong was not planning to buy a second-hand house. If he was going to buy, he wanted a new one, the more expensive the better. After searching around, he couldn't find any newly built properties. It seemed the demolition costs around Tsinghua University were too high, and developers found it unprofitable. Lin Dong had to expand his search radius. Finally, about a 10-minute drive from Tsinghua University, he found a newly developed property. After a quick look, he directly spent over 100 million to buy a large flat. For the next day, Lin Dong roamed freely around Kyoto. Whenever he saw a new property for sale, he would go in and buy a unit. By the end of the day, he was exhausted, but the results were quite fruitful. He spent over 4 billion, and he didn't even keep track of how many units he bought. Various contracts were piled in his car. After learning the 8 Extremes Fist, his wealth points had originally dropped to 28, but in the past 2 days, Zhao Xian had spent some in the Magic City, raising it to 52 points. Adding today's spending, it totaled 99 points. There was still a long way to go to reach 1,000 points. That night, he searched online and discovered that the most expensive properties in Kyoto were not the newly developed ones, but rather the Seihiyuan, courtyard houses. For the next 2 days, Lin Dong continued to hustle in various corners of Kyoto. However, this time he was smarter. He no longer ran around aimlessly by himself but directly found several real estate agents, expressing his interest in investing in Seihiyuan in Kyoto. As long as there were properties for sale, he would accept any price. The real estate agent, seeing such a significant client, pulled all the strings to help Lin Dong find a property. However, Seihiyuan, courtyard houses, are a scarce resource in Kyoto. Everyone knows their value will rise, so not many are willing to sell. After 2 days, a total of 12 Seihiyuan were purchased, each valued between hundreds of millions to billions. One of them, said to be a super-large Seihiyuan previously inhabited by a prince, was bought by Lin Dong for nearly 2 billion. In just 3 days, combined with Zhao Xian's investments in the Magic City, his godly rich points had already risen to 298. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade his mental strength. Lin Dong initially planned to continue buying, but he received a call from Zhou Limin, the president of Jiangnan University. He asked if Lin Dong had arrived in Kyoto. If not, he should hurry over, as they had already been at Tsinghua University for 3 days. With no choice, Lin Dong had to set aside his plans. but he instructed a few real estate agents to notify him if any Sehiyuan were for sale. The next morning, Lin Dong arrived at Qingmu University, marking his first visit to this world-renowned institution. Standing in front of the university's gate, he admired the massive sign and the top students bustling about. Truly, as a world-class university, the grandeur of this entrance surpassed that of Jiangnan University. However, Lin Dong didn't notice that while he stood there, a pair of eyes was watching him from a distance. The person was tall, wearing a baseball cap, clearly a foreigner. Yet, in a prestigious institution like Qingmu University, there were many international students, so no one paid him any mind. Lin Dong wanted to enter the university alongside the Qingmu students but was stopped by the guard because he didn't have a student ID. "Uncle, I'm here from Jiangnan University for an exchange program. Please let me in," Lin Dong pleaded with the guard. "If you're from Jiangnan University, have someone from your school come to pick you up," the guard replied. After much back and forth, the guard still wouldn't let Lin Dong in, so he had no choice but to call Zhou Limin. Before long, Zhou Limin came out to escort Lin Dong into the school. "Lin Dong, why did it take you so long to get here?" Zhou Limin asked as they walked. "President Zhou, I'm sorry, I got held up with some matters," Lin Dong replied. "While making money is important, you can't neglect your studies. You can earn money after graduation, but if you let your studies slip, there won't be another chance to return to campus," Zhou Limin admonished. "Understood, President Zhou. Let's go. Huili and the others are in class now. The purpose of this visit is for you to experience the learning atmosphere and teaching methods at Qingmu University, and to see where our school stands in comparison to such a world-class institution. Only by identifying the gaps can we make progress." "Got it," Lin Dong said. Although he verbally acknowledged this, he felt somewhat skeptical. Jiangnan University was good, but it was far behind Qingmu University, being completely outclassed in every aspect. This wasn't something that could be turned around overnight. Lin Dong thought this academic exchange was merely a chance to broaden his horizons, and the idea of finding gaps was nonsense. In terms of both hardware and software facilities, Jiangnan University lagged a tier behind Qingmu University. Zhou Limin brought Lin Dong to the lecture hall for a public class, leaving him there after introducing him. Lin Dong could only sit in the classroom, bored, thinking about how to continue spending to increase his godly rich points. Some female students from Qingmu University frequently turned to look at Lin Dong. At this point, Lin Dong could truly be considered a male god. He had always been somewhat handsome, but previously his poor health and insecurities made him appear somewhat wilted. Now that his physical fitness has improved, his mental strength has increased, and he has become more confident, he looks extraordinary, completely like a sunny male god. The current Zhou Huili is still a bit lacking compared to Lin Dong, which naturally attracts the attention of many female students at Qingmu University. Han Shiyun and Shangguan Mingyue were both pleased to see Lin Dong enter. Han Shiyun was thinking about how to get closer to Lin Dong. Shangguan Mingyue, on the other hand, was contemplating how to implement her plan. Lin Dong still owed her a favor, and she was considering how to use that to gain the maximum benefit. The 5 students from Jiangnan University who came for the exchange program were all present, 3 goddesses and 2 gods, which really put the top students of Qingmu University at a disadvantage. Qingmu University also had its share of male and female gods, but there were so many of them, it was usually hard to see even one, but suddenly 4 came 3 days ago, and now another one has arrived. They even wondered if all students from Jiangnan University were of such caliber. That was somewhat enviable. Sitting in the classroom during the lesson, Lin Dong secretly sent a message to Yunqi. He told her he had arrived at Qingmu University and asked if she had time to meet at noon. In the past, Yunqi would reply almost instantly, but this time there was no response, probably because she was in class and had her phone on silent. While Lin Dong was messaging Yunqi, there was someone else in the classroom also sending a message. That was Zhou Huili, who was messaging Qin Zhang to inform him that Lin Dong had arrived at Qingmu University and was currently in class. Over the past 2 days, Qin Zhang had been asking him almost every day if Lin Dong had arrived, likely wanting to take revenge for the last time. When Qin Zhang received Zhou Huili's message, he was extremely excited. Lin Dong had finally arrived. The dark web staff had told him yesterday that the person assigned to the task had reached Kyoto but had not found the target. Qin Zhang learned from Zhou Huili that Lin Dong had not actually arrived at Qingmu University, which had made him anxious. Now that Lin Dong was here, there should be results in the next couple of days. His plan was that even if he couldn't kill Lin Dong, he at least wanted to cripple him, ideally making him spend the rest of his life in bed. So he told the dark web staff that as long as Lin Dong was severely disabled, it would count as completing the task. Everything was ready, just waiting for the result. Thinking about how he would soon wash away the humiliation he had suffered, Qin Zhang found it hard to control himself. During this time, he had hardly attended any gatherings of the Tsi party, Every time he went, someone would bring up the incident in Jiangcheng to humiliate him, especially that Wu Zhuo guy. They already had a gap between them, and now he was seizing on this matter, making him lose face several times. The morning class ended quickly, and during the break, Yunqi replied to Lin Dong's message, agreeing to have lunch together. Lin Dong, let's have lunch together at noon. Han Shiyun walked up to Lin Dong and said. She thought that to get closer to Lin Dong, she had to take the initiative. If she didn't act quickly, he would be snatched away, especially with Shangguan Mingyue lurking nearby. Sorry, Han, I have plans for lunch. Lin Dong replied. Plans? With whom? Han Shiyun asked. A high school classmate, studying at Qingmu University. Lin Dong responded. Alright then, you have to treat me next time. Han Shiyun said somewhat jealously. When had she ever been turned down like this? She was always the one rejecting others. How could it be her turn to be rejected? But with Lin Dong, she had already been turned down many times. Even her advances had been rejected, which was quite a blow to her usual confidence. Definitely, Lin Dong promised. After Han Shiyun left, Shangguan Mingyue walked over again. Lin Dong, don't forget our agreement. Shangguan Mingyue said. What agreement? Lin Dong asked, puzzled. You still owe me a favor. I said. That depends on my mood. I don't care. You promised me anyway, Shangguan Mingyue said, turning around and leaving, not giving Lin Dong a chance to speak. Lin Dong shook his head, feeling somewhat baffled. Do women nowadays really like to be so self-centered? At that moment, his phone rang in his pocket. Lin Dong took it out to check. It was a call from Yunqi. Hello? Lin Dong pressed the answer button. Lin Dong, I'm here. Are you done with class? Yunqi's clear voice came through the phone. This was the first time Lin Dong had heard Yunqi's voice in years, and it was still the same as before. They had only communicated through messages occasionally over the years. I'm done. I'll be out right away, Lin Dong said as he walked out of the classroom. Just as he stepped out, he saw a beautiful figure standing not far away, holding a phone. Dressed in a pure white dress, with her long black hair tied in a ponytail, she looked nervous standing there. The boys passing by couldn't help but turn their heads to stare at her. Indeed, Yunqi was still as outstanding as she was in high school. Even at a top university like Qingmu University, she was still an object of admiration. Lin Dong hung up the phone and walked towards Yunqi. When he was about 10 meters away, Yunqi finally noticed him. Lin Dong smiled and continued walking until he stood in front of her. Yunqi appeared somewhat excited, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yunqi, long time no see, Lin Dong said with a smile. Lin Dong, long time no see. Yunqi replied with a smile as well. Although it had been almost 3 years since they last met, there was no sense of awkwardness. They felt like old friends. Especially for Yunqi, Lin Dong had appeared countless times in her dreams over the past 3 years. At this moment, seeing Lin Dong standing right in front of her made her feel a bit overwhelmed. It was because of her own timidity that she had lost Lin Dong once. This time, for her own happiness, she decided to take the initiative. She had to seize this man who had given her a second chance at life. As Lin Dong looked at Yunqi before him, he couldn't help but recall that afternoon years ago when he risked his life to save her from the clutches of death. Since then, he had known that Yunqi often secretly gazed at him in a daze. He understood what that meant, but he chose to avoid it. His childhood experiences had instilled in him a deep sense of inferiority. He was afraid to face it all. Even though he knew Yunqi was interested in him, he didn't dare to take the initiative. Yunqi was too outstanding, so outstanding that he once felt ashamed to stand beside her. So at that time, he didn't dare to have any thoughts about Yunqi, fearing he couldn't control himself. Then he chose Jiang Shan. At least he felt that the gap between him and Jiang Shan wasn't that big, and they could go all the way to the end, get married, and have children. After being with Jiang Shan, he treated her wholeheartedly. When Jiang Shan kept him away from Yunqi, he complied. He never expected to end up like this. He thought that for Yunqi, time would gradually fade everything away. Yet now, he could still feel the love reflected in Yunqi's eyes when she looked at him. Just like many years ago, unchanged, even more intense. To be honest, as a man, Lin Dong was truly moved at this moment. A girl as outstanding as her could hold on to her feelings for him without any change for so many years. That was truly rare. Jiang Shan couldn't even resist temptation while attending the same school as him and ultimately chose to break up. Yet Yunqi hadn't changed at all after 3 years without seeing him. Were there not many excellent men at Qingmu University? That was impossible. There were definitely more than at Jiangnan University. He believed that with Yunqi's qualities, she would never lack excellent suitors. At this moment, he felt an impulse to hold Yunqi in his arms, but he restrained himself, at least not now, because they hadn't established a relationship yet. Lin Dong and Yunqi's first meeting after 3 years felt like that of old friends, simple and unremarkable. They merely greeted each other before walking side by side away. After they left, the surrounding students began to chatter. Wow, isn't that our school's campus beauty, Yunxi from the Chinese department? Who's that guy with her? Does anyone know? I think he's a student from Jiangnan University here for an exchange program. He's in our class. From Jiangnan University? Damn, why should the good stuff go to outsiders? How can our campus beauty be taken by another school? It's like letting pigs root through the good cabbage. What good cabbage? Can you even speak? I think that guy is pretty handsome, quite stylish, at least he's not worse than our school's 4 young masters. Yun Shi and he are a perfect match. This was a girl's voice. No matter how handsome or stylish he is, he's still from another school. When did it become their turn to interfere with our campus beauty? Isn't that a slap in the face for us? Exactly. This is big news. Hurry up and tell Hanlon. He sees Yun Shi as his inner circle. If he finds out, that guy is definitely in for it. I was wondering why so many people were chasing Yun Shi, and she seemed completely uninterested. Turns out she has a boyfriend. These two look like they've known each other for a long time. Who cares how long they've known each other? Spread the news quickly, or our campus beauty from Qingmu University will be snatched away by someone from Jiangnan University. Lin Dong and Yun Shi walked along, unaware of how many eyes were on them, mainly because Yun Shi was indeed very famous at Qingmu University. However, they were completely unconcerned and found a place outside the campus to have a meal together. After eating, Yun Shi took Lin Dong to explore Qingmu University. As a world-class institution, Qingmu University was vast, and they wandered through many places before finally sitting down by an artificial lake. It was a secluded spot, a paradise for couples at Qingmu University, though usually only at night. During the day, hardly anyone would come out in the blazing sun, and it wasn't suitable for doing anything out of the ordinary. So, people generally came at night, and it was rare to see anyone there during the day. Lin Dong, Yun Shi called out. Lin Dong looked at her. I feel like you've changed a lot. Yun Shi said. In what ways? Tell me. Lin Dong asked. You've gotten stronger, more confident, and, even more handsome. Yun Shi said, blushing. Lin Dong touched his face. The system had indeed brought him significant changes, not just physically but also mentally. He used to be insecure and reluctant to communicate with others. Now, he was bursting with confidence. Yun Shi, actually, I feel like you've changed too, Lin Dong said. Have I changed? In what way? Yun Shi looked at herself and asked. You're even prettier than before, Lin Dong said with a grin. Lin Dong, you've also become quite smooth-tongued. You could never say such things before. Really? Maybe everyone changes. They both gazed at the distant lake, falling into silence for a long time. Lin Dong, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for coming to my rescue like a god when I was at my most desperate, pulling me back from the brink without regard for danger. Oh, that. Actually, I had forgotten about it long ago. I just acted quickly. I believe that even if I hadn't been there, someone else would have stepped in to save you. But I can't forget. Yunxi raised her head, staring intently at Lin Dong, her voice low. Lin Dong sensed that Yunxi's tone had suddenly changed and turned to look at her. Their eyes met. Yunxi turned her head to the side, continuing in a low voice, I've been having a nightmare for the past few years. In my dream, a large truck came barreling towards me out of control. I wanted to run, but I found I couldn't move. Just as the truck was about to hit me, a figure appeared beside me, picking me up and pulling me away from the truck's path. At first, I would wake up from this nightmare, drenched in sweat, terrified of having it. But every time I went to sleep, I couldn't help but want to experience that nightmare again, because I could see that figure a little longer. Look at his face. I was afraid that over time, I would forget what he looked like. Gradually, this nightmare no longer felt like a nightmare to me, because I knew the truck couldn't hit me. I just needed to close my eyes, and soon I would be in a warm embrace, inhaling the familiar scent in my mind, looking at the familiar face in my thoughts. As Yunxi spoke, her voice shifted from a low tone to a soft sob. Lin Dong felt he should do something at that moment, so he reached out his right hand, wrapping it around Yunxi's shoulder, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. This scene was spotted by a couple passing by not far away, who quickly took out their phones to snap a few pictures after confirming it was Yunxi. This was explosive news. Yunxi, the campus beauty of Qingmu University, was actually on a date with a boy on campus, and resting her head on his shoulder? Once this news spread, accompanied by a few photos, it would definitely blow up the entire campus network. Lin Dong and Yunxi were completely unaware that they had been photographed. Yunxi, I know your feelings. I knew from the very beginning. But back then, I was timid, insecure, and cowardly, afraid to face it. Now I'm not, but please give me a little more time. I just broke up with Jiang Shan not long ago, and her situation isn't good either. You saw it in the class group. Although I'm upright and proper, I don't want you to face any criticism. I don't want them to think that it was after we got together that Jiang Shan was abandoned, leading to her current state. That wouldn't be fair to you. If I'm going to give, I want to give you the best. Trust me, this time I won't run away. I'll wait for you, Yoonchi said softly. In the afternoon, Lindong and Yoonchi returned to their classes. They had no idea that a storm was about to sweep through the campus, and they were the main characters of this storm. While they were in class, a short article appeared on the Qingmu University campus forum. Qingmu University campus beauty Yoonchi is on a date with a strange man on campus. It was accompanied by several photos of Yoonchi resting her head on Lindong's shoulder. This was huge. In just one afternoon, the views skyrocketed to over 10,000, with thousands of comments. This piece of information quickly became the hottest article on the Qingmu University forum, being shared among students. Various class WeChat groups began to emerge. Everyone was discussing who this boy was. They started to do a human flesh search for Lindong. Eventually, some classmates in Lindong's new class, combining their guesses about Lindong and Yoonchi leaving together, naturally pointed the finger at Lindong. Thus, another short article appeared on the campus forum. Jiangnan University exchange student Lindong has taken away Qingmu University campus beauty Yoonchi. This was another viral article. At Qingmu University, any article related to Yoonchi, especially gossip, was bound to explode. There had been previous stories about Zhang Hanlin, one of the 4 young masters of Qingmu, successfully winning over campus beauty Yoonchi. There were claims that Zhang Hanlin publicly declared Yoonchi as his goddess, forbidding anyone from peeking. However, these were all unsubstantiated rumors, unlike this time, which had photos attached, greatly increasing its credibility. As a result, by the time school ended in the afternoon, a large number of Qingmu University students gathered outside Lindong's classroom, all coming to see who this Lindong was, the one who could win over campus beauty Yoonchi. The few people from Jiangnan University, including Lindong, were still in a fog because they hadn't logged into the Qingshu University campus forum and didn't have a class group. They were completely unaware of the situation, only feeling that many people were observing them, especially Lindong. Lindong's popularity also raised the profiles of Han Shiyun, Suing Xue, and Shangguan Mingyue. With more students arriving, they discovered that the 3 girls from Jiangnan University were all goddess-level beauties. No wonder it was said that Jiangnan has always produced beautiful women. Many boys shifted their attention to Han Shiyun and the other 2. Zhou Huili became the least noticeable among the 5. Yoonchi was also bombarded with questions from classmates about what was going on. However, she didn't explain or admit anything. She actually wanted to admit it openly, but Lindong hadn't established a relationship with her yet, so she decided to wait. Not denying it was the biggest problem. Various rumors began to circulate in the school. However, this had no effect on Lindong. After school, he didn't linger and left the school directly. He still needed to earn more godly rich points and had no time to waste. After exiting the school gate and arriving at his parking spot, he drove away. Just after Lindong left, a black business van followed closely behind him. By the time Lindong returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Although his godly rich points had increased a bit today, reaching 325 points, he felt it was still too slow. So he called Zhao Xian, asking her to send some people to Kyoto and to develop business in 2 international metropolises simultaneously. Zhao Xian was somewhat confused about what Lindong was trying to do. Logically, the speed of Donglai International's development was already fast enough, having invested over 100 billion in just over a month, becoming a hot new star in the investment world. Moreover, these investments had undergone strict evaluations, and most would yield significant profits in the future, but Lindong, the boss, seemed dissatisfied. He kept urging her to accelerate the investment pace, which left her puzzled about how much money this young boss had that he couldn't spend. However, confusion aside, since the boss said to do it, she could only comply. She immediately allocated a portion of the older staff, who would head to Kyoto the next day to follow Lindong's arrangements. The next day, Lindong called Zhou Limin to request leave. Zhou Limin had some reservations, but Lindong assured him that he would donate more money to the school for development after returning. Zhou Limin immediately stated that he would arrange everything for Lindong, allowing him to focus on his own matters. Indeed, as the saying goes, money can make the world go round. There's nothing that money can't solve, and if there is, just add more money. In the morning, Lindong received the team sent by Zhao Xian, nearly 50 people in total. Lindong took them directly to a nearby Benz dealership, where he provided each small team with a Benz business vehicle for convenience in their work. Then he took them directly to the Starry Sky Hotel, handing over the contracts and some documents for the houses he had purchased in recent days, instructing them to transfer the properties to the company's name. The group of 50, led by their boss Lindong, entered the lobby of the Starry Sky Hotel. "Mr. Lin, hello, how can I assist you?" asked a tall, young beauty, the lobby manager of the Starry Sky Hotel. Lin Dong was a guest in the hotel's top luxury suite, and such guests were either rich or noble, so they had to be well taken care of. "How many guest rooms are on the floor I'm staying on?" Lin Dong asked. "Mr. Lin, you are staying in our hotel's highest level top luxury suite, and there are a total of 28 rooms on your floor," the beautiful manager Yang Lu replied. Lin Dong turned to the employees behind him and said, "How about you two share a room? That suite is quite spacious." "Mr. Lin, we can just stay in a regular room, no need for anything too fancy." "Yeah, Mr. Lin, there's no need for such luxury. A simple room will do," said a team leader. They were all longtime employees and had a certain understanding of this wealthy boss, so they weren't too surprised, just felt it was necessary to decline a bit. "Since we're here, it's my call. I'll make the arrangements," Lin Dong said. Then he turned to the beautiful manager and said, "I want to book the entire floor I'm staying on. Can you coordinate with the other guests?" Yang Lu felt dizzy for a moment, although she had a premonition when Lin Dong mentioned 2 people per room. Hearing it come from his mouth still felt like a dream. Booking an entire floor of top luxury suites for his employees? She had never seen such a wealthy boss. She had worked at this Starry Sky Hotel for several years and had seen many rich people, but this was the first time she had encountered someone like Lin Dong. Just the accommodation for one day would cost over 5 million. Which company does this person own? She really wanted to join this company. Working for someone like him would definitely offer better benefits than other companies. "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, I'll check for you." Yang Lu quickly ran to the front desk to start inquiring. Lin Dong and the others followed her. "Mr. Lin, the floor you're staying on has already been booked for 15 rooms. It's too crowded to coordinate. How about I move you up a floor?" Yang Lu said cautiously. This was a big deal, and she was afraid of upsetting Lin Dong. If he decided to switch hotels, she would be in trouble. Just one day's stay would generate over 5 million in revenue, definitely a big client. "That works," Lin Dong thought for a moment and replied. In the end, Lin Dong booked for half a month, and under the hungry gazes of many beautiful waitresses, he and his group went upstairs. Once in his room, Lin Dong saw that his wealth score had increased by another point, reaching 326. Now that everyone had arrived, they could start splurging. He spent money differently than Zhao Xian, who had to investigate this and that. He just bought. Moreover, he didn't want to invest in any companies, he just wanted to buy houses and buildings. After all, housing prices in Kyoto were high. Spending hundreds of billions to buy a house would just be a small splash in the ocean. Luxury at its finest, with 3 meals a day delivered for free, and the food wasn't bad either, so Lin Dong didn't need to take them out to eat. At noon, he let everyone rest for 2 hours, then gathered them to start working, introducing several real estate agents to them so they could contact them directly. Once the contracts were finalized, they just needed to notify him to transfer the money, making things much easier for him without having to run around personally. After arranging everything, Lin Dong received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Dong?" a man asked. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Lin Dong replied, then asked back. "I'm a property seller, but I don't want to go through an agent. I want to deal directly with you. The agents are too exploitative, and their fees are high," the other party said. "What kind of property? What's its value?" Lin Dong asked again. He didn't think much of it. He had indeed bought quite a few properties in recent days and had left his number with several real estate agents, so it wasn't surprising that the other party had gotten his contact. However, if the property was of low value, he didn't have time to waste on it. "It's a Sahiyuan left by my ancestors. My ancestors were once nobles, and the furniture and beams inside are made of excellent ebony, which hasn't decayed at all over the years, so its value is quite high. I heard you've been spending a lot of money on Sahiyuan recently, which is why I contacted you. Otherwise, ordinary people can't afford it." "Alright, I have time now. Can you take me to see it?" Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, "If this kind of house is indeed worth seeing, the one I bought a couple of days ago, an old site of some prince, is just such a house. If the location is good, it would start at least at 1 billion. Lin Dong was currently frantically investing in real estate, not only to gain points to enhance his strength but also for another reason. What if a system suddenly disappeared? At least these houses would still be there, enough for him to live freely for a lifetime. Sure, the other party quickly replied. They then agreed on a meeting place. When Lin Dong arrived, he saw a man in his 30s waiting for him, looking quite presentable. Upon meeting the other party, Lin Dong's keen mental perception sensed that the man's gaze towards him was somewhat evasive and a bit nervous. Is there a problem? This is clearly not someone who genuinely wants to sell a house. Instead, it seems he intends to lure him out. Lin Dong was somewhat puzzled. What was this about? Did he think Lin Dong had spent too much money recently and wanted to kidnap him? Then extort him? Lin Dong chose not to expose him. He wanted to see what the other party was really up to. Now he was bold and confident. Ordinary thugs, whether 3, 5, or even 180, he didn't need to take seriously. After the two met, the man didn't even tell Lin Dong his name, just led him to see the house, saying it was not far and that they didn't need to drive. This was definitely suspicious. Sure enough, the man gradually led Lin Dong to a sparsely populated area and stopped in an alley. Was he planning to extort him here? Lin Dong began to sense the surroundings. No one else around? How could that be? He thought there would be at least dozens of people, but now there was just one? No matter how Lin Dong looked at it, the man in front of him, with his back turned, didn't seem like a master. Alright, let's get to the point. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for being rude, Lin Dong said, standing behind the man. However, the man did not respond but took a few steps forward and disappeared around a corner. Lin Dong smiled, racing against him? Even the world champion runner would have to concede defeat. Just as he was about to chase after him, a chill rushed towards his forehead, making the hair on his body stand on end. What was this feeling? Lin Dong had only experienced it when he saved Yunqi back then, a sensation that only arises in life and death crises. Back then, his mental strength was weak, so the feeling wasn't very intense, but now that his mental strength had increased geometrically, this sensation made him feel instantly cold all over. A slight hesitation of a second, and he might have to say goodbye to this beautiful world. There was no time to think. Lin Dong leaped to the side, jumping 2 or 3 meters away. Bang! Just as he jumped out and had not yet landed, a loud noise rang in his ears, and the ground where he had just stood was already blasted out with a hole the size of a fist. Lin Dong turned his head to see the situation behind him, his eyes narrowing. A sniper rifle, and it was definitely a powerful one. If it could create a fist-sized hole in 10 centimeters of concrete, if it hit a person, half their body would probably be blown away. Even Lin Dong, a master on the dragon list, was now breaking out in a cold sweat. This was not extortion, this was clearly an attempt on his life. After landing, Lin Dong didn't pause for even a moment, instantly leaping in another direction. Sure enough, the spot where he had just landed was again blasted into a large hole. This time, after landing, Lin Dong still did not linger and directly charged towards the person who had shot at him. With Lin Dong's current strength, as long as the first shot didn't hit him while he was stationary, there would almost never be another chance to hit him. His speed, when he ran at full force, was such that ordinary people could only see a blur. About 800 meters away from Lin Dong, on a more than 10-story abandoned building, a tall foreign man saw Lin Dong sprinting towards him. He quickly put away the sniper rifle he had in his hands into a box, cursing under his breath. Fuck. Tucker never expected that his seemingly foolproof shot would miss the target. It was a failure. As the 48th ranked assassin on the dark web, perhaps his skills weren't that strong, but his marksmanship could definitely rank in the top 10, and he was good at camouflage. In his view, what did it matter how strong one was? Could they stop a bullet? Obviously not. No matter what the Tiger List or Dragon List said, it all came down to a single bullet. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant. Many people dared not take on missions in the capital of Huaxia, but he was not afraid. One bullet could take out the target, and then he could disguise himself, who would know it was him. He was not like some other assassins who had to personally kill their targets. He just needed a favorable position and to lure the target in. One bullet would suffice. Assassinating a peak Tiger List target for $1 billion was, in his eyes, just giving him money. But he never expected to fail. After quickly assembling the sniper rifle, he slung it on his back and turned to leave, moving at great speed. He could descend a flight of stairs in just 3 or 4 steps. Although Lin Dong did not know the exact location of his opponent, he could feel the general direction based on the bullet's trajectory, which was enough, as snipers generally positioned themselves at the highest point in the vicinity. Don't ask him how he knew, he learned it from watching TV. He had never seen a pig run, but he had seen pigs before, right? Soon, Lin Dong reached the ground floor of the abandoned building. A few hundred meters was nothing for him now. However, there were many dilapidated houses in between, making the path uneven. He had to climb over obstacles to get here, which took a bit more time. Just as Lin Dong arrived at the bottom of the building, he saw a tall man wearing a baseball cap, carrying a long box on his back, rushing down from above. Damn! Lin Dong's anger flared up instantly. There was no need to ask. The person who had just shot at him was definitely this man in front of him. Since this person wanted his life, Lin Dong wasted no time and decided to incapacitate him first. Boom! His strength and mental power were unleashed to the fullest, releasing an intense pressure. Lin Dong dove forward, charging at the man still at the stairway, not holding back at all, launching into a powerful move from the 8th level of his boxing technique. 8th level * Iron Mountain Lean. Tucker was cursing as he hurried down the stairs. Just as he reached the corner of the bottom stairway, he saw the target appear before him. Tucker was taken aback, preparing to turn and run back upstairs. He knew he couldn't win in close combat against a peak Tiger List fighter. He had to create some distance first and then use his regular firearms. He had more than one sniper rifle on him. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, a suffocating aura pressed down on him. What is this? Before Tucker could react, Lin Dong had already charged in front of him. Bang! Tucker felt a tremendous force slam into him. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed from Tucker's mouth. At that moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been crushed, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint, and his body involuntarily flew backward. Lin Dong collided with Tucker, but the force did not dissipate, pushing Tucker into the wall behind him. Bang! Another loud crash. The more than 10-centimeter thick concrete wall was directly smashed out, creating a large hole. The power of Lin Dong's strike was unimaginable. In an instant, Tucker felt the bones in his back completely shatter. Puff! Another mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. The two of them passed through the wall and fell to the ground. The difference was that Tucker lay on the ground, breathing shallowly, on the verge of death, while Lin Dong stood firmly on the ground. Tucker remembered something, but could only move his head slightly. His body had no strength left. Gradually, the last bit of strength disappeared, and endless darkness engulfed him. Lin Dong walked up to Tucker and checked his breathing. Damn, he's dead. What the hell? He can't take a hit? I haven't even asked who wanted to kill me. For Lin Dong, it was his first time killing someone, and he felt little emotion or psychological burden because if he didn't kill others, others would kill him. Looking at the man's appearance on the ground, he seemed to be a foreigner. Foreigners causing chaos in the country must belong to the Falcon organization, right? Lin Dong directly called Captain Zhou Zhenghua of the Vulture team. He informed him that there was a foreigner who wanted to kill him, using a powerful weapon, and sent the location to him. Zhou Zhenghua told him to wait there, he would be there soon. Lin Dong waited for about 20 minutes when a military helicopter flew towards him and landed on the rooftop of the abandoned building. Soon, Zhou Zhenghua arrived with a few people in front of Lin Dong. Captain! Lin Dong shouted. What happened? Zhou Zhenghua asked. Lin Dong recounted the events to him. Go check his identity. Zhou Zhenghua instructed a female team member who had come with him. Yes. 3 female team members approached Tucker, took out a vial of liquid, poured it on Tucker's face, and then rinsed his face with a bottle of clean water. They then took out a scanner, scanned Tucker's face, and connected it to a laptop. Not long after, one of the female team members said, "Found it. This person is named Tucker, the 48th ranked assassin on the dark web, a newcomer to the Tiger List, but proficient in various firearms, and has a certain reputation in the assassin world. What kind of person did you offend? To get an assassin from the dark web to come after you, it must have cost a pretty penny," Zhou Zhenghua said, looking at Lin Dong. The first people Lin Dong thought of were the Liu brothers, Lu Mang and Lu Cohen. It seemed they hadn't died after all, but he didn't know where they had gone. It seemed he only had a life-and-death feud with them. How would I know? I'm just a college student. Who could I offend? Lin Dong said helplessly. Alright, if you don't want to say, that's fine, but you need to be careful in the future. There might be others coming to assassinate you. Show me the place where you fought just now, and explain it in detail. Lin Dong led Zhou Zhenghua and the others, starting from where he had dodged the sniper's bullets, all the way to where he fought Tucker, explaining everything in detail. Zhou Zhenghua and the others looked at the 2 fist-sized holes in the concrete floor, feeling a chill run down their spines. Such a powerful sniper rifle, if it hit someone, the result was unimaginable. Finally, at the place where Lin Dong crashed into Tucker, looking at the large hole he had made in the more than 10-centimeter thick concrete wall, Zhou Zhenghua couldn't help but marvel at Lin Dong's strength. The key was how young he was. The potential was limitless. The female team members looked at Lin Dong with a hint of admiration. So young, yet so powerful. Lin Dong laughed. As for the remaining matters, he left them to Zhou Zhenghua and his team, as they were more experienced in handling such situations. Zhou Zhenghua told Lin Dong that the female team members were from the Falcon Spider team, responsible for the entire Falcon intelligence network. If Lin Dong needed to know anything, he could contact them directly, and they would inform him if they found any relevant information, exchanging contact details. Lin Dong noticed that the patterns on their arms were indeed spider designs. His team uniform's arm pattern should be a vulture, right? He brought the team uniform back but never wore it. Returning to the Starry Sky Hotel, Lin Dong felt a sense of urgency. Today's encounter had been too dangerous. If it weren't for his strong mental perception, sensing the danger in time, he might have ended up dead. That powerful sniper rifle, if it hit him, he he would either die or be left crippled. It was terrifying. He needed to quickly increase his godly points to 1,000 and break through the ordinary limits of his mental strength because mental strength was incredibly important. It could sense danger. It wasn't just about breaking through mental strength, his physical condition also needed to improve. His strength was still somewhat weak, and the key was that he was already being targeted. He didn't even know who the enemy was. The unknown was the most terrifying. What if a powerhouse like Zhou Zhenghua came to kill him? Right now, he had no confidence in escaping from someone of Zhou Zhenghua or Su Wanli's caliber. He needed to at least elevate himself to their level to feel some sense of security. He also needed a lot of godly points. How could he acquire more godly points within a reasonable range? Lin Dong thought for a moment and called Zhao Xian. "Hello, Chairman Lin." Zhao Xian's voice came through the phone. "Sister Xian, I want to buy some things. Please keep an eye out for me. Get them as quickly as possible, and make sure to buy the best." "Money is not an issue," Lin Dong said. "What do you want to buy?" Zhao Xian asked. "I want to buy an island, as well as planes and a cruise ship, both passenger planes and helicopters, and the most luxurious cruise ship," he replied. "Chairman Lin, are you sure you want to buy these things? I think it would be more profitable to invest that money. These things are consumables, they only depreciate, they don't appreciate," Zhao Xian advised. "It's fine, you invest as you see fit, I'm not short on money. Also, the recent progress has been a bit slow, speed it up. If we recruit enough people, send some reliable ones to develop in other provincial cities. I want to quickly turn Donglai International into a world-class investment company." "Okay, I understand, Chairman Lin," Zhao Xian responded. Since Lin Dong said so, she had nothing more to say. She was somewhat puzzled about where Lin Dong got so much money. No matter how wealthy a family was, they wouldn't just let him squander it like this, right? It was truly baffling, but that wasn't something she needed to worry about. In Kyoto, at a secret base, Zhou Zhenghua was waiting for Tucker's inspection report. An elderly man wearing a mask walked out of the inspection room. "How is it, old Chen?" Zhou Zhenghua asked. "The sniper rifle is a custom model from the black market of the Eagle Nation, and the bullets are specially made, very powerful. There are several types of specialized firearms on him. According to our analysis, these weapons should have been transported to the country in small parts, but the exact route is still unclear. It's obvious that this person is an expert in firearms," Old Chen said. "The most critical thing now is how these firearms made it into the country. We must find out and cut off the supply, otherwise, if they fall into the hands of criminals, it would be a huge threat to society," Zhou Zhenghua said. "Can you ask your people to go a bit easier?" A top-tier expert from the Tiger List was brutally beaten to the point where all his internal organs were shattered, and not a single bone in his upper body was intact. "For us, the value of such a person alive far exceeds that of him dead," Old Chen complained. "He's a newcomer. He lacks restraint. I'll make sure he pays attention," Zhou Zhenghua replied. "Oh, you guys have added a new member to the Vultures?" Old Chen asked. "Yeah, we added a number 10. For the next 2 days, Lin Dong didn't go out. He felt a bit guilty. He didn't even know who the enemy was. What if he stepped outside and got shot in the head? Last time he sensed the danger, but what if he didn't this time? Isn't it a wrongful death? I still have so much money left to spend. Even the curtains in the room are drawn tightly, and I won't even walk over to the curtains. What if someone from the opposite tall buildings takes a shot at me? Fortunately, in the past couple of days, under the pressure of my calls, both Shanghai and Kyoto have yielded quite a bit. My God point has risen to 578 points. I've also established connections for islands, planes, and cruise ships, and I can acquire them soon, which will bring in another large sum of God points. Lin Dong is also comfortably staying in the luxurious top suite of the Starry Sky Hotel. He has decided that he won't go out until his mental strength breaks through. Nothing is more important than his life. He spends his time chatting with Yunchi and his high school classmates online. Yesterday, the Spider Squad contacted him, and they found the man who would lead him to the target location. He is a local from Kyoto, originally from a wealthy family that was displaced, but later fell into gambling, resulting in a broken family and a mountain of debt. The reason he was led to Lin Dong was that someone approached him, offering him 100,000 yuan to bring Lin Dong to the target location. That person is probably Tucker. Damn it! Almost lost my life for just 100,000 yuan. Another day has passed. On the third day of Lin Dong locking himself in the Starry Sky Hotel, Zhao Xian finally called him, informing him that the items he ordered were ready. However, due to the urgency, there was a bit of a markup. Lin Dong didn't care about the markup. The more, the better. After transferring the money to Zhao Xian, Lin Dong kept an eye on the God points while waiting. From afternoon to evening, the God points changed 3 times, increasing by nearly 300 points, reaching 864 points. Lin Dong didn't care how much money was spent, as long as the God points increased, it was fine. All these things would be categorized under Donglai International. However, he still needed over 100 more God points to reach 1,000 points, which meant he had to spend over 100 billion. Moreover, reaching 1,000 points would only bring his mental strength to a level equivalent to his physical constitution. He would need more God points to continue enhancing both his physical and mental strength. Lin Dong recalled everyone he had interacted with, looking for someone who could help him acquire more God points in a short time. He thought of someone. Wang Chang. Didn't he spend over 100 billion in Fagua to buy a mine? He even holds 25% of the shares. If he could help find a way to buy 2 mines in Fagua, that would be at least 2 to 300 billion, right? Then the God points would come rolling in. Yes, let's do it. Thinking of it, he acted. Lin Dong directly called Wang Chang. He had been feeling stifled these days, unable to go out for a mental strength breakthrough. Hello, Brother Lin. I thought you completely stopped caring about your shares, Wang Chang said on the phone. He had been busy with diamond mining in Fagua, so he hadn't paid much attention to the commotion Lin Dong was causing back home. He wasn't even aware that Lin Dong had become a core member of SCC. Brother Wang, I'm not calling you about the shares this time. I need a favor, Lin Dong said directly. Please, go ahead. Don't you have connections in Fagua? I want to buy 2 mines to play with. Oh, Brother Lin wants to buy a mine too? A diamond mine or a gold mine? Wang Chang asked. Either is fine. I just have some spare cash lately and don't know what to do with it, so I might as well buy 2 mines to have some fun. Brother Lin, if you want to buy a mine, I actually have a good recommendation. There's a newly discovered diamond mine not far from here, which has already produced a top-quality diamond the size of a thumb, worth tens of millions. The owner is not a local and wants to sell the mine to go back home, but since it's a new discovery, no one knows what the situation is below, so the risk is not small. It's fine. I'm not afraid of risks. Hurry up and ask for me. The sooner, the better, Lin Dong said anxiously. This was truly a case of someone delivering a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. As for the risks, who cared about that? Alright, I'll ask for you first and then get back to you, Wang Chang said. Ask now. I'm waiting for your call. Lin Dong was a bit anxious. If he didn't hurry, it might take a long time again. Are you that anxious? Wang Chang asked, puzzled. Yes, I'm quite anxious. Hurry up and ask. I'm waiting for your call. Lin Dong finished speaking and hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Chang's reply. Not long after, Wang Chang's call came in. Hello, Brother Wang, how's it going? Lin Dong answered the phone. Brother Lin, the other party is asking for 3 billion. I think we can negotiate the price down a bit, but the risk is quite high. After all, it's a new discovery, and the reserves are uncertain. If it doesn't meet expectations, we might not even get our capital back. That's fine. As long as he sells, I'm all for playing it risky. Without risk, I find it uninteresting. I want that mine. Brother Lin, are you really ready to buy? You need to think it through. 3 billion is not a small amount. But I'll leave this to you to handle. Sign the contract tomorrow, and I'll give you 10% of the shares. That won't do. I can't take shares, since we're friends. It's just a small favor. Wang Chang quickly declined. Lin Dong actually wanted to give him 10% of the shares? Wasn't that just giving him 3 billion for free? No, wait. It might be more than 3 billion. Although he was somewhat tempted, after all, it was 3 billion, he still refused. Brother Wang, once the mine is bought, if I don't have time to come over, I still need you to help me develop it over there. Giving you 10% is like a technical investment. If you really consider me a friend, don't decline. Well, alright then. Wang Chang thought for a moment and agreed. Since Lin Dong had already said it to this extent, if he refused again, it would be a bit too much. However, he added, Brother Lin, if you ever need anything from me, just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't decline. Alright, then it's settled. Hurry up and finalize the contract tomorrow, and I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Dong hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally break through his mental power. The next day, Wang Chang indeed handled everything properly. Lin Dong immediately transferred 3 billion. After completing some investments in Magic City and Kyoto, Lin Dong's godly points skyrocketed to 1,215 points. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Dong looked at the system panel in front of him and clicked on the plus sign behind mental power. A window popped up. Host Lin Dong's mental power has reached the limit of ordinary people on this planet. Would you like to continue to improve? This upgrade will consume 1,000 godly points. Lin Dong chose yes without hesitation. 1,000 godly points were deducted, leaving him with 215 points. Suddenly, Lin Dong felt a sharp pain in his head, lasting for a while, then slowly began to throb. Lin Dong collapsed, lying on the sofa, his head feeling heavy and his consciousness a bit blurred. He didn't know how long it had been when Lin Dong suddenly sat up, his mind clear. This moment felt like suddenly waking up from a drunken state. Not only did his mind feel clear, but his senses were also heightened. He could even hear a mosquito flying in the corner of the room. Lin Dong was excited. His mental power had finally broken through the limit, and he quickly checked the system. The mental strength transformed from an ordinary limit to a transcendent first level, just like the physique. There were still 215 divine luxury points left. Lin Dong clicked the plus sign behind his physique, deducting 100 points, and his physique became transcendent second level. He clicked again, leaving only 15 points, and his physique reached transcendent third level. This meant that now, enhancing both physique and mental strength required 100 divine luxury points for each level. Although he had just increased his physique by 2 levels in a row, there was not much change in his body. It only felt slightly warm, not as obvious as when breaking through limits. After finishing all this, Lin Dong took a refreshing shower, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out after being cooped up in his room for 3 or 4 days. He arrived at the lobby of the Starry Sky Hotel. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin." The lobby manager, Yang Lu, and several front desk girls greeted Lin Dong in unison. He was a divine luxury figure, spending tens of millions to put his employees in the top luxury suites of a 10-star hotel. This was unheard of before, but now he was right in front of them, and they had to serve him well. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work," Lin Dong replied with a smile, making him seem like the boss here. After leaving the hotel, Lin Dong drove away. In the lobby of the Starry Sky Hotel, several front desk girls were still discussing Lin Dong. "Have you noticed? Mr. Lin seems to have changed." "Yeah, I noticed too. He seems more spirited and has more charisma." "Exactly. I feel the same way. Hey, I wonder who is lucky enough to marry someone like Mr. Lin, handsome, charismatic, wealthy, and with a good temper. No airs at all. If Mr. Lin took a liking to me and wanted me to be his mistress, I would be willing." "You silly girl, you're getting infatuated. Wouldn't you be willing?" "I definitely would." Who wouldn't be willing?" Yang Lu stood in the lobby watching Lin Dong leave, listening to the discussions of the front desk girls behind her, shaking her head slightly. 1 or 2 of them were really shameless. But in an instant, she also had a thought: if Lin Dong took a liking to her, would she be willing? The answer was obvious. She would definitely be willing. Qingmu University. During the lunch break, on a bench by the artificial lake, 2 students were talking. One was sitting on the bench, while the other stood respectfully in front of him. "Has Lin Dong not returned to class yet?" asked Zhang Hanlin, who was sitting on the bench. "Yes, young Master Hanlin, Lin Dong hasn't been to class for 4 or 5 days, replied the standing student. Lin Dong and the others came to Qingmu University for an exchange program, and they were in the same class, so he was very clear about whether Lin Dong had come to school. "As soon as Lin Dong returns, notify me immediately." "Yes, young Master Hanlin. All right, you can go now." "Yes." The standing student bowed to Zhang Hanlin and left. Zhang Hanlin sat on the bench, looking at the calm water surface not far away, but his mood was anything but calm. The school beauty he had cherished for 3 years was actually snatched away by an exchange student who had just arrived a few days ago? He had initially dismissed these rumors, but the photos and Yunqi's reaction forced him to believe. The photos were definitely taken from where he was currently sitting, with Yunqi leaning on that guy's shoulder. There was no mistake, and there were no signs of editing. Moreover, Yunqi's entire attitude was also problematic. When there were some rumors about her and him in the past, she would clarify them immediately. But this time, several days had passed, and she showed no intention of clarifying. Although she hadn't admitted anything, in his view, not clarifying was a tacit admission. Wasn't this a slap in the face? He had almost become the laughingstock of the school these past few days. When people talk about the campus beauty Yunqi having a boyfriend, they naturally think of the man who has pursued her for 3 years. Who is he? One of the 4 recognized young masters of Aoki University. Talented and good-looking. Not to mention he is a local from Kyoto. Although the Zhang family in Kyoto is not on par with the top aristocratic families, they still rank among the first-class families. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he casually lets it be known, there would be a line of women waiting to get into his bed, enough to circle the school playground twice. He had his fair share of women before college, but ever since he met Yunqi, he was completely conquered. He wanted to possess this pure white snow lotus. To achieve this, he was willing to change his lifestyle and cut off all his past relationships. Yet, he still faced setbacks with Yunqi. 3 years, how much had he invested? Only to receive the news that Yunqi was with another man. In that moment, Zhang Hanlin's originally gentle and refined face turned somewhat sinister. Throughout his life, there had been nothing he couldn't obtain. Even if he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. This was his principle in life. Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. 2 days passed, and the weekend arrived. Lin Dong was still tirelessly running around buying houses and buildings. However, due to the lack of major purchases, his wealth points increased rather slowly. In 2 days, it only rose from 15 to 108 points, spending less than 100 billion. Lin Dong unhesitatingly clicked on his physique again, leaving him with 8 wealth points, and his physique reached extraordinary level 4. When he returned to the hotel, Lin Dong noticed that the Starry Sky Grand Hotel seemed particularly lively today, with luxury cars gathering at the entrance, almost unable to stop. Moreover, a large crowd had gathered around the hotel, many holding signs and banners, being blocked by dozens of security personnel. Is this a fan event? Did a celebrity check into the Starry Sky Grand Hotel? He had no choice but to park in the underground garage. As Lin Dong approached the main entrance, he was stopped. Previously, there were 4 welcoming hostesses, but today there were 4 security guards. Sir, please show your room card. Today, only long-term guests of the hotel are allowed in, one of the security guards said. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, Yang Lu, who was in the lobby, hurried over. Good evening, Mr. Lin. After saying this, she turned to the security personnel and said, Mr. Lin is our hotel's VIP. Please let Mr. Lin in, Yang Lu said. Lin Dong followed Yang Lu into the hotel lobby. May I ask what Mr. Lin would like to eat tonight? I will prepare it for you, Yang Lu asked respectfully. Anything is fine, just like usual. By the way, what's going on at the hotel tonight? Lin Dong casually asked. Mr. Lin, there is a big director holding a press conference for a new film at our hotel tonight, inviting many stars from the entertainment industry and film investors to participate. It is said that there will also be a small donation ceremony at the end, as the film was shot in a very impoverished area, and he wants to do his part to help the local residents. This director holds significant weight internationally, Yang Lu explained. Oh, is that so? Do I need an invitation to get in? It seems that you don't need one. Alright, which floor is it on? I'll go take a look. In the hall on the 60th floor. Okay, thank you, Lin Dong said before heading upstairs. Back in his room, Lin Dong took a shower, changed his clothes, and prepared to check out the press conference. He admired people who could use their influence to help others, and since he had nothing else to do, he thought he might as well go and donate some money. Although donating money wouldn't increase his wealth points, since he had the chance to help, he would do so. After all, he couldn't spend all his money anyway. He actually wanted to set up a charity fund or something, but he didn't want to become famous. Moreover, he had been busy improving his strength during this time and didn't have the energy for it. Once his strength had improved enough and the development of Donglai International had stabilized, he planned to establish a charity fund in the name of Donglai International to spend some money helping those in need. Money no longer held much significance for him. Arriving at the 60th floor of the hotel, he saw several beautiful receptionists standing at the entrance. Lin Dong walked in without anyone asking him for an invitation. He simply entered the lobby. The entire lobby was enormous, clearly designed for high-class gatherings, at least 2/3 larger than the hall he attended during the last gathering in Lake City. The decor was stunning, befitting a world-class 10-star hotel. There were many people, probably 200 to 300, yet the vastness of the lobby made it feel quite empty. Lin Dong's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone was engaged in their own conversations within their circles. He walked over to the food area, grabbed a plate, and began to serve himself. After running around all day, he was indeed a bit hungry. Finding a corner to sit in, he started to enjoy the food. High-class gatherings were indeed high-class. The food prepared was quite good. Glancing around the lobby, he noticed many celebrities he had only seen on television. However, there were 2 people he recognized. One was Yao Shui, one of the new generation's 4 flower actresses, and the other was the diva Ling Qingxiu. They had met before during his last visit to Lake City. However, Lin Dong had no intention of greeting them, as they weren't very familiar, and it was uncertain whether they would even remember him. Yao Shui was smiling and chatting with a plump, balding investor. To outsiders, she was one of the rising stars in the country, enjoying great fame. But the reality was known only to her. In the eyes of these capitalists, she was merely a plaything. She had finally landed a major film production after much preparation, but because she refused to sleep with the so-called investor, she failed to please him. This led to the investor pulling out at the last minute, and the director scolded her harshly, telling her it was because of her that the investor withdrew. If she couldn't bring in new investment, she could forget about making it in the film industry. In other words, if she couldn't secure new funding, she would be blacklisted, and with the director's status, it would be all too easy to ruin a budding newcomer like her. So even though she felt disgusted by the predatory gaze of the investor in front of her, she still had to smile and chat with him. Fortunately, there were many people around, all prominent figures, otherwise, he might have made a move on her. Sometimes, she really wanted to leave the entertainment industry and stop considering anyone else's feelings, just living her own life. But she couldn't let down her parents and mentors, nor her agent, assistant, and the studio staff. They all depended on her for their livelihoods. If she lost her job or got blacklisted, these people would be out of work, and her parents and mentors would be very disappointed. Mr. Wang, the movie we are preparing to shoot has a great plot and excellent actors. It will definitely allow you to make a fortune, she said. Miss Yao, given such a large investment, I still need to discuss it with the board members. As for the outcome, it all depends on your performance from here on out, right? Mr. Wang said, looking at Yao Shui with lecherous eyes while speaking in broken Mandarin. He had long coveted this new flower actress, and now that he finally had a chance, he was determined to have his fun. The thought that he might be able to press down on this petite and beautiful body tonight excited him. Mr. Wang, do you still need to go back and discuss? Who doesn't know that your word is law in the company? Who would dare to contradict your opinion? I guarantee that as long as you invest in this movie, you will definitely make a fortune, Yao Shui said with a smile. Miss Yao, that's not how it works. I have to be responsible to the shareholders, don't I? In this day and age, what investment is guaranteed to make money? There are always risks. If it were guaranteed to make money, would you still find me here? Although I have high hopes for you, I still need to think it over. Sigh. Yao Shui sighed inwardly. These investors are all the same. While making money, they also want to gain some other benefits. For someone like her, with no background and unwilling to trade her body for resources, it has not been easy to get this far. But now her path has come to an end. Either she trades her body for investment or waits to be blacklisted. Even if she has to trade her body, she should at least find someone younger and more pleasing to the eye, right? The image of Mr. Wang before her balding, with a fat face and a big belly, looking old enough to be her father, and his small eyes gleaming with lust at the sight of beautiful women was too disgusting. It would be better to jump into the river than to sleep with such a person. Mr. Wang, then you should think it over. I'll ask around to see if anyone else is interested. Goodbye, Yao Shui said, turning to leave, unwilling to waste any more time with Mr. Wang. Since she couldn't change her fate of having to sleep around, she might as well choose someone she could at least stand to look at. Anyone who could enter this hall was either a star or an investor. Surely she could find someone younger and more appealing. Miss Yao, I can increase my investment. Let's talk. Mr. Wang didn't expect Yao Shui to leave so abruptly and hurriedly called out. However, Yao Shui ignored him. After making a round, she spoke with two slightly younger investors who were somewhat more pleasing to her eye, but neither was successful. They stated that their companies had no plans to invest in such a large production film. After all, the planned investment for this movie was between 3 to 500 million, real money that not everyone could come up with. Some companies, despite having a market value of tens of billions, would struggle to pull out a few hundred million without affecting their normal operations. How's it going, Xiao Shui? A middle-aged woman approached and asked. She was Yao Shui's manager, Chen Hong, who had watched Yao Shui graduate from school and work her way up to today. Yao Shui shook her head and said, "No progress, Sister Chen. How about you?" "Me neither." Sigh. It's really rare for companies to be able to invest in such large productions. We've pretty much contacted all those who can, Chen Hong sighed. Sister Chen, do you think I only have one last path to take? The market is like this now. It doesn't value your hard work and acting skills at all. As long as you're willing to sacrifice, anyone can be the leading lady. Yao Shui asked, her eyes red. Hey, Xiao Shui, don't think too much. If it really doesn't work out, we can just not act, right? Who does he think he is? If he wants to blacklist you, let him. If he dares to blacklist you, I'll expose his secrets. At worst, we can all go down together, Chen Hong said, patting Yao Shui's head. At that moment, a voice reached their ears. Miss Yao, I heard your movie needs investment? The two turned towards the voice and saw an incredibly handsome face smiling at them. Lin Dong had originally planned to grab a bite and donate some money before leaving, but after his mental breakthrough, both his eyes and ears had become very sharp. Since Yao Shui and her manager were not far from him, he overheard their conversation, which seemed to be about seeking investment. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? Although it's not much, every little bit adds up. Plus, investing in movies is a direction to explore. I could meet some directors through Yao Shui. If you need investment, just look for him. Isn't that what many wealthy people do? So he took the initiative to come over. Are you Mr. Lin Dong? Yao Shui asked in surprise. Lin Dong now looked even more handsome and charismatic than when they last met in Lake City, and Yao Shui felt a bit uncertain. It's good that Miss Yao Shui hasn't forgotten me. Lin Dong smiled and said, How could I forget? Mr. Lin Dong is my benefactor. how could I possibly forget you? It's just that Mr. Lin Dong has become even more handsome, and I'm a bit unsure, Yao Shui replied, blushing. Chen Hong looked at Lin Dong in front of her, also surprised. His physique, looks, and demeanor were impeccable. Speaking with a smile gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. She had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had seen many outstanding young people, but none could compare to Lin Dong. If he were to enter the entertainment circle, he would definitely charm a large number of women, appealing to all ages. Xiao Shui, who is this? Chen Hong asked. Xiao Shui actually had such a friend? How could she not know at all? She and Yao Shui were almost inseparable. To put it bluntly, she knew every mole on Yao Shui's body. Moreover, she was familiar with Xiao Shui's circle of friends and had never heard of someone named Lin Dong. If they could bring Lin Dong into the studio and package him, he would definitely be a money tree. Now was the era of competing for traffic. Lin Dong, in his current state, was absolutely eye-catching to girls. If they packaged him a bit more, she could guarantee that it wouldn't be long before Lin Dong became a hotshot among young actors, becoming a king of traffic. By then, he would be inundated with endorsement deals, and even if he only stayed popular for a few years, the money he earned would be enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Hong Jia, this is Mr. Lin Dong. He saved me last time in Lake City, Yao Shui replied. So it's Mr. Lin. Hello, I'm Xiao Shui's manager. My name is Chen Hong. Chen Hong extended her right hand towards Lin Dong. She had indeed heard Xiao Shui mention the incident in Lake City, but she hadn't paid much attention. As a newly emerging star, it was quite normal for someone to take advantage of her. As long as she didn't lose herself, it was fine. Hello, Hong Jia. Lin Dong also extended his right hand to shake hands with Chen Hong. He then said, it's good that Miss Yao Shui hasn't forgotten me. What benefactor? I really didn't do much. I just heard that you're looking for investment for the movie you're preparing to shoot? Yes. The previous investor withdrew at the last minute, so we're still looking for new investors. However, because the investment amount is quite large, we haven't found anyone yet, Yao Shui said somewhat dejectedly. I can invest in you. Yao Shui was taken aback and happily asked, does Mr. Lin Dong also invest in movies? I haven't invested before, but I'm planning to give it a try now. Yao Shui thought for a moment and said, if it's your first investment, I suggest you try a smaller budget film. I can help introduce you. Can't you just shoot this one? Lin Dong asked, somewhat puzzled. The investment amount for our film is a bit large. Although I can guarantee that I will do my best to perform well, the final outcome still depends on the market, so there is still risk. Since it's your first investment, if you incur losses, it would hurt your confidence, Yao Shui explained. How large is a bit too large? It's estimated to be 300 to 500 million. When Lin Dong heard this, he thought, how big could it be? He felt a little excited inside. It turned out to be only 300 to 500 million. Then I'll invest in your film, but 300 to 500 million is indeed too much, Lin Dong said. Yao Shui was about to persuade Lin Dong again, but before she could speak, Chen Hong interjected, then how much does Mr. Lin plan to invest? We can also find a few more investors, and split it among ourselves. Many big productions are like this now. What good movie can you make with 3 to 5 billion? I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Whatever I do, I want to do it the best. Since I've decided to invest in a movie, it has to be done in the best way, to achieve the most satisfying results. I'm prepared to invest 10 billion first, and if that's not enough, I'll add more, Lin Dong said seriously. Mr. Lin Dong, this, how can that be? Yao Shui stammered. Chen Hong, however, showed no reaction. She had already concluded that Lin Dong was just fooling around. He must have taken a liking to Xiao Shui, wanting to show off in front of her, then charm her into bed, ultimately achieving a scheme of both financial and romantic deception. She never expected Lin Dong, who seemed so impressive, would turn out to be this kind of person. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Moreover, looking at Xiao Shui, she was already completely convinced. Luckily, she was there today, otherwise, Xiao Shui would have likely been deceived. After all, she had been in the entertainment industry for many years, and her experience was not something a newcomer like Xiao Shui could compare to. She had never seen an investor complain about insufficient funds and directly add several billion without any reason. What cleanliness obsession, wanting to do the best, it's all nonsense. Who would complain about having too much money? It was completely illogical. This bragging was a bit over the top. If it were a bit more reasonable, she might have been deceived too, especially since Lin Dong's appearance was so misleading. However, she didn't immediately expose him. She wanted to see how Lin Dong would perform next. If Chen Hong had attended that private gathering in Lake City with Yao Shui last time, she definitely wouldn't have thought this way. Who wasn't a prominent figure in Lake City at that gathering? Worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Could Lin Dong thrive in such a place and deceive a small star who had just gained a bit of fame? What's wrong with that? It's decided. I'll invest, and you just focus on acting well. If the money isn't enough, I'll add more. Lin Dong said grandly. Mr. Lin Dong, thank you, really. You saved me last time, and now you've saved me again. I don't even know how to thank you, Yao Shui said, bowing to Lin Dong. She naturally believed Lin Dong's words completely. After all, she had witnessed Lin Dong's capabilities and had even sat in his sports car worth nearly 100 million. Lin Dong quickly supported Yao Shui. What was she doing? If someone saw this, it would be a big news story. What a new rising star like Yao Shui bowing to a stranger man. Definitely front page material. He didn't want to be famous. Chen Hong also quickly held Yao Shui, pulling her into her embrace. She didn't expect Yao Shui to make such a move. If someone captured it, there would be no way to clear it up. Chen Hong glanced around. Fortunately, they were in a corner, and there shouldn't be many people noticing. Miss Yao Shui, I can't accept this, Lin Dong said. Yao Shui, what are you doing? What if someone sees this? Chen Hong also said. Yao Shui realized that her earlier action was a bit inappropriate. After all, she was now a public figure, and every move would be magnified. Mr. Lin Dong, Hong Jia, I'm sorry, I just felt something and wanted to express my gratitude to Mr. Lin Dong, Yao Shui said apologetically. Chen Hong initially had a good impression of Lin Dong, but now, she increasingly felt that Lin Dong was just a sleazy man who used his looks to deceive women for money and romance. With that kind of appearance, who knows how many women had fallen for him? She had to admit to herself that if Lin Dong were to sweet-talk her, she probably wouldn't be able to resist. Lin Dong's charm was truly captivating. After realizing Lin Dong was a fraud, she even entertained the thought of spending some money for a one-night stand with him. Lin Dong himself didn't realize that ever since his mental strength breakthrough a few days ago, his entire demeanor had improved significantly. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his spirit and energy had transformed greatly. This change was irresistibly attractive to women. At that moment, two middle-aged men approached Lin Dong and the others, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin. One was the renowned director Manhwa, who was preparing to shoot this film with Yao Shui, and the other was Mr. Wang, who had initially chatted with Yao Shui. Director Ma! Director Ma! Yao Shui and Chen Hong shouted simultaneously. Although they didn't like Manhwa, there was nothing they could do. While Manhwa's status wasn't as high as the big director hosting the banquet today, he was already considered a top-tier director in the country, and a new generation star like Yao Shui couldn't afford to offend him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to work so hard to secure investments. They could simply choose not to act. Yao Shui, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wang, and he is very interested in our film, Manhwa said to Yao Shui. Director Ma, I've already spoken with Miss Yao Shui, but it seems she doesn't take our company's investments seriously. Mr. Wang said pointedly. Oh, what's going on? Yao Shui, why don't you quickly apologize to Mr. Wang? The last investor withdrew because of you, and now we finally have another one. Do you want to ruin this opportunity too? What's wrong with you? Do you still want to continue acting? Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? If not, just say so in advance, and I can help you out. Manhwa scolded Yao Shui without holding back. He actually looked down on Yao Shui. She had no background, was unwilling to make sacrifices, and still wanted to make it in the entertainment industry? If it weren't for Chen Hong, who had some connections in the industry, could she have become one of the new 4 little flower actresses in the past 2 years? Dream on. But some investors like this kind of proud and unyielding, yet fresh-faced little star, like Mr. Wang in front of them. Perhaps it gave them a greater sense of conquest and achievement. Director Ma, I've already found a new investor, Yao Shui said, suppressing her grievances. Who? Manhwa asked. It's Mr. Lin Dong. He's ready to invest in our film, Yao Shui said. It's over. Chen Hong hadn't had the chance to stop her before Yao Shui revealed Lin Dong's name. Lin Dong was clearly a fraud. Although his current image could impress Manhwa for a moment, what would happen when it came time for him to put down real money? Once the news broke, Yao Shui would become the enemy of the film industry, and it would be difficult for her to turn things around. All her efforts over the past 2 years would be in vain. Thinking of this, Chen Hong glared at Lin Dong with her beautiful eyes. This guy was a complete disaster, yet he happened to have a good appearance. Lin Dong's powerful mental strength naturally sensed Chen Hong's dissatisfaction with him, and he was puzzled. Why am I investing money in you? How did I end up being resented? This is completely unreasonable, right? You are all so compliant with other investors. Why is it different with me? Is it because I'm putting in too much money? Women, they truly are a mysterious species. I wonder where Mr. Lin is currently employed? Manhwa asked. I'm not employed anywhere. I'm friends with Miss Yao Shui. I heard she needed investment, and I happen to be interested in this area, so I'm prepared to invest a little, Lin Dong said. Then how much is Mr. Lin planning to invest? Manhwa asked again. Lin Dong's demeanor was indeed somewhat extraordinary. He seemed to be of a higher caliber than those aristocratic young masters he had encountered. If Yao Shui were to get close to such a young master, it would be quite normal for him to spend some money to support her. However, he still needed to clarify how much the other party was planning to invest so he could proceed with his next steps. If it could be done in one step, that would be better, but the possibility of that is very small. These rich young masters might spend a few hundred or a few million to invest, which would be quite good, but expecting them to invest 300 to 500 million at once is definitely impossible. No one is a fool, and there are really not many who would spend so much money for a woman. The amount of investment doesn't matter. But I have one request, Lin Dong said. Mr. Lin, please go ahead. As for the investors' requests, as long as we can do it, we will do our best to meet them, Manhwa said with a smile. Lin Dong meant he wanted to invest alone. This was exactly what he was looking for. Having one investor is different from having multiple investors. What if everyone disagrees? Who would they listen to? If he invested alone, it would save a lot of trouble. Just take care of one person, and that's what they like the most. Can I change the director? Lin Dong said with a smile. Ha! Manhwa looked completely stunned. Not just him, even Yao Shui and Chen Hong were equally shocked. They never expected Lin Dong would make such a request. Manhwa quickly realized. It must be that he had just reprimanded Yao Shui, and Lin Dong held a grudge against him. Reprimanding someone's woman in front of them, isn't that slapping them in the face? At this moment, he felt a bit regretful. He should have understood the situation clearly before speaking. What to do now? Although he was the leader of this film project, the investor was the core of the project. Without investors putting in money, the project definitely couldn't continue. On the contrary, if he wasn't the director, any well-known director could take over. If Lin Dong really became the investor of this film, wanting to replace him would actually just be a matter of a few words. The reason was simple: the project could still move forward without him, but it couldn't move without Lin Dong as the investor. Mr. Lin, I actually just... Manhwa wanted to explain, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Dong. Can the director be changed or not? Lin Dong asked Yao Shui and Chen Hong. It can be changed, but... Before Chen Hong could finish, Lin Dong interjected. As long as it can be changed, you are Yao Shui's agent, right? You handle this. I will initially invest 1 billion. If that's not enough, I will continue to add. At that moment, Lin Dong's phone rang. Hello? Lin Dong answered. Mr. Lin, I have a few contracts that need your signature. Are you at the hotel? Said Chen Hui, the head of the Kyoto investment team. I'm in the lobby on the 60th floor. Come over, I need to talk to you, Lin Dong said. Okay, Mr. Lin, just a moment. A few minutes later, Chen Hui rushed to Lin Dong's side, not daring to keep the big boss waiting. Mr. Lin, these are some documents you need to sign, Chen Hui said, panting. Lin Dong didn't even look at them. He just signed a few times and then said, I'm preparing to invest in a movie, planning to invest 1 billion initially, and if that's not enough, I will continue to add. You can discuss the contract with this lady here. I won't get involved. Yes, Mr. Lin, Chen Hui replied. Then he turned to Chen Hong and said, Hello, I'm Chen Hui, the head of Mr. Lin's investment division in Kyoto. He didn't mention Donglai International, because Donglai International was already somewhat well known in the investment world, and Lin Dong had said he didn't want others to know he was the behind-the-scenes boss of Donglai International for the time being. Hello, I'm Chen Hong. Chen Hong stammered. She still hadn't fully processed it. How did Lin Dong go from what she thought was a scammer to a big boss? And judging by the situation, it seemed like the investment of 1 billion didn't faze him at all. Oh my god, how did Xiao Shui get to know this wealthy benefactor? Young, handsome, and rich. Manhwa was directly stunned on the spot. What did he just hear Lin Dong say? Invest 10 billion? If the funds weren't enough later, they could add more? If he could operate with this amount of money, he was absolutely confident that he could make this film resonate both domestically and internationally. At that point, he could take a further step and become an internationally renowned director. Although he was currently a well-known director in the country, the difference between him and an internationally renowned director was not just a matter of one word. The gap in status was significant. Just look at the international director hosting the press conference. His influence was so strong that 10 of himself wouldn't compare. But it seemed he had been kicked out of the game? Although he had been the one connecting the dots for this film, as long as the funding was in place, Chen Hong could contact the screenwriter, the producer, and find another director. It seemed he really wouldn't have much to do with it anymore. What to do? His chance to ascend to the status of an international director was slipping right from under his nose? In that moment, Manhwa felt his blood pressure rise, and his head felt a bit dizzy. He hated himself for being so foolish. If it weren't for the many eyes of the entertainment industry on him, he would have knelt down to Lin Dong to apologize, not just to seize this opportunity, but also to earn Lin Dong's forgiveness. Lin Dong was definitely a top-tier young master. He had already offended the other party. If Lin Dong decided to trip him up in the future, it would be hard to say whether he could continue in the entertainment industry. Chen Hui and Chen Hong exchanged contact information, and the two of them would handle the subsequent matters together. Lin Dong didn't plan to get involved any further. A small investment of over $1 billion didn't weigh on his mind, but he could use this investment to develop this route a bit. Once the matter was settled, Chen Hui went downstairs to continue working. Although it was already off-duty time, he still had to work overtime to handle some contracts. They were all doing this voluntarily. After all, Lin Dong was paying them 5 times what they earned at their previous companies. Lin Dong continued to retreat to a corner to sit. Manhwa stood not far from Lin Dong, thinking about how to find an opportunity to explain himself. President Wang felt a bit awkward. These people were discussing matters without even considering him. At first, he was somewhat dissatisfied, but slowly, he realized that Lin Dong was someone not to be trifled with. He clearly came from a prestigious family. Fine, it was better to quietly leave. Chen Hong pulled Yao Shui aside and asked, "Xiao Shui, how did you get to know Mr. Lin Dong?" "Sister Hong, didn't I tell you? I met Mr. Lin Dong last time when I was in Lake City. He even saved me." Yao Shui replied, "How did you meet? Be more detailed." "Last time in Lake City, I was slapped twice by the young master of the Yin family, and he wanted me to accompany him. It was Mr. Lin Dong who saved me. Later, we met again at a charity gala, where he not only spent 5 million to buy a dance of mine to donate but also spent 1 billion to buy one of his own songs to donate. He's really a warm-hearted person," Yao Shui said happily. Saved from the young master of the Yin family in Lake City. Donated over 1 billion at the charity gala. Lin Dong was definitely a wealthy young master, a scion of a prestigious family. How could she have thought he was just a fraud in a good disguise? Luckily, she didn't say that out loud. Now she felt a bit embarrassed. You little girl, why didn't you say this earlier?" Chen Hong said, a bit flushed. "I told you last time, but you didn't seem to care." "Hey, Sister Hong, why is your face so red?" Yao Shui asked, looking at Chen Hong's face. "It's nothing. I'm going to the restroom. You chat with Mr. Lin Dong for a bit." Chen Hong covered her face and ran off. In the restroom, Chen Hong washed her face, looking at herself in the mirror. Although she was already in her 30s, her figure was no worse than that of those young girls, and she carried a mature charm that they lacked. After washing her face, her bare skin seemed to be on par with those stars. She was quite confident in her own looks. Many young men were drawn to women with her mature allure. However, it seemed she had not captivated Lin Dong at all. Did he only like pure girls like Xiao Shui? She felt a bit smitten by Lin Dong, this nearly perfect man. At 33, she wanted to find a support, not necessarily expecting a future with someone like Lin Dong, but just hoping he would occasionally think of her. If they could have a child, that would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, Lin Dong seemed uninterested in her. Little did he know, he had already caught the eye of a mature beauty. In fact, there was more than one woman interested in him. He was currently sitting in a corner waiting for the final donation ceremony, while Yao Shui sat beside him, chatting. Manhwa had thought about approaching them several times, but seeing Lin Dong and Yao Shui laughing together, he feared that if he interrupted, it might lead to misunderstandings and make them unhappy. This press conference was meant to gather the upper echelons of the domestic film industry to discuss the future direction of cinema and seek potential partners. Of course, it required a prominent filmmaker to bring everyone together. Soon, an elderly man around 60 took the stage. He was the initiator of this gathering, the internationally renowned director Huang Zhenbang. "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this press conference." After a lengthy introduction filled with pleasantries, he finally got to the point. "I believe you are all curious about the film I am presenting. I can now tell you that I have made a documentary. Over the past 2 years, I traveled to many impoverished mountainous areas to film it. I assure you, everything in it is absolutely real. Now, please enjoy." After Huang Zhenbang finished speaking, the large screen behind him began to play the film. The guests in the hall stopped their conversations and found their seats to watch. After an hour and a half, Lin Dong was indeed deeply moved. The film focused on the difficulties faced by children in impoverished areas trying to attend school. Many children set off before dawn, leaving home at 4 or 5 in the morning, walking 3 to 4 hours on mountain paths to reach a dilapidated school. The school had no doors or windows, and in winter, the cold wind blew through, leaving the students' hands, feet, and faces red from the cold, yet they still sat in the classroom, diligently studying. Some schools were so under-resourced that they couldn't even hire teachers. The teachers there had to be versatile, teaching everything. In some cases, only a principal remained, still tirelessly guarding the only hope for these mountain children. This was similar to the charity gala Lin Dong attended in Lake City, but this was directed by an internationally renowned filmmaker, far surpassing the 10-minute video from before in quality and emotional impact, striking deeper into the hearts of the audience. Many female guests were left with teary eyes. After the film ended, Huang Zhenbang returned to the stage. I believe everyone was deeply touched by the film. I was too. I shed countless tears during the filming process. Therefore, I have decided to do my part to help these children. Now, I ask everyone to extend a helping hand, to be generous, and to bring a glimmer of hope to these children. I, Huang Zhenbang, hereby guarantee that every penny raised tonight, as well as all the box office shares from this film, will be allocated to every aspect of the film, to build a school that can shelter these children from the wind and rain. Thank you, everyone. After finishing, Huang Zhenbang bowed deeply to everyone present, and the venue erupted with thunderous applause. Lin Dong, while clapping, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Build a school? I can do that too, right? Although directly giving money doesn't increase my rich points, I can first convert the money into other things before donating. Just like last time at the charity gala in Lake City, I donated 100 million. But it didn't increase my rich points. Later, when I gave my cousin Wang Li 100 million, it still didn't increase my rich points. However, when I bought 2 luxury apartments in Jiangnan International Mansion and gave them to my aunt and my elder aunt, my rich points did increase. This means that if I build a school and donate it to the local area, it can increase my rich points. Doing this not only enhances the reputation of Donglai International but also earns me rich points, and most importantly, it helps the children in these impoverished mountainous areas featured in the film. Previously, he felt like he was part of the lowest segment of society, working various part-time jobs outside of studying just to earn living expenses. After attending these 2 banquets, he realized that so many others lived in even harsher conditions and faced greater challenges in their studies. Now that he has the ability, he should help as much as he can. Next was the donation ceremony. A QR code appeared on the big screen. As long as you take out your phone and scan it, you can transfer money to the public account. When transferring money, just add your name as a note. Moreover, this account can be jointly supervised by everyone, and every penny's usage will have a detailed list. Lin Dong also opened his phone and scanned it, directly donating 10 million, but he didn't fill in his name. Nowadays, money is just a number to him. As for why he didn't donate more, it was to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the amount is too large, it would definitely trace back to him, and what he feared most now was trouble. Even 10 million was far ahead of the second highest donation by a long shot. After donating, Lin Dong returned to his room. At that moment, the banquet had an additional 10 million in donations, with no name attached. This was to be written on the donation list, and Huang Zhenbang inquired for a long time, but still no one came forward to admit it. Only Yao Shui knew who the anonymous donor was. Xiao Xue, is the donor Lin Dong? Chen Hong quietly asked beside Yao Shui. Yes. Then why did he choose to remain anonymous? Because he doesn't want to be famous. He's a very low-key person. Lin Dong called Zhao Xian in his room. Soon, Zhao Xian's voice came through the phone. Hello, Chairman Lin. What's up? Sister Xian, how's the recruitment going lately? Lin Dong asked. Very good. Now the entire Donglai International has nearly 500 employees. I'm planning to let some go. We don't need so many in Modu. That's fine, but you need to put aside what you're doing for now. Find a time in the next few days to hold a press conference, announcing that Donglai International will establish a charity foundation, with an expected allocation of 100 billion to help build schools in impoverished mountainous areas across the country. Chairman Lin, what do you mean by this? I can understand charity. It can help Donglai International completely open up the situation, but isn't 100 billion too much? I think even spending 10 billion can have a good effect. We don't need to spend so much. It's fine. Money is just a number to me. Being able to help those children in impoverished mountainous areas is my way of showing my goodwill. You handle it as soon as possible. Take this opportunity to make Donglai International shine. It will be beneficial for future development. Okay, Director Lin, I'll go prepare now, Zhao Xian said. Since Lin Dong had said so, she no longer tried to persuade him. For matters that Lin Dong had already decided on, she just needed to execute as required. Zhao Xian was quite capable in her work. The next afternoon, a press conference was held under the name of Donglai International, and many heavyweight news media were invited. At the press conference, Zhao Xian announced that Donglai International Group had established the Donglai International Foundation, which would invest 100 billion to build schools in various impoverished mountainous areas across the country, providing shelter for children, along with complete supporting facilities. Moreover, for teachers working in impoverished areas, the Donglai International Foundation would provide an additional subsidy of 2,000 yuan per person per month. Once this news was broadcast, it was like a thunderclap out of the blue, leaving countless people dizzy, quickly occupying the front pages of major television stations, online platforms, and news media. Investing 100 billion to help build schools in impoverished mountainous areas? What does 100 billion even mean? Do the last few companies in the world's top 1,000 have a market value of 100 billion? Probably not. This means the Donglai International Group is preparing to donate the equivalent of a top 1,000 company in the world. Such a large donation amount was simply unheard of. Originally, Donglai International was only somewhat known in the investment circle, but now it had completely gained fame worldwide. Various news media took turns promoting it, making Donglai International a household name. The background of Donglai International also began to be uncovered, but all that could be seen was that the legal representative and chairman was Lin Dong, and all information about Lin Dong was completely untraceable. Not even a single photo could be found. The more elusive he was, the more mysterious he became, and the more mystery, the more it piqued everyone's curiosity. Lin Dong also became famous in the upper circles, but he was known only by name, not by appearance. Only a few people knew who Lin Dong was. In Donglai International Group, Lin Dong was the top figure, followed by General Manager Zhao Xian. All of Zhao Xian's information was traceable. She graduated from the Business Management Department of Magic City University, then worked as the lobby manager at the Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangcheng, Jiangnan Province, and was eventually recognized by the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel, who was also the chairman of Donglai International, Lin Dong, and promoted to general manager of Donglai International. This company, which had just been established for 2 months, instantly gained notoriety. Everyone was curious about how much money this company had to dare to announce a donation of 100 billion to build schools. Many media outlets also began to tally the assets under Donglai International. This tally was even more astonishing. Donglai International had assets close to 400 billion, all invested in the past 2 months. What does this indicate? It indicates that Donglai International had invested over 300 billion in the last 2 months and was still maintaining investments of several billion every day. This was all real money. It was different from market value. Can a group company with a market value of 10 trillion have a cash reserve of 2 trillion? Definitely not. What Donglai International was putting out was all real money. In just 2 months, over 300 billion had been spent, and now they were preparing to take out another 100 billion for charity, which totaled over 400 billion. How much money does Donglai International actually have? No one knows, because the background and information of Chairman Lin Dong could not be traced. With Donglai International's rise, it naturally attracted more talents to join, as well as more companies in need of investment to collaborate with them. In a remote small town in Jiangnan Province, Feng Miao was angry in her room. Over the past month, her parents had introduced several men to her, all with good conditions, but she just couldn't find any of them appealing. Today, she met the son of some boss, who was said to have supermarkets in several neighboring towns. The other party quite liked her, but she felt nothing, still thinking about Zhao Yang, reminiscing about their little moments together. Love can really make people lose their minds sometimes. Mr. Feng was sitting in the living room watching TV, while Mrs. Feng was setting the table. Meow meow, come out for dinner. After arranging the dishes, Mrs. Feng shouted towards Meow Meow's room. Mom, I'm not hungry. Meow Meow replied. You little brat, are you still thinking about Zhao Yang? I tell you, I absolutely do not agree with you two being together. What does he have that's good? Can he compare to Boss Lu's son? Our family is also a prominent one in this town. If you marry that poor kid Zhao Yang, where will we put our faces? Mrs. Feng scolded again. Mom, are you trying to drive me to death? Meow Meow cried out. We're trying to drive you to death? I think it's you who wants to drive your dad and me to death. Meow Meow stopped responding. Mr. and Mrs. Feng began to eat their dinner while watching TV. At that moment, a news segment caught their attention. Next, please watch the People's Livelihood News. Yesterday afternoon, Donglai International Investment Group announced the establishment of the Donglai International Foundation, which will invest 100 billion yuan to build schools in impoverished mountainous areas across the country, so that all poor students can have the opportunity to study. This is a significant project that benefits the country and the people. We hope more enterprises will learn from Donglai International. Next is a speech by Ms. Zhao Xian, the general manager of Donglai International Group. Zhao Xian? Upon hearing this name, Mr. and Mrs. Feng instinctively fixed their eyes on the TV. The screen then switched to Zhao Xian standing at the podium of the press conference. Dressed in a black professional suit, with a confident demeanor, she exuded the aura of someone in power. Zhao Xian had transformed completely from the girl she was over a month ago, evolving from a submissive, naive girl into a strong-willed businesswoman. Bang! Bang! The bulls in Mr. and Mrs. Feng's hands fell to the ground. They exchanged glances, both seeing shock and a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Zhao Xian spoke eloquently on the TV. Suddenly, Mrs. Feng reacted and exclaimed, "Meow meow, come out and look. Isn't that Zhao Yang's sister on TV?" Upon hearing Zhao Yang's name, Meow Meow rushed out of her room to see the person speaking on the TV. Indeed, it was Zhao Yang's sister, Zhao Xian. Although her aura had changed, her appearance remained the same. "Quick, hurry and call Zhao Yang so his family can see," Mrs. Feng urged. Meow Meow took out her phone and quickly dialed Zhao Yang's number. Meow Meow. Zhao Yang, quickly turn on the TV and switch to the People's Livelihood channel. Meow Meow said. "What for? I'm not in the mood to watch TV right now." "Hurry, your sister is on TV, speaking right now." "Ha, oh, right away, right away." Zhao Yang hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed to the living room. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua were watching a TV drama. Zhao Yang immediately started changing the channel. Yang, what are you doing?" "Mom, don't talk, just watch." The TV channel switched to the People's Livelihood channel. Zhao Xian's figure appeared before the three of them. This is Zhao Xian?" Li Chunhua asked, her voice trembling. "It's my sister. It really is my sister. She's on TV." Zhao Yang exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Taizhu also stared at Zhao Xian on the screen, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Although he couldn't understand the lengthy speech Zhao Xian was giving, in his heart, anyone who could be on TV was a big shot. At Meow Meow's home. Meow Meow, quickly search online to see what kind of company Donglai International is, Mrs. Feng said. "Oh, okay." Meow Meow began searching for Donglai International Group on her phone. Soon, she found the information. Donglai International Investment Group, Legal Representative Lin Dong, Group Chairman Lin Dong, Group General Manager Zhao Xian, Group General Manager? The three of them were taken aback. They were not the couple Zhao Taizhu. They were well aware of the weight of the Group General Manager. Then Feng Miao searched for Zhao Xian. Graduated from Magic City University. Employed at Jinya Hotel. The resume matched perfectly. When they saw the last sentence, all three were a bit stunned. Zhao Xian, as the recently rising general manager of Donglai International Investment Group, is suspected to have a close relationship with Chairman Lin Dong, with a net worth estimated to exceed 10 billion. A net worth exceeding 10 billion? How much is that? Such astronomical figures were beyond their comprehension. They only knew it was a lot, and even a tiny bit flowing from their fingernails would be enough for both families to live without worry for a lifetime. Meow meow, I think you should advise Zhao Yang to apologize to Zhao Xian. After all, she is his own sister, they are family, and there's nothing that can't be overcome, Feng's mother said seriously to Feng Miao. Feng's father beside her also nodded in agreement. I understand. I will go find him tomorrow. Feng Miao knew her parents would no longer stop her from being with Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's sister was truly impressive. Watching Zhao Xian on television, facing a national audience and numerous media, speaking with composure and ease, Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua knew that Zhao Xian had changed. She was no longer the obedient daughter who would endure everything for the family, not fighting back or arguing. The past 2 months had been very difficult for their family of 3. Previously, Zhao Xian would send them 20,000 yuan in pocket money every month, which had continued for nearly 2 years. 20,000 a month, not to mention in this poor mountain village, even in their small county town, that was not something everyone could earn. In 2 years, that amounted to nearly 500,000 yuan. Even if they spent generously, it was impossible to exhaust it in this poor mountain village. But who could blame Zhao Yang for being useless? A few years ago, he not only lost all the tuition Zhao Xian sent but also racked up a mountain of debt through gambling. Although he met Feng Miao later and indeed stopped gambling, the debt still had to be repaid. So, for the past 2 years, they had been using that money to pay off Zhao Yang's debts, and coupled with the fact that the couple had hardly worked the fields these years, spending their days playing mahjong and drinking, there was hardly any money at home. They waited every month for Zhao Xian's money to get by. In the past 2 months, Zhao Xian hadn't sent a single cent back, and their family was on the verge of starvation. With no way out, unable to find anyone, they couldn't just starve to death. They could only pick up farming tools and continue working. However, after years of not doing farm work, they found it hard to cope. Every day they hoped Zhao Xian would send them money back. They had run to the town bank dozens of times in the past 2 months, and the bank staff were starting to get annoyed with the couple. Now their family had gone from being the envy of the whole village to becoming the laughingstock. They didn't look for reasons within themselves but instead blamed everything on Zhao Xian. The couple, including Zhao Yang, all harbored resentment towards Zhao Xian. They were still thinking about how to deal with this ungrateful girl once they found her. But now, seeing Zhao Xian on television, having become some kind of general manager, living a much more carefree life than they were. No matter how much Zhao Xian changed, she was still their daughter. After raising her, how could she just ignore her family? What kind of propriety was that? The three of them were seething with anger, wanting to vent it on Zhao Xian. Find out where your sister is. We'll set off early tomorrow to find her. It's outrageous for her to be out there as a general manager, living it up, while ignoring her family's survival, Zhao Taizhu said with a fierce expression. He was a person who cared a lot about his reputation, and now he couldn't even hold his head high in the village, which made him feel furious inside. All right, I'll check right away, Zhao Yang replied without hesitation. Zhao Xian was still unaware that her family had found out about her appearing on television. She was currently busy and had to take action since the press conference had been held. As the general manager of Donglai International Investment Group, Lin Dong, the chairman, was a hands-off manager, and everything needed her to coordinate. The foundation's matters needed preparation, and investment projects had to be expedited. However, she had no complaints. She was a grateful person and knew that all of this was given to her by Lin Dong, allowing her to realize her life's value. Now, she was basically in charge of this company, which had assets worth hundreds of billions. What kind of trust was this? With Lin Dong trusting and valuing her so much, she naturally would work hard to do everything well. She could say that she had already squeezed into the top domestic circles, managing a company worth hundreds of billions, and judging by Donglai International's momentum, it wouldn't be long before it broke the trillion mark. A trillion-dollar group could even rank among the top in one of the world's two major economies, Huaxia. Of course, this was just the visible ranking. How many super families with this kind of strength were hidden away was unknown. Lin Dong was now thinking about how to spend money in a different way. Although dozens of wealthy points were coming in every day, he always felt it was too slow. According to the system's rules, this time breaking through the dual limits took 2,000 wealthy points, so wouldn't the next breakthrough require 20,000 points? Moreover, the points needed for improvement were still far from enough. At this rate of dozens of points a day, it would take ages to reach it. In fact, he also knew that Donglai International's development speed was already fast enough, having spent nearly 400 billion in 2 months. Plus, with the announcement at this press conference of investing 100 billion to help build schools in impoverished areas, that made it 500 billion. This was all real money and had already attracted the attention of many powerful forces. In the past few days, he had received quite a few inquiry calls from Zhuge Sangxiong, Luo Qinro, Li Bin, Yi Hong, and Wang Chang. Among the people he knew, some with power had called him. Although they didn't say it directly, they subtly hinted that he shouldn't rush to expand recently. Zhuge Sangxiong even directly told him to keep a low profile for a while. Being too prominent wouldn't benefit Donglai International's development. Now, any powerful family would hide themselves and not show off. Although Lin Dong had 2 trump cards, he believed that once revealed, they would definitely intimidate many people, but he couldn't guarantee that there weren't families with particularly deep backgrounds that wouldn't fear his trump cards. Moreover, he didn't like to reveal everything about himself. It made him feel very insecure. What to do? Lin Dong was momentarily at a loss. It was not suitable for Donglai International to continue making big moves for the time being. But now, the wealthy points were increasing a bit slowly. This was troubling him. In Kyoto, the Qin family, Xin Zhan was sitting in front of the computer waiting for results. From Zhou Huili, he learned that Lin Dong hadn't been to school during this time, and he didn't know if the dark web had succeeded. However, the other party had said that a response would be given in a week, and today happened to be the first day after a week. Soon, the dark web sent a message. Mission failed. Would you like to continue the mission or withdraw it? Continuing the mission requires an increase in commission, and the increase cannot be less than 10%. Withdrawing the mission will refund the commission. Failed? How could it fail? Xin Zheng found it hard to believe. The dark web was a contact point for the global underground world, gathering various elite assassins from around the world. If even the people sent by the dark web have failed, who else can be found? Do we really have to wait until the 10-year agreement between T and Zhuge Sangxiong is over before we can move against Lin Dong? Who knows when that 10-year agreement will start? How much longer will I be laughed at? No way. I can't stand the discussions and mockery behind my back. Since the assassins this time are not strong enough, then I'll increase the bounty and bring in someone more capable. As long as Lin Dong is alive, I will continue to be the subject of ridicule. So, I directly raised the commission to 2 billion. A commission of 2 billion immediately placed my task in third position on the dark web. Countless assassins were eyeing this task. Many top-ranked assassins also began to feel tempted. 90% of those who become assassins do it for money, only a small portion do it for fame, or perhaps due to pure psychological distortion, enjoying the thrill of killing. When Qin Zhang increased the task amount, at a secret base in Kyoto, "Captain, we've discovered that the bounty for target number 4 has been increased. Immediately infiltrate and confirm the exact release location." "Yes, Captain, we've been intercepted by the dark web. We can only confirm that the release address is in Kyoto." As expected of the dark web, their response is quick. "Notify Vulture number 10 of this information." Yes, Lin Dong was still struggling with how to break this deadlock and make the wealthy benefactor's interest surge even more. Suddenly, he received a secret message. This was a special secret number for the spider team responsible for intelligence in the Falcon unit. Vulture number 10. According to our analysis, the mastermind behind the assassination task posted on the dark web is in Kyoto. The specific location is unknown, and the bounty for your assassination has been raised from 1 billion to 2 billion. We believe that soon, more powerful assassins will come, so please prepare accordingly. Upon seeing this message, Lin Dong instantly perked up. Someone wants to assassinate him in Kyoto? Who could it be? Is it the Lu Mang brothers who have come to Kyoto? Or is it someone else? Besides the Lu Mang brothers, who else has he had conflicts with? The people of Kyoto? The 8 kings of the Tea Party? Qin Zhang? This was the only person Lin Dong could think of. Although he had conflicts with Qin Zhang, it didn't seem like a life and death feud, right? He believed he hadn't done anything serious to Qin Zhang, not even hurting him. He had only blocked an attack to save the Lu siblings. Is that enough to warrant his death? Lin Dong's anger flared up. Isn't this being overly sensitive? Only you can act against others, but others can't even defend themselves? They can only wait with a clean neck for you to strike? Lin Dong still couldn't understand the importance of face for someone who had been pampered and held a high position since childhood. But then again, it might not be the case. This was just his speculation. To verify this idea, he needed to start with one person, Zhou Huili. With this in mind, Lin Dong decided to meet Zhou Huili first. This matter must be clarified, otherwise, the assassination would not stop. Even if he breaks through mentally and is not afraid of such assassinations now, it would still be annoying if it happens too often. Moreover, if the other party wants to kill him, they must be prepared to be killed by him. He has always been this way, distinguishing clearly between good and evil. A drop of kindness will be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, but a grudge must be repaid with a severed head. Lin Dong had just arrived at school in the afternoon. Soon, someone informed Zhang Hanlin of his whereabouts. Lin Dong went directly to the classroom and found Zhou Huili. "Senior Zhou, I need to talk to you." "Wah, what is it?" Zhou Huili asked. "You'll know when you come out." After Lin Dong said this, he took the lead and walked ahead. Zhou Huili thought for a moment and followed him out. He still didn't know that after he informed Qin Zhang of Lin Dong's whereabouts, Qin Zhang was going to send someone to assassinate Lin Dong. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to follow Lin Dong out. After Lin Dong left, the classroom began to buzz with discussions. Recently, rumors at school have it that Lin Dong is involved with the school beauty, Yunxi. Lin Dong has only been at school for a few days, yet he has managed to win over Yunxi, the goddess that Zhang Hanlin, one of the 4 young masters of the school, has failed to conquer for 3 years. It's no wonder so many people are left speechless. Meanwhile, Han Shuryun looks on with a resentful expression in the direction Lin Dong has left. Lin Dong was the first one she had her eye on. How could someone else come along and take the lead? Doesn't anyone know how to queue? Where's the decency? Lin Dong, accompanied by Zhou Huili, walked to a secluded grove at Qingmu University. At this point, Lin Dong got straight to the point and said, "Senior Zhou, I believe I have no enmity with you, right? Even if you are Qin Zhang's person, I haven't done anything to you. I've been fair to you, but why did you inform Qin Zhang of my whereabouts? Why did you have him send someone to assassinate me?" Zhou Huili's mind momentarily froze. Qin Zhang actually sent someone to assassinate Lin Dong? He truly had no idea. No wonder Qin Zhang had been asking if Lin Dong had arrived at school for the past few days. He absolutely could not admit to this. Otherwise, it would be a case of celestial beings fighting, and mere mortals would suffer. "Lin Dong, I don't know what you're talking about." Zhou Huili steadied his emotions and replied, "Oh, you don't know? Senior Zhou, don't think that just because we're in Kyoto, I won't dare to do anything to you. You dare to meddle in my affairs with Qin Zhang? Are you tired of living?" Lin Dong said coldly. Zhou Huili couldn't help but shiver. The pressure Lin Dong exerted on him was overwhelming, even greater than that from Qin Zhang. I really don't know. Try saying you don't know again." After Lin Dong finished this sentence, his mental power suddenly surged, pressing down on Zhou Huili. Zhou Huili instantly felt that even breathing was becoming difficult. Moreover, he was filled with extreme panic, as if Lin Dong would kill him in the next second. He could almost see the horrific scene of his own death. This was the effect of mental pressure. Lin Xiao, I really didn't know Qin Zhang would send someone to kill you. He just asked me if you had come to school. I truly don't know anything else. Please let me go. Zhou Huili knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. So you did tell Qin Zhang my whereabouts? I really didn't know he wanted to kill you. I truly didn't know. Don't worry, this is school. I won't do anything to you. Lin Dong patted Zhou Huili's shoulder and said. After saying that, he left, leaving Zhou Huili kneeling on the ground. In that moment, he genuinely thought Lin Dong was going to kill him. Zhou Huili trembled as he fumbled in his pocket for his phone and made a call. Hello, Huili, what's the matter? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. Mom, I want to go abroad, Zhou Huili said. Why do you want to go abroad all of a sudden? Don't worry about that, I need to go abroad right now. Hurry up and help me with the paperwork. Why the rush? Son, what happened? Mom, just don't ask. If you want your son to live well, hurry up and help me, Zhou Huili said, his voice choked with emotion. Okay, Mom will take care of it right away. I'll get it done. Lin Dong returned to the hotel, contemplating how to handle the situation. It was indeed Qin Zhang's doing. However, Qin Zhang was the eldest son of the Qin family in Kyoto. If he suddenly went missing, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in Kyoto. This matter needed careful consideration. Wasn't he a member of the Falcon and Special Operations Group? If someone wanted to kill him, shouldn't these two organizations come to his aid? So he took out his phone and called the leader of the Vulture Squad, Zhou Zhenghua. Number 10. What's up? Zhou Zhenghua asked. Captain, I know who is behind the attempt on my life. What should I do? Lin Dong asked. Since we know who the main target is, let's repay in kind. But the other party is from a big family. A big family? How big? The Qin family in the capital. Zhou Zhenghua smiled and said, the Qin family may be considered a big family in the eyes of ordinary people, but not in ours. We'll handle it as we should. If anything happens, the Falcon will back you up. Can they handle it? Should I contact the Special Operations team? We can tackle it together? Lin Dong asked. Get lost. You underestimate us, don't you? The Qin family is nothing in the eyes of the Falcon. Go ahead and do it, but don't involve others. The Qin family won't dare to act. Even if I go after their heir, they won't act? Heir? Only the living count as heirs. The dead are just dead heirs. Alright, so I can take action myself? Yes. Just give me a heads up before you act, and I'll inform the Qin family. Remember, we are a group of people who serve the country. If we can't even ensure safety in the rear, who will serve the country in the future? Go ahead and do it boldly. Got it. Lin Dong hung up the phone, looking relaxed. Indeed, having a backing is good. Damn it, Qin Zhang, we originally had no major grievances, but since you want me dead, I can't let you live. Lin Dong contacted the members of the Special Operations Team, Group D, who were also responsible for domestic intelligence. It would be easy to figure out Qin Zhang's movements. In the middle of the night, Qin Zhang came out of the Great Wall Club. He got into the car, driven by Qiu Shan. Halfway through the drive, Qiu Shan sensed something was off. The road was too quiet. He had driven this route for many years, and even though it was already past 1 in the morning, it was impossible for there to be no cars at all. Qiu Shan wanted to speed up, but the road ahead was blocked by 2 massive trailers. He had no choice but to stop the car. Young master, there's a situation, Qiu Shan said to the back seat where Qin Zhang was. Qin Zhang was groggy. What situation? Let's get out and take a look. The two got out of the car, and the once bustling road was now eerily silent, with only the surrounding streetlights casting their glow. Qin Zhang was startled awake immediately. What was going on? Why was it so quiet? Lin Dong stepped out from the darkness. Qin Zhang, long time no see. You are Lin Dong? Qin Zhang widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing Lin Dong. What? Did you think I was killed by the people you hired for $1 billion? Sorry to disappoint you. Lin Dong smiled. You, how did you get here? Qin Zhang asked. How did I get here? Naturally, I'm here to repay in kind. You were ready to kill me. Do you think I can't fight back? Young Master Qin, quickly call the family head, Qiu Shan urged. Qin Zhang hurriedly took out his phone, but upon checking, there was no signal. He tried to call, but indeed, it couldn't go through. Uncle Shan, my phone has no signal, Qin Zhang said anxiously. Qiu Shan took out his phone and found that he also had no signal. What? How did Lin Dong do this? He actually managed to cut off the signal in this area. Qin Zhang, stop struggling in vain. We originally had no deep-seated hatred, I only blocked your attack to save the Lu siblings, but you want to kill me. Do you think I, Lin Dong, am just an ant you can crush whenever you want? Lin Dong's tone grew heavier. Lin Dong, don't be reckless. I am the heir of the Qin family. If you kill me, the Qin family will definitely not let you go. Heir? Only the living are called heirs. Can the dead still be called heirs? Qin Zhang, don't you understand? Can your Qin family block this road and cut off the signal in this area? Since I can do it, can your Qin family afford to provoke me? Young master, let's go. Go back to the club and find Si Zhao Sherdao. He's the only one who can save you now. Xiao Shan shouted at Qin Zhang. Lin Dong was right. The Qin family couldn't block this road or cut off the signals in this area, and those who could do it were not someone the Qin family could provoke. Since the Qin family couldn't provoke them, what was the use of notifying the family head? The only person who could save Qin Zhang, as far as Xiao Shan knew, was Si Zhao Sherdao from the Tsi gang. After saying this, Xiao Shan rushed towards Lin Dong without hesitation. He had already sensed the killing intent emanating from Lin Dong and wanted to buy some time for Qin Zhang with his own body. Qin Zhang reacted quickly and prepared to run back to the car. However, just as he reached the side of the car and hadn't even had the chance to get in, bang! Xiao Shan's body was already sent flying back, crashing into the car's windshield. A mere Tiger List expert, not even at his peak, was no match for Lin Dong. With just one strike, Xiao Shan had completely lost his fighting ability. Shan, Uncle Shan? Qin Zhang was already dumbfounded. Xiao Shan had been a skilled fighter by his side for many years, and now he couldn't even last a round against Lin Dong? Lin Dong slowly walked towards Qin Zhang. Lin Dong, what do you want? Qin Zhang stammered. Qin Zhang, as a man, if you dare to do something, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Lin Dong, please let me go. I was wrong, I apologize. I'll give you money. Whatever amount you want, Qin Zhang said, trembling, but one of his hands was in his pants pocket. He quickly pulled out a gun, intending to shoot Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong's mental strength was incredibly powerful, and Qin Zhang's little move naturally did not escape his eyes. Just as Qin Zhang pulled out the gun and aimed it at Lin Dong had already exerted force with his feet and rushed in front of Qin Zhang, crashing directly into his chest. Bang! Ah! The force of Lin Dong now was so great that even a Tiger List expert like Taker was killed with a single blow, let alone Qin Zhang, who was at the top tier. Qin Zhang felt a sharp pain surge through him, his whole body suddenly felt like it was falling apart, and he flew backward until he landed on the ground 30 meters away. The power of that strike was evident. In that moment, Qin Zhang felt as if his insides were on fire, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. He wanted to get up, but after struggling a couple of times, he fell silent. Thus, one of the 8 kings of the Tsi gang, the heir of the Kyoto Qin family, Qin Zhang, was dead. Qin family. In the huge living room, Qin Zhang's body lay in the center. A middle-aged woman was crying while holding Qin Zhang's corpse. My Zhanger, you died so tragically. The head of the Qin family, Qin Lai, stood nearby with a face full of murderous intent. What about Xiao Shan? Is he awake? Qin Lai asked, suppressing his anger. Head of the family, Xiao Shan is seriously injured and is still unconscious, the butler of the Qin family replied. What exactly happened? Who can explain this to me? Why did Zhanger die on the way back? Who has the audacity to do this? Ha! Qin Lai shouted loudly. He was indeed furious. His most beloved son had died, and he died right under his nose, and now he didn't even know who the murderer was. This was simply a slap in the face to the Qin family. Head of the family, we are also unclear about the situation. We just received a strange phone call asking us to pick up the young master, and when we arrived, we found the young master's body, and Xiao Shan was already unconscious. Find me the phone number. We checked, but we couldn't find it. Then immediately mobilize all the family's resources. Since Zhanger left yesterday, find out everywhere he went, and investigate it thoroughly. I want to see who dares to do this. Does he really think my Qin family is made of mud? Yes, head of the family. The butler replied and was about to go handle it when a voice interrupted. Wait! An old man with gray hair walked into the hall. Dad, you came at the right time. Zhanger has been killed. This person is so audacious, daring to harm the heir of the Qin family in Kyoto. If we don't kill him, how can the Qin family stand in Kyoto in the future? Qin Lai said, forcing back his grief. Master! The butler also called out. The newcomer was the previous head of the Qin family, Qin Zhang's grandfather, and Qin Lai's father, Old Master Qin. Butler, first take care of Zhanger's body. Announced to the outside that Zhanger died of a sudden illness, Old Master Qin instructed the butler. Ha, master! This! The butler was momentarily at a loss for words. No, Dad, Zhanger died so tragically, how can you do this? He was clearly murdered. We must find the killer and avenge Zhanger. I want his family to be destroyed, all of them to accompany Zhanger in death. Xin Zhang's mother shouted, her face twisted with rage. Her only son had died like this. What was the point of her living? All she could think about was avenging Zhenger, making the family of his murderer pay. Xin Lai also regained his composure at this moment. However, he was not as agitated as his wife. As the head of the Qin family, he still had some insight. His father clearly knew the truth but chose to act this way. There must be a problem. Could it be that the enemy was too strong for the Qin family to handle? Xin Lai recalled which families in Kyoto were beyond their reach. Dad! Xin Lai wanted to ask something, but he was interrupted by Old Master Qin. Butler, do as I say. Everyone else, be quiet. Xin Lai, come with me. After saying this, Old Master Qin walked toward a room in the living room. Xin Lai followed him in. Xin Zhang's mother clung to her son's body, unwilling to let go, and the butler didn't know what to do. He could only stand in the living room and wait. Once inside the room, Old Master Qin sat on the sofa and took a deep breath. Dad, what exactly is going on? Who did Zhenger offend? Xin Lai asked. Shall Lai, let's leave it at that. Handle the situation well, and don't ask anything else, Old Master Qin said wearily. Dad, I don't understand. Zhenger died so tragically, am I not even worthy to know who the enemy is? And how will we explain this to the Shangwan family? Zhenger is the heir of the Qin family, and we have an agreement with the Shangwan family. Even if it's those top families, we can't just let this go. Zhenger had a good relationship with the young master of the Zhao family, right? As long as our families join forces, no one will have it easy. Xin Lai said, somewhat agitated. He couldn't accept his father's way of handling things, not even telling him who the enemy was. Shall Lai, some things are better left unknown than known. Choose the most outstanding one among your illegitimate children and bring him back to train as the next successor of the Qin family. Handle your wife's side well. As for the Shangwan family, they only want a united front. As long as it's the Qin family's heir, that's enough. As for the Zhao family, they wouldn't dare to get involved in this mess. What? How is that possible? Even the Zhao family wouldn't dare to get involved? Xin Lai asked, somewhat incredulous. The Zhao family was a top family in Kyoto, and even ranked among the best in all of Huaxia. If they wouldn't dare to get involved, how powerful was the opponent? Xin Lai found it hard to believe. Qin Zhang had actually offended such a powerful entity? So, although Zhenger died tragically, if his death leads to the decline of the entire Qin family, he will also be a sinner of the Qin family, Old Master Qin said. Dad, I still want to know who did it. What will knowing do for you? At the very least, let me know who the potential enemies are. Even if I can't take revenge now, there will always be opportunities in the future. Nonsense. Never think about revenge. Otherwise, I'll take you down as the head of the family right now, Old Master Qin said with a serious expression. But I can't accept it. My son, whom I raised for many years, has been harmed, and I, as his father, don't even know who the enemy is, Xin Lai said, somewhat dejected, as he sat on the sofa. Old Master Qin looked at Xin Lai, knowing that if he didn't tell him, he would likely continue to investigate, and the entire Qin family would be implicated. He sighed and said, the one who acted is the soul of China, the falcon. Upon hearing these words, Xin Lai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The soul of China? It was actually the soul of China. As the head of a top family in the capital, he naturally understood the meaning of these words. If the opponent were a top-tier family in the capital, he could still unite with the Shangwan and Zhao families to fight back. However, if the opponent was the falcon of the soul of China, there was no need to think. The Shangwan and Zhao families would not participate, and even if they did, the only outcome would be complete destruction. In China, there are two organizations that absolutely cannot be provoked: the Soul of China Falcon and the Soul of China Special Operations Group. They represent not just a force, but the guardians of all of China. Nowadays, whenever a top family produces an outstanding individual, they will do everything possible to send them into the Falcon or the Special Operations Group. As long as one can enter these two organizations, it adds a layer of protection to the family. Even if they do not participate in family disputes, having someone inside is a deterrent. No one would dare to offend such a family. Unfortunately, the Qin family has never produced such an outstanding individual. How? How could this happen? How could Zheng offend someone from the Falcon? Xin Lai muttered to himself, slumped on the sofa. Right now, he was not thinking about how to take revenge for Qin Zhang, but rather whether this would implicate the entire family. Old Master Qin also felt somewhat powerless at this moment. He had just received a call from the commander in the capital. It said that Qin Zhang had assassinated a member of the Falcon and was to be killed. He warned the Qin family not to miscalculate, or they would be uprooted. The next morning, the Feng family of 3 arrived at Zhao Yang's home. They showed the Zhao family the information about Zhao Xian they found online. Upon seeing it, the Zhao family was overjoyed. Zhao Xian is now worth billions? Zhao Taizhu and his wife couldn't comprehend what a net worth of billions meant. However, Zhao Yang provided them with a different explanation. Zhao Xian is now the richest person in their city, the wealthiest individual. The city leaders treat Zhao Xian with utmost respect because she can bring investments to the area and stimulate local economic development. The couple, who had spent their lives farming, nearly fainted. This is a glorious moment for the family. Through online searches, Zhao Yang finally confirmed that Zhao Xian was in the Magic City and even found out the exact location of Donglai International. The 6 of them headed to the city, and upon arrival, Zhao Yang directly suggested taking a plane. According to him, Zhao Xian is now a big shot, and their family cannot embarrass her. Everyone agreed, and they took a plane to the Magic City, arriving in front of the Donglai International office building. "In-law, I think you should apologize to Xian. After all, she is your own daughter, and she can't possibly ignore you," Mother Feng advised from the side. "Apologize to her? That's outrageous. I raised her, and now I have to apologize? Is there anyone who apologizes to their children? If she doesn't give us an explanation today, I'll make a scene here. Isn't she the general manager? Let's see if she has the face to continue being the general manager," Zhao Taizhu said, burning with anger. For more than a month, he had been holding in a fire in his chest. Zhao Xian was out there living freely while their family was suffering at home. "Dad, please calm down. Let's talk nicely. When we see your sister, you can't speak like that anymore. If she leaves quietly like last time, where are we supposed to find her? She has money now and can live freely wherever she goes. What about us? Are we going back to farming again?" Zhao Yang also tried to mediate. He didn't want to go back to farming. Those days were simply too hard to endure. The key is, what future is there in farming? How much money can you make from a lifetime of farming? "Yeah, old man, when we see Zhao Xian, we need to speak nicely. She can't just ignore us, after all, she's our daughter," Li Chunhua chimed in. The two had been married for decades, and she knew Zhao Tieju's temper very well. He was too patriarchal and heavily influenced by the older generation. Right now, he was seething with anger, and it would probably be difficult for him to speak nicely to his daughter, let alone apologize to her. That was simply impossible. He was the head of the family, and with just a few people at home, he spoke to everyone in a condescending tone. The only one who dared to refute him was his son Zhao Yang. Zhao Xian and her mother didn't dare to question him at all. "Humph." Zhao Taizhu fell silent. Seeing this, Feng's parents breathed a sigh of relief. Given Zhao Tieju's attitude just now, it was likely that things would fall apart again, and they would end up returning empty-handed, with nothing to gain. Under Zhao Yang's lead, they entered the Donglai International building and arrived at the front desk. There were 4 tall and beautiful receptionists in black business suits standing there. "May I ask who you are looking for?" One of the receptionists politely asked. "I'm looking for my daughter," Zhao Taizhu replied. "I'm looking for my sister." Zhao Yang followed up. "Is your sister working here? Have you notified her?" "My sister's name is Zhao Xian. She is the general manager here. I am her younger brother, Zhao Yang, and these are her parents," Zhao Yang introduced, pointing to Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua. "Ah, you are General Zhao's family?" the 4 receptionists asked in shock. Zhao Xian was the second in command at Donglai International Group. She was a rising star in the investment world, reportedly worth billions. How could her family be dressed like this? Were they from the countryside? How could that be possible? Could they be scammers? However, what they said was reasonable, so it was better to call and confirm with General Zhao. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. "Please wait a moment. I will call General Zhao right now," the receptionist said as she began to dial. "Hello, this is the general manager's office." "Hello, Secretary Su, this is the front desk. A few guests are looking for General Zhao, claiming to be her family." "Oh, General Zhao's family? Let them wait a moment. I will ask General Zhao," Su Xiao replied. Zhao Xian was busy handling documents in her office. She had been really busy these days. There were matters regarding the foundation and investments. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Su Xia pushed the door open and said, "General Zhao, there are a few guests at the front desk looking for you, saying they are your family." "My family?" Zhao Xian looked up in surprise. She instantly thought of Zhao Yang and the others. She knew that once she became famous and appeared on television, they would definitely come looking for her. She just didn't expect it to be so soon. "Take them to the conference room to wait for me," Zhao Xian instructed. "Yes, General Zhao." Su Xia replied and left the office. Zhao Yang and the others were taken to the conference room by Su Xia, who then brewed a cup of tea for each of them and said, "Please wait here, our general manager will be here shortly." After saying that, she left. Only Zhao Yang and the others remained in the conference room, waiting. However, after waiting for a while, Zhao Xian still did not come in, and a few of them were getting a bit anxious, but they didn't dare to run around. After all, they were all from a small place and had never seen much of the world. 10 minutes passed. Still no sign. Half an hour passed. Still no sign. An hour passed. Still no sign. Bang! Zhao Taizhu could no longer hold back. He slammed his hand on the conference table. Zhao Xian clearly didn't take them seriously. "Zhao Yang, go directly to your sister's office and find her. This is outrageous. Dad, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe my sister is busy with something important. The general manager has a lot on her plate every day. Besides, I don't even know where her office is. This building is so big, what if I get lost? I wouldn't even be able to find my way back. What could be more important than seeing us? She clearly doesn't want to meet us. She wants to show us who's in charge. Let's wait a bit longer. My sister will definitely come. She wouldn't just leave us here in the conference room." "Yeah, in-laws, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe Xiao Xian is really busy." Father Feng also chimed in. An hour and a half later, 2 hours later, the door to the conference room finally opened. Zhao Xian walked in with a serious expression. "Sister," Zhao Yang called out with a smile. Zhao Xian ignored Zhao Yang and didn't greet anyone. She simply sat down in the main seat. Zhao Taizhu was furious at Zhao Xian's rudeness. She had left them hanging and now didn't even say hello. He had always disciplined Zhao Xian since she was little, thinking she would still be the same, afraid of him whenever he got angry. "You little brat, have you grown wings? Leaving us to suffer at home, not sending any money back, while you enjoy yourself here. Are you itching for a beating?" Zhao Taizhu scolded. As Zhao Xian's father, he believed that having given birth to her entitled him to control her life. Now seeing Zhao Xian enjoying herself while they suffered at home, he was naturally filled with rage. "I've said it before, I won't give you another penny. I've repaid you for raising me. All these years, I've gone without food and clothes, giving you all my money, and what did I get in return?" Zhao Xian said expressionlessly. Zhao Taizhu trembled with anger at Zhao Xian's words, standing up and pointing at her. "Repaid? Do you think you can repay us? We brought you into this world. If you want to repay us, you have to give your life back. I wish you hadn't given birth to me. Other children are loved by their parents. What about me? Besides making me work and beating me, what have you done for me? I should have suffocated you when you were born." Zhao Taizhu said, his face flushed. "I bet when you saw I was a girl, you thought about suffocating me, but you didn't have the guts. As for wanting me to give my life back to you? Sorry, there's no law that says parents have the right to take back the lives of their children just because they gave birth to them. From the moment I came into this world, my life belongs to me. You, ungrateful child." Zhao Taizhu was so furious he could hardly catch his breath, almost unable to stand. "Old man, calm down." Li Chunhua supported Zhao Taizhu, glancing at the still calm Zhao Xian. She had changed. She had really changed. They didn't even recognize her anymore. "Dad, sister, can't you just talk it out instead of arguing?" Zhao Yang advised. Then he turned to Zhao Xian. "Sister, Dad just has some pent-up frustration. Can you give in a little? Do you know what kind of life we've been living these days? We can barely afford to eat, working hard every day. Look at my hands. They're all calloused. The money for coming to find you was even provided by Meow Meow's parents. You have no idea what kind of life I've been living. This is all your own doing. Over the years, how much have I saved and sent home? Including your tuition, it's at least 600,000, right? That's enough for you to buy 2 houses in the county, and yet you've ended up like this. Who can you blame? Sis, this is all my fault. But I've changed. Can't you give me one more chance? Enough. I don't want to hear your complaints. I know why you're here. It's all about the money, isn't it? Let me tell you, I have money, but I won't give you a single cent. If you want money, go earn it with your own hands. That's it. I have things to do, so go back to where you came from." After Zhao Xian finished speaking, she prepared to leave. "Sis, are you really that heartless? Heartless? When you took the tuition I borrowed from everywhere to gamble, did you ever think about how I was starving and freezing? I eat 1 meal a day. I was just hoping you would have a good future, and what do I get in return? Zhao Yang was at a loss for words. He had indeed been a bit of a jerk in the past. "You ungrateful girl, now that you've got money and are a big boss, do you think we're embarrassing you and want to cut ties with us? Let me tell you, no way. If you want to sever ties, fine. You have billions now, right? Take out $1 billion, and we won't come looking for you again. Otherwise, we'll make a scene in your company, and let's see if you can still keep your face as the general manager. Zhao Taizhu shouted, pointing at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian didn't respond. She didn't want to say anything more. Continuing this conversation was pointless. These people, who were once the closest to her, had no idea how hard her life had been outside. They only called her when they wanted money. They never asked how she was doing. No matter how much she contributed to this family, no matter how much of a jerk Zhao Yang was, her status was still worlds apart from theirs, simply because she was a girl, and Zhao Yang was a boy. In Zhao Tieju's eyes, girls were always meant to be married off, while boys were to carry on the family line. So he could endlessly demand from her and let Zhao Yang squander it. Zhao Xian took out her phone and made a call. Su Xia, come to the conference room. Okay, President Zhao. Soon, the general manager's secretary, Su Xia, pushed open the conference room door. President Zhao, what can I do for you? Take them out. If they don't cooperate, call security to send a few people over. If they cause a scene in the company or at the entrance, report it to the police, saying they're disrupting the normal operation of the company and causing huge losses. Sue them directly and let them spend a few days in jail, Zhao Xian said, leaving the conference room without looking back. What? Zhao Yang was stunned. Zhao Taizhu was stunned. Li Chunhua was stunned. The Feng Miao family of 3 was stunned. How dare Zhao Xian do this? She no longer considered them family at all. The Feng Miao family had never experienced Zhao Xian's suffering, so they couldn't understand why she would act this way. To them, no matter how big the conflict, they were still family. Since Zhao Xian had become successful, she would surely take care of Zhao Yang's family. With Zhao Xian's current status and wealth, even a small amount of support from her would be enough for them to live a good life back home. But the result was beyond their expectations. Not only did Zhao Xian not support them, but she even wanted to sue them. At that moment, Zhao Tieju's family realized that Zhao Xian had truly changed. She was no longer the Zhao Xian they could bully and scold. Now she was General Manager Zhao, a big shot. It was just that they found it hard to accept this fact. Their daughter's achievements should have been a great joy for the whole family. As the saying goes, when one person ascends to the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. They have worked hard for most of their lives and could have enjoyed a comfortable life in their later years alongside Zhao Xian, but all of this was destroyed by their own hands. Of course, they may not yet realize that it was their repeated beatings, their constant deceptions, and their endless demands that led to Zhao Xian's coldness, because her heart is tired, and it has grown cold. Zhao Taizhu and the others left. Under the intimidation of several strong men from the security department, they had no choice but to go. After all, they came from a small place and had never seen much of the world. Once Zhao Xian stood firm against them, they were utterly helpless. They also dared not cause a scene at Donglai International. The security department was not to be trifled with. Seeing a few big men, their hearts sank, and besides, they might end up spending a few days in detention. After 2 months of training, Zhao Xian had already developed a considerable aura of a strong woman. They did not dare to gamble on whether Zhao Xian would really sue them. They could only leave in disgrace. For Zhao Taizhu and his wife, who had spent their entire lives as farmers, breaking the law was absolutely out of the question. If they really ended up in detention for a few days, they would never be able to hold their heads high in the village again, and even in death, they could not face the ancestors of the Zhao family. This time, they truly came with high hopes, only to return in disappointment. Feng Miao's parents were so furious that they were about to explode. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also had to pay for the travel expenses. Zhao Xian stood by the window of her office, watching their departing figures, somewhat lost in thought. It wasn't that she was truly heartless. It was just that she knew this door could not be opened. At least not now. Having lived with them for so many years, she understood this family too well. Once this door was opened today, they would continue to demand more and more, endlessly, and the amounts would only grow larger. When she first started working, she would send back 500 a month, but gradually they began to raise the amount with various excuses, from 1,000 to 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, and finally to 20,000. Even then, they were still not satisfied and wanted more. In their minds, their daughter was bound to marry someday, and while she was still unmarried, all the money she earned should be given to them, otherwise, who knew which scoundrel would benefit from it in the future? Thinking of this, Zhao Xian also thought of Lin Dong. Her hard work was all to get closer to Lin Dong. But the more she interacted with him, the more she felt that no matter how hard she tried, she could never gain the support of Lin Dong's family. The foundation of the Lin family was simply too deep. They could casually throw out billions and were still increasing. In such a top-tier family, everything would surely be arranged for him, even his marriage, and Lin Dong might not even have the final say. But after getting to know Lin Dong, who else could catch her eye? The answer was certainly no one. Perhaps she was destined to be alone for the rest of her life? Thinking of this made her a bit restless, so she decided to put it aside for now and take things one step at a time. As for Zhao Yang and the others, if the old couple continued like this, she could only wait until they were old and unable to move, unable to scold anyone, and then go back to see them, find them a couple of caretakers, and let them enjoy their old age. And Zhao Yang, since he could take the tuition she gave him to gamble, who could guarantee that he wouldn't do it again after receiving money this time? It wasn't her hard-earned money, so he wouldn't feel any pain. So it was better to wait until he got married, matured a bit, and understood the difficulties of his sister before deciding to help him appropriately. On this day, a major earthquake erupted in the upper circles of Kyoto, especially among the Tsi faction. One of the 8 kings, Qin Zhang, suddenly died? Who would believe it? Qin Zhang was a top-tier expert, and his physical condition was beyond question. Moreover, people of this caliber would have regular health checkups almost every month, making it impossible for someone to suddenly die. But the Qin family released such news. They even brought back an illegitimate son of Qin Lai from outside to replace Qin Zhang as the heir of the Qin family. This is something that no one can doubt. Qin Zhang must be dead. As for how he died, everyone is still unclear. Only a very small number of people know a bit about the situation, but not too much. However, what everyone knows is that it definitely wasn't as the Qin family said, that he suddenly died of an illness. More and more people are curious about the cause of Qin Zhang's death and have started to inquire everywhere, but the results have not been good. Even those who know a little dare not speak carelessly. After all, the forces involved are too frightening, and everyone is afraid of getting burned. In Kyoto, the Great Wall Club, the core members of the Tsi Party have gathered together. The death of the 8 great kings is not a small matter for the Tsi Party. See, how did Qin Zhang really die? The Qin family said it was a sudden illness. How could that be? However, we've inquired everywhere and still haven't found out the real reason. Maybe our level is too low. Can you enlighten us? Asked Zhang Hansen, one of the 8 great kings of the Tsi Party. Yeah, we all want to know the cause of Qin Zhang's death. After all, we are all part of the Tsi Party, and the Qin family has thrown out a smokescreen, which clearly indicates there's more to it. It would be good for us to know so we can be cautious, another of the 8 great kings said. Please enlighten us, see. Please enlighten us, see. Please enlighten us, see. The remaining few of the 8 great kings also spoke up. Zhao Shidao took a sip of tea and said, Qin Zhang offended someone he shouldn't have and was killed. As for who it was, I cannot say. The Qin family released a smokescreen because they also cannot afford to provoke that person. If this is pursued, the entire Qin family might be wiped out. Hearing Zhao Shidao's words, everyone was taken aback. Although they had guessed that Qin Zhang might have been murdered, hearing it come from Zhao Shidao's mouth still shocked them. The fact that the Qin family lost their heir and didn't dare to make a sound shows how powerful the person Qin Zhang offended was, which made them a bit fearful. Among those present, aside from Xi Zhao Shidao, the strength of the other families was about the same as Qin Zhang's. Even if they were stronger, it wasn't by much. This means that if they offended someone, they could only meet the same fate as Qin Zhang, dying in vain. This made them tense, especially since it happened in Kyoto. If any of them accidentally crossed paths with that person, it would be disastrous. At that moment, everyone decided to keep a low profile for a while, trying to avoid going out as much as possible. Even if they did go out, they couldn't be as arrogant as before. See, so we shouldn't have any problems, right? Don't worry, this is just his personal action and has nothing to do with our Tsi Party. However, everyone should still keep a low profile recently because that person is still in Kyoto, and you might encounter him one day, but you just wouldn't know it. Alright, I've decided. Recently, don't invite me out. I'm going to go into seclusion and practice hard, striving to enter the tiger list as soon as possible, Zhang Hansen said seriously. Agreed. The remaining few of the 8 great kings echoed. Alright, then let's not gather for a while. Practice martial arts at home. If you don't enter the tiger list, you ultimately won't be on the stage, Zhao Shidao concluded decisively. With the 10-year agreement approaching, he didn't want these people to make any mistakes. Zhou Huili was on his way to the airport. He had already called Principal Zhou Limin to arrange for a leave of absence to go abroad. Zhou Limin naturally disagreed. Zhou Huili was the face of Jiangnan University, the president of the student council. If he left, wouldn't that mean Jiangnan University couldn't retain talent? Such a thing that would tarnish Jiangnan University's reputation was something Principal Zhou Limin would definitely not agree to. However, Zhou Huili was determined to leave, and no matter how Zhou Limin tried to persuade him, it was useless. Even threats were uttered, but they still couldn't stop Zhou Huili's resolve to go. In the end, there was no choice but to agree, but he was told to return quickly to complete his studies. Zhou Huili readily agreed, but whether he would come back depended on the situation. If Qin Zhang managed to take down Lin Dong, he might return in a couple of days. If Qin Zheng couldn't handle Lin Dong, then it was uncertain when he would come back. Compared to any studies, life was more important. At that moment, a call came to his phone from a friend he had grown up with, both of them being Qin Zheng's lackeys. Xiao Lizi, young Master Qin is dead. Qin Zheng is dead. He was so shocked that he almost dropped his phone. I got it. I'll contact you later, Zhou Huili said before hanging up. Qin Zheng actually died? It must have been Lin Dong's doing. Oh my god, this is so terrifying. No, he had to leave quickly. Lin Dong might be looking for him right now. Mom, can you drive faster? Zhou Huili stammered. Huili, what's wrong with you? You've been restless since yesterday, and now you suddenly want to go abroad? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Tell Mom, his mother asked. Zhou Huili thought for a moment and decided to tell his mother the truth. Just in case Lin Dong came looking for trouble, it would be better for them to be prepared. So he said, Mom, I just received news that the young master of the Qin family is dead. Do you know how he died? He was murdered, and I know the person who did it. We have some past grievances because of young Master Qin. He found me yesterday, and today the news of his death came out. I'm afraid he will come looking for me, so I have to hide. The young master of the Qin family, Qin Zheng? His mother asked. Yes. His mother slammed on the brakes, stopping the car by the roadside, turning to look at Zhou Huili with a serious expression. Are you sure? I'm sure, Zhou Huili replied earnestly. His mother took out her phone and made a call. Lao Zhou, is something happening with the Qin family? As soon as the call connected, his mother asked. Then she listened quietly for a while. Okay, I got it. You go ahead with your business. I'm taking my son to the airport right now. We'll talk when we get back. After hanging up, his mother looked at Zhou Huili seriously and said, Tell me everything that happened between you. Zhou Huili started from the last time he accompanied Qin Zheng to meet Lin Dong in Jiangcheng, all the way to yesterday when Lin Dong found him. You are foolish. Who told you to get involved in their struggle? You didn't even clarify their identities. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I know you want to rely on the Qin family, but have you thought about it? The people who can be rivals to the young master of the Qin family are not something our Zhou family can provoke. Our family is just a third-rate family in the capital, and now that the heir of a first-rate family like the Qin family is dead, we can only bear it ourselves and dare not make it public. If someone kills you, isn't it just like squashing an ant? His mother said, exasperated. Mom, I know I was wrong. What should I do now? I'm so scared. Lin Dong really dares to kill. If it weren't for being at school yesterday, he would have definitely killed me already. Please save me, Zhou Huili said, crying uncontrollably. He was genuinely terrified. The moment he learned of Qin Zheng's death, he felt like he was about to collapse. Let's go. Hurry up. I'll take you to the airport, go abroad, and don't come back for now. You can't tell your dad about this. Otherwise, he might abandon you for the family. His mother said as she started the car, heading towards the airport. This time without Zhou Huili needing to say anything, she drove as fast as she could. Mom, what will you do if Lin Dong comes looking for you? Zhou Huili asked, trying to steady his emotions. Don't worry, as long as you leave, we have our ways. After all, this is the capital. Without you here, he wouldn't dare do anything to us, Zhou's mother reassured him. Although she said this, her heart was far from calm. Given that a first-class family like the Qin family could only swallow their anger when their heir died, the forces behind Lin Dong were undoubtedly terrifying. With her son gone, even if Lin Dong didn't dare to openly act against the Zhou family, just a slight move from such a powerful force could spell disaster for them. Moreover, she couldn't tell old Zhou about this now, otherwise, her son would definitely not be able to leave. For the sake of the entire Zhou family, her son would undoubtedly become a sacrifice. Old Zhou didn't lack a son like Huili, but she only had Huili as her son, and she had to protect him at all costs. She could only send him away first and then return to discuss things with her husband. Zhou Huili and his mother were still in the car, anxious about offending Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong was completely unconcerned about the matter. He hadn't actually thought about what to do with Zhou Huili. He had just wanted to scare him yesterday. He was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. From Zhou Huili's response, it seemed he truly didn't know that Qin Zheng would kill him. Therefore, he didn't take such minor characters seriously at all. He couldn't just kill someone to silence them because Zhou Huili reported his position to Qin Zheng. He wasn't that cold-blooded. Of course, if Zhou Huili had known that Qin Zheng was going to assassinate him and provided the exact location, that would be a different story. After Qin Zheng's death, Lin Dong's life returned to normal. However, the Spider Squad informed him that he couldn't let his guard down yet, because commissions on the dark web were paid up front. So even if Qin Zhang, as an employer, was dead, as long as someone took the job, the task would continue. Lin Dong didn't care. With his current extraordinary 4th-tier physique and extraordinary 1st-tier mental strength, he truly didn't regard ordinary people as a threat. His current targets were Su Wanli and Zhou Zhenghua. It was just that his godly wealth points were increasing a bit slowly, which made him uncomfortable. He hadn't broken 100 yet, only reaching 86 points. Otherwise, he could have upgraded his physique to extraordinary 5th tier. He also didn't know that Qin Zhang's death had left many young heirs in the capital trembling in fear, afraid of encountering this calamity. He planned to return to school for classes. After all, he was still a student, and there wasn't much going on recently. Since everyone advised him to keep a low profile, he would temporarily do just that. Although his godly wealth points were increasing slowly now, once the foundation was on track, combined with the efforts of Zhao Xian's people sent to various cities, along with the 2 places of Magic City and the capital, the points should soon experience a surge. At that time, he would first upgrade his physique and mental strength to the max, then learn some other combat skills, and he should be able to walk confidently. At least he wouldn't have to fear people like Su Wanli and Zhou Zhenghua anymore. In the capital, a luxurious manor. This was the base of the Shangwan family in the capital. As a hidden family, they had only recently stepped into the public eye in the past 2 years. To quickly open up the situation, they had allied with the Qin family. Shangwan Mingyue parked her car in front of the gate. Today, she received a call from the family steward asking her to come to the manor for an important matter. Soon, the gate opened. "Miss, please come in," 2 servants said respectfully, bowing to her. Shangwan Mingyue drove into the manor and parked in the garage, but when she saw a pink sports car parked nearby, her expression tightened. Walking into the villa hall of the manor, she saw a young woman lying on the sofa with a facial mask on, and a middle-aged man sitting beside her, talking to her. Although the young woman had a mask on and her face was not visible, just from her figure, she was another stunningly beautiful woman. The middle-aged man saw Shangwan Mingyue and shouted, "Miss, Uncle Jian, why did you call me back?" Shangwan Mingyue asked straightforwardly. Sun Jian was about to speak when a woman lying on the sofa with a face mask interrupted. "My dear sister, you're back. I have good news to tell you. Haven't you always disliked the suitors your family picked for you? Your future husband has now gone to meet the king of hell. How about that? Happy or not?" "What?" Shangwan Mingyue was taken aback. "Qin Zhang is dead? How could that be? Such a big event, and she hadn't received any news at all." Before she could respond, Shangwan Weiwei continued, "But the family has unanimously decided to continue cooperating with the Qin family. This means that although Qin Zhang is dead, the partnership remains unchanged. It's just that your future husband has changed from Qin Zhang to Qin Yi. This Qin Yi seems to be an illegitimate son of the head of the Qin family. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected?" Shangwan Mingyue's expression changed as she looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Uncle Jian, is what she said true?" "Miss, what the second miss said is indeed true. This is the family's decision. I'm just conveying it," Sun Jian replied. Shangwan Mingyue forced a smile and said, "In your eyes, I'm just a pet meant to please others, right? When this master is gone, you just change to another master." "Miss, the family absolutely does not mean it that way. We just want to open up the situation and must cooperate with at least a first-class family. The Qin family is the one we have chosen. Even if you marry into it, you will eventually be the matriarch of the Qin family, so it's not unfair to you. Please understand the family's intentions," Sun Jian said expressionlessly. "Then why is it me, Shangwan Mingyue, who is to marry, and not her, Shangwan Weiwei?" Shangwan Mingyue pointed at Shangwan Weiwei. "My dear sister, how do you still not understand? I am being groomed as the future head of the Shangwan family. How could I marry out? It can only be a son-in-law coming in. Moreover, as the heir of the family, I have the right to choose my own husband," Shangwan Weiwei said with a smile. "Shangwan Weiwei, on what basis do you say that? Since we were young, you've always wanted to compete with me. Anything I like, even if you don't like it, you have to snatch it away and ruin it. The elders at home say I'm the older sister and that I should give way to you. I'm only 3 months older than you." Shangwan Mingyue shouted at Shangwan Weiwei. "On what basis? Just because I stepped into the martial arts frontline at 18, and now at 21, I'm about to enter the tiger list, while you, my dear sister, are still 3 months older than me. Have you made it to the front line? Our family is different from those outside. Martial arts is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, no matter how smart you are, you can't escape the fate of being sent away by the family," Shangwan Weiwei said, her disdain palpable even with the mask on. "Miss, this is the arrangement of the head of the Shangwan family and the elders. As a member of the Shangwan family, you should contribute everything for the development of the family, so please do not question the family's decision." "Ha! Shangwan Weiwei, Don't be too complacent. Do you think you've won for sure? Not necessarily. Let's wait and see. After saying this, Shangguan Mingyue left the villa without looking back. She no longer wanted to stay here and be mocked. Only Shangguan Weiwei and the butler Sun Jian were left. Shangguan Weiwei asked, "Uncle Jian, what did her last sentence mean? Does she have any trump cards?" Sun Jian thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be. She might just want to disturb your mindset, hoping you'll have an accident at the critical moment of breaking into the tiger list. Second miss, you must believe that in the face of absolute strength, any schemes are powerless. So, the most important thing for you now is to quickly enter the tiger list. Only then will your position be unshakable." Got it. After Shangguan Weiwei finished speaking, she also went upstairs. Shangguan Mingyue was driving on the road, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Qin Zhang was dead, yet she was to marry the new heir of the Qin family, Qin Yi. If Qin Yi died, she would have to marry the next heir of the Qin family. This was her fate, an inescapable fate. Who told her to be born into the Shangguan family, such a hidden aristocracy? If she could choose, she would rather be born into an ordinary family, living an ordinary life. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. No way. She was unwilling to be arranged by her family for a lifetime. She had to find a way to resist. Right now, she still had one last trump card. It was also her only chance to escape her fate. That was a promise from Lin Dong. As long as Lin Dong was willing to help her, she could definitely break free from the control of the Shangguan family. The strength Lin Dong had shown in front of her last time was too formidable. He had definitely entered the tiger list. And it wasn't just a simple entry into the tiger list. She had only felt such pressure from the elders of the top families on the tiger list. The strength of the top of the tiger list. How old was Lin Dong? About the same age as her. Just about the same as Shangguan Weiwei. But the gap between them was not just a little bit. Shangguan Weiwei could be cultivated as the heir of the Shangguan family, let alone Lin Dong. To have such strong power at such a young age, one could imagine the family behind him. However, the current problem was that her relationship with Lin Dong was merely that of schoolmates. This kind of relationship clearly couldn't support Lin Dong in fully helping her. She had to find a way to get closer to Lin Dong, to make him help her. This was her only chance. Lin Dong returned to school to continue his classes, planning to keep a low profile for a few days. His appearance also caught the attention of his classmates. After all, he was the rumored boyfriend of the campus beauty Yunxi, and at Qingmu University, anyone who could connect with the major goddesses could quickly become famous. In just one morning, two people were almost constantly watching Lin Dong. One was Han Shiyun, who at that moment wore a face full of resentment. Lin Dong had recently spoken very little to her, and she didn't know why. Could it be that her previous initiative made him think she was an easy girl? Very likely. What to do? She had never been with a boy like that. She had always been a good girl, but she couldn't just tell him directly. Sigh. So annoying. She used to think every day about how to navigate among boys without being taken advantage of. Now she was thinking about how to offer herself up. Lin Dong couldn't really be incapable in that aspect, could he? Otherwise, how could he possibly hold back that night? Han Shiyun still had confidence in her own qualities. She could tell from the way those boys looked at her that one or two of them practically wanted to devour her. Of course, excluding Lin Dong, she hadn't seen anything lewd in his gaze, but that didn't make sense. If he really had a problem in that aspect, how could he be with Yunxi? The other person was naturally Shangguan Mingyue, who was thinking about how to make Lin Dong help her wholeheartedly. Although she held a promise from Lin Dong, he had also said that whether that promise would be fulfilled depended on his mood. This definitely wouldn't do. She had to make Lin Dong willingly help her. This meant she had to make Lin Dong have a good impression of her. Where were her advantages? As a woman, she should be considered a rather alluring woman, right? However, Shangguan Mingyue glanced at Han Shiyun. In her heart, she thought that Lin Dong probably had no interest in that aspect. Otherwise, why would he ignore such a beauty as Han Shiyun? If he wasn't interested in women, then she had to approach it from other angles. But how could someone like Lin Dong, who had strength and background, be attracted to her and develop a good impression? He seems to lack nothing, right? Sigh. It's tough. But thinking of Shangguan Weiwei's arrogant face, I absolutely cannot give up like this. This is my only chance. Two exceptional women, each with different intentions, are both thinking about how to get close to Lin Dong. The focus of both goddesses from Jiang University is on Lin Dong, leaving him completely bewildered. Shangguan Mingyue and Han Shiyun have been staring at him, which naturally cannot escape his extraordinary first-level mental perception. Han Shiyun is interested in him. He is clear about that. If it weren't for his aunt's incident last time, they might have really gone too far. Even knowing that Han Shiyun was using provocation, he couldn't stand it. It was a complete insult to a man. Anything can be said, but one must never say a man is incapable. But who told him to receive the news of his aunt's injury? Now she must think he really is incapable. So later, he could avoid her because it was quite embarrassing, and he didn't dare face Han Shuryun. Moreover, Han Shuryun's change in attitude came after he had gifted her several million. He still felt some resistance to a relationship built on money. After all, he wasn't enough of a scoundrel. Otherwise, if it were someone else, a beauty like Han Shuryun, with both figure and looks, no matter the reason, they would just go for it first. But what about Shangwan Mingyue? Could she also have taken a liking to him? Although he is indeed quite excellent, handsome and charming, what does it mean for her to stare at him all morning? Are girls nowadays this bold? Or is it that he has become too outstanding? He had only been absent from school for a few days. At noon, Lin Dong was just having a meal in the school cafeteria. As he finished and walked out, he was stopped by two students from Qingmu University. "Are you Lin Dong?" one of them asked. "I am," Lin Dong replied. "Someone wants to see you. Come with us." After saying that, the person took the lead. However, the other person did not move, just watching Lin Dong. Lin Dong shrugged and followed, and the other person then followed behind him. He felt somewhat confused. He shouldn't know anyone at Qingmu University. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they clearly weren't very friendly, but he decided to follow and see. Lin Dong was taken to the artificial lake beside Qingmu University, the same place where he and Yunqi had been photographed last time. There was already someone sitting there waiting. "Young Master Hanlin, Lin Dong has arrived." Zhang Hanlin turned to look at Lin Dong and asked, "Are you Lin Dong?" Lin Dong wanted to laugh. "Can't you change your lines? You don't even know who I am. Why did you call me here? Are you sick?" But he still answered, "I am." "What is your relationship with Yunqi?" Zhang Hanlin asked again. Lin Dong suddenly realized, so he was Yunqi's admirer. That makes sense. With Yunqi's qualities, she would always be the center of attention wherever she went. It must have been when Yunqi brought him to tour Qingmu University that he was seen. Nowadays, universities are like this. There are too many gossipers, and even a small matter can spread like wildfire. Even the top university, Qingmu University, is no exception. "What relationship I have with Yunqi doesn't need to be explained to you," Lin Dong retorted. "Yunqi is our goddess at Qingmu University, not someone you can get close to. You'd better go back to where you came from, quietly be your exchange student, and when the time comes, quietly return to Jiangnan University. Otherwise what? Otherwise, if you can't complete your studies and graduate, how will you explain it to your family? After all, going to university isn't easy," Zhang Hanlin threatened. "Oh, so this classmate also doubles as the principal? You can casually decide that a student can't graduate." Lin Dong joked. "Lin Dong, don't push your luck. I'm here to give you a chance this time. Next time, don't blame me for being rude." Ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw it was a call from Yunqi. "Hello, Lin Dong, where are you? I need to talk to you." After pressing the answer button, he heard Yunqi's voice. I'm by the artificial lake," Lin Dong replied. "Wait for me for a minute. I'll be right there." After Yunqi finished speaking, she hung up. At that moment, Zhang Hanlin said again, "Lin Dong, think it over. I hope you don't make a fool of yourself, or next time I won't be so polite. If you don't know who I am, you can ask your classmates." He believed he had lowered himself to seek out Lin Dong, and if Lin Dong still didn't get it, he couldn't be blamed. In Kyoto, he had 1,000 ways to ruin Lin Dong. Zhang Hanlin turned to leave, and not far away, he saw a figure in white approaching. Yunqi. This figure had appeared in his dreams several times. Excited, he wanted to greet her, but Yunqi completely ignored him and walked straight past him to Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, I have something to tell you," Yunqi said, a bit shy as she stood in front of Lin Dong. "What is it?" Lin Dong asked. Yunqi glanced at Zhang Hanlin and the others not far away, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Can we go somewhere else?" Lin Dong also looked at Zhang Hanlin's almost twisted face and said, "Let's go." He led the way out. Yunqi followed behind Lin Dong, and they walked to a secluded spot. Yunqi mustered her courage and said, "Lin Dong, I want to invite you to my house as a guest. Last time you saved me, my dad was too busy with work to thank you. This time, I heard you came to Kyoto, and they want to invite you for a meal to express their gratitude." After finishing, Yunqi nervously stared at Lin Dong, afraid he would refuse. Lin Dong originally didn't want to go, after all, so many years had passed, but seeing Yunqi's hopeful eyes, he thought for a moment and said, "When? You agreed?" Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I agreed. When are we going?" Lin Dong asked with a smile. "How about tonight? My parents are home." Yunqi said, "Okay, then it's settled." After class this afternoon, don't leave, wait for my call. Okay. The two were happily chatting over here. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanlin was going crazy over there. Just now, Yunqi actually ignored him and went straight to find Lin Dong? And Lin Dong even dared to act like he didn't exist, directly taking Yunqi away? This was completely disregarding him, as if he feared he would affect their date. At that moment, his jealousy flared up to the top of his head. The first time he saw Yunqi, he regarded her as his woman and publicly declared that anyone who provoked Yunqi would face his wrath. As the second young master of the Zhang family in Kyoto, he had the confidence and qualifications for that. Although Yunqi had always clearly rejected him, he still believed that as long as he treated her sincerely, she would eventually agree to be with him. He had never used other means against Yunqi. After all, he had never had such patience with women before. If soft tactics didn't work, he would resort to hard ones, directly coercing and enticing them, getting them into bed first. He had also investigated Yunqi's family background. Her mother was just a small company owner with assets in the billions, which was indeed a small company to the Zhang family. Yunqi's father was said to have once been a secretary to a certain leader, but he had been demoted, and that leader was not doing well either. He couldn't offend the Zhang family for a mere secretary, so it was actually very simple for him to use force against Yunqi. He just needed to target her family. By threatening her mother's company and her father's future, she would have no choice but to comply. However, he had never done that because Yunqi was different from other women in his heart. With other women, he was just playing around, but with Yunqi, he genuinely wanted to marry and have children with her. He didn't want Yunqi to hate him for the rest of her life. So until now, he had never resorted to underhanded tactics, always pursuing her openly. Yet now, this shameless woman, Yunqi, was actually dating another man right in front of him. In that moment, he felt a murderous rage. Since Yunqi was so heartless, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. No matter what means he had to use, he had to have Yunqi, even if it meant she would hate him for a lifetime. So he would start with her family. Force Yunqi to submit. With the Zhang family's power, dealing with a small company worth billions was a piece of cake. Yunqi, just wait. I want you to beg me to take you, stripped bare, Zhang Hanlin silently vowed. At that moment, Zhang Hanlin had completely revealed his true nature. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. Although Yunqi had previously not accepted him, she hadn't accepted any other man either, and Zhang Hanlin could tolerate that. But now that Yunqi had accepted another man, that was something he absolutely could not endure. Not only did Yunqi have to obediently come to his bed, but that Lin Dong also had to regret it for the rest of his life. A sinister smile gradually appeared at the corner of Zhang Hanlin's mouth. After class in the afternoon, Lin Dong received a call from Yunqi. She said she was waiting for him at the school gate. As soon as Lin Dong stepped out of the school, he saw Yunqi standing next to a red Ferrari, waving at him. Lin Dong, over here. Lin Dong walked over and asked, "Is this your car?" "Yeah, but I usually don't drive it to school," Yunqi replied. This girl came from a good family. Back in high school, he had heard that Yunqi's father was the biggest leader in their county, but he was transferred not long after. Once they got in the car, the two drove away. Lin Dong's own car was actually parked next to the school, but since Yunqi had specifically come to pick him up, he didn't want to disappoint her kindness. It was after school, and their high-profile behavior naturally attracted the attention of many students. Who just drove that red Ferrari? It seems to be the school beauty, Yunqi. I think so too. It's not just a guess. That is definitely Yunqi. Wow, who is that guy? Isn't that the exchange student from Jiangnan University, Lin Dong, who was rumored to be with Yunqi a few days ago? Are they going to a hotel? It's possible. Wow, this is solid evidence. Solid evidence. Big news. Absolutely big news. School beauty Yunqi and Jiangnan University exchange student Lin Dong left together in the same car, suspected to be heading to a love nest for a romantic night. This is definitely explosive news. Isn't Yunqi the woman of young Master Hanlin? That's nonsense. Yunqi has never acknowledged that. This Lin Dong is Yunqi's real boyfriend. This news quickly spread through mobile phones to the campus network. Instantly, it exploded on the internet at Tsinghua University. The headline read, "School beauty Yunqi and boyfriend Lin Dong leave together in a red sports car, suspected to be heading to a love nest for a romantic night," accompanied by several photos. The impact was even greater than the last news, with an even more explosive effect. Just as Zhang Hanlin was about to leave the school, his phone rang. It was his friend Hu Yao calling. "Hanlin, have you seen the campus website?" Hu Yao asked. "No, what's up?" Zhang Hanlin replied. "You need to take a look. What's going on? You'll know when you see it." "Fine, then I'll hang up." Zhang Hanlin ended the call with Hu Yao. He logged onto the campus website of Tsinghua University. The first thing that caught his eye was a large headline, "Campus beauty Yunqi and boyfriend Lin Dong spotted leaving together in a red sports car, suspected to be heading to their love nest for a romantic night. Zhang Hanlin quickly clicked on it. He saw several images, all in high definition, clear as day. It was indeed Yunxi and Lin Dong. The two were leaving in a red sports car. Boom! Zhang Hanlin felt as if struck by lightning. Lin Dong, Yunxi, how dare they? No way! Yunxi is his woman. He would never allow them to do this. Zhang Hanlin put away his phone and quickly left the school. He had to find a way to stop Yunxi and Lin Dong. Along the way, Zhang Hanlin felt that all his classmates looked at him with mocking expressions. It was as if they were saying, "Look, isn't that Zhang Hanlin?" He publicly declared Yunxi as his woman, threatening anyone who dared to provoke him. And now Yunxi has gone to a hotel with another man, and he's still in the dark. Isn't that just slapping himself in the face? Zhang Hanlin's face grew increasingly grim. The anger in his heart swelled. He left the school in a hurry, fearing that if he stayed even a minute longer, he would lose control and beat up everyone who looked at him. Once outside, he got into his car and took a moment to calm himself down before pulling out his phone to make a call. "What's up?" A man's voice came from the other end. "Bro, I want to use the family's influence," Zhang Hanlin said. The person on the line was his brother, Zhang Hansen, the eldest son of the Zhang family in Kyoto, one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party. "What trouble are you trying to stir up again? I tell you, things have been unstable in Kyoto lately. You better behave. Haven't you seen I haven't been going out these past few days? Bro, the woman I've been pursuing for 3 years is out on a date with another man today. Do you think I can just sit back and take it? This isn't just slapping my face, it's slapping the Zhang family's face," Zhang Hanlin said, his anger boiling. "All you think about is women. Can't you think of something else? It's just one woman. You're old enough to have some ambition." "I don't care. They dare to slap my face, slap the Zhang family's face. I can't let them get away with it." "Do you know their background?" Zhang Hansen asked after a moment of silence. I know. That woman has always been my college classmate. I've already investigated her family. It's just a small company worth several billion, not worth mentioning for our Zhang family," Zhang Hanlin said excitedly. He knew that his brother's question meant he was on board. "I'll call Uncle Lu later to help you out," Zhang Hansen said. "Thanks, bro, but you better keep a low profile. Recently, the young heirs of various families in Kyoto are on edge. Don't provoke anyone whose background you don't know, otherwise, it won't matter if you get hurt, but don't drag the Zhang family down with you," Zhang Hansen warned at the end. "Don't worry, bro, I know what I'm doing. This time, I absolutely know their background." "That's good." Zhang Hanlin hung up the phone, feeling a bit excited. "Yunxi, Lin Dong, just wait for me." Since his brother agreed, this matter was basically settled. After all, dealing with a company worth several billion sounds easy, but it's not as simple as it seems, especially since Yunxi's father has some connections. His brother had already started to take over the family's affairs, acting as a half-head of the family, able to mobilize most of the family's resources. As for their father, he was just a rich second generation who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. The head of the Zhang family was still their grandfather, Zhang Runyan. He recalled the warnings his brother had given him. Recently, the young heirs of Kyoto's prominent families have indeed been feeling a bit tense, with gatherings significantly reduced. In the past, the late-night hours of 2 or 3 o'clock were the perfect time for everyone to race cars, but now not a single shadow can be seen. It is said that an extremely formidable figure has arrived in Kyoto, and the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Zhang, has already passed away due to offending him. The Qin family doesn't dare to utter a word, merely claiming that Qin Zhang died of a sudden illness and has replaced him with a new heir. Has Lin Dong just arrived in Kyoto? It seems Lin Dong also came to Kyoto recently? Could they be the same person? Impossible. Zhang Hanlin shook his head repeatedly. Lin Dong is just an exchange student from Jiangnan University. How could he possibly take down Qin Zhang and make all the young heirs of Kyoto feel threatened? Should I check on Lin Dong first? Just as Zhang Hanlin thought of this, his phone rang. It was Uncle Lu calling. "Hello, Uncle Lu. Second young master. The eldest young master just informed me to cooperate with you. What do you need me to do?" Uncle Lu asked. "Uncle Lu, help me investigate a company called Umarin, which specializes in cosmetics. Find a way to put them in a position where their cash flow is cut off, on the brink of bankruptcy. Oh, and let them know that we, the Zhang family, are taking action, so they come to me begging." "Understood, second young master. It's done." After ending the call with Uncle Lu, Zhang Hanlin felt elated. Yunxi would come to find him soon, and when that time comes, he would make her strip one piece at a time, begging him. "Damn, that bitch wasted 3 years of my time. let's see how I deal with you. At this moment, Zhang Hanlin was completely exhilarated. The woman he had pursued for 3 years was finally within reach. Although the process wasn't what he wanted, it was enough to lift his spirits. He had already forgotten about investigating Lin Dong. In fact, if he casually followed Lin Dong, he would discover something unusual about him. A college student living in a 10-star hotel every day clearly has issues. If he dug a little deeper, many of Lin Dong's secrets would be revealed. He wouldn't rashly decide to take action. At the very least, he should consult his brother, Zhang Hansheng. Although everything was arranged, it would take some time to see results. Now he needed to know what Yunxi and Lin Dong were up to. If they were indeed going to a hotel, he needed to find an excuse to interrupt their good time. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Dong get the upper hand. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Hanlin called his friend Hu Yao. Hu Yao's family has strong connections in traffic regulation, so it should be easy to find out where Yunxi and the others were headed. When the call connected, Zhang Hanlin said, Hu Yao, help me check where Yunxi and Lin Dong went. I need to know their exact location right now. I knew you would look for them. I was just about to call you. I've already found out they entered a villa area in the West District, probably back at Yunxi's home, Hu Yao replied. You really understand me. Thanks, buddy. Let's meet up when you have time. Damn, that bitch Yunxi actually dared to bring Lin Dong home? Does that mean her parents have agreed to them being together? What the hell do I do now? I can't just storm into her house, can I? Am I just going to let them be all lovey-dovey? Impossible. It's still early. Just wait a few more hours. 10 o'clock. If Lin Dong isn't out by 10, I have to find a way to disrupt them, no matter what. No, 10 is too late. Everything that needs to be done will already be done. 9 o'clock. That's a bit late too. 8 o'clock. Yes, 8 o'clock. Yunxi drove Lin Dong away from school, and 20 minutes later, they entered a quiet villa area, the car's speed gradually slowing down, indicating they were almost there. Lin Dong, you don't need to be nervous. My parents are really nice people, Yunxi said as she drove, addressing Lin Dong. Lin Dong found it somewhat amusing that this girl was clearly extremely nervous, yet she turned around and said he was the one who was tense. It's fine. I'm not nervous, Lin Dong replied with a smile. What was there to be nervous about? It was just a meal, not meeting the mother-in-law. Mother-in-law? Lin Dong turned his head to look at Yunxi, whose pretty face was flushed, and even her hands gripping the steering wheel were trembling. This girl wouldn't have told her parents that I'm her boyfriend, would she? Given how she looks, it's quite possible. Yunxi, you didn't tell your parents I'm your boyfriend, did you? Lin Dong asked. How did you know? Yunxi said nervously. Did you really say that? Didn't I say to wait a bit longer? Lin Dong said with a wry smile. But my mom insisted on introducing me to a boyfriend, so I could only say I already have one, Yunxi said softly. The two fell into a brief silence. Lin Dong, you're not angry, are you? Yunxi asked cautiously. No, I was just thinking that since this is my first time meeting the mother-in-law, coming empty-handed might not be great. Yunxi, you should have told me in advance so I could prepare. No need. Our family lacks nothing. You just need to show up, Yunxi quickly replied. Sigh. Lin Dong let out a sigh. This girl probably had always been a sheltered flower, completely unaware of the ways of the world. How could what your family has be the same as what I bring? But since we've already arrived, there's no choice but to go through with it. Soon, Yunxi drove the car into a garage next to a villa. After the two got out of the car, they walked towards the villa together. Inside the villa, Yun Zhonghai and Guan Meiling had received advance notice from Yunxi that she was bringing Lin Dong back today, so both of them were at home and had instructed the housekeeper to prepare a lavish dinner. Although Guan Meiling had been persuaded by Yun Zhonghai to welcome Lin Dong as a son-in-law, the thought of her talented daughter, whom she had worked so hard to raise, being taken away by a poor boy from the countryside made her feel a bit choked up. However, since Lin Dong had saved her daughter, the necessary etiquette still had to be observed. Dad! Mom! I'm back! Yunxi shouted as she entered. Yun Zhonghai and Guan Meiling turned to look and saw their daughter Yunxi walking in with a young man. The moment they saw Lin Dong, their eyes lit up. This young man was impressive. He looked spirited and wasn't bad-looking. Could this be the Lin Dong Yunxi mentioned? He hardly looked like a country bumpkin. Guan Meiling recalled all the second and third generation people she had met and realized that if you disregarded family background, none could compare to Lin Dong. Is this really someone from a small county? Lin Dong also walked in and said, Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, you must be Lin Dong. Yun Zhonghai asked. Uncle, I'm Lin Dong. I came directly from school today and didn't have time to buy a gift, so I hope you and aunt won't mind. I promise to make it up next time. What gift? Our family lacks nothing, and you're just a student, so why spend so much? Come on, let's eat. We've been waiting for you. Guan Meiling said. The four of them sat down together in the dining room to eat. Yunxi seemed a bit nervous. Lin Dong, however, was indifferent. He had seen enough of the world by now, and there probably weren't many things that could make him nervous. Lin Dong, can you drink? Would you like to have a little with me? Yun Zhenghai asked. A little should be fine. Lin Dong replied. Yunxi, go get that bottle of my treasured mutai. Yun Zhenghai said to Yunxi. Oh, okay. Yunxi went to get the wine, opened it, and poured a glass for both Yun Zhenghai and Lin Dong. Lin Dong, come, uncle raises a glass to you. Thank you for saving Yunxi back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to spend the rest of my life with your Aunt Guan. Yun Zhenghai said, lifting his glass towards Lin Dong. Uncle Yun, you're being too polite. It's what I should have done. If I hadn't been there, someone else would have saved Yunxi, Lin Dong replied as they chatted and sipped their drinks. After a few rounds of drinks, feeling it was about time, Guan Meiling spoke up. Lin Dong, I heard you are studying at Jiangnan University? She asked. Yes, Aunt Guan. Lin Dong answered. What major are you studying? Economic management. How's your English? Pretty good. Since she worked in the cosmetics industry and often needed to travel to the Eagle country, English was very important to her. If Lin Dong couldn't even speak English, how could she trust him with the company in the future? So, she was testing him. Although Lin Dong understood some English, it was clear he hadn't reached a level where he could converse fluently. But he couldn't afford to falter now. He quickly added English to his skill set, and fortunately, it was just a regular skill, so he spent 10 points to master it. After mastering English with those 10 points, Lin Dong's mind filled with a lot of knowledge about the language. He could fully understand what Guan Meiling had just said. They exchanged a few more words. Guan Meiling was very satisfied. Lin Dong's English level was quite good, at least not worse than hers, which was enough. Once he took over her company, communicating with clients from the Eagle country would be no problem at all. Lin Dong, have you thought about developing in Kyoto after graduation? Guan Meiling asked. Kyoto, as an international metropolis, has many opportunities, so of course, I've thought about it. Lin Dong replied. He needed to spend a lot of money to earn many points, and he couldn't miss out on a place like Kyoto, an international metropolis. Everyone was very happy during the meal, especially Yun Zhenghai and his wife. Yun Zhenghai had no objections to Lin Dong, and now seeing how outstanding Lin Dong was, he was naturally very pleased and drank a few more glasses at the table. Guan Meiling's initial reservations about Lin Dong also dissipated as she got to know him better. Aside from his slightly lacking background, in terms of appearance, temperament, demeanor, and knowledge, he was far superior to the second and third generation people she knew. If Lin Dong were nurtured, he could definitely stand on his own and become an outstanding talent. After the meal, they moved to the living room to chat. Lin Dong, who else is in your family? Guan Meiling asked. She had completely lost any opposition to the relationship between Lin Dong and her daughter Yunxi, so she wanted to inquire about Lin Dong's family situation. It would be best if Lin Dong had an older brother or younger brother, so that when he came to Kyoto as a son-in-law, he wouldn't face any family obstacles. If he were an only child, it might be a bit tricky. Aunt Guan, actually, my parents passed away in an accident when I was 10. I've been living with my aunt and my older aunt since then. To me, they are my family, Lin Dong replied. Parents gone? Guan Meiling and Yun Zhenghai exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. With Lin Dong's parents gone, no one would stop him from becoming a son-in-law to the Yun family, and it would save them a lot of trouble in the future. This was definitely good news for the couple. I'm sorry, Lin Dong, I brought up your sad memories. Guan Meiling said. It's okay, Aunt Guan. I was young back then and didn't really understand. After all these years, I've gotten used to it, and my aunt and older aunt have treated me very well, Lin Dong said nonchalantly. His impression of his parents had indeed become vague. Now, even if they were mentioned, he felt little. After all, he was still young back then, and more than 10 years had passed. Lin Dong, since we've brought this up today, let's be honest with you. We don't oppose your relationship with Yunxi, but we have one request. After you get married, we hope you can come to Kyoto and live with us, Guan Meiling said. Ha? Lin Dong looked bewildered. How did they suddenly jump to marriage? To be honest, he hadn't really thought about that. He hadn't even graduated from university yet. What do you mean, huh? You and Yunxi have been together since high school. She even stayed in Shuqing during her last year of high school instead of following her dad's job transfer, insisting on staying alone. You must have done what you needed to do, right? Haven't you thought about marriage? Guan Meiling was clearly not satisfied with Lin Dong's reaction and asked somewhat unhappily. Mom, what are you talking about? Yunxi said, her face flushed. Yunxi, don't speak for now. Guan Meiling shot a glare at Yunxi. Lin Dong felt that Guan Meiling must have misunderstood something. He and Yoonshi hadn't even officially started dating yet. Where did this idea of having done what they needed to do come from? It sounded like she was saying he had done something and didn't want to take responsibility. However, he turned to look at Yoonshi and found her blushing and looking at him with a somewhat pleading expression. Fine, he would just play the bad guy this once. Moreover, Yoonshi had actually stayed alone in Shuching for her last year of high school? She hadn't left with her father for the job transfer? Was it for him? He really didn't know. To be honest, after he got together with Jang Shan in their last year of high school, he had gradually distanced himself from Yoonshi. Jang Shan was very jealous and didn't allow him to get too close to Yoonshi, so he wasn't very aware of Yoonshi's situation. Sigh. Looking back now, he really was blind to have liked Jang Shan. He had overlooked Yoonshi, but it couldn't be called being blind. He could only blame his own insecurity back then. Well, actually, we have considered it, but since we haven't graduated from university yet, it feels a bit early to talk about this. Lin Dong replied. Early? What do you mean early? You're already in your third year, just 1 year away from graduation. After graduation, you can get married. At that time, you both can join my company, and I'll mentor you for 2 years, then slowly hand the company over to you. I can retire, and you can have a child for me to take care of, and I can still contribute a bit. Guan Meiling said. Mom, where are you going with this? I told you not to speak. Am I not saying what you want? Lin Dong had witnessed the power of Yoonshi's mother, a typical businesswoman. He glanced at Yoon Junghai, who was already used to it, and then at Yoonshi. The personalities of this mother-daughter duo were worlds apart. Thankfully, Yoonshi didn't take after her mother. Moreover, he didn't even have time to manage his own multi-trillion company, let alone take care of another company. Before Lin Dong could respond, Guan Meiling continued, Lin Dong, to be honest, we were initially opposed to your relationship with Yoonshi. Although our family isn't a prestigious one, through the efforts of me and Yoonshi's father, we've achieved some success. And we've learned a bit about your family situation through Yoonshi. We feel that you are not worthy of Yoonshi. Lin Dong agreed with this statement. He had once felt unworthy of Yoonshi due to his insecurities, which led him to ignore Yoonshi's kindness towards him and ultimately choose Jang Shan, who was a closer match in terms of their backgrounds. Unexpectedly, Jang Shan didn't think much of him in the end, while Yoonshi's feelings for him had never changed even a bit. Guan Meiling continued, we introduced Yoonshi to the best young heirs from prominent families, but it's no use. She doesn't fancy any of them and has set her sights on you. We only have this one daughter, and we can't really force her to marry someone she doesn't like, only for her to resent us for a lifetime, right? So, I hope you will treat Yoonshi well in the future and not let her suffer any grievances. I will, Aunt Guan. Lin Dong replied earnestly to Guan Meiling. They chatted for a while longer, but it was mostly Guan Meiling talking while the other three listened. Occasionally, Lin Dong would manage to respond to a couple of her comments. Yoon Junghai and Yoonshi hardly spoke throughout. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Dong prepared to leave. Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry for bothering you today. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll come to visit again when I have time. Goodbye. Lin Dong stood up to say. No need to be polite, Lin Dong. From now on, we're family. Yoonshi, go see Lin Dong off, Yoon Junghai said. Okay, Dad. After Yoonshi finished speaking, she left with Lin Dong. Once they were gone, Yoon Junghai turned to Guan Meiling and asked, how was it? Not bad. If his background were a bit better, it would be perfect. Guan Meiling replied. You're just too competitive and love to compare, which is why you're so stressed. How your classmates and friends live their lives is their business. We should just live our own lives without comparing ourselves to them. I think Lin Dong is quite good. He matches well with Yoonshi. You can be indifferent, but I can't. What is life for? Isn't it all about face? I can't stand others gossiping behind my back. Besides, didn't I agree to them being together? Train Lin Dong well. He will definitely be capable. Trust my judgment, and he might even do better than you. This is someone you've nurtured, so it'll reflect well on you, right? Alright, no need to say more. I know what to do. Since I agreed to them being together, I won't have any other thoughts. Yoonshi was driving, and Lin Dong was in the passenger seat. Lin Dong, I'm sorry, I didn't know my mom would say those things, Yoonshi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yoonshi, the one who should be apologizing is me. Actually, I know your feelings. I knew back in high school. It's just that because of my upbringing, I was very insecure and timid, so I didn't dare to face it, let alone accept it. I don't care about that, Yoonshi said seriously. I know you don't care, but I do. However, don't worry, I'm not the same person I was back then. I will face things bravely from now on. I will wait for you. Yoonshi drove Lin Dong to the entrance of Qingmu University, and Lin Dong got out of the car. Be careful on the way, Lin Dong said to Yoonshi. I got it, goodbye. Yoonshi drove away. At that moment, Zhang Hanlin also received a call from Mu Yao. Hu Yao informed him that Yunqi had dropped Lin Dong off at the entrance of Qingmu University and then left, so the two probably didn't have a chance to do anything else. Zhang Hanlin sighed in relief. If Lin Dong hadn't come out of Yunqi's house soon, he was really prepared to find an excuse to barge in. It seemed Yunqi had taken Lin Dong home to meet her parents, so what if they met? Yunqi, when your mother's company and your father's future are in my hands, let's see if they will still agree to you being with Lin Dong. I want to see how you will choose then. Lin Dong got into his car and drove away. Just halfway through, he received a call. Lin Dong, put on your headset. Su Wanli's serious voice came through the phone. Oh, okay. Lin Dong quickly put on a separate earpiece, which was a wireless encrypted headset used by the Special Operations Team, typically worn during missions. As soon as he put it on, he heard Su Wanli's voice ring out again. Lin Dong, this is an emergency situation. You need to head to the East District immediately. I've already sent you the specific location. The target is a middle-aged man in his 40s, at the half-step dragon ranking martial arts level. He currently has a hostage. 2 small teams from Group B have already gone, but they've suffered heavy losses. You need to get there quickly. If you can capture him alive, do so. If not, take him out on the spot. But you must ensure the hostage's safety. Understood. Lin Dong pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the target location. This was his first mission, and he had to make it a success. Moreover, for Captain Su Wanli to emphasize must 3 times, the identity of the hostage was definitely not simple. In Kyoto, East District, inside a building under construction, a one-eyed middle-aged man was sitting on the ground smoking. Next to him, a stunning young woman in her 20s was tied to a pillar, and in front of him lay 7 or 8 members of the Special Operations Group B. The middle-aged man was the target of Lin Dong, Li Bo, nicknamed One-Eyed Bo, a notorious fugitive with a long list of crimes. Over a decade ago, he committed heinous acts in Huaxia and managed to escape at the cost of one of his eyes. It was said that he fled abroad, but no one expected him to suddenly appear here. The members of Group B lying on the ground were not dead, but all were severely injured and unable to stand, only able to glare at One-Eyed Bo. After finishing a cigarette, One-Eyed Bo spoke. I know some of you are still hiding. If you don't come out, I might just give you a live demonstration. After saying this, One-Eyed Bo stood up, reached for the collar of the bound woman, and forcefully tore her clothing, which ripped apart, revealing her snow-white skin and underwear. The young woman, however, appeared very calm. She did not struggle, perhaps knowing that it was futile. Stop it, you bastard. One of the members of Group B lying on the ground couldn't help but shout. Oh, is that you talking? One-Eyed Bo lightly lifted his right foot and kicked a pebble the size of a thumb towards the man who had just spoken, directly embedding it in his forehead, creating a bloody hole. The man's eyes widened, staring straight ahead, his head slowly drooping, and after a couple of convulsions, he was lifeless. This is the consequence of speaking out of turn, One-Eyed Bo said leisurely. The others lying on the ground no longer dared to speak. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but it was meaningless. If they could take him down with them, they would rush at him without hesitation. One-Eyed Bo reached out again, preparing to touch the bound woman. The few people lying on the ground had already closed their eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a scream. Everyone opened their eyes, and One-Eyed Bo had vanished. They looked in the direction of the scream. They saw One-Eyed Bo dragging a leg with his right hand, slowly bringing another member of Group B over, then tossing him aside. All those lying on the ground had their limbs broken by One-Eyed Bo, unable to move. There were still a few hidden members of Group B, all drenched in cold sweat. This man was simply too strong. He had far exceeded their capabilities. Even if they all went at him, it would only be a death wish. But they dared not hold back, because the identity of the hostage was too important. One-Eyed Bo walked back to the woman and said, Do you know why I tied you up? The bound woman looked at One-Eyed Bo but did not speak. Do you see this eye of mine? This is what your father left behind. For all these years, I have never stopped thinking about revenge, so don't blame me, blame your father, Song Chiwen. The pain he caused me, I will repay 100-fold. You are pitiful, the young woman said, her first words. I am very pitiful, but after you die, your father will be even more pitiful than I am. The young woman did not continue speaking. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. However, the one-eyed wave seemed to have anticipated this, tilting his head to dodge the bullet and quickly rushing towards the source of the gunfire. Moments later, a scream echoed, and the one-eyed wave returned with another member of Team B, throwing him to the ground. This was already the 10th one. Meanwhile, the others remained hidden tightly. Are you stalling for time? Waiting for someone to come rescue you? I'm sorry. As far as I know, none of the members of Team A are currently in Kyoto, and as for Team B, I'll kill as many as come, the middle-aged man said. Impossible. The hidden members of Team B were shaken. They had just received news that members of Team A were on their way, telling them to stall for time. Since they couldn't speak without revealing their positions, they had no way to inquire further. Since that was the case, there was no need to say more, otherwise, they would eventually be picked off one by one. Brothers of the Special Operations Team, you should leave quickly. Don't continue to sacrifice yourselves. You are no match for him. Songjia, I beg you, hurry and go. The bound woman shouted. Ha ha, I wonder how long you can stall. The middle-aged man laughed. After saying that, he reached out a demonic hand towards the bound woman. Bang! The gunfire erupted. The one-eyed wave dodged again and charged directly towards the place where the shot was fired. Make your move, a voice called out. The hidden members of Team B revealed themselves, one rushing towards the bound woman Songjia, while the remaining 4 charged at the one-eyed wave. Bang! 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 Several sounds erupted, accompanied by screams. The member of Team B rushing towards Songjia had just arrived and hadn't even had time to untie the hostage when he suddenly felt a wave of pressure hit him. Bang! His body was sent flying. Want to save someone? That depends on whether you have the strength, the one-eyed wave said, standing beside Songjia. At this point, the 2 squads of Team B, totaling 16 members, were completely wiped out. 1 dead, 15 severely injured. The one-eyed wave's strength was terrifying. So, Songjia, right? Don't worry. Once I'm comfortable, I'll leave you with a complete corpse. I want to see what expression your father has when he sees you. The pain he left me back then, I will return to him 100-fold. You can't escape from Huaxia. My father and grandfather won't let you go, Songjia said with her eyes closed. She seemed to have already foreseen her impending fate. Since I dare to come, I've already thought of an escape route. They couldn't keep me back then, and they certainly can't now, the one-eyed wave said arrogantly. Oh really? Do you think there's no one in Huaxia, or that Team A is without people? A voice rang in the one-eyed wave's ear. Who? Just as the one-eyed wave finished speaking, his body was suddenly struck by a tremendous force. Bang! The one-eyed wave slammed hard against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body was then rebounded away from the wall. Before he could react, a long, fair hand pressed against his forehead and then slammed him back into the wall. Bang! The loud sound echoed throughout the entire floor. The concrete wall was actually dented 10 centimeters deep, with the one-eyed wave's head perfectly embedded in it. The one-eyed wave's eyes bulged wide, staring at the person before him as if he wanted to remember him forever. Lindong's hand, which was pressing against the one-eyed wave's forehead, gently slid down, and the one-eyed wave's eyes subsequently closed. This single blow had completely shattered the one-eyed wave's skull. Now his brain was nothing but a mush. Dead as can be. The only thought in one-eyed Bo's mind before he died was, how could there still be experts in Kyoto? This was the moment he had waited many years for. All the experts in Kyoto had been dispatched to carry out a mission related to the Eagle Nation. That was why he dared to sneak into Kyoto for revenge. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to do this in Kyoto. Wasn't that asking for death? He originally thought he had chosen a good time, but unexpectedly, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Lindong looked at one-eyed Bo, somewhat speechless. He had struck too hard. The captain had said to leave a live one, yet he still couldn't hold back. The dozen or so members of Team B lying on the ground stared at Lindong with admiration. That mask, no doubt about it. It was those perverts, the legendary A-Team members who were seen only in part. So strong, the powerful enemy that wiped out both subteams of Team B couldn't withstand a single blow from an A-Team member. This was the gap between Team B and Team A, like a chasm. The greatest goal of Team B members in their lives was to be promoted to Team A, but those who could achieve it were few and far between. Moreover, this A-Team member looked so young, truly a freak. Lindong had already put on the mask used by A-Team members for missions on his way here, but this mask only covered half of his face. As for what purpose it served, Lindong thought it was probably just for show. This way, the A-Team could appear different from others. Songjia looked at the figure a few meters away from her, her gaze somewhat dazed. Lindong turned around, glanced at the more than 10 members of Team B lying on the ground and the woman tied to the pillar, and said, "Captain, the mission is complete, the target is dead, the hostage is safe, but the members of Team B are quite seriously injured." "Very good. The rescue team will be here soon, just wait a moment," Su Wanli whispered in Lindong's ear. Understood. After reporting the situation, Lindong walked in front of Songjia, directly tore the ropes binding her apart, and draped his coat over her to prevent her from exposing herself. This was an important person. "Thank you," Songjia said, staring at Lindong. "No need to thank me, just doing my job." Soon, the rescue team arrived. They had been nearby and rushed in immediately upon receiving the notification. After carrying away all the injured personnel, they also took one-eyed Bo down from the wall. Songjia left with the rescue team, but before leaving, she took a deep look at Lin Dong. The Zhang family acted quickly. Upon receiving a call from Zhang Hansen, the future head of the family, Butler Lu began to make arrangements swiftly, starting to call various departments in the name of the Zhang family. Yun Shi and Lin Dong had just left not long ago. Guan Meiling received a call from the company about a batch of imported cosmetics that had encountered some issues and were being held up, claiming they failed inspection. She was puzzled. The cosmetics imported by the company had always been in cooperation with a major international cosmetics company from the Eagle Nation, with brand assurance, and there had never been a problem in all these years. How could there suddenly be an issue? Moreover, they were being held up, which was a big problem. Before she could tidy up and head out, Yun Zhanghai also received a call from his superior, telling him to rest at home for a while and not to go to work for the time being. Yun Zhanghai asked what the reason was. The other party didn't tell him, just said to take a break and relax. The couple exchanged glances. With their years of social experience, they felt this matter was not so simple. How could problems suddenly arise all at once? It was likely that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Both were recalling if they had offended anyone. Guan Meiling had been in the cosmetics business. If she had offended someone, it was just a competitive relationship with peers. She recalled all the companies in Kyoto involved in the cosmetics industry that could be ranked, and found that none had the power to undermine her products or stop her husband's work. Yun Zhanghai was also reminiscing. He was generally easygoing and wouldn't hold a grudge against anyone. Could it be the rival competing for his position recently? But then he thought it was impossible. If the other party truly had such power, how could they have waited until now to act? They would have already risen to power. Neither of them could come up with any leads. Guan Meiling decided to go to the company first to see what was going on. Yun Zhanghai also intended to find the leader to ask what was happening, as the other party might not be able to speak freely over the phone. This leader had always been supportive of him, and he had a good relationship with his former boss. There was no reason for them to suddenly stop his work at such a critical time. Only by identifying the problem could they find a way to solve it. The two left together, each heading to their respective destinations. When Yun Shi returned home, there was no one there. The housekeeper did not live there. She came every morning and went home in the evening. Yun Shi called Yun Zhanghai and learned that they were both out for various reasons. Bored at home, she lay on her bed and texted Lin Dong. Recently, her relationship with Lin Dong had progressed rapidly, making her feel that life was so colorful. She once thought she would never see Lin Dong again in this lifetime, and the only way to meet him was to hope for it in her dreams. But today, Lin Dong not only visited her home but also had a great time chatting with her parents. This warm scene was something she had never dared to imagine, yet it was now vividly before her. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. All her past efforts and sacrifices were worth it. Her requirements were actually very simple. She didn't need Lin Dong to be exceptionally outstanding. As long as she could be with Lin Dong, it was enough. Regardless of poverty, wealth, sickness, or health, she would never leave him. This was the vow she made after Lin Dong saved her, during countless lonely nights. However, after Lin Dong got together with Jiang Shan, her thoughts changed. As long as Lin Dong was happy and healthy every day, that was enough. She sent several messages to Lin Dong, but he didn't reply. Waiting made her a bit anxious. She almost called him, but thought better of it, as they had just parted not long ago. She felt a bit shy. After all, she was still a girl. She had to maintain some modesty. For now, she would hold on. Once she married Lin Dong in the future, they wouldn't have to be apart every day. They could even cuddle while sleeping at night. Oh my! What am I thinking? So embarrassing. No, I need to sleep. I can't think about this anymore. Lin Dong, good night. Yun Shi silently recited in her heart. After completing the task, Lin Dong returned alone to the Starry Sky Hotel. This task was very simple. It was just someone whose martial arts realm hadn't yet reached the dragon list, but that didn't mean he could relax. What if he encountered someone stronger next time? Could he still achieve a one-hit kill? Lin Dong didn't like the drama-style battles where both sides exchanged blows for 300 rounds, narrowly escaping death, and the protagonist winning by a stroke of luck. That was too dangerous. What he needed was to crush. Complete and utter crushing, leaving no chance for the opponent to turn the tables. He wanted the opponent to have no room for resistance, with life and death entirely in his control. That was his goal. To achieve this, he needed to constantly push himself and continue to improve. Su Wanli and Zhou Zhenghua are impressive, but Lin Dong believes they are by no means the strongest. There must be others who are even more formidable. He just hasn't had the chance to meet them yet. Ultimately, he still isn't strong enough. To reach such heights, others need talent, hard work, and opportunity. But he doesn't need any of that. He just needs to spend money like crazy, and that is his advantage. By the time he becomes the number one in the world, half the globe will likely already belong to him. He glanced at his godly rich points, which stood at 132. The increase was slow, only gaining a few dozen points each day. He spent another 100 points to elevate his physique to extraordinary level 5, leaving him with 32 points. Zhao Xian should still be busy with the foundation's affairs. Once she finishes these few days and the foundation gets on track, there should be a surge in progress. He'll wait a few more days. By then, he should be able to raise his physique to extraordinary level 9. He just doesn't know if reaching extraordinary level 9 will be another limit. Regardless, once his physique reaches extraordinary level 9, he should be able to compete with Su Wanli and the others. If he can also elevate his mental strength to extraordinary level 9, Su Wanli and the others shouldn't be his match. Only then will he have a solid footing. In fact, Lin Dong feels that the increase in godly rich points is minimal, but if converted to money, he spends tens of billions every day, which is no small amount. Since Donglai International was established, it has spent 300 to 400 billion in less than 2 months. Besides Donglai International, no other company dares to burn money like this. After leaving home, Yun Zhonghai arrived at the family compound of their unit. His leader, Guan Dingkong, pressed the doorbell twice in front of Guan's house. Soon, the door was opened by a middle-aged man in his 50s. "Leader," Yun Zhonghai called out. "Zhonghai is here, come in," Guan Dingkong said. Yun Zhonghai entered Guan Dingkong's home and sat on the sofa in the living room. Guan Dingkong poured a glass of water and handed it to him. "Thank you, leader," Yun Zhonghai said after taking the cup. Guan Dingkong sat on the sofa and said, "Zhonghai, I know why you came to find me, but I'm sorry. I can't help you with this matter." "Leader, I just want to know what's going on. My wife's company has also been targeted. This can't be a coincidence," Yun Zhonghai said. "The people behind this are quite powerful. How did you offend them?" Guan Dingkong asked. Yun Zhonghai thought for a moment and said, "Leader, you know me. Even if I have disagreements with someone at work, I wouldn't completely offend them. My wife has always been doing small business. She shouldn't have provoked someone with such great power." "That's strange. The other party is clearly trying to destroy your family. There's no deep-seated hatred. They wouldn't act this way otherwise," Guan Dingkong said, puzzled. "Leader, who exactly is the other party?" "The Zhang family from Kyoto." "Zhang Yaocheng?" Yun Zhonghai exclaimed. "Yes, him. How is that possible? We have no connection with the Zhang family. How could we have offended them?" Yun Zhonghai asked, incredulous. "I can't answer that question, but it is indeed the Zhang family behind this. Only 2 people in the Zhang family can mobilize such power. One is Zhang Yaocheng, and the other is his eldest grandson, Zhang Hansen, who is also the next head of the family. Perhaps you have offended not Zhang Yaocheng, but Zhang Hansen." "Zhang Hansen? Yes. You can start looking into him to see what the issue might be." "Okay, I understand now. Thank you, leader." "No need to thank me. I can't help you with this matter. Hurry up and find a way to resolve it and get back to work. This is a critical time, and among these people, I have the most confidence in you. You are the most capable of taking that position." "Thank you, leader. I will definitely handle this well. Then I'll head back first." "Go ahead." Yun Zhonghai came out of Guan Dingkong's house, sat in the car, and after thinking for a moment, decided to call his old leader to ask. It was actually the Zhang family that took action. This is a colossal entity. They are not a small family like them that can provoke. No matter what, he needed to understand what was going on first to find a solution. The call connected, and an aged voice came through. "Zhonghai, it's been a long time since you visited this old man. I'm sorry, old leader. I've been a bit busy lately. I'll come to see you once things settle down," Yun Zhonghai said respectfully. "I know you're busy competing for that position and can't get away. Don't worry about this old man. Old leader, I'm calling you today because I have something to ask." "I know. It's about the Zhang family, right?" "Yes. I'm also curious, how did you offend the Zhang family?" "Old leader, I've followed you for so many years. Don't you know my character? How could I possibly offend someone from the Zhang family?" "But it is indeed the Zhang family that has taken action, and the force is quite strong. They've already arranged everything, and it's going to be very difficult for you to extricate yourself this time." "Old leader, has the Zhang family made any threats?" Yun Zhonghai asked. "Not yet, they just took action today. I'll ask around for you tomorrow." "Okay, thank you, old leader. Don't be so polite with me." "Alright, you should also inquire from other sources. The other side is coming on strong this time, so be mentally prepared." "I understand, old leader." After hanging up the phone, Yun Zhonghai fell into confusion. Why was the Zhang family doing this? He was still in the dark. But from what his old leader and current leader said, it seemed that their family was finished. Faced with a top-tier family like the Zhang family, they didn't even have a chance, and the other side wouldn't even let them know the reason. Zhang Hansen, the eldest grandson of Zhang Yaocheng. He shouldn't be very old. Could it be that his daughter Yun Shi offended them? he needed to go back and ask. Yun Zhonghai immediately started the car and drove home. As soon as he got home, he saw his wife Guan Miling sitting on the living room sofa with a gloomy face. "What's wrong?" Yun Zhonghai asked as he sat down beside Guan Miling. "They have detained this batch of products, saying our products are unqualified and want to destroy them directly, and they won't allow a re-inspection. I asked about other imported products from several other companies, and none of them were detained, only ours. Is there any justice in this?" Guan Miling asked angrily. Don't be angry. It's just a little financial loss." Yun Zhonghai comforted her. "It's not just about money. By the way, did you find out anything over there? I have some information, but you need to be mentally prepared. Tell me, there are indeed people behind the scenes targeting our family, and the person taking action is very powerful. We can't afford to offend them." "Who? Why are they targeting us? When did we offend them?" "The Zhang family from the capital. As for why, I don't know yet. The old leader said he would help me ask tomorrow." "The Zhang family? How is that possible? When did we offend them?" Guan Miling asked in shock. "How could a small family like theirs compete with the Zhang family? It's over. It's really over this time. Now that you ask me, I'm not too clear either. Let's rest for now. We'll know tomorrow." Yun Zhonghai said. "You go to sleep. With such a big issue, how can I sleep?" Guan Miling said with a worried expression. "Sitting here all night won't change anything. Rest. We need to be in good spirits to face it together tomorrow." "Husband, why do you think the Zhang family is targeting us? We don't know them at all, and we have no connection. Why would they do this?" Yun Zhonghai thought for a moment and decided to share his speculation with Guan Miling. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yaocheng, has a grandson named Zhang Hansen, who shouldn't be very old. I wonder if Yunqi has offended them in some way. They should be around the same age. Then let's go ask Yunqi. See if she knows that Zhang Hansen, Guan Miling said, getting up to head upstairs. However, she was stopped by Yun Zhonghai. "Let's ask her tomorrow. Yunqi is already asleep. Don't disturb her, and this is just my guess." Guan Miling thought for a moment and sat back down. "All right, then we'll ask her tomorrow morning." The two of them cuddled on the sofa, waiting for dawn. "Honey, what would we do if we suddenly lost everything?" Guan Miling asked, leaning against Yun Zhonghai. "What's there to worry about? We could find a place in the countryside, build a simple house, and live as a family, right? Or we could go back to Xuqing with Lin Dong. But do you think the Zhang family would let us go? Don't worry, as long as we don't want anything, they wouldn't dare to do anything to us," Yun Zhonghai said. After being in Kyoto for so long, he had some confidence. The Zhang family was powerful, but they couldn't control everything in Kyoto. There were many families stronger than the Zhangs. The next day was the weekend. Yunqi had planned to sleep in a bit longer, but Guan Miling woke her up early. "Mom, what's the matter? It's the weekend, can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Yunqi mumbled. "Yunqi, get up quickly, Mom has something to ask you," Guan Miling said anxiously. "Mom, can we wait until I wake up to talk?" "No, get up now." After saying this, Guan Miling pulled the covers off Yunqi. She had been holding it in all night. If it weren't for Yun Zhonghai holding her back, she would have gone to ask Yunqi last night. "Hurry down. Your dad and I are waiting for you downstairs." After saying this, Guan Miling left. With the covers pulled off, Yunqi could only groggily get up, and after slowly washing up, she made her way downstairs. Yun Zhonghai and Guan Miling were still sitting on the sofa. They had hardly slept the whole night, only dozing off a little when dawn was approaching, and both were in a poor state of mind, especially after such a big incident at home. "Mom and Dad, what's going on? Why did you wake me up so early?" Yunqi asked as she sat on the sofa. "Yunqi, Dad wants to ask you, do you know someone named Zhang Hansen?" Yun Zhonghai asked. "Zhang Hansen? Never heard of him. I don't know him." Yunqi thought for a moment and replied, "Really don't know? Think again. Really don't know. But I have a schoolmate named Zhang Hanlin. Their names are just one character apart. I don't know if there's any relation." Yunqi said, "Zhang Hanlin? Zhang Hansen?" Upon hearing this name, both of them felt a tightness in their hearts, instinctively sensing that there was definitely a connection between them. "Can you tell us more about this Zhang Hanlin? He's just a male schoolmate who pursued me for several years, but I never agreed. I haven't interacted with him much, so I don't know much else." Yunqi said, "Pursued you for many years? How was he in school? Do you know about his family situation?" "He did okay in school. I heard the classmates called him one of the 4 young masters or something, so his family should be quite influential." "Why, Dad, why are you asking about him?" Yun Zhonghai and Guan Miling exchanged glances. "It's nothing. It's not your concern anymore. You can go back to sleep. Your mom and I have some things to discuss." Yun Zhonghai said, "Then I'm going back upstairs? Don't call me again. Let me get a good sleep." Go ahead. Yunqi went upstairs. Honey, I think there should be a connection with this Zhang Hanlin, Guang Meiling said. It shouldn't just be a coincidence. It definitely has something to do with it. Zhang Hanlin might be Zhang Hansen, or they could be two brothers. He has been pursuing Yunqi for so long without any issues, and now suddenly he wants to deal with us. It must be because he saw Yunqi picking up Lin Dong from school yesterday. Then, out of love turned to hate, he wants to take revenge on Yunqi and Lin Dong. Yun Zhenghai said, after so many years in the officialdom, if he couldn't analyze this much, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Right, it must be the case. So, it's all because of Lin Dong? Don't say that. It has nothing to do with Lin Dong. We can only blame our daughter for being too outstanding. Yun Zhenghai said with a bitter smile. Now that they had found the reason, it was an unsolvable problem. Out of love turned to hate. Unless he sacrificed his own daughter, making her break up with Lin Dong and be with that Zhang Hanlin. But he, Yun Zhenghai, couldn't do such a thing. Finding a solution from other aspects was almost impossible. Sigh. It seems this time he really has to go back to his hometown. Yun Zhenghai looked at Guang Meiling. He saw that her face was also full of entanglement. Clearly, she had also found the key to the problem. Either sacrifice their daughter's happiness or give up everything they currently have. There was no third option. Honey, what should we do now? Guang Meiling asked. What to do? Two paths, either sacrifice our daughter's happiness to keep everything we have now, and maybe by relying on the Zhang family, your business could grow bigger, and I might rise in my career. Or we give up everything we have now and take our daughter and Lin Dong to leave Kyoto for Shuqing in Jiangnan province, living an ordinary life. Guang Meiling didn't know how to respond for a moment. Letting their daughter leave Lin Dong to be with that Zhang person, maybe their daughter would do it for the family, but she would never forgive her. She only has this one daughter. How could she bear it? But asking her to give up everything she has now, she couldn't bear that either. This was all she had worked hard for over half her life. What to do? She also didn't know how to choose. Why don't we ask Yunqi for her opinion? Yun Zhenghai said. How to ask? If Yunqi knows the current situation, she might leave Lin Dong for the family, choosing that Zhang person. Guang Meiling said. As long as you understand this, I thought you would disregard our daughter's happiness and force her to leave Lin Dong. Yun Zhenghai, is that how you see me? I may be vain, but I love my daughter even more. Guang Meiling shouted at Yun Zhenghai. Okay, it was my mistake, I was just reminding you. Yun Zhenghai quickly apologized. I don't need your reminders. Alright, go call Yunqi down, I'll ask her opinion, and you don't say anything. Guang Meiling got up to call Yunqi. Not long after, she came down with Yunqi. Mom, didn't I say not to call me anymore? It's only been a few minutes, I haven't even fallen asleep. Yunqi complained as she walked. This time your dad called you. Go complain to him. Dad, what is it? Can you just ask everything at once? Yunqi sat down and said, I promise this time I'll ask and be done. Then go ahead and ask. Yunqi, Dad wants to ask you, if one day our family moved to the countryside to live, just us and you plus Lin Dong, without these villas and luxury cars, what do you think? That sounds great. The countryside is wonderful. The air is fresh, and we can raise a lot of small animals. Yunqi replied, You really don't care about these things in the big city? Dad, I think as long as the family is together, it doesn't matter where we are. I really envy that kind of life of farming and weaving. Alright then, you go back to sleep. How can I sleep now? Mom and Dad, are you okay? Why are you suddenly asking these strange questions? Yunqi asked. It's nothing. I just want to see if you can endure hardships with Lin Dong. After all, he comes from a small county. If you two get married and return to that small county, can you handle it? Don't come crying back. Absolutely not. We can both work. Even if we go back to the countryside, I will never regret it. Besides, didn't you say yesterday that Lin Dong should come to Kyoto to live with you? Yunqi asked. I was just asking casually, to see how deep your feelings are. Mom and Dad, so you agree with us being together? With your situation, how can we disagree? Sigh. A girl can't be kept. Yun Zhenghai sighed. Dad, please don't say that. No matter where I go, I am your daughter. Alright, I understand. Just saying it casually. Go upstairs and rest. We have things to discuss. Oh, okay. Yunqi went upstairs again. Yun Zhenghai said, hurry up and handle it. If you can leave some, then leave some, at least let them have less pressure in the future. Although Guan Meiling was somewhat reluctant to do this, there was no other way now. so she can only agree. On Saturday, Lin Dong woke up and realized he had received a text from Yunchi last night. After thinking for a moment, he realized he had nothing to do these days, so he replied to Yunchi, inviting her out for a stroll. When Yunchi saw the message, she was overjoyed and nearly jumped up. Early in the morning, after asking Yunchi a few questions, Yun Zhonghai and Guan Meiling hurriedly left. The two agreed to meet at Kyoto's largest forest park. Then Yunchi took Lin Dong to start their outing. Although the sun was scorching, it did not hinder Yunchi's steps at all. She led Lin Dong around again and again, specifically choosing places with fewer people. She loved the feeling of being alone with Lin Dong like this. While it was said that Yunchi was showing him around, in reality, it was Lin Dong accompanying her. The two ended up spending the whole day in the park. When they parted in the evening, Yunchi felt a bit reluctant and asked Lin Dong if he would come again tomorrow. Lin Dong quickly explained that he had something to do tomorrow and suggested they meet another day. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he was just worried that the little girl would get tired. He was fine, his body was no longer in the realm of ordinary people, and he could handle it every day. But Yunchi's little frame couldn't take it. Although she was in good spirits, her body couldn't handle it. If she got heatstroke, it wouldn't be fun. In the end, Lin Dong could only tell her to come back when the weather was better. Yun Zhonghai and Guan Meiling spent the day dealing with company matters. They needed to find a way to sell their shares as soon as possible and then take Yunchi and Lin Dong away from Kyoto. Offending the Zhang family meant they had no place to stay in Kyoto anymore. However, things were not as simple as they imagined. Although Guan Meiling was the largest shareholder of the company, she only held 46% of the shares, while other shareholders united to hold 54%. Moreover, these idle shareholders had already signed a share sale agreement, selling all their shares to the Zhang family at a super low price. They had no choice. If the Zhang family wanted to take action against Yumerin, not selling would only leave them with worthless shares and offend the Zhang family. This meant that the Zhang family now held more shares than Guan Meiling, becoming the largest shareholder of Yumerin. Guan Meiling's shares were essentially unsellable because no one dared to take them on. Keeping them was also useless. Now Yumerin's various cosmetic products were implicated, not only found to be substandard but also facing a wave of product users who claimed that using Yumerin's products caused health issues, demanding compensation, and had already sued them. This matter, with the Zhang family's instigation, has instantly brought Guo Meiling's lifelong effort in establishing the Yumerin company to the brink of bankruptcy. Guo Meiling and her husband feel somewhat helpless. They never expected the Zhang family to act so quickly and ruthlessly. Now, not only can they not withdraw a single penny from their shares, but they also face the risk of a significant compensation. In just one day, a company worth billions has reached the edge of bankruptcy, with hundreds of stores closing down. Employees are demanding wages, and customers are suing for compensation. This is the power of a top family in Kyoto, so immense that it instills fear in ordinary people. At the headquarters of Yumerin, in the chairman's office, although it is already evening, Guo Meiling and her husband have not left. After a day of effort, not only have they failed to raise any money, but they also owe a large sum of debt. Both of them feel disheartened. It seems that their wish to lighten the burden for Yunchi in their future life has gone up in smoke. Not only that, but it will also add more pressure on them. Now, the penalties for various clients' breaches of contract, the compensation for users, and the employees' wages all add up to far exceed Yumerin's current funds. Even if the company applies for bankruptcy and mortgages the company building, it is likely still insufficient. By then, Guo Meiling's 46% stake will become a huge burden. "Honey, what should we do?" Guo Meiling asked, feeling somewhat wronged. Just yesterday, she was the chairman worth billions, and today she is turned into a heavily indebted pauper. For someone like Guo Meiling, who values her image, this is a significant blow. She can only hope her husband has a good solution. Even if they have no money, it doesn't matter, but they can't owe so much money. How will they live in the future? Yun Zhonghai also doesn't know how to answer his wife's question. He has no good solutions. The Zhang family has deeply infiltrated both the political and business circles, and they are simply not something they can contend with. The old leader also called today, warning him that the Zhang family is coming on strong and won't easily let things go, so he should be mentally prepared. Don't panic. Since the Zhang family has bought 54% of Yumerin's shares, they will definitely come to us. If they really want to put us to death, there is no need for them to do this. We will see what they say then. Yun Zhonghai comforted. Just when the two were at a loss, the office door was pushed open. A young man in his 20s walked in, followed by Uncle Lu, the Zhang family's butler, and the general manager of Yumerin. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. My name is Zhang Hanlin." The young man introduced himself. "You are Zhang Hanlin? Is this all you're doing? Our families have no grievances. Why are you doing this?" Guo Meiling stood up and questioned excitedly. Aunt, please don't be agitated. Since I am here today, I will naturally make things clear. As for the outcome, it depends on your choices. Zhang Hanlin said. Go on, Yun Zhenghai asked in a deep voice. Zhang Hanlin began to speak slowly. I have been a classmate of Yunqi for 3 years, and I really like her. I have been pursuing her all along, and although she has always rejected me, I never thought of giving up, nor did I use any other means in the name of the Zhang family, because I firmly believe that my sincerity can move Yunqi. However, I was wrong. Not long ago, a photo of Yunqi with another man appeared on the Qingmu University forum. That man is an exchange student from another school named Lin Dong. Uncle and aunt should have seen him. At first, I didn't believe it, but yesterday, I saw her driving to the school to pick up Lin Dong, and I had to accept this fact. I cannot accept that the woman I have liked for 3 years is in someone else's arms, so I plan all of this in the name of the Zhang family, hoping that uncle and aunt can understand me. Now you have 2 options. First, let Yunqi leave Lindong and be with me. Not only can I bring Yumaren back to life, but I can also unconditionally transfer 54% of the shares in my hand to Auntie, doubling Yumaren's market value in a short time, and Uncle's future will also be bright. Second, if you continue to support them being together, then I'm sorry, you will not only lose everything you have now but also bear a huge debt, and you will never have a chance to turn things around in this lifetime. I believe Uncle and Auntie will make a wise choice. After Zhang Hanlin finished speaking, he looked at the 2 of them, waiting for their decision, as long as he could deal with them first. With Yunqi's gentle personality, she wouldn't disregard her parents' lives and insist on being with Lindong. Yun Zhenghai and Guan Meiling exchanged glances. Things were indeed as he had analyzed in the morning. The Zhang family's heir harbored hatred for Yunqi out of love. That's why he would take action against them. Guan Meiling was about to speak, asking Zhang Hanlin to give them time to consider. However, she was preempted by Yun Zhenghai, who said, I'm sorry, young Master Zhang, Yunqi's matters are her own choice. Although we are her parents, we have no right to make decisions for her. If she likes you and chooses you, we will not oppose it. Similarly, if she likes someone else and chooses someone else, we will not oppose that either. Guan Meiling felt a bit flushed, not expecting her husband to refuse so decisively. She had originally wanted to persuade Yunqi. Oh, so you are choosing the second path? Zhang Hanlin asked darkly. It's not that we are choosing the second path but that we have no right to choose. Yun Zhenghai replied. He was a person of integrity, whether in work or in life, otherwise, Guan Meiling wouldn't have entered the business world in a fit of anger. With his status back then, he could have provided a superior life for the family, but it was precisely because he refused to accept gray income that Guan Meiling stepped into the business world to earn money herself. Now, to ask her to sacrifice her daughter's happiness for his own future? If that's the case, he might as well retire to his hometown. Since you have chosen this way, I might as well tell you, Aunt Guan, you have been in the business world for so many years. If something else is found in your batch of cosmetics, do you think you will spend the rest of your life in prison? Zhang Hanlin said ominously. Since the other party was unyielding, he couldn't be blamed for turning ruthless. What? You? Guan Meiling exclaimed in fear. Zhang Hanlin, you can't do this. Yun Zhenghai said, suppressing his anger. Oh really? Then we shall see. Zhang Hanlin said, turning and leaving the office, followed by Butler Liu and the general manager of Yumarin. Husband, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. Save me, Guan Meiling cried out. She was truly scared. It was far too easy for a giant like the Zheng family to frame her. Don't worry, I won't let them succeed. After saying this, Yun Zhenghai took out his phone and called his former leader. Back then, Guan Meiling blamed him for not utilizing the power he held, not knowing that his former leader valued his integrity, which is why he chose him as a secretary. If he had used his power for personal gain, he might have been dismissed long ago. He knew his former leader was the same kind of person. The call connected. Yun Zhenghai recounted what had just happened to his former leader. Zhenghai, do as you think best. I guarantee your family will be safe. No matter how big the Zhang family is, it cannot surpass the law. The elderly voice on the phone said firmly. Thank you, old leader, Yun Zhenghai said, tears in his eyes. After hanging up, with the old leader's assurance, the couple both breathed a sigh of relief. With the old leader's character, as long as he promised, he would definitely follow through. Then they prepared to release the news about selling shares of the poppy, even though they already knew the outcome. However, they still wanted to give it a try. What if someone who disliked the Zheng family or was unaware of the details wanted to buy? As long as they could sell the shares, the debts would no longer be their concern. Originally worth over 3 billion, they were offering the shares for 500 million, although they held little hope. It wasn't that they didn't want to set a lower price, but the lower the price, the more it would raise others' suspicions. Now, these shares were about to become a hot potato, something they could give away for free, let alone sell for money. After Zhang Hanlin left the poppy headquarters, he sat in the car and said to Butler Lu, "Uncle Lu, do as I just said. Search for something from that batch of seized cosmetics, and first detain Guan Meiling. Let's see if they dare to speak to me like that then." "Yes, young master," Uncle Lu replied and began making calls to arrange things. Not long after, the news Uncle Lu received changed his expression. "Second young master, there's resistance," Uncle Lu said. "What resistance?" Zhang Hanlin asked. "Someone is backing Yin Zhenghai's family, and they have quite a background. This plan won't work," Uncle Lu said. "Damn it, it must be that old bastard. Old but not dead is a thief. Then let's quickly turn the shares in Guan Meiling's hands into liabilities, the more the better." Zhang Hanlin cursed with a face full of anger. Understood. Chen Hui, as the head of Donglai International's investment branch in Kyoto, had been closely monitoring the changes in Kyoto's business world. Progress had been slow these days. They could only spend over $1 billion each day, mostly on real estate purchases, which made the big boss somewhat unhappy, and he was anxious. However, the business world in Kyoto had its own circles, and it was difficult for outsiders like them to integrate. Often, by the time they heard that someone needed financing, the deal was already done, or they were outright rejected, not even allowed to enter the scene. It should be noted that Donglai International was able to establish a foothold in the Magic City because the big boss personally intervened and wiped out a major family. Investments of a few million were beneath the big boss's notice, while investments of over 100 million were opportunities they never had. Sigh, it was tough. He had been worried sick these days, working overtime every day, but the results weren't great. However, today, he quickly discovered a piece of news. The chairman of the Poppy was selling 46% of the shares for 500 million. Their team immediately began to search for information about this Poppy company. Soon, all kinds of data came out. The market value of the Poppy had actually reached 8 billion? How much is 46%? Over 3 billion, right? How is that possible? Selling shares worth over 3 billion for 500 million? Chen Hui felt there must be a problem here. Nevertheless, he decided to contact the other party. After Yin Zhenghai and Guan Meiling released the news about selling shares, they went home, not expecting much. However, not long after arriving home, Guan Meiling received a call from a stranger who wanted to buy her shares in the Poppy. This thrilled them. As long as the other party was willing to buy, they were willing to sell, no matter the price, even giving them away for free. Chen Hui directly asked Guan Meiling one question: why sell shares worth over 3 billion for 500 million? Guan Meiling simply said she had offended the wrong person and wanted to leave Kyoto, which was why she was selling so low. Although Chen Hui felt things might not be that simple, he still decided to buy. 500 million was not a large amount for someone who had handled hundreds of billions, and it was worth a gamble. As for offending people, he truly wasn't afraid of that now. In the Magic City, they offended someone, and what was the result? It ended with the other party's downfall and opened up the market in the Magic City. If they did the same in Kyoto, it should be able to stand firm as well. Now he was even afraid that the other party wouldn't dare to offend him. So he expressed his willingness to accept shares from Yumarin and asked Guan Meiling when they could sign the contract. Guan Meiling naturally thought the sooner, the better, even suggesting they sign immediately. In the end, both parties hit it off and signed the contract right away. Chen Hui met with Guan Meiling and her husband at the headquarters of Yumarin, accompanied by a lawyer and the contract. Guan Meiling didn't even read the contract carefully. She just glanced at the transfer of shares to Donglai International and signed it directly. As long as she could transfer the shares, she didn't care about the amount. After Guan Meiling signed, Chen Hui transferred 500 million to her. Upon receiving the 500 million, both Guan Meiling and her husband were overjoyed. Not only was the problem solved, but they also received such a large sum of money, which meant their family could live comfortably in Sioux City. They were now preparing how to persuade Yunqi and Lin Dong to return to Sioux City with them. Moreover, they needed to do it quickly, otherwise, who knew what tricks the Zhang family would pull next? With the matter resolved, the couple went home and had a good night's sleep. The next day, when Uncle Lu was about to speed up the process to put Guan Meiling in debt, he suddenly discovered that the shareholders of Yumarin had changed. How could this be possible? Uncle Lu was also dumbfounded. The Zhang family had already spread the news. Who in Kyoto would dare to accept shares from Yumarin? Isn't that courting death? Could it be the Zhang family's rival, intentionally trying to make things difficult for them? Uncle Lu quickly checked on this company, Donglai International Investment Group, a new company that had only emerged in the last 2 months. Its headquarters was in Jiangnan Province, Zhangchang. It had branches in both the Magic City and Kyoto. In just 2 months, it had burned through nearly 400 billion in funds. Its valuation was over 500 billion, and it might even exceed 1 trillion. This shocked Uncle Lou greatly. A company that could produce such a large amount of real money was not simple at all. It might be supported by some super hidden family behind the scenes. Uncle Lou hurriedly passed the news to the second young master, Zhang Hanlin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanlin was even more furious. What was he doing all this for? Wasn't it just to trap Guan Miling and force Yunqi to submit? Now, with this Donglai International messing things up, all his efforts had gone to waste. How could he accept this? It was just an outsider. What if they had money? Some things couldn't be accomplished with money. He wanted to see how this outsider dared to compete with the Zhang family. Zhang Hanlin also thought about it. After Guan Miling got rid of her shares in Yumarin, she might leave Kyoto with Yunqi, so he immediately sent someone to keep an eye on the couple. Because Guan Zhenghai and his wife had hardly slept the night before and had just resolved their issues, they had a good sleep. When they woke up, they originally wanted to call Yunqi to discuss leaving Kyoto, but found that Yunqi had already left. They could only book tickets for Monday to Jiangnan province and wait for Yunqi to return. When Zhang Hanlin received the news that Guan Zhenghai's family had booked tickets to leave, he became a bit anxious. He couldn't let Yunqi leave Kyoto. Once she left, he would never have the chance to get Yunqi back. It was all Donglai International's doing. If it weren't for them, Guan Miling would never have been able to get rid of her shares in Yumarin, and there would be no way to leave. But now was not the time to think about these things. He had to stop Yunqi from leaving Kyoto. But what to do now? Playing dirty, Guan Zhenghai also had his old leader backing him up. The Zhang family couldn't dominate Kyoto completely. There were several top families in Kyoto that were more powerful than the Zhang family. Gradually, an evil plan emerged in Zhang Hanlin's mind. Damn it! Just directly make her a done deal. He didn't believe that the Zhang family's power could protect him. So he called Hu Yao, confirmed Yunqi's vehicle whereabouts, and drove directly there. Yunqi had planned to go shopping at the mall with two close friends today. After shopping, they were preparing to head home. However, after saying goodbye to her friends, she encountered Zhang Hanlin. Yunqi, what a coincidence! Zhang Hanlin said with a smile. Hello, Zhang classmate. Yunqi replied. Yunqi, it's noon. Want to grab a bite together? Sorry, Zhang classmate, I just ate with my friends, and now I need to go home. Goodbye. After saying this, Yunqi prepared to leave, but Zhang Hanlin grabbed her wrist. Yunqi, give me some face. Zhang Hanlin said, suppressing his anger. I'm sorry, we're not familiar. Let go of me. Yunqi tried to shake off Zhang Hanlin's hand, but she couldn't. Although Zhang Hanlin wasn't using much strength, he was a peak second-rate expert, while Yunqi was just a weak girl, so she naturally couldn't break free. Their tugging attracted the attention of some onlookers. Let go of me. Zhang Hanlin. Yunqi struggled hard. I'm sorry, everyone, this is my girlfriend. I just made her angry, and I'm taking her away now, Zhang Hanlin said, pulling Yunqi away. Yunqi called out and struggled, but it was of no use. Everyone thought they were just a couple having a quarrel and didn't pay much attention, dispersing on their own. Zhang Hanlin dragged Yunqi toward his car. He was now out of control. He even tightened his grip on Yunqi's hand. The pain made Yunqi's eyes well up with tears. She couldn't break free. She sensed something was off with Zhang Hanlin today, but she had no way to escape. Zhang Hanlin's car was very close. He almost dragged Yunqi to the front of his car. Despite her struggles and cries, it had no effect. Just as he was about to open the car door and force Yunqi inside, someone stopped him. Shangguan Mingyue was also out shopping on the weekend, buying a few things. Women indeed have a natural love for shopping, whether they are weak girls like Yunqi or aloof goddesses like Shangguan Mingyue. Unexpectedly, at the mall entrance, she stumbled upon Yunqi, Lin Dong's rumored girlfriend, struggling with a man. Initially thinking Yunqi was playing both sides, she didn't plan to interfere, but the more she watched, the more it felt wrong. Yunqi clearly didn't want to go with him but was being forcibly dragged away. If she were taken to the car, it would definitely lead to trouble. As a woman herself, she couldn't let this situation develop, especially since it involved Lin Dong's rumored girlfriend. She was already worried about how to connect with Lin Dong. For both emotional and rational reasons, she had to intervene. Therefore, when Zhang Hanlin was about to force Yunqi into the car, she stepped in to stop him. Zhang Hanlin looked at Shangguan Mingyue and said, "Who are you? This is our business as a couple. Please don't meddle." Although Shangguan Mingyue was also a stunning beauty, he had no mood for that now. He was focused on getting Yunqi into the car and making things happen. The goddess he had liked for 3 years was about to be his. Just thinking about it excited him. As for the means he would use, he no longer cared. As long as he could have Yunqi, he would resort to any ruthless tactics. "Sister, save me. I'm not his girlfriend. He's trying to kidnap me." Seeing Shangguan Mingyue, Yunqi clung to her like a lifeline, pleading. Yunqi didn't know Shangguan Mingyue, but Shangguan Mingyue recognized her because her rumored boyfriend was Lin Dong. Recently, she had been studying Lin Dong for a long time, looking for ways to get him to willingly help her. Who I am is not important. What matters is that this Miss Yunchi should not be your girlfriend, right? In broad daylight, what are you thinking? Are you trying to forcibly take a woman? Shangwan Mingyue shouted loudly. Her words drew the attention of many passers-by. Please help me call the police. I'm not his girlfriend, he wants to kidnap me. Yunchi also shouted at that moment. By now, someone had already taken out their phone to take pictures. Zhang Hanlin immediately released Yunchi's wrist, his face alternating between green and red, his eyes fixed on Shangwan Mingyue. It was this damn woman who ruined his good plan. He could have gotten Yunchi into the car by now. Moreover, the other party knew Yunchi and must recognize her. It seemed today's plan was going to fall through. But if he let Yunchi go today, she would leave Kyoto with her parents tomorrow. What to do? Zhang Hanlin was momentarily at a loss. After breaking free, Yunchi immediately ran behind Shangwan Mingyue. You all have nothing better to do, right? Hurry up and get lost. I'm having a disagreement with my girlfriend. What does it have to do with you? If you don't leave, be careful. I'll remember each one of you and settle the score later. Zhang Hanlin directly yelled at the people around him. Some who were afraid of trouble slowly retreated. They didn't want to get involved. Most of those who hesitated began to back away as well after seeing the top-tier supercar in front of Zhang Hanlin. Those who could drive such a high-end sports car had backgrounds that were not simple. If he really came after them later, it would be a huge injustice. In the end, only a few who seemed to have some influence and weren't afraid of trouble remained to watch. You all do your thing. I'll just watch, not saying a word, not taking pictures, and definitely not calling the police. One of the remaining people said. Yeah, you all do your thing. We'll just watch the beauties. The others chimed in. Humph, are you sure you want to see my business? Zhang Hanlin asked. Upon hearing the words my business, the faces of the few changed. They were somewhat knowledgeable. In the circle of young people in Kyoto, the Tea Party was undoubtedly an existence that most people aspired to. Many people would do anything to get in, but there were no connections. It gathered many scions of prominent families in Kyoto. Anyone who could join the Tea Party was not a simple character. They didn't dare to provoke them. So it's the big brother of the Tea Party. You carry on. We'll take our leave. After saying this, the few left in a hurry. Zhang Hanlin watched them leave before turning his gaze coldly to Shangwan Mingyue and said, I advise you to mind your own business. Some things are beyond your control. Be careful not to get burned. It will not only harm you but also your family. Oh, I really want to meddle in this. Let's see what you can do to me. Shangwan Mingyue completely ignored Zhang Hanlin's threat and said with a smile. Although she was not favored in the Shangwan family, she was still the young lady of the Shangwan family. It wasn't that she looked down on Zhang Hanlin. If he really involved her Shangwan family, she would welcome it. It was just the opportunity she needed to break the current deadlock. As for the Tea Party or whatever, she didn't care at all. Qin Zheng seemed to be one of the 8 kings of the Tea Party, right? And what happened? If you provoke someone you truly can't afford to offend, you can't escape death. Even the Qin family didn't dare to take charge for him, let alone the Tea Party. You really want to meddle? Zhang Hanlin gritted his teeth and asked. Today, he had to take Yunchi away, or he would completely lose his chance. The anger he had suppressed for a while erupted completely, and he couldn't care less. Even if he forced himself on Yunchi, so what? At most, he would just get scolded by his brother and grandfather. He could bear that consequence. I'm definitely going to meddle, Shangwan Mingyue said seriously. Zhang Hanlin stared at Shangwan Mingyue for a moment, then suddenly made a move, swiftly bypassing Shangwan Mingyue and reaching for Yunchi. He intended to forcibly take Yunchi away. Bang! However, before his hand could touch Yunchi, it was kicked away by a long leg. Zhang Hanlin glanced at the owner of the leg, who was none other than Shangwan Mingyue. I told you, this matter is under my control, Shangwan Mingyue said. Then I'll deal with you first. Zhang Hanlin attacked Shangwan Mingyue. The two quickly engaged in battle. The more they fought, the more shocked Zhang Hanlin became. Shangwan Mingyue's strength was surprisingly strong, reaching the peak of the second tier, on par with him. After dozens of exchanges, both retreated, unable to gain the upper hand. Who exactly are you? Zhang Hanlin asked. With such strength at such a young age, it was impossible for her to be an ordinary person. You don't need to worry about who I am. Anyway, I won't let you succeed in this matter today, Shangwan Mingyue replied. Alright, I remember you. After saying this, Zhang Hanlin intended to leave. His plan to force Yunchi today was definitely ruined, and he needed to go back and think of a way to stop Yunchi's family from leaving. However, at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Shangwan Mingyue. As Zhang Hanlin prepared to turn and leave, she launched an attack. Zhang Hanlin didn't expect Shangwan to strike suddenly and instinctively threw a punch. It should have been a clash of fists, but Shangwon Mingyue shifted her position slightly, directly colliding her shoulder with Zhang Hanlin's fist while simultaneously striking his chest with her palm. Bang! Bang! Both of them staggered back a few steps, with Zhang Hanlin crashing into his beloved car, creating a dent in the luxury sports car. After they stood still, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Sister, are you okay? Yunshi rushed forward to support Shangwon Mingyue, her face filled with concern. I'm fine. Zhang Hanlin glanced at Shangwon Mingyue, then turned and got into his car to leave. With Zhang Hanlin gone, Shangwon Mingyue and Yunshi remained at the scene, with some onlookers still watching from a distance. Yunshi, help me to a quieter place, Shangwon Mingyue said. Sister, let me take you to the hospital. You're bleeding, Yunshi said anxiously. I'm fine, Yunshi, let's just change places first. Oh, okay. The two moved to a less crowded area. Sister, thank you. By the way, how did you know my name? Yunshi asked. I know Lin Dong, I've seen you together. You need to call Lin Dong right away and have him come pick you up. I'm afraid that person might have other plans, and we won't be able to leave then, Shangwon Mingyue said. Oh, alright. Yunshi took out her phone and called Lin Dong. When Lin Dong received Yunshi's call, he was taking a bath. He had just spent his 100 luxury points and had upgraded his physique from extraordinary level 5 to extraordinary level 6, feeling a bit warm, so he decided to take a cold bath. Hearing that Yunshi was almost kidnapped shocked Lin Dong, and he quickly got dressed and rushed to the place Yunshi mentioned. When he arrived, he found Shangwon Mingyue there as well, and it looked like she was injured. Yunshi, are you okay? Lin Dong asked. Seeing Lin Dong arrive, Yunshi finally breathed a sigh of relief, rushed over to hug him, and recounted everything that had just happened with a hint of grievance. Shangwon Mingyue felt a sense of joy seeing the two so close. Her gamble had finally paid off. Is the Zhang Hanlin you mentioned the one you met by the artificial lake when you invited me to your house for dinner last time? Yes, that's him. He has been pursuing me, but I have always rejected him. I understand. You get in the car first. Lin Dong, let's take this sister to the hospital. She got hurt and is bleeding to save me. Yunshi said. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. You get in the car first. Lin Dong comforted. Yunshi got into the passenger seat of Lin Dong's Benz G-Class. Alright, stop pretending. After seeing Yunshi get in the car, Lin Dong said to Shangwon Mingyue, what am I pretending? I got seriously injured saving your little girlfriend. Not only do you not thank me, but you also say such things. Are you even a man? Shangwon Mingyue retorted. That Zhang Hanlin I've seen, just a second-rate trash. You, a mid-tier first-rate expert, ended up in a draw with a second-rate trash. Are you stupid or am I? Lin Dong said expressionlessly. You. Shangwon Mingyue was shocked. How is that possible? How could Lin Dong know her strength? This was her biggest secret. She had never told anyone. She had never exposed it in any situation. Not even her family knew. Before she was sure she could compete with Shangwon Weiwei, she had no intention of revealing it. This was her only trump card. But Lin Dong actually knew. How did he do it? This person is too terrifying. Shangwon Mingyue began to sweat coldly. Are you wondering how I know your true strength? You. Shangwon Mingyue, let me tell you, your plans are just some boring little tricks in my eyes. Do you think pretending to save Yunshi while injured will make me grateful and willingly help you with your plans? You. Shangwon Mingyue repeated you 3 times, but couldn't say another word. This man was too frightening. His thoughts were meticulous, and his strength was formidable. She felt that in his eyes, she had no secrets at all. Little did she know the strength of Lin Dong's mental power. With strong mental power, he could not only observe in detail but also sense the martial arts realm of those weaker than him. Coupled with a clear mind, he could analyze and restore the events of just now to 90% accuracy. Moreover, strong mental power allowed him to observe the environment during battle, utilizing various advantages to find the opponent's weaknesses and attack. Up to now, Lin Dong had not encountered anyone with stronger mental power than his. Even if Su Wanli and Zhou Zhanhua were stronger than him, their mental power was far inferior. This was his unique advantage. Although you played some little tricks, today you did save Yunshi. Without you, she might have suffered irreparable harm. So, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will help you with one thing. Think it over and come find me. However, I hope you won't play these tricks in front of me in the future. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he released his aura. Shangwon Mingyue instantly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Dong left. He took Yunshi away. Only Shangwon Mingyue remained in place, trembling all over. It wasn't that she was scared by Lin Dong's aura. Rather, she was trembling with excitement. Just that moment, the pressure Lin Dong released was something she had only felt from her father and grandfather. This was beyond the tiger ranking. It was a higher existence, the legendary dragon ranking. Her father only broke through this barrier when he was nearly 40. He was already hailed as a rare genius in the Shangwan family. How old was Lin Dong? 21? Or 22? She had never heard of a dragon ranking expert at such an age. The word genius was no longer enough to describe Lin Dong's excellence. This was a monster. This was a freak. Just over a month ago, she had sensed the aura of a tiger ranking expert from Lin Dong. But today, the aura he released was that of a dragon ranking expert. Had he hidden his strength at that time? Or had he just broken through? But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that Lin Dong's strength had grown even stronger. The stronger Lin Dong became, the more advantageous it was for her. Although her tactics did not win Lin Dong's favor, securing a promise from him was enough. Now was not the time to use that promise. In a year, she would graduate from university, and that would be the moment to confront her family. Lin Dong, I hope you will be even stronger by then. Stronger, the better. At that moment, Shangwan Mingyue's heart ignited with boundless hope. Shangwan Weiwei, I told you, I will prepare a grand gift for you. I hope you can withstand it.